After waking up, I crossed over to the primordial world and became a 9th-rank gatekeeper general of the demon clan's heavenly court. However, with my knowledge of the great trends of the primordial world from my previous life, I am aware that the calamity of the witches and demons is about to arrive, and I only want to escape quickly to avoid becoming cannon fodder. Fortunately, the diary system arrived just in time. As long as I persist in writing the diary, I can become stronger. However, while I was developing in a low-key manner and looking for opportunities to escape the heavenly court, I gradually discovered that the major events of the primordial world were slowly deviating from my previous life's understanding. Not only was I recruited by Emperor June as a son-in-law and appointed as the executive vice-emperor, but Emperor June also proclaimed that there is nothing a princess cannot solve. If there is, then just get to. At this moment, in the demon emperor's palace of the primordial heavenly court, on the 9-dragon square heavenly chair, the demon emperor June furrowed his brows, holding a blue diary. When did our heavenly court have such audacious and disrespectful individuals? This diary suddenly appeared on the 9-dragon square heavenly chair, and even with Emperor June's perfected saint-level strength, he could not deduce the origin of the diary. Calculating the time, it seems that Juanti is about to make a move, tempting the 10 golden crows out of the soup valley. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, and the great archer Hoyi's sun-shooting bow was eager to shoot. All 10 golden crows were shot through the heart by a single arrow, resulting in a tragic scene. Although the young prince managed to save his life, his family was destroyed, and the Golden Crow clan was annihilated, leaving him a lonely person. Isn't this worse than death? Looking at this content, Emperor June's eyes burned with the true fire of the sun. What a treacherous and rebellious minister, daring to curse my son to death and to curse the annihilation of my Golden Crow clan. What boldness! If I do not find you and extract your tendons and bones, how can I resolve the hatred in my heart? The demon master Kunping said, I actually broke through a realm because of this, truly worthy of being a figure from the same era as the 3 pure ones. It seems there is hope for further progress. Unfortunately, this is a person with ulterior motives, lacking in character, so I must keep my distance in the future. Emperor June, seeing this, was even more furious. Good. Insulting a high-ranking official of the heavenly court, cursing my family to ruin, simply audacious. Why don't you say I have also fallen? Although Emperor June did not know who the person with ulterior motives specifically referred to, it certainly was not a good term. The demon saint Ghostkar was shouting all day about challenging the 3 teachings in the witch clan, wanting to be the #1 war god, without any self-awareness. You are only at the early stage of the sage realm, unable to withstand even the self-detonation of an ancestral witch, ultimately dying and losing your path. Instead of shouting, you might as well spend more time cultivating. Perhaps you can die with a bit more dignity. Bai Zhe is truly handsome, both brave and resourceful, worthy of being the pillar of the heavenly court, loyal and devoted. Unfortunately, what is there to regret? Emperor June had a bad premonition. Unfortunately, after the demon emperor died, there was only a little prince left, unable to be supported. Bai Zhe must have wholeheartedly supported the little prince in wanting to revive the demon clan, but in the end, the little prince chose to retreat to the mountains. How despairing that must have been for Bai Zhe. In an instant, the entire demon emperor's palace was engulfed in raging flames, the terrifying true fire of the sun burning away the clouds in the sky. The 10 great demon saints rushed out of the mansion, looking up at the true fire of the sun above the demon emperor's palace, exchanging glances. The Ghostkar let out a strange cry. Could it be that those reckless fools from the witch clan have done something again, angering His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor? Let me go ask the Emperor, and if it really is them, we'll poke a few holes in the witch clan. Ji Meng raised an eyebrow. His Majesty hasn't been this angry in a long time. The last time he was angry was when the Dao ancestor divided the land for the witch clan to control. Shan Yang flicked his fingers, confusedly shaking his head. Can't figure it out. If I can't figure it out, let's go take a look. Bai Zhe elegantly waved his feather fan, gracefully flicking his long sleeves, took a step forward, and disappeared from sight, with the other 9 great demon saints following closely behind. In front of the demon emperor's palace, a group of demon soldiers stared blankly at the burning palace, having retreated far into the sky. Among the crowd, I looked at the continuously spewing fire of the demon emperor's palace, feeling a chill in my heart. Has being a guard soldier become a high-risk profession? One careless move and I could be roasted into a meat skewer. Greetings, demon saints. Hearing the words of the heavenly soldiers, I quickly clasped my fists in salute, but my gaze secretly glanced at the 10 great demon saints ahead, and I couldn't help but feel a sinking feeling in my heart, losing even the mood to admire the beauty of the Qinyuan demon saint. The 10 great demon saints were all alarmed. Something serious must have happened. Could it be that the witch clan has attacked? Has the war between the witch and demon begun? I feel very anxious inside. Not long after, the figure of Emperor June slowly appeared above the demon emperor's palace, engulfed in the true fire of the heavenly sun.
majestic and domineering. I pay my respects to your majesty.
The 10 great demon saints and numerous heavenly soldiers all bowed in unison.
Emperor Jun scanned the crowd.
His cold words thundered in everyone's ears. Since I established the heavenly court, contending for position in the purple cloud palace, facing the pressure of the 3 teaching saints internally and resisting the calamity of the witch clan externally, I have ensured your stable cultivation in the heavenly court, allowing you to enjoy glory and wealth. I consider myself not unkind to you all, yet some people enjoy the blessings of the heavenly court while pretending to be respectful in front of me, but behind my back, they disrespect me, slander the heavenly court, and intend to betray. The heavenly soldiers and demon saints all changed color in unison, their anger surging. The 10 great demon saints finally understood why the heavenly emperor was furious. They were living off the heavenly court and still thinking of betraying it. Who wouldn't be angry? The ghostly vehicle roared with rage. Whoever wants to betray the heavenly court, I'll stab them with a few holes first. If I find out who it is, you're dead. Shan Yang's fingers spun quickly, his voice filled with coldness. Qin Yuan and Bai Zhe and others revealed murderous intent. Scanning the crowd, I, among the crowd, was also quite shocked. Has Emperor Jun already noticed Kuanpeng? This person with ulterior motives? Is the plot going off track? Is Kuanpeng going to be punished? Anyway, it can't be me. I'm just a small heavenly soldier. Emperor Jun suppressed his anger. Considering we are of the same demon race, I will give you a chance to stand up voluntarily. I will be lenient and only expel you from the heavenly court. Remembering the contents of the diary, Emperor Jun was so angry that his 3 corpses were jumping. Unfortunately, that diary had a mysterious origin, and even he, a perfected quasi-saint, could not deduce its background. Everyone reflected on themselves, and after a moment, a bare demon celestial soldier hurriedly knelt down, trembling and begging for mercy. Your Majesty, I am guilty. I secretly devoured human beings and tarnished the reputation of the heavenly court. A dear demon celestial general repeatedly bowed his head, his voice trembling. I am also guilty. I privately cursed the 5th prince with a few dirty words. A group of celestial soldiers and generals who had committed serious and minor offenses confessed one after another, fearfully admitting their guilt. The 10 great demon saints ignored all of this, as the heavenly emperor knew their situation all too well. However, Emperor Jun had no intention of letting it go, simply because there was no wolf demon among the celestial soldiers and generals kneeling in confession. Emperor Jun's cold gaze swept over the entire Imperial Guard. At this moment, I remained calm and relaxed in the crowd, feeling no pressure. I was just slacking off during my watch. Slacking off is not a crime, right? I didn't delay my work. The slander and curses against the heavenly court mentioned above should not refer to me. How could I be that person with ulterior motives? What was written in the diary doesn't count. If what I thought in my heart also counted, then Emperor Jun would have to slaughter the entire heavenly court. Seeing that no one spoke, the sunfire burning in Emperor Jun's eyes seemed ready to erupt at any moment. Very well, you had your chance, but you are useless. This is your own doing, seeking your own death. So don't blame me for not showing compassion for our kin. Before Emperor Jun finished speaking, a red light broke through the air and transformed into a Taoist with an ethereal demeanor. It was the demon master Kuanpeng, who scanned the crowd with a puzzled heart. Kuanpeng, what is the matter? Emperor Jun asked with a frown. Your Majesty, I have received a message from the 1st prince. The 10 princes have received an invitation from the Western Saint, and have gone to attend the Western Sect's blissful assembly. The 1st prince specifically asked me to convey this to your Majesty. Emperor Jun's expression changed. A dignified saint invites 10 golden crows. How could they have such great face? Could it be that this guy actually guessed right? And Xuan Ti is plotting against the 10 golden crows? You all disperse. Emperor Jun was very anxious and rushed into the demon emperor's palace after leaving just one sentence. The 10 great demon saints and Kuanpeng exchanged glances, wondering what was going on. Bai Zhe, what just happened with His Majesty? Kuanpeng asked in confusion. I don't know either. Bai Zhe shrugged his shoulders. Shan Yang shook his head and said mysteriously, Can't figure it out. Can't figure it out. What's the point of it? His Majesty has already said there are spies. Let me find them and poke a few holes in them. Ghostcar raised the long gun in his hand, and the other demon saints rolled their eyes at Ghostcar, too lazy to bother with this reckless man, and left one after another. The demon soldiers returned to their posts to continue their watch. I also returned to the front of the demon emperor's palace, still feeling anxious, ready to use my powers to escape at any moment, fearing that Emperor Jun might suddenly breathe fire again. Fortunately, until the shift change, the demon emperor's palace was calm and peaceful. Afterwards, I returned to my own small independent room, took out my diary, and noted that today marks a full month of writing. I wonder what reward the system will give me. I hope it won't disappoint me. Meanwhile, inside the demon emperor's palace, Emperor Jun was sitting opposite a dignified middle-aged man, who was none other than the second most powerful figure in the heavenly court, Eastern Emperor Tai. It is rumored that Emperor Jun and Tai are brothers. While others say they are the same person, no one can clarify their true relationship.
Not even the saints. Tai, what do you think? Emperor Jun asked eagerly.
Tai slowly opened his eyes, his expression grim. I used the bloodline tracing method of the Golden Crow and saw something.
What did you see? A Bodhi seed, deep within the little prince's sea of consciousness,
but it is not present on the other princes. Emperor Jun recalled what was written in the diary,
that after 10 days in the sky, the great witch Hui shot him dead, and only the little prince survived and took the name Luya.
The existence of this Bodhi seed is self-evident. It is this object that preserved Luya's life.
Jun was furious. Could he not understand the reason why Jun Ti was doing this?
Prince was killed, will certainly become a witch and demon war trigger. Then if the heavenly court is destroyed, Lu Pressure is the only orthodox heir. Control Lu Pressure is equal to control the demon race. Shameless, hallowed saints even personally out to count juniors. No saint temperament, junty old piker, I'm not finished with you. Tai said in a deep voice, at present, although I do not know what junty is calculating, but it is certainly not a good thing. We have to pick up the 10 princes back as soon as possible, to avoid a long night's sleep. Emperor Jun was just about to agree when he suddenly froze and turned.
I have other plans for this matter, so go back first. Okay then.
When Tai left, Jun pulled the diary out of his arms. Just now every time the diary had a vibration, there was new content appearing.
Today, the palace of the demon emperor is on fire, can you believe it? Luckily I ran fast, otherwise it would have become roasted wolf meat. I don't know what kind of madness the demon emperor is having. Could it be that his princess went down to the earth to find a man?
It seems like all the princesses in heaven are this pissy. Hey, I want to become that mortal.
Jun's breath shook cold. Asshole, colorful and bold, even dare to miss the princess? My. How dare the 10th prince come to the west to throw himself into the net? You don't even know what's in your heart. Your father can't even be on a par with the saints, how dare you? You bastard.
10 golden crows are surely planted, the sun died quaif, 10 princes fell into the East China Sea, finished.
Here comes the witch demon war. I don't want to be cannon fodder yet. Why don't we go to the west?
If I join, I might be able to mix it up and become a Buddha if I'm snowed in, so I'll just go bald.
It's better than being gaga.
Emperor Jun see little heavenly soldiers understand the reasoning, their own 10 naive son actually do not understand, the heart that gas, the 10 gold crows hanging up the mind have. Especially when he saw that Nyayan wanted to run off and defect to the western sect, he was instantly enraged.
Asshole, still want to defect?
I immediately ordered to blockade the heavenly court. No one is allowed to enter or leave. I'll see how you can go to the Western Church. In fact, it is not difficult to solve this matter.
Isn't the Western religion's great sun ruling law similar to the sun?
If the witch tribe finds out that the sun that exposes the earth to the sun is changed by the great sun rulai law, guess what will happen?
How? He.
Unfortunately, the demon emperor can't possibly know, so I'll just write here, I'm going to get busy getting ready to run away. Emperor Jun closed the diary, his eyes glittering. This asshole is able to come up with this kind of retaliation method, but also extraordinary. I did not expect that among the heavenly soldiers there are still hidden such talents, and my thoughts coincide with Seeing as you still have some talent, I'll forgive you for your previous disrespect.
Satisfied, Jun put away the diary and spoke aloud. Come on, man.
Yes, what is your majesty's command? Pass on my decree. From now on, any member of the heavenly court shall not leave the heavenly court without my decree, and those who disobey the decree shall be killed.
Chapter 3, Walking the Dog? Walking the Golden Crow?
Nyayan put away the diary with satisfaction, and just then, a beep sounded. You write a diary for a full month, and receive a drop of the ancestral wolf's essence blood, and an innate spiritual treasure, the golden wheel of cutting worlds.
Ancestral wolf blood? What is this thing?
It seems like in the flood, in addition to the ancestral dragon and Yuan foam, I haven't heard of any ancestral wolves, ancestral tigers, or ancestral cats, all of which can't be on the stage, or else Nyayan wouldn't be without a heel. Whatever, it's more powerful than my little human immortal coyote anyway, so let's swallow it first. As the ancestral wolf essence blood went down, Nyayan clearly felt his bloodline metamorphosing, and his cultivation even broke through from mid-human immortal to mid-earth immortal in one fell swoop, spanning a large realm.
Good stuff.
Mid-earth immortal, still a weakling, but the diary system really tops it. As long as I keep writing, I'm sure I'll get stronger. There is also the innate spiritual treasure cutting world golden wheel. This name is so middle-aged. I don't know who took it, and I've never heard of this treasure in the flood. Forget it, at least it's an innate spiritual treasure. It's better than my gatekeeper lance. First recognize the master and slowly refine it later. For now it's better to run away first. After claiming the cutthroat Golden Wheel as his master, Nyayun packed up his things and headed directly for the southern heavenly gate. Just as he arrived at the southern heavenly gate, Nyayun was stopped by the heavenly general guarding the gate. Stop, His Majesty has ordered that no one is to leave the heavenly court, and those who violate the order are to be killed.
Nyayun was shocked. When did this happen? How come I don't know? Seal off the heavens? Are the 10 golden crows all dead? The witches are going to fight in heaven?
Nyayun was flustered.
What's the point of asking so many questions? Go back immediately, or don't blame this general for taking you to the immortal beheading platform.
Nyayun was so scared that he turned his head and ran. Something was wrong.
9 out of 10 was wrong. In the hall of the Demon Emperor, Emperor Jun slowly opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth hooked up in a smile. If not for the fact that he was the Demon Emperor, based on this smile alone, he would certainly be able to seal the crooked mouth war god. So you're that dog, and you want to defect? The door is not even there.
It's time to settle the score with Junti. I'll see how you move a stone to stone your own feet.
The East China Sea.
The great sorcerer Hui was filled with sadness as he watched the last son being shot down by himself and falling into the East China Sea.
Cotter, did you see that? I avenged you.
The great wizards of the witch race were already few, and Kwafu was also sunburned to death by 10 golden crows, so this enmity can't be solved.
Quester, you.
Hui suddenly saw the place where the golden crow fell, steeply condensed into a Buddha's phantom, and disappeared without a trace in a moment.
That's not right. Hui rushed over to take a look. Where was the body of the golden crow?
At that exact moment, a young man in a monk's robe with half-exposed arms stepped into the air.
It is none other than Paramount.
Taoist friends, have mercy. Heaven has the virtue of good life. The golden crow poisoned the earth should have suffered this calamity, but 10-9 has made up for the sins, but also please let go of this last golden crow.
This golden crow and I have a destiny in the West.
Junti put his hands together. His precious image was solemn and compassionate, not noticing the anger in Hui's eyes.
Junti's afterglow glanced out to sea. Wait a minute. Where's the golden crow? Where are the 10 big golden crows? Did he come late and was roasted and eaten by Hui? Fellow Daoist, where is the golden crow? Hui laughed back in anger. Golden crow? Oh. You still have the nerve to sympathetically ask me about the golden crow?
Western religion, good tactics. I almost were all deceived. The original 10 days is your big sun rule law. If not, I happen to notice that Buddha Dharma, but also really by your Western religion blinded, still want to rely on the golden crow?
Give me death.
Hui violently reaches his bow, and the sun-shooting arrow roars away. Junti was shocked and grabbed the sun-shooting arrow. Although the power of the sun-shooting bow was not weak, it was not enough to look at in front of the saints.
Fellow Taoists, don't spit blood? That's the golden crow. What does it have to do with my Western sect?
Hui, however, did not listen and bent his bow again.
Fellow Taoist, calm down.
With a wave of his sleeve, Junti's powerful magical power lifted Hui out to crash into the cliffs by the sea, which were instantly smashed and shattered, sending debris flying.
The saint is merciful. 12 red lights roared forth, transforming into the 12 ancestral witches.
The sages struck out, and the 12 ancestral witches naturally sensed it.
Junti lightly grunted, and before he could speak, Hui rushed out of the rubble, pointing at Junti and roaring. Old ancestor, it's him.
10 days across the sky is not the golden crow, but it's the great sun ruler law that the person in front of me is performing. I saw with my own eyes the golden crow fall and transform into the Buddha's Dharma, and by the time I rushed over to see it, this person appeared.
What?
The 12 ancestral witches scanned above the East Sea and indeed did not see the golden crow corpses, and all of a sudden, their faces changed. Junti is also confused. The calculated Western great protector of the golden crow is not only no more, but also be falsely accused of being the mastermind of the golden crow crossing? What's going on? The key can't be explained away by saying that the golden crow was compelled by himself? Then the demon clan would immediately have to send troops against the Western sect, and the sorcerer clan would certainly seek to settle scores with the Western sect after suffering a loss. The two main protagonists of heaven and earth are fighting against the Western sect? Then, Yu and Guiding will become the only commanders in the world. One cannot stay, much less admit that one is a junta, and anyway, this comes with not the original appearance, resisting death. Junti thought darkly and laughed out loud. Everyone has recognized the wrong person, farewell.
Wanna go? Stay and talk to me before you go. The 12 ancestral witches chased after them in unison.
10,000 miles away, on an unnamed mountain, Jun stood with his arms folded, slowly withdrawing his gaze.
The mouth is crooked again. Old piker, you also have today. Daring to count on me, you deserve it. Jun twisted his head towards Lu Wu in triumph and asked. Lugo, is my strategy 6? Lu Wu looked puzzled. Your Majesty, walk what? Walking the golden crow. Jun was exasperated. A vulgar person is not worthy to share with me.
The 10 golden crows were captured and imprisoned by Emperor Jun when they first left the Western sect.
Ha! Lugo was stunned. Jun coldly swept his eyes. What?
Lu Wu, I'm instructing you to escort them for a stroll around the floodplains before returning to the heavenly court.
This. Lugo froze, really walking the dog? Nope. Walking the golden crow? Your Majesty, that's your son. Are you shameless? Western teachings.
Reception suddenly opened his eyes from his meditation and frowned deeply.
Strange, why do I have a bad feeling? Could it be that the demon emperor knows about me and Junti counting on his son? No way. Absolutely no way.
District Demon Emperor cannot peep the saint's method, which in Demon Wars the teacher said the fixed number. The teacher also said as long as I pull the witch in Demon War start, my Western religion must be in the great rise after the great calamity. The teacher can never lie to me.
By no means possible.
Junti smiled brightly, having already seen the Western church's haze rushing to the sky and the pomp of 10,000 immortals coming to court. Oh, and there's a golden crow archguard, perfect. Nya Yun, who had returned to his own place, completely swung for the fences.
There's no escape. There's no escape at all.
Not to mention that he was a small earth immortal. Even if he was a great Luo golden immortal, he would never be able to go out after the demon emperor ordered the blockade of the heavenly court. It's over, the flood experience card is expiring, forget it, swing for the fences.
It's going to be deleted anyway.
In the days to come, Nya Yun guarded the gate while continuing to touch the fish, sticking to his journal in the meantime. He still had fantasies about the diary system. What if the dog system suddenly came with a wave of benefits that allowed him to escape the heavenly court before the witch demon war?
You have to dream. What if it comes true?
On this day, Nya Yun stood at the door to touch the fish as usual. Suddenly he was caught up in the commotion of his fellow officers beside him.
Look, the head gardener is escorting someone. Chapter 4, the demon emperor has a trick, it's better to run away.
Nya Yun hastily looked up, only to see 10 prison wagons being pulled by scaly dragons in the void, so spectacular. The leader of the group was clad in black armor, imposing, and it was Lu Wu, the commander of the Demon Emperor Palace's forbidden guards. Lu Wu is not among the top 10 demon saints, but is Jun's beloved, comparable to the relationship between Cao Cao and Su Chu. However, Lu Wu is even more profound, only escorting the Demon Emperor Hall, and I don't know who passed out the gag of him as the garden chief. Anyway, even the 10 demon saints are privately called so.
Isn't that 10 princes?
But when Nya Yun got a good look at the person in the prison wagon, his entire body went numb. Who was that if not the heavenly court's 10 golden crow princes?
Nya Yun, what's all the fuss about? Haven't you heard?
The demon soldier next to him revealed a look of contempt.
What have I heard?
Nya Yun was flabbergasted. He'd been completely swinging for the fences this entire time, and knowing that the flood experience card's days were numbered, he'd completely given up and no longer cared about anything. Of course it's the sorcerer race and the Western cult that are at war. The Western cult invited the 10 princes over there because they wanted to pretend to be the 10 princes to go out and tan the living beings on the earth and frame the heavenly court. I heard that there is a big witch called Kwafu were sunburned to death, and then the witch tribe Big Witch Hoi shot the sun in the sky, only to find out that it was the Western religion of the Big Sun Ru Lai method of pretending to be. This thing are spread throughout the flood. You even do not know?
I'm Nima. Nya Yun looked at each other in disbelief, completely numb. Does the flood have this plot? Alas!
If it wasn't for the sorcerer clan's early discovery this time, our heavenly court would have taken the blame. It's no wonder that His Majesty the Demon Emperor would be so angry that he directly imprisoned the 10 princes, and this may not turn into a great war between the sorcerers and demons. Nya Yun's mind buzzed as he thought of one thing. The Demon Emperor had purposely escorted the 10 golden crows to the meeting in a prison wagon, on the one hand to show the sorcerer clan that this matter had nothing to do with the celestial court, and on the other hand to hone the 10 golden crows so that they would curb their lofty, self-righteous character. After all, the entire floodplain was afraid that the entire floodplain had seen it as it was escorted by the prison wagon along the way.
Where's the high and mighty? You've lost your face. But no one would feel that the demon emperor had lost face, instead they would secretly sigh that the demon emperor had handled the situation properly. Who the hell wants to come along and get whacked when the Wiccans and the Occidentalists are at war? Wouldn't it be nice to just sit back and reap the benefits? It's not right, 9 out of 10 times wrong.
Nya frowned, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. The prison car had just stopped at the entrance of the Demon Emperor's hall when Demon Master Koan Pang came on clouds. His Majesty has ordered that the 10 princes be escorted to the heavenly prison to face the wall, and no one is allowed to approach. The great prince shouted with despair on his face, "Demon Master, I want to see the heavenly emperor. Even if we did wrong this time, we shouldn't be treated like this. I would rather go up to the immortal beheading platform to receive my punishment than to be humiliated like this." The heavenly court crown prince was escorted around the floodplains as if he were a monkey. How could the high-minded and proud ones bear it? Nyayan secretly gloated as he watched the great prince's miserable state. "Dog, I told you to kick me in the first place and said I couldn't stand up straight. Now you're being sanctioned by your old man, aren't you?" "Serves you right." Koan Peng's face was expressionless. "Great prince, his majesty has his own reasons for disposing of you in this manner, so feel free to be punished. Escort them down." Nyayan looked at the crying 10 golden crows being escorted down, his heart secretly pleased. If the demon emperor could be so far-sighted, the heavenly court might not have come to this point in the witch-demon war. It could be a coincidence. You still have to run if you want to live. Another passes on the heavenly emperor's decree that the ban on the heavenly court will be lifted with immediate effect, and that they can come and go as they please. At the same time prohibit the demon race to participate in the great war between the witch race and the western sect. Those who violate the order will be beheaded. I honor the heavenly emperor's law. The 10 great demon saints will enter the hall immediately to deliberate. After Koan Peng finished speaking, he turned around and walked into the demon emperor hall. Nyayan hurriedly stood up straight, but out of the corner of his eye, he secretly looked at the Qin Yuan demon saint who had walked into the hall. The slender body with tassels covering the floor-length skirt slightly shaking, outlined as lotus root-like snow-white legs hidden. It was simply a combination of fairy's holiness and witch's charm. So exciting. I'd be willing to live 10 years less if I had this leg. But when I think of the end of the Qin Yuan demon saint, in the battle of witches and demons by the extravagant than the corpse, the heart is a burst of indignation. How could he do that? Why don't you just take prisoners? The Wiccans are a bunch of reckless people to despise. We have to find an opportunity to remind the Qin Yuan demon saint that it's too much of a shame for this kind of beauty to be buried in the witch-demon war. It's a pity that my cultivation level is too low. If I didn't save her directly, I might even be able to hold a beautiful woman. One thought of the Qin-era demon saint's exquisite body and white and long thighs, if... Ha! Nya-yun, why is your nose bleeding? Nya-yun hastily touched it to his nose. Dry. Think of the picture as too exciting, or provoked internal fire. Ahem. You're looking at it wrong, it's not. What a nosebleed, you show the others. Nya-yun's eyes glared. What are you looking at? When I say snot, I mean snot. It's not a one-on-one fight. It's just 1 against 1, no one is allowed to foul. Nima, if the matter of peeking at the nosebleed of the Qin Yuan demon saint reached the ears of the Qin Yuan demon saint, would she not chop me up? The soldier shrank the day and hastily looked away. His cultivation wasn't as good as Nya-yun's. After a day on duty, Nya-yun returned to his residence and took out his journal to complete today's task. Something's not right. 9 out of 10 things are not right. A great war between the witch race and the Western Church. How did this guy, the demon emperor, suddenly become so smart? Flood walks the golden crow, beautiful. 3 birds with 1 stone, showing that the 10 days across the sky has nothing to do with the heavenly court, honing the 10 golden crows' heart, and also can put the 10 golden crows locked up do not have to run around, lest they be counted again. High. Is really high. It's a pity that the demon emperor, no matter how smart he is, couldn't have imagined that the heavenly court would be overthrown, so he still has to run away before he gets caught in the crossfire. Emperor June looked at the diary update and became the crooked-mouthed god of war again. It's rare that this dog boasts about me twice, not cursing the heavenly court to die. This son has seen through my intentions? It seems that this dog still has some brains. Just seeing Nya-yun still trying to run away made him tremble with anger. Is this dog blind? Didn't you see that nowadays the heavenly court was in the ascendant, with powerful people like clouds, and he himself had foiled the plot of the Western saints, so how could it still be overthrown?
The witch race is not really going to fight the two saints of the West, are they? Those are saints. How? However, the witch tribe does not have a few long brain, afraid of really dare to do so, only the ancestral witch Ho2 still have a little big picture. But if you do the math like this, doesn't the person who refines the witch slaughtering sword become the Western sect? Witch Slayer sword. Emperor June knows this thing, the witch race flesh body heavenly body strong, even the demon race cannot compare, ordinary magic treasure is difficult to hurt, the only baleful gas refining the slaughter of the witch sword can be broken through the witch race flesh body. And to take the fury, the human race is best. But the witch slaughtering sword is too heavy to kill, and the Western sect is willing to cause such a killing? Isn't it their doctrine to be universal and to help the world? T. June wasn't quite convinced. The poor human race. Still unable to escape the fate of being slaughtered, ever since Sage Manhwa created man, the human race has had a mixed fate and hasn't had a few good days. Ignorant dog. Emperor June hummed softly, a few sighs and expressions of admiration on his face. Is the might of the ancient race not something you can understand? At that time they... Well... D. June's face showed gloominess, as if he was remembering something unpleasant. Hey! But which doll cries every day? The human race has suffered so much, the good times are finally coming, the heavenly Tao is great, the next protagonist of heaven and earth is the human race. The human race is the next heavenly Tao race? Are you kidding? If that's true, I'll stand upside down and wash my head for the entire flood. D. June's face showed disdain. Such things as heavenly races are not projectable even by saints, and a mere little heavenly soldier dares to speak out of turn? Who gave you the courage? It was that there was a protagonist of heaven and earth being born, and that would inevitably be one of the two races of sorcerers and demons. Who doesn't know that in the entire floodplains, only the witch and demon clans are the most powerful right now? You can't go that far if you're talking nonsense, can you? Ignorant child, babbling. The momentum of heaven is irreversible, the human race is the protagonist of heaven and earth as determined by heaven, and whoever touches it is stained with great karma, and the heavenly court is destined to be no more. If the demon emperor can think of protecting the human race and make good karma, then the heavenly court is guaranteed to earn hemp. D. June frowned deeply as he continued to look down. The dog was talking like he was in a hurry, he wanted to see what he could base it on. The gap between this demon emperor and the demon emperor in my cognition is a bit big, a bit weird, no more writing, I'd better hurry and run away. It's gone? Dogs are too short. It's not written more clearly, and it's gone at the critical moment? Emperor June hated his teeth. He paused, pinching his fingers and projecting, wanting to see if there was a change in the human race's chi. After all, that dog said that Jundi counted the 10 golden crows, and now he said that the human race will be the next protagonist of heaven and earth? After a long time, D. June opened his eyes and let out a soft sigh. Non-saints can't calculate the chi races, the heavenly chances are too vague, why don't we go to Mother Manhwa and do some calculations? Thinking about this, D. June felt like he was crazy, looking for a sage to verify the truth just because of a few words from a small heavenly soldier? What if that dog's previous incident was just a coincidence? Wouldn't that heavenly emperor be a laughingstock? It is imperative to stabilize the son and not let him leave the heavenly court. Blockading the heavenly court is not a permanent solution, and it is easy to cause panic over time. By the way, D. June's eyes lit up with a smile. Chapter 5, How can you be promoted even if you're groping for fish? And marry a princess? Nya Yun S in the... Oh. Wolf S den. He had just packed up his things for the big run. A vast voice suddenly sounded outside the door. Passing on the decree of the heavenly emperor, where is Nya Yun, the 9th grade heavenly general? Nya Yun hurriedly ran out the door, only to see Garden Chief Lu Wu holding an imperial decree and leading dozens of forbidden guards behind a woman. This woman had a golden crown and tassels, her skin was like solid grease, and her long skirt was like a rainbow hanging across the sky, colorful, noble and delicate. Rapunzel Tuan Yu. I, Nya Yun, pay my respects to the eldest princess and meet Commander Lu. Nya Yun hurriedly clasped his fists in salute. Low head, but look at Princess Duan Yu's phoenix head embroidered moon shoes have been looking at, will soon run away, now do not look at, later there will be no opportunity. Up. And up again. TSK TSK. If I had this leg, I could play a meta session, no more. Princess Duan Yu's eyebrows knitted slightly, recalling her father's words, a cold color flashed in her beautiful eyes. She took the holy decree from Lu Wu and opened it, and there was a burst of immortal music and a haze of light.
The Heavenly Tao decrees, the Heavenly Emperor decrees, the 9th grade Heavenly General Nyayan has worked diligently since guarding the Demon Emperor's Hall, and has made outstanding achievements. You will be promoted to the 5th grade Heavenly General, with a command of 5,000 troops, and the opening of the Heavenly General's House Dojo, temporarily under the control of the Qin Yuan Demon Saint. The Heavenly Tao appreciates this.
Nyayan is confused. I've been promoted? Or a 5th-ranked Heavenly General under the great long-legged Qin Yuan Demon Saint? What's going on? You can get a promotion even if you're groping for fish? Does this road still run? Nyayan, still not accepting the decree? Could it be that you're displeased with the Heavenly Emperor? Princess Duan, you droned in a cold voice. Ah. No, the micromanager is too excited.
I, Nyayan, accept the decree and thank the Heavenly Emperors, and I, the humble servant, will die for the Heavenly Emperor's exhaustive efforts. Nyayan hurriedly accepted the holy decree, only to feel that Princess Duan Yu's face didn't look too good and her eyes hid a murderous aura.
Had the peeking at her been discovered? It shouldn't.
Nyayan, this palace will give you 1,000 years. If you can't advance to the position of Demon Saint within that 1,000 years, this palace will personally behead your dog's head. Humph. After Princess Duan Yu finished speaking, she whisked her sleeves away, leaving behind a confused Nyayan.
What the hell? What does this mean?
I'm about to make a ing run for it. Who's going to be a Demon Saint?
Plus I'm a wolf. Am a wolf. Not the dog.
Lu Wu smiled and arched his hand. Heavenly General Nya, congratulations. His Majesty ordered me to lead you to your Heavenly General Mansion Dojo, so pack up and follow me.
Thank you, Commander Lu.
Somehow, Nyayan felt as if Lu Wu was envious, and it would be outrageous for a hallowed garden chief to envy a mere 5th-ranked Heavenly General. Nyayan pretended to go into the house to clean up for a while before coming out, lest Lu Wu realize he was trying to run away, before following Lu Wu in his clouds.
Commander Lu, what did Princess Duan Yu mean by that just now? And why did His Majesty suddenly promote me?
I would also like to ask Commander Lu to enlighten me. Nyayan was very unsettled in his heart. This Demon Emperor was too bizarre and very wrong.
Lu Wu raised an eyebrow. You don't know the meaning of a princess declaring an order? Since the establishment of the Heavenly Court, have you ever heard of a princess personally declaring an order?
Ha?
What the hell?
Lu Commander, speak clearly.
Nyayan's heart tightened as he panicked again. His Majesty intends to betroth the eldest princess to you as his sidekick.
Lu Wu's words rang in Nyayan's ears like thunder. No wonder Princess Duan Yu didn't have a good face for herself, no wonder she wanted him to become a demon saint for 1,000 years, no wonder Princess Duan Yu personally declared her decree, and no wonder Lu Wu was envious.
I'm going to be the Emperor's son-in-law? Princess Duan Yu is mine? That leg sucks.
Nyayan hastily spat, fearing that Lu Wu would see his lewd appearance. General Nya Tian, this is the first time since the establishment of the Heavenly Court that you're going to be lucky, huh? Nyayan was dizzily brought by Lu Wu to a Heavenly General's mansion, where 5,000 Heavenly soldiers had already been waiting. Heavenly General Nya, this is your Heavenly General's mansion dojo. I'll go back to resume my orders first, farewell. Western Church, under the Bodhi tree on Spirit Mountain.
Guiding and Junti sat opposite each other, their faces unsightly. Those reckless people of the Witch Clan have hit the Lion's Camel Ridge, and they're going to attack the Spirit Mountain in the next few days. Guiding, when exactly are you going to wait?
Junti is very angry, not only as angry as counting the demon tribe in turn moved up a stone-owned feet, more angry is all the fire and brimstone. The guide is still a look of universal life. By the time the spirit of the mountain is occupied, the two great saints have no home. I'll see who's going to puja you.
Impossible. Never, the witch race really dares to fight on Spirit Mountain. We are saints, they are not afraid that we will personally strike?
Receiving clearly remembered that teacher Hongjun said that this great calamity is the great calamity of witch and demon, and the Western Church will not be involved in it.
Teachers can be wrong? No way. Never. Junti exasperatedly said, go to the Lion's Camel Ridge and see for yourself, hundreds of millions of witch race armies are spread out across the land, now don't you understand?
The Great Tribulation has changed, it's not a witch-demon war at all, it's the witch race and my Western sect.
But the teacher said. Junti jumped up and roared, the facts are in front of us, what else can we say? Are you going to do it or not?
If you don't do it, you'll take down your 3 Dharma bodies as Buddha and let my Dharma body be the Buddha, and I'll do it.
Junti was so angry that he almost wanted to say, are you going to do it or not? If you don't do it, you do it. Reception hesitated a little and let out a long sigh. All right.
It's an emergency. I'll have my Dharma body, earthless Buddha, bring someone forward to the human race to refine the witch-slaying sword.
Junti, you and I will make a trip to the Purple Heavenly Palace and personally ask our teacher what is going on.
The Great Tribulation is coming. Although you and I, saints, will not perish in 10,000 tribulations, there is still a teacher above us pressing down. We have to listen to his opinion.
Teacher? Junti looked away. Reluctantly, he felt that Hong Jun had been fooling him and Jain all along.
Said the witch and demon war, but now turned into the witch race and the Western religion war, must be Hong Jun calculated deliberately did not say.
In the Demon Emperor Hall, Di Jun was full of smiles. Dog, I'm planning to betroth Duanyu to you, now you won't think of running away, right? Di Jun wasn't too convinced by Nya Yun's nonsense.
However, the matter of the 10 golden crows being counted by Junti was indeed corrected by Nya Yun, and the heavenly court escaped a great calamity as a result. That's why Di Jun had shown Nya Yun favor by promising him the position of emperor's son-in-law, wanting to ensnare him in the heavenly court. Even though Nya Yun was full of nonsense, as long as he was right about one or two things, it would be of great benefit to the heavenly court.
The matter of the 10 golden crows is the best proof of that. Is it a loss to trade a princess for a way to avoid the future cataclysms of heaven? No loss at all.
Your Majesty, the demon saint of K-Meng has something to ask for an audience.
Gue Meng? What's he doing here? Shen. K-Meng walked into the great hall, his heart apprehensive.
He had just received the news that the human race had been massacred by the Western cult, so he couldn't wait to come and ask for an audience. Although he was a demon saint and was in charge of millions of soldiers, the heavenly soldiers could not go out at will without the heavenly emperor's order. It's just that the demon race has always viewed the human race as foreigners, not treated well by the heavenly emperor, and even the rations of all races.
Praying to the god of heaven to protect the human race, can the god of heaven answer?
But K-Meng had to do it because he had great karma with the human race. Just as K-Meng stood still, he hurriedly performed the bowing salute. Emperor Jun was startled and hurriedly used his mana to lift up K-Meng.
K-Meng, why do you make such a big bow? Get up and speak.
The only people who perform this rite of kneeling are masters and disciples, fathers and sons, and those who meet the saints in person.
Your Majesty, please lend a helping hand and save the human race.
The Western sect's earthless Buddha is leading a massacre of the human race with the intention of refining the witch-slaughtering sword.
Emperor Jun was shocked. The Western sect really went to refine the witch-slaying sword? That dog is right again?
He thought about what the diary had written about protecting the human race and came to his senses at the moment. If that dog said something about the human race being the next protagonist of heaven and earth. If so, earn a big favor. If not, it also earns Sage Nuwa some fame and the heavenly court earns Nuwa's goodwill after all. The human race is a race created by Sage Nuwa.
In the sense of earning hemp. That was a brilliant move by the dog. You afraid I cannot think of? Just what I was thinking. Moreover, Di Jun's heart was as clear as a mirror regarding the karma between K-Meng and the human race.
Throughout eternity, K-Meng still thought about the human race, so it was evident that this person was loyal and affectionate. In today's matter of the human race, K-Meng made a great gift to ask for help. If the heavenly court is in trouble in the future, how can K-Meng just sit back and do nothing? Besides, he was going to send troops to help the human race, and it would be a good thing not to do it for nothing. The corner of Di Jun's mouth curled up as he said to K-Meng, "Since you have personally begged me on this matter, I will naturally not sit idly by and pass on my order to beat the drums and gather the generals." K-Meng was dumbfounded. He had already thought of other words to say. Even if he couldn't beg for heavenly soldiers, he still hoped that the heavenly emperor would release him to save the human race. But what did he hear? The heavenly emperor had agreed? Your Majesty. You just said that beating the drums and gathering the generals is to send troops to save the human race? Di Jun smiled blandly. The demon saints under my command have personally performed a great ritual of pleading. How could they not? My heart is as clear as a mirror about your merits to the heavenly court. Not to mention saving the human race. Even if I send troops to the sorcerer race and the Western sect now, I will also consider it. Gather the hearts and minds of the people, the emperor's base, do not 6. Kimon is shocked. I have such a big face? He felt that the heavenly emperor was very different from before, but he couldn't tell exactly where. But he truly felt that the heavenly emperor valued him, and that he really hadn't cast his worship on the wrong person. On behalf of the thousands of human races, Meng thanked your majesty in advance for the gift of salvation.
Kimon kowtowed. This time, Emperor Jun didn't stop it and was still very much used to it. Meng had seldom made such a pious pilgrimage since his subjugation. He naturally knew the reason why Meng was doing this. Meng's karma with the human race was too great. Knock knock. The sound of the heavenly drums resounded throughout the heavenly court. In the heavenly general's mansion, Nyayun hadn't even warmed up his ass when he heard the earth-shattering sound of drumming. What's the situation? Who is so ungrateful, banging on some drum, not afraid that the heavenly emperor will catch him and hang him up to beat him? The heavenly soldier next to him swallowed and said, Heaven's general lord, this is the drum of gathering generals. Wherever heavenly generals above the 5th rank hear the drum, they must immediately go to the demon emperor's hall for an audience. A 5th grade or above heavenly general? Holy! Why didn't you say so earlier? Quickly fetch my battle armor. Nyayun ran towards the demon emperor hall like his ass was on fire. He didn't want to be caught by Emperor Jun on his first day in office. How can I run away in the future if I'm targeted by Emperor Jun? Demon Emperor Hall, Emperor Jun majestically perched on the 9-dragon square skychair, under which is comparable to the executive vice heavenly emperor Tai. Originally under the Tai is the position of the 10 golden crows, but the 10 golden crows may still be in the heavenly prison to be hanged and beaten. There is only the demon master Kunping one person. After that came the positions of the 10 great demon saints. As for Nyayun's location, it was in the corner by the main hall's door. A 5th grade heavenly general is barely qualified to enter the great hall. Chapter 6, The Flood has this plot? Emperor Jun swept a glance at the people in the hall, and his majestic voice filled the entire hall. Recently, the floodplains have been in frequent wars. The wars of the major powers are frequent, and the existing witch race is at war with the Western cult, which has wielded a butcher's knife towards the human race in order to refine the witch slaughtering sword to deal with the witch race. I did not want to interfere in this, but the human race was originally created by my demon saints, and is of the same root and origin as us. I do not wish to see them die under the butcher's knife of the hypocrisy of the Western cult, and I have already reported this to Sage Niwa, and have gained her approval. Therefore, we have summoned you here today to prepare the army for war and send troops to save the human race. As soon as Di Jun's voice fell, everyone responded in unison, I respectfully obey the heavenly emperor's decree. No one had a problem with it. This is the difference between the court of heaven and the sect. The sect discusses important matters, but also need to convene the disciples to discuss and decide, while the court of heaven is the emperor of heaven. Even if there is an opinion, that also have to give me to hold back. Moreover, this time, the heavenly court occupies a great righteousness in protecting the human race. Didn't you, Junti, plan for the heavenly court and want to put witches and demons at each other's throats? Now, it's reasonable for me to stop you from refining the witch slaughtering sword and take revenge, right? Nyayun's expression couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Di Jun's words. The demon race protects the human race? Does the flood have this plot? I'm afraid I've come to a fake flood? Yet it had to be said that the path of the heavenly emperor was getting wilder and wilder, but it was also weirder and weirder. Although the heavenly court is already one of the 2 main protagonists of heaven and earth, and does not lack that little support to save the human race, but saving the human race can be exchanged for great favors. The 3 emperors and 5 emperors of the human race rose to prominence, and their Tao fruits were comparable to those of saints. Who would mind a few more sage-level existences befriending the heavenly court? For this expedition, Ji Meng will be the commander-in-chief and Xiang Yang will be the military advisor, commanding the 4 heavenly armies of Qin Yuan and Ghostcart, and riding to the rescue of the human race on the shores of the East China Sea. Another Tai with Kunping Demon Master, Bai Zhe as the military division, commanding Fei Lian, Yingzhou 4 departments to refuse to guard the witch race and the western sect outside the battlefield, to form a deterrent, and watch over the 3 sects of men, in case they take advantage of the emptiness of the heavenly court to sneak attack. 365 positive gods will accompany the army, and the remaining 2 divisions of demon saints belonging to them will stay with me to guard the heavenly court. At your majesty's command. With Di Jun's order, tens of thousands of immortal gods in the heavenly court sent troops to the shore of the East China Sea. Streams of light filled the sky, magnificent. Nyayun led his 5,000 heavenly soldiers and followed behind the ass of the Qin Yuan demon saint's mount, looking at Qin Yuan, who was sitting sideways on the back of a green luan with 2 snow-white thighs dangling down. Nyayun's heart was infuriated. Why didn't I cross over into Qingluan, such long legs? It's just worth it to be ridden for the rest of my life. He couldn't help but think of Princess Duanyu, who was also a stunning beauty, but compared to the Qin Yuan demon saint, she had more delicacy, but was less charming and mature. To each his own, I guess. Bah! Kids only make choices, adults want them all, of course.
As if sensing Nye Yun's nasty thoughts, the Qin Yuan demon saint suddenly turned his head toward Nye Yun, frightening him so much that he hastily lowered his head. I don't know what the Heavenly Emperor was thinking, but he wanted to recruit this son as the Heavenly Emperor's son-in-law. His cultivation level is extremely poor, and he doesn't have any heel background, not to mention his exceptional talent. The fact that Princess Duan Yu had personally given Nye Yun a decree hadn't spread, but the 10 great demon saints had almost all known about it, yet they were all confused and couldn't understand why the Heavenly Emperor had taken a liking to this good-for-nothing son of a dog. Nappy, almost caught in the act. Nye Yun watched as the Qin Yuan demon saint retracted his gaze, and in his heart, he secretly let out a sigh of relief. If the Qin Yuan demon saint were to hang it on a flagpole as a red flag, then this face would be a huge loss. There's still a ways to go before the East China Sea coast, so I can't enjoy the Qin era demon saint to pass the time, so I'll just write a diary. The diary couldn't be seen by anyone but Nye Yun, at least right now. Nye Yun hadn't met anyone who could see the diary in his hands. As for whether or not a saint could see it, that would be unknown. Because it hasn't happened. Hall of the Demon Emperor. Buzz. Diary update? T-Jun smiled as he took out the diary, then the smile on his face froze. I'm not just promoted, I'm going to be the Emperor's son-in-law. Can you believe it? What is this old man, the Demon Emperor, up to? Well, Duan Yu princess that leg, and the Qin Yuan demon saint has a match, marry her not lose. Unfortunately, the heavenly court is destined to be no, when the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team to follow no? Can't be. There are no beautiful women in the flood. Which one of them isn't a beauty, the three heavens of the sect of interceptors, the Tsihan Taoist of the sect of explanation, or the Changas of the Taiyin planet? Jun's face twitched viciously twice. Dog thing. My princess national color, not thankful even Bayu said to force to buy and sell, but also dare to think of other women, simply colorful desire, dog courage. I will now catch you hanged in front of the Demon Emperor temple roasted into dog meat jerky. How could a Demon Emperor, the Lord of the Heavenly Court, have ever been subjected to this kind of anger? Demon Emperor, this old dang, rewarded me for being the Emperor's son-in-law, there must be a pit. Take advantage of this time out, find a chance to run away. First go to collect the essence of the quartet, Zhanxian gourd refining materials. Waste is shameful, that please baby turnaround is exciting to think about, but unfortunately the gourd is still in the hands of Tai. I'll quietly go and collect it when Tai is gone. Sooner or later Hoi will have to be none, his essence I booked first, Junti, this guy will never let go of Hoi, such a good pawn. Where to hide? The witch clan. This old man of the Demon Emperor can still kill to the witch tribe to catch me not. I'll come out again when the heavenly court is gone, and if I can't, I'll instruct Ho2 to set up a reincarnation, and run to the hell to hide, Simply perfect. Farewell, beautiful princess, long-legged demon saint. Emperor Jun had been so angry that he almost made the Demon Emperor Hall spit fire twice, only the word reincarnation shocked him abnormally. Reincarnation? Could it be a place where living beings are reincarnated back and forth? Wouldn't that be the lack of heaven's way? Emperor Jun was horrified. What did the lack of the heavenly Tao represent? That's the chance to become a saint. This dog even knows the chance to become a saint? How is that possible? What kind of light would it be if there was a saint that belonged exclusively to the heavenly court? Jun was excited to think about it. No matter if what this dog said was true or false, he had to try it. The value of this son is immeasurable. Dog thing, I not only promote your official, even the princess's promise to you, there is the opportunity to become a saint. Do not think to give the heavenly court, but even to the witch tribe? Simply white-eyed wolf. White-eyed dog. This dog thing also does not say clearly how to stand this reincarnation. Jun almost had a great tackle in the void and captured Nye Yun for severe torture. But in the end, I held back. This matter must not be publicized, the opportunity to become a saint, it is the saints who will personally fight for it. There are only 7 saints in heaven, but there are 80 quasi-saints if not 100, so who doesn't want them? If it leaked out, whether it was true or false, the heavenly court couldn't afford it. Dogs, don't try to fly out of the palm of my hand. Come on people. Immediately summon eldest Princess Duan Yu for an audience. On the other hand, Nye Yun had just put down his pen. You stick to your diary for 3 months, rewarding you with a drop of ancestral wolf essence blood and a full explanation of the flood formation Tao. Nye Yun was so shocked that he almost jumped up when he heard the word testify. The system is giving big benefits? I'm going to take off?
But when he saw that this Tao of formation was not the other Tao of proof, he wilted again. Excited for nothing. When he finished receiving the full explanation of the formation Tao, he was directly stunned. This was not a complete explanation of the formation path, it was simply a complete book of formations. The 10 heavenly monarchs of the Interceptor sector still working on the 10 Jedi formation, the Heavenly Court's circumstantial Star Dipper formation, the 9 Quarters Yellow River formation, and even the Sorcerer Clan's Dutin Divine Fury formation, all of which have yet to be molded, and all of which Niaiyun has in their entirety in full form. Hey! Demon Emperor Lao Dang, give you the complete version of the weekly Star Dipper Grand Formation for a princess and a long-legged demon saint. Do you want to do it? The corners of Niaiyun's mouth curled into a smile, and he just thought about it. If you really let the Demon Emperor know that he has a complete version of the Perimeter Star Dipper Grand Formation, I am afraid that it is not to give him a change, but to capture and cut into shredded dog meat to force the question. It's a crime to be a waiver. In the end, it's still too weak a cultivation, and weakness is the original sin. Niaiyun stopped thinking about it and didn't care that a large number of heavenly soldiers were watching as he took out the drop of ancestral wolf essence blood and swallowed it. He was only at the Earth Immortal realm, and this cultivation level was not even mid-range among the heavenly soldiers, so what happened when others saw it? It's like a middle school student seeing a first grader in elementary school who gets 100% on a test. Would you be jealous? His bloodline once again ushered in a metamorphosis, and his cultivation had also impacted from the middle stage of Earth Immortal to the Great Circle of Earth Immortal, just a foot short of Heaven Immortal. Earth Immortal Great Perfection, the death of the golden will refining about 10%, there should be a sliver of self-preservation power, right? Well, a sliver, comrades still need to work hard. Chapter 7, Are you afraid too? Then let's shake people. Above the earth, the earthless Buddha led hundreds of millions of Western sectarians to slaughter the human race inhumanely. The ancestral land of the human race, the Kunlun Mountain, the 2 boundaries of the mountain, have already been corpses and blood flowing into rivers. Although the Western cult did not have much high-end combat power, the power of compulsion was extremely strong, and it had grown to hundreds of millions of congregations in a short period of time. These congregations are varied, all the races in the floodplains. In short, there is just one requirement: no matter what race you are, as long as you agree to join the Western Church, then you can read the goose rice tofu. In the Jade Void Palace, Sage Yuan Shur azurely sighed and chose to ignore it. The original scheduled cataclysm was the Witch-Demon War, but now it has turned into the Witch race and the Western sect. The cataclysm has changed, and meddling in this matter is a risk of getting involved. The effort is not good enough. In the Bayou Palace, Sage Tong Tian withdrew his gaze and descended the Dharma decree. All disciples of the Interceptor sect return to the Bio Palace and are not allowed to stay outside, much less participate in the great war between the Witch race and the Western sect. Those who disobey the order are expelled from the Interceptor sect. The Interceptors didn't want to get involved either. Inside the 8th Scenic Palace, the Supreme Sage looked at Xian Du, who was kneeling on the ground, with a bland expression. Xian Du, I cultivate the way of Tai Shang Wu Wei. When I follow the trend, I can get a glimpse of Wu Wei. You go down. No need to care about the human race. Xian Du looked forlorn. He was an innate human, the same human sex minor sect master. Was it really appropriate to be so indifferent to the slaughter of the human race? Teacher, do we really not care? If the human race is annihilated, our human sex chi will also suffer a blow. If the great power of the heavenly Tao really wants the human race to perish, then there is no need for the human sect to exist. Go down. Cultivate well. I want you to inherit the Taishang Dao and become the second Taishang Dao saint. Outside of the Two Realms Mountain, where the 8th Scenic Palace was located, hundreds of millions of human races pursued by the Western sect fled to this place, kneeling down and praying to the Supreme Sage to lend a helping hand. They felt that the human sect was rooted in the human race and would not sit idly by. However, they didn't expect that the formation was shrouded on the Two Realms Mountain and didn't open at all. The Supreme Sage chose to ignore it. Earthless Buddha led his men to chase them here, and seeing that the human sect didn't care, he became even more unscrupulous. Countless Western congregations began to slaughter the human races that fled to the Two Realms Mountain, and these congregations came from all the races in the flood. Flying birds, walking beasts, giants are just like a hodgepodge of races. But the means of slaughtering the human race was just as ruthless and bloodthirsty. The flying birds swooped, the beasts tore ferociously, and the giants smashed down their huge fists. The entire fleeing human team was just like a mournful sad song. The human race weeps blood. Hundreds of millions of human races fled all the way from the Two Realms Mountain to the shores of the East China Sea. The number of people has been reduced to 1 out of 10, and there are less than 10 million human races left. The sea waves, blocking the way of the human race to escape, desperate, they had to kneel on the beach to pray to heaven. Cthulhu! Open your eyes. Save the human race. Why did my human race have to suffer this? The heavens are unjust. Who will save the people? Gaga. Weak human race, don't struggle, obediently be this Buddha's blood food. Amitba Buddha, why struggle? The old lineage has come to dispose of you to the Western paradise. The Western congregation in the sky once again rushed towards the human race. Rumble. There was a clap of thunder and a downpour of rain. Only a silhouette stepped out from the void, clad in ink-colored armor, with a black dragon wrapped around his arm, domineering and mysterious. By the decree of the heavenly emperor, protect the human race. The majestic voice resounded throughout the East Sea. Countless streams of light flashed on the vast and boundless sea. Kaimeng stood at the forefront of the army, with Ghost Che, Xin Yuan and Shangyan following behind Kaimeng. Ghost Car gazed at the battlefield below, both eyes glowing. This saint is going to stab 100. No. 1,000. Today. Ghost Car was originally one of the 5 insects in the floodplains, murderous and ferocious. Defying the sky and the earth, he was able to fight an ancestral witch to death in the Witch Demon War, which shows his terror. But very few people know, the Ghost Car into the heavenly court before the serious injury, the peak of the Ghost Car is the saints will not easily mess with. Streams of light flashed as a celestial general in silver armor landed on the beach, and Nyayun picked up a teenager with a blood-stained face. When the young man saw Nyayun and the 5,000 heavenly soldiers behind him, light emerged from his obscure eyes, and he hurriedly prostrated himself on the ground to kneel. Immortals? You are immortals? Are you really here to save us? The youngster raised his eyes to look at Nyayun, his eyes filled with hope and apprehension as he was afraid that a word of no would come out of Nyayun's mouth. Nyayun's heart throbbed as he looked at the bone-thin, shirtless teenager. In his previous life, he was also a human, and even now still had a unique affection for the human race. Nyayun tried his best to show an amiable smile. We are here to save you, it's alright, don't worry. The heavenly court will protect you. Really come to save us? The teenager muttered, murmuring the words all the time, as if he didn't quite believe that God would ever open his eyes. Puff! The teenager planted himself on the ground and fell into a deep sleep. He was too tired, fleeing from the Two Realms mountain to the shores of the Eastern Sea. Many people were sustained by their will, and those like him abounded. It was a desire for life. Nyayun straightened up and bellowed in a deep voice, protect the human race and defend against the Western cultists. Yes. 5,000 celestial soldiers leapt up and blocked the sky above, stopping the Western congregation from attacking the human race. The Western congregations that were enjoying the Feast of Blood were themselves of mixed character, so what did they care about heavenly soldiers, much less the big picture? I have 2 saints in the Western sect, what are we afraid of? Even Emperor Jun of the heavenly court had to bow and salute when he saw it. Wooden brat, how dare you block your Grandpa Wu from enjoying the delicacy, Grandpa Wu will you first. A massive black-haired pig demon swooped towards Nyayun, its body like a small mountain. Nyayun's face was grave. Heavenly immortal realm pig demon? He almost turned his head and ran, after all, he was only at the earth immortal realm. But the heavenly soldiers under his command are in the middle of a big battle. If he runs away at this time, how can he lead the soldiers in the future? When the people are scattered, the team is not easy to lead. No wimping out, at least not in plain sight. Gang up first, then run if you can't. Cutting off the world's golden wheels. The golden wool swept over the pig demon as if it were a carpenter's push, cutting it into pieces of meat in an instant, splattering blood everywhere. Nyayun was dumbfounded, am I that strong? The heavenly immortal pig demon couldn't even withstand a single blow and turned into a swishy pork slice? The cut of the world's golden wheel is still a real ing cut. Well. So cruel. Nyayun had been led astray by the bigwigs in the flood stories of his previous life, thinking that innate spiritual treasures were just better magical treasures after all those great sect disciples casually took out were innate spiritual treasures. Not realizing that the innate spiritual treasures were facing ordinary cultivators and demons, it was a descending blow-like existence. With a wave of his raised hand, Nyayun collected the pig demon's demon pills and a few pounds of foreleg meat in the process. The foreleg shabu-shabu was quite nice and shameful to waste. Caught. You villains, how dare you not give face to the heavenly court, this heavenly general is going to have a killing spree today. The golden wool flew out, and any Western congregation that touched it was not a single enemy, and in an instant, dozens of people were cut into pieces of meat, and even a few of the nearest heavenly soldiers changed the way they looked at Nya Yun. This Nya Tian will be so terrifying and cruel, and in his heart, he resolved not to provoke Nya Yun, lest he turn into a brushed piece of meat. Nya Yun's confidence had doubled, and since the cutthroat golden wheel was so fierce, couldn't this pussy not act? Shock the heavenly soldiers under your hand, lest you think that lousy, a 5th-ranked heavenly general, came here through the back door. Well. By the way, collect some shabu-shabu materials. Perfect. Just then, a handsome bald monk flew out and stopped the Western congregation that wanted to harden against the heavenly soldiers. Does your heavenly court really want to be an enemy of my Western sect? Killing people and killing heavenly soldiers are two completely different things. If he caused the heavenly court to send soldiers to the Western sect, his several lives would not be enough to fill it. Nya Yun flew up, his feet stepping into the void. By the decree of the heavenly emperor to protect the human race, if you are sensible, get lost or don't blame this heavenly general for cutting you up and shabu-shabuing you. Nya Yun drifted a bit, and his waist was quite hard. However, the back of the heavenly court, there are 5 major demon saints behind the back, coupled with the bravery of the death of the world's golden wheel, is who have to float a few times. Seeking death, the little monk will first receive 2 moves from you to see what you are capable of, speaking so loudly. The handsome monk became angry and raised his hand to fling out a string of Buddha beads. Nya Yun's face changed. This bald guy wasn't speaking of martial virtues. Shouldn't he be fighting a half-dozen mouthfuls before making a move? Cutting off the world's golden wheels. The golden wheel and the Buddha beads clashed together, not matching each other, and each flew back. The handsome monk's heart throbbed as he looked at the deep marks that had been cut into the Buddha beads. This son's magic treasure can even cut through the Buddhist treasure bestowed by his master. That golden will is at least at the level of an innate spiritual treasure. It definitely has an origin, although his cultivation is not high, he definitely cannot be fought. Nya Yun retracted his golden wheel, his heart appalled. The innate spiritual treasure can't even hold that Buddha bead, it must be a supreme treasure. This bald guy has a backstage, he can't fight. There is a backstage as a background, big but people behind the background, hit you wait for death. Didn't you see that Sun Wukong, who even dared to mess with the heavenly court, didn't fight when he encountered a demon with a background? Haunting the heavenly court is just a fair and square punishment for you, but if you hit a demon with a background, a cold roadside wild dog will bite you. It could still be a wild dog with rabies virus. Can you stand it? You wait until I call someone. The 2 said in unison. Both eyes met as if they were asking, are you afraid too? Then let's shake people. However, the 2 silently each took out their fireworks. Shoo. Chapter 8, The 6-Winged Golden Cicada. Joe, stop it. Who dares to kill my family's Buddhist son? The old lineage has superseded him. With a roar, he saw a tiger-backed, burly Luohan rushing in front of the handsome monk. Tai Xian. The handsome monk swept Nya Yun in triumph, and before he could speak, he saw a 3-headed auger dragon fly next to Nya Yun. The heavenly general of Tai Xian. The 3-headed scaly dragon looked at Nya Yun in confusion, then noticed the Buddha across the street, and immediately tightened its heart, transforming into a human body and standing aside, its gaze casually scanning the sea. That Buddha's face flickered with embarrassment, and he straightened his robe on his own. So embarrassing. Who sent the distress signal? Who dares to act against my heavenly court? The 2 Tai golden immortals arrived at the same time, and then one looked at the sky, and one caught the mosquito. Nya Yun and the handsome monk exchanged glances and looked at each other. The mind is all over the place. How is it that all these people are as treacherous as themselves? The Western congregation and a group of celestial soldiers, on the other hand, were wide-eyed and no one dared to move. Why should I move if the big man hasn't? You're looking for death, aren't you? What was even more embarrassing was that the Western sex experts rushed this way, and the heavenly court's experts also came this way, and then when they saw that everyone didn't move, they didn't move themselves, so they just watched. Nya Yun and the handsome monk, who were the instigators, were so embarrassed that they could snap the clouds under their feet out of the Qingming Shanghe diagram. This whole thing is embarrassing for whoever opens their mouth. Who threw the cannonball? A loud grinning roar rang out, only to see a guy with a black lance jump out. Demon Sage Ghost Car. Nya Yun smiled dryly and greeted, that. Demon Saint Lord, it was me who sent the signal. The ghost car took one look at Nya Yun and didn't pursue the matter, turning his head to stare at the Western sex crowd, both eyes glowing and eager to try. I said, how can't find you bald asses, originally all run here, this saint first stab you a few holes first.
The crowd of the Western sect was horrified and backed away. The demon saint ghost carriage was not something they could deal with.
Ghost car, are you bullying no one in my Western sect?
A Sanskrit light fell and transformed into a barefoot Buddha, clad in robes and filled with Buddhist light.
Greetings to the earthless Buddha.
The Western congregation saluted in unison, their hearts relieved. The earthless Buddha let out a soft hum as his gaze fell on the handsome monk.
Buddha-chan, was it you who sent the distress signal?
The handsome monk folded his hands and proclaimed the Buddha's name.
Back to my ancestor, exactly. Earthless Buddha nodded and signaled the handsome monk to come behind him.
Nyayun was shocked in his heart that this handsome bald donkey was even protecting the Buddha.
Son of Buddha? What kind of status is that? Does the Western religion have such a fruitful position?
Sure enough, with a big background, I was right not to hit him.
I dodged a bullet.
Who cares what Buddha you are, this saint will stab you a few holes first.
Ghost Car's lance was already hungry and thirsty.
Ghost Car, stop. K-Mang, Shangyang and Qin Yuan stepped into the air, and when the ghost car saw this, it could only come back unhappily.
K-Mang asked in a deep voice, who sent the distress signal?
Shangyang pinched his fingers, and did not know whether to really count or fake count, at the same time sighed and shook his head, it cannot be counted.
Cannot be counted.
Anyway, whether true or false, such a profound pretense is unique to the heavenly court. Even White Zephyr had to step aside. Everyone's gazes fell on Nyayun in unison, and Nyayun could only stiffen his fist and bow. Greetings to the demon saint, I'm the one who sent this.
You're a big shot.
Why don't you just ask?
Nyayun felt like he'd been connoted by the merchant goat demon sage without proof.
K-Mang let out a light hum, and it was clear to see that not only K-Mang, but even Qin Yuan and Shangyang were relieved.
He's the emperor's chosen emperor's son. If anything goes wrong, the emperor will roast them.
The handsome monk hiding behind the earthless Buddha watched this scene and was also secretly shocked.
Sure enough, there was a big background. Luckily I didn't start a fight with him and I dodged another bullet. As he watched the Kimon demon saint turn around and stop asking more questions, Nyayun was a bit confused.
That's it?
No questions?
Earthless Buddha said in a deep voice, K-Mang, can you make it easy for me? I, Western sect, am grateful for your departure today, and I will prepare a generous gift to go to the heavenly court in the coming day to say thank you. K-Mang's eyes narrowed slightly, and hidden killing intent erupted. Watching the human race being slaughtered to such a state, K-Mang was unusually angry. But he was now representing the heavenly court, not an individual, and if it had been himself, he would have started the fight long ago.
Earthless Buddha, go back. I, heavenly court, will protect the human race.
Ghost Che had been impatient for a long time as he held his spear. Marshal, what's the point of pussyfooting around with this bald ass?
Let me go up and stab him a few holes first.
Ghost Car, we're here to protect the human race, not to start a war with the Western cult. Don't disobey the Heavenly Emperor's decree. At the mention of the Heavenly Emperor's decree, the Ghost Car wilted. K-Mang took a step forward, the black dragon entwined in his hand steeply accelerated and swam. A huge aura erupted from him, shaking the water of the East Sea and causing it to tumble. K-Mang, the top 10 demon saints in the existence of the top 10 demon saints, quasi-saint in the middle stage, itself has already chopped off a corpse, outstanding talent, huge pressure shaking the 8 sides. Earthless Buddha, this sage has come on the orders of the Heavenly Emperor, so don't make things difficult for me. If you're persistent, you'd better call the other 2 Buddhas as well, lest others say that my heavenly court has too many people bullying the few. The cloudy eyes of the merchant goat demon saint flooded with golden light, his voice inscrutable.
Earthless Buddha, this sage has counted through, you'd better think it through.
All the people in the heavenly court know that once Shangyang says the words counting through, it means that you'd better have the decency to concede, otherwise he will help you to be decent.
Ghost Car is stunned, brother ah. Didn't you say you'd only protect the human race and not fight? What's with all this pressure and intimidation?
K-Mang does not want to go against the decrees of the Heavenly Emperor, but if the Western Church is going to die to the human race, then it has to resist, right? That's it, I am passive counterattack. Not to mention everyone else, even Nyayun could see that K-Mang was trying to hook the Western sect into a dry run.
K-Mang is also a militant?
Nima, the Heavenly Court is all such a bunch of goods, no wonder the witch demon war in the previous life was able to fight the witch race to the bitter end. Such a Heavenly Court is a powder keg, a little bit goes a long way. We must leave the Celestial Court, we must run, the Celestial Court is simply too dangerous with this group of militants in it.
Nyayun's determination to run away was strengthened again. Earthless Buddha was provoked and became furious. K-Mang, you heavenly court are bullying people too much. Do you really think that I?
Before the words were finished, an urgent voice came to his ears.
My ancestor, it is not
possible to close your hands. Hundreds of millions of troops from the heavenly court are coming our way, and we'll be finished if we start a fight. The key this is equal to start a war with the heavenly court. We are still facing the sorcerer race. If there is one more demon race, our western sect will really be completely lost.
The corners of Earthless Buddha's mouth twitched viciously twice. A single witch race almost hit Spirit Mountain. If another heavenly court was added, then Spirit Mountain would not be used as a toilet by the two main protagonists of heaven and earth? Although there are two saints in the west, but the saints' only executive chess cannot be personally shot. This is the decree of the Taoist ancestor Honjun, no one shall violate. If you can't practice the witch-slaying sword, you can't practice it. It's better than making one more strong enemy.
As far as the talent-poor Western sect is concerned, how can it fight with the two main protagonists of heaven and earth? Heavenly Court, count yourself cruel. I, the Western sect, will remember this karma.
Withdraw.
K-Mang watched the Earthless Buddha and the others leave, somewhat unwillingly. If only the Earthless Buddha had just made a move, how good would it have been?
I would have been able to passively counterattack. Unfortunately. Pity.
Two pitying sounds, emanating from the mouths of K-Mang and Ghostcark respectively, caused Nyayun's heart to tremble.
It's a shame it didn't work out. It's over. We can't stay in this heavenly court. Either they are two-faced or militants. Run away, must run away. Why don't we do it now?
Wait and see first. Now that the Western Church is gone, all that's left is to resettle the human race, and there's a big chance to run away. Ghostcar indignantly said, this holy good want to stab that six-winged golden cicada a few holes, the same as the flood 5 insects. This guy looks more handsome than me. Look at it, is not cool.
No one from the K-Mang group of people paid any attention to the Ghostcar, as if they were used to it. Nyayun was shocked when he heard this. Chapter 9, Dogs Are Right Again? Is the human race really the main character? Six-winged golden cicada? Earthless Buddha is a six-winged golden cicada?
No, this guy's fat head and ears. I don't see an handsome word touch ah.
Wait. Handsome? Nyayun thought of that handsome monk. Could it be him?
Not many people know about the six-winged golden cicada, but the golden cicada, I'm afraid that there are quite a few people who know about it.
I'm afraid that if you want to talk about the dawn of the West, there are more people who know about it. This guy is the Buddha sat-down disciple golden cicada reincarnation. The body is one of the flood 5 insects, 6 wings golden cicada. Is that handsome monk is the future of the golden cicada not? It shouldn't. This guy is as treacherous as I am. Can this kind of guy be the longevity monk?
With the departure of the crowd from the Western sect, the tribulation of the human race had finally passed. The tens of millions of people who had survived the calamity knelt on the ground in unison and kowtowed towards the gods and goddesses in the sky.
Many thanks to the immortals for saving the human race, thank you.
My human race has remembered the great kindness of the Supreme Immortal for generations.
We are finally saved, we are saved, thanks to the immortals, thanks to the heavenly court. Manhwa Palace. Sage Manhwa smiled faintly. Di-jun's move is very much to my liking, well done. Di-jun has always treated the human race poorly, but this time he volunteered to save the human race. I'm afraid there's something fishy going on. The person who spoke was wearing the 9 Dragons' imperial robe, domineering and majestic. Shi Huang Fushi. One of the 4 emperors of the heavenly court, with the same status as Tai, although Fushi doesn't care about anything. Staying in Manhwa Palace all year round, it is rumored that Fushi is the real brother of the sage Manhwa, only no one has ever confirmed it. Manhwa said blandly, you know too little about Di-jun. The heavenly court may be destroyed, but it will never be tainted by other saints, including me. Oh? Fushi was greatly surprised. This was not a bad assessment. You go back to the heavenly court. The great tribulation is coming, and the celestial court is your chance not to be missed. Good. Fushi got up and left. The Yo Palace. Sect leader Ton Tian retracted his gaze and muttered, the heavenly court actually stepped in to help the human race? Weird and strange. This is not in line with Di-jun's character. This heavenly court has been acting more and more bizarrely lately. Jade Palace. The primordial heavenly father frowned deeply. He had thought that his big brother's human sect might make a move, and he had also thought that Manhwa would make a move, but he had never thought that the heavenly court would send an army to save the human race. What does Di-jun intend to do? Is there something special about the human race? Someone has to be sent to find out. Outside the Baiying Palace. Shen Du looked at the 10 million human race was saved, secretly relieved. Saved the human race, although not much, but at least to the human race to leave incense, the heart for the heavenly court, a few more points of goodwill. He twisted his head to look at the closed gate of the 8th scenic palace and silently closed his eyes, not reporting the matter to the supreme sage. Hall of the Demon Emperor. The moment he saved the human race, Di Jun abruptly opened his eyes, a horrified look in his eyes. This was because he had surprisingly discovered that the heavenly court's chi had suddenly solidified for a few moments. The great calamity was coming, and all the major powers of heaven and earth would see a new round of reshuffling, and all the major powers would experience a loss of their chi. If the chi is extinguished, the power's chi has been exhausted, and the sages can do nothing about it, and this is a certainty. But just now, the heavenly court's chi unexpectedly stabilized and stopped flowing. Di Jun's eyes were shining. The dog is right again. The human race is bound to be the next protagonist of heaven and earth. The decision to protect the human race was the right one. He then transmitted his voice to K-Mang. K-Mang, I allow you to lead the heavenly soldiers to help the human race rebuild their home. You can mobilize millions of heavenly soldiers to help the human race for 100 years, and then return to the heavenly court to report your duties after 100 years. K-Mang was moved by thousands of feelings and made a distant obeisance towards the heavenly court. Heavenly Emperor is not responsible for me, K-Mang. Thereupon, K-Mang led hundreds of millions of heavenly soldiers to begin rebuilding their homes for the human race. Although there were human races among these celestial soldiers, they were scarce in number, and most of them were demons, and there were also cruel people who used human races as blood food. But with the heavenly emperor's law in place, no one dares to go against it. This time, the heavenly soldiers saved the human race. Many people in the human race have set up offering tablets for them to worship these demon gods. Even those demon gods who feed on the human race are too embarrassed to go down on them. After helping the human race rebuild their home, Nyayan realized that there was a trace of golden light within his body. The appearance of this golden light catalyzed his cultivation in a rapid rise. The golden light of chi merit? It wasn't just him, all the people in the heavenly court who had participated in this rescue of the human race had all reaped the golden light of merit and chi, just how much varied. Among them, K-Mang was the most numerous, with Qin Yuan, Ghost Chehi Shangyang second. After all, they were the leading demon saints. Nyayan didn't care so much as he directly sat down on his knees and ran his cultivation. In just 2 breaths of time, Nyayan's cultivation level had rushed directly from Earth Immortal Great Circle to peak early Heavenly Immortal stage, and his realm was incomparably solid, without even the slightest bit of discomfort. Great stuff! Nyayan's 2 eyes glowed as if he had discovered a well-trodden path. The golden light of merit is actually a cheat for cultivation enhancement, that one who is familiar with the great events of the flood, as long as one takes advantage of the great events to set a share of merit before they happen, then it will not take off? As the human race did this time. Don't want it in shotgun land, work in secret. Wait. Isn't there a great merit at hand right now? Which merit can compare to establishing the wheel of reincarnation and perfecting the order of the heavenly Tao? I am too weak to reincarnate myself, but I can point out to Ho-Tu to reincarnate herself. The merit gained from this gift of guidance, even if it didn't elevate himself to quasi-saint, the great Luo Golden Immortal shouldn't be too much, right? Nyayan's heart was on fire as he turned his gaze toward the battlefield between the sorcerer race and the Western sect. The 12 ancestral witches of the Witch Clan were leading their armies to kill the Spirit Mountain, the Western sect was losing ground, and the 3 great Buddhas were unable to support them alone, but there was no sign of Ho-Tu. Ho-Tu is quiet by nature and doesn't like to fight, so she should still be in the main camp of the Witch Clan. With that in mind, Nyayan saw that no one was paying attention to him in the surroundings, so he immediately rode a cloud directly toward the Sorcerer Clan. Running and earning merit both. By the way, I'm writing a journal entry, and I haven't finished my homework for today, so I'm not going to miss 3. Perfect. Hall of the Demon Emperor. T-Jun felt the diary vibrate and he held back his left and right to take out the diary and open it. Emperor Jun's old face darkened and the armrests of his chair were crushed by him. Son of a, did you really run away? I have promised you the Emperor's son-in-law, but you still run away? Simply wolf heart and dog lung. I want to eat dog meat hot pot today. Di-Jun collapsed in anger. If it wasn't for the fact that this dog had hit on the big flood events with his words 3 times, he would have grabbed Nyayan back and swished him in the hot pot. First go and collect the essence of quaif, then wait for Hoi's smoke pole. I heard that China is uncharacteristically beautiful, so I'll enjoy it by the way. Hoi crashed through the good things of Junti, surely to be no, just do not know whether China running to the moon will still appear. Di-Jun suddenly smiled when he saw this. Dogs! So you really went to the witch land? Very well, then I will surprise you. When Jun looked down, the diary wasn't updated again, and the method of establishing reincarnation that he had longed for didn't appear, so his heart was lost for a moment. However, he wasn't in a hurry. This dog Nya Yun couldn't fly in the palm of his hand after all. Want to run away? Not even a door. The corners of Jun's mouth curled up as the crooked-mouthed Heavenly Emperor was born again. Chapter 10, Gong Gong's Desire for China. Are you sure this isn't the Black God? On the shores of the Black Water, the place where the great sorcerer Quester fell. Quester essence, the material for refining the immortal beheading gourd. Since it's all here in the witch lands, it's a waste not to want it. The witch clan practiced natural birth and nurturing, and after their deaths, the clan members were allowed to return to heaven and earth without trees or burials. On the banks of the Black Water, Cotter's body lay as if it were a mountain, already slowly merging into the earth. Chopper Gourd Fragment +1. Nya Yun was filled with excitement as he activated his mana and was about to ingest the quartet essence. Suddenly, a red light flashed and transformed into a huge fire-red gourd floating above the body of Quaif, violently sucking away Quaif's essence along with the body. Nappy, who the is robbing my monsters? Nya Yun burst into a rage, too ungrateful. I've been thinking about this Quester's essence for a long time, but to have it snatched away from my eyes? Uncle can tolerate it and sister-in-law can't tolerate it. Nya Yun felt like he was playing an online game in his previous life, where the boss he'd been squatting for months was suddenly lost to someone else's slash. Who can stand it? He looked up and was dumbfounded. Only to see long skirts fluttering in the void, two stunning women standing in the air, their clothes fluttering, their beautiful faces even the sky's haze is eclipsed. Especially the slender legs that are half covered by the wind are turning into rogues at this moment. These legs are so long and white, if you give me. No, this is a ing monster grab. Nya Yun, however, didn't dare to stop it and instead lowered his head to look around for a hole. Can't see me. Can't see me. For no other reason than that, the two women didn't just know Nya Yun, they were old acquaintances that he had his heart set on. Princess Duan Yu and the Qin Yuan Demon Saint. Princess Duan Yu also spotted Nya Yun, her eyes showing displeasure. How could she see this loser everywhere? After collecting the red gourd, he flew and landed in front of Nya Yun, who was an ostrich. Why are you here? Didn't you go back to heaven with the heavenly ministry? The Qin Yuan Demon Saint's eyes showed a strange color. She always felt that this little heavenly general was very mysterious, just that the heavenly emperor's hand-picked emperor's son-in-law, she didn't dare to investigate indiscriminately. Would you believe me if I said I came here to see the sights? Nya Yun revealed a smile that was worse than tears, blame being robbed not to mention being caught running away. Tendo. Have I offended you or what? Princess Duan Yu was furious. As a heavenly general, you privately broke away from the army and ran to the land of the witch clan to see the scenery? There is no distinction between light and heavy. The witch race is the enemy of the heavenly court, and now that the western sect has just retreated after suffering a loss, there are many dangers, yet you are running around. Simply stupid and ignorant all in one. How could the heavenly emperor see you? Princess Duan Yu was going crazy. The heavenly court is full of talents, the flood is wonderful and stunning countless. How did her father choose such a useless waste as a husband for her? Nya Yun's head drooped. He couldn't say I ran away just in time for you to run into me. Then she would be hung on the flagpole with her legs broken by Princess Duan Yu, and carried back to the heavenly court. But how did Princess Duan Yu and the Qin Yuan Demon Saint appear here? Nya Yun recalled the origins of the immortal beheading gourd treasure, which was not the refiner of this treasure, even though it was the little golden crow, Lu Press, who made him shine during the god-sealing cataclysm. The person who made the immortal beheading gourd was the Eastern Emperor Tai, who later gave it to Lu Press. If that's the case, Princess Duan Yu's visit to fetch the essence of Quester was 80% authorized by Emperor Tai Chi of the East? What a bad idea. It's like buying a lottery ticket. When Princess Duan Yu saw that Nya Yun was silent for half a day, she was even more furious, not even a little manly. Follow me, and when I'm done with my business I'll take you back to the heavenly court. If you dare to wander off again, I'll break your legs even if I have to bear the risk of being rebuked by the heavenly emperor. Nya Yun held his tongue, wanting very much to say that I can go back on my own, so I don't need your help. But he didn't dare to open his mouth for fear that Princess Duan Yu would hammer him to death here. He was only at the heavenly immortal cultivation level, but Princess Duan Yu was an actual Tai golden immortal. Not to mention the fact that there was a great demon saint next to her. Nya Yun reluctantly rode the clouds behind the two women. The runaway plan was declared dead in the water. Gradually, Nya Yun realized that the two women were walking in the wrong direction. Wasn't this the ancestral land of the Sorcerer clan? Regarding the relationship between the Sorcerer clan and the Heavenly Court, for them two important figures of the Heavenly Court to run to the ancestral land of the Sorcerer clan, wouldn't they be throwing themselves into a trap?
Princess, we can't go any further, the ancestral land of the Sorcerer clan is up ahead.
Nya Yun hastily reminded. Princess Duanyu glared at him. Coward, you think this palace doesn't know? This palace is just going to the ancestral land of the Witch clan.
The Qin Yuan demon saint explained, the Heavenly Emperor calculated that the Great Witch Hoi was about to die, and that his essence and the essence of the Great Witch Kwafu could refine a flood exotic treasure, which was destined to be with the princess, and allowed the princess to come and collect it. Don't worry, my concealment technique is something that even an ancestral witch can't pry through. Even if I'm discovered, I can still take you all away from the sorcerer's earth with my speed. Qin Yuan Demon Saint is the descendant of the Phoenix clan, inherited part of the bloodline of the Yuan Foam, the king of the flying birds. The speed of even the golden winged rock has to look at its back. The golden winged rock is only a variant of the Phoenix bloodline. The principle of Qin is to inherit part of the Phoenix bloodline. The two are not the same.
Nya Yun paused and couldn't help but ask. Is that the red gourd the princess just took out? Not bad, this gourd was given by the Eastern Emperor. Isn't this the chopper? Nya Yun was completely numb. Lu Ji, your flying dagger of immortal destruction is gone. It was intercepted by your sister. Has the plot of the flood run so far off the rails?
Not long after, the three of them entered the ancestral land of the Witch clan and came over a mountain hut. This is a beautiful place with beautiful mountains, birds and flowers, and running water in front of the grass hut. In front of the house there is a white woman is weaving, flying shuttle in the hands of the shuttle, quiet and beautiful. The woman's icy skin and jade bones looks absolutely beautiful, often smile between the 100 charming horizontal, but let a person feel less than half a bit of charm, although only a mortal body, but not lose the fairy elegance.
Nya Yun's eyes went straight. This can't be Chang'e, can it?
The only regret was that Chang'e's white dress was too thick and didn't show her thighs.
Poorly reviewed. Chang'e, look what I've brought you.
A large green-faced man stepped into the air. That's right, the green-faced hunk, not just green in the face, but green all over his skin, and it's a good thing he's bald, or he'd definitely have green hair too.
Ancestral Witch Gong Gong.
The Qin Yuan Demon Saint and Princess Duanyu exclaimed in low voices and looked at each other.
Didn't you say Chang'e was the wife of the great sorcerer Hoi? What's wrong with the ancestral Witch Gong Gong coming to see Chang'e with peach blossom eyes? Co-worker?
Nya Yun was also dumbfounded as he looked down below at the green-faced big man holding the green and oily lotus seed pods as if offering them as treasure. That face full of currying favor, it's such a familiar look. Like those lickspittles from a previous life.
No. No way? Gong Gong is in love with Chang'e? Are you sure it's not a ing black myth?
Chang'e had a married husband, the ancestor of the Gong Gong Witch clan, but now he was offering Chang'e treasure like a licking dog.
Isn't this melon a little too big?
Nya Yun was about to ask the Qin Yuan Demon Saint if they had mistaken him for someone else. Instead, he found the two girls staring downward with interest, looking as if they were not to disturb me. Sure enough, gossip this attribute, regardless of the gods and mortals, regardless of ancient and modern, that is a woman's nature.
Chapter 11, Surprising Immortality Pill, Hoi, Chang'e floats away.
Gong Gong, the ancestral witch, can be considered the ancestor of the witch race. Hoi, the great sorcerer, the strongest of the witch race.
Chang'e, wife of Hoi, a mortal.
The span of the three was not generally large, and their identities were also vastly different, but at the moment they were inexplicably intertwined.
Ancestors stealing a junior's wife? Nima. TV shows don't even dare to act like this. Something's not right. 9 out of 10.
Nya Yun's brows furrowed, and he always felt like something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. In front of the grass hut,
Chang'e looked at the sycophantic Gong Gong with a disgusted face. Old ancestor Gong Gong, what are you still doing here? Didn't I make it clear to you?
My husband and I are faithful till death do us part. It's impossible for us to remarry, so just die.
Gong Gong held up the lotus flower and begged. Chang'e, didn't I say so? Don't call me old ancestor, just call me little worker. Don't you understand my heart by now? Minor laborer? Nya Yun almost spit out his overnight meal. How did you say that? The green-faced hunk picking up a stunningly beautiful girl is out of character in every way. Look what I brought you.
Gong Gong held up the lotus seed pod smugly said, "This is the legendary immortality medicine. Your mortal body after taking it will be able to glory in the fruit, the achievement of immortality. After that you do not have to endure 100 years of life and death of mortals, we can always double life and double rest."
What future can you have by following Hui? Following me will not only get rid of life and death and transcend mortals, what else do you have to consider? Chang'e looked at the lotus seed pod in disbelief, her pretty face moved. This is really a medicine that can keep you from dying if you eat it? The three Nyayuns hidden in the void also stared wide-eyed. Immortality pill? Sister Qin Yuan, is this really the legendary immortality pill? Princess Duan, you breathed a few times more sharply.
Qin Yuan shook his head. "I don't know. I haven't seen the immortality pill either. The legend of the immortality pill is too long ago. Perhaps only ancient existences such as heavenly emperors and saints would know about it." Nyayun frowned slightly. Legend had it that Chang'e ran to the moon by stealing the immortality pill and taking it. Wasn't this thing given to Hui by the Queen Mother of the West? How come it's now a treasure offering from the communists? The Queen Mother of the West should be considered the demon Queen Shiha. As long as she can be right. But according to the relationship between witches and demons, it's impossible for Shiha to give Hui the immortality pill. Doesn't make any sense at all. Legends absolutely have pit. Maybe it is the original flood. Shiha revenge Hui shot her son to give the immortality drug. The purpose is to let Hui husband and wife separated. So much for another black myth. But even if it was dark, it wasn't as dark as what we see now. Chang'e's heart was moved, not so much by the commander, but by the immortality pill. His own mortal body, with a lifespan of 100 years, could not be compared to Hui, who had the body of a great sorcerer. If I could take the immortality pill and live forever, wouldn't I be able to stay with Hui for a longer period of time? When Gong Gong saw Chang'e's hesitation, he thought he had finally impressed him and was overjoyed. Hastily kneeling down on one knee, he raised the lotus and confessed with deep emotion, "Xiaoyi, ever since the first time I saw you, I have been deeply mesmerized by you, your melancholic eyes, delicate fingers, and the darkly scented socks, all of which have made me unable to extricate myself. Marry me. If that Hui brat dares to have a problem with it, old ancestor, I'll crush him with my own hands." Vomit. The three people hidden in the void all dry heaved in unison. The scene was just too much of a challenge to one's tolerance. Big, green-faced man on all fours, bald and rugged. A deep confession with a lotus flower in his hand. The other party was a stunning woman with white skin. Nyayun felt that this Gong Gong was heaven's Wei Qin coming to be funny, challenging the lower limits of the flood. At that exact moment, an explosive cry came from the sky. "Kami, what are you doing?" Hui was furious. He was fighting for his life on the battlefield in front of him, but Gong Gong was trying to pry the corner at the back? Who can stand that? The main man is here. Nyayun immediately perked up. Chang'e cried and ran to Hui, "Husband, you finally came back." "Aye." But Chang'e didn't run 2 steps before Gong Gong pulled her down. "Xiaoyi, don't be afraid, isn't it just a little pussy? I'll protect you, take the immortality pill first." Gong Gong, without a second thought, shoved the immortality pill into Chang'e's hands, blocked Chang'e from herself, and stood tall toward Hui. "Little brat, old ancestor, I am in love with Chang'e. She has already agreed to remarry me. I advise you not to be obstinate, or don't blame me for being merciless." Chang'e was in a great hurry and explained in a panic. "Husband, don't listen to him, I vomit." Nyayun's eyes widened as the three of them stared deathly at Chang'e, who was pinching her throat and dry heaving. "Did you see it? That immortality pill is actually alive? Not just alive, but actively flying into Chang'e's mouth. What the hell?" "No, you guys have low cultivation, didn't see. That immortality medicine finally turned into a pill that flew into Chang'e's mouth. That pill is very much like..." "Like?" Nyayun breathed heavily as he stared at the Qin Yuan demon saint and asked eagerly. "Like what?" "The Western sect's transitional gold pill." "What?" Nyayun was startled. The Western sect's transmigration golden elixir was on par with the human sect's 9 turns golden elixir. Anyone who takes it can fly up in the daytime, and the medicine is powerful. Any ordinary mortal who eats it can leap to the realm of heavenly immortal at once. The saints count. Nyayun finally realized what was wrong. This was definitely a ploy by the 2 old guys, Junti and Jain, to get the witch clan to fight internally, and in the process, result in Hui. After all, 10 days across the sky is the Western religion of the big day law abolition thing. it is from Hui here, as long as Hui a death, later the Western religion can completely resist the death of the denial, anyway, the death of no evidence, by the way, let Gong Gong take the blame.
Two birds with one stone. Toxic. Is so ing toxic. Adulterers and adulteresses, I'll kill you.
Hui was enraged, and his son's shooting bow burned with a golden aura as he struck out with anger. Gong Gong was furious. Little pussy brat, how dare you offend below, old ancestor, I want to clean up the door. The true body of the ancestral witch was revealed, standing 1,000 feet tall and standing on top of the sky. A foot stomped on Hui. The power of the sun's shooting bow was not bad, but against the body of an ancestral witch, it was simply not enough. Ancestral witches are not 10 golden crows, the archery bow can't even threaten the associate saints, let alone the ancestral witches who are comparable to the strongest among the associate saints. Hui also revealed his body as a great sorcerer, standing 100 feet tall, his anger surging wildly, directly pinching with Gong Gong. At this time, China felt her body was light, as if she was transformed into a boneless wind, slowly floating up. It seemed as if there was a strange earthly force in the void that was pulling her.
What's going on? What's happening to me? Why am I flying? Husband. Husband. It's a pity that Hui and Gong Gong were in the middle of strangling each other, so how would they notice Chang'e? Chang'e runs to the moon? The corners of Nia Yun's mouth twitched viciously as the legendary myth of love's misery took hold. That's it? The lowrider version, right? Hey, Hui, Chang'e has drifted away, don't you care? Wait. Not right.
Nia Yun suddenly thought of something, his heart was horrified, and he hurriedly said toward the Qin Yuan demon saint at his side, Demon Saint, quickly. Stop Chang'e, never let her fly away. The Qin Yuan demon saint and Princess Duan Yu were dumbfounded.
Why? It's none of our business. Right. This is a matter for the witch clan, what does it have to do with us?
Nia Yun said urgently, it's too late to explain, Lord Demon Saint, you should quickly make your move, if you're late, Heaven's Court is going to suffer a great loss.
Chapter 12, Sage Calculations, so poisonous. Almost took the blame.
The Qin Yuan demon saint was confused in her beautiful eyes, but seeing Nia Yun's eager demeanor, she didn't say any more and immediately turned into a red light and rushed towards the floating Chang'e. It wasn't that she believed in Nia Yun, but she believed in the Heavenly Emperor's vision.
Princess Duan Yu's embroidered brows were knitted tightly as she really couldn't figure out why Nia Yun was doing this.
In the next moment, both of them revealed a look of fear in unison. The Qin Yuan demon saint, a powerhouse of the perfection of the great Luo Golden Immortal, didn't even pull the floating Chang'e, but was instead carried upwards by Chang'e. The duo hastily rubbed their eyes, thinking they had misread the situation.
Is the Western religion's transmigration gene dance so ferocious?
The Qin Yuan demon saint hurriedly let go of Chang'e and flew back to where the two of them were hiding. No, there's a force pulling on Chang'e, even I can't shake it.
Nia Yun sucked in a breath of cool air and immediately said. Go. Immediately, go back to heaven at once. Heavenly Emperor. I've tried my best. I really can't stop Chang'e from running to the moon. Princess Duan Yu was displeased.
No, Hui will definitely be killed by Gong Gong, I have to wait to collect Hui's essence. Nia Yun was furious, what time is it, still thinking about Hui essence, if we don't leave we're all going to die, Qin Yuan demon saint, restrain her and take her away.
Right away, right away. Princess Duan Yu was also enraged. How dare you? The Qin Yuan demon saint frowned tightly, Nia Yun, is it really that serious? In regards to Nia Yun's alarm, the Qin Yuan demon saint didn't think through.
It's more serious than you think, come on, I'll elaborate later.
Yes.
With a flutter of his long sleeves, the Qin Yuan demon saint rolled up Nia Yun and Princess Duan Yu and instantly disappeared in place. Just as the three of them left, an angry voice abruptly resounded across the great land of the sorcerer race.
Gong Gong, how dare you kill Hui, are you going to betray the witch clan?
In a flash, the sorcerer race was in an uproar, and the flood world was in an uproar.
The witch ancestors killed the great witch and imploded. 33 heavens, outside the southern heavenly gate.
The Qin Yuan demon saint revealed his true form and released Nia Yun and Princess Duan Yu. Nia Yun looked at the not-too-distant heavenly court that was illuminated by the haze and secretly sighed in relief, feeling so comforted by the sight of the heavenly court for the first time. Nia Yun, if you don't give me a reasonable explanation, this palace will personally rip off your dog's head today.
Princess Duan Yu's pink fists were clenched with a murderous aura.
Her heart was incomparably furious, this waste had made her miss Hui essence,
that was the supreme treasure that the Heavenly Emperor had said had a destiny with her. What made her even more furious was that Sister Qin Yuan would even listen to this trash. Her own hallowed princess didn't even have the credibility of this trash. It's too much to think about. The Qin Yuan demon saint also stared at Nia Yun, waiting for his explanation. Nia Yun shrunk his head and laughed. Don't be angry, princess, it's an emergency, I have no choice but to do this, we'll have to take the blame if we don't leave. Backstabbing? Exactly, just think about that scene just now, the ancestral witch Gong Gong actually grabbed Chang'e with Hui, it's too weird. There's also the Western sex transitional golden pill, how did it somehow give Chang'e a chance to swallow it, and Chang even flew away? The Qin Yuan demon saint moved. Are you saying that someone is using Chang'e as a bargaining chip to scheme for the witch clan to implode? Contacting the transitional gold pill, the person who did the math was self-evident. Western teachings. And it was definitely a saint strike, otherwise wouldn't the force that made Chang'e fly away be unable to stop itself? Nia Yun said gruffly, that's right, as soon as Hui is killed, other ancestral witches will be alerted to come, so if we continue to stay there, once we're discovered, guess what will happen? The witches will think that it is the heavenly court that is counting on them. The Qin Yuan demon saints sucked in a breath of cool air, no wonder Nia Yun was in a hurry to get them to hurry up, if this matter was truly misunderstood by the sorcerer clan, they would definitely go to war with the heavenly court. Princess Duan Yu froze, a pang of fear in her heart. If it really was as Nia Yun had said, not to mention a great sorcerer essence, even an ancestral sorcerer essence wouldn't be able to hold up to this big black pot. No, how could you possibly think of that? You're not a wasted. Well. Princess Duan Yu's pretty face was slightly red. Nia Yun was a waste? Then if it wasn't for Nia Yun's reminder just now, she would have been framed for what? Not even a piece of trash? The corners of Nia Yun's mouth twitched. After all this time, I'm just a loser in your eyes? I've been treating you as a great beauty, and just now I was thinking of stopping Chang'e from running to the moon so that heaven wouldn't be caught up in the middle of it. Hot-faced a cold ass. This heavenly court, totally loveless, dogs don't even stay. Run away, must run away. Nia Yun withdrew a heavenly booster. Seeing that Nia Yun's face didn't look good, Princess Duan Yu had the intention of apologizing, but couldn't bring herself to do so, so she could only smother her head in silence. The Qin Yuan demon saint was also shocked at Nia Yun's performance, something she hadn't even expected at the time. Perhaps it was only the calculating people like Bai Zhe and Shan Yang who reacted so quickly. Heavenly Emperor's selection of this son is indeed not a simple one. Nia Yun, thanks a lot, I owe you a favor. The Qin Yuan demon saint said solemnly. If it weren't for Nia Yun's reminder, this black pot might have been carried by her and Princess Duan Yu, a black pot that even a heavenly emperor might not be able to carry, let alone a demon saint and a princess. Princess Duan Yu's pretty face slightly red, twisting and turning did not say a word, really cannot pull the face. Nia Yun bowed his head, Lord Demon Saint has hit the nail on the head, this matter isn't over yet, and although we've escaped, the heavenly court hasn't. What does that mean? Do you know where Chang'e will fly to? Where? The planet Tyene. The two women were shocked, where was the Tyene star? That was the chambers of the demon empress Shiha. In other words, that was the forbidden land of demon emperor June. Once the sorcerer clan approached the demon emperor for someone, to give or not to give? If you give it, it's the same as the demon emperor sending a beauty from his own chambers to the sorcerer clan, so where's the face of the demon emperor when it's spread out? If you don't give it, can the wizards agree to it? Chang'e was the culprit who caused the death of a great sorcerer and the betrayal of an ancestor sorcerer, so the witch clan could let it go. How did you learn that? Don't talk nonsense. Princess Duan Yu asked suspiciously. It doesn't matter, you guys quickly go report to the heavenly emperor, he will naturally be able to find out. How do I know? If Chang'e doesn't run to the moon, is it still called Chang'e? The two women are not cuties. Immediately thought of what was at stake. It's a matter of great importance, princess, we'll go report to the heavenly emperor immediately. Nia Yun, you're coming with us, you've made a great achievement this time, the heavenly emperor will definitely not treat you poorly. Nia Yun hastily waved his hand, no need, I'm AWOL, how dare I take credit? Just please don't mention it to the heavenly emperor, I'd be grateful, consider this credit as a hush money for you. The great merit of the heavenly court? Dogs don't even want it. This time, the matter made Nia Yun's heart alert, the Western saints are digging a hole for the heavenly court again, the heavenly court escaped the witch demon war once, but the general trend of the heavenly Tao is such that the heavenly court is bound to be involved, and it can't escape from the end of the overthrow. The more attention you get in heaven, won't you die faster? Run, you must run. Escaping heaven is the way to go. Besides, heaven is all out of love, and it's so sad that my future wife keeps treating me like crap. Not thinking about progress, Sister Qin Yuan, leave him alone, let's go report to the Heavenly Emperor first. Princess Duan Yu snorted coldly and turned into a rainbow. The Qin Yuan demon saint looked deeply at Nya Yun. How could he not want such a great feat? This son is weird. Nya Yun bristled, not thinking ahead? Hair is long and knowledge is short. I call this being wise. What do you know about hammers? Demon Emperor Lao Dang, on account of you promising me the Emperor's son-in-law, I'll help you here, but don't say that I, don't know how to repay kindness. Hall of the Demon Emperor. Di Jun's face was filled with shock after hearing the reports from the Qin Yuan demon saint and Princess Duan Yu. The Qin Yuan demon saint said, Heavenly Emperor, this time, it's all thanks to Nya Yun, or else we would have suffered a great calamity. It's just that this son appeared strangely and his person is mysterious. Point blank, the Qin Yuan demon saint didn't continue, she didn't know exactly how the Heavenly Emperor's attitude towards Nya Yun was. Saying more is more wrong. Emperor Jun heart slightly relieved, this dog finally did a positive thing, not in vain I promised him as a horse harnessed by the side of a team. Unbeknownst to him, someone in Nya has broken his heart and is ready to run. His going to the land of the Witch Clan was secretly authorized by me. I calculated that there would be twists and turns in your trip, and told him to wait on the banks of the Black Water to escort you. The Qin Yuan demon saint realized in a flash and hurriedly bowed his head. The Heavenly Emperor is holy and wise. Qin Yuan thanks the Heavenly Emperor for his great kindness. Di Jun was secretly pleased that the gratefulness of the Qin Yuan demon saint could be considered an unexpected blessing. It wasn't how important the Qin Yuan demon saint was, but the reclusive Phoenix clan behind the Qin Yuan demon saint. Dog, I'll let your crime of running away go this time. Who wants him to escort? The cultivation is so poor. Princess Duan Yu muttered in a small voice, her heart very unconvinced. Being saved by a tiny heavenly immortal was too much for his face. Di Jun blandly said, Duan Yu, if you're not satisfied with Nya Yun, I won't force myself on you, I'll give you the chance to think about it, and you can have one of your two sisters replace you. Chapter 13, Heavenly Powers, Unspeakable. That S2. Princess Duan Yu was overjoyed and didn't even think about agreeing, but was interrupted by the Qin Yuan demon saint. Rapunzel, I suggest you think about it more before answering, there is no need to rush. The Qin Yuan demon saint could already tell that the Heavenly Emperor held Nya Yun in extremely high regard. How many people in the entire heavenly court have this honor? This son is by no means as simple as he seems. Princess Duan Yu met the meaningful eyes of the Qin Yuan demon saint, although she did not understand very well, but still eased, then. They're the minister to think about it before saying it. She and the Qin Yuan demon saint had always been friends, and the Qin Yuan demon saint should not harm herself. There was a reason why Emperor Jun had decided this. Nya Yun, this dog, seems to be not too satisfied with the end of the month, have promised him to be the side horse harnessed by the side of a team still heavenly court thinking about how to escape the heavenly court. Tuan, you can't keep him on a leash. It can't be that this dog has someone else in mind, can it? I'll have to look into it. The dog is a little exasperating, but the value is immeasurable. Emperor Jun lighten, think good at any time when I said, right, end of the month, you go to a trip to the Star of Taiyin, tell your mother to find Chang'e this woman, if really in the Star of Taiyin, good treatment, I have a big use. Yes. After Di Jun finished speaking, his body transformed into a golden light and headed straight for Nuwa Palace. Nuwa Palace. The saintly Nuwa sits high on a futon, compassionate and holy and noble. A stunningly beautiful scroll flowed behind him, and it was vaguely visible that a seemingly illusory world was evolving in the scroll. Di Jun bowed respectfully, greetings to Mother Nuwa. Nuwa was originally the demon emperor of the demon clan, and it is Nuwa who is the first generation of the demon clan, while Di Jun belongs to the second generation. After Nuwa became a saint, she once served as one of the 4 emperors in the heavenly court as an alter ego to help the demon race. Therefore, some people who do not know the reason think that Nuwa became a saint after the establishment of the heavenly court, but in fact Nuwa is the real ancestor of the demon race. Nuwa's eyes lifted slightly. Ti Jun, what is it that you have come to see me for? Your Highness, Fushi has returned to heaven some days ago, I don't know. Nuwa let out a soft I have calculated that his chances this great calamity, you know the relationship between Fushi and me, and I will need your help when the time comes. Di Jun nodded his head and responded, since this is what the Empress has requested, Di Jun will do his best. Nuwa's eyes narrowed slightly. You didn't just come here to ask about Fushi, did you? You want to ask about Gong Gong? Jun was non-committal. Although the matter of Gong Gong has not yet spread all over the flood, but the saints have their eyes in the sky, overlooking the flood, can there be a few things that can be hidden from them? Who is Gong Gong? Ancestral witch of the witch race, a powerhouse among the Paraclete. Even would do such a thing if human decency, it is too incredible. I am afraid that the heart of the doubt is not only Emperor Junwon. Nuwa sighed softly. Before that, the two saints of the West had once traveled to the Purple Heavenly Palace. Emperor Jun was shocked. Does the queen mean that the matter of the co-worker has something to do with that one? Yes, besides him, who else has control over the power of the paramount saints? It was easy for a saint to exterminate a paramount saint, but it was hard as hell to take control. Just as a person can trample the weeds on the roadside at will, but if the weeds are to grow into big trees, how can an ordinary person do it? Nuwa shook her head. Unspeakable, the great trend of the heavenly Tao, what it tends to do and what it wishes to do, one must not speculate. Jun sucked in a breath of cool air as the heavenly Tao wished. With the defection of Gong Gong and the great loss of the witch race's combat power, does it not mean that the heavenly Tao does not allow the witch race? He thought about the witch-demon battle written in Nyeyen's diary, and if Emperor Jun hadn't learned from the diary in advance and changed the fate of the heavenly court, wouldn't it mean that the heavenly court was originally forbidden by the heavenly Tao as well? Will it be destroyed in this quantum leap? At this moment, Nyeyen's position in Jun's heart was infinitely elevated. This son is too important. Emperor Jun understands. Thank you for clearing up your confusion, Your Highness. Nuwa glanced at Jun with a contained smile on her face. Originally, this great catastrophe was speculated that my heavenly court would be involved, but this is the way of heaven, the great trend, and I can't defy the way of heaven even if I am a saint. Jun, although I don't know how you did it, but you were able to leave the heavenly court alone, causing the great tribulation to change and the heavenly court to be free from the vortex of the great tribulation. My heart is very comforted. Jun was secretly pleased to receive Nuwa's praise. As the heavenly emperor, the leader of the demon race, it is my duty to seek the welfare of the demon race, and I don't deserve your majesty's praise. Having said that, the corners of Taijin's mouth that curled up were harder to suppress than AK. That the dog told you in advance? I don't want to lose face? That dog is a member of my heavenly court, and heavenly court is mine. Isn't what that dog says what I say? Nothing wrong with it. Nuwa smiled brightly and did not pursue the matter too much. The great catastrophe has changed, and the witch race is set to be in the middle of it, and I presume that there will be a situation in which the flood will collectively seek revenge against the witch race. The heavenly court has just gotten out of the calamity, and should not act rashly. Just wait for my notification. I will try my best to plan more benefits for the heavenly court. Jun gratefully bowed again. Many thanks, Your Highness. If Your Highness needs my cooperation at that time, feel free to command. Do you not know in your heart what I want you to do? Looking at Nuwa's meaningful smile, Jun was embarrassed. Wasn't it just that he wanted him to try his best to help Fushi cross the tribulation? Don't worry, my lady, I will live up to your trust. Nuwa let out a soft hum and waved her hand. Jun rose to leave after respectfully saluting again. Just after returning to the heavenly court, a pretty little courtesan came to ask for an audience. Slave servant Nishong, greetings to His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor. Fairy Nishong, the personal attendant of the demon empress Shiha. The demon empress ordered her slave girl to come and report back to Your Majesty that a woman named Chang'e did indeed fly in from Taiyin Star. There is a power implied in this woman that binds it firmly to the Taiyin Star and cannot be separated. The demon empress speculated that it was a saint's means, and it is impossible to find out exactly which saint made the move. Did you really go to Taiyin? How dare the dog even say where Chang'e is going? Spying on the saint's calculations? Jun was horrified. This kind of tactic was simply unheard of. I know, go back and tell Shiha to treat Chang'e well, I have my own plans. Yes, slave girl excuses herself. Jun closed his eyes and pondered on the matter. The purpose of locking Chang'e in the Taiyin Star was self-evident, to drag the heavenly court into opposition to the witch race. When the time comes that the witch clan wants someone, even if Jun pinches his nose and admits it, he can't hand it over. The biggest gainer in this matter is obvious at a glance. Who else but the Western Church? Chang'e couldn't leave Taiyin Star at all. Let the wizards go to Taiyin to see for themselves? What a joke. That's the Demon Queen's chambers. It's like personally showing a bunch of people around your wife's room.
Not to mention the Heavenly Emperor, even ordinary people felt greatly insulted.
If that's true, how can the Heavenly Emperor lose face?
Chang'e, a woman who is not well disposed of, will bring big trouble to the Heavenly Court.
But what to do with it is a pain in the ass. Jun had a bit of a headache and didn't think of a proper method at the moment. Buzz. Diary updated? Jun's eyes lit up. Right, how could I forget about this dog?
Although this dog is exasperating, but his talent and insight is not to be mentioned, maybe there will be a good way to dispose of Chang'e.
He hastily took out his diary and opened it. The House of the Heavenly General. Nya Yun is self-absorbed.
I don't know what kind of madness the Demon Emperor Lao Dang is having, blocking the Heavenly Court again. Noticing that Heavenly Court might be dragged into another great calamity, Nya Yun thought about how to run away every day.
But you can't run away. It's just a matter of practicing every day and writing in a journal or something. The only consolation is that you can now touch the fish with a straight face. The cultivation speed is like a snail's crawl right now. Is it because of the upwelling of robber's chi? Sa xin.
That said, Gong Gong and Hui grabbed their wives, really refreshing the lower limit of the flood, and even the Western Church's transmigration Jindan appeared. Ironically, the Western saints are messing with the ghosts. It's not a good thing that the two Western goods can come up with such bottomless manipulation.
It's so scary, the ancestral witches can't even carry it. Why doesn't Junti count a few more ancestral witches?
That way the great war between the witch race and the Western sect will be completely nil.
In the hall of the Demon Emperor.
Jun looked at the newly updated diary with disdain.
The two shameless fellows, Junti and Jain, would like to count a few more ancestral witches, but do they have the ability to do so?
But those who can think up such underhanded tactics are indeed no good. Certain names, unspeakable, scorned even Yuhua, let alone Emperor Jun.
The dog finally said something human.
If this dog knows that this is what someone borrowed the hands of the two saints of the West to plot, I do not know if he still dares to curse.
Jun suddenly had some expectations.
It wasn't so much that he was expecting Nya Yun to move towards the bright side, but he wanted to see Nya Yun get whacked. Nya Yun was being hammered, and he felt happy no matter who was hammering him.
Just don't hammer it to death and keep a journal. Chapter 14, How can this be whacked? Let's give him a promotion to keep him calm. The green-faced big man must have planted it. Could this be the trigger that caused the great battle on Buzhou Mountain? Hey, it's possible. It's a pity that the Demon Emperor, this old dang, doesn't know what kind of madness he's in, and has blocked the Heavenly Court again, so I'd like to go to Buzhou Mountain to squat and pick up merit. It feels like a loss of $100 million. The Battle of Buzhou Mountain? Merit? Jun's brows furrowed as he counted on his fingers. The Buzhou Mountain is calm. Where did the Great War come from? What's this dog's bull again? Besides, that's where the Heavenly Pillar is located. What merit will there be? The pillars of heaven can still fall down. Can't you make merit by putting your dog's head on top of them? Jun was disdainful.
That was the sacrifice of the great god of heaven, Pangu, which held up the heavens and earth, and it was the chaotic spiritual treasure that did not have such ability.
Jun continued to look down. It's gone? Dog stuff so short?
You haven't said what Chang'e will do with it.
Jun waited for a long time and didn't see any updates in the diary.
He felt like there were ants crawling all over his body, and it was very unpleasant. So much that I want to grab the dog and whack him oh so much.
Why don't we send someone over to try this dog's mouth?
By the way, find a reason to hammer him, and see if he still dares to be so lazy.
Jun was thinking about who would be more appropriate to send.
Buzz.
Journal vibrations. And? I knew the dog thing wasn't that short.
Emperor Jun rejoiced, temporarily shelving the idea of whacking Nya Yun.
Chang'e is so miserable. Ordinary mortals involved in the calculations of saints, isn't this a $3,000 a month wage earner involved in StarCraft? 3 seconds of silence for her. Emperor Jun's eyes widened. The dog finally mentioned Chang'e. Write quickly, what exactly is the best way to dispose of Chang'e?
So why go to Taiyin Star to comfort Chang'e? There is a say, Chang'e really beautiful, that body that face, plus the body of a young woman, double buff stacked full.
It is a pity that is the harem of the Demon Emperor Lao Dang.
I want to go. I have to be Demon Emperor Lao Dang carrying a watermelon knife from the north road of the Heavenly Court to the east road of Panglai, without blinking an eye.
Asshole.
Jun was so angry that he slapped the table in front of him.
My princess is less than a mortal woman in your eyes? And a married woman at that. Still want to go to Tie-in Star? The nerve of a dog. No, I have to find someone to hammer him, otherwise I won't be able to get rid of this. Outside the door waiting as the palace maid heard the sound of something breaking and was silenced. His Majesty doesn't know what's wrong, but he's always getting angry for some reason these days. I pinched the dragon head of the 9 dragons chair the other day, and now the new chair hasn't been rushed out yet. And now there is no telling what is suffered inside. Why don't we go report to the Demon Queen and ask her to come back to appease and calm His Majesty? If this goes on, maybe one day when His Majesty is furious, all these palace maids of his own will have to be pushed onto the immortal beheading stage. The little courtesan thought silently. The Demon Emperor should be having a headache over what to do with Chang'e. It's a pity. What's the pity? You tell me. It's a rush. Jun hated his teeth, and his heart to whack Niayun became even more agitated. It's a pity that I'm so small and insignificant. If it were at my disposal, heh. How to? Do you want the complete version of the Heavenly Goddess formation? I happen to have it. It's not too much to ask for a new Chang'e, right? What? You want to trade you for the ancestral witch certification method? This is really not, good boy. Quickly go to set up reincarnation. The fruits of the Tao are also comparable to that of a saint. Demon Emperor Lao Dang, do you want the full version of the Star Dipper formation? This one is real. How about a beautiful princess? What? 2 will do, so it's not too much to ask for a long-legged demon saint. Gah! Jun's eyes glazed over as he looked at the contents of the diary, forgetting that he'd just been so angry at Niayun that he'd nearly vomited blood. The Du Tian Divine Fury formation, the Witch Clan's clan suppressing formation. The 12 ancestral witches rose in formation, enough to harden the existence of a saint. It is only a pity that this formation is crippled. Nyun has the full version? There is also the Heavenly Court's Perimeter Star Dipper formation, that is Jun's use of the innate Hichu Luoshu as the foundation, combined with many demon saints to research out of the world's great formations, and now they are all still crippled. According to Jun's prediction, the complete version of the circumstantial Star Dipper Grand Formation would be enough to carry the 2 saints. If this now has the complete Perimeter Star Dipper formation to protect the Heavenly Court, who can still break the Heavenly Court's defense? Dogs can have this kind of worldly treasure? If there really is, not to mention the exchange of my princess, I give you an equal position with Tai and Fushi as the 4 emperors, so what? At the time of the establishment of the Heavenly Court, the Heavenly Tao bestowed upon the Heavenly Court the fruits of which originally consisted of 1 emperor and 4 emperors, with Jun at the center of the Heavenly Court, commanding the Heavenly Court. Under the 4 emperors of the southeast, west, north and west, the 4 directions, but the 4 emperors have never been perfect, at most, it is the 3 emperors and 1 emperor. East Emperor Tai, Emperor Shifushi, and Emperor Nuwa. While Emperor Nuwa was a sage Nuwa detachment, he had stepped down from his position as Emperor Nuwa since the demon race became the protagonist of heaven and earth. Jun's first reaction was disbelief, but quite a few of the things that preceded it were corrected by Niayun. What if he does? At this moment, Jun no longer had any desire to whack Niayun. How can you do that? If you are not careful to whack this dog brain bad, wrong perimeter stars and Duke's array a certain detail, then the court of heaven to lose a billion. Wait. Don't we know if we try? This son is now uncertain in his mind, being scared by the matter of Gong Gong being counted, and in his heart he is afraid that the involvement of the heavenly court will affect him, first give him a promotion to suppress the shock, and then. Thinking about the key point, Jun's mouth tilted, rather self-satisfied. Dogs, playing with my head. You're not even close. In the house of the heavenly general. Niayun put down his pen with satisfaction and relief. After sticking to my journal for so long, I now feel all over the place when I don't write for a day. It's just that from time to time it feels like people who keep journals aren't serious people. Do decent people keep journals? No one can see it? Oh. Then forget I said it. Anyway, it's fine for people to look at me and think I'm decent, and it doesn't matter at all if I'm specifically decent or not. You have persisted in writing your diary for 1 year, rewarding you with 2 drops of ancestral wolf essence blood and the innate spiritual treasure, the golden wheel of cutting world. Niayun's eyes were glowing as the system rewards finally arrived. Wait a minute. Cut off the golden wheel of the world? Don't I have this thing already? Are you giving duplicates, system? Unfortunately, the system doesn't respond at all. Niayun took out the cutting world golden wheel and invoked the cutting world golden wheel, which he had refined by almost 20%, again. Exactly the same. Could it be that the Golden Wheel of Death is a combined magic treasure? Just like Zhao Gongming's 24C fixing spirit pearls, a single one is only comparable to an innate spiritual treasure, but when the 24 are combined, the power is comparable to an innate supreme treasure? Flood treasure grades are categorized into Hotian spiritual treasure, Hotian supreme treasure, innate spiritual treasure, innate supreme treasure, and chaotic spiritual treasure. Ordinary magic treasure is basically attributed to the latter-day spirit treasure level, comes with great power, can be into the latter-day supreme treasure. And stained with the word innate, are all heaven and earth breeding, the power is incomparable. With that in mind, Nye Yun immediately claimed the newly acquired Cutthroat Golden Wheel as his master. As he drove the mana, he felt that the two Cutthroat Golden Wheels were more laborious to drive, but their power increased exponentially. If he were to encounter the Golden Cicada's Buddha beat again right now, Nye Yun would definitely be able to slice it up into slices for shabu shabu with the Cutting World Golden Wheel. Who says wood can't be eaten? Ah, Buddha treasure. It's prolonging your life. Really a combination type magic treasure? I've picked up a treasure. I don't know how many Cutting World Golden Wheels are combined. 12? 24? 36. Chapter 15 Officials 3 Great Happinesses, Promotion and Fortune. Nye Yun rejoiced, no matter how many of them there were, but the combination certainly exceeded that of an innate spiritual treasure, and at a low guarantee, they were all at the level of an innate supreme treasure. Earned. Nye Yun put away the Cutthroat Golden Wheel and took out 2 drops of ancestral wolf essence blood and swallowed it. As the ancestral wolf essence blood went down, a hint of gold color was actually birthed in Nye Yun's bloodline. Golden wolf? Golden dog? What the hell is this? No matter, it's good to raise your cultivation anyway. After an unknown amount of time, Nye Yun opened his eyes. Mid-stage peak heavenly immortal? Quite disgruntled. 2 drops of ancestral wolf essence blood only raises 1 small realm, it mustn't be fun. Previously, a drop of the ancestral wolf essence blood was able to raise him by 1 major realm at the human immortal and 2 minor realms at the earth immortal realm. Right now, 2 drops of the heavenly immortal realm only raises a small realm. It's so difficult just at the heavenly immortal realm. What about the Tai Dao fruit, Tai Shenxian, Tai Golden Immortal, and Dala Dao fruit above that? Before, the system gave the first reward in a month, the second in the 3rd month, and now the 3rd is a year. According to the system's pissy nature, I'm afraid that the 4th reward will only be given after 3 years, and won't the 5th reward take 10 years? It seems that we can't just rely on the system. It's a good thing it's the flood world. If Nye Yun were immortal, he'd be afraid he wouldn't be able to get the system's 10 rewards for the rest of his life. Luckily the flood doesn't remember the year. Merit has to be earned too, this thing is a cultivation sheet. Nye Yun got up and walked out of the bedroom. Lord Sky General, you've finished your cultivation? A sharp-tongued heavenly general rushed to welcome him. That's right, sharp-tongued, and it felt like that Sky General's armor would be blasphemy to wear on him. The key to this guy's face still had animal-like yellow hairs, and he looked like he hadn't fully evolved. How it looks like a cunning villain. You are? Nye Yun was puzzled, not really having much of an impression of this person. Mainly because he'd been trying to run for a long time and hadn't even tried to recognize his men, much less care who was who. Junior Huangfeng, 6th grade Heavenly General, your Lieutenant, Your Excellency. You don't remember? That day when we went to the shores of the East Sea to save the human race, the little one followed you around. I'm sure it's an expensive one. The irony is extraordinary. Recalling that on the shores of the Eastern Sea, Nye Yun had recruited the 4 great demon saints to back him up with a single cloud-piercing arrow, Huang Feng's heart was thrilled. A 5th grade general has so much power? Huang Feng had seen several 3rd and 4th grade heavenly generals at the time of the battle with the witch race, and the fireworks were all pulled into firecrackers, with not a single one supporting them. This master must be a great man, he must serve well, the future is sure to be bright. The heavenly soldiers who witnessed it that day were now in awe of Nye Yun, and if it weren't for Huang Feng pressuring him with his status as a 6th grade heavenly general, he might not have been able to compete for the errand of waiting for Nye Yun to leave the gate. Oh. Huang Feng, ah. I remember, what is your business? Nye Yun pretended to come to a realization, but in reality, he had no impression of this bastard. My lord, my little one has been sleeping in the wind outside the door, walking on thin ice, unable to sleep at night, and waiting for your lord with wide eyes, just hoping to be able to tell your lord the news at the first time, and never letting your lord. Okay, don't do this, what's going on? I Nima. Idiom's little prince? Should I get you a 3-letter scripture to read from? Nya Yun was speechless. Where did this cunning villain come up with this oddity? The royal decree has arrived and is waiting in the antechamber. Nya Yun. You've been talking a lot, but you haven't mentioned a single word about anything serious. How did you do it? How long has it been here, and who is to deliver the decree? Almost an hour, the person who passes the decree. Huang Feng slightly hesitated, and then continued. It's the 10th prince. An hour? Nya Yun's head was filled with black lines. So you just said you've been sleeping in the wind and not being able to sleep at night? I thought months had passed since this retreat. It's true that he's a cunning villain. The antechamber of the Heavenly General's residence. I, Nya Yun, accept the decree. Nya Yun bowed respectfully, and the moment he bowed his head, the corners of his mouth twitched viciously. One could only see an imposing young man in golden armor, standing proudly with a noble aura. Just. What is the bruise on the cheek? It feels like I've been whipped east-west, north-south, and in the shape of a meter. As he opened his mouth, one of his 2 incisors had also run away and was leaking. And why is the beak crooked? Ahem. Gold wuzzle. A fist print was still clearly visible in the corner of his mouth. What an inhumane ordeal. With this appearance of Lu Press, Nya Yun really couldn't combine it with that Dao sovereign who had been able to make even the saints lose face during the God-sealing cataclysm. More like a just-released laborer. The Heavenly Dao Edict, the Heavenly Emperor Decree, the 5th grade of Heavenly General Nya Yun Luli meritorious service, for the Heavenly Court to avoid the catastrophe. My heart is very gratified. The reward of the innate spiritual treasure Xianshan clothes, the top grade of the Immortal Stone 10,000, new that is promoted to the 4th grade of Heavenly Generals, commanding 20 million troops, and also appointed as the Heavenly Court Secretary of the God of the Rites and Ceremonies. Specializing in the Heavenly Court rites, the external defense of the state, and sent the 5 grade of the Heavenly Generals Lu pressure for his vice-generals, in the subordinates of the Heavenly Dao to identify the. Nya Yun was confused. I was promoted again? And got rich? 10,000 top-grade immortal stones is enough to go to the hookah 1,000 times to listen to music. 3 great joys of the official, promotion, wealth and death of his wife. Yuck. I don't have a wife yet. Princess Tuan Yu? That's not even in bed yet. It doesn't even count. But Nya Yun wasn't happy at all. He didn't need to think about it to know that the Qin Yuan Demon Saint and Princess Duan Yu had sold themselves out. Otherwise there would be no such thing as helping the Heavenly Court to survive the Great Tribulation. Promised to be a prince consort in the front foot, and now promoted, this is being watched by Emperor Jun. It can be difficult to make a run for it later. It's over. Huang Fang's eyes were glowing with excitement. It's absolutely true that this is a character who is highly valued by His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor, and this thigh must be embraced. Congratulations to your lord. Not. The Great God. Congratulations to the Great God. The Heavenly Emperor holds the Great God in such high regard, and in the coming days, he will surely ascend to the position of the Demon Saint. The position of God in the Heavenly Court must be above the 4th rank of the Heavenly Generals in order to be eligible for enjoyment. The position of God is an imaginary title, enjoying the blessings of the Heavenly Court's chi, while the Heavenly General is the real power. The 10 great Demon Saints' Demon Saint position was the position of real power, and at the same time, they also enjoyed the Heavenly Divine position, which was a position of great power. Nya Yun glared at Huang Feng with a dark face, scaring him into shutting up. He said that this master is so tricky. People are all happy to be promoted. Why does he still look very upset? Could it be that he resented the smallness of his official position and was dissatisfied with the Heavenly Emperor? All of a sudden, Huang Feng was even more in awe of Nya Yun. Even the Heavenly Emperor dared to be displeased with him, too powerful. The little golden crow stood tall and proud and said, I don't know why the Heavenly Emperor arranged for me to be your vice-general, and I don't even know which great power you are supporting for the Heavenly Emperor to honor you. Since the Heavenly Emperor has decreed it, I will naturally honor it. In the future, you and I will not offend each other, and each of us will just fulfill the Heavenly Emperor's decree. By the way, I'll be called Lu Press from now on, thanks to the Heavenly Emperor's gift of a name. Oops. Are you trying to be a prince with me? Ha? That's not right. The Emperor gave him the name Lu Piao? Wasn't his name Lu Press originally? So that's where the name of Lu Press came from. When Nya Yun thought back to everything about Taoist Lu Ji, it seemed like there really wasn't a record of his real name, only that he was the 10th son of Emperor Jun and survived the Sun shooting with Hui.
Afterwards, he hid himself in the floodplains and was not heard of. He suddenly appeared in the God-sealing catastrophe and made a big splash with the immortal beheading gourd and the Book of 7 Arrows of the Nailhead. The name of Taoist Lord Lu Press resounded through heaven and earth. Then what was your name originally? Nya Yun asked curiously. Chapter 16, Pretend with me? Returned. What business is it of yours? Lu Press's gaze was cold and stern, not putting Nya Yun in the slightest. With a mere mid-heavenly immortal cultivation, I don't know which great power's illegitimate son has run to the heavenly court to gild the lily. Lu Pressure simply do not see, if not really have no choice, the 10 Prince of Heaven, Tai Golden Immortal, how can he be subordinate to a small Tianxian? Yoo-hoo! I'm still loaded. Is the prince great? Isn't that more tawdry than my dad being Li Gang? Wait a minute, isn't. The 10 golden crows being punished in the heavenly prison? Look at Lu Press's miserable state, he might have just been released from the heavenly prison, how come he's sent under me? The God of heaven sent his son to keep an eye on me? It is unlikely, although I have slightly displayed my strength, the heavenly emperor does not know that I want to run away. Sending his son to keep an eye on me doesn't make sense. Then there is only one possibility, the heavenly emperor wanted to find a reason to release the 10 golden crows, but wanted to hone them more before releasing them, so they were sent to the grassroots to exercise. Nya Yun looked at Lu Press and smiled faintly. Somehow, Lu Press suddenly had a bad feeling when he saw Nya Yun smile. Yellow Wind. The little one is. You guard the heavenly general's mansion well, I will go to the demon emperor's palace to see his majesty. Your majesty's heavenly grace, I'm actually flattered and terrified, the 10th prince's status is honored and proud, my small heavenly general's mansion really can't accommodate this great god. I can only be ashamed of your majesty's high hopes. Heir. Small lead. Huang Feng is full of worship, adults are adults, even the prince came to say don't want it. Awesome. Lu Press's face changed drastically, and when he saw Nya Yun twisting his head to leave, he immediately panicked. Wait. My original name was Emperor 10th, are you satisfied? He really didn't want to go back to the heavenly prison to suffering from the inhumane beatings of the spiny demon vine every day, and sometimes his father, Emperor Jun, would rush into the heavenly prison to teach them about love. This time, if his father had not had something to entrust to him, he would not have been able to obtain this amnesty, and his 9 brothers would still be suffering in the heavenly prison. If Nya Yun were to return himself, would he not be imprisoned in the heavenly prison again and continue to be hung up and beaten? The 10th day? Then don't think about it, all the other princes count from the first day. What a crappy name, hiding it and thinking how high up it is. Nya Yun skimmed his mouth. It is true that daughters are the treasures of their fathers, and sons are all roadkill. Take a name or treated differently, look at the name of Princess Duanyu, elegant and beautiful, and then look at the 10th day, it is simply the gap between 1 plus 1 and higher mathematics. Lu Press was so angry that he gritted his teeth, his fists pinched and cackled, but he didn't dare to attack. After all, whether or not to return to the heavenly prison to be tortured is now in Nya Yun's hands. The little golden bird is scared? Looking at the bruised and battered Lu Press, Nya Yun suddenly realized that this guy turned out to be afraid of answering the heavenly prison for punishment again. This is the same as a probation officer who is released from prison, if he or she commits another offense. The sentence is doubled. Nya Yun pretended to be hesitant, that's not too good, is it? After all, you're in the body of a crown prince, and it's not appropriate for you to stay in my heavenly general's mansion, so why don't I go and request his majesty to transfer you to another demon saint's command? No. It's fine here, my name is Lu Press now, you don't have to treat me as a prince. Land Press panicked, isn't this still a return? But there is nothing suitable for you to do in my heavenly general's mansion, there are just some rough jobs left, and I'm embarrassed to let you, the titular prince, do them. The heavenly general's mansion is left with some work of serving tea and sweeping the floor to repair the flowers. Right, Huang Feng? Huang Feng hurriedly lowered his head. Can't see me. Can't see me. Grand Master. Just give me a break. A prince of heaven, a man honored by his majesty, I'm just a small demon, inserting myself into your midst isn't asking me to die? Who am I messing with? Lu Press was so angry that he was trembling, serving tea and water? Sweeping the floor and fixing the flowers? You're asking me to do this for the crown prince? Nya Yun, don't go too far. Look. I told you it wouldn't fit, and I'll go to his majesty right away to return it. Don't, I do. Lu Shi scanned the surrounding area and found a broom before inhaling it directly into his hands.
Humiliating. Too humiliating. Ka-ching.
That fairywood broom was actually pinched and broken by his anger. Huang Feng makes a note that 5th grade Heavenly General Lu Press, destroying one of the Heavenly Court's public property brooms, is worth 10 top grade immortal stones, which will be deducted from his salary when it's paid out.
Why don't you go grab it? A broken broom, not even worth 1 inferior immortal stone, how can you have the nerve to ask for 10 immortal stones? Go, find His Majesty and return it.
Okay, I'll pay.
Asshole, vampire.
You wait for me, in the future, this prince will get it back tenfold and 100-fold.
Luke was so angry.
If he knew that Nye Yun was about to become his brother-in-law, he'd be even angrier.
Is that how you treat your brother-in-law?
That's more like it. Go, start by sweeping the backyard. From now on, all the hygiene of the Heavenly General's mansion will be yours.
Do a good job, I'm looking out for you, yo. Lu Press was so angry that the sun's true flame was about to come out. How had he ever been humiliated like this? But then you turn around and have to go back to the heavenly jail to get smacked. Only to walk towards the backyard with an indignant face.
Huang Feng had long since turned white with fear. That was the crown prince.
Master, is it really appropriate for you to treat him like this?
Great. God, this is the 10th prince after all. It's not good for you to treat him like this, is it? Nye Yin crossed his eyes and lightly grunted. Don't pussyfoot around if you don't understand. Send someone to keep an eye on Lu Press, and report back to me right away if Lu Press land isn't swept clean.
Huh? What? Don't go yet. What are you playing at? What's wrong with the Taoist Lord Lu Zhao? He's still Nia's health captain?
Nye Yun was secretly pleased in his heart, not pleased with bullying Lu Press, the crown prince. Rather, he himself had so rubbed Lu Press's dignity on the ground, and this was the Prince of Heaven.
Isn't this tantamount to heaven's dignity being rubbed against the ground?
It's the same as Emperor Jun's dignity being rubbed against it.
If this gets out, Di Jun's son will become a health captain? Wouldn't that be a big joke? The heavenly emperor doesn't want to lose face? In that case, wouldn't he himself become a villain in Emperor Jun's heart, someone who could hardly be of any use? Will you pay special attention in the future? Definitely not. A man like that can marry a princess? Definitely not.
Maybe Nye Yun would simply be removed from his post and swept out of the heavenly court.
It's a direct step away from heaven. Perfect. As for Di Jun getting annoyed and just chopping him up? Not at all. Lu Ji is the one you called to be my subordinate. It's reasonable for me to ask him to do something, right? Now you don't like it and you want to cut me? Obviously can't afford to play.
When word gets out that Di Jun will have to carry the reputation of being a small-minded person, the Heavenly Emperor is small-minded, who will dare to defect to the Heavenly Court in the future?
The joke is bigger. Cool, today is really a double happiness. Let's go to the hook bar first and listen to a song to celebrate. Hall of the Demon Emperor.
The Demon Empress Shiha was snuggled in Emperor Jun's arms, so loving. It was just that at this moment, both of their faces were unusually brilliant. Because as far as their eyes could see, it was none other than Nye Yun's Heavenly General's mansion. As the Lord of the Heavenly Court, nothing within the Heavenly Court could be hidden from Di Jun's eyes.
Chapter 17, Emperor Jiang, Chang'e must sacrifice the flag, I said. Your Majesty, this is the Emperor's son-in-law you chose for Duan Yu? Cece was shocked.
This was not a star's difference from the juniper she had expected, but dozens of feet away off. Cultivation is low, there is no one in sight, there is no respect for inferiority or superiority, and there is no one who is small.
That's what you just saw. What you didn't see. How did this kind of person get chosen by Emperor Juna? Di Jun's face was embarrassed. This dog had the guts to do it.
The Prince of Heaven was told to sweep the floor and water the flowers, thanks to him for thinking of it.
The cultivation is almost there, but the person is not bad. Cece looked at each other face to face. Are you kidding me? It's just a rogue's air all over. You call that good?
Your Majesty, I know you're still angry with Little Ten, but you can't trample on Little Ten like this. After all, he is your son, the Prince of the Heavenly Court, to run to a 4th grade Heavenly General's residence to sweep the floor. If word gets out, how will the Heavenly Court lose face?
How can the Heavenly Emperor lose face if it gets out?
I think this son is simply a silver spear wax head, cannot be used, directly expelled from the Heavenly Court. This kind of person how qualified to be the Emperor's son-in-law?
Emperor Jun was also a bit upset. I am at least the Emperor of Heaven, Lu Pressure is my son, face more or less have to give some, right? This dog is really taking the chicken feather for an arrow. However, Shihe's phrase expelled from the heavenly court made Di Jun's heart startled and finally reacted. No. This dog is intentional, he just wants to be expelled from the heavenly court, completely detached from the heavenly court. But he had always wanted to escape the heavenly court, only to be stopped by himself every time. At this time, Di Jun also reacted, can come up with the simulation of 10 days, framing the Western Church, and can make a prompt decision, with Qin Yuan and Duan Yu to escape from the ancestral land of the witch race, to avoid being counted by the Western Church to fish in the pond, do not know how to deal with the prince of this small matter? It must have been done on purpose. Good. Dog, I almost fell for your trick. The corner of Di Jun's mouth ticked, playing with my brain. Dog, you picked the wrong guy. Di Jun hummed lightly, their 10 brothers almost led the heavenly court into a place of no return, if not for your pleading, I would not have gone beyond the law and released little 10. What's wrong with a little bit of suffering now? I see this dog. Well. Niayun let him sweep the floor just right, grinding his lofty nature, lest he cause trouble for the heavenly court again in the future. Seeing that the remaining anger of Emperor Jun has not subsided, Shiha retreated, and said. But this son is worthless, how can he be the emperor's son-in-law? Isn't this pushing Duan Yu into the fire pit? Shiha, you don't understand, you'll know in the future. My mind is made up, there is no need to say more. Emperor Jun's attitude is hard, not giving Shiha the slightest opportunity to say more, directly sending her out of the Demon Emperor Hall. But if this matter spreads out, the face of the heavenly court will indeed not look good, and the news will have to be blocked. Di Jun smiled crookedly, as long as the order is passed on privately, so that the heavenly soldiers and generals of the heavenly general's mansion don't disclose it, won't it be fine? Who can know? Counting the time, the witch clan should be sending someone to claim Chang'e soon. The full version of the perimeter star dipper formation? Ti Jun was looking forward to it. Western teachings, under the Bodhi tree. Junti and Jie had smiles on their faces and were in a good mood. A teacher is a teacher, a slight strike and the witch clan implodes. I told you that there's definitely no way a teacher would not care about us. Never. Junti was sincerely impressed. Yes. This plan can be said to be the creation of heaven and earth, worthy of being a Tao ancestor who has already merged with the Tao. Not only did it make the ancestral witch Gong Gong defect, but it also took care of Hoi, so in the future we can publicize that the witch race wants to dominate the flood, and that it wasn't even us, the Western sect, who messed with them first, so won't we have more allies? Junti is unimpeded, and the suffocation brought by the witch race is now dissipated. The receiver was smiling and confident. This time, teacher has even counted in the heavenly court, senior brother, this is our chance. According to Di Jun's high-minded and arrogant nature, Chang'e will definitely not give it to the witch race. These reckless people of the witch race definitely can't swallow this breath either, and are resentful towards the heavenly court, so as long as we send someone to the heavenly court to release our goodwill and seek cooperation, we might be able to provoke Di Jun's anger towards the witch race, and sending troops to the witch race isn't out of the question. At that time, the heavenly court and my Western sect will jointly attack the witch race. How can the witch race still hold up? Ha ha! The land of the witch race, sooner or later it will become my Western sect's territory, and it's impossible for the West not to prosper greatly. Never. Junti was excited and could not imagine that the Western religion could be blessed by a disaster. Senior brother, then which Buddha are you going to send to the heavenly court to talk about the right thing? I'll go and admonish him a few times so as not to mess things up. Ha! When there's something going on, call me senior brother, and when there's nothing going on, call me receiver. Reception secretly despised it. Non-Buddha also, I have a disciple grandson named Golden Cicada, is one of the 5 insects in the floodplains of the 6-winged golden cicada, and the demon race of the same clan, and people are quick-witted, judging the situation of the ability to be extremely strong, and can speak well. This son can be the responsibility of this important task. But it's not appropriate to send people over at this time, we'll have to wait until after the sorcerer race has gone to the heavenly court to claim Chang'e. Great good. The ancestral land of the witch clan, the council hall. The 12 ancestral witches sat around the table. Oh. Now there are only 11 ancestor witches left. The green-faced Hulk Gong Gong has run away. I can't imagine that Gong Gong is so heartless and crazy. The Hall of Ancestral Witches actually did such a heartless thing. It really brings shame to my witch tribe. I will clean up the door. Di Zheng, the head of the ancestral witches, was furious. The rest of the ancestral witches all hung their heads and sighed. They didn't expect something like this to happen, and now the witch clan has become the laughingstock of the entire flood. The old ancestor steals the wife of his offspring and stomps them to death, or the ancestor and the great sorcerer. Can it not be awesome? Now when the witch clan saw people from other powers, they couldn't raise their heads to meet anyone. Shu Rong sighed softly. Big brother, I'll go for the matter of arresting Gong Gong. I have a close relationship with Gong Gong. I will persuade him to come back and confess his sins. Shu Rong heard about Gong Gong before and was very unconvinced. Gong Gong had always been on good terms with him, and even if he believed that Gong Gong had hammered Chang'e to death, he did not believe that Gong Gong would like Chang'e. But the facts were in front of him, and he had to believe them. Di Zhang's face slightly slowed down. Good, find Gong Gong and tell him, if he honestly come back to confess, I can read in the same ancestral witch as Sake, lenient sentencing. If not, don't blame me for not remembering the old feelings. Yes. One more thing, Chang'e must be brought back to the witch clan. Because of this woman, my witch clan has caused the tragic death of a great witch and the defection of an ancestor witch, which is really a great crime. If this woman doesn't die, how will my witch clan's face survive? Chang'e must be brought back to sacrifice the flag. Who is in favor of what I say? Who is against? The ancestral witches were speechless for a while. You have said that it is for the face of the witch clan. Who will oppose it? Ah. Big brother, ah. Forced pretenses are the most deadly. Besides, Chang'e suddenly leapt from ordinary person to immortal right after the incident. Cutie. All knew there was something fishy going on. Maybe Chang'e was a spy who was originally here to harm the witch clan. Ancestral witch Shuebizu grunted coldly. Chang'e, this woman, flew into the Taiyin star. I think she is a spy sent by the heavenly court with the intention of subverting the witch race. The heavenly court's heart to kill me will never die. Big brother, let's go to war with the heavenly court directly. Shu Rong and Hotu almost sat on their asses when they heard this. War with heaven? Are you a pig? Now that the sorcerers are at war with the Western sect, if we involve the heavenly court again, the sorcerers will be attacked from the back, so don't drag us into it if you want to die. Shu Rong hurriedly said, Big brother, there is something fishy about this matter. Although Chang'e flew towards the Taiyin star, it can't be said that it is related to the heavenly court. If the heavenly court is also framed, we declare war on the heavenly court, and will be someone else's gun. But Chang'e is about the dignity of the witch clan and must be claimed back. I suggest sending an ancestor witch to go to the heavenly court to explain the reason with Emperor Jun, and I'm sure that Emperor Jun won't be able to make a big grudge with my witch clan again because of a mortal woman. Emperor Jiang thought for a moment and nodded. That makes sense. We're in the middle of a war with the Western sect. It's really not a good time to involve the heavenly court. Hotu, this matter will be left to you. Hotu nodded helplessly. It was really that amongst the ancestral witches, she was the one with the most leisure. She is quiet by nature and does not like to fight. She was not involved in the great war between the witch race and the Western cult. Moreover, they are quiet by nature, unlike other ancestral witches who are warlike and short-tempered. Going to the heavenly court to ask for something like Chang'e, she was the most suitable person for the job. Chapter 18, Emperor Jun, can't get it together. Shabu Shabu dog meet hot pot on the immortal beheading stage. The house of the heavenly general. Nieyin has been all over the place for a while now, and Demon Emperor Laodeng doesn't know if he's on the wrong medication, blocking off the heavenly court twice a day for 3 days, making it so that Nieyin doesn't have a chance to go to the hookah and consume a wave of money. What's the most painful thing? The man is dead, the money is unspent. What's the saddest thing? People live with money but no place to spend it. And what hurts to the bone? One lives, has money, and can spend it as one pleases, only to realize that you can't. It can only be seen but not used. Nieyin belongs to the second kind. He has all the promotions and wealth, but he can't spend it. He can't go and watch the young lady dance. You're not going to wait for 10,000 immortal stones to go moldy? Demon Emperor Laodeng, I hate you. Nieyin growled in his heart, but he didn't dare say it with his mouth. After all, now there is still Lu Press in the Heavenly General's mansion as a spy, and if this kid runs off to find Emperor Jun to snitch on him, it would be a big loss. Forget it, write a diary and then continue refining the cutting world golden wheel. It wasn't that Nieyin didn't like to cultivate, but now that the robberies were too heavy, the cultivation speed was like a turtle crawling, and without 180 years to see any progress at all, it was too much of a blow to self-confidence. Demon Emperor Laodeng, I don't share the same fate as you. Woo! Lovely fox women, beautiful flower fairies, Nya, someone misses you so much. It's a pity that the Demon Emperor Laodeng has blocked the heavenly court, so I can't go to the hookah. In the Demon Emperor's hall, Emperor Jun had just taken out his diary and his face immediately darkened. I have ordained you as a god, and instead of thinking of serving the heavenly court, you think of enjoying yourself in a hookah. It's simply outrageous. And blaming me for blockading the heavenly court, simply wolfish. In vain I have high hopes for you. The old dang is also right. What are you afraid of? I'm just afraid that the two Western saints will take advantage of the situation and drag the heavenly court down with them. As long as they dare to mess up, even if they send all the female disciples of the three religions to your bed, you'll just bite the bullet and say that the Western religion did it, send out your troops to them, and that's the end of it. The two saints will definitely come to take care of you, so what's the point of guarding against this and that? When Jun saw this, the anger on his face froze. The reason why he blocked the heavenly court was because the matter of Chang'e involved the heavenly court. If those two shameless guys in the West at this time secretly came to the heavenly court to kill a few heavenly soldiers and generals, and then left traces to frame the witch clan, the demon clan crowd would certainly be furious beyond measure. By that time, the entire heavenly court was hating the sorcerer race, and Jun couldn't even think of not sending troops. Sealing the heavenly court and covering it with the heavenly court's chi, but no wind or grass can escape Jun's perception. This is the best way he can think of. However, seeing Nye Yun's thoughts, Jun was a bit embarrassed. That's a rogue idea for a dog, but it works. Disciples of the three religions came to the heavenly city to eat and drink for free? It must be the disciples of the Western sect pretending to send troops to the Western sect. Someone broke into the heavenly court with the intention of peeking at the fairy's bath? Westernism. Someone from the demon clan was killed? Westernism. The flowers in front of the demon emperor's temple fell, surely the Western religion. Well, this one doesn't count. No matter what happened, it all depended on the Western religion, so they beat the Western religion, so that the two saints in the West didn't dare to touch the heavenly court in the slightest, and even had to curry favor with the heavenly court. Otherwise, if the two main protagonists of heaven and earth worked together to dry up the Western sect, Spirit Mountain would really become the toilet of the witch and demon clans. The dog thing's idea is good, but it's still too young and not mature enough. This kind of thing has to be done with courtesy first. After all, it's a saint sect. The face that should be given still has to be given. First send someone over to give the two saints of the West a reminder, and when something does happen, then they can rightfully send troops to attack the Western sect, and the saints will have nothing to say. Jun stroked the long beard on his chin, rather smugly. The dog has some talent, but compared to me, it still lacks some fire. Young people are always young, too tender nah. He did not rush to send people to the Western church to blockade the heavenly court for 2 more days, lest the dog run around. The people from the witch race should be coming soon, and Jun didn't want to go to the hook to catch Nye Yun. Luckily, Lu Press is under my command, so I can take it out on him. Little golden bird, don't blame Nye for someone's black hand, it's all your old man's fault. That said, the fact that I made Lu Press the health captain should have reached the ears of the demon emperor, right? Why hasn't the imperial decree expelling me from the heavenly court been issued yet? Demon Emperor Lao Dang doesn't want to lose face? Sure enough, this dog just wanted to be expelled from the heavenly court. Luckily he didn't fall for it. The corner of Jun's mouth curled up. Dog, I knew what you wanted before you even puckered your ass. Want to break away from the heavenly court? Dream on. Why haven't the people from the witch clan who asked for Chang'e come yet? I'm in a hurry. It's best to come to a few ancestral witches, then I'll tempt them with the Dutian divine fury formation and bring me to the witch clan, then the sky will be the limit. The witch race is a bit more dangerous than the heavenly court, but there's Ho Tu. As long as Ho Tu establishes the wheel of reincarnation, I'll run into hell and hide, plus the favor of contributing to the heavenly divine fury formation. There's no reason why Ho Tu won't protect me. Isn't it better than the trashy heavenly court? Perfect. Jun looked at the dog and gritted his teeth. The heart to escape from heaven is not dead. It seems Tuan you can't keep him on his leash. Is that a good idea? Why don't you let Chinwan try? It was at this moment that Lugo's voice sounded outside the door. Your Majesty, news has come from the southern heavenly gate that the witch race's ancestral witch, Ho Tu, seeks an audience with your Majesty. Jun's eyes flashed. The witch race had finally come? Ancestral witch Ho Tu. The dog mentioned Ho Tu many times. This woman is to make up for the lack of heaven, but also to prove the fruit of the road is comparable to the saint of the people. Pass on my decree that Demon Master Kuanping should go and receive them, and at the same time summon the Qin Yuan Demon Saint for an audience. By the will of the law. After a long time, the Qin Yuan Demon Saint came in a hurry. I, Qinwan, pay my respects to the Heavenly Emperor.
Jun let out a soft Xin Yuan, I called you here, it's a visitor from the witch clan, the visitor is the ancestral witch Ho Tuesday.
Xin Yuan raised an eyebrow. What your majesty means is that Hotu is a woman, so it would be more appropriate for me to negotiate with her? Wasn't this kind of thing more suitable for Shan Yang, Bai Zhe, or the Kunpeng demon master? Why would they let themselves go? Is it just the fact that they're both women? Xinwan was a little hard to read. No.
I am your accompaniment to the negotiation with the After-Earth, the person of the negotiation I have already chosen. Xinwan sighed in relief, so he was accompanied.
Negotiating really wasn't something she was good at.
Xinwan, it is you who will go to the Heavenly General's palace to deliver my message. Nia Yun, the god of ceremonies, is solely responsible for negotiating with the witch race, and the demon Saint Qin Yuan accompanies him without fail.
What? Qin Yuan was shocked that His Majesty had chosen Nia Yun? Shouldn't it be a demon saint like Shan Yang or Bai Zhe? Isn't it too rude to send a god of rituals to face the ancestral witches of the witch clan? Besides, Nia Yun is just a tiny heavenly immortal. Are you sure he won't shiver when he sees someone as powerful as an ancestral witch?
Your Majesty, letting Nia Yun lead the negotiations, is this appropriate? Emperor Jun's mouth crooked, grunted, no one is more suitable than him, by the way, tell the dog.
Well. Nia Yun, this time with the witch tribe negotiation, the celestial court must not suffer if the negotiation is not close.
I'll burn the pot on the chopping platform for swish dog meat hot pot.
Air. The Qin Yuan demon saint's face skin jerked viciously. Your Majesty, are you serious? Chapter 19, Lu Pressure, Father still loves me, helps me out. A little to the left, yes. More force. Didn't eat? Ouch, you want to pinch me to death. With that much strength? It's too bad.
Huang Feng, tomorrow find 2 fox women who know how to massage and come back to teach him, the technique simply sucks. Huang Feng hurriedly came up to Nia Yun and fawned.
Great God, do you want to find 2 more who can sing a little song? You can enjoy them a bit after the massage. Nia Yun's eyes glazed over, you have a way out? The heavenly court is on lockdown.
Huang Feng confidently said, Great God, don't worry, small in the heavenly court has been mixed for thousands of years, the door is very clear. The 4 heavenly gates of the heavenly soldiers and generals know quite a lot, please ask them to accommodate 1 or 2 of the faces still there.
Agu, you kid has a future.
Nia Yun rejoiced and patted Huang Feng on the shoulder.
Not bad, do a good job, this great God appreciates you.
If you do a good job, the 20,000 soldiers and horses under this great God will be given to you to command.
It doesn't pay to paint a big picture anyway.
Huang Feng was overjoyed and thanked him. Thank you for the great God's appreciation, I will definitely not let you down. Lu Press, who was helping Nia Yun squeeze his shoulders, had his teeth clenched.
Assholes. Snakes and rats, all in a row. How could father put himself at the mercy of such a man?
Bad character, villainy, and just plain worthless. He hadn't had as much shame in his life combined as he had in the Heavenly General's mansion.
You're quite good at enjoying yourself. A voice suddenly entered Nia Yun's ears. That's, this great God. That voice is so familiar.
Nia Yun raised his eyes and a slender thigh came into view, so long and white.
Continuing up. Towers above the rest. Further up. Dumping. Io, Chinhara demon saint?
Nia Yun was so frightened that he violently bounced up from the eunuch chair to hastily and respectfully salute. I didn't know that Lord Demon Saint had arrived, so please forgive me if I've missed the welcome.
It's over.
Groping for fish was caught by the top boss. Although he had risen to the rank of 4th grade Heavenly General, he was still under the command of the Qin Yuan Demon Saint.
Huang Feng was directly scared to the ground, trembling.
Lu Pressure, on the other hand, had a face of indignation. When this bastard bullied himself, he looked like the boss of the heavens and the earth, but now when he saw the Demon Saint, he was as respectful as a king of the earth, hateful. The Qin Yuan Demon Saint did not respond, but bowed slightly towards Lu Press.
The 10th Prince.
In the face of the Qin Yuan Demon Saint's salute, Lu Press didn't feel superior, instead, his face was full of blush, revealing a smile that was even worse than crying.
It's all over.
The Qin Yuan Demon Saint must have seen himself being used by Nia Yun. How can he meet people when he goes out in the future?
As if he understood Lu Press's dilemma, the Qin Yuan Demon Saint retracted his gaze to look at Nia Yun with a bit more admiration in his eyes. This guy is really bold, how dare he use the 10th Prince as a servant? Have guts. Nyayun asked apprehensively. I don't know what the demon sage's visit is all about. If you have any orders, just send someone to say so, and I'll go to the demon saint's residence to pay my respects, so how can I bother you to come? This asshole is a bully, huh? Lu Pressure turned his head away, feeling that one more glance at Nyayun's front and back appearance would add to his own sense of humiliation. Demon Saint Qin Yuan directly said, passing on His Majesty's word, the matter of negotiations between the sorcerer race and the heavenly court regarding Chang'e will be fully handled by the god of rights, Nyayun, with Demon Saint Qin Yuan accompanying him. Lu Ji was dumbfounded. What qualifications did he have for this bullying asshole? Nyayun was also confused. Putting me in charge? Hello? Long-legged beauty, have you gone to the wrong mansion? Shouldn't a demon saint level powerhouse be in charge of this kind of thing? Huang Feng on the ground floor was also confused. His Majesty thinks so highly of this master? Underestimated, ah. Three faces of confusion. The corner of the Qin Yuan demon saint's mouth hooked into a smile as he continued, by the way, His Majesty also asked me to pass on a message to you. In this negotiation, the heavenly court must not suffer a loss, or else His Majesty will burn the tripod on the immortal beheading stage in anticipation. Swish dog fondue. No. Way. Nyayun's head shrunk. Shabu shabu dog meat hot pot? It won't be about me, will it? Nyayun panicked. Di Jun wanted to kill himself? It couldn't be because the demon emperor was too embarrassed to punish him head-on for abusing Lu Press, so he came looking for trouble in a different way, right? Sloppy. Demon Emperor Lao Dang is not acting according to common sense. Shouldn't he expel me from the heavenly court? Lu Ji was first stunned when he heard this, and then he almost cried out in excitement. It must be that my father knew that this asshole was abusing me, and this is coming through for me. My father still loves me and hasn't abandoned me. Woohoo! So touched. The Qin Yuan demon saint said, the sorcerer race's visitors have arrived at the heavenly court's welcome house, and demon master Koan Pang is receiving them. Nyayun, do you need to prepare anything else? If not, we'll head over now. Ready? I'm preparing the hammer. Demon Emperor Lao Deng does not talk about martial virtue. Even if you want to find me trouble, can you say hello in advance? Nyayun wanted to cry. No. Before the words left his mouth, Nyayun's gaze fell on Lu Press, who was full of excitement. This guy's face is so red, I'm afraid he's not peeing urgently and frequently, right? Lu Press, follow me to the welcome house. Huang Feng, you stay at the Heavenly General's mansion. Me? Lu Press thought he had heard wrong. Nyayun couldn't wait to go up and stomp on this guy twice when he looked at his confused appearance. Your dad put you under me for training, right? You want to show you the world, and you're still not happy about it? If I wasn't afraid that the demon emperor Lao Dang would try to continue screwing me again, I'd need a sanitation brigade leader even more. Nyayun didn't bother with him and respectfully said towards the Qin Yuan demon saint, please guide me, Lord Demon Saint, I don't know where the welcome house is. Come with me. The Celestial Welcome House. Demon Master Koan Pang and Ancestral Witch Ho-Tu sat opposite each other, drinking tea and sipping it. Only Ho-Tu did not have this kind of leisure and directly said, Demon Master, when will the Heavenly Emperor see me? Koan Pang said, there is no need to be anxious, His Majesty is aware of your sorcerer clan's intention to come and has already sent someone to negotiate with you, it shouldn't be too long. As soon as Koan Pang's words left his mouth, he saw the Qin Yuan demon saint riding in the clouds, followed by Nyayun and Lu Press. Koan Pang frowned slightly, His Majesty sent the 10th prince? Good enough for the job, but too young for the job? Could it be that the Qin Yuan demon saint is leading and the prince is assisting? Shouldn't a merchant goat or a white zephyr be more appropriate though? As for Nyayun, he was completely ignored. Qin Yuan, I can't imagine that His Majesty would give this mission to you. Koan Pang laughed and introduced himself towards Ho-Tu. This is my heavenly court demon saint Qin Yuan, and next to him is the 10 princes of the heavenly court. Greetings to fellow Daoist Qin Yuan, and greetings to the 10th prince. Ho-Tu saluted. Meet Ancestral Witch Ho-Tuesday. The two returned the salute. And Nyayun had directly turned transparent. Could a tiny heavenly immortal not be transparent? The worst here is Lu Press, a Tai golden immortal, and Nyayun, a weakling who hasn't even certified the fruit of the Tao of Tai, still expects these bigwigs to show him a courtesy, doesn't he? It's just that Nyayun didn't care about any of this, and was surreptitiously sizing up Ho-Tu. Ah, Ho-Tu. Ancestral Witch. The legendary Queen Pingxin, the chief scooper of hell, the lord of reincarnation, it's still alive. Can't you just admire it?
Ho-Tu was dressed in a white plain dress, with a graceful body and a pretty face. The clear eyes seemed to contain mysterious magic, giving people an inexplicable peace. She has that aesthetic serenity of dayuberrying flowers, but not a hint of softness. It exuded an aura of compassion and kindness, as if any mischievous thoughts in his heart towards it could make people ashamed. This was the first of the beautiful women Nya-yun had seen who didn't have blasphemous thoughts. Ho-Tu's jade hand gently ruffled the teacup in front of her as she calmly said, "Since the Heavenly Emperor commissioned the Demon Saint to come and negotiate with the Qin Yuan Demon Saint, let's get started." The Qin Yuan Demon Saint shook his head. "No, I'm just accompanying, and I'm not the one negotiating with you."
Kuan Pang and Ho-Tu froze in unison, "Not Qin Yuan?"
Their gazes turned to Lu Press in unison.
"Don't look at me, I'm not worthy." Lu Ji lowered his head in shame, so angry. Chapter 20 Nya-yun, come to my witch clan, I'll give you an ancestor witch.
Seeing Lu Press lower his head, Kuan Pang was at a loss for words, looking at Nya-yun incredulously.
It can't be him, can it?
As for Nya-yun, Kuan Pang hadn't seen him before, but knew that this son was someone that the Heavenly Emperor valued and wanted to recruit as his emperor's son-in-law. However, he didn't care too much about it. That was the Heavenly Emperor's family business, and a little demon like Nya-yun wasn't worth caring about yet. But when the ancestral witches of the witch race came, the Heavenly Emperor sent a little guy to the stage, and when word got out, others thought that there was no one in the heavenly court.
Xinwan, what's going on?
The Qin Yuan Demon Saint had a helpless face and only spat out 4 words.
Heavenly Emperor's will. The corner of Kuan Pang's mouth twitched fiercely. Is this even possible? The corner of Nya-yun's mouth twitched. Who are you looking down on? Demon Emperor Lao Deng couldn't even dream of it.
I hold the lifeblood of the witch race in my hands, and I still want to take the opportunity to find me in trouble.
Deng, you've got the wrong idea.
I, Nya-yun, god of the heavenly court ceremony, meet ancestral witch Ho-Tu and demon master Kuan Pang.
The kunai didn't say anything, his eyebrows furrowing together. Can't figure it out, just can't figure it out.
For her part, Ho-Tu appeared calm and indifferent, as if she didn't care at all about who the heavenly court had sent to negotiate and in what capacity.
You're the one sent by the Heavenly Emperor? Well then, I'll be blunt.
Chang'e is a traitor to my witch clan and has committed many crimes, so I will bring him back to the witch clan.
Chang'e is guilty as charged? LOL. Poor pawns. There is no shortage of temp backstabbing drama anywhere.
Nya-yun smiled. Ancestral witch Ho-Tu, I'd like to ask, what proof do you have for saying that Chang'e is a member of your witch clan?
And why did you seek out my heavenly court for someone? Qin Yuan and Kuan Pang froze. How does this question feel like making peace?
The great scandal of the witch clan has long been spread throughout the floodplains, and even the low-level heavenly soldiers know that this kid knowingly asks what he means.
Ho-Tu's embroidered brows furrowed slightly. Is the Nya heavenly god trying to pull a fast one? You're not willing to hand him over?
Playing tricks is not so bad. Chang'e is now a person in the Demon Empress's palace. Is it not a bit too overbearing for us to have to hand her over when your sorcerer clan says she is a traitor? If one day your sorcerer clan says that our Demon Empress is also a defector from the sorcerer clan, don't we have to hand over the Demon Empress to you as well? These few words were soothing to the hearts of Kuan Pang and Qin Yuan. Originally, I thought that Nya-yun, this tiny heavenly immortal, would be fearful in the face of the ancestral witches and would shy away from the stage, but I didn't expect to speak with such a sharp edge and not undermine the majesty of the heavenly court, so it seems that the heavenly emperor didn't choose the wrong person.
Lu Press stared at Nya-yun dead in the face. This bastard had this kind of vigor? This was an ancestral witch. Even as the heavenly court prince himself, he wouldn't dare to speak to the ancestral witch in such a manner. It must be a misreading. Ho-Tu's gaze was slightly cold. Is this what the heavenly emperor means?
Nya-yun said indifferently, His Majesty entrusted me with full authority over this matter, so I'm naturally able to represent His Majesty. Ancestral witch Ho-Tu, Chang'e is impossible to hand over to you. No matter what the cause of this matter is, but right now Chang'e is a person of the Demon Queen, a person inside the Heavenly Emperor's chambers. Handing it over to you, the Heavenly Court will become the laughingstock of the flood, just like handing over one's wife. Do you think the face of the witch clan is important, but the face of the Heavenly Court is not? Asshole, bull. How could a mortal woman like Chang'e be qualified to be her father's wife? Lu Pressure was indignant, but neither Qin Yuan nor Kuan Pang spoke, so he didn't dare to interrupt. Ho-Tu looked deeply at Nya-yun. Chang'e is the person that my big brother, Emperor Jiang, personally decided must be brought back to sacrifice the flag. It's a matter of the face of the witch clan, and since the Heavenly Emperor refuses to release her, I'm afraid a battle between witch and demon is inevitable. I don't expect this to happen, and I don't want the witch clan's wars to continue and smear the living. If Chanya cannot be brought back, the other ancestral witches will surely resent the heavenly court as well, and I will not be able to stop the battle between witch and demon. Please report to the Heavenly Emperor. I would like to privately take out an innate supreme treasure in exchange for Chanya. It's the only thing I can take out. With a shake of Hotu's hand, a white jade hairpin had appeared in her hand, emitting a terrifying pressure. The innate supreme treasure. Nia Yun was heartbroken, but unfortunately, this thing wasn't going to fall into his hands anyway. The innate supreme treasure level treasures, the demon saint will also use this level of things, such as Emperor Jun's chaos bell, the Tongtian Godfather's immortal extermination sword and other chaotic spiritual treasures, not anyone has the chance to obtain. At the same time, Nia Yun also sensed Hotu's compassionate heart, worthy of being a great virtuous Hotu. Even the treasure in the bottom of the box is willing to take out to stop the witch-demon war. The name is true. I see this matter. Koan Pang hesitantly glanced at Nia Yun. The sincerity of the witch race is indeed not low. Taking out the innate treasures in exchange for a mortal woman, it is also considered to give enough face to the heavenly court. See the good. There's no way heaven is going to deliver. Nia Yun, however, cut his losses without any room for negotiation. Koan Pang, Xin Yuan, and Lu Press all looked at Nia Yun incredulously. It's come to this point, and you still won't let up? Do you really want a witch-demon war? You want to be so tough? Hotu sighed softly and slowly put away the hairpin. It seems like fate. I've done my best, farewell. Seeing Hotu rise, Nia Yun hurriedly said. Hold on, I'm not done yet. Hotu calmly said, since the heavenly court is unwilling to hand over the people, what else is there to say? Of course there is. I know that your witch clan is merely fighting for a face. The same goes for the heavenly court. One of the two sides is bound to take a step back, but the heavenly court likewise doesn't want to cause a great war between witches and demons. What the hell are you trying to say? Instead of explaining, Nia Yun condensed his mana and pointed it toward his brow, pulling out a memory image and kneading it into a ball of mana force, sending it to Hotu. The ancestral witch of the Backlands will observe. Hotu's eyes were puzzled, her vegetal hands shook, absorbing the mana chi mass and slowly closing her eyes. The Koan Pang trio glanced at each other, not understanding what Nia Yun was up to. Can the witch clan not stop there? What? Suddenly, Hotu let out a cry of alarm, her calm face filled with horror. This sudden transformation caused the Koan Pang trio to look at each other in disbelief. What exactly had Nia Yun shown Hotu? Surprisingly, it had caused the hallowed ancestral witch to be so moved. What the hell are you? Hotu stared at Nia Yun in death. The Duotian Divine Fiend Grand Formation, a tiny heavenly court heavenly immortal actually knew how to set up the witch clan's clan-suppressing Grand Formation, and she even realized that the Grand Formation Nia Yun had passed on to her was even more perfect than the witch clan's existing one. How is that possible? Nia Yun wasn't surprised at all by Hotu's reaction. It's like a webmaster at a small internet cafe suddenly pulling out the source code for the computer firewall of an international network company, and it would be surprising if he wasn't surprised. Nia Yun laughed lightly. It doesn't matter what I am. What matters is that if this item is given to the Sorcerer clan, I wonder if the Sorcerer clan is still hell-bent on Chang'e. Of course, what I'm showing you isn't the full version. If your Sorcerer clan stops, I can give you the full version. Still not complete all. Hotu was trembling with excitement. The Dutian Divine Fury formation has always been defective. The witch clan exhausted their efforts and did not make up for it, but now that it is within reach, how can she not be excited? Seeing Nia Yun nod, Hotu hurriedly said. I can promise you right now that as long as you give it in its entirety, my witch clan will never claim Chang'e. What's Chang'e to you? The complete version of the Dutian Divine Fury Grand Formation, that was an existence that was strong enough to harden against a saint. Not to mention a little loss of face, is to let the ancestral witch and the floodland walking birds. I am afraid that the witch tribe will only hesitate for a second. This second is still Su shame. Look at it this way, okay? We don't want Chang'e, we want you. You come with me to the Sorcerer clan. Your name is Nia Yun, right? Don't worry, our witch clan will never treat you poorly. All you have to do is give the full version, and I can even ask my big brother to make you an ancestral sorcerer of the witch clan, an existence of equal status to me. Well. Chapter 21, This is the love of my life. You can't take it away from me. There was a reason why Hotu threw out such a great temptation. The Dutian Divine Fury formation was too important to the Sorcerer clan, and if Nya was hiding something, or if the Celestial Emperor was manipulating it behind the scenes.
Isn't the witch race under the clampdown of the heavenly court?
Only when Nya arrived at the witch clan would she feel at ease. Unbeknownst to him, this played right into Nya hands, and he just wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to leave the heavenly court. No, Nya is an important official of my heavenly court, he can't go to the sorcerer clan. Qin Yuan immediately blocked in front of Nya, fearing that Ho-Tu would suddenly strike and take Nya away. She had seen Nya's extraordinary nature before, and now that even Ho-Tu wanted to invite Nya to the witch clan as an ancestral sorcerer, Qin Yuan wouldn't be worthy of being a demon saint if she still didn't know Nya's value. Worthy of being the heavenly emperor, his eyes are as discerning as a torch. Although the Koan Pang was appalled and unsure, he took a step sideways to block Nya behind him, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Qin Yuan demon saint. The position of ancestral witch, that was one of the controllers of the witch clan. Unceremoniously, it is he Koan Pang defected to the witch race, also cannot mix the position of the ancestral witch. And the fact that future Earth had even promised Nya was evident of this son's value. Lu Ji, on the other hand, was completely confused. This was still the asshole who bullied himself all day long and was full of female goblins? Lords of the two demon saints, could you allow me to say a few words? Nya was that angry in his heart. Ho-Tu! Can't you be a little more reserved? Even if you want me to go to the witch clan, don't say it. You're a cutie pie when you're in heaven. No? It was hasty, and if I had known it, I should have instructed the backwoods twice first. You shut up. The Qin Yuan demon saint directly balked. Nya. No human rights, right? Ho-Tu realized she had ate up and lost her tongue for a moment, but it was over. She took a deep breath and said aloud, Heavenly Emperor, I know you're here, my witch race can do without China, just give me Nya, how about that? The words just fell. A golden light filled the hall, revealing a golden light shadow. Greetings to the Heavenly Emperor. Qin Yuan and the others hurriedly saluted, and Nya bowed as well, speechless in his heart. Demon Emperor Lao Dang, is this voyeurism? Ho-Tu, this son is my beloved, you can't take away someone's love. The moment Dijun opened his mouth, he nearly paralyzed Nya with fear. Sincerely. Love. No way. Demon Emperor Lao Dang is an old glass? Nya only felt a large danger hanging over his head. Empress Ho-Tu, quickly. Take me away, it's fine to harden this old glass, I don't want to stay in the heavenly court. I promise that I can make the witch race take off, and I can also let you witness a Dao fruit that is comparable to that of a saint. I don't want to play back mountain with this old glass. Even Qin Yuan and Koan Pang had embarrassment written in capital letters on their faces and bowed their heads. The word beloved is too easy to think of. Lu Press also lowered his head, only thinking about whether or not to tell Mother Nature about this. Ho-Tu was anxious and hurriedly took out the innate treasure hairpin. My witch clan doesn't want China, and can also give you this innate treasure as well. How about just exchanging it for Nya? No change. Add another innate treasure. No change. 5 innate supreme treasures, plus all the territory of the western sect that my witch clan has just conquered, that's the limit. Qin Yuan, Koan Pang, and Lu Ping were directly numb. Not to mention the land, 5 innate treasures? I'm afraid a demon saint wouldn't be worth that much, would he? Especially Lu Press, let alone 5 innate supreme treasures, or even one, his father might even sell him. After all, the innate supreme treasure can be found, but the son can be regenerated, besides, he has 10 brothers, 1 or 2 less harmless. Thinking about it, Land Press closed himself up. However, Dijun still faintly spat out 2 words, no exchange. Nyayan's heart sank as he heard this, and it seemed like there was no way to break away from the dragon pool that was the celestial court for the time being. He hurriedly said, Your Majesty, I am loyal to the heavenly court and am willing to bow and die, I will never change my family. If you don't show your loyalty at this time, aren't you waiting for Emperor Jun to settle scores in the fall? Dijun wore a smile on his face, but in his heart, he despised it fiercely. Dog, don't think that I don't know that you are thinking of defecting to heaven at all times. I've seen through your heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys for a long time. Very well, it is not in vain that I have cultivated you. Ho-Tu, Nya can't give it to you, but I won't stand in the way of his exchange with you. Ho-Tu sighed in relief, she was afraid that Dijun would block the witch race from obtaining the Du Tianxin Fei Grand Formation. It seems that this matter was originally authorized by Dijun. Come to think of it, how could a small heavenly immortal possess such a great formation? Many thanks to the Heavenly Emperor, my witch clan is grateful for the great favor and will be rewarded in the coming days.
The corners of Emperor Jun's mouth quirked. Cool.
Although it's a bit immoral to steal the dog's achievements, the entire heavenly court is mine, including this dog.
In that case, isn't Nyeyun's mine? Nothing wrong with it.
Nyeyun was also relieved since Jun wasn't stopping it, that meant he still had a chance. Your Majesty, I thought that the item could be given to the witch clan, but this matter is known to everyone in the flood, in order to avoid others thinking that our heavenly court is afraid of the witch clan. I suggest that the witch clan send a letter of complaint against the flood, stating that they were fooled by a villain and wrongly blamed the heavenly court, and apologizing to the heavenly court for this.
Continue to show loyalty. Old dang. Seeing as I'm so considerate of heaven, why don't you just happily stop letting me get into your dragon bed?
The thought of engaging in backstabbing with a bird was as hard on Nyeyun as eating a dead fly.
And you promised me to be the emperor's son-in-law? So it's for yourself. Liar. Big liar.
I can't stay in this heaven, I must run. Hotu didn't even think about it and directly responded, yes, but the full version must be given.
What's an apology?
Compared to the full version of the Dutian Divine Fury Grand Formation, it was not worth mentioning.
Granted.
Emperor Jun was satisfied, and the light slowly dispersed.
Greetings, Your Majesty.
Nyeyun straightened up and met Hotu's scorching gaze, but instead of taking out the full version of the Dutian Divine Severity Formation, he turned toward Qin Yuan, Kuan Peng, and Lu Ji. Three of you, His Majesty has explained that there are important matters that require me to talk to the Hotu ancestral witch alone, so I'd like to ask you to evade for a moment. After Jun's beloved remark, the three of them were so convinced of Nyeyun's words that they turned around and walked out of the welcome house, and thoughtfully closed the door to their room.
Ancestral witch Hotu, please lay down a boundary to prevent others from eavesdropping.
Hotu did not hesitate. It is about the witch clan Jin clan formation. If it is overheard by someone who has the heart, then the loss of the witch clan will be great.
Okay, you can talk.
Nyeyun hesitantly pointed to the sky above, his eyes showing a questioning expression. After all, the Demon Emperor, this old den wasn't just old and glassy, he was also a voyeur.
Hotu understood what he meant and was surprised in her heart. Wasn't this formation owned by the Heavenly Emperor? But still responded.
Don't worry, this is my sorcerer clan's secret method. Even if a saint wanted to eavesdrop, it would be extremely difficult.
Nyeyun sighed in relief.
In the Demon Emperor's hall, Emperor Jun bristled and snorted.
Dog thing, afraid that I overheard your idea of trying to run away?
I don't need to see or hear to know what you want to say. Even if you talk the 12 ancestral witches to come to the heavenly court to rob you, I can also let them return in defeat. Nyeyun had taken out the complete version of the Dutian Divine Fury Grand Formation, so wasn't that proof that the diary said that he really had the complete version of the Zhou Tian Xingdou Grand Formation? At this time, let alone coming to the 12 ancestral witches of the witch race, or coming to the saints to ask for Nyeyun, Jun would have to fight hard with the other side to the end.
Chapter 22, Your Majesty, please don't twist your tongue, I'm scared. Inside the welcome house.
Hotu was thrilled beyond words after receiving the memory Dharma power mass that Nyeyun had passed over.
It's really the full version of the Dutian Xingdou formation, really.
Many thanks. Tell the Heavenly Emperor for me that I, the Sorcerer Clan, will remember such a great favor and will definitely repay it generously in the future.
Nyeyun is furious. This is what I gave you. What do you mean by thanking the Demon Emperor for that old dang?
However, he also understood in his heart that Hotu thought that the complete version of the Great Formation was handed over to the witch race by Jun through his hands. After all, this kind of unprecedented Great Formation, a small heavenly immortal can have? Shame on you for stealing the fruits of your old man's labor. Nyeyun cursed a few times and said, Ancestral Witch Hotu, the item has been given to you, but there's something I have to tell you. I'm afraid that the Sorcerer Clan might not be able to reverse the fate of the Sorcerer Clan even if they have the complete Dutian Divine Fury formation, and you're the hope of the Sorcerer Clan.
Me? The Witch Hope. The background is unknown.
Not bad, then I'll be blunt. The actions of the witch race have already caused displeasure throughout the Flood Wasteland, and have also made countless enemies. The key is that the Witch Clan has no saints to preserve the Witch Clan, and only the appearance of a new saint in the Witch Clan will allow the Witch Clan to be invincible. Nonsense, you're a mere little heaven immortal and you dare to talk about saints, big talk. Hotu is not happy. This son is really not shocking. The Flood Saints is heavenly, 7 saints no more and no less, cannot grow. Where is the new saints? Nyeyun said confidently, don't worry, I haven't finished yet. It's true that the 7 saints' positions can't be increased, but there's another kind of fruit that's comparable to the Sage Dao fruit.
And I happen to know about this method, so as long as you talk the other ancestral witches into bringing me from the heavenly court to the witch clan, I'll exchange this for it. How about it? He couldn't escape, and now Di-jun was trying to find him to Playback Mountain. Nya-yun really panicked. If he stayed in the heavenly court any longer, he wouldn't be able to make it late. He believed that as long as he took out the law of standing reincarnation, it would be comparable to a saint's Tao fruit. Who wouldn't be tempted? I didn't expect Ho-tu to become furious. I didn't expect you to be such a person. The Heavenly Emperor holds you in such high regard and entrusts you with important tasks, but you even think of betrayal? Also full of nonsense. What is comparable to Saint Tao fruits? Do you think I am a 3-year-old child? You still have the delusion of swindling me. Considering the fact that you personally handed over the Dutian Divine Fury formation to me, I will leave this matter alone for the time being, and I will not tell the Heavenly Emperor about this matter, so take care of yourself. Ho-tu raised her hand to disperse the boundary and turned into a rainbow. Wait. Ho-tu ancestor witch, listen to me. I'm telling the truth, I'm not lying, there really is. Don't you go. Nya-yun looked at the red light in the distance and was completely dumbfounded. This was completely different from what was expected. Not only does Ho-tu not believe it, but he's being scolded? Ha ha ha. In the Demon Emperor's hall, a bright laughter shook the hall lightly. Di-jun held the back of his chair with one hand and almost broke into a fit of laughter. Dog thing, you also have today. Ha ha. Laughed my ass off. Faith? Back when Di-jun himself saw the diary, he was nearly so angry that he grabbed Nya-yun and barbecued him. If it weren't for a few consecutive subsequent events proving that Nya-yun wasn't talking gibberish, even now, Di-jun would still be skeptical of Nya-yun's words, let alone anyone else's. Besides, Ho-tu doesn't have a diary. Your Majesty, why are you laughing? Next to her, Shiha had a puzzled look on her face. His Majesty had called her over just to see how big his smile was? Shiha, you don't know. Ha ha. That dog thing finally ate defeat, laugh my death, huh? You mean the little sky general? A strange color flashed in Shiha's beautiful eyes, and she admitted that her eyes were clumsy before. She had watched Nya-yun's negotiation with Ho-tu inside the welcome house. This son was well-spoken, wise, and deep, completely different from when he had bullied Xiao X before. Your Majesty, what exactly did Nya-yun give to Ho-tu, and how did it cause Ho-tu to suddenly change her attitude drastically? Di-jun put away his smile and laughed softly. A very remarkable thing. Oh? From His Majesty? For the sake of a mortal woman like Chang'e, isn't the sacrifice a bit too big for His Majesty to be worth it? Cece was puzzled as to what good it would do. Emperor Jun has a crush on Chang'e? Bull. Shiha was the first to disbelieve it. The corner of Di-jun's mouth quirked. If I say that thing is Nya-yun's own, do you believe me? It's the complete version of the Dutian Divine Fury formation. If I had it, why would I have to fight the witch clan for so long? I would have eradicated the witch clan long ago. What? How is that possible? Cece was shocked. A mere heavenly immortal had treasures in his hands that even the sorcerer clan was moved by? This was too unbelievable. Nothing is impossible. This son has a lot of good things in his hands. There are even things needed by the heavenly court. This is also the reason why I promised him to be the emperor's son-in-law. It's just a pity that this dog doesn't like Duanyu very much. I'm afraid I can't tie him down. If that's the case, just lock him up and take him. Why go to all that trouble? Shiha was puzzled. Isn't it just a little heavenly immortal? What other big waves can it make? Di-jun shook his head. No, you don't understand. It wasn't that Di-jun hadn't thought about taking down Nya-yun to force the issue. But the diary, which even he couldn't calculate, made him wary, and if Nya-yun was hiding a terrifying power behind him, it would be a botched job. And by arresting Nya-yun, the diary will come to light. When the time comes to ask something out, it will be impossible to tell if it is true or not, and if this dog intentionally says false information to victimize the heavenly court, then it will be more than worth it. It's fortunate that this dog is a colorful man, otherwise I really wouldn't be able to hold him. At the thought, Di-jun's mouth crooked again. Shiha, who was on the side, looked at Di-jun's crooked-mouthed appearance, and his heart turned cold. Somehow, during this time, Di-jun always liked to smile crookedly. She's seen it all 3 times now. The first time this happened, the result was that the 10 golden crows were thrown into the heavenly prison. For the second time, Duanyu was promised to Nya-yun. For the third time, Little Golden Crow was released, but was sent to Nya-yun's residence to become a sanitation brigadier. Now Shiha has developed a fear of Emperor Jun's crooked mouth,
and always feels that every time Emperor June has a crooked mouth, something bad happens.
Your Majesty, please don't smile crookedly, I am afraid.
He tried to plead.
June's smile faltered, afraid of a crooked smile? I think it's quite dominant, don't you?
Womanizer, do not know how to appreciate. June put away his crooked mouth and said, "This son Nyayan can't be hardened, we have to get him to genuinely think about the heavenly court. Since Duan Yu is not the one he desires, you let Ling Yu go over and try."
What? Ling Yu?
Shihi's face changed. This second daughter of hers and her eldest daughter, Duan Yu, had two completely extreme personalities.
Your Majesty, you also know the character of Ling Yu, I am afraid. June's mouth quirked, I'm just looking at Ling Yu's character.
It's over. His Majesty's mouth is crooked again. Big deal. On the other side, inside the welcome house. Nyayan looked away, but he didn't see Ho-Tu return to his senses, so he could only walk out of the door in a state of dismay.
It doesn't make sense. How could the After-Earth not believe it? Which part went wrong? Even if Ho-Tu is skeptical and will believe, this I can understand. What's the point of just running away and cursing me out?
The thought of the demon emperor, this old denizen, trying to engage in a backwoods mountain with himself made Nyayan's heart flutter with fear.
What should I do? What do I do when I'm looked at by an immodest bird that wants to share your bed? Waiting online, pretty urgent.
Walking out the front door and looking at the Kuanpeng trio still waiting here, Nyayan's mood was all but gone.
After a casual salute, he tried to leave.
Nyayan, don't rush off just yet, the heavenly emperor still has things he needs you to do. The Qin Yuan demon saint called out to him.
Anything else? Wait a minute. It won't be the old glass that is so impatient that it will let me go to bed now, will it? Nyayan panicked. Are we doomed to look in the mirror today? Chapter 23, Elder Tang, you're afraid you're not using counterfeit products. Xinwan arched an embroidered eyebrow. Why are you sweating? Did the cultivation go awry? Nyayan wiped his sweat and coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment. No, it's too hot. It's over. Can't hide. Nya's virginity is going to be buried today. God, do you want to play with me like this?
Nyayan had the urge to bite his tongue and kill himself, but it seemed like no one had set up a chaste house, so he thought better of it. The big deal was that the flood experience card was over. Kuanpeng smiled and said, Nyayan, don't worry, His Majesty is valuing you and testing you, it's okay if you don't do well, we'll assist from the sidelines. Learning of the Heavenly Emperor's regard for Nyayan, Kuanpeng changed his previous attitude. Maybe this son will become an important person in the heavenly court in the future, so he has to make a good relationship in advance. Nyayan is tempted to say, I'm not blessed, Demon Emperor Lao Dang honors me? He thinks I'm the love of his life? Why doesn't he value you? A golden crow and a Kuanpeng, both of them are flood fae, you're the perfect match. But he didn't dare say anything, so he just smiled and nodded. If he dared to say something like that, it's not good for others to say, but Lu Shi could have chopped him up on the spot. Xinwan contained a smile, like a spring breeze. There's no need to worry, the people coming from the Western sect this time are your old acquaintances, and besides, on the heavenly realm, with His Majesty's backing, what are you afraid of? Show the same vigor you had when you faced the ancestral witch Ho Tuesday. Occidentalism? Old acquaintances? Nyayan froze, Lord Demon Saint? Did you just say Western cult? What do you mean? Xin Yuan said, the Western cult has sent their Buddhist sons to visit the heavenly court, and His Majesty has just sent word that this is supposed to be the duty of your god of ceremonies, and that it is up to you to receive them. But there was one request, and His Majesty gave 4 words: fight the Western religion, and said you understood it. Nyayan was dumbfounded. Ha? You want me to welcome the guests after all? I thought the Demon Emperor wanted me to sleep with him. Why didn't you say so earlier? I've been worried for half a day. Look, here he comes. The crowd raised their eyes and saw a handsome white-robed monk stepping on a golden cloud. The golden light shone with splendor and majesty, as if a golden Buddha was approaching the world. Is he? Nyayan's pupil shrank. Isn't this guy the golden cicada? A guy whose duplicity is a match for his own. Why did the Western Church send him to heaven? Nyayan recalled June's request to fight the Western sect, and at first, he was still clueless. The Riddler dies in the family. Now he seemed to understand. Demon Emperor Lao Dang and I thought of the same thing,
worthy of being a demon emperor, eloquent, only a pity it's an old glass. Golden Cicada Z landed on the golden cloud, clasped his hands together toward the crowd, and proclaimed the Buddha's name. Immeasurable life Buddha, young monk Golden Cicada, meet you all. When Golden Cicada Z saw that Nyayun was also present, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Why was this guy there too? He couldn't forget that day on the shores of the Eastern Sea. The two of them had two cloud-piercing arrows, which almost caused a duel between the Heavenly Court and the Western sect. This son's cunning ability is on par with his own, and should not be underestimated. None of the three Kunpangs said anything, standing aside with their hands clasped. Nyayun greeted him with a smile. Fellow Taoist Golden Cicada, it's been a long time. That day when I pulled the loud arrow on the shores of the Eastern Sea, I still remember it vividly, and when I think of it now, I have the feeling that I hated meeting fellow Taoist Golden Cicada. Oh. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Nyayun, the god of rituals in the Heavenly Court. His Majesty sent me to receive you. The Golden Cicada's heart twitched. This guy is so thick-skinned. He's not ashamed, he's honored. Obviously they are both afraid of death and trouble. How do you make it sound like a master's game and a chess match? Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Nyayun. There's something to talk about later. It's rare to run into each other today. I'm always haunted by the brief encounter that day. There's no reason I can't beat you. Let's pick a day. How about we fight again? The Qin Yuan demon saint was full of black lines. People came here on behalf of the Western sect. This just entered the door and pulled people into a fight. How is this? She was about to speak out a reminder, but the kunai next to her stopped her and shook her head at her. His Majesty must have had His Majesty's considerations in handing this matter over to Nyayun, and Nyayun isn't someone who's fooling around. Lu Ji, who was on the side, was directly dumbfounded. Can't read it. Can't read it at all. This. Fellow Taoist Nya is joking. Golden Cicada Z smiled broadly, vaguely refusing. The mind, on the other hand, was furious. You're just a heavenly immortal and you still want to fight me? I'm a Tai Shinxian cultivator, I can kill you with my eyes closed. How do you have the courage to say something like that? If you weren't afraid of your big background, you thought you could run away? Golden Cicada Z had already seen that this guy wanted to find face by virtue of the Heavenly Court's territory and embarrass himself. It's so shameless. What joke? I'm serious, looking down on me are you? Take a move from me first. Nyayun's eyes glared, and without a second thought, he invoked the cutthroat golden wheel and charged towards the Golden Cicada. Golden Cicada Z was shocked. This guy even said to make a move, even less martial than me. He glanced over Qin Yuan and Kuan Pang, and when he saw that they were indifferent, he understood roughly in his heart. This is going to give him a hard time. You've chosen the wrong person if you want to lose face with my Western sect. Sanskrit light flashed in Golden Cicada Z's hands, and a string of Buddha beads flew out violently, crashing towards the cutting world golden wheel. Last time, he didn't know Nyayun's depths, but this time, Golden Cicada wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Nyayun's eyes lit up as he watched the Buddha beads appear. Waiting for you. Only to see his hand strangled, that cut the world's golden wheel steeply split into two, wrapped around the Buddha beads clicking and slicing. No good. Golden Cicada Z was shocked when he saw the two death-defying golden wheels appear. He had tried the power of these golden wheels, and had thought that his utilization of Shin Immortal Mana would be enough to make Nyayun know what to do. I didn't realize this guy had one hidden away. It's simply too treacherous. Golden Cicada Z hurriedly punched out a spell, wanting to retrieve the Buddha beads. But it was already too late. The two golden wheels were like hooligans. Catching the Buddha beads was a burst of clicking and slicing, the pieces flying. By the time Golden Cicada Z retrieved them, 3 of the Buddha beads were already gone, turning into fragments that splattered all around. Fellow Taoist Nya, is this your Heavenly Court's way of treating guests? If you don't give me an explanation for this matter, I'll go back and inevitably report it to Master Ancestor, asking him to ask the Heavenly Emperor what he really means? The Golden Cicada's heart was dripping blood. This is a Buddhist treasure rewarded by the Master Ancestor, the Sage Receiver, refined by the Bodhi tree, the genius geomantic treasure of the Western sect, which is comparable to an innate spiritual treasure. But now it was eliminated 3 for no reason, resulting in this treasure is no longer complete. The power declined to the back of the earth to the treasure. How can it not be heartbroken? Nyayun recalled the cutthroat golden wheel and was overjoyed in his heart. Sure enough, the 2 cut-off golden wheels stacked on top of each other multiplied their power, enough to slice the Golden Cicada's Buddha beads into slices of fish. Top enough. Fortunately, the golden cicada Z. This guy is only Tai Shanxian cultivation, the power of the two cuts of the golden wheel of the world to make up for the gap between Nieyun and his cultivation. If this guy's cultivation is even higher, then today Nieyun can be overturned. Nieyun feigned doubt, huh? Fellow Taoist Tang Chang. Pooh. Golden cicada, I remember that this Buddha beat of yours isn't bad in terms of power. How come it's so bad this time? I'm afraid you're not using counterfeit products to cheat people, right? This kind of behavior should not be allowed. In the heavenly court, counterfeiting and trafficking is a big crime. It's a good thing you're not from the heavenly court, otherwise you'd have to go to the immortal beheading platform. Chapter 24, Pick It Up, Shabu Shabu. Almost called it wrong, this guy is still countless yuan hui away from the identity of Elder Tang. The kunai couldn't help but almost burst out laughing. Xin Yuan's gaze was strewn with dissimilarities. He had really underestimated this guy. He didn't expect him to be in possession of an exotic treasure, which should have been rewarded by the heavenly emperor. Lu Xu once again shut himself up. Father has this kind of treasure in his hand? Why didn't he reward me? Who the hell is your son? No one believed that the cutthroat golden wheel was Nieyun's own. You are shameless. Golden cicada Z. Neat pain touching the Buddha beads, even better culmination, at this moment also burning with anger. I will definitely report what the heavenly court has done truthfully to the sage, and then I'll see how you'll explain it to the heavenly emperor. Nieyun's gaze went cold as he sneered, Golden cicada son, do you know why I destroyed your Buddha beads? The golden cicada was furious. You're just trying to make me lose face by relying on the heavenly court's main venue. How can someone like you who disregards the big picture be reused by the heavenly emperor? It simply undermines the majesty of the heavenly court. No wonder it's said that the Western cults are all a bunch of mouth-breathing monsters who never lose a fight. Nieyun has seen it all. Nieyun shook his head, not. Because you're reaching out in heaven. It wasn't even you who forced me to do it. If you hadn't smashed me with a magic treasure, would I have? Golden cicada Z abruptly stopped, his eyes deadpan staring at the smirking Nieyun, finally comprehending the situation. Understand? Oh. That little mind of your Western sect, His Majesty has long been insightful, wanting to drag the heavenly court down to deal with the sorcerer race with you? What a joke. Golden cicada Z's face shifted in succession. He had thought of countless possibilities and that Di Jun would refuse, but he had not thought that this scene before him would occur. Nieyun revealed a charming smile. His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor, has said that from today onwards, whenever anything goes wrong in the Heavenly Court, he will assume that the Western sect is behind it, and the Heavenly Court will immediately send troops to the Western sect, without questioning the cause and effect, without asking for a reason, just as you just reached out your hand. Just by reaching out, the Heavenly Court will think that you are hostile to the Heavenly Court and immediately send troops to the Western sect. Golden Cicada was so angry that his handsome face was twisted. Your Heavenly Court is too unreasonable, isn't it? This is also to be counted on the head of the Western religion. Do you think the Western religion is easy to bully? Nieyun grunted coldly, then you'll have to go back and ask the two saints of the West. I'm sure they'll give you a satisfactory answer. Do you really think the Chang'e thing is seamless? If we're pissed off, we'll all stop playing. The big deal is that the Great War will start and we'll all be bare-knuckle commanders together. You. Golden Cicada Z's face changed greatly. Di Jun is completely not pretending, tearing his face. I will report this matter truthfully to the sage. Farewell. There's no point in staying after all is said and done. Take your time. Nieyun was secretly pleased. Demon Emperor Lao Dang, seeing as I've earned your face once more, can you have a little more fun and stop hitting on me? I really don't have that kind of fetish. Your Majesty is brilliant, and I admire you. Koan Peng suddenly clasped his fists in the direction of the Demon Emperor Hall and sighed long and loud. Xin Yuan also revealed a look of awe inside. So this is what your Majesty meant by fighting the Western cult. I admire this. This is a once-and-for-all solution. From now on, there is almost no worry about the Western cult making any small moves against the Heavenly Court. Your Majesty is your Majesty. Lu Ji was stunned. Two demon saints. What are you talking about? Koan Peng smiled broadly and explained, 10th Prince, His Majesty means to tell the Western sages that the Heavenly Court does not want to be an enemy of the West, but if anyone messes with the Heavenly Court, whoever it is will be counted on the head of the Western sect, and troops will be sent to attack the Western sect. The Western Church's talents are withering, its power is thin, a witch tribe is enough for them to suffer. If we add the Heavenly Court, the Western Church will have to be destroyed even if it is not destroyed. In the future, the Western Saints will have to keep an eye on the Heavenly Court in order to prevent other people from messing up and being counted on the Western sect's head? This is equal to the heavenly court having 2 more saint bodyguards. Do you think it's brilliant? Lu Ji was shocked. It could still be played like this? The Qin Yuan demon saint revealed an admiring look towards Nia Yun.
I finally understand why His Majesty holds you in such high regard. To be able to understand His Majesty's holy intentions so quickly, I'm afraid only Bai Zhe can do it. You're really good. Nia Yun, if there's any confusion about cultivation in the future, feel free to come to the Demon Saint Mansion to find me. Nia Yun was flattered and hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, Lord Qin Yuan Demon Saint.
You can go to the Demon Saint's house? That's the home of the long-legged Demon Saint. I'm going to be counted as a guest of honor. Ahem. Thought wrongly, this is a big demon saint. Can't afford to mess with it.
Kuan Pang laughed. You can also come to me. I see that there are many flaws in the way you have just imperiously used the golden wheel. It just so happens that I have been through the Hanggu and I have quite a bit of research on the imperiousness of magic treasures, so when the time comes, I can give you a few pointers. The Celestial Emperor's regard for Nia Yun was already overflowing, and since Nia Yun's performance wasn't bad, he might become a great demon saint like Bai Zhe in the future, so pulling the strings in advance to make good karma was definitely not a bad idea. Many thanks, Demon Master. When the time comes, Demon Master Lord, don't blame me for disturbing your cultivation. Nia Yun was overjoyed. This was a genuine surprise. All along, Nia Yun had been thinking about running away, and although his cultivation growth hadn't fallen behind, his experience in fighting was truly lacking. Anyway, now that he was being watched by Demon Emperor Lao Dang, he couldn't run away even if he wanted to, and following Demon Master Kuan Pang to learn more from his experience would definitely not be a loss. Seeing Nia Yun accept his goodwill, Kuan Pang was in a great mood. No, by the way, the golden will bestowed upon you by His Majesty, try your best to refine it, even the heaven and earth spiritual root Bodhi wood can be cut down, this treasure is extraordinary. Although the Western sect is not a thing, but the treasures are really not bad. This Bodhi wood is a treasure of creation. Sitting under the Bodhi tree and practicing, one can understand the mind, grow in enlightenment, and improve one's roots. Nia Yun couldn't help but light up when he heard this. And what if you eat it? Eat it? The kunai was stunned. No one had tried this yet. It should probably work about the same. Really? Nia Yun twisted his head and stared at the crumbs of Buddha beads on the ground, his eyes glowing as if a beggar had seen a field full of gold. Enlightenment and roots are the fundamentals of a cultivator. Little golden bird, don't freeze, quickly. Pick up the Bodhi wood fragments, go back and we'll shabu the hot pot. Lu Shi's old face darkened. I'm not called little golden bird, I'm called land pressure. Land pressure. But it was better to be honest and go pack up the wood chips before the asshole went back into the Sky General's house and turned on him again. Xinhuan and Kunside looked at each other when they saw the two pouting and picking up wood chips. Gathering wood chips for fondue? What a strange man His Majesty has in his sights. Hall of the Demon Emperor. Di Jun gently stroked his long beard with a smile on his face. This son is deeply in my heart. Deeply in my heart, ah. It would be better if this dog didn't think of escaping the heavenly court all day long. I don't know what this dog said that the heavenly court will be destroyed. Nowadays, the heavenly court's fortune is solid, and there is a hidden tendency to grow, so it shouldn't be a sign of destruction. This matter has to be investigated, but before that, let's first get the complete version of the circumstantial Star Dipper Grand Formation in this dog's hands. But how? Emperor Jun made a mistake. Forcing is definitely not an option, we can only extract it, but how? That's a tough one. After all, the dog isn't bad in the head. At the same time, inside the council hall of the ancestral land of the Witch Clan, the faces of the crowd of ancestral witches were filled with horror, their incredulous gazes switching back and forth between Hutu and Di Jiang. Chapter 25 Junti, Emperor Jun can't afford to lift the table. Watching Di Jiang slowly open his eyes, the group of ancestral witches had long been impatient. Big brother, is it true? Big brother, speak up. It's urgent. I told you I couldn't believe it. How could the heavenly court have my witch clan suppressing array? The crowd was in a state of disbelief. Emperor Jiang scanned the crowd, the smile at the corner of his mouth harder to suppress than AK. Really, it's really a complete Dutian divine fury formation. God bless my witch clan. All the ancestral witches stood up in unison, unable to hide their excitement and thrill. Even those who had questioned it before couldn't help but be excited when they were recognized by Emperor Jiang at this moment. Well, the complete version of the Dutian Divine Fury Grand Formation, to be able to face the saints head-on, my witch clan is bound to prosper greatly. Ha, the vultures of the Western sect,
this time they'll have to suffer. This was brought back by the Ho-Tu sister, who deserves the first credit. That's right, the Ho-Tu sisters have been a great help this time. Ho-Tu color as usual, whispered, I originally do not like to fight, cannot go to the battlefield to contribute to the power, to be able to do something for the witch race, I am naturally happy to do, but the heavenly court side also need us to send a letter of complaint against the flood, big brother you see. Di Jiang was full of concern, since this guy Di Jun has given my witch clan such a great benefit, naturally he won't not give him face, isn't it just an apology? Small problem. Shangliang, you are in charge of this matter. Ancestral witch Shangliang nodded, no problem, I'll have my clan drafted right away, and it'll be sent out all over the floodplains immediately. Seeing this, Ho-Tu secretly sighed in relief, but she was still worried. Big brother, the Heavenly Emperor gave us the complete version of the Dutian Divine Fury formation, and even though the formation is fine, we have to be on guard so that Emperor Jun doesn't hide his calculations. Di Jun lightly hummed, sister, you worry too much. How could I not understand Di Jun's mind? He gave us the great formation because he wanted to embarrass the Western sect, after all, the Western sect has even counted with him this time. Our witch race is fighting with the Western sect, and Di Jun stays out of the way, so when the Western sect loses, he, Celestial Court, will be able to pick up the slack and occupy part of the Western sect's territory. This is something we can accept, no harm done. If we lose and Di Jun comes to pick up the slack, we can't stop it. No matter how you count it, the witch clan is not at a disadvantage. Holu nodded. Come to think of it, other than this reason, one really can't think of any other reason for Di Jun to help the witch race. It was just that there was still an inexplicable worry in her heart, especially since Nyayun's wild talk of making a fool of himself on his way out often echoed in her mind. A letter from the sorcerer's race to the flood caused an uproar in the major powers of the flood. The major powers that were planning to sit back and wait to see the sorcerer race go up to the heavenly court to ask for a good show were directly dumbfounded. The wizards have conceded? And issued a personal apology? When did this bunch of reckless people from the witch race become so sensible? Bio Palace. Sect leader Tong Tian's brows were furrowed into a line. Weird. Too weird, witch and demon is not always disagree. Who also does not serve who, this time how the witch tribe conceded, is afraid of the heavenly court involved in there and the Western religion and the Great War not? He counted on his fingers, but only one book. Di Jun's Luo Shu. This matter was stirred up by Emperor Jun using the Book of Luo to mess up the heavenly mechanism, and it was impossible to project the exact cause. This heavenly court, the more you look at it, the more you can't understand it. Jade Palace. The first heavenly father was likewise snapped off his fingers, and his projections were blocked by the Book of Luo Shu. This matter was the teacher's reckoning, but today the court has broken the reckoning, and the heavenly court will not enter into the calamity, so what should the teacher plan to do? Both Sancheng and Yuhua saw very clearly that the matter of Gong Gong was ostensibly a calculation by the two Western saints, but the person behind it was really Hong Jun. It's just that Di Jun has repeatedly broken the reckoning and stayed out of the way, so the saints can't help but be impressed. There's something about this Di Jun guy. Hakiai Palace. The Supreme Sage's expression was indifferent as he swept his gaze over the seated Xiandu. Xiandu, this is a treacherous and unusual move by Di Jun. Take the 2 turns golden pills and make a trip to the heavenly court to pay a visit on my behalf. Xiandu rose and saluted. What does the teacher intend? On the surface, I thank him for saving the human race last time, but in reality, I am checking the reality of the heavenly court. I feel that there are people behind the heavenly court who are secretly guiding, but it is a pity that the Luoshu is a chaotic spiritual treasure, which covers the heavenly chance and I can't calculate it. The disciple leads the way. Xiandu stepped out of the 8th scenic palace, and the respectful look on his face dissipated without a trace, replaced by a look of dissatisfaction. Teacher, you've gone too far. Ever since the last time the heavenly court saved the human race, Xiandu had been filled with favorable feelings towards the heavenly court. And now the supreme sage was still going to investigate the heavenly court's reality, which gave Xiandu the feeling of being a benefactor. The depths of the sky beyond the sky. Amidst the chaotic void, a purple palace floated in midair. A green-robed Taoist man sits on his knees in the hall, seemingly illusory and elusive. Daozu Hongjun. Sit down a man and a woman and 2 children to guard the left and right. There's a change in the heavenly Tao, and the heavenly court is out for a robbery. Why? I am in harmony with the heavenly Tao, and I can't believe I didn't even realize it. However, this time is the killing robbery of all beings, although the heavenly court is no longer the object targeted by the great robbery.
but also cannot escape the killing robbery on the body. This is the great trend of the heavenly Tao, cannot be changed. Hongjun slowly closed his eyes. The two children sitting down glanced at each other curiously, and when they saw that Hongjun had stopped talking, they followed suit and closed their eyes to continue practicing. Western teachings, under the Bodhi tree. After receiving the report from Golden Cicada Z, Guiding and Junti looked at each other in dismay. Reception said, Golden Cicada, you go down first. You are not to blame for this matter, and the Bodhi Buddha bead you damaged can go to your master, the Heavenless Buddha, and he will mend it for you. The Golden Cicada sighed in relief and bowed respectfully before retreating. Just as the Golden Cicada had left, Junti complained. Senior brother, isn't this guy Dijun playing a scoundrel? Everything is counted on our Western sect's head, we Western sect don't want to lose face? Receiver laughed bitterly, who would have thought that Dijun could come up with such a rogue move to break the reckoning. But I have to admit, this move does make us throw in the towel, and if we really want to count the heavenly court again, I'm afraid that this guy, Dijun, can do anything. Stop fighting. Senior brother, this guy Dijun has become very weird, it's best if we don't touch right now. Junti nodded helplessly. Originally, on the big table of the flood, everyone spelled out calculations and schemes. Now it's good, Emperor June this guy can't play, directly lift the table not to play, who touches dry who, this is not a rolling knife meet? The key saints can't make a move yet. The heavenly court was the topmost great power in the floodplains, and it could beat anyone and dare to beat anyone. Messing with him now? Unless there's something wrong. Junti cried out, now that the heavenly court is not in the trap, we've lost a powerful ally. How else are we going to face the witch race attack? There's no need to worry, whether or not the heavenly court is in the trap is just a link in the teacher's calculations, it won't affect the big picture. Who is teacher? Can Dijun break through all of teacher's calculations? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Guiding has inexplicable confidence in his teacher, Hongjun. Paramount sighed with an alas. I also know that teacher's calculations are unrivaled, but our Western sect won't be able to hold back the onslaught of this gang of the witch race right now. Reception froze. That's true, it's difficult to hold back the sorcerer clan with just the few people we have in the Western sect. But just because the heavenly court doesn't make a move doesn't mean others can't. The receiver's eyes were confident and he had a plan. Junti's face was delighted. What does senior brother mean? Reception spat out two words. The intercept. Junti gave a slight lurch and then realized. Right. Since this guy, Dijun, couldn't afford to play and lifted the table, couldn't he himself change the object? Chapter 26, How do you manage to be a vegetable and a fun-loving person? After returning to the heavenly general's mansion, Nyayun was always absent-minded and trembling. He was always afraid that the demon emperor Lao Dang would send someone over one day and ask him to serve the bed. This is no way to go on. Don't I become a lamb to the slaughter? No, absolutely not. But it's not easy to escape from heaven. Now heaven is unsealed, but where to escape to? The flood is so big, the Western sect cannot go, the witch race is also in the midst of the war, in addition, the last time Hotu also bear Nyayun a meal, to go cannot be good, at least will not deal with Dijun to protect themselves. The interceptors? People are afraid of offending heaven. Hierophantism? The scene where Nyayun was disliked by the gatekeeper boy was still fresh in his mind. Humanism? Don't mention it. Then the only existences left that could be just as good as Dijun would be Dao ancestor Hongjun and Saint Nuwa. Nuwa was supposed to wear the same pants as heaven and couldn't choose. Daozu Hongjun? People's disciples were all saints, either Emperor Jun, Old Man Sticks, or other existences like that. Would they look at Nyayun? Damn, now that I'm being targeted by Demon Emperor Lao Dang, I don't feel safe at all without a saint to protect me, and I still have nowhere to go. Sadness. Nyayun felt like his future was dark, and the only way left was to be a rabbit for Dijun. Caught. Who is Nyayun? Get out here, I'm going to teach you a lesson. A dainty cry abruptly interrupted Nyayun's thoughts. Who the hell is yelling? I'm a god at least, I don't want to lose face. Huang Feng, go see who is so bold, arrest them and whack them first. Nyayun is depressed, and when you're depressed, you have to vent, so isn't this a coincidence? My lord, Yellow Wind was dispatched by you. Lu Press squeezed his broom and weakly returned. At this moment, Lu Press no longer had any semblance of arrogance, and even looked at Nyayun with a few moments of fear in his gaze. It didn't take much to realize that this one had been cleaned up in the meantime. When he thought back to the misery he had experienced during this period of time, Lou Press was pained to the core. Mowing the lawn and cutting the flowers, sweeping the floor and wiping the table, he can take it all. But the last time the two Fox girls came to teach him massage, Lou Press showed just a hint of dissatisfaction before being draped in a skirt by Nyayun to do radio gymnastics. It's a strange shame. The point is that there's no one else to make it up to him. So Lou Press learned his lesson and was no longer arrogant, nor did he go against Nyayun. Afraid that this asshole will come up with any more bizarre methods of rectifying people, then he, Lu Ji, will have no face to mix in the flood in his life. Oh. Almost forgot. Nyayun slapped his forehead, and given that the Demon Emperor's old glass was eyeing him, he sent Huang Feng out to collect news from the floodlands to see if there was a chance to help the saint out and make a way back for himself. Since Huang Feng isn't here, little golden bird, then go out and see who's so arrogant, catch them and beat them up first. No problem. Lou Press was thrilled to finally have a chance to vent. He was all but driven mad by Nyayun and wanted to vent his frustrations. Huang Feng, this guy went out for so long, how come there's still no half news to come back? It won't be a public expense travel, passive-aggressive, right? Come back to have to knock knock knock. Nyayun secretly recalled the great events of the flood known in his previous life. Although the plot of this flood is a bit crumbling, the great trend of the heavenly Tao is irreversible, and what should happen will happen just as it should, just with different interludes in between. One only needs to catch one or two of them and find a saint to cast off, then won't the good life come? While Nyayun was lost in thought, he suddenly saw a guy with a swollen nose and a depressed face standing in front of him. Wow! Which one of you? Nyayun was startled. My lord, it's me. Milk teeth. Lou Pressure depressedly lowered his head, and his words leaked. Land pressure? I go to. Who is so bold to beat you so badly? At least Lou Pressure is the body of the prince, only such as himself, who does not want to mix in the heavenly court, dared to bully Lou Pressure with impunity. I did not expect that someone is more courageous than myself. Whose ministry is this? Lou Pressure lowered his head in shame. My lord, you'd better go and see for yourself. I can't do anything about it. Looking at Lou Press, who was covering his face and running away, Nyayun was greatly surprised in his heart. Who's so ferocious in heaven? I'd like to meet someone from Nya. The entrance to the heavenly general's mansion. Nyayun had just stepped out of the threshold when he saw a golden-armored maiden, holding a flaming lance, standing proudly in the void, her nostrils facing the sky and fairly clamoring. This woman seems to be 2 or 8 years old, posture an end-of-the-month princess has a spell, is the legs almost a trace, but more than a little childish charm, especially the 2 small tiger teeth, looks very cute. However, as far as legs are concerned, Nyayun's first top priority is the Qin Yuan demon saint, without equal. The golden-armored girl was furious when she saw that Nyayun had been staring and glancing at her legs. So you're Nyayun? What a horny bastard. I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Look at the gun. The flame gun stabbed out, paving the way for streams of fire to pour down, and the massive shadow of the gun poked straight into Nyayun's lung tubes. Nyayun was startled. How dare you conspire to murder an important official of the heavenly court, a heinous crime. You dogs, why don't you come and protect this great god? This great god has raised you all for nothing. Nyayun yelled at the gang of celestial soldiers who were watching from the sidelines. Immediately, he invoked the golden wheel of death, carrying the powerful mana of a mighty heavenly immortal, instantly shattering the falling flames. That's it? Turns out it's all thunder and rain, and it looks so blustery, but it turns out to be a silver bullet. I originally thought that I couldn't see through this woman's cultivation, and I thought that it was much more powerful, but I dared to think that it was all a bluff. Nyayun drove the cutthroat golden wheel to violently wrap around the young girl's flame gun. Dead colorful wolf, let go of my flame gun, see if I don't stab you dozens of holes. The young girl's silver teeth clenched as she tried to yank the flaming gun back. Why does that sound so familiar? As Nyayun froze, the young girl had already abandoned her flame gun and came over to kill with her bare hands, her huge fist smashing down. That's right, huge. This woman seemed to have practiced magic phases and other techniques, and when her pink fist came out, it turned into the size of several zhang, comparable to a sledgehammer. Boom! Luckily, Nyayun dodged it, but the heavenly general's mansion behind him was in for a rough ride, having had its door smashed by a hammer, with the heavenly general's mansion sign in tatters, leaving only the word heaven hanging on the rickety doorframe. How dare you destroying someone's facade? Do you know how much effort I put into earning this facade, and now it's been smashed by you with just one punch? Today I'm going to have to teach you what it means to commit the offense of destroying public property.
Boom!
Nye Yun landed a solid punch on the young girl, and the massive heavenly immortal mana was like destroying the girl, occasioning her to fly out and knocking large holes in the walls of the heavenly general's mansion. When the crowd of heavenly soldiers and generals saw this, they hurriedly closed their eyes. I'm afraid to look at it, I'm really afraid to look at it.
Right. We didn't see anything. Wow.
The young girl bounced up from the rubble, her little face twisted in anger.
Way off. Piss me off, dead pervert, I'm going to hammer you to death. Bang. Another punch. Give me death. Bang. Asshole. Bang.
Looking at the young girls who were hammered away one after another, their gray heads in a sorry state, Nye Yun felt so cruel.
But where did this kid come from?
Obviously, the strength of the early stage of the heavenly immortal, but the heart of war is not normally strong.
And the body's resistance to blows is really tops.
But how do you manage to be a vegetable and a fun-loving person with this temper?
Chapter 27, The Interceptors are going to the sorcerers too? Can you be more careful? Pissed me off, I'm going to cut you to death.
Looking at the golden armored maiden who had killed again like a Madanshi cat, Nye Yun had two heads in one.
It's ing dog. Stop.
The young girl froze. Nye Yun raised his hand to recall the cutthroat golden wheel and released the flame gun.
Let's stop here.
You're no match for me, go back and come back after practicing for another 1,000 or 800 years. Nye Yun wasn't just annoyed, he was also a bit scandalized.
The golden wheel of death can't even cut this flame gun?
That flame gun was at least a top innate spiritual treasure, or even an innate supreme treasure. This level of treasure is not something that anyone can take out, this guy has a background. We can't do it again, if something goes wrong, Nye Yun can't afford it with his small body. The young girl retrieved her flame gun and cupped it in her hand, gritting her teeth. No, I didn't have a flaming gun just now, I didn't use my full power, let's fight again.
Still coming?
If I wasn't afraid of killing you, I'd have 20,000 years of power in my fist, can you block it? Nye Yun snorted coldly as a pig's leg flew out of his storage bag, and the cutting world golden wool flew out, slicing it all into pieces of meat.
See?
This great god is being merciful, have you heard of the Buddha of the Western sect? His lifeblood beads have been cut into pieces by this great god to shabu shabu, if you keep messing around, I'll cut your flaming gun into pieces as well.
Believe it or not?
The golden armored girl clutched her flame gun and her face went white, still really frightened.
Didn't you say that this lecher is good for nothing but flattery? How come he's so good?
She clenched her teeth and hesitated a little before viciously saying. Just wait, I'll go back and borrow a magic treasure, it will definitely restrain your golden wheel, and then you'll know it's wrong. After saying that, he turned into a golden light and floated into the distance.
Who are you scaring? You think the magic treasure is a cabbage, just borrow it when you say so. But what exactly was this woman's origin?
It seemed as if he had never seen it before in the heavenly court. Right at this moment, a residual shadow rushed out from within the heavenly general's mansion, and it was none other than Lu Press.
The guy had already fixed his nose with mana. Ha! Where is everyone?
Nye Yun rolled his eyes and said without a trace of anger, gone, beaten away by me. I say, you little golden bird, have you been playing with female goblins too much, to think that you can't even defeat a little girl in the early stages of heavenly immortality? It's simply a disgrace to His Majesty.
Who's playing the leprechaun? I am. Wait. Did you just say you beat her off?
Lu Ji's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost.
Nye Yun lightly snorted, you think I'm you? This great god's force value isn't something you can imagine. A mere little girl in the district, wouldn't that be a handful? But. Ha ha.
Suddenly, as if he had lost his mind, Lu Press pointed at Nye Yun and laughed maniacally.
You're done, ha ha. You also have today, this life you don't want to have a good life, ha ha. Laughing my ass off, I can't believe you beat her off, ha ha. Nye Yun's heart tightened as he hurriedly asked, what's going on? Tell me clearly.
But Lu Press was just laughing, even laughing so hard that he was pounding his chest, causing Nye Yun to fear that the bastard might not be having a seizure later on.
Great God! Great God, the little one is back!
Huang Feng came in the clouds and looked at Lu Press, who was lying on the ground and laughing at the fork in the road, and was full of doubts.
Great God, what's wrong with him, Lu Ji?
Nye Yun grunted, he's having an epileptic seizure, get him some scorpion spirits at night to teach him the scorpion dance to cure it. Lu Ji, who had just laughed and slumped on the ground, bounced up violently and shouted angrily.
You dare? If you ever ask me to dance again, I'll die for you. The guy was in a hurry. Nya hurriedly said, just kidding, don't get excited. The main thing is that he really can't beat this Lu Press guy, but he's a Tai Golden Immortal, and right now, holding Lu Press is all about leverage. If he really pissed him off, Nya would have to suffer a big loss. The scale has to be kept in check. But the little golden bird dances, hey! Lu Ji looked away and sulked alone. Asshole, let you clamor for a few more days, and then I'll show you what torment means. Nya asked toward Huang Feng, did you spy on any useful news this time around after going out for so long? Quickly tell us. Huang Feng immediately solemnized, Great God, Small received the order of the Great God, immediately entered the flood to find the Small of this clan patriarch. After my arduous persuasion, Xiaoxi moved to guide, as well as reported the Great Goddess' hefty reputation, finally. Nya old face darkened as he roared at Lu Press. Little golden bird, make a fire at once, and today we'll have Sableton vermicelli. Lu Pressure's spirit is greatly energized. Huang Feng, this guy has been flattering, he has long looked at the eyes. No problem. Zigzag. The sun true flame rose up in Lu Pressure's hand and stared at Huang Feng wistfully, my lord, I think roasting a sable rat is a bit more flavorful. Great God, I was wrong. The sable rat was so scared that he prostrated himself on the ground, it was over, he had overperformed. I should have known to talk less about the grueling journey, and now I'm going to get roasted instead of getting credit for it. Nya knocked his fist on Huang Feng's head and said without a trace of anger. Why don't you hurry up and get to the point if you know you're wrong? Do you think this great God is listening to you talking about books? Yes, I have spied on a piece of news that the Interceptor sect has declared war with the sorcerer race. Ha! Huh? As soon as he lifted Huang Feng to his feet, Nya hurriedly asked, speak clearly, what's going on? How did the Interceptor sect declare war with the sorcerer race? What the hell is all this? This flood is getting outrageous. It's like this, it said that the immortal attendant of the sage of the Interceptor sect was ordered to go out to collect the spiritual objects of heaven and earth, and when he passed through the territory of the sorcerer clan, he was robbed by the sorcerer clan's people, and his physical body was broken apart, and only his Yuanshan escaped back to the Interceptor sect, and he encountered the great disciple of the outer disciple of the Interceptor sect, Zhao Gongming, halfway through the journey. Zhao Gongming, after knowing the cause of the fury, with that immortal to go to the ancestral land of the sorcerer tribe to demand justice, did not expect to negotiate instead of fighting. Zhao Gongming was the ancestral sorcerer Jumong seriously injured to escape back. At once, the entire interceptionism are fried. Tongtian Saint is even more furious, directly declared war interceptionism. Now all of the 10,000 immortals of the Interceptor sect are starting to leave the Bayou Palace and kill their way to the land of the sorcerer clan. Nya was dumbfounded. Did the Interceptor sect really go to war with the sorcerer race, or did Sage Tongtian declare war? How pissed off is that? This group of reckless people from the witch race is really lawless, and the accompanying immortals of the Interceptor sect dare to make a move. Tongtian Saint's attendant 7 immortals is a very special existence. The status is comparable to the second-generation disciples of the sect, but also the face of Tongtian Saint. But the sorcerers didn't just beat and kill the accompanying immortals of the Interceptor sect and give Saint Tongtian a slap on the face, they also seriously injured Zhao Gongming as well. Isn't this a slap in the left face and a slap in the right? Not to mention Tongtian sect leader, an arrogant sage, even other saints couldn't endure it. These big brothers of the witch race, now that the matter of the 2 saints of the west hasn't gotten off on the right foot, messing with another saint, do you guys think you're not going to die fast enough? Nya is speechless. How long has it been since the last time the 2 saints of the west counted on Gonggong's defection? Can't you big brothers be bothered? Wait. Defection? Nya pursued as if he had thought of something. Huang Feng, who is the surname of that attendant immortal who was killed by the sorcerer race? Have you inquired about it? Chapter 28, 2/5 to emerge? Write a diary first to keep the fear down. Huang Feng hesitated. It seems like it's called fixing something fairy. Long-eared fixed light fairy. Yes, it's the long-eared fixed light immortal. Do you recognize it, Great Spirit? Nya was excited. How could I not recognize the famous Erwo in the Great God Sealing heist? At the time of the Great God Sealing ceremony, the Tongtian sage refined the 6-soul streamer and set up the 10,000 immortals grand formation, preparing to fight with the Hierophantism and the Humanism, and the Tongtian sage was in control of the immortal execution sword formation and the 10,000 immortals grand formation at that time, and he lacked the ability to separate himself from his duties, so he let his attendant, the immortal long-ear fixed light immortal, master the 6-soul streamer. Who knew that this guy would defect to the Western Church with the 6 Souls streamer and become the definitive joyful Buddha of the West? In that case, this time, when the long-eared fixed light immortal was severely beaten by the Sorcerer clan, causing the Interceptor sect to attack the Sorcerer clan, there might be the shadow of the Western sage behind it. The matter is most favorable to the West. Could it be that this 250 has now hooked up with the Western Church? It's hiding so deep. But the corners of Nyayan's mouth hooked into a smile. Isn't the pitch coming? And now the witch tried to make up all the heavenly gods' fury great formation thing. No, very few people, at least the Intercept Church, does not know. If he told the Interceptor sect about this matter, or if he took advantage of the fact that an important sect member of the Interceptor sect was trapped and stepped in to rescue him. Isn't that karma? At that time, when Sage Tongtian is faced with the benefactor who saved all the disciples of the Intercept sect, he will still refuse to be admitted into the door wall? Then wouldn't this saintly protection be in place? Yes. When the time comes for the Demon Emperor, this old glass, I don't believe he'll dare to harden himself against the Tongtian sage. Ha ha. Old me never liked 2-5 so much, Ting Guangxin, I thank you 8 generations of ancestors. Nyayan looked to Huang Feng and instantly commanded. Huang Feng, you immediately lead 5,000 heavenly soldiers to the place where the sorcerers and the interceptors are fighting. Pay close attention to any movement of the interceptors, and as long as the interceptors and the sorcerers are fighting, no matter how big or small the scene is, all report it to me. As you wish. Do a good job. This time it's about a major event in the heavenly court. If you do a good job, I wouldn't dare to say anything else. I can still fight for you in front of His Majesty for a god position. Anyway, someone from Nya is going to run off to the interceptor sect, so let Demon Emperor Lao Deng pay these blank checks. What's your heavenly court business got to do with my interceptor disciples? Huang Feng's heart blossomed and he kowtowed repeatedly. Many thanks for the cultivation of the great god. I will certainly live up to the great god's expectations, and will bow and die for the great god, breaking my bones to pieces. Okay, don't make this useless, hurry up. Nima, isn't that something I always say to the heavenly emperor? You still want to show off your skills in front of old ancestor me, dancing in front of the Duke of Guan? This isn't? However, this bastard has learned 30% of Lao Zi's essence and is quite gifted. Lu Ji was filled with doubt when he saw Huang Feng leading the heavenly soldiers away in a hurry. My lord, what does the war between the interceptors and the sorcerers have to do with my heavenly court? Why don't we just watch them bite the dog? What's the point of spying so much? Nya Yun despised Lu Press. With this bird brain of yours, what can you think of? You first figure out why the definitive light immortal appeared in the sorcerer's earth before you come back to speak to this great god. I have said that I am not a bird, I am the golden crow. No, my name is Lu Press. Lu Pressure was indignant, but it was a pity that Nya Yun couldn't even get to him and patted his ass into the heavenly general's mansion. When you have such a happy event, you have to write a journal entry to celebrate it. Lu Press glared hatefully at Nya Yun's back, then frowned. What did this bastard just mean by his words? The Ting Guang immortal appeared in the land of the witch race, didn't Huang Feng say so? It was to help the Tongtian sage picking up heaven and earth spirits passing by, isn't that so? Lucas was deep in thought. Hall of the Demon Emperor. When Emperor Jun felt the vibration of the diary, he opened his eyes and stopped practicing. I can't imagine that I'll ever see the light at the end of the tunnel, so I have to write a diary entry to celebrate it. Di Jun frowned. What's wrong with this dog today? Has his cultivation improved? He continued to look. The Interceptor sect has actually gone to war with the Sorcerer clan, GAGA. Sprinkles the opportunity to come. Demon Emperor Lao Deng, you old glass, still want to crave the body of the sprinkler, do your spring and autumn dream go? Taijin's old face darkened and his hand shook as he squeezed the diary. He didn't know what old glass meant, but he could read the words gluttony. Dog, even I dare to slander, when did I crave your body? You give me a clear explanation. A human model that I would look upon? Bah! How could I like a man? I'm so self-absorbed that I'd like to whip you myself. However, Di Jun held back. It was not appropriate to reveal the existence of the diary just yet. Get a little notebook to write it down first and settle the score in the fall. Di Jun shook his hand and a book-shaped magic treasure appeared in his hand. Flipping open the cover, only to see a dense demonic pattern written on it. Dogs for the first time cursed me, and also cursed the destruction of the demon race and the heavenly court. Angry individual, you wait, sooner or later one day to pack you. How dare the dog say that my daughter came down to earth to find a man? Good. Slander the princess, add another one. For the ninth
time, the ninth time to scold me. If it can be tolerated, it is intolerable. Today we must whip this dog thing, otherwise the Taoist heart is unstable.
Alas! Or forget it, endure it. Zhou Tianxing Do deformation is important.
Jun looked at the contents of the top with satisfaction. His fingers condensed mana, and a demonic pattern emerged on the paper. For the 15th time, the dog called me a man-lover, a pure slur that will surely be settled in the fall. After he finished writing, Emperor Jun put away the small book, feeling much more relaxed. He seems to have experienced the joy of journaling as well.
Not the joy of keeping a small notebook. This is a great way to continue enjoying the diary.
If Niayan knew that the Demon Emperor had a small book ready and waiting for him, he'd be scared to death. Those who keep a diary are probably not decent people. But those who keep small books must be abnormal. The long-eared fixed light immortal is hiding really deep, this 2/5 infernal affairs as a younger brother in front of you. However, the two saints of the West are deeply in my heart and have calculated the interceptor sect to deal with the sorcerer race, so my heart is very comforted. Jun stared at the three words, definitive light immortal, his brows furrowed. He had long known about the war between the interceptor sect and the sorcerer race, and the cause was this long-eared fixed light immortal. But Jun did not think deeply. The disaster is not as bad as the heavenly court, even if it is the Western saints calculated, so what? According to that dog's words, this Ting Wang Xian has long been hooking up with the Western sect and rebelling against the interceptor sect? Not necessarily out of the question. But that's not important. What's it got to do with my heavenly court? The interceptor sect is going to be planted this time, and the matter of the Dutian divine fury formation being replenished, which the interceptor sect doesn't know about, must have suffered heavy losses. When the time comes for me to pull out my sword to help, the interceptors will not be able to accept this big favor from me? Hey, you're an outer disciple? Tong Tian, if you don't give me the status of inner disciple, how can I face my benefactor? What? Core disciple? How is this good? Demon Emperor Lao Dang, I'm the man you can't get, if you have the ability to tough out the Tong Tian sage. Orcs never yield. Bah! Old man is a wolf, and the wolf god never yields. Chapter 29, A Great Favor from the Interceptor Sect? Jun, accepted with a smile. Good. After all this, you want to take advantage of the opportunity to break away from the heavenly court and worship the interceptor sect. The heavenly court now has strong fortune, the demon race is the protagonist of heaven and earth, and the fortune of the three religions is beyond their reach, so where is it not as good as the interceptor sect? Jun clenched his fists. Never once had he wanted to someone so badly. The key, this guy also said 3 times that he coveted his body. It was a slander. Your 2 tails of dog meat are too little for me to drink. But you can't whack it. If you whack Niayan's dog brain, the perpetual star dipper formation will be gone. Can't afford the loss. Dog thing, I will not let you as you wish? But it's hard to tell the truth of what the dog said about Ting Wang Xian being a traitor to the interceptor sect. Will Tong Tian believe it? Jun's eyes suddenly widened. I'm overthinking it. I don't even need to care if it's true or not. It's Tong Tian who should care. The point is to let his disciples avoid the Witch Clan's Dutian divine fury formation. That's the key to the great favor. This favor, for Jun, is dispensable. He would prefer to see as the Western sect, the interceptor sect and the witch race war, the more enthusiastic the better, preferably to fight to the sky and the earth kind of darkness. With the 3 major powers crippled, why not have the heavenly court reap the benefits and take charge of heaven and earth again? It's just that dog Niayan wants to use this bargaining chip to worship the interceptor sect, and that's something that Jun must stop. The circumstantial star dipper array and the chance to become a saint in this dog's body were enough to drive the floodplains crazy. It had to be firmly controlled in the hands, and never make the slightest mistake. Even if a saint paid a single glance of attention to Niayan, Jun felt that it was dangerous. How would he allow Niayan to worship a saint's sect and bounce around in front of a saint? The road has to be broken. If you can't step on it, just cut it off. Dog, I'll let you know what it means to be the first to go. With that dog's brain of yours, how can you compare to me? Emperor Jun muttered with a crooked corner of his mouth. A great favor from the interceptor sect, I will begrudgingly smile for you. In the next moment, the figure disappeared into the Demon Emperor Hall. Bio Palace. Sect leader Tong Tian sat quietly on the futon, seemingly feeling something. His eyes snapped open. The eyes seemed to be piercing through the 9 ghosts, deep and vast. Emperor Jun, is the scenery of my Bio Palace better than your heavenly court? How dare I let you, the Demon Emperor, come here in person? The void trembled as a golden light flickered, condensing the form of Di-jun.
Greetings to Sage Tong Tian. Di-jun clasped his fists in greeting. The Tong Tian sage's eyelids lifted slightly. Recently, your heavenly court has been alone in the many calamities. What? You, Di-jun, are lonely and want to come to Bo Palace to find a rival?
The relationship between the heavenly court and the interceptor sect was not good, or even somewhat poor. The interceptors have taught many demon disciples, and these should have belonged to the heavenly court. The heavenly court has been grumbling about this, but because of the saints, they dared not speak out in anger.
Di-jun stood with his hands folded.
I have come without malice, but on the contrary with goodwill.
Oh? Then I would like to hear about it. Sage Tong Tian laughed coldly. Di-jun would have good intentions towards the intercept sect?
I'm afraid it's not a calculation. Di-jun didn't care about the Tong Tian sage's attitude and directly said, I am here to inform you of two things. First, the witch clan's Dutian Shinxian Grand Formation has been made up to perfection. You'd better instruct your disciples to avoid the ancestral witches as much as possible, or else life and death will be hard to predict.
What? Where did you get that from? Sage Tong Tian moved. Dutian Divine Fury Formation, the ferocious ability is not inferior to the Immortal Execution Sword Formation. The legend can directly face the saints, how can he not be moved?
I have my own means, you only need to let the Buddha of the Western sect touch the sorcerer race, and then we will see. It's so cool to play high and mighty in front of the saints. The Tong Tian sage was silent. Indeed, whether it was true or not could be revealed by letting the ancestral witch and the Buddha touch each other once. Secondly, your disciple, the long-eared fixed light immortal, may have defected from the interceptor sect to the Western sect. Impossible, Long-ear is the one for whom I have enlightened his spirit and become one of the 7 immortals in my entourage, following for several Yuanhui. How could he have rebelled against me? He also has no reason to rebel.
Di-jun, are you trying to stir up infighting in the interceptor sect? Sage Tong Tian's face was unfavorable. Empyrean disdain.
If I am dissatisfied with the interceptor sect, why do I need to provoke it? The army can press the border. The reason why I tell you all this, there is only one request. In the future, my heavenly court and the cultivation of the demon race, without my permission, the interceptor sect cannot be included. By the way, if you find out about the betrayal of the long-eared fixed light immortal, it's best to keep this person, as he will be of great use against the Western sect in the future.
That's it? Isn't that the same as not asking for it? After all, that's what the interceptors have always done.
The Tong Tian sage wanted to ask something else, but Di-jun's figure had already dispersed, so he can only stop. But Di-jun's words lingered in his mind for a long time. If what Di-jun said is true, then the interceptor sect going to war with the sorcerer race is a great calculation. The Western sect and the sorcerer race are in full swing, and the interceptor sect joining in will undoubtedly benefit the Western sect greatly. And the cause of this matter was Long-ear, who defected to the West and used the opportunity to stir up hatred between the interceptor sect and the witch race. The more the Tong Tian sage thought about it, the more suspicious he felt. After all, it was too much of a coincidence.
Water fire. The seated water and fire child respectfully walked in and saluted. What are your lordship's orders? Summon Long-ear to come and see me. Yes.
After a long time, a white light landed in front of the large hall and transformed into a white-clothed handsome youth. This person's looks were extremely demonic, even to the point where it was difficult to distinguish between men and women. Long-eared fixed light immortal, one of the 7 immortals in the entourage of Sage Tong Tian, whose cultivation has reached the Great Luo. He was broken by the witch clan and fled back to the Bo Palace. Tong Tian sage remodeled his flesh for him, and is currently recuperating on the island, and did not participate in the witch clan and the interceptor war. Long-ear pays his respects to his lordship. The long-eared fixed light immortal was apprehensive in his heart, not knowing what the Tong Tian sage had suddenly called him for.
Sage Tong Tian, with a contained smile on his face, nodded his head and said, Long-ears, how's the recovery going?
Long-ears bowed in thanks. Thanks to the great magical power that the Lord used to remodel my flesh, there are no major problems at the moment, and in another 1,000 years or so, I will be able to return to my peak. Well, not bad, this time you suffered this calamity, your cultivation is bound to not be able to keep up with the other siblings, I will preach for you. Make up for the deficit during this time. Long-ear is flattered, the master alone sermon, this is the treatment that the big disciple Duobao did not even mix, is the master one to focus on cultivating me? Before he could thank him more, the Tao rhythm of the Tong Tian sage covered his body and led him into the great Tao. After a long time, the doors of the great hall opened.
The long-eared fixed-light immortal walked out with a face of excitement and thrill, but when he waited until no one was around, the look of excitement on his face transformed into celebration. It's a good thing his lordship didn't find out, or else we'd be screwed. It seems that I didn't choose wrongly. Sage Paramount is indeed more powerful than Master, otherwise why couldn't I discover Sage Paramount's Bodhi seed? My lord, it's not that Long Ears wants to betray you, but Westernism is more cost-effective. In the Great Hall, as the doors closed, Sage Tontian's original amiable smile became incomparably gloomy. Bodhi. I really let Di Jun be right. Long Ear really betrayed the Interceptor sect and defected to the Western sect. Sinner. Sinner. At this moment the Tongtian sage has already understood that this time the interception of religion is being used as a gun, completely become the shield of the Western Church. He now shoot the heart of the Long Ear have. Junti, Jane, since you have done the first day, don't blame me for doing the 15th. Di Jun was right, it was too cheap to kill Long Ears now, pretending not to know might be an important pawn against the Western sect in the future. He immediately transmitted his voice to his eldest disciple, Duo Bao, and told him the news that the witch clan's Dutian Divine Fury formation had been replenished, and told them to try not to engage the ancestral witches, which made him put his heart at ease. What does Di Jun intend to do this time when he sends us such a big favor from the Intercept sect? This is not like his character. Regardless of what Emperor Jun's purpose is, I accept this favor. Chapter 30 My brother-in-law? Bastard, not taking my brother-in-law as a cadre. Time flies, and 3 years have passed. Today's mission is accomplished, soothingly. Nya Yun put away the diary with satisfaction. Habit is a terrible thing. After 3 years of journaling in a row, I now feel empty and drained when I don't write a little bit for a day. You have persisted in keeping a diary for 3 years, rewarding you with 2 drops of ancestral wolf essence blood, an innate spiritual treasure-cutting worldly golden wheel, and rewarding you with the gift of the boundless body. Nya Yun was excited. The dog system finally sent out rewards, much as one would expect, and it took the 3rd year to send out the 4th reward. But it was more generous than the previous 3 rewards. The previous 3 rewards were 2, this 4th time it became 3. The ancestral wolf essence blood and the cutthroat golden wheel were already more than familiar to Nya Yun. What is the gifted boundless body? Boundless body can travel through any formation without being blocked. The stronger the formation, the more difficult it is to traverse, and is closely related to the cultivation of the body. Nappy, this boundless body is heaven-defying. Nya Yun's eyes turned red with excitement. With this boundless body, didn't that mean that no array formation would be able to besiege him in the future? What a sense of security. It's a pity that this boundless body is limited by cultivation, and I don't know what kind of powerful formations one can ignore thinking that one's cultivation is in the middle stage of heavenly immortals. No, I should say late stage heavenly immortal. Nya Yun stared at the 2 drops of ancestral wolf essence blood and took out and swallowed them without hesitation. The bloodline once again saw a metamorphosis. The original hint of gold color in the bloodline turned into the size of chopsticks, and the fleshly body was also greatly enhanced. However, what Nya Yun was more excited about was the increase in his cultivation level, which was, unsurprisingly, late-stage heavenly immortal. One step closer to greatness, yes. Only after refining the newly acquired cutthroat golden will did Nya Yun emerge from the gate. Great God, you've finally come out. I've been looking forward to the great God. Just as he stepped out of the room, Huang Feng hurriedly greeted him. Ha? Didn't I ask you to keep an eye on the Interceptor sect and the Sorcerer race war? What are you running back for? Great God, there is great news. The Interceptor sect and the Western sect have joined forces and are preparing for a showdown with the Sorcerer race on the banks of the Black Water. Huang Feng had suffered the first few losses, and now the report picked up the key points. Thus fell the little prince of idioms. What? Nya Yun was overjoyed, an opportunity to duel so soon. Quickly! Go to the shores of the Blackwater at once. The duo barely stopped at all, leaping out of the Heavenly General's mansion and heading straight for the banks of the Blackwater. Not far away from carrying a broom, Lu Ji saw this and was depressed for a while. He'd like to go and watch the fun too. It was a pity that he didn't dare to provoke Nya Yun, for fear that if Nya Yun was offended, he would run to his father and return the goods, and he would have to go back to the heavenly prison to be punished again. Lu Ji tilted his head back to look at the sky at 45 degrees and sighed grimly. Alas! What is there to look forward to if the bird lives like this? Bah! Being brought astray by that bastard, I am a golden crow, not a bird, a noble golden crow. That asshole always called him little golden bird and made him self-conscious. Right at this moment, a dainty cry resounded throughout the Heavenly General's mansion. Dead pervert, get the hell out of here, I'm going to chop you to death today. Lu Ji froze and then rejoiced. Here it comes. Here it comes. Finally. This asshole's nightmare has begun. However, when they thought that Nia Yun had just left, they were suddenly deflated again. Count on you to run fast. He flashed out of the Heavenly General's mansion and came above the void. Only to see the golden armored maiden that Nia Yun had previously fought off make a comeback. Lu Ji looked at the long spear in the young girl's hand that was bubbling with eerie black air, and he couldn't help but shiver. Isn't this the ghost car Demon Saint's innate treasure, the soul-scattering gun? I can't believe I even borrowed the soul-scattering gun, that bastard is going to be in bad luck. It's a shame that Nia Yun went out, or else he could have enjoyed watching this asshole get whacked today. 10, what are you doing here? Where is that pervert? Hurry up and call him out, Auntie wants revenge. The young girl flung her soul-scattering gun, and suddenly the ghastly wind hissed and the ghostly shadows were heavy. The small half of the sky was covered with a ferocious aura, so eerie and terrifying that it was chilling. The might of the innate supreme treasure was as terrifying as it was. Lu Xun shrunk his head and laughed dryly. Second sister, you're late. Nia Yun just went out to watch the duel between the Sorcerer clan and the Interceptor sect, so I'm afraid I won't be able to come back for a while. Second sister? If Nia Yun heard the name Lu Press, his eyes would have to fall out. Is this sassy fighting madwoman in the body of a princess? That's right, this woman was none other than the second daughter of the Heavenly Emperor, Princess Lingyue. Although she stayed on the Taiyin planet for many years, she was a legend within the Heavenly Court, and there was no other reason than that Princess Lingyue's desire to fight was simply too great. Anyone who was targeted by her would come to her door to challenge her almost every once in a while, and the 10 great demon saints were all so annoyed by her that they simply went around. Princess Lingyue's beautiful eyes glared, gritted her teeth and said, "Dead pervert, running quite fast, I still want to beat him up and pull him in front of Sister Duanyu to admit his mistake, it's really exasperating." Lu Ji froze. Second sister, Nia Yun messed with big sister? You don't think so? Big sis has always been high-minded and proud, and this asshole Nia Yun could still get involved with big sis? Land Press was a bit confused. Princess Lingyue coldly grunted, "You're locked up in the heavenly prison and don't know that the Heavenly Emperor has promised big sister to this colorful wolf, but this bastard even dared to change his mind when he saw something different, thinking about other women, causing big sister to be unhappy. It's only because I know about this matter that I've come to take out my anger for big sister." What? Lu Ji's eyes widened as his father betrothed his eldest sister to Nia Yun? When did this happen? How come I haven't heard about it myself? He knew that Nia Yun was highly valued by his father, but he hadn't expected to be valued to such an extent that he wanted Nia Yun to be the Heavenly Emperor's son-in-law? In that case, isn't this asshole his brother-in-law? Still doing this to me then? Lu Ji was furious when he remembered being treated like an inferior by Nia Yun. You know it's my brother-in-law and you're still bullying me? Pissed off. Fine, so play it right? Knowing that it's your brother-in-law and still bullying like this, you really don't take your brother-in-law as a cadre. As the youngest son of the Heavenly Emperor, Lu Press is favored by his big sister, Princess Duanyu. This guy wants to marry my big sister. Without my nod, how can you do it? When you come back, this prince will let you know what is called the power of the brother-in-law. Luke felt like he was finally getting up. Second sister, I don't know when Nia Yun will be back, why don't you go back and wait first, and I'll let you know as soon as he returns. Before pinning down Nia Yun, let second sister beat him up to collect interest. Nothing wrong with it. Don't, I'll wait for him here. Princess Lingyue gripped the soul-scattering gun tightly, her gaze averted. Stunned, Lu Press couldn't help but look at the soul-scattering gun in her hand. Second sister, you didn't steal this soul-scattering gun, did you? Princess Lingyue was like a cat that had its tail stepped on, immediately defending herself. What's stealing it out? I wanted to report it to Master Ghost Car, but his old man wasn't there, so I just took it out to play with it. Lu Shi's head was full of black lines. This was still not stealing? Got. Lu Press sort of realized that if it wasn't for the special status of the second sister, I'm afraid that right now I would want to carry the soul-scattering gun and run to the shores of the Blackwater to whack Nia Yun, that bastard. Princess Lingyue cannot leave the Heavenly Court, it is the will of the Heavenly Emperor. Not many people know exactly what it is. Lu Pressure these siblings get along all the time, more or less guessed a little. After all, as the second sister of the Order of the Moon, cultivation is the bottom of the siblings, only Tianxian realm. Even the smallest Lu Pressure has already cultivated into Tai Golden Immortal, the
the same origin, even the qualification of Lingyu is a few points stronger than the others. It does not make sense that Lingyu, who was born early, is only heavenly immortal cultivation.
There must be a reason for this, only no one dares to ask more. Alright then.
Second sister, go into the Heavenly General's mansion first. I'll arrange a room for you to stay and wait slowly. I'm not going to the dead pervert's kennel, I'll just wait for him here.
Chapter 31, Fairy, do you have a partner? No. I'm not suitable? The banks of the Blackwater.
The disciples of the sorcerer race, the Interceptor sect, and the Western sect mingled in one place. It was in full swing, the earth was devastated, the Blackwater was churning, and the fury and resentment filled the surrounding void. 72 huge black pillars towered, as if they were 72 prime pillars inserted into the dome of the sky, fixing the void.
The Metropole God's Fury Formation.
Nia Yun and Huang Feng hurriedly arrived, and when they saw the 72 giant black pillars, they couldn't help but shrink their pupils.
The witches have started a formation?
The capital godforsaken grand formation was something Nia Yun had taken out, and he had judged what it was with a single glance. Since the formation was up, it meant that the people of the Interceptor and Western sect were all pulled in. Nia Yun was overjoyed in his heart. An opportunity had presented itself.
Sage Tong Tian, prepare to receive a big favor from someone named Nia.
Huang Feng, back away a bit, this great god will go over and buy you a few oranges.
Nia Yun took a single step and headed straight for the meteoric godforsaken formation. Ha? Buying oranges? Huang Feng was dumbfounded. Why did the great god buy oranges? There are no orange sellers here. Leaders act in mysterious ways and don't get it. Huang Feng revealed a face of reverence as he thought of this.
As he neared the edge of the capital godforsaken formation, Nia Yun summoned all of his mana.
Boundless body, don't drop your chain.
Whether or not I can escape the clutches of the Demon Emperor depends on this one.
Get me into.
Nia Yun rushed in violently, but it was as if he had taken a step into the air, stumbling and nearly falling over.
Nappy, you said it was so easy earlier. Dog system, didn't you say it's closely related to cultivation? I don't believe you anymore.
The boundless body is really tops though, and comes in when it says it will. Nia Yun cursed as he stabilized his stance and scanned his surroundings. The surrounding area was filled with monstrous black gas, rolling and tumbling as if countless great demons were raging in the black gas, and the terrifying ferocious aura came in like a tidal wave. Worthy of being able to harden the saint's formation, it's really terrifying. Fortunately I'm the body of no boundaries, not affected by the formation. This if the average cultivator comes in to be impacted by this infinite ferocious aura, and immediately have to turn into a ferocious demon that loses its mind. Nia Yun's heart palpitated as he quickly searched for signs of the Interceptor disciples.
Ha? Someone? Bald? Hey, the... Change direction. Earthless Buddha? How tragic.
The head was hammered all over. Could it be that all the bags on the head of the Buddha of the Western sect started from here?
Nappy, why are they all bald? Where are all the Interceptor disciples? Are they all dead?
Nia Yun turned in a big circle, and stiffly didn't come across a single Interceptor disciple, all of them bald.
It's enough to have a baldness contest.
All of them were hammered by the ancestral witches to the point of crying out, especially the Earthless Buddha and the other Buddha. Nia Yun didn't know what to call them, but they were quite miserable anyway.
It shouldn't be.
The bald head of the Western sect is still alive. It's impossible for all the 10,000 immortals of the Interceptor sect to have all hung up. It doesn't make sense. Interceptor 10,000 immortals, but then the current Western church is too strong. The Western church into the array of people are still alive. It does not make sense that the Interceptor people all gone.
Ha?
Suddenly, Nia Yun noticed a 7-colored light flickering in the corner of the formation.
Fixed his eyes on a woman.
This woman was dressed in a 7-colored haze dress, with a 7-colored red diamond hovering in front of her body, and was struggling to resist the attack of the Fury Chi. The key was that this woman's method of resisting the Fury was a Taoist tactic.
Interceptor disciple. Nia Yun was overjoyed and rushed over. Fairy, don't be alarmed, I'll save you.
Nia Yun heaved himself up to the woman's body and continuously punched out several seals, only to see the baneful aura beside the duo avoid them directly as if they had encountered acquaintances. Although Nia Yun couldn't control the grand formation, with his knowledge of it, it wasn't difficult to avoid the baneful chi inside.
Thank you for saving me.
I, Kai Yun of the Interceptor sect, thank you for your kindness in helping me. Fairy Kai Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Supporting herself until now, her mana was nearly exhausted. She thought she was going to be buried here. Nyayun sized up the woman. Icy muscles and jade bones, her appearance was absolutely beautiful, and that body of 7-colored haze clothing added to the fairy's fluttering aura of beauty. It's a fairy. If you're not beautiful, why are you called a fairy? However, the name Fairy of the Colored Clouds didn't ring a bell with Nyayun. Among the high disciples of the Interceptor sect that he knew of, there didn't seem to be this one character, did there? So it's Fairy Kayun, you're welcome. I know that the Interceptor sect is behind bars, so I came to rescue it in a hurry. I didn't expect to see only you, Fairy. Where are the rest of the Interceptors? Where are they? Let's brush up on the favor first. Fairy Kayun laughed bitterly. Eldest brother and the others didn't enter the formation. When the Sorcerer clan started the formation, the Interceptor sect people had already retreated. I was standing too far forward, I didn't have time to leave earlier, and I was enveloped by the formation. Huh? Retreat? Retreated? It doesn't make sense. Wasn't it the Interceptor sect that joined forces with the Western sect to battle the Witch race? When the Witch race starts its formation, shouldn't the experts of the Interceptor sect and the Western sect enter the formation together and fight in the dark, fighting to the death? Why did they run away in advance? The Interceptor's gang of ruffians are not afraid of death at all. In the God Seal War, that is the front and back of the Valua to save Grandpa, one by one, all honorable on the list, this time how to run away before the war? You mean you're the only Interceptor disciple in the entire formation? Nyayun asked, undeterred. Fairy Kayun sighed softly, I suppose so. Those who didn't make it to leave at that time, the disciples who were shrouded in the formation were all registered disciples, and my cultivation level was Tai Shin Xian perfection, considered the highest among them. I can barely support myself, my mana is exhausted, and the rest of the people must have already been overwhelmed by the fierce fury chi and died. Nyayun facepalmed as he heard the highlights. Are they all registered disciples? What is a named disciple? That's like a peripheral member of a club, except that you have a name in the Interceptor sect and the Interceptor sect recognizes you as one of theirs. You're totally a minion. Nima, saving a small minion of the Interceptor sect and going to the Tontian sage to sell his favor? Sage Tontian was afraid that he wouldn't think he was out of his mind. Although Nyayun didn't know what was going on, he understood that this favor from the Interceptors should have fizzled out. What went wrong? It's a wasted trip, and it's just bad enough. Fairy Kayun hurriedly said, fellow Taoist, it's not advisable to stay here for long, let's hurry up and leave. Nyayun was depressed, but then he saw that Fairy Kayun was incredibly poised and beautiful. The heart is more or less relieved, at least to save her out, it is also considered a hero to save the beauty. If you're going to give your life away, well, that's how it's done on TV. Nyayun mobilized his mana to wrap around Fairy Kayun. Fairy, don't panic, I'll take you out now. Before he wanted to earn this big favor from the Interceptor sect, Nyayun had carefully studied the Du Tian Divine Severance formation and was familiar with it, and now, with the addition of the boundless body, getting out of the formation wasn't impossible, it just took a bit of effort. As he watched Nyayun make incomparably complex sealing decisions, a white light slowly revealed itself from the dense baleful aura, seemingly tending to tear a gaping hole in the grand formation. The colorful cloud fairy marveled. Fellow Taoist has amazing means, Kayun admires it. Yo! That's worship? Nyayun was secretly pleased. Fairy's fallacious praise, it's just a small carving skill. Fairy national color and heavenly fragrance, absolutely beautiful posture flood only, I do not know if the fairy can have a Taoist couple? The colorful cloud immortal gave a slight lurch as displeasure flashed in her beautiful eyes. This man is afraid that he is not a womanizer. No, but I am dedicated to the Tao and have no intention of looking for a Taoist couple, so you should look for someone else. Why does that sound so awkward? Doesn't that mean you're a nice guy, but we don't fit? Scumbag woman. Nyayun is inwardly indignant, at least I'm here to save you, can't I say something nice? Are all the people of the Interceptor sect so ignorant of human feelings? Chapter 32, I'll sue you for slander, she's slandering me. Who is causing trouble within our clan's great formation? With a roar that shook the fury, a 1,000-foot giant rose up from the ground and came running. Fairy Tsayun's face changed drastically. Not good, the ancestral witches have discovered us, fellow Taoist, how long do you have before you can open the formation gap? How much longer? I've only opened a small gap, and I can't break open a passageway that allows people to pass through without half an hour. Nyayun's face shifted in succession, there definitely wasn't that much time left now, that 1,000-foot giant wouldn't need more than a few breaths to kill. Saving this scumbag girl is definitely out of the question. A dead friend of the road is not a dead friend of the road.
Run first for respect. Fairy Kaiyun, there is nothing I can do, farewell. Nyayun summoned all of his mana and violently slammed into the grand formation. All of a sudden, Nyayun felt like he was suddenly plunged into a quagmire, the terrifying suction and pulling force making his steps out of the formation incomparably difficult. It turns out that what the boundless body said about shuttling formations being related to cultivation is that there is no obstacle to entering the formation, and it is exiting the formation that is where the difficulty lies. The dog system doesn't make it clear. Nyayun greeted the diary system's ancestors in his heart, it was simply misguided. However, his feet did not dare to slow down, and his mana surged wildly, drilling out of the formation one by one. Want to go? Stay for me. The monstrous palm swept through the rolling baneful aura and landed in Nyayun's direction in a matter of moments. Although the colorful cloud fairy was not the target of the giant palm's attack, she was also lifted out by the terrifying impact and smashed heavily on the ground, spitting out blood. She hurriedly searched her surroundings for any sign of Nyayun, but she couldn't find any even after circling around for a week. Did it get slapped into flying dust? Humph, count on you to run fast. I don't know which saint is performing dark deeds. The generation that hides its head and tail is not afraid of damaging the face of the saint. The giant snorted coldly, full of disdain. In his opinion, the person who was able to break away from the Dutian Divine Fiend formation would never have such an ability if he was not a saint. Fairy Kaiyun was dumbfounded. That guy didn't die? Escaped? No, that guy was able to leave easily. Doesn't that mean he has the means to get out of the formation? The one who just claimed to have come to his rescue is now running away alone? Could it be because of his own refusal to become his Dao couple just now? Thinking about this, Fairy Kaiyun was furious beyond measure. Lustful man, ungrateful man, taking advantage of people. Kaiyun, even if I were to die here, I wouldn't be able to look at someone like you. Fairy-colored Cloud had completely never expected that she would encounter such a strange person. Ha! There's a little grasshopper? Count your fate as bad, I'll give you a ride. The giant spotted the colorful cloud fairy and without saying a word, slapped his palm down. The colorful cloud fairy raised her head and stared at the giant palm with a deadly stare, not begging for mercy. That was the last vestige of her pride as a disciple of the Interceptor sect. In the next moment, a white hand stretched out from the giant palm and instantly collapsed the giant palm. A stunningly beautiful woman in white stepped into the air. The beauty of the woman was such that even the colorful cloud fairy couldn't help but feel ashamed of herself when she saw it. I'll walk you out of the formation. Ha! Fairy Kaiyun froze. Who is this? Wasn't that ancestor witch trying to kill me just now? It was then that she noticed that the fierce 1,000-foot giant that had just been there was standing quietly at the side. The white-clothed woman raised her hand and slashed it into the void, and the large formation broke open, and she grabbed towards immortal Kaiyun and directly threw her out of the large formation. The large formation closed and was restored as before. Why did you save her, sister? Do you have an old relationship with her? The giant asked suspiciously. Ho-Tu shook her head. No. Big brother, do you know who the person who just jumped out of the formation is? Isn't that some saint? No, he's the god of heaven's court of ceremony who gave me the complete version of the Dutian Divine Fury formation Nyayun. This woman can let Nyayun personally enter the formation to save her, so she must have a great relationship. We're being greatly favored by heaven's court, so how could we be gracious enough to return the favor? Emperor Jiang came to a realization, so this is the person. I thought it was a saint. Also, since it's one of our own, there's no need to bother. Ho-Tu, continue to go back and preside over the formation. I will hammer the two bald asses into 2 pieces of poop today. So what if it's a Saint Dharma body? Ho-Tu sighed softly and nodded helplessly. She really didn't want to get involved in the fight. Nay, the Dutian Divine Fury formation needed the power of the ancestral witches to preside over it, and as an ancestral witch, she was duty-bound to do so. Outside the formation, Nyayun finally broke away from the grand formation at the last moment and fell to the ground gasping for air. It's so dangerous, I just almost got beaten to a pulp. Nyayun still had palpitations when he thought of it now, and feeling the depleted mana, Nyayun's heart was filled with resentment. Completely all the dog system harm, and not say clearly out of the formation is the most difficult step, not a preparation, almost play the end. In the future, you can't just trust what the dog system gives you. He hurriedly sat on his knees and recovered his mana. This place was too dangerous. Hurry and recover his mana to leave. Just as he had regained a sliver of his mana, he felt a wind attack him. Not good. Nyayun was startled, and just as he was about to get up and dodge, he felt a person slam directly into his arms. Soft and fragrant. Nya Yun looked down and was directly dumbfounded. The colorful cloud fairy was also dumbfounded. The two were wide-eyed for 2 breaths. Shameless. Fairy Kaiyun was mortified, and lifted Nya Yun off her feet. But she hated that her magic power was exhausted, or else she would have made this denizen who had slighted her splatter his blood on the spot. Nya Yun stumbled and nearly fell, his face filled with embarrassment. That fairy, hello again. So embarrassing. But then again, how did she get out of the formation? Fairy Kaiyun gritted her teeth and said, shameless denizen, you wait for me, when my senior sister comes over, I will definitely break you into pieces. Nya Yun was startled. Fairy Kaiyun shook people? It's not martial arts. I didn't save you, and you're going to send someone to kill me? You really can't be a bad person. Fairy, just now I had no choice, please forgive me, farewell. Without saying a word, Nya Yun lifted the sliver of mana he had just recovered and turned to run. Just then, 4 streaks of green light fell, transforming into 4 stunning female cultivators that blocked Nya Yun's path. Sister Kaiyun, how are you? Have you injured your foundation? One of the women rushed towards Fairy Kaiyun, asking worriedly. Thank you Sister Xianji for your concern, little sister is unharmed, she just exhausted her mana. Kaiyun was greatly relieved. On the other side, Nya Yun was trembling under the siege of 3 beautiful women, especially the woman in the lead, who could be considered the most charismatic and temperamental of all the women Nya Yun had ever seen, but was also the most terrifying. That terrifying aura actually caused the surrounding area to curl up in a gale, as if it was the end of the world. It pressed down on Nya Yun and he couldn't breathe. Quasi-saints, absolutely quasi-saints. Desperate to cry, Nya Yun bitterly asked, why are the 3 fairies blocking my way? The woman at the head of the group grunted coldly, this should be asked of you. At that moment, Fairy Color Cloud came over with the support of another woman. Sister Yun Xiao, kill this shameless denizen for my little sister. The clouds? The 3 skies of the interdictional sect? Nya Yun was startled, this was a veritable paragon powerhouse. The colorful cloud fairy even has such a backstage? Nya Yun hastily defended himself. Fairy Kaiyun, you have to speak from your conscience. Auntie Yun Xiao, you comment on the reasoning. I ran to save her, encountered the ancestral witch who didn't save her, and had to run away first myself, but now I want to kill me, isn't that too unreasonable, right? Do you want me to wait with you to die? 3 Xiao froze and turned her head to look at Fairy Kaiyun. Nonsense, you're clearly taking advantage of people's danger, trying to use saving me as a bargaining chip to force me to become your Taoist couple, simply shameless. Slander. She's slandering me. She's slandering me. Chapter 33, The Dark Side, the chance this isn't coming? Nya Yun hastily told the truth about what had happened within the formation, including the words of the mouthy molesting Fairy Kaiyun, and didn't hide them in the slightest. You have to bow down when you're under the roof. He was afraid that if the 3 heavens were offended and gave him a golden bucket, he would have to fall on the banks of the black water as fertilizer. That's what happened. What a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Yun Xiao snorted coldly, do you think I don't know how to count? This is the Witch Clan's clan suppressing formation, saints may not be able to break through, how can you escape? You must be a spy of the witch race, and you still want to reverse right and wrong here. I will first arrest you into the Interceptor sect and lock you up, I don't believe you won't tell the truth. Fairy Kaiyun said indignantly, senior sister is right, this person must be a spy of the sorcerer race, still trying to deceive us, blind your dog's eyes. Nya Yun was startled. Can you interceptors still be reasonable? I've come here to save you, and even if you don't thank me, you still want to arrest me? Nima, the sinuses are not as wrong as I am. But it's hard to explain. You said that the sorcerer clan's Dutian Divine Fury formation was given to you by yourself? Who would believe that? Catch that villain, and dare to talk nonsense, I'll take you first, not afraid that you won't tell the truth. Bixiao let out a cry as a golden light flew out of her hand, transforming into 2 golden snakes and scaly dragons that charged towards Nya Yun. Golden scissors, the innate treasure. Nappy, the golden scissors are out, too much to look down on me, right? Nya Yun was shocked. Looks like there's no way to reason today. We'll just have to run. Really ing lost to the grandmother's home to go, obviously want to come to the interception of religious favor, and now what benefits did not get, but also by the 3 skies as a spy treatment. Want to go? Yun Xiao raised his hand and made a stroke, the powerful paramount sage mana blocking the surrounding space. At that exact moment, a white light broke through the air and instantly repelled the Golden Zhao's scissors while breaking Yun Zhao's mana blockade. Where are you from? Dare to obstruct my interceptor's sex work? Yun Zhao's face was grave. To be able to easily repel the Golden Zhao shear and break her magical confinement was definitely a paragon. Just then, the void splashed with ripples, revealing a stunningly beautiful woman in white. She was the one who saved me? After Fairy Kaiyun saw the visitor, she hurriedly said. Han Xianji and San Shao looked at this woman and hurriedly saluted. Meet Ancestral Witch Ho Tuesday. Kaiyun Fairy was an outer disciple who didn't know Ho Tu, but San Shao and Han Xianji were also established figures in the Interceptor sect and would not be strangers to Ho Tu. Ancestral Witch Ho Tu. Fairy Kaiyun was shocked that the person who saved her was an ancestral witch. Ho Tu nodded gently, but didn't care about San Shao or Han Xianji, instead looking towards Nia Yun. Nia Yun was so embarrassed that he was picking his toes out of 3 rooms, originally running in a frenzy to save people, and now not only were the people not saved, but they were also misunderstood. And he was caught by Ho Tu, so he's just not ashamed to see anyone. That Ho Tu ancestor witch, idol? I'm so happy to see you. Ho Tu smiled and said, Nia Yun, didn't you come to save this woman? I've released her as a way of returning your favor from that day. For some reason, Ho Tu had always remembered Nia Yun's ranting about making a fool of himself during this period of time, and she had a feeling in the dark that this person, Nia Yun, was extremely important to the sorcerer clan. A powerhouse of her caliber doesn't feel like it can appear for no reason. That's why she took the initiative to meet Nia Yun when he appeared. Ha! Fairy Kaiyun was shocked. This denizen really came to save himself? Then just now, I was treating him like this, simply ungrateful. Guilt and embarrassment again. Couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. San Shao and Han Xianji were also looking at each other, their faces slightly red. It's a shame that this has gotten so out of hand that I almost made a spy out of my benefactor. At the same time, the heart is incomparably curious, a small immortal cultivator, but even with the ancestral witch Ho Tu has an old relationship? In his words, it seems that Ho Tu still owes him a favor. What is the origin of this person in the end? Nia Yun cupped his fists and bowed, many thanks. Ho Tu let out a soft I actually came here to inquire about one more thing. Is it true that the witch race does not have a future, as you said? The 3 skies were shocked. It was unimaginable that such words could be asked from the mouth of an ancestral witch, and the question was asked by a tiny heavenly immortal. Nia Yun pondered for a long while. The plot of this flood was collapsing a bit too much from the one he knew. But the great forces of heaven are predestined, and no matter how the process changes, the result remains the same. The Wiccans are definitely out of history. I still say that the future of the witch race is in you. At me? Why? Unspeakable, the time is not right. Nia Yun was helpless, but in truth, he couldn't say the matter of setting up a reincarnation in front of San Shao. Ho Tu sighed, understood, we will meet again. As he watched Ho Tu leave, Nia Yun hung his head. I don't want to see you again. Come out for a trip, the benefits did not gain, almost lost his life, and will never come out easily again. It's too dangerous. Yun Xiao gave Nia Yun a deep look, full of apologies. Just now, we didn't know the reason and misunderstood you, please forgive us. Fairy Kaiyun walked up and bowed her head to apologize. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were really here to save me. Who called you? Speaking of which, Fairy Kaiyun's face reddened again. This guy wants me to be his Dao couple? People risked their lives to save each other. This love is not light. People also look good. The cultivation is poor, but it is not impossible to consider. Ah. What are you thinking about? Fairy Kaiyun blushed like blood and buried her head even lower. Nia Yun, however, didn't notice, and instead sighed in relief. Just clear up the misunderstanding. In his heart, he had already made up his mind that he would never come out casually in the future. It was too damn dangerous. The flood doesn't reason at all, it only talks about having a big fist. If you don't have a big fist, wait for it to die. Like just now. Yun Xiao smiled and said, Taoist friend's chest is as broad as the sea, we admire. I see that you have a shallow relationship with the ancestral witch Ho Tu, I don't know. Nia Yun didn't hide it. I am Nia Yun, the god of ceremonies of the heavenly court, and the last time the ancestor witch Ho Tu traveled to the heavenly court, I was the one who received her, so I have a few thin margins. A few people smiled at the words, and a few more graciousness was added to their faces. So you're from the heavenly court? Why didn't you say so earlier? How many people have come from the heavenly court this time? Do they also want to join us in crusading against the sorcerer clan? So it's an ally.
Fairy Kaiyun lifted her face, a few more moments of stealing in her eyes.
Great, so it's really an ally.
Yun Xiao cordially said, so it's Taoist friend Nya, much offense. Today Nya Taoist friends favor, I and other sisters remember, in the coming days if there is a need, send someone to the 3 immortal islands to notify a can, we will certainly help.
Nya Yun was confused, was the name Heavenly Court so good now? How come they were full of goodwill as soon as they said they were from the Heavenly Court? Could it be that the Demon Emperor Lao Dang had privately allied himself with the Interceptor sect and he didn't know about it? Something is not right. 9 out of 10 things are not right. No, this is a good opportunity. The 3 skies are the core disciples of the Interceptor sect. If they can introduce themselves to join the Interceptor sect, is it not a handful? It's so dark and bright.
Nya Yun hurriedly bowed his head, you're all overstating it, it's not enough to lift a finger. I'm not going to hide it from you all, but I do have a small matter that I would like to ask for Lady Yinxiao's help. Yinxiao smiled and said, but there's no harm in saying it, as long as I can help, I will not excuse myself. I have always aspired to the sage sect, hoping to become a sage disciple one day. Could you please ask Empress Yunxiao to introduce me to the Interceptor sect? A registered disciple is fine, as long as I can enter the Bayou Palace to cultivate. What name is not important, the important thing is to be able to enter the territory of the Interceptor Church to cultivate, and get the saints' shelter, so that the Demon Emperor Lao Deng can't take himself.
Ha ha! This kind of small request should go hand in hand for Yun Xiao, right? Yun Xiao froze, you want to join the Interceptor sect? Aren't you the god of ceremony in heaven?
Nya Yun sighed softly, I prefer to cultivate subculturally and am unwilling to get involved in mundane matters. As you know, the Heavenly Court is the protagonist of heaven and earth, and with its constant troubles, it's not suitable for my cultivation.
Fairy Kaiyun was overjoyed, yes, yes, yes.
Nya Dao, you can come to our Interceptor Church is too good, this kind of small matter, senior sister go back to talk to the teacher, to ensure that.
Sister Kaiyun. Yun Xiao stopped Bixiao from continuing with a look.
The color cloud fairy spat out her tongue mischievously and lowered her head. Not knowing what had been brainstormed again, her afterglow quietly peeked at the crowd and was relieved to see that no one was paying attention to her. Fellow Taoist Nya, I can't reply to you on this matter right now, I'll wait until I go back and ask my teacher before I decide. No harm, thank you Empress Yinxiao, if I can enter the Interceptor sect, I will be grateful for the great favor.
Ah, the clouds.
I've joined the Interceptor sect, I won't let you suffer, at least I won't let you end up at the bottom of the Kirin Cliff and Kunlun Mountain being suppressed during the God-sealing cataclysm. You're guaranteed to make, and I won't lose.
It's a win-win.
Suddenly, a heaven-shaking roar resounded through the heavens and earth.
Tong Tian, the 2 Buddhas of my Western sect have fallen, but the disciples of the Interceptor sect have retreated before the battle, are you giving me an explanation? Chapter 34, The Fall of the Buddha, Junti jumps to his feet. A cold hum came from the void. Junti, you need to explain, yes?
Come to the void outside the realm, I will let the Qingping sword in my hand properly explain to you. The voice dispersed and nothing more was heard. Nya Yun looked at the sky, his face filled with stupefaction.
Tong Tian saints so rigid? The Qingping sword explained? It's as domineering as it sounds.
That's right, if Sage Tong Tian wasn't so rigid, he wouldn't have faced the 4 saints alone in the God-sealing war.
It fits his persona.
This guy, Zhuanti, is the king of strong mouth, and should not dare to make a move against Sage Tong Tian.
Even with the addition of the Sage Receiver, I'm afraid they wouldn't dare.
After all, Tong Tian Sage's immortal execution sword formation is claimed to be unbreakable without the 3 saints.
The teacher is here?
Yun Zhao's face was delighted. Fellow Taoist Nya, the teacher has descended and we are going to go and pay our respects. I will ask the teacher about your matter and get back to you as soon as possible.
Farewell. Fairy Kaiyun regretfully glanced at Nya Yun and was just about to say something when Bixiao pulled her away. Columns are slow. Before Nya Yun could finish his sentence, San Xiao and Han Xianji's few people couldn't wait to turn into rainbows and leave. Go!
However, Nya Yun wasn't angry, but rather excited. With San Zhao's position in the Interceptor sect, introducing a disciple to the Interceptor sect is not just a matter of words.
My good day is finally coming, huh?
First go to find the yellow wind, and then go back to the Heavenly Court, go up and wait for the good news from Yun Xiao, that's it. Nya Yun was so excited that he felt like he was walking with the wind. Western teachings, under the Bodhi tree. Junti gritted his teeth in anger, and the 7 treasure myriad tree in his hand flashed with Sanskrit light. Senior brother, this Tongtian fellow is bullying people too much. You and I will join forces to do battle with him, lest he think that my Western sect is easy to bully. The old monk of the receptionist was calm and ancient. Can you beat the immortal execution sword formation? But the Interceptor sect has bullied people too much. The 2 Buddhas have all fallen in the Witch Clan's big formation. Their Interceptor sect has clearly agreed to jointly conquer the Witch Clan. Now they have run away first, and the ones who have suffered are us. Can you bear it? Can you beat the immortal execution sword formation? Are we going to eat this dumb loss? Then our Western sect will still have the face to gain a foothold in the flood? Can you beat the immortal execution sword formation? Paramount closed himself off. In my heart, I cursed, guiding old piker, can't you say something else? Who can beat the immortal sword formation? Guiding sighed softly. This time, the Western sect has indeed fallen, 2 Buddhas have fallen, and their fortune has been greatly damaged. Although it is the reason why the Interceptor sect retreated, the truth is that we didn't even notice that the sorcerer race's gods of the heavens formation has become stronger. Tongtian should be aware of this matter, which is why he secretly ordered the disciples of the Intercept sect not to touch the ancestral witch. At the mention of this matter, Junti became even more angry. Tongtian knew it clearly and didn't warn us. It's simply detestable. I guess Tongtian should have sensed that this time the Interceptor Church's feud with the witch race may have been calculated by you and me, but just couldn't find the evidence to ascertain it, and it's not good to say it explicitly, so he used it to come to the Western Church to vent his hatred. Junti's speech blocked, this time counting the Interception religion, indeed is their own reason. It's not really a good idea to rise to the occasion. Senior brother, what should we do now? These people from the Interceptor sect don't look like they're going to fight to the death with the Sorcerer clan, and now that the Sorcerer clan's great formation has dramatically increased in power, they're sure to strike out at the Western sect again, so how are we going to hold off the Sorcerer clan without the help of the Interceptor sect? Reception faintly spat out a word. Wait. Wait? Not bad, I have already secretly laid down pieces. It won't take long for the crisis of the Western sect to be lifted, and the sorcerer race won't be able to hop around for a few days. Junti was shocked. His senior brother had laid down his pawns? When did this happen and how do you not know? Senior brother, my 2 Dharma bodies have been shattered and cannot be repaired in a short period of time. I can only let your Dharma body take over the position of Buddha and stabilize the Western sect's chi. Although the Western sect has suffered a great loss, how can my Western sect be destroyed? Not to mention the fact that the sorcerer race is only relying on a single Dutian divine fury formation. Even if they pull in a saint to sit in on the scene, it's still impossible to destroy my Western sect. Never. A huge self-confidence from the receiver body scattered, sitting down faintly scattered a 12-pin lotus seat shadow. 12 golden lotus of merit. Junti, however, rolled his eyes. Every time the 12 pieces of merit in virtue golden lotus appeared, he knew that this senior brother of his was going to start pretending. He looked down at his 7 treasure wonderful tree and then at the 12 pieces of merit golden lotus. The compulsion seems almost there. Kunlun Mountain, Jade Palace. The primordial heavenly father frowned. Strange. How did Master Tongtian learn that the power of the Witch Clan's great formation had multiplied? This matter has not even been calculated by me. How did he learn about it? And the witch race, how did they make the great formation so powerful? I feel that even if I am in it, it will be difficult to get out of it. How did the witch race do it? Yuan sure feels that the flood is getting weirder and weirder, starting with Di Jun of the Heavenly Court, who inexplicably avoids one killing and leaves the Heavenly Court alone. Now the strength of the witch race had suddenly increased greatly, catching the Western religion off guard. Is this the same flood that you know? Hakei Palace. The Supreme Sage similarly frowned. The Dutian Divine Fury formation seems to have been patched up. How did the sorcerer race do it? Didn't teacher say that this formation is detrimental to heavenly harmony and the heavenly Tao won't allow it to be mended? Although there were only 10 ancestral witches in the formation this time, not 12, the Supreme Sage, who was well versed in the Tao of formation, could tell at a glance that the Dutian Divine Fury formation was already a complete body. First the Heavenly Court, and now the sorcerer race. Teacher, what's wrong with the heavenly Tao? He looked in the direction of the purple heavenly palace, his eyes thick with worry. Outer heaven, purple heavenly palace. Hongjuan's eyes snapped open, filled with shock. How could this happen? The Dutian Divine Fury formation has actually been patched up. What exactly did the sorcerer clan do? A hint of fear could be clearly seen flashing under Hongjun's eyes, as if this big formation contained some great unspeakable terror. No. Can't wait any longer, the calamity chi is surging up. the heavenly Tao will suffer from it if we can't disperse the calamity chi with the calamity. When the heavenly Tao cleans up on its own, the 10,000 souls in the floodplains will be in danger. He stood up from the futon, took one step, and disappeared inside the purple heavenly palace.
Manhwa Palace. Sage Manhwa looked in the direction of the purple heavenly palace from afar. Teachers, the witch race is in danger. Manhwa sighed softly.
Not only Manhwa, but the rest of the saints felt Hongjun exiting the purple heavenly palace and were all pondering, their gazes turned to the land of the witch clan.
The banks of the Blackwater. Huang Feng was worried and apprehensive.
It was only after seeing Nie Yun's figure finally appear in his eyes that he breathed a sigh of relief. Great God, you're finally back, I was worried to death.
If anything happens to the great God, I can't atone for it. That's not an invitation or flattery, but a genuine concern.
After all, now that the three major powers were in a melee, if Nie Yun were to get caught in the crossfire, with the importance the Heavenly Emperor placed on Nie Yun, wouldn't he still have him, a sable rat, racked up and roasted? Looking at Nie Yun's empty hands, Huang Feng was puzzled.
Ha? Oh my God, didn't you go to buy oranges? Didn't get any? Nie Yun glared at him and said without a word, the orange seller is dead, are you satisfied?
Air.
Huang Feng shrunk his head, not daring to speak. What's wrong with you, God? I'm just asking. Why are you so angry?
How was he to know that this Nie Yun guy was thinking that he was going to run away soon? Who the hell cares about the human affairs of the heavenly court?
Not loaded. Reorganize the army and return to the heavenly general's mansion.
Nie Yun left a sentence behind and didn't wait for Huang Feng to reply as he flew his clouds towards the southern heavenly gate.
Ha? That's going back? Huang Feng was dumbfounded. You're going back without doing anything. Didn't you say it's a matter of great importance to the heavenly court? If I go back now, then I've been squatting for nothing all these years? Where's my godhood? It doesn't count yet. Huang Feng felt like he'd been fooled by Nie Yun.
He looked at the back that disappeared into the sky with melancholy.
Chapter 35, Surrender? Help me with my homework. The void outside the heavenly general's mansion.
Princess Lingyue was looking forward to finally seeing her prey appear.
Caught, big pervert, I've come for revenge, prepare to die.
Nie Yun, who was fantasizing about worshipping the Interceptor sect and enjoying a good life. Looking at Princess Lingyue who suddenly popped out, she was directly dumbfounded.
I said which one of you? 3 days running around making trouble.
At least I'm a heavenly court deity, believe it or not I'll report to the heavenly emperor and hang you up and beat you.
Is this guy a fighting maniac?
It's only been a few days and then they run another challenge.
This kind of vegetable and fun-loving oddball, where in the world to run out of awe? Bah! Dead pervert, nothing you can say will help, today I must avenge my last time. Look at the gun.
Princess Lingyue's hand shook, and the innate treasure soul-scattering gun rushed out. The fury was so strong that half of the sky was covered with it.
Wait. Nie Yun couldn't help but be startled when he saw the soul-scattering gun. Isn't this the Ghost Cart Demon Saint's magic weapon?
This Ghost Cart guy has been carrying this black gun every time, screaming to poke dozens of holes in it, and Nie Yun couldn't be more familiar with it.
You're not the daughter of the demon sage of the Ghost Cart, are you? It's not, is it? Can a reckless man like Ghost Cart give birth to such a watery daughter? It's true that good bamboo shoots come out of bad bamboo. Princess Lingyue was furious. Nonsense, that's my master. Look at the fight.
The soul-scattering gun whistled away, and the baleful energy evolved into a gust of gun shadows that covered the sky.
Nie Yun didn't dare to slow down and hurriedly invoked 3 cutting world golden wheels to meet them.
At least it is a demon saint's magic treasure, respect is a must, so let's reluctantly put out a full effort.
Little rookie, you think you can be arrogant just because you've got the demon saint's treasure? How much power can you bring to bear?
Gotta teach this little rookie a good lesson for once, so she doesn't come running to challenge me again in 3 days, annoying the hell out of me. Nie Yun thought about using the cutting world golden wheel to jam the soul-scattering gun as he did last time, then using his sandbag-sized fists to teach this little rookie how to behave. However, before the cutting world golden wheel could even get close to the soul-scattering gun, the terrifying baleful aura suddenly surged like a tidal wave, directly drowning out the golden light of the cutting world golden wheel.
No good.
Nie Yun was startled as he sensed that the baleful auras were actually erasing his divine idea of controlling the cutthroat golden wheel.
The demon saint's magic treasure is so terrifying?
Without saying a word, he hurriedly drove the cutting world golden wheel to retreat back.
Want to run? Not even a door.
Princess Lingyue was overjoyed as she raised both of her hands, and the soul-scattering gun transformed into countless gun shadows that smashed towards Nya.
Bang bang bang.
Those gun shadows were like machine guns, and the bullets were still pouring over Nya without mercy. Like a kite with broken strings, Nya fell straight down, smashing into the fence of the Heavenly General's mansion.
Boom. The crowd of onlooking heavenly soldiers couldn't help but close their eyes and couldn't bear to look at them. It's over, we'll have to rebuild the fence again, and it's only been fixed for a few days. At the same time, his heart deeply mourned Nya. My lord. If you're targeted by this ancestor, you're on your own. This ancestor is known as the invincible master of the heavenly court, beating the 10 demon saints and demon masters who dare not go out. How dare you mess with her? Lu Press looked at Nya, who had climbed up with a gray head, and the corners of his mouth cracked up to his ears. Asshole, finally someone to clean you up. Ha ha.
Cool. It's fortunate that we have the Heavenly Emperor's rewarded innate spiritual treasure Xianxin clothes, or else we'd be in deep trouble today. Nya secretly rejoiced as he looked up, only to see Princess Lingyue charging down with her soul-scattering gun, the tip of the gun pointed straight at Nya.
Stop. I admit defeat, stop fighting. Simply cheating. Is the demon sage's treasure so unbelievable? Not right. This little rookie was actually able to utilize the black spear with so much power that even the cutthroat golden will wasn't a match for him. It doesn't make sense.
She hadn't even refined this black gun, and it would be amazing if she could exert 1 or 2% of its power.
Creepy. Princess Lingyue was stunned, admitting defeat at this point? She herself hadn't gotten over it yet.
No, you're not allowed to admit defeat, again. He said that he was going to kill him with his gun. Nya can't even cry. I don't even dare touch your black spear with my magic treasure. That baleful aura is enough to make me die with a grudge. How can I still fight?
Don. T, make a move. Big sister, I'm wrong, okay? I surrender.
You're too good with this black gun. I admit I'm no match for you.
A good man is not forced to do anything. Princess Lingyue was not satisfied and did not want to stop.
No, I want to fight. Okay, I'll let you get your revenge. I punched you 7 times last time, let you punch 7 times back, okay? Nya held his head high and looked as if he was casually coming to Kami without resistance. In reality, he quietly drove the Xianxin clothes to protect his entire body. A small rookie at the early stage of Heavenly Immortal can still break the defense of an innate spiritual treasure by relying on his fists? Just kidding. As long as you don't use that black gun, a rookie wearing a vest won't change the inner nature.
Why does it feel like lying to a child though? Don't think I don't know you're wearing a coat. What's the point of beating you? Look at the gun.
Nya was shocked. This little rookie isn't stupid.
Finished.
Seeing the black spear coming, Nya gritted his teeth and simply stood still. This kind of battle maniac is to be opponent resistance excitement. The more you resist, the more excited she is, but instead you look like a slaughter. She is not interested.
Swish.
Nya clearly felt the sharpness of the black spear stabbing at him, the powerful blade piercing the muscles of his face. But he held his tongue. Anyway, death is impossible to die. This is the land of the demon emperor Laodang. He still wants Lao Zi to be his rabbit. In no way can you be hacked to death. Terrific to suffer some injuries. After a long time, Nya still didn't feel any pain coming from his body, so he gently opened his eyes. Only the tip of the black gun was seen to stop a few inches from his neck.
Nappy. When that gun was a fraction of a centimeter from my throat? A quarter of an inch later, the little rookie with the gun would fall in love with me?
Putting aside to play the supreme being in Zixia. Nya sneaked a glance at Princess Lingyue and saw her gritting her teeth like an internet-addicted girl who had just run to an internet cafe to start a handful of games and was suddenly caught by her homeroom teacher.
It's hard as hell. No more fighting, you're no fun to be a strong man at all.
Princess Lingyue huffed and put away her soul-scattering gun, her face full of contempt.
The heart of a strong man? Is that thing edible?
It's not like I'm the hero of a cool article. I'm just a coyote pup trying to survive the Great Flood. A heavenly immortal cultivation, and you want to talk about a strong heart in this place where golden immortals are worse than dogs and Dao Lords walk everywhere? I'm afraid I want to die embarrassed to talk about it. The girl's magic power is monstrous and strong. I'm really no match for you. There are many experts within the heavenly court. The girl might as well look for others. Surely she will be able to find an expert to fight you. Hurry up and send this ancestor away before it gets annoying. Princess Lingyue grunted, don't think that I'll let you off by saying 2 nice words, you hammered me 7 times last time, I'm remembering it all. Nya Yun was embarrassed, this guy still holds a grudge? It was a misunderstanding, I'm not making amends to you? Just say a couple nice words? No way. So what do you want? As soon as Princess Lingyue's eyes rolled back in her head, Nya Yun had a bad feeling. Hey, sparing you isn't out of the question, as long as you help me with my homework. Ha? Nya Yun hastily pulled out his ears, thinking he'd heard wrong. Doing homework? Are you sure this is Celestial Court and not Celestial Kindergarten or Celestial Elementary School? And you have to do homework? Chapter 36, Being a Gunman? It smells good. Nah, that's the one. Princess Lingyue flung out a scroll. Nya Yun picked it up and took a look. It was filled with knowledge of the Tao of formation, which wasn't exactly profound. At least that was the case for Nya Yun, having melded the system's rewarded flood formation Tao. It went without saying that his attainments in formation Tao were about as good as a college student looking at elementary school math. No difficulty at all. Well, would you? Looking at Princess Lingyue's face full of expectation, Nya Yun coughed lightly twice. This isn't good, is it? This is the knowledge of formations that your master asked you to learn. If I do it for you, the ghost card demon sage won't find me in trouble? Princess Lingyue bristled, my master wouldn't do such a thing. It's the Celestial Emperor who had to let me learn, and if I don't learn, I won't be allowed to go out of the Taiyin star. Celestial Emperor? The planet Taiyin? Nya Yun asked cautiously, dare I ask the girl what kind of person you are for the Heavenly Emperor? You don't know? My name is Lingyu, the second princess of heaven. Ha? Why are you sitting on the floor? Princess of heaven, why didn't you say so earlier? Can I not sit on the floor in fear when I hammer the princess of heaven on the floor? This isn't Luke the parolee. Ahem, that floor is slippery. Accidentally. It's finished, the demon emperor Lao Dang must have known about it, and he's afraid that he's not waiting to settle the score? Oh Queen Yunxiao. You hurry up and send a message back. I so want to go to the interceptor sect now. It's too insecure to stay in this heaven. Seeing that Nya Yun didn't say anything for half a day, Princess Lingyue couldn't help but say, hey, will you say something? Nya Yun hurriedly nodded his head and said, since it's the princess request, I have to find a way to will even if I don't know how to. It's just that this is what His Majesty asked you to do, and His Majesty can't spare me if I do it for you. Find the shooter. And in public. How big is your heart? He really thinks that the demon emperor is blind. Once Princess Lingyue heard that Nya Yun could do it, she happily said, it's fine, the Heavenly Emperor said that whatever I make out of it will do. If you work for this princess, she won't treat you badly. See what this is? Nya Yun looked at the golden elixir in Princess Lingyue's hand, and cloud patterns densely emerged on the golden elixir, with Tao rhythms filling the air and the fragrance of the elixir overflowing. It's good stuff at first glance. This is the Taoist sect's 9 turns golden elixir, a good thing that can make ordinary people fly up in the daytime, or a first-class healing elixir. As long as you help me with my homework, this golden elixir will be rewarded to you. Do you want to do it or not? I do. Nya Yun's head nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. The legendary 9 revolutions golden elixir. If you eat it, you'll take off. Healing wounds didn't look good, but the item of raising cultivation, that was something Nya Yun could only dream of. Not to mention one day Tao Lord, surely it could at least be elevated to Tai Xianxian, and even Tai Golden Immortal wasn't out of the realm of possibility. Gotta say, being a shooter it smells good. Then what are you waiting for? Do it! Oh. So the titular god of ceremonies pouted and did his homework in front of his mansion, with a golden armored girl next to him complaining every now and then. The crowd of heavenly generals silently cast gazes of awe. This is the first encounter where Princess Rinzuki didn't get hammered. Awesome! You should know that this ancestor even went to challenge the East Emperor, although in the end, he was wrung by the East Sea and thrown to the Heavenly Emperor. But the 10 great demon saints and Koan Peng demon masters don't have the guts, and they can only run away when they encounter this ancestor. Lu Ji was also dumbfounded, the plot wasn't right. I can't believe I didn't hammer this asshole? So angry. Looks like this revenge can only be avenged by yourself, asshole. Want to marry my big sister? Let's see how I'll take you down.
But right now, Lu Ji didn't dare to go up. After all, his second sister's fist, in addition to his father, mother and big sister, basically did not recognize anyone. He didn't want to go up and get beaten up. It's done, Princess Lingyue, what do you think? Are you sure it's okay? Guaranteed no problem, although my cultivation is not high, but the piece of formation Dao, I dare say there is not a single one in the heavenly court who can fight? It wasn't that Nieyun was bragging, there really weren't many people who could outperform him in the Dao of formation with the fusion of the flood formation Dao. Princess Lingyue happily put away the scroll and tossed the 9 revolutions golden pill directly to Nieyun. For your reward, I'll go find the Heavenly Emperor now. Let's get one thing straight, if the Heavenly Emperor doesn't approve, you're just waiting to come back and get hacked to death by me. Thank you for the reward, Princess. Nieyun was excited, and as for Princess Lingyue's threatening words, he didn't care. Unless Demon Emperor Lao Deng didn't pretend to understand, yes, someone's standard answer could still be wrong.
With the 9 transformation golden pill in hand, Nieyun couldn't wait to rush into the Heavenly General's mansion and prepare to raise his cultivation level.
Is it Tai Xianxian or Tai Jingxian? Guaranteed Tai Xianxian. Absolutely solid. As he watched Nieyun rush over, Lu Press had his hands behind his back and his head held high. He wanted to let Nieyun know that his brother-in-law had dignity. No. It's the majesty. From this day forward, I land pressure stand up. Then, a gust of wind blew. Nieyun didn't care about him at all and ran straight to his room. The corners of Lu Ji's mouth twitched viciously twice. Ignored. Asshole. He rushed in after him, rushed to Nieyun's room, and realized that the room's formation had already been turned on, so he had no choice but to return resentfully. When you come out, that's the day I, Lu Press, will turn over a new leaf. Thinking like this, Lu Press felt that bird life was full of hope again. Hall of the Demon Emperor. Princess Lingyue arrived at the Demon Emperor's hall in a flurry of wind and directly crashed in. The palace maids and guards at the door turned a blind eye, as if they were used to it. This princess is uniquely favored in heaven. Sky Emperor, I'll make it. Di Jun rubbed his head, filled with helplessness. Lingyue, what's the point of being windy? Don't know the rules. Though his mouth said so, his eyes were full of old fatherly compassion. Princess Lingyue smiled playfully. I wasn't paying attention. Look, I've done the questions you gave me. Emperor Jun straightened up violently and hastily opened the scroll to take a look. That's right. That's exactly right. These were the basic formations of the circumstantial Starry Dipper Grand Formation, and he had released Lingyu to find trouble with Nieyun with the goal of snapping up the complete version of the circumstantial Starry Dipper Grand Formation. So it seems that dog really does know the perpetual Star Dipper Formation like the back of his hand. Emperor Jun suppressed his elation and pretended as if nothing had happened. Not bad, all done right. Princess Lingyue was overjoyed. That Heavenly Emperor promised me that I could move freely within the Heavenly Court and no longer be trapped in the Taiyin Star, so I can't fail to keep my word. Di Jun laughed lightly. That's natural, how could I go back on my word? However, the time is limited to 1 month, and after 1 month you must continue to return to the Taiyin Star to dive into cultivation. Ha? It's only been a month? Princess Lingyue's pretty face fell. Di Jun said, not bad, 1 month for doing the topic correctly once. As long as you complete the topics I set out every month, you can have 1 more month. Princess Lingyue's beautiful eyes snapped open, her eyebrows rising in joy. With that dead pervert doing his homework for him, wouldn't that be like being able to stay in heaven all the time? No? Hammer him to death. Heavenly Emperor can't be a cheater. As long as my son completes the homework you set out, my son can stay in heaven and play, right? I, the titular Heavenly Emperor, would lie to a yellow-haired girl like you. Di Jun directly threw out the second scroll that had been prepared long ago. After watching the little girl run out of the Demon Emperor's hall in ecstasy, Emperor Jun then smiled crookedly. There was between the last time Cece said that he was afraid of his crooked smile. Di Jun felt that the general public could not appreciate his dominance, so it was better to be alone. It seems that releasing Lingyu was the right thing to do. Dealing with this dog thing will require both a soft and hard approach. A complete perimeter Star Dipper formation is just around the corner. Chapter 37, The Fruit of the Tao of Tai, Heavenly Water hangs upside down. The House of the Heavenly General. After Nieyun swallowed the 9 revolutions golden pill, the majestic spiritual energy quickly rushed into his dantian, and his cultivation rose. In just a few short breaths of time, he had broken through from the late stage of Heavenly Immortal to the great circle of Heavenly Immortal, but that wasn't the end of it. In just a few moments, his cultivation level was once again elevated, reaching a half-step Tai Xianxian Immortal. Nia Yun's heart stirred as he was finally able to break through to the Tai realm. On the path of cultivation, the achievement of human immortality was an important hurdle that needed to be baptized by the heavenly tribulation, but as long as there were treasures to protect one's body or a strong person to protect one's body, this hurdle was harmless. And the second hurdle is to certify Tai. Tai is the fruit of the Tao, the ticket to obtain the heavenly Tao's certification of strength on the path of cultivation. It can be said that under Tai is not really immortal. Only certified Tai can be called free world, can avoid the 3 disasters if you can certify the golden immortal Taoist fruit, but also the 9 difficulties do not damage the immortal body. Get the foundation of Naruto's path to becoming a Taoist. If one gathers the 5 chi in one's chest and gathers the 3 blossoms on the top to perfection, then one is qualified to cultivate one's own way. This path is the Dala Taoist fruit. The reason why Tao Lords were powerful was because they all had their own Tao. Tai Xianxian Immortal, Nya, have come. Nia Yun hissed in his heart as he activated his Gongfu and rushed up to the location of the middle Dantian. Tai Xianxian Immortal is the need to condense the 5 elements of Qi in the middle Dantian. 5 elements are born together, secretly in line with the Tao of Heaven. However, the next moment, Nia Yun was flabbergasted. Just as the spiritual energy of the 9 revolutions golden pill reached the middle Dantian, it quickly collapsed and was lost outside the body. Hey! Don't run, stay for me, you guys still have to help me condense the 5 elements. He hurriedly operated his gong methods, trying to stop the loss of aura. However, his body was like a bucket that had already been filled with water, it could no longer hold more aura and it all swarmed out. Don't! As he watched the 9 revolutions golden pill get smaller and smaller, the aura rapidly drained away and finally disappeared without a trace. He absorbed less than 10% of the medicinal power of the entire 9 turns golden pill, while the rest was all turned into aura and lost. Nia Yun didn't even slow down until the 9 transformation golden pill disappeared. How could this happen? My Tai Dao fruit, God, do you want to play with people like this? Nia Yun wanted to cry, overestimating the 9 turn golden pill. Although this thing was a holy medicine to enhance cultivation, it was not a treasure to aid in proving the way. The Tai Dao fruit was not something that could be attained by just cultivating mana, it also required a comprehension of the great Tao. Nia Yun had thought that the Herculean 9 revolutions golden pill would definitely have the effect of aiding in the proof of the Tao, but how could proofing the Tao be that easy? If a single 9 transformation golden pill was able to certify Tai, then wouldn't it be possible for the human sect to cultivate experts above Tai Xianxian in bulk? The human sect wouldn't be the way it is now, with only 1 Xian due to support the facade. Damn, sloppy. Nia Yun was so regretful. If he had known that this thing wouldn't be able to break the barrier of Tai, he wouldn't have used it at all. If you wait until you break through Tai Xianxian and then use it again, wouldn't you be able to reach the Tai Xianxian grand completion directly, with thousands of years less of hard cultivation? Feeling the cultivation level of a half-step Tai Xianxian Immortal, Nia Yun rose with a long sigh. The next step was only to understand the way of the 5 elements and condense the 5 chi in his chest before being able to certify the fruit of the Tai Dao. He pulled open the door to his room, his face full of displeasure. Especially when he saw Lu Ji carrying a broom and touching the fish, he was even more upset. This guy is grinding, isn't he? But it was great for Lu Ji to see him. The asshole finally came out. Gaga. Meet the brother-in-law's take on it. Nia Yun was just about to reprimand Lu Press to soothe his indignation when he saw this guy carrying a broom and strutting over. There was a moment of doubt in his mind. What's wrong with this guy today? How dare he face me? Not afraid I'll make him wear nothing and do a striptease? Yo! Isn't this great, God Nya? Is the retreat over? Ha! Surprisingly, you've reached the heavenly immortal great circle, quite impressive. This guy. Shady and poking fun at me? Gutted and fattened. I'd like to see what tricks this little golden bird is playing. Nya Yun nodded. Slight improvement, is there something you want? Lu Ji was ecstatic to see this. This asshole doesn't dare to dislike me anymore? Usually at this time of the day, this asshole would either be splitting hairs or embarrassing himself without any boundaries, and now it was turning out to be so normal. That can only mean that the asshole knew that he couldn't hide it, and that he had to recognize his brother-in-law's identity. Land pressure, am finally going to stand up, huh? Nya Yun's face reddened as he looked at Lu Press's inexplicable excitement. What the hell is this guy so excited about? Nia Yun was just about to tease the little golden bird when he saw Huang Feng running in a state of panic. Great God! You come out quickly, something big is wrong. Nia Yun was startled. It was the first time he'd seen Huang Feng so flustered. Could it be that someone had hit the heavenly court? Huang Feng, what's going on? Speak clearly. Huang Feng panicked. Great God, you'd better go out and see for yourself, I can't speak clearly. Has the heavenly court suffered a great calamity and is going to fall? Don't! I haven't gotten a transmission from the clouds yet. Nia Yun rushed out of the heavenly general's mansion like his ass was on fire. Hey! What are you guys doing? I have something to say. Lu Pressure was depressed. He had brewed up his emotions and was ready to take Nia Yun down a peg, but now Nia Yun had run away. Huang Feng, you bastard, just wait for me, I'll clean up Nia Yun and then I'll clean up you. Lu Press thought hatefully and ran out after him. He also wanted to see what was going on. However, when he had just stepped out of the gate of the heavenly general's mansion, his entire body stood frozen on the spot. Only to see a waterfall cascading down from the void in the distance. The waters of heaven hang upside down. All around the waterfall, there were countless earth fire, wind and thunder sweeping around, trembling the surrounding space, wreaking havoc, as if the end of the world had arrived. What is this? Lu Shi gulped, his face full of disbelief. Nia Yun stared deathly at the cascading waterfall as he slowly spat out a sentence. The sky is broken. Above the Demon Emperor Hall, Emperor Jun stood with his hands folded, his gaze fixed on the waterfall that poured down from the void. The pinch was full of horror. The ancestral witch Gong Gong and the ancestral witch Shu Rong fought on Buzhou Mountain and broke the heavenly pillar Buzhou Mountain, causing the vault of heaven to break and the heavenly water to pour in, and in a matter of days the heavens will tumble. How is this possible? Emperor Jun was too shocked to speak. The heavenly pillar of Unchained Mountain is broken? That's made of Pango's spine, and it's been broken? The sky poured down, the earth turned upside down, and the living beings were robbed. How can Gong Gong and Zhu Rong carry such great karma? How dare they? He suddenly remembered what Nia Yun had written in his diary some time ago. That dog was right again, Gong Gong and Zhu Rong really fought on Buzhou Mountain and crashed through the pillars of heaven. How was he unseen? And at that time the dog even mentioned Merritt, Murphy. Buzz. The diary is updated. Di Jun is now thinking of going to Nuwa Palace and asking Nuwa how the heavenly court should best handle itself now. After all, this karma is too great for the heavenly court to bear. He paused and returned to the Demon Emperor Hall to take out his journal. He wanted to see what Nia Yun had written first before going to the Nuwa Palace. Chapter 38, Robbing What Innate Treasure, Mending the Heavens. It doesn't smell good? The sky is broken, it's so scary, I can feel that destructive force from a long way away, it scares the baby to death. It is true that the great trend of the heavenly Tao will not change. Gong Gong and Shu Rong fought on Buzhou Mountain, and the heavenly pillar still had to be broken. The two great ancestral witches are just gone, the witch race is so miserable, lying down and getting shot. Di Jun Azure long sigh, the witch race is indeed miserable. Not only the loss of two ancestral witches, but also have to bear the sins created by this calamity. The blame is only that they acted with too much sharpness and were targeted by the heavenly Tao, destined to become the object of eliminating the calamity chi. The great power of the heavenly Tao is as terrifying as it is. I'm afraid the saints can't sit still next. The fall of the two great ancestral witches, Gong Gong's water god tripod and Zhu Rong god gun, that can be a first-class treasure, who looks at it is not confused. When Emperor Jun saw this, he was also moved. Each of the 12 ancestral witches controlled a powerful innate treasure, but its power was no less than that of a chaotic spiritual treasure, a treasure that even saints coveted, let alone him. If I go with the perimeter Star Dipper formation and many demon saints, I should also have the power to fight. The water god tripod and Zhu Rong divine lance, get one can make the strength of the heavenly court greatly increased. Di Jun does not think that he can monopolize the two treasures, yet one have great difficulties. After all, these two treasures, saints are staring. Hey! What innate treasure to rob? Doesn't it smell good to mend the sky? If I were the demon emperor, I would directly lead the gods to mend the heavens. So many saints staring at the treasure, snatch or not to snatch is still one thing, even if you snatch it, but also to offend people. It's a huge profit to mend the sky. That's a lot of merit. I really want to go to Buzhou Mountain to pick up merit, even if I have to pass a stone. Unfortunately, there will be saints there soon, so I'm afraid I'll have to turn into a dog meat bun if I go there with this small body. Sorrow. Mending the sky?
Jun stared at the two words, his eyes glowing.
Right. Why didn't I think of it myself? What a great virtue it is to mend the heavens. Although the water god tripod and Shu Rong divine lance were good, they were dead things. But merit and chi are enough to bless the entire heavenly court, and even allow the heavenly court to be favored by the heavenly Tao. If one were to look at it in the long run, the two top innate supreme treasures combined could not be compared to the heaven-mending merit. So the merit he's talking about is this dog's vision is really poisonous. At this moment, the saints are all staring at the water god tripod and Shu Rong divine lance, who would notice the heaven-mending merit. No wonder this dog is preoccupied with picking up merit at Buzhou Mountain. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to withstand this temptation. If the heavenly court can monopolize this merit, then it will not take off? Jun was so incomparably excited that he didn't even have the heart to go to Nuwa's palace. I'm sure Nuwa had gone to compete for the treasures as well, so perhaps he could run into them all by the time he got to the Buzhou Mountain. The merit of mending the heavens, Jun, receive it, and what I say is useless even if the Tao ancestor comes. Look at the journal with no more content to update and immediately put it away. Come on, man. In. Beat the drum and gather the generals. The house of the heavenly general. Nyeyun had just put away the diary, thinking about whether or not he should sneak off to the Buzhou Mountain. Robbing the treasure was out of the question. But you can wait for Nuwa to mend the sky. I should be able to earn some merit by rushing up and making a move then, right? Right at this moment, the sound of heaven-shaking drums resounded throughout the heavenly court. Great God, the heavenly emperor has sounded the god-gathering drum. Huang Feng came running in a frenzy and ran right into Nyeyun, who had just stepped out the door. Stop howling, I can hear you. I'm afraid this guy, the demon emperor, doesn't want to go and grab the treasure as well, right? There's no pussy in your heart at all. A few saints have gone down. Can you grab it? It's purely there to match plates and pull hate. Forget it, it's better to check out the Demon Emperor Hall before going to the Buzhou Mountain. Lest this guy, the Demon Emperor, thinks that I've run away from the battlefield and sends people all over the world to hunt me down, then it would be a big loss. Beyond the heavenly court, streams of light filled the sky. Countless immortal gods rushed towards the Demon Emperor Hall, but most of them waited outside the hall, and only a few immortal gods had the qualifications to enter the Demon Emperor Hall. Nyeyun arrived at the Demon Emperor Hall and casually swept through it. As always, the Demon Emperor Laodang was high up on the nine-dragon square heavenly chair, and underneath him was the Eastern Emperor Taichi. But this time there was an additional majestic man dressed in the nine-dragon emperor's robe. Shi Huang Fushi? This guy is also here? It seems like Demon Emperor Laodang really wants to come out in full force and compete with the saints. Its next 10 golden crows also did not come. Lu Pressure is still in the heavenly general's house, the other 9 golden crows are still in the heavenly prison to be drawn. The Koan Peng demon masters and the 10 great demon saints down the line were all here. Even the Kameng demon saint who had helped the human race shouted back. The demon emperor is aspiring to win this. Nyeyun headed for the corner. Anyway, it wasn't his turn to do anything big or small, so he just waited for the demon emperor to yell off work and just go home for dinner. Emperor Jun looked at the people arriving and said with a grave and serious face. The renegade ancestor witch of the witch clan, Gong Gong, fought with the ancestor witch Shu Rome under the Buzhou Mountain, crashing through the pillars of the sky tilted to the northwest, the sky and water inverted, and the earth, fire, wind, and thunder wreaked havoc on the floodplains. The catastrophe of the 10,000 races is coming. My demon race's heavenly court is in charge of the sky and the 10,000 races are bowing down, and now that the 10,000 races are suffering from the catastrophe, my heavenly court should take refuge in the 10,000 races. I am ready to travel to Buzhou Mountain and mend the heavens. What do you all think? After the crowd was briefly shocked, some people came back to their senses. Fushi stepped forward first. Your Majesty, is this matter to be considered in the long run? When the heavenly pillar collapsed, it was the sorcerer race's sin, and this great karma is bound to be borne by the sorcerer race, who is a worldly enemy of ours. We mend the heavens, and it's the witch race that benefits. Secondly, mending the heavens should be done by the saints. Our heavenly court may not have the ability to mend the heavens. If we make a mess of it, it will be detrimental to our heavenly court instead. Please think twice, Your Majesty. White Zephyr also stepped forward and nodded in agreement. I agree with Emperor Shi, mending the heavens is not beneficial to our heavenly court, but instead helps the enemy. Shangyang pinched his fingers, his eyes narrowing slightly. Your Majesty, even though I can't calculate, I thought that what Emperor Shi and Bai Zhe said was reasonable. Mending the heavens is not beneficial to our heavenly court, and we do not know how to go about it.
The ministers nodded their heads in agreement, only as long as the Eastern Emperor Tai and Kuan Pang were silent. Jun couldn't help but be speechless when he noticed Nia Yun in the corner, who was nodding along and going along with the flow. This dog is not interested in the heavenly court at all, he just knows how to fish in troubled waters. You want to run away, don't you? I prefer you to show your face in heaven. In the corners, Nia Yun was saying things left and right, no matter what the heavenly generals and heavenly gods on his left and right were saying. Ah yes, yes, yes. The mind, on the other hand, was shocked. What the hell? Isn't Emperor Jun gathering his men to capture the water god's tripod in Zhurong Divine Lance? Instead of grabbing the treasure, you call on the gods of heaven to mend the sky? Demon Emperor, where's your persona? It's not going to be taken over by someone else, is it? This guy, the Demon Emperor, has become more and more bizarre. If the heavenly court can uphold this philosophy of not messing around and doing everything to make merit, then it's not like this heavenly court can't stay. At that exact moment, Jun's voice rang in Nia Yun's ears. What do you think, god of rituals? All of a sudden, dozens of pairs of eyes in the great hall turned to Nia Yun in unison, some admiring and some puzzled, some jealous and indignant, but more than anything else, they were envious. After all, the future heavenly emperor's son-in-law is Scorpion Poop's only one. Chapter 39, Demon Emperor Lao Dang wants to mess with me? Finished. Demon Emperor Lao Dang wants to mess with me? Nia Yun's heart tightened. I'm just a minor god who's barely qualified to enter the temple, and there are so many demon saints, demon masters, and demon emperors in the temple, so you're asking me for my opinion? I wouldn't dare to say anything even if I had something to say. Saying the right thing, people are upset that the demon master and demon saint can't compare to a small god in the district? It's wrong. Emperor Jun is upset. Heaven's emperor's son-in-law? That's it? That's why Nia Yun felt that Jun wanted to mess with him for unknown reasons. I thought that the heavenly emperor's majesty is majestic in the four directions of heaven and earth, and all the races within the floodplains worship and obey, so for such a great event, how can a small god have the honor of interfering? This matter should be decided solely by the heavenly emperor Chanshan. Opinions? Definitely not. Anyway, in a word, blow it and be done with it. The Kuan Pang smiled faintly, looking at Nia Yun with a bit of admiration in his gaze. He bowed and said, Your Majesty, I think that what the god of ceremonies has said is reasonable, and that this matter should be decided solely by His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor. Because Your Majesty sees the beings of heaven and earth, while we see the heavenly court, which cannot be compared to the same thing. Jun flashed a pleased look towards Kuan Pang. It was still Kuan Pang who understood. Nia Yun's mouth opened wide in shock. Holy, that's the master of ass-kissing. Look at that. The pattern opens up immediately. A heavenly emperor who looks at the flood, and a god who only sees the gains and losses of the heavenly court, the highs and lows are immediately judged. It was no wonder that Kuan Pang, this 2/5 boy, was able to stay by Emperor Jun's side until the heavenly court was destroyed and rolled up the river map and Luo book and ran away. There are two brushes. Fushi, Bai Zhe, and the others bowed their heads in shame. I am ashamed of my presumptuousness and ignorance of Your Majesty's concerns. Jun waved his hand generously. Those who don't know are not to blame. His gaze then fell on Nia Yun. It seems that I didn't look at the wrong person. You have a unique vision and a lively mind. You should be the leader of the young generation of the demon clan. My heart is very comforted. Nia Yun was dumbfounded. That's okay? Can't you hear its ass kissing? The leader of the youngest generation of the demon race? How did you see that? Finished. The demon emperor, this old dang, was determined to screw himself, pulling hatred for himself everywhere. Nia Yun, I've decided to head to Buzhou Mountain to mend the heavens, and I hope you'll continue your efforts to make a mark for the heavenly court. I will not treat you badly. The people in the hall all showed envy. The heavenly emperor valued this son so much. This son is going to be rich. Nia Yun wants to cry. Big brother, where did I offend you, you say? Can't I change? Nia Yun pretended to be excited. Many thanks, Your Majesty, I will do my best and throw my head in blood for the heavenly court. Jun obliterated a smile. Dog, now let you show your face in the heavenly court. I see which power dares to want you. The gods obey. In. Rush with me to the Buzhou Mountain. Mend the heavens. Under the unchained mountain. The pillars of the sky collapsed and the vault of heaven cracked open. The heavenly water rushed into the flood, and the area around Buzhou Mountain had been turned into a zephyr. The earth, fire, wind, and thunder ravaged the surrounding area, and all living beings were covered in the flood. Tongtian, Manhwa, Yuanshi, Taishan, and the two saints of the west were dumbstruck. How is this possible? The pillars of heaven collapsed? This is the spine of Pangu, and it was broken by two ancestral witches? When has the power of the ancestral witch been so terrifying? Before the six saints' shock was over, they saw two treasures, one red and one blue, suddenly float out from the pouring down celestial water. It was none other than the water god tripod and the Zhurong divine lance. Junti's two eyes were glowing, a top-level innate treasure, with a power comparable to that of a chaotic spiritual treasure. If the Western Church were to obtain the two treasures, it would be able to make up for the barrenness of the image. Immeasurable life Buddha, these two treasures have sinned against the flood. I would like to take them to the West, and use the Buddha's teachings to sensitize their sinful chi. Please don't stop the poor monk. Junti was compassionate and grabbed at the water god tripod and Zhurong divine lance. Shameless. Red light flashed in Nua's hand, and the red embroidered ball smashed into Junti. The red embroidered ball had just flown halfway when it was blocked by a golden lotus platform. 12 golden lotus of merit. Reception struck out. Fellow Taoist Manhwa, I, the Western sect, am willing to dissolve the sins of the two treasures. Why are you obstructing me? Fellow Taoist is so compassionate that he can't possibly be indifferent when he sees the flood world's robberies filling the sky, can he? Never. Manhwa was furious and drove the red embroidered ball to smash at the receiver again. My hierarchy Taoism is not necessarily weaker than your Western sect Buddhism. The sinful power of these two treasures, I am sufficient to dissolve, so I don't need to trouble you, Zhuanti Taoist. Genji struck out. The three treasures' jade ruin transformed into a green light and knocked at Zhuanti's bald head. Yuanshi, if you knock the poor monk's head out, I will go to your jade void palace to eat your food and live in your house. Do you believe me? Junti angrily cursed, but also afraid of the three treasures' jade rui. After all, this treasure and his 7 jewels wonderful tree out of the same source, the power is strange. He had no choice but to turn around and offer up the 7 treasure wonderful tree to fend it off. Tong Tian held the Qingping sword in his hand, and his sword intent burst out, agitating the surrounding space to tremble. My interceptor sect has a religion, and as this treasure is entangled in sins, I think it would be more appropriate for the interceptor sect to guard it. Rip! A sword chi broke through the sky, forcing Junti back while he had the chance. While Tong Tian was about to reach out for the treasure, countless white silks swept towards him. The Supreme Sage also struck out. The Tai floating dust transformed into thousands of bodies, with one part blocking Tong Tian, and the other part curling towards the water god tripod and Zhurong divine lance. Big brother, what do you mean by this? Tong Tian looked angrily at the Supreme Sage. Senior brother, this treasure is too great a grievance for you to grasp. It's better to give it to me to put into the 8 trigrams furnace to refine and eliminate the sins. Seeing that the treasure was going to be taken away by Taishan, Manhwa and Jane stopped, and so did Zhuanti and Yuanshi. In unison, they threw out their magic treasures and smashed them towards the Tai floating dust. Tong Tian also threw out the Qingping sword without hesitation. In a flash, the 6 saints' magic treasures crashed into one place in unison. Space shattered and turbulence swirled. Endless earth, fire, wind and thunder erupted from the turbulence. Oops, not good. Junti let out a strange cry and hurriedly retrieved the 7 treasure wonderful tree. The Western sect has been poor enough to drink the northwest wind and eat dirt since the interruption of the spiritual vein after the Great Taoist Demon War. If the 7 treasure wonderful tree, the family treasure, was swept away by the spatial turbulence again, then the Western sect would really be penniless. The rest of the saints also scrambled to retrieve their own magic treasures. They were omnipotent within the heavenly Tao, but the spatial turbulence belonged to the chaotic void and was not within the heavenly Tao, and the saints did not dare to dabble in it easily. Only after they recovered their respective magic treasures did they notice that the water god tripod and Zhurong divine lance had been caught in the spatial turbulence. The receiver was remorseful. These 2 treasures are the Tao of heaven. To see my West is weak, specially dropped to gift me the West. Why involved in the void turbulence? Could it be that the heavenly Tao is not false to my West? Never. Yuanshi sneered. The heavenly Tao specially sent you to the West? My 3 treasures, the jade ruins, also sent you to smash walnuts, okay? Reception proclaims the Buddha's name and is compassionate. If you, fellow Taoist, have such a great kindness, the poor monk will reluctantly accept it. Shameless. Yuanshi cursed. This guy is as thick-skinned as a city wall, and for the sake of a few treasures, he doesn't care about the majesty of saints in the slightest. I am ashamed to be in your company.
Junti put away the 7-treasure wonderful tree and said in a conspiratorial manner. Red lotus, white lotus root, green lotus leaf, the 3 purities were originally one family. I thought the 3 religions were in the same breath, but I didn't realize it was nothing more than that. Tongtian was furious, Yuanshi was silent, and the supreme sage was embarrassed. Nuwa said leisurely, brothers. It makes sense for the big one to bully the little one. Junti and Jain gave a lurch, and in unison, they cast kind glances toward Nuwa. Fellow traveler. Both are a great hand at arching fires. The supreme sage was even more embarrassed and incomparably stifled. Not only did he not get the treasure, he also offended Tongtian. Lose a lot of money. Anon. A heaven-shattering dragon's roar resounded through the heavens and earth. Chapter 40, Emperor Jun has drifted away, disliking the 6 saints. Only to see Di Jun majestically perched under the Chinese cover pulled by the 9 dragons, showing the majesty of the heavenly emperor. Behind them are the 6 dragons Huagai that Fuxi and Taiyi ride on, followed by the 10 great demon saints and billions of demon soldiers spreading out in the sky in a majestic manner. Nia Yun, who was following the team of Qin Yuan demon saints, watched the 6 saints stand in the air, and his heart trembled. All have come except Han Jun. Are the water god tripod and Zhu Rong divine spear so attractive? He remembered that these 2 treasures didn't seem to have much of a reputation in the flood. Instead, things like the chaos bell, the mountain and river map, and so on are the treasures of the heavens and the earth. Junti's eyes narrowed. Emperor Jun, come so late? The treasures have all flown away. I'm afraid you're not too busy catching my Western sect pigtails missing out on the treasures, right? It's really dutiful. This guy was not happy with Di Jun in his heart, and the last time Di Jun's decision to the Western sect had made him feel disgraced. I'm at least the 2nd saint of the Western Church, can you show some respect? Di Jun rose violently, slanting his eyes at the 6 saints with a domineering aura that showed the majesty of the heavenly emperor. You saints, established by the heavenly Tao, shepherd, and fish all beings on behalf of heaven. And today the earth is crumbling and all beings are being robbed. Instead of thinking of seeking the welfare of all beings and disregarding their suffering, you are here fighting for treasures for your own selfish interests. Where is the compassion of the saints? The 6 saints were secretly ashamed, but they were also annoyed. A saint was pointed at and scolded. Where is the majesty of a saint? Nia Yun was shocked. Is the demon emperor so rigid? Brother! That's a saint before you, and 6 of them at that. You've offended them all at once. Do you still want to be in the business? You have to pick a good time to pretend. Nia Yun kind of understands why the heavenly court was extinguished in the flood stories he knows. As far as this character of the demon emperor is concerned, even the saints dare to point their noses and scold them for not giving face, so if they don't exterminate you, they're still waiting for New Year's Eve. When we've raked in this merit, we'll run away immediately, we can't wait any longer. The heavenly court has offended the 6 saints, and its destruction will come sooner or later, so run away early and feel at ease. Emperor Jun stood with his arms folded, tilting his head back to look at the pouring heavenly water, and said with incomparable dominance. What you saints don't care about, I, the heavenly court, will care about. What you saints don't do, I, the heavenly court, will do. In a word, what the saints dare not do I, the heavenly court, do, and what the saints dare not manage I, the heavenly court, manage. The great Tao edicts and the heavenly Tao licenses. The crowd of heavenly immortal gods were excited, thrilled, and feverish. One person was facing 6 saints straight on, and still disliked the 6 saints so much that they couldn't speak. Who else? It's over. Nia Yun was completely dumbfounded. Are you afraid that you haven't offended enough to die? And adding your own epitaph? Nia Yun had the illusion of watching a RTHK gangster movie in his previous life. The demon emperor, this old deng, is trying to get a new Wu Lian Sheng Ah. Aren't you afraid that all the saints will come together to hammer you? Di Jun was so complacent that he was simply head over heels in pleasure as he watched the 6 saints hold their breath. He threw up his arms. At the command of the immortal gods of heaven, follow me. Mend the sky. Di Jun took a step out, and a black turtle armor skyrocketed thousands of miles into the wind, directly covering up towards the crack that had broken open the dome of the sky. Chaotic spiritual treasure, Hichu Luo Shu. Dang! The sound of the pale bell seems to come from eternity, and when the bell rings, the earth, fire, wind, and thunder that ravage the surrounding area are all fixed. Chaos spiritual treasure, Chaos bell. East Emperor Tai Chi also struck out. Shi Huang Fuxi flew up, and countless magic treasures flew out from his sleeves, covering the sky and all sorts of things.
The heavenly emperor blocked the cracks in the heavenly vault, and all the immortal gods took the treasures and mended the cracks in the heavenly vault quickly with me. Fushi took the lead, and the strings of the Fushi zither were removed by him, instantly transforming into billions of fine threads that wrapped around both sides of the cracked heavenly dome, pulling it closer by inches.
Nya Yun's eyes widened. How does this scene feel like a doctor stitching up a trauma? You're going to perform surgery on the sky dome? Tile the wall. Put an elevator in space. Surgery for the vault of heaven. Nappy. Jedi engineering +1. Blessed are the engineers. Fushi, this guy is not robbing Shinon's work. You become a doctor, Shinon what? Nya Yun thought tornly. I sit down with my ministry and grind the immortal stones into ash to support the other demon saints in mending the heavens. The Qin Yuan demon saint flung his long sleeve, and the majestic cold air swept over the immortal stone, instantly freezing it into immortal dust. The demon god, who specialized in water spells, instantly invoked a curtain of water to pour out and send it to the Fei Lian demon saint's ministry next to him. The Fei Lian demon saint was carrying a shovel magic treasure to stir the immortal ash, and under the swing of his magic power, he was comparable to an immortal god like Blender. The contractor had to give him a raise when he saw him. A real heavenly construction company. Nya Yun looked at him in disbelief. Crunch! Nya Yun twisted his head to see that a bear demon had transformed into its original form, picking up the immortal stone and directly biting into it. Brothers, didn't you listen to the words of the demon saint lord? Quickly bite. Bad teeth? It's okay, I'll bite it into pieces and you slowly grind it into dust with your teeth. Thanks for thinking of it. I thank you. Bang bang. A deer demon removes its antlers to drive a hammer. Oh. Hammer form of antler phalanx. Nya Yun flew up and took out a double-headed sledgehammer magic weapon from the many magic weapons Fushi had taken out. Straight to the hammer. This great god is an evolved and advanced animal, how could he do something so tasteless? There's time for this great god to popularize the education of the heavenly court before it's too late, the biggest gap between higher and lower animals. It's just being able to use tools. On the other side, Fushi pulled the two sides of the dome of the sky together, and the demon saint of the ghost car led the demon saints to quickly pick up the rubble from the Buzhou mountain to fill in the gaps. Dry. This saint is good at poking holes, I didn't expect to mend them now, this is not the right profession. White Zephyr lifted the brick blade magic treasure and hurriedly applied a shovelful of immortal dust. A certain person who carries a carving knife to write demonic patterns is still not carrying a brick knife? What's the point of pussyfooting around? Hurry up and fill in the stone. Shang Yang stood aside, pinching his fingers. I have counted through, White Zephyr, and the fairy ash has applied 2 inches more. Ghost car, add an extra $1.50 to the stone. Came on, the measuring tape is 3 centimeters to the west. The 3 great demon saints stared angrily in unison. Shang Yang, count your blessings, you wanna be lazy, don't you? Believe it or not, this saint stabs you with dozens of holes. Ghost car, stab it. I'll cut open his demonic body, and by the way, I'll measure and build it into the heavenly vault crack, so I'm sure it'll be strong. My brick knife is hungry and thirsty, and the fairy dust is ready. Merchant Goat's head snapped up. Oops. White Zephyr, you've run out of immortal ash, I'll go carry it for you. The 3 great demon saints despised it in unison. Junti looked at all the immortals and gods in heaven, especially the 10 great demon saints, with a miserable face. Senior brother is suffering in his heart. Look at these demon saints and demon gods, what wonderful disciples. Should have been witch and demon war, degree into my Western religion. Look at Koan Pang, definitely great protector material, and Ghost Car must be second protector, and Reception's eyelids fluttered wildly. Senior brother, come on, don't let Emperor Jun hear you. Jun, this guy has lifted the table, if he knows that the Western Church covets the demon gods in heaven, he will not jump on his feet? Yuan sure snorted coldly. A bunch of cloaked and horned people, hardly worthy of great use. Thinking of Jun's wild words just now, Yuan sure secretly hated it in his heart. This Jun guy is too jumpy. The Supreme Sage pursed his lips and was speechless, his gaze looking straight at the Yitu Luo Shu that was blocking the gap in the dome of the sky, and a flash of desire flashed in the bottom of his eyes. Tong Tian sighed, worthy of being the protagonist of heaven and earth, although my interceptor church has the image of 10,000 immortals coming to court, it is not as good as also. Nuo was pondering, Emperor Jun's move was too counterintuitive. Teaching the 6 saints a lesson straight to their faces, where did he get the courage? Could it be that the Tao ancestor authorized it? Chapter 41, When the Sky is Broken, Put Your Head on It. The cracks in the sky dome became smaller and smaller as they were mended. The coverage area of Dijun's Hichu Luoshu then narrowed. Snort! Wow! A crack that had just been mended suddenly split open again, and tiny streams of water burst out. Plug it up and keep mending. Dijun hurriedly commanded. Koan Peng hurriedly flew forward and blocked the crack with one hand. White Zephyr, on Fairy Gray. Ghost Car, on the rocks. The two didn't dare to slow down and rushed over with the immortal Ashen Stone. Ka-ching! The gap grew steeply before the duo arrived. This seat still can't block you? The kunai's palm enlarged and blocked again. Enlarge again, block again. Expand again. In the end, Koan Peng directly transformed into a 1,000-foot rock, his huge head stuck into the crack to block the gap. Nya Yun was dumbfounded at the sight. Really, the sky's the limit, put your head on it. This side is broken too, block it. And this way. Holy, can't block it. Didn't you see what the demon master did? Show your true form and hold your head over it. Above the dome of the sky, countless demon gods all manifested their own bodies and took their heads directly to the top. From afar, it looked like the demon race was having an insta-fair. It was spectacular. So reckless. Konsite, how did you come up with that? Nia Yun was shocked, but recklessness aside, he really did temporarily block those rifts. Fushi saw this and said anxiously. Heavenly Emperor, the situation is not good. It looks like we can't plug the heavenly vault crack with these materials. East Emperor Tai Chi gritted his teeth for support. It's not good on my side either. The earth, fire, wind, and thunder can't be fixed soon. We have to think of a way to do it, otherwise not only will it not be able to be blocked, but the cracks will get even bigger. Dijun was also at his wit's end. He couldn't just keep using his head. As the crack in the dome of the sky widened, it would be impossible to top it even if all the heads of the entire floodplains were pulled to the top. He turned his gaze to the 6 saints, a bit regretful in his heart. He had just disliked all 6 saints in order to pretend to be a bully, and now if he went to ask for advice, he would definitely not say anything even if he knew. Sloppy. Suddenly, a huge Dao-robed silhouette was revealed in the sky, and the vastness seemed to be as wide as heaven and earth. Daozu Hongjun. The 6 saints hurriedly saluted. Greetings, sensei. Hongjuan's face was expressionless. When the Buzhou mountain collapsed and the heavenly dome was shattered, all the saints mended the heavens and saved all the spirits of the flood, so they could gain the merits of the heavenly Tao. Yes, we respectfully obey our teacher's law. The gods in the heavenly court were shocked, looking at Dijun with admiration and awe. No wonder His Majesty poured out his nest to mend the heavens. It turns out that it is not only the wish of the Tao ancestor, but also a great merit in virtue. Worthy of the heavenly emperor. Also receiving attention was Nya Yun, and those who had previously resented the fact that Nya Yun, a tiny heavenly immortal, could be the emperor's extra horse harnessed by the side of a team had now become incomparably respectful. Being able to do so while all the immortal gods were wondering about the heavenly emperor's decision, Nya Yun had long since gained insight. No wonder he was chosen by the heavenly emperor to be his emperor's son-in-law. He's got 2 tricks up his sleeve. Nya Yun was speechless as he felt the gazes of the crowd. There's no one else who can make a big appearance in the heavenly court by kissing a horse's ass. The 6 saints came to their senses. No wonder Dijun, this guy recruited all the people of the heavenly court. It turns out that there is a great merit in mending the sky. No wonder he had just dared to wildly dislike the 6 saints, clearly calculating that the Tao ancestor was on the side of the heavenly court. This guy is so devious. The 6 saints struck out one after another, their powerful saintly mana shaking the heavens and earth, fixing the earth, fire, wind and thunder, and at the same time, temporarily sealing the cracked gap with great mana. Hongjuan's eyes trembled slightly as he looked directly at Dijun, revealing a look of relief. The 6 saints are all fighting for the magic treasure, not fulfilling their duties as saints. Only you lead the heavenly court to mend the heavens and fight for a ray of life for the living beings in the floodplains. My heart is very gratified. This merit will be sent to you, Dijun. A small, ancient tripod filled with a thick and heavy aura flew out and landed in Dijun's hand. The Cauldron of Creation, a chaotic spiritual treasure. Hongjun continued, you can collect the 5 colored divine stones and mend the heavens after refining them using the Cauldron of Creation. Dijun was excited. That dog said that there is great merit in mending the sky. I did not expect that there is also such an unexpected joy as the tripod of creation. Earned it. Earned it big time. he responded respectfully. Yes, many thanks to Dao Ancestor for his guidance. Hong Jun left. On the side, Junti looked at the cauldron of creation and his eyes went straight. Junti looked at Jiayin with a face full of bitterness. Such treasures, why doesn't the teacher give me the West? Elder brother, does the teacher not love us anymore? Reception had a look of certainty on his face. No way. Never. Instead, his eyes were filled with suspicion and resignation. Jiayin was shocked to the core when he saw this. It's not right, 9 out of 10. What happened to the promised Manhwa? We've turned into the demon emperor's old deng? Even the tripod of creation has been given. It is reasonable to say that Manhwa is the saint of the demon race, and the leader of the heavenly court is still Manhwa. Subordinates do a good job, that is, the leadership command is good. This is a direct inversion of the Big Dipper. Yuanshi stifled his wrists and sighed, very reluctant. Teacher even gave this great merit to the heavenly court. These people who only cultivate mana and do not cultivate virtue in their cloak and dagger deserve it? The supreme sage gave him a blank look. You don't deserve it? He's got the tripod of creation in his hand. What's the point of talking? He sighed and stepped into the air on his green ox. Since the merits had all been given to the heavenly court, he couldn't gain anything by staying. Pity, it's a pity that my interceptor sect's 10,000 immortals didn't bring it with them, or else they would have been able to share in a share of the merit. Tongtian shook his head, his gaze sweeping around the heavenly court gods before his eyes finally landed on Jiayin, revealing a smile. This son is the person Yun Xiao was talking about, right? With a perfect cultivation level of heavenly immortal, he actually has friendship with Ho Tuesday. Not only is Di Jun weird in the heavenly court, but these demon gods are weird too. It's a pity that I owe a favor to Emperor Jun. Otherwise it should be good to accept this son into the Intercept sect. Sage Tongtian is smiling. There's something odd. Thank you, ma'am. Di Jun put away the river map and Luo book. Manhwa smiled faintly and rode away on her golden phoenix. Respectfully yours, mistress. Ti Jun bristled. This dog's view of the big picture is still a bit short. Mending the heavens is what Han Jun wants, and my mending. Chapter 42, Emperor Jun's doubts. The Shen turtle in the North Sea has the appearance of a great emperor. It's possible. For whom? It goes without saying. Fushi. Bah. No, I have to take out my little notebook and write it down or I won't feel good. Di Jun waited for a long time before Jiayin's diary update reappeared. The North Sea basilisk. Ti Jun was furious, so furious that he pulled out his little book for holding grudges again. I think it's feasible to give it a try. Ti Jun pretended to be elated. What do you say? Koan Pang was even more furious in his heart, always feeling that Di Jun was shifty. Your Majesty is so far-sighted and wise that I can't believe I didn't think of the North Sea Shen turtle. Gen 2, do you trust me? North Sea Shen turtle speechless, you three big men are surrounded in front of me. Moreover, the Shen turtle's heavenly support, the heavenly Dao have to be treated specially. This kind of demon saint by Fawn was originally in the late Dala stage and crossed over to perfection. The demon's Western teachings. Junti's eyes were red as he watched the heavenly court's demon saints behead corpses. Shen Du respectfully said, back to teacher, there is no result. Everything is as usual. Sure enough, the dog was right again this time. Such a heavenly court would have to depend on whether or not the other category is the likes of Di Jun, who fights for chi and luck with the same purpose for the whole of the. Jiayin immediately closed his eyes for just a moment. The 5 chi cohesion in his chest was complete. In this flood of countless powerful people, there is always the danger of falling. Right now, but don't be a spy sent by another power. The black-clothed cultivator leaned far away, incomparably cautious. Sorry. Jiayin tried his best to show a kind smile, really too speechless from this guy's whole thing. Fellow Taoist is really cautious. He was already powerless to spit, he considered himself to be a dog. This guy was an inner disciple of the Interceptor sect, but his status couldn't be compared to the streams of San Shao and sister, big brother really knows he's wrong. I promise I'll never act on impulse again, okay? Yunxiao's sister, quickly open. Before the words were finished, the door to the hut blasted open, revealing a big brother. It's not that I'm the younger sister who's talking about you. If you don't change this impulsive temper, sooner or later you're going. When Zhao Gongming heard this, he was overjoyed. Brother Nya is going to worship the Interceptor sect? Tell me about it. If I had said that I had to resign in order to join the sect of the Interceptors, I would have run away from the heavenly. Didn't go wrong with that ass kissing. Since fellow Taoist Nya has such a heart for the Interceptor sect, Let's put it, with Zhao Gongming's cultivation coupled with Nie Yun's brain, where else in this flood but the saint's dojo could you not go? The three then headed for heaven in company. Deep in the chaos, the purple heavenly palace. As a saint, do not go to fill the sky but go to fight for the treasure, ignore the spirit of the flood. Hong, the heavenly Tao descended to show me that the witch race is violent and unrestrained, and has deviated from the rules of the heavenly Tao, and Di Jun secretly bristled. A saint? Oh. Obviously the Tao, everything is at the discretion of the teacher. Not only did Guiding understand it, but the three pristine one. Right at this moment, Di Jun's face changed slightly and his gaze was directed towards the Tongtian sage in a After this incident, Di Jun realized that Nie Yun's value was far greater than he had imagined. Wasn't that the Nie Yun that he had previously paid attention to? After hearing Yin Xiao say that this braised dog meat, dog hot pot, braised dog meat, shredded hot and sour dog meat, dog dipping sauce. If outsiders say that the princess has some illicit relationship with me, a foreign minister, then wouldn't I be unable to wash myself away? Boom! The gate shattered. The crowd of heavenly soldiers and generals hurriedly covered their eyes. Their brother Nye, don't panic, I'll go meet her. Luo Xian flashed out and a black teapot like magic treasure appeared. Chapter 50, Little Rubbish, you can't afford to play, you don't have the strength. Zhao Gongming snorted. Zhao Gongming put away the 24C fixing spirit pearls and raised his hand toward the sky. Isn't that right, senpai? Zhao Gongming said with a displeased face. Didn't I tell you? Nye Yun panicked. What's going on here? Is the heavenly court fighting against the interceptors? Sinner, why don't you come back with me? As Nie Yun listened to the Tongtian sage's words, he suddenly felt, Son! See the heavenly emperor. Di Jun coldly grunted, leading outsiders into the demon emperor Lao Dang, can't you follow common sense? Your Majesty, forgive me, I really didn't. Hurrying up to plead for mercy, he said, Heavenly Emperor, be gracious, although Nie Yun committed a crime below, I also ask your Majesty to forgive the death penalty of the humble servant for his unintentional mistake. Demon Emperor Lao Dang, punish me severely. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do whatever it takes to lose my cult. Nie Yun revealed a smile that was worse than crying. I thank you. The mind also added a hoof. When the big pervert is done with his homework, send it to me right away, if it's late. The Tao ancestor decrees that the sorcerer race is violent and perverse, intending to subvert the flood. Let the heavenly court be the general ally, leading the interceptor sect, Hierophant sect, Western sect, and human sect to collectively reject the sorcerer race. All demon saint immortal gods in the heavenly court immediately cease their seclusion and come to the demon emperor hall to deliberate. Countless heavenly immortals, gods, demons, and saints had awakened from their cultivation with a dumbfounded look on their faces. The three religions, the Western religion and the heavenly court, are fighting against the witch race, or is it an order from the Taoist ancestor? Isn't this the entire flood going to the witch race? How many sins has the witch race created? Has the witch race penetrated the heavenly Tao? Nie Yun was also dumbfounded. This is basically all the great powers of the flood going to attack the sorcerer clan. There's this out in the flood? Wait a minute. Heavenly court as the chief ally? Isn't this a ing witch demon war? In that case, as long as the heavenly court operates properly, it can completely avoid the end of the overthrow. Hey, who dares to call the shots with the heavenly court in the future? As long as then there's really no place to cry. Dogs, finally getting onto heaven, huh? Perfect. Di Jun's mouth tilted in a leisurely manner. In the house of the heavenly, as for Topanate treasures like the water god tripod and Zhu Rong divine lance, it was feared that only a quasi. Why are you out today? Originally, Nie Yun had been confined to Mount Sumeru, so Lu Ji didn't have to follow. Inside the grass hut, Nie Yun could no longer contain his excitement as he sensed Lu Ji's departure. Did I mention I like crafts? When was that? Why don't I remember? Never. He, Demon Emperor Lao Dang, you still want to be able to lock me up? Are you kidding? It can knock down Zhao Gongming's 24 fixed sea god beads, really? That's an innate treasure. Zhao Gongming was subjected to their underhanded tactics, which led to his family's treasure, the Dinghai Shinju, being ingested, and this. I'm Naya, I'm really seeing the light, and I'm not taking any chances. A light flashed across Nie Yun's body. Chao Baolai didn't have time to breathe a sigh of relief before he heard a sound of a sharp blade piercing into flesh, but the killing was decisive, not bad. Di Jun took a step to follow. This is an open sky living spirit, the qualification is absolutely no comment, can be in Sun Mukong this spirit bright stone monk. Above the void, Emperor Jun's face was dark as he looked at the contents of the diary. Yes, little monkey will go now.
Dog, I put the red Shirley horse monkey into the heavenly court.
Never.
The light of the 12 golden lotus of merit rose greatly, adding to the solemnity and dignity of the other person is a young-looking Taoist, not handsome, but with inexplicable majesty, eyes full of untamed.
In fact, the reason why Duo Bao followed Yun Xiao to Mount Sumeru was the authorization of his teacher Tong Tian.
He found himself walking back to the fork in the road where the previous 3 paths had diverged, and even more bizarre,
looking for that asshole? Or the interceptors?
Lu Pressure's eyes showed his displeasure.
Well. Seeing Lu Press return, Yun Xiao hurriedly inquired.
Lu Ji shook his.
I didn't expect Duo Bao to be the first one to break into the formation. I'm nappy. What are you talking about?
Elder is just looking at the scenery inside. Elder is highly cultivated and now. When Nie Yun saw Yun Xiao again, she was still as charming and beautiful as ever, and even though she didn't like to show her leg, Nie Yun waved his hand. Fairy is being overly concerned. Perhaps this is fate. There's no need to take it to heart since,
while Nie Yun was digging for excuses, Yun Xiao burst out laughing.
Eldest senior brother, I didn't. Disciples of the 3 sects and the Western sect immediately gather in front of the Demon Emperor's hall and even if you don't love your hands, have mercy on me. I don't want to be hung up and beaten by my second sister. It wasn't that he resented Nie Yun, but he felt that Nie Yun was a very uncomplicated person, and if the Western sect were to. The Sky Burial Buddha smiled and said, Your Majesty, our teachers have already instructed that everything is at. This battle was the attention of the entire floodplain, and even more so, the 7 saints were watching.
Is there really no way out for the witch race? Should it be destroyed?
If anyone from the witch clan survives, no one will allow it, and there is only one way for the witch clan to win.
Someone from the witch race has become a saint. Wow.
The sea of blood suddenly splashed with wild wolves and billions of blood flowers rushed up into the air.
Hotu's pupils shrunk, and then she bitterly said. Become a saint? The 7 saints of the flood are already the limit. Where is the possibility of becoming a saint?
Moreover, the ancestral witch has no soul, there is no foundation for sainthood at all, not to mention the Hongmeng purple chi. How can he become a saint? Nie Yun raised his eyes and smiled mysteriously.
Not necessarily, right now there is an opportunity to become a saint, it's up to you to comprehend it.
What?
Hotu was horrified, the chance to become a saint? Isn't the flood unable to hold more saints? Where is the opportunity to become a saint?
Nie Yun said in a deep voice, the great powers of the flood wasteland are working together against the sorcerer clan. What kind of result do you think it will be? Hotu's torso trembled slightly, and her eyes were as sad as they could be. Perhaps the witch race will be destroyed, but the flood will also be greatly wounded, and even many forces will follow the witch race into extinction. Buzz! The underworld blood sea was like boiling water at this moment, rapidly boiling up, with monstrous waves rolling. It was a response from the great Tao, descending boundless merit, not heavenly merit.
Great Tao merit? The cultivation of a mid-Tai Xianxian immortal reached Tai Xianxian perfection in just a breath.
Biyo Palace. Tong Tian sighed, I admire the great virtue of Ho Tuesday.
Sister Hotu fell? Jumong was filled with disbelief, the sister even chose to transform her reincarnation.
Nie Yun respectfully bowed, see you, Empress Ho Tuesday.
Hotu looked deeply at. Naturally, what do you need from me? Nie Yun's lips twitched.
After a long time, karmic fire is a killing weapon that can draw out the cultivator's karma to ignite, burning away the cultivator's body and soul and the 840 million blood god sons it had sacrificed were rooted in the entire underworld blood sea, claiming that the blood sea. Buzz!
Styx's body shook slightly, understanding where the opportunity lay. The old ancestor Styx looked at the distant remnant and turned to leave.
Even if he offended the saints, the great powerhouses of the 3 religions, the Western sect, and the heavenly court were all still quietly watching.
He didn't regret missing out on Hotu's chance to become a saint. The main reason is that
no, this guy from Styx is too rampant, he doesn't even give face to me. Nie Yun had claimed. Emperor Jun felt like ants were crawling all over his body as he looked at the contents of this diary. But after thinking of several ways to say it, it didn't feel right, and he didn't say anything for a long time. Nie Yun calmed down and slowly said, you first swore with the great Tao, saying that if you tell anyone other than the heaven. Lu Pressure's face reddened with excitement, and he hurriedly assured him. Don't worry, Great Spirit, I will not. Hiss.
Luckily I've been honest since I arrived at Mount Sumeru. Lu Press secretly sighed and Nie Yun waved his hand and put the doppelganger back into a straw man and put it away. How could this be tolerated by Emperor Jun?
Sky Burial Buddha put his hands together solidly and said,
then Air et al. Will watch from the sidelines.
I will go with all the immortals and gods of the heavenly court.
D. Jun's face skin wildly pumping, damn, at least her saint sect still cannot have some face?
The power of the great Tao divine thunder was not something he wanted to try. I ask your majesty's grace to have the god of rituals removed from the offense of grounding and reinstated in his official.
Going to the battlefield to get credit? I can do it from Mten Sumeru.
Once I've cooked, Ghostche said angrily, Your Majesty, we can still crush the sorcerer race without the three sects and the western. Jun suddenly turned his gaze and landed on the Qin Yuan demon saint.
Xinwen, what are your.
Although we will be blamed by the Tao ancestor, our heavenly court strength is preserved. The crowd was shocked to their feet in unison, their eyes filled with disbelief. At the end, Golden Cicada, you still have to learn more. Seeing that he couldn't be persuaded, Golden Cicada immediately. Originally, she didn't have a good feeling about Nia Yun, and if it wasn't for Qin Yuan stopping her in the first place, she would have. Arriving in front of the grass hut, Princess Duan Yu saw Nia Yun sitting on a stone bench in front of the
24 flying daggers of immortality? Not 12? Nappy, enhanced? This big sister of his own is just too high-minded. Look down on anyone you see. In the past life of the flood in the immortal flying dagger, that is a fierce reputation, the person who was either. It was a pity that the falling treasure money was a natural nemesis for such offhand long-range weapons. In the next moment, the cutthroat Golden will stopped abruptly a few inches away from Princess Duan Yu. Princess, please. Don't come to Mount Sumeru in the future if you're fine, you're not welcome here. Ahem. Overthinking, the Delo has its own Tao, it is not at all comparable to the Golden Immortal, at best it is considered. A black-clothed cultivator flew in with an imposing presence. Surprisingly, it's him? Niayan's head is full of black lines, you damn well know that I'm a celestial immortal, you're a golden immortal, and you're facing a celestial. Niayan rolled his eyes, if this is heard by the Tongtian saint, I'm afraid that Luo Xian this guy must have been immediately expelled from the team. Who dares to touch my interceptor sect disciples? Ask Lousy C defining God Pearl first. Ha? Zhao Gongming and Luo Xian froze in unison, brother Nye? Why didn't you say so? Zhao Gongming's eyes glared, pushing again to let you kill De Luo, outsiders present is not too embarrassing? Zhao Gongming brought Nye Yin down from the air and smiled, Sister Yin Xiao, Bai Xiao and Xiong Xiao are here too. Xiong Zhao's embroidered eyebrows were slightly knitted and her lips moved lightly. This is not a good Zhao Gongming smiled sarcastically, I'm just proposing, if it doesn't work, forget it. Aunt Yun Xiao, are you willing to make this bet? Give Poverty Road a word of approval so that Poverty Road can. No. Xiong Xiao gently shook her head, Big brother you missed one point, the 12 ancestral witches of the but also have to admit, the Demon Emperor is indeed a good hand at acting, if placed in the previous life, at least can get a small gold man. Look at the role of the intimidated and unable Heavenly Emperor played this time, and not even one of these treacherous people from the three religions and the Western religion saw it coming. Since Empress Yun Xiao is betting on the Heavenly Court to lose and the witch race to win miserably. Then the poor Taoist will bet on a great defeat for the sorcerer race and a disastrous victory for the Heavenly Court. As for the bet. Niayun raised his eyes to the clouds. If poor Dao bets correctly, then I'd like to trouble Empress Yin Xiao to report to Sage Tongtian that the entire Interceptor sect owes Niayun a favor, and that in the future, if Niayun is in need, the Interceptor sect will unconditionally lend a hand. Of course, it won't jeopardize the interests of the Interceptor sect. Yun Xiao frowned, I can't promise you this bet, and I can't speculate on whether or not Teacher and the Intercept sect will oblige. Niayun smiled and said, there's no need to worry, if Yun Xiao and Zhao Gongming gently nodded their heads, their hearts once again rising a notch in favor of Niayun. Niayun shamelessly memorized a section of the Luo Xin Fu. Hey. Luo Xian's face showed embarrassment as he smiled and said, don't misunderstand, senior brother Zhao, something real. Even if they couldn't believe it, they had to be skeptical at the moment. Would you believe me if I said yes? Niayun had counted on this long ago, otherwise how could he have dared to go ahead and strike a deal with Ho Tu before telling the Heavenly Emperor? True. The Interceptor dodged a bullet. False? The Interceptors are here to pick up. Will also early let that dog thing? Well. Extra horse harnessed by the side of it, only the Qin Yuan Demon Saint was barely comparable. Wait. This dog came to. Dijun took out a small notebook and ruthlessly gave Niayun another mark. In a certain year and they were incredulous when they learned that the Heavenly Immortals were a conspiracy. I really can't. Slip of the tongue, ha. Xiong Xiao softly said, senior brothers and sisters, this person, hiss. In a flash, the four were filled with gratitude towards Niayun and Taoist nameless. Yun Xiao panicked and waved her hand, what are you doing, senior brother and sister? Isn't this the same as the Heavenly Court's immortals and gods, with all of the interceptors seriously injured? Guang Chengzi and Sky Burial Buddha were embarrassed, looking for the Supreme Sage? Isn't that a lot of food?
If the Supreme Sage recalled Inu Gang Lai and sent the more powerful Shen Du, then he and the others would definitely be robbed of even more merit.
Sky Burial Buddha coughed lightly and digressed. Ha! Why haven't the Taoist friends from the Interceptor sect come yet?
Chapter 76, The Great Disaster of the Hierarchy and the Western Sect, and the Origin of the Son of the Clouds. Guang Chengzi swept a glance at the sky and hummed softly, "The people who are cloaked in hair and horns, who only cultivate magical power but not virtue, do you still expect them to keep their time and appointments? Of the three religions, all of the Interceptor religions are at the bottom of the contempt chain. Hierophantism and humanism to accept disciples, not only to follow the qualifications in history, but also
Senior Brother Gao Yi."
The Hierophant congregation praised in unison.
Sky
Red S and Z mocked, "I told you that the way Uncle Tong Tian teaches his disciples doesn't work, only cultivating mana without."
Is that so? Guang Chengzi, when you say that you only punish the first evil, do you mean me? Hierarchy. Guang Chengzi went to the 6 people, 5 physical body was broken, Yuanshan was seriously.
The Western sect has been hurt this time. Nia Yun was startled, the sorcerer clan's hand was really being bullied in exchange for a demon saint position. If this were to spread, the entire demon race in heaven would have to lie.
Nia Yun's heart twitched, the demon empress apologized to me? Are you kidding me? That's acceptable?
The second daughter is hot-tempered and courageous, with no semblance of feminine softness. Nia Yun said helplessly, "And demon empress, it's not that I'm not willing to help, there's really nothing I can do." At this moment, she seemed to understand why the Heavenly Emperor was impressed with Nia Yun. This person was afraid that he really did.
Nia Yun snorted lightly, "Who has the time to fight against her? Wouldn't it smell good to go into seclusion?"
Nia Yun thought he'd gotten sidetracked in his cultivation and fantasized about it, so he immediately shook his.
Nia Yun's heart snapped.
"No good, the Queen Mother of the Earth is here to ask for forgiveness."
"There's more of that?" Nia Yun asked in surprise, "Didn't the Western sect lose 3 Buddha-level experts this time? They don't need to reincarnate?"
"You don't know, the Western sect, because of its barrenness, could not attract experts to join it, not to mention not having a few strong people who could hold up the stage. Therefore, the Buddhas of the Western sect have always served as saintly Dharma bodies. The earthless Buddha you've seen before, as well as the heavenless, living Buddha and heavenly burial Buddha who were dispersed this time around, are all the Dharma bodies of the 2 Western saints."
Ha! Nia Yun was surprised that the Western sect Buddhas were all saintly Dharma bodies? No wonder no one knows the name of barrenness of the Western Church. Even the Godfather is not a real person. This is not carving the word poor on the door of the brain?
Jain and Junti are also bitter enough. Saints to do them this kind of part, is also a one of a kind. Nia Yun smiled sarcastically, "The Empress already has an idea for this sort of thing. I'm just a minor cultivator, how dare I qualify to talk about saints? Definitely can't express an opinion. If something happens in the future and Empress Huda gives herself up, then she will not be smoked by Yuan Shi and the 2 saints of the West to get her farts and bones extracted?"
Ho Tu lightly chortled, "Is that so? Then you weren't presuming to talk about saints when you worked with me to calculate the 3 sects and the Western sect before?"
"Oh, I forgot to tell you, this time the only seedling of the human sect also fell, and his divine soul was collected by the Taishan, so I'm afraid that he will also come to reincarnate to find me."
The only child of the humanist church has also been hit? Xian Du? This whole thing.
Nia Yun let out a bitter smile. Ho Tu was trying to tie him down completely, and it was impossible to even think about getting off the boat. "Your Highness, I'm just a minor cultivator. People like me abound in the flood. Why would Your Highness need to look for me?" Ho Tu said meaningfully, "But you are the only one in the entire flood who can help me prove myself."
"Your Majesty may not."
Nia Yun hurriedly stopped it. "That was the only seedling of the human sect."
"All right then.
"The only seed of the human sect. I won't operate in secret. Anyway, it's just a small gold."
Second brother is too good at hiding. Nia Yun paused and slowly asked, "Your Highness, what position does old—"
"Good thing too, since you want to earn merit in reincarnation, you should indeed give something, otherwise wouldn't the merit of reincarnation be a—"
Lu Ji's voice entered Nia Yun's ears. Nia Yun took out the water god cauldron, and when his mana vibrated, "This is—" Lu Press received the falling treasure money. "Isn't this a powerful magic treasure that can knock down big sisters flying?"
Now that I think about it, anyone in the heavenly court could have done this kind of thing, so why was it him?
Quite possibly.
Nia Yun skimmed his mouth. What's the point? Once the witch, with fewer screw-ups, the heavenly court will develop more smoothly. By the way, keep an eye on the big-legged demon saint, lest she be killed. If you have a lot of guts, how dare you count the Western sect, the Hierophant sect, and the human sect at the
Emperor Jun is a little embarrassed.
He hastily clasped his fists and thanked him. "Thank you, Your Highness, I have no choice, the Ho Tu has witnessed the Tao, and everyone is afraid of being offended."
If I don't come up with this plan, I'm afraid the Tao ancestor will have to find me in trouble.
Manhwa laughed softly. I know, and teacher also took this into consideration and did not have any grievances against the heavenly court, but instead reprimanded the two saints of the West and Yuanshi and the others.
How many people have been blemished by the Tao Father? Di Jun was secretly happy in his heart. Then I wonder if the saints are driving.
You don't need to think too much, I came over to tell you the results. One reason is to let you feel at ease and prepare for the duel with the sorcerer clan. This matter can't be delayed any longer, otherwise Yuanshi and the others will definitely make a big fuss after suffering a loss. I'm afraid that any further complications will be extremely unfavorable to the heavenly court. Di Jun nodded. I think so too, and have secretly completed my preparations, and will open the duel in a matter of days.
Well then, as for the other thing. Manhwa looked toward Di Jun and slowly said, it is Fushi. The queen wants to use this to make Fushi experience a catastrophe?
Manhwa let out a soft sigh. Fushi's calamity chi is getting stronger. If we continue to drag this out, I'm afraid he won't be able to withstand it, so we might as well take advantage of this opportunity to let him complete his calamity and solve this problem once and for all. This matter will require more of your attention, and you may feel free to mention anything you need to me. Emperor Jun pondered for a little while before speaking. On this side of the sorcerer demon battlefield, I've already prepared everything, so for the time being, I don't need Nyang Nyang to make a move. However, on the side of Sage Tontian, we still need Nyang Nyang to move around, binding the interceptor sect to us completely. In case the Western sect and the Elucidator sect jump over the wall in a hurry, we can also face it calmly.
You need not worry about that, I will do it. Is there anything else? No more. Manhwa nodded and turned to walk into the space rift.
Respectfully yours, mistress.
Only after watching the spatial rift slowly close and return to its original state did Di Jun straighten up. All things being equal, it's time.
He stepped out of the chamber, and Luwu at the door immediately greeted him.
Luwu, immediately go and invite Interceptor Duobao over, I have something to discuss. Yes. Mount Sumeru in heaven, in the belly of the mountain.
Nyayun had just put away the diary when a system beep sounded in his head. You have persisted in writing a diary for 30 years, rewarding the Golden Wheel of Death 3, the Book of Demonic Words of the Innate Spiritual Treasure, and the Sword Dao prototype.
Aha! 30 years?
Nyayun had a sense of being a world away, unknowingly having come to the floodplain for 30 years. If this had been in his previous life, I'm afraid he would have been full of children and grandchildren, ready to carry a fishing rod and live a retired life. But in the flood, 30 years is just a snap of the fingers. Still working on where it's safe, where you can hide, and where it's only a slow death. Ugh. I wonder if I'll live to see the post-apocalyptic world of technology. Nyayun shook off his head as his gaze fell on the 3 rewards in the system space. The Cutting World Golden Wheel appeared again, and it also gave 3 at once. It seemed that he had not guessed wrongly, this was a combination magic treasure with extraordinary power. Innate Spiritual Treasure Book of Demonic Words, what is this?
Nyayun looked to the system's introduction about the Book of Demonic Words.
The Book of Demonic Words, an innate treasure, created by the turbid gas at the beginning of heaven and earth, a treasure of bad luck, not stained with karma, and can cast a curse on any cultivator. It can be used by absorbing the vitality of living beings, and can also be used by dedicating one's own lifespan. If it can replenish the power of the heavenly Tao, it can be upgraded to an innate treasure.
Nappy, cursed spells? A death journal? The system is asking me to be treacherous?
Nyayun's eyes widened. Cursed magic treasures were quite a sinister existence. Zhao Gongming in the flood in his previous life had died on Lu Ji's Nailhead 7 arrow book. Zhao Gongming didn't even have a chance to fight against the enemy, and was nailed to death by the power of the curse in his lifetime. There are a lot of cursed magic treasures in the flood, but not many are famous. The main reason is that this kind of tactic is despicable, hiding and screwing others, a proper treacherous person. Nima, with this book of demonic words, then whoever messes with me in the future, I'll hide and quietly curse him to death, and I won't even touch the karma. The other party doesn't even know how to die, it's simply not too good. Nyayun hurriedly took out the book of demonic words, and the entire thing was like a white book, so white that it sent shivers down one's spine. He hastily claimed the book of demonic words as his master and began to refine it. He was only at the early golden immortal stage of cultivation now, and he was not yet able to completely refine the innate spiritual treasure, and could only refine it to 50%, but as long as he was able to use it, it would be fine. 3 years later, Nyayun opened his eyes, his right hand spread out, and the book of demonic words appeared in his hand. Let's start with the power of this thing, who's looking for it? Nye paused, flipped open the book of demonic words, and inputted his mana, only to see two words slowly emerge from the book of demonic words. Sticks.
Treacherous man, let you feel what it's like to be addition.
Nye closed his eyes and began to curse, and in a flash, he felt his vitality rapidly surging into the book of demonic words, while at the same time, a black mist slowly rose up from the book of demonic words and enveloped the word Sticks. The sea of underworld blood. Old ancestor Sticks sat on the 12-pin karma fire red lotus, with the twin swords of the Abi Yuan Tu floating behind him, and a murderous aura filled the surroundings, curling up billions of blood and water trembling. Suddenly, the old ancestor of the river Styx violently opened his eyes, and his horrifying killing intent set off the water of the sea of blood to churn.
Who is cursing me? I have not made a grudge against anyone who is trying to deal with me.
He hastily pinched his fingers and projected, but his frown deepened.
Uncalculated? Without any cause and effect? Strange. Whoever it is, a district curse is trying to target me? It's really unaware of what's going on.
The power of this curse was minuscule, as harmless to him as a mosquito bite. With a slight tremor of mana within his body, the cursed force instantly dispersed, and then he continued to cultivate with his eyes closed.
Mount Sumeru, in the belly of the mountain.
Nyeon opened his eyes, his face full of embarrassment. He felt that he had truly cursed the old man of the river Styx, but the old man of the river Styx was like a huge mountain, while he was the one who was digging the soil with a small hoe, and it was completely painless. Sure enough, it doesn't work, old man Styx is too strong, this curse power isn't much use at all. And in this short time, I feel like I've had at least a couple years of life sucked out of me by the book of demonic words, and it's not cost effective. It seems that I can only let the book of demonic words absorb living beings to curse, otherwise if I curse with my own lifespan, it won't take more than a few times for me to be drained first before others are cursed to death. Nyeon resentfully put away the book of demonic words and took out the system's third reward. Kendo fledgling. All along, Nyeon had been considering which Dao he should cultivate if he were to break into the Dao Lord. Now that the embryonic form of the sword Dao had appeared, there was absolutely no need to consider it. Just practice the way of the sword. As the embryonic form of the sword Dao entered his body, a single sword Dao epiphany quickly filled Nyeon's mind, and an invisible sword chi quickly coalesced around him. Meanwhile, inside the Heavenly Emperor's regiment, Emperor Jun is perched on the first place. Fushi and Tai stand proudly above the group of immortals. Under Emperor Jun, the 10 demon saints are even more radiant, as powerful as a rainbow, where there is half a sign of injury. The people of the Interceptor sect led by Duo Bao looked at this scene and couldn't help but shiver in their hearts. The heavenly court is too shady. If not for Yun Zhao's timely reminder, the Interceptors would have fallen for it.
Chapter 83, The World War. Brother Ma, you play me.
For a time, the Interceptor sect's crowd was even more grateful to Yun Zhao, and meeting the gaze of gratitude of the Interceptor sect's disciples, in turn, Yun Zhao was embarrassed.
This love of fellow Taoist Nya is a bit heavy. How should I return it to him?
Yun Zhao secretly sighed, and couldn't help but recall Taoist Nameless teasing that Nyeon might have his heart set on her, and suddenly blushed slightly. Di Jun swept his eyes over the crowd and bellowed, "The witch demon duel is imminent, so I will stop talking nonsense." The Dao Ancestor still states that this great calamity contains great merit, and whether or not we can fight for it depends on your skills.
Duo Bao, how are the immortals of your Interceptor sect?
Duo Bao arched his hand and said confidently, "Heavenly Emperor, don't worry, my Interceptor sect's immortals have already been told as much as they can, and they all listened to Heavenly Emperor's orders."
Yes.
Di Jun's battle intent surged. The Heavenly Court and the Interceptor sect's powerhouses of the quasi-saint level and above listened to the orders. The 7 quasi-saint level demon saints, including Eastern Emperor Tai, Emperor Shifu Shi, Demon Master Kun Peng, K Meng, and Ghostcart, all clasped their fists in unison and bowed. On the Interceptor side, Duo Bao, the Golden Spirit Virgin Mother, the Turtle Spirit Virgin Mother, the Wudong Virgin Mother, and the Spirit Tooth Immortal and the Golden Hoop Immortal from the accompanying 7 immortals who had come, Zhao Gongming and Yun Xiao also stepped out in unison, bowing and arching their hands. None of them are quasi-saintly powerhouses. You and I will go out with me to face the 9 ancestral witches. By the law of the Heavenly Emperor.
Xin Yuan, Fei Lian, Bai Feng.
You lead the army and join forces with the other immortals of the Interceptor sect to make sure to decimate all of the strongest members of the witch race who are above the level of Great Witch, without fail. By the law of the Heavenly Emperor. Those above the level of Great Sorcerer were born with the fortune of the Sorcerer clan. If the strongest person above the Great Witch did not die, the heaven and earth's tribulation chi could not be dissipated, and even if Di Jun wanted to let go of the water, there was nothing he could do about it. This battle was not only watched by Dao ancestors and saints, but also by the heavenly Dao. Duo Bao turned his head to Xiong Shao and commanded, "Xiong Shao, the disciples of the Interceptor sect will be under your command for the time being, assisting all the immortals and gods of the heavenly court in clearing out the strongest members of the sorcerer race who are above the level of great sorcerer." Xiong Shao owed her body and responded, "By order of eldest senior brother." Di Jun rose violently and pointed toward the ancestral land of the sorcerer clan, sending troops to the ancestral land of the witch race for a showdown. In an instant, the heavenly court's billions of heavenly soldiers transformed into countless streams of light and killed the ancestral land of the sorcerer race. At the same time, above the ancestral land of the witch clan, the 9 great ancestral witches stood in the air, quietly looking at the streams of light that flew around in the distance, their faces stoic. Behind them, hundreds of millions of sorcerers have long been spread out across the area, waiting for the heavenly court army to descend. This was their agreement with Emperor Jun to first pit the hierarchy and the Western sect against the sorcerer race in a battle to completely cripple them. Then the heavenly court will fight the witch race in a showdown. It should have been the hierarchy, the Western sect, the human sect, the interceptor sect, and the heavenly court teaming up to slaughter the witch race, but now that Di Jun is willing to cut off the hierarchy, the Western sect, and the human sect first, the witch race naturally has no reason to refuse. In an instant, hundreds of millions of heavenly soldiers descended and landed on the earth and void beyond the ancestral land of the sorcerer clan, densely covering the earth and void so densely that a single glance would make one's scalp go numb. In the crowd of heavenly soldiers and generals, an inconspicuous little heavenly soldier looked at the formation and was shocked for a while. There are hundreds of thousands and millions of people who do a battle in the latter days, and there are enough to write several history books. Look at this scene, with hundreds of millions of troops on both sides. It's not going to bald the pens of history books. And it was also the existence of the immortal god battle, which turned the river at every turn. Nye Yun's gaze swept into the sky above as Di Jun stood atop a fiery dragon. Behind him stood the Interceptor sect's crowd of Paraclete saints and heavenly court powerhouses, so majestic and domineering that it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were emperors overlooking the heavens and the earth. Watching Nye Yun made his heart race. If he could one day stand in front of so many paragons and billions of troops, how tawdry it would be. Ha! Suddenly, Nye Yun noticed a golden-armored celestial general with a square celestial halberd standing majestically and proudly before a group of celestial soldiers. This guy Lu Press has a few more points to sell. Worthy of being the demon emperor's seed. It's a pity that this quantum jump isn't the time for you to shine. You'll only have the strength to come into your own when you get the seal of God quantum jump. Who didn't recognize the name of Taoist Lord Lu Pressure in the whole of the God sealing quantum of solace? But it's basically a small Kalami in the witch and demon measure. Nye Yun prepared to withdraw his gaze and look for where the Qin Yuan demon saint was. He had come this time because he wanted to see the magnificent scene of this unprecedented battle, but on the other hand, he was watching the Qin Yuan demon sage so that she wouldn't be killed. Only his gaze had just swept over the person beside Lu Press, and his pupils instantly tightened. It was a celestial general in green armor, and if you looked closely, you could see his hairy face peeking out from under his celestial general's helmet. This hairy face, Nye Yun still recognizes it. If it isn't the red Shirley monkey guy. Why has he come to the heavenly court? Didn't I tell him to go to the Western sect to worship his master? This red Shiri horse monkey was the one he met on Mount Wui. This guy had previously tried to worship him as a teacher before being snubbed by Nye Yun to go to the Western sect. Nye Yun had thought that if red Shiri horse monkey went to the Western sect, with his qualifications, he'd quickly be noticed and would probably be vigorously cultivated by the Western sect. At that time, they in the Western Church can be someone. The interception of this side has been pulling relations, is also considered to be someone. It's like he has a backhand in the Western Church, the Interceptor Church and the Heavenly Court, and once the Heavenly Court can't hold out anymore, he can still take advantage of it to avoid trouble. If it weren't for the fact that the Hierophant and humanist religions were too tightly organized and the requirements for accepting disciples were too high, Nye Yun would have wanted to insert a few of his own people into them. At that time, the great powers of the flood basically all have Nya people, regardless of what quantum of calamity, as long as it is not destroying the heavens and the earth, Nya people will certainly not fall. Ma, you're ing acting me out. Where's the promised trip to the west to teach? Badgering me. Nye Yun hated his guts, and he didn't know how this guy had joined the heavenly court. Damn, I have to go back and find a chance to clean up the red Shiri horse monkey. Dare to lie to your grandpa, there will be good fruit for you to eat. Nye Yun withdrew his gaze in hatred. It seemed like he'd have to research for someone to join the Western sect in the future. The Western sect doesn't look great now, but it's like it's opening up in the back. The Hierophant, Interceptor, and Heavenly Court have fallen from grace, and only the Western sect stands.
Even though the general situation in the floodlands was changing at any moment, Nya Yun had to be on guard. It's good to invest ahead of time. You can't put all your eggs in one basket. Not to mention the fact that your life is at stake. T. June.
It was at this moment that a majestic voice resounded through the heavens and earth, attracting everyone's attention.
T. Jung.
Di Jun's voice shook the void as the two of them stood in the air, their battle intent bursting forth. You are a worthy opponent. My witch clan has been at war with your heavenly court for tens of thousands of years, and it's time to draw a line under it today. I thank you for giving the witch clan a chance to have a fair duel, but I will not be merciful if I cut you down today. The witch clan will treat the demon clan well in return for your kindness. Emperor June's body was lit up with the true fire of the sun around him, as if he were the sun that shone universally in the floodplains, and his domineering aura was rampant. This is also my wish. Witch and demon fight is the great trend, not you and I can sway. If the heavenly court wins, I also treat your witch tribe well. Chapter 84, Fighting or Robbing? It's not like receiving a prize. The two of them looked at each other and smiled, rather like they were meeting each other and sympathizing with each other. If I had known that you, Emperor Jiang, were such a character, even if witch and demon were enemies, I would have been willing to share a drink with you. There are too few beings who have reached the point where you and I are. There are even fewer who can be like-minded. Pity. It's lonely up there, but it's the place where everyone wants to jump. Emperor June similarly lamented, his heart's obsession with becoming a saint a few points stronger. If you don't become a saint, you're still an ant. If you were a saint today, would you still need to have many feelings? It would only be a matter of meeting each other and smiling. Emperor Jiang, you and I count ourselves out. Then let's pour out our strength and fight. Good. Emperor Zhang's ancestral witch power vibrated, instantly transforming into a 1,000-foot giant. At the same time, a black formation chart flew into the sky, covering the entire ancestral land of the witch race, and 72 black pillars grew out of the chart, enveloping this ancestral land of the witch race. Dutian Divine Fury Formation, rise! In an instant, the 9 ancestral witches and the 63 great witches rushed towards the 72 black pillars in unison, and the endless killing aura transformed into a black cloud that enveloped the entire grand formation. That terrifying killing thought made even the heavenly soldiers and generals who were far away from each other shudder. Even Nya Yun was secretly shocked. Even though he was familiar with the complete Dutian Divine Fury formation, he was shocked by the horrifying sight of the starting formation. This killing thought is more than 3 times stronger than Styx, the one who enters the Tao by killing. No wonder he dares to claim to be able to withstand the existence of saints. It's truly terrifying. Regarding the Dutian Divine Fury formation, it has a long history. It can be traced back to the time of the opening of the heavens, when the chaos gave birth to 3,000 devil gods, each holding a part of the power of the chaos. And Pangu, as the demon god of power, in order to split open the chaos and establish the heaven and earth, began to slaughter the 3,000 demon gods, so that the power of the demon gods could return and evolve the heaven and earth. Pangu killed thousands of demon gods in a row, causing the remaining demon gods to be in danger of themselves, and among them, the 72 demon gods, led by the killing demon god, created the Dutian Divine Fatalities formation, trying to defend themselves against Pangu in this way. But ultimately failed. All of them were decapitated by Pangu. Duotian God Fury Great Formation self-sustaining attributed to Pangu. When Pangu succeeded in opening the heavens and fell, his body turned into 12 ancestral witches, and the Dutian Divine Fury Great Formation was thus inherited to the 12 ancestral witches. It was only a pity that the inheritance of the body was not complete, which was also the reason why the Dutian Divine Fury Grand Formation had been incomplete. Rumble. In the black mist of the large formation, a huge head slowly emerged with a warlike intent. Emperor Jiang, come on. Let me see your heavenly court's perpetual star dipper formation. As you wish. The river map Luo book emerged in Di Jun's hand and was thrown towards the sky, spreading to tens of thousands of miles in an instant. The sunny sky turned into night. In the sky, 365 twinkling stars descended above the heads of hundreds of millions of celestial soldiers as if they were being pulled towards the earth by giants. The huge and vast stars fell in unison with 365 rays of starlight, which landed on Di Jun and a host of immortal gods. In an instant, the bodies of each immortal god rose up to the size of 100 feet in the blink of an eye. Among them, after Di Jun absorbed the power of the stars, his body was even as high as 9,000 feet, as if he was a terrifying giant who wanted to tear heaven and earth with his hands, wild and domineering. Emperor Zheng's pupils shrunk. Sure enough, the circumstantial star dipper grand formation has been perfected. Di Jun, you've hidden deep enough.
He had wondered before why the Heavenly Court was willing to give the complete version of the Dutian Divine Fury formation to the Sorcerer clan. Was he not afraid that the Sorcerer clan would be gracious enough to return the favor? Now Di Jun finally realized that Di Jun wasn't afraid at all. This was because a perfected Perpetual Star Dipper Grand Formation was not in the least bit weaker than the Dutian Divine Fury Grand Formation, or even stronger. Di Jun smiled faintly. If the Perimeter Star Dipper Formation is not complete, how can the Sorcerer race's Dutian Divine Fury Formation be complete? That's what makes it fun, come on. Pour it on. Lean into the battle. The two celestial giants leapt up in unison and rushed into the void. Nye Yun was shocked. The Perimeter Star Dipper Grand Formation was complete? When was that? Demon Emperor, this old deng hides so deep, even the slightest bit of information has not been revealed. Worthy of being an emperor, this heart, there are a few people who can do it. Damn, I still want to take the full version of the Perpetual Star Dipper Grand Formation and the Demon Empress to exchange for the long-legged Demon Saint, but it seems that I don't have a chance. Nye Yun felt like he'd lost $100 million. If he had known that the homeward Princess Lingyue had asked him to do every time was the Circumstantial Star Dipper Formation, and that it was only through this that Di Jun had been able to perfect the Circumstantial Star Dipper Formation, I'm afraid that Nye Yun would have had the heart to hit the wall. What a great formation, and it's being hoarded out by a violent woman for nothing. Can people still have some trust in each other? As for the formation that Di Jun had split up, even Nye Yun, a great expert in the Tao of formation, hadn't detected it, so it was clear that Di Jun was terrifying. Roar! Another 1,000-foot giant revealed its head and hissed to the sky. I am the ancestral sorcerer Jumong, who dares to fight me. I come. East Emperor Tai Chi stepped out, his hand resting on the chaos bell. However, a figure was one step ahead of him, and thousands of spirit treasures rushed towards Jumong like a long river. Jumong, I've come to fight you. I've always remembered the vengeance of the punch I threw at my senior brother, Zhao Gongming, that day. Duo has been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Eldest senior brother is here to help you. I'm going to punch back this punch myself. Zhao Gongming roared with excitement. Finally he could get his revenge. It's so breathless, you have to grab it in a fight? It's not a prize. Alright. You have a grudge and let you have it. Tai Chi, I come to battle you. Only a terrifying giant with 8 heads and faces and a tiger body with 8 tails flashed out. Ancestral Witch Tian Wu. Good. Shi Huang Fushi held the Fushi zither in one hand, not losing his elegance and his majesty. Extravagant corpse, I have long wanted to compete with you and appreciate your avenue of poison. A poisonous mist rose up and transformed into a giant with a human face and animal body, with dog-like ears and green snakes hanging from its ears. Ancestral Witch Zebedee. Fushi, I've long been displeased with you, and today I will rip off the strings of your Fushi zither and tie them to a dog. Arrogant. Ghostcar had long been unable to hold back and rushed out to scream, damn, the remaining ancestral witches roll out, if I don't stab you dozens of holes today, I won't be able to sleep. Ghostcar, I've long been tired of seeing your arrogance, I'm going to rip off all the rest of your head. Ancestor Witch Changliang, his body entwined with the power of thunder and lightning, holding a snake in his mouth and in his hand, with a tiger's head. Ha! Can't count through counting, Changliang, bullying no one in my heavenly court? Shan Yang flashed out and landed beside Ghostcar. Ancestral witches are comparable to the existence of the quasi-saint. The strength of this strong Liang is not inferior to the quasi-saint late-stage power. On the Ghostcar quasi-saint early-stage strength, the battle of the strong Liang is still quite a lot of lack. Count your blessings, let's do it. K-Mang flew out and killed directly towards Changliang. Ghostcar and Shan Yang were not willing to lag behind and killed Changliang in unison. The 3 demon saints battled Changliang. The Interceptor Sacred Mother Wudang watched as all the people of the Heavenly Court entered the battle, and immediately turned toward the Golden Spirit Sacred Mother. Senior Sister Golden Spirit, how about you and I fight the one ancestral witch together? Both of them were mid-stage quasi-saint powerhouses, and it was enough to battle an ancestral witch. The Turtle Spirit Holy Mother had a contained smile on her face as her gaze fell on Yin Xiao. Elder Sister Yin Xiao, you and I will battle the first ancestral witch. Turtle Spirit Sacred Mother was the second senior sister and her strength had reached the late stage of quasi-sacred, only slightly inferior to Duo Bao, while Yun Xiao was a beginner in quasi-sacred. Yun Xiao naturally understood that this was Turtle Spirit Holy Mother taking care of her. Thank you, senior sister. Spirit Tooth Immortal and Gold Band Immortal laughed out loud, then the two of us will battle an ancestral witch together. However, 3 figures rushed out first,
and they were the three remaining demon saints of the heavenly court, Ingjua, Baizé, and Blemished Iron. Candle 9 was the one we saw first. Don't grab it, fellow interceptor Taoists. Ingjua, Baizé, hurry thee up, if you're late you won't get a share. The crowd absolutely fell, but now Di Jiang, Tianwu, Extravagant then the Corpse, Zhimeng, Zhangliang all have opponents, the 9 ancestral witches are left 4, and the side of the heavenly court is still left with 5 teams, running slow really cannot snatch. Chapter 85, Fushi Zither String with a Dog on a Leash, this is how it's written. As the quasi-saint powerhouses engaged in battle one after another, the 3 great demon saints, namely Qin Yuan, Fei Lian and Bai Feng, flew up in unison. Heavenly soldiers and generals listened to the order, kill. On the Interceptor sect's side, Xiang Xiao also flew out. Interceptor disciples, kill. In a split second, the gods of the heavens Grand Formation and the perpetual Star Dipper Grand Formation ushered in a century collision. The power of the 365 starlights and the 72 black pillars devoured each other, and countless celestial soldiers and generals collided with the hundreds of millions of sorcerers. The killing sound shook the sky and the earth shook. In the crowd, Niayun quietly took out the demon word thin and buried it in the dirt. Heh, this time when the witches and demons are dueling, I don't know how many living beings will fall. These living beings are going to dissipate anyway, so it might as well be cheaper for me. The use of the Book of Demonic Words required either absorbing the power of vitality or sacrificing one's own lifespan. When encountering such a great battle, wouldn't it be too much of a loss if you didn't make a good profit? After burying the Book of Demonic Words, Niayun immediately yelled, kill. The Sorcerer Clan. The footsteps were backwards. It's not easy for me to tie up a straw man. Who's going to pay for it if I break it? Anyway, when you kill the witch tribe to obtain merit, you will also be entangled in karma, unless dry ancestral witch or great witch still only cost effective, but do not have the ability to awe. The great witch that was at the very least in existence comparable to a Dao Lord, and as far as Niayun's strawman doppelganger was concerned, he'd be trampled to death with a single foot as soon as he ran over there. There's plenty of flood merit, not bad to earn this, it's better to keep an eye on the long-legged demon saint. Niayun looked towards the void where the Qin Yuan demon saint was located. The Qin Yuan demon saint was clad in battle armor, valiant, and that battle armor outlined the Qin Yuan demon saint's stunning figure to cause trouble beyond measure, especially the 2 slender thighs. Thurso-gusts of wind were doing the rogue, swinging up the legs battle armor was hidden. Holy, who designed this battle armor? What a genius! Go back and make sure to ask around and pay a visit to exchange ideas, fellow travelers. Are you sure this is battle armor and not outlaw excitement armor? Unlike Qin Yuan's extreme seductiveness, Xiong Xiao standing beside her was soft and quiet, simply the perfect embodiment of the image of a fairy in Niayun's mind. When the 2 women stood together, it was a fait accompli of a witch and a fairy. Feast your eyes. It was only when Niayun's gaze glanced at Bai Feng and Fei Lian next to the 2 women that he had the feeling of encountering a full house in his cesspool. One of the 2 goods looked more vicious than the other, and one was uglier than the other. Nappy, big time. Wait. That's the Kuan-Pang Demon Master? Niayun noticed the Kuan-Pang standing in the air not far away, his face full of embarrassment and hesitation. This guy didn't even participate in the battle? It can't be that he's waiting for the Demon Emperor to lose and wants to seize the river map and Luo book and run away, right? That's how it was in the flood in a previous life. 2/5, your wish is going to come to naught. If the heavenly court loses such a wealthy battle, then there's really no need for the heavenly court to exist. Demon Emperor Lao Dang would deserve to fall. Niayun secretly disdained, this can be a far cry from the witch demon war of the previous life, the heavenly court of the previous life. There was no support from the Interceptor sex immortals, much less a wave of mending heaven's merits to enhance it. This can still fight with the witch race and both exit the stage of history. Now that the heavenly court is not what it used to be, how can it still lose? But it didn't look like the guy was blushing too much, like he was embarrassed. Niayun didn't know that Di Jun had instructed Kuan-Pang before the war that he didn't need to participate in the battle, and that he should act as the heavenly court's backup force to support all parties. But Kuan-Ping's heart is clear, to put it nicely is to let him as a reserve force, to put it badly, Emperor Jun has been suspicious of him, afraid of him in the Great War to engage in cattiness, which will hang him out to dry. It's over, it looks like Di Jun really knows something and is already wary of me, what should I do? Kuan-Ping secretly calculating, fight certainly cannot beat Di Jun, not to mention that there is a Dong Huang Tai eyeing the tiger, not to mention Shi Huang Fushi. I can only flee back to the Demon Master Palace in the Sea of Northern Underworld. If Di Jun still doesn't let me go, I'll go find a sage sect to worship. I don't believe that Di Jun would dare to go against the sages. At that exact moment, Di Jun's voice resounded through the void. Demon Master, it will be difficult for me and Emperor Jiang to win or lose for a short period of time, so you will temporarily be in charge of the perpetual Star Dipper formation, so don't let me down. The Hichu Luoshu fell into Kuanping's hands from above the void, causing Kuanping to be stunned. Looking at the Hichu Luoshu in his hand, Kuanping was in a bit of a trance. The chaotic spiritual treasure of one's dreams had arrived so easily? How about taking it and running? Just as this thought appeared, it was promptly snuffed out by Kuanping. This treasure was refined by Emperor Jun. Even if he took it and ran away, Emperor Jun could still recall it. Even if you find a saint to shelter you, the river map Luo book is a big deal, and when the Nuwa saint is bound to make a move, you will definitely not be able to protect yourself, unless Emperor Jun dies and the Taoist road disappears. Let's wait a bit. Kuanping took a deep breath, and his powerful mana was injected into the Hichu Luoshu, and all of a sudden, the entire perimeter Star Dipper formation shone brightly, and countless starlight powers fell on the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals as if they were silver radiance. Those heavenly soldiers and generals absorbed the power of the starlight as if they had been given chicken blood, and their battle power soared. On the other hand, Niayen's eyes couldn't help but darken as he watched Kuanping get his hands on the Hichu Luoshu. Finally, can't you avoid it? The great power of the heavenly Tao is as terrifying as it is. In the previous life of the flood, Di Jun also gave the river map and Luo book to Kuanping, allowing him to temporarily take charge of the Zhou Tianxing Do deformation. And this airwood directly ran away with the book of He Tu Luo, leading to the instant collapse of the Zhou Tianxing Do deformation and the great defeat of the heavenly court. I didn't realize that the current flood had still not escaped the spell. Niayen couldn't help but think of the death of Gong Gong Zhu Rong and the emergence of the Witch Demon War. This is the script that the heavenly Tao has already written, and no matter how many changes there are in the middle, in the end it still comes back to the same result. I'm afraid the heavenly court is going to be gone. Damn it, run for it. Niayen quickly retreated to the edge of the formation, and although he was now under the shroud of the perimeter Star Dipper formation, this formation was clear to Niayen, and it wasn't difficult to get out of it. Can't afford to mess with it, goodbye. Niayen turned around, and just as he was about to strike a spell to tear open an opening in the formation, he heard a loud, arrogant laugh ring out. Ha, Fushi, I said I'd rip the strings off your Fushi zither and tie it to a dog. Heavenly Shi Huan? Nothing more than that. Niayen hurriedly turned his head to look, only to see the ancestral witch Zabijan revealing his 1,000-foot ancestral witch body, holding the broken strings of the Fushi zither in one hand, while pinching a bloody head in the other. That head. Ambrosia? Fushi has fallen? Hiss. Niayen sucked in a breath of cool air. Sure enough, the Heaven's Path script is all back on track. Fushi was the first to fall, who would be next? Niayen didn't dare to think about it and didn't want to think about it. Anyway, just hurry up and run. His Majesty Shi Huang. Xin Yuan and the other 3 major demon saints looked at Fushi's head, their eyes cracking with rage. Zabi Zombie, I will make you pay in blood. The Qin Yuan demon saint struck out in anger, first rushing towards the Zabi Zombie, followed closely by Feilian and by Feng. Not willing to lag behind, Xiongxiao took out the golden Jiao scissors and threw them towards the sky, transforming into 2 golden Jiao dragons that wrapped around towards Zabi Zombie. I'll help you guys out. Chapter 86, Battle of the Zabi Zombies, Emperor Jun's Backhandedness. Me. As he watched the Qin Yuan trio and Xiongxiao kill the extravagant corpse, Niayen nearly bit his tongue in shock. The next one to fall according to the script was the Qin Yuan demon saint? In the previous flood, the Qin Yuan demon saint was destroyed by the ancestral witch Shuebizu, and fell within the Zhou Tianxing Do formation. Sure enough, it's all the way back to the script being written. I said, are you guys so tigerish? That's an ancestral witch. Even Fushi can be ed to death, a quasi-saint great circle of existence. Just the 4 of you aren't even quasi-saints, and you dare to charge upwards? Who gave you guys the courage? Fish Liang? Spitting is spitting. Niayen gritted his teeth, and with a cross in his heart, he resolutely turned around and rushed toward the extravagant corpse. After traveling through the floodplains for so many years, he always felt like an outsider. The only hobby was admiring the beautiful women of the floodplain and the long legs of the fairies. And since the Qin Yuan demon saint and Xiongxiao were the few fairies he could look into his eyes, to watch them die in the hands of an extravagant corpse? Niayen's heart was truly uncomfortable. Although he also knew that this strawman doppelganger of his was only at the early stage of heavenly immortal cultivation, and was an ant-like existence under the ancestral witch Shuebizu, he didn't want to leave a lack in his heart.
You big shot, I've admired you guys for so long, so let's put up a fight for you guys with all the strawman doppelgangers. Sort of a tribute to lost youth. That's right, it's a strawman diversion. If it were Nya-yun's original body, he would have run away long ago. Who the hell would fight for his life? Don't you want to die fast enough? The extravagant corpse looked at the incoming Qin Yuan 4 who were killing, his eyes showing disdain. A mere Deluo realm and you dare to strike at me? I don't know what to say. The huge arm lifted up and slapped towards the 4 Qin Yuan people. But the 4 people were like kites with broken strings as they were all slapped out and landed on the ground, spitting out blood from their mouths. Quasi-sage great perfection might, the strongest of the 4 is the Dala perfection, the difference is a full one big realm, where is the enemy of a fight? You want to avenge Fushi, don't you? I'll fulfill you and send you to Fushi now. The extravagant corpse's face showed a fierce smile, and its terrifying palm once again slapped towards the place where the 4 people had fallen. The 4 of them were shocked and hastily took out their respective watchtowers, casting their respective Dao to resist. The Koan Pang not far away frowned when he saw this. To be saved? He was also at the great circle of paramount sainthood, and was not afraid of the extravagant corpse. But when he saw the Hichu Luo Shu in his hand, he dispersed his thoughts of rescue. Emperor Jun suddenly gave him the Hichu Luo Shu to temporarily control the Zhou Tian Xing Du Grand Formation. If he withdrew and left, resulting in the loss of the power of the Great Formation, if Di Jun did not die later, and settled the score in the fall, he could not afford to be offended. If Di Jun died and the heavenly court was defeated, then the death of a few demon saints in the district would be harmless. The monstrous palms covered the sky, knocking down the 4's magic treasures directly and crushing them on top of the 4's Dao. The 4 of them were holding on straight in death, looking at the fact that the great Dao they had sacrificed was already being pressed to the point that cracks had begun to appear. Done. At this moment, the 365 light pillars of the perimeter Star Dipper formation were all dark, followed by a thick starlight that violently rushed down from the sky in the sky above the head of the Shuebi zombie, with a terrifying power that even the surrounding space was impacted by inches of shattering. What? Hempy Corpse was shocked. The power of this starlight, surprisingly he had the feeling of facing a quasi-saint. Could it be that the heavenly court still hides other powerful people? He hastily withdrew his palms, and the power of the ancestral which vibrated, forming a barrier around him. Boom! The starlight knocked back the extravagant corpse by 2 steps and then dispersed. At the same time, the originally dimmed 365 starlights once again recovered. How is that possible? Koan Peng's face was filled with disbelief. Just now he had felt that the perpetual Star Dipper Grand Formation was not under his control? Who is it? Could it be that Emperor Jun has been secretly watching himself? The kunai sweated coldly. On the other side, Zabi Zombie withdrew his huge palm. The crisis of the 4 people was temporarily lifted, and each of them had palpitations in their hearts, panting heavily. Are you guys okay? The Qin Yuan demon saint looked at the Taoist man who had suddenly appeared in front of him and hurriedly clasped his fists. It's not a big deal, thanks to the former. Before the word senior was uttered, Qin Yuan's beautiful eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. Fei Lian and Bai Fong hastily rubbed their eyes, thinking they had misread the situation. Celestial immortal? Nima. No mistake. The great power that just repelled the extravagant corpse was just a heavenly immortal? What kind of international joke is that? That was an existence that could kill Emperor Shi, at least the strength of a quasi-saint great circle. When did heavenly immortals become so powerful that they were able to arm wrestle with a quasi-saint great circle? Fellow Daoist nameless. Xiong Xiao, however, was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed in thanks, many thanks to fellow Daoist nameless. Ever since the last time Daoist nameless went to them and sent a message for Nya Yun, Xiong Xiao had a feeling that this person was by no means as simple as he indicated. He appeared to be with a mere heavenly immortal cultivation level. He was able to remain unperturbed in front of the Dao Lord Paramount, and definitely had something to hide. Just at that time she is not good to ask. Now the nameless Taoist repelled extravagant than the corpse, but also confirmed her guess. This nameless Taoist really is not a simple generation. Nya Yun smiled faintly. Fairy Xiong Xiao, it's been a long time. The 3 Qinwan men looked at each other in disbelief. Fairy Qiong Xiao, you know each other? Xiong Xiao smiled and nodded. There was a meeting, so don't worry, everyone, fellow Daoist nameless is one of our own. The 3 of them came to a sudden realization and arched their hands in unison to thank them. Many thanks to Senior for coming to the rescue. Nya Yun was a bit embarrassed. A few Dao Lords calling out to a heavenly immortal Senior? Could it get any more outrageous?
However, it wasn't just Qin Yuan and the others who were confused, as the extravagant corpse and Kuan Pang watched Nia Yun show up and were also a bit short on brains.
Heavenly Fairy? Are you kidding me? Extravaganza gazed at Nia Yun, his voice like thunder. Did you make the attack just now? Early stage Heavenly Immortal? Hoof. Show your real body. Is there any need to hide in front of me? He didn't believe that the district Heavenly Immortal was able to launch that kind of attack. It must be some old man who disguised his identity and deliberately revealed this appearance. Nia Yun said blandly, "Extravagant corpse, I have no intention of meddling in your witch-demon rivalry, it's just that these 4 people have an old relationship with me, so how about giving them the benefit of the doubt and letting them go?" Although Nia Yun's face was cloudy, his heart was in a batch of panic. After all, he was facing an ancestral witch that was comparable to a quasi-saint great perfection. Previously, the reason why he repelled the extravagant bishop was to invoke the power of the circumstantial Star Dipper Grand Formation, but the power of this Grand Formation was terrifying, and just by launching a single strike, his 3 strawman bilocations were directly torn into pieces by the power of the Grand Formation. Right now, there were only 6 straw men left in his storage bag, and he was able to send out 2 attacks at the most, and the rest would be left to fate. It would be nice if we could lull the extravaganza into stopping. It's not good to tie up straw men. Hiding his head, not even daring to reveal his true form, and still daring to ask for face in front of my old man? Not coming out, huh? Then I'll beat you until you come out. Chapter 87, Kuanping panicked. How many backhanders does Emperor Jun have? Extravaganza raised both fists and punched directly toward Nia Yun. A terrifying power that shook the earth to the ground. Your lordship met a reckless man with no brains at all to fool around with. Moreover, this strike was several times stronger than the previous one, and the 3 straw men were afraid that they wouldn't be able to withstand it. Just have to do the best I can. He slapped his storage bag, and the remaining 6 straw figures flew out in unison, transforming into the appearance of the nameless Taoist. The Thalian demon saint marveled, "Worthy of a senior, what a powerful art of incarnation. It is rumored that the supreme sage's art of transforming the 3 purities into one chi is able to manifest 3 terrifying existences of equal strength. And now this nameless senior has transformed into 6 in one breath. It's truly terrifying. The flood wasteland really is full of capable people." Bai Fong nodded repeatedly, his eyes filled with admiration. Qin Yuan secretly sighed with relief in his heart. This nameless senior had such powerful means that he and the others had escaped. And Xiangjiao's beautiful eyes were astonished again and again. This nameless Taoist is so powerful? This kind of incarnation technique, even the teacher Tong Tian did not possess. What is the origin of this person? So powerful. Kuan Pang stared at Nia Yun in death, his heart scornful of Di Jun a little more. This person must be the backhand left behind by Emperor Jun. If he had just run away with the Hichu Luoshu, I am afraid that he would have to encounter this person. This person was definitely a strong person of the quasi-saint great circle, and there was also this technique of incarnation, so wasn't it 6 to fight 1? He would definitely fall. Luckily it didn't run. The kunai secretly rejoiced at his decision. The mysterious and terrifying seniors in their eyes that they didn't know were burning their cultivation at the moment. 7 stars shine. The 6 straw men flashed, forming a 7-star silhouette with Nia Yun as they formed complex seals in their hands. The entire perpetual Star Dipper Grand Formation violently burst into flames, and the 365 starlights dimmed once more. At the same time, 7 streaks of starlight fell steeply above Nia Yun's 7 straw men, and the dense starlight transformed into a massive shield that enveloped him and the 4 Qin Yuan people. It wasn't that Nia Yun didn't want to use the only 6 remaining strawmen to get another wave of extravagant corpse, but he simply couldn't do it. The extravagant corpse had already fallen for the trick last time. This time this mangaka would surely attack without fear and force out his so-called true body. It didn't matter to himself, it was all a diversion anyway, so the loss was a loss. But the 4 of Qin Yuan could not afford this blow. Rumble. The iron fist of the extravagant corpse smashed on the light shield formed by the starburst, and the powerful recoil bounced it away, and his huge body involuntarily retreated a few steps back before he stabilized himself. With a grave expression on his face, Zabi Zhu asked in a deep voice, "Who the hell are you?" "Who am I?" "I'm your dad." Nia Yun cursed as he felt the straw man's body collapsing, a sense of powerlessness setting off in his heart. "It's just a matter of doing the best I can." A few people from Qin Yuan were just about to speak when they saw the light shield suddenly dissipate, and those 6 doppelgangers exploded one after another with a bang. Nia Yun turned to look at Qin Yuan and Xiong Xiao and smiled bitterly. A few of you, the poor Taoist did his best and could only block this blow for you. Also, the poor Taoist is really a heavenly immortal cultivator, not some senior. After Nyayan finished speaking, his body violently exploded into a straw man that split in half. Senpai. Fellow Taoist nameless. Qin Yuan and Xiong Xiao were shocked and rushed forward, looking at the grass man on the ground that cracked into two halves, looking at each other. This is a substitute straw man? The two looked at each other, their hearts incredulous and deeply moved at the same time. If what Taoist Nameless had just said was true, he dared to rush out to save himself when he was at a mere heavenly immortal cultivation level, this kindness, who could not be moved. Even if it was just a bilocation, that was still risking offending the ancestral witches, and the key also blocked 2 fatal strikes for himself, which was even more rare. On the other side, the extravagant corpse also froze. After half a day of fighting, it's still a diversion? Nima, in the end, is which treacherous person? There don't seem to be many guys who are so shady in the flood, so I have to find this guy out later. Since no one is in the way anymore, I'll kill these few demon saints first before going to help the other brothers. The extravagant corpse violently took a step towards the 4 people of Qin Yuan. Boom boom boom. With every step that fell from that 1,000-foot ancestral witch body, the earth would follow and shake a few times. The 4 Qin Yuan people's faces were like ashes. It seemed that they were destined to fall here today. Xiong Xiao gently picked up half of the straw man on the ground and was just about to reach out to pick up the other half when a white hand snatched it up and grabbed it in its hand. Fellow Taoist Xiong Xiao, leave this half of the straw man to me. I'm afraid that I won't have the chance to return the great favor of fellow Taoist Nameless in this body, so if there is an afterlife, I'll return the favor. This object will be taken as a token for me to certify fellow Taoist Nameless in the afterlife. Xiong Xiao spread a smile. Exactly. The two of them smiled at each other and turned their heads to look at the gradually approaching Zabby Zombie, their hearts open. Suddenly, a white light broke through the air and struck at Zabby Zombie. Who? Extravaganza was shocked and hastily mobilized the power of the ancestral witch to resist, but the white light was terrifyingly powerful, directly breaking through the barrier of the ancestral witch's power and landing on top of Extravaganza's body. The huge body was instantly knocked out hundreds of feet and half-kneeled on the ground. The kunai is numb, and there's someone else? How many more backhanders does Di Jun still have in ambush? He hurriedly swept towards the void, and with just a glance, Koen Peng's face changed drastically and his body trembled slightly. You? Xin Yuanzi? How could it be you? In the void, an old man with a white beard and hair stood in the air, wearing a Bagua Taoist robe and holding a duster, immortal and Taoist. Standing in the void, it was as if he was one with the void, giving people a feeling that he was the sky and he was the earth. The ancestor of the earth immortals, Jin Yuanzi. Jin Yuanzi flicked his duster, and the white light instantly flew back into his hand, transforming into a wordless white book. Chaotic spiritual treasure, Earth Book. Jin Yuanzi glanced at Koen Peng, implying killing intent. However, he did not make a move, but instead turned his head to look at the Qin Yuan demon saint. Qin Yuan demon saint, how are you? The Qin Yuan demon saint was flattered and hurriedly bowed. Thanks to Senior Jin Yuanzi for his help, I only had my Dao fruit shaken, there is no major harm, I will be fine after resting for a while. Jin Yuanzi waved his hand and flung out 4 pills. This elixir will stabilize your Dao fruits. I was originally entrusted by the Heavenly Emperor to secretly escort the Qin Yuan demon saint to safety. Just now I was going to make a move, but I didn't expect the Taoist friend to make a move first, and when I saw his peculiar means, I looked around a bit more, sorry. Fei Lian, Bai Feng, and Xiong Xiao looked at the Qin Yuan demon saint in unison, greatly surprised. The Heavenly Emperor actually asked Qin Yuan Zi to secretly protect the Qin Yuan demon sage? What is the relationship between Qin Yuan and the Heavenly Emperor? Qin Yuan was also stunned and asked incredulously, Senior, the Heavenly Emperor asked you to secretly protect me? Jin Yuanzi softly hummed, that's what the Heavenly Emperor said, you guys stabilize your injuries first, I'll go and take care of the Shuebi corpse first. This. Qin Yuan looked at the distant Jin Yuanzi with a confused expression. Although she was one of the 10 great demon saints, she was not very outstanding. It was the first time that the Heavenly Emperor had treated her this differently, and had secretly invited a great power like Jin Yuanzi to protect her. Could it be because of the mother race's old mother? It should be, otherwise wouldn't the Heavenly Emperor have gone to such lengths to invite Senior Jin Yuanzi to protect me? Qin Yuan's mother clan was the Phoenix clan at the time of the Dragon Han initial hijacking, and although the Phoenix clan avoided the world, their strength could not be underestimated.
the leader of the Phoenix clan, the Phoenix Old Mother, is a strong member of the Phoenix clan that survived the initial calamity of the Dragon Han. It was even more ancient and terrifying than the stream of Emperor Jun Styx. Koan Pang was secretly relieved to see that Jin Yuanzi didn't bother him, yet his heart was flustered. How did the Heavenly Emperor invite Jin Yuanzi? Just how many backhanders does he still have left? It should be known that when the Red Cloud Old Ancestor was killed and the Hongmeng Purple Chi was seized, it was done by Emperor Jun, Tai, and Kuanping in a joint effort. Jin Yuanzi and the Red Cloud Old Ancestor are close friends. Counting Di Jun is also one of Jin Yuanzi's enemies, and now Di Jun even invited Jin Yuanzi to come and help? Koan Pang suddenly realized that he had never seen Di Jun clearly. How deep is Di Jun hiding? Chapter 88, Bloodshed of the Witch Race, Fall of the Ancestral Witches. Could it be that Heavenly Emperor has reached an agreement with Jin Yuanzi that Jin Yuanzi will not pursue Emperor Jun and Tai's revenge and take me out to vent Jin Yuanzi's hatred? The more Koan Pang brainstormed, the more panicked he became, looking at Jin Yuanzi, who was fighting with the extravagant corpse in the distance. His face slowly sank. Di Jun is very much out of sorts. We must leave the Heavenly Court as soon as possible to do so, or else I will surely be unable to escape my fate of falling. Even if you were to be a dog for a saint, it was still better than being killed. Koan Pang secretly decided that he would definitely be the first to flee when the perpetual Star Dipper formation opened. Meanwhile, in the void, a huge three-legged golden crow floated in the air. An endless sun true flame fell from the golden crow without any money, completely surrounding the 1,000-foot giant in the blazing fire. Upon a closer look, it was visible that those sun true flames contained a rich bloodbath aura. Di Jun, you actually refined the bloodshed into the true fire of the sun. How did you do that? Emperor Zhang's voice is full of disbelief. The sun fire is the most rigid in yang power, the bloodbath gas is extremely yin power, the two are like water and fire, how can they be compatible? But now the facts are in front of us. Di Jun's sun true fire is now a solid witch-slaying sword, the ancestral witch's proud physical body, in the integration of the sun true fire of the bloodbath gas has lost its role. There's no harm in telling you that decades ago, Xian Du of the human sect came to visit me in the heavenly court. This is the Taiji Yin Yang Dao of the human sect. Humanism? Tai Chi Yin Yang Tao? Di Jiang said incredulously, I can't imagine that you secretly pulled the human sect together. People say that you, Di Jun, are so arrogant and lighthearted that you can't even put the saints in your eyes. Wrong, all wrong, you, Di Jun, are the one who hides the deepest. I have not lost unjustly. Di Jun transformed into a human body and stood proudly. Di Jiang, although you are the leader of the witch clan, you do not know the way of the emperor. Even heaven and earth cannot detect the heart of an emperor, let alone a saint. That's why the defeat of your witch clan has long been doomed. Emperor Jiang muttered. The emperor? The emperor? So this is the case. I should have known that I also practiced the way of the emperor, but it's a pity. A pity. Emperor Jun, please be kind to the witch race. Di Jiang, who was in the flames, solemnly bowed towards Di Jun. The two had been fighting for tens of millions of years, and at this moment, Emperor Jiang bowed down. It wasn't that he admitted that he was inferior to Di Jun. This worship was for the sake of the witch clan, and it was the only thing that he, the leader of the witch clan, could do for the witch clan. The blazing sun true flame quickly burned Emperor Jiang's massive body to the ground. A generation of ancestral witches fell. Emperor Jun stood quietly in the void for a long time, his heart setting off a thick melancholy. Emperor Jiang, you can rest assured that I will treat the witch race well. The rest of the ancestral witches felt the fall of the ancestral witch Emperor Jiang, and all of them fell into a rage. Ah! Heavenly Court, I won't let you guys have a good time even if I die. Ancestor witch Changliang chose to explode himself, and the terrifying power of the explosion covered K-Meng, blemished iron, and ghost car in an instant. Not good, get out of the way. K-Meng was shocked and poured all his mana into the precious trident in his hand, wrapping himself in it. Your Honor, this guy Changliang is crazy. Ghost Car was so frightened that he hurriedly cast the power of the soul-scattering gun's fury chi to wrap himself up. But the closest blemished iron can be miserable, directly by strong Liang's self-destructive force to tear the flesh, even the soul was shaken apart, completely fell. Boom boom boom. The remaining ancestral witches blew themselves up one after another, and the terrifying force of the explosions completely destroyed the entire ancestral land of the witch clan, filling it with devastation. The 72 black pillars of the original Dutian Divine Fury formation, which was originally maintained by the power of the ancestral witches, slowly dimmed and finally became illusory and disappeared into the heavens and earth. At this moment, the remaining clansmen of the witch clan stopped their hands and looked blankly at the grey void. My ancestor.
My ancestor has fallen. Old ancestor, how can you abandon the witch race? Old ancestor, walk slowly, we are coming.
Dozens of great witches killed themselves in unison. More people of the witch clan fell to their knees, crying bitterly and resenting the heavens. The heavens are going to kill my witch race.
Heavens, why did my witch race have to suffer this calamity? The sky is not open. The sky is not open, nah.
The heavenly soldiers and generals who were fighting looked at this scene and were so shocked that they hastily retreated, not knowing what to do. Taoist Duo Bao and the other interceptors quickly gathered together. Duo Bao swept a glance at the crowd. Seeing that everyone was still there, he couldn't help but be relieved, only that they were all injured either lightly or heavily. As long as he didn't fall, it was good that the ancestor which suddenly exploded himself, the power was simply too terrifying. Even his thousands of spirit treasures, he lost about half of them before he could block the power of the self-explosion.
Are you alright? It's okay.
The ancestral, which is truly terrifying, no wonder the heavenly court, which has been in the ascendant for so long, has had a hard time fighting with it.
Ugh. Shame.
Interceptions of the people in different moods. The heart is more or less some regret. After all, are the flood and the top of the great, and now all fall nine, cannot help but have a few gloomy.
Swish.
Several figures flashed back, revealing the figure of East Emperor Tai, who at this time was quite a bit of a mess, his imperial robes covered in scars. Immediately after that, Bai Zhe, Shan Yang, and the other 6 demon saints came back one after another, and each of their faces did not have the joy of victory, but instead were filled with sadness. Duo Bao and the others glanced at each other. They all could already tell that there was someone missing from the heavenly court side. A red light fell from the void, revealing the form of Emperor Jun.
Dong Huang Tai glanced at Di Jun and said with a complex expression, "Your Majesty, Fushi has fallen." When these words came out, Duo Bao and the others were horrified. Shi Huang had fallen? The 3 giants of the heavenly court have fallen just like that?
Kaimang made a heavy bow. "Your Majesty, the blemished iron demon saint has also fallen." Di Jun's face is gloomy, although he has long known that the duel of the 9 ancestral witches, the heavenly court, will be damaged, but when he really saw the result, his heart could not help but be gloomy. There is no need to be sad. The blemished iron demon saint fought for the celestial court. His death was well deserved, and the celestial court will remember his meritorious deeds for all eternity. There are deaths and injuries in war, which is the principle of heaven and earth, and now that the 9 ancestral witches of the witch race have fallen, the heavenly court has won a great victory. This is the glory of my heavenly court, the glory of the demon race. The grief on the faces of the crowd eased slightly. Yes. The 9 ancestral witches of the witch race had died in battle, and it would be strange if the heavenly court had no losses. The 9 ancestral witches were not silver spears and wax heads, but rather the top great powers of the flood. Di Jun whisked his sleeve and turned around. Send a decree to the heavenly soldiers and generals that those of the sorcerer race who are willing to surrender, the heavenly court is willing to treat them with courtesy. If they are unwilling to surrender, kill without mercy. By the will of the law. Duo Bao's complexion changed as he stepped forward and arched his hand. Heavenly Emperor, and now that the ancestral witch is dead, I believe that the heavens have the virtue of goodness, and there is no need to make too many killings. I would like to lead the disciples of the Interceptor sect to go and reform the sorcerer race, and I would like to ask the Heavenly Emperor to make it easy for me. With the 9 ancestral witches dead in battle, the witch race is leaderless. But there are still a lot of great wizards survived. If we can pull these people into the Interceptor Church, we'll certainly make the strength of the Interceptor Church to a higher level. Di Jun glanced faintly at Duo Bao, naturally understanding Duo Bao's thoughts. The Interceptor sect also contributed a great deal of strength in this battle, and now that it has one, it is only right to divide the fruits of victory. You can just dispose of it on your own. I just need the flood to be free of those who call themselves the sorcerer race again. Many thanks to the Heavenly Emperor. Duo Bao was really afraid that Emperor Jun would overbearingly take all the witch race into the heavenly court, but fortunately, Emperor Jun is reasonable. Chapter 89, You've mistaken me for someone else. Goodbye. The heavenly court and the interceptors all feel strange in their hearts at this time. A demon saint died, and Di Jun encouraged the crowd a few words for this, but he didn't say a word about the fall of Shi Huang Fushi. Is Emperor Shi not as important to the heavenly court as a demon saint? Tai's lips twitched as if he wanted to open his mouth to remind Di Jun, but Di Jun spoke first. Immediately sweep the witch demon battlefield and bring all the resources back to the heavenly court. The crowd of demon saints glanced at each other, already understanding a few things in their hearts. If we didn't mention Fushi before, maybe Emperor Jun forgot. But now that Di Jun still didn't mention a word about it, then we can only say that this was deliberate on Di Jun's part. Although they didn't understand the reason, they had the sense not to ask more questions, including Tai Chi, who wanted to open his mouth. They all silently closed their mouths and stopped talking.
Zun Tian Di. Boom boom boom. The entire ancestral land of the sorcerer clan shook steeply, as if a magnitude 9 earthquake had occurred, with mountains and rivers toppling, rivers tumbling, and the earth tearing apart. It's like the end is near.
Emperor Jun and the others' faces changed drastically. Not good, someone is intercepting the spirit veins of the Witch Clan's ancestral land.
Di Jun burst into a rage.
Surprisingly, someone dares to steal the fruits of victory. I would like to see just who has such great guts.
Di Jun rushed towards the ancestral land of the Witch Clan.
You take control of the heavenly soldiers and continue to harvest the sorcerer race.
Tai Chi left a message and followed. Who is so shameless, when my interceptor sect is so easy to bully?
Senior sister Wodong is coming with me, and the rest of the senior siblings stay where they are to clean up the mess.
Duo Bao led the Wu Dang sacred mother to break through the air and chase after her.
On the ancestral land of the witch race, the earth tipping over became more and more serious, and it seemed as if the entire ancestral land was being lifted up by a human giant, lifted up from the southeast corner of the earth, with the intention of tipping over. A rich green light could be seen flickering vaguely through the cracks in the lifted earth.
It was only after Di Jun and Duo Bao flew into the center of the earth that the four of them got a good look.
A middle-aged Taoist priest in Taoist robes was holding a green divine dragon of tens of feet in both hands, and the divine dragon was flinging its huge dragon head, trying to get out of the middle-aged Taoist priest's grip. However, the middle-aged Taoist priest's hands were clasped like iron pincers, and no matter how much the green divine dragon struggled, it could not get out of control. Don't struggle, obediently follow the poor Taoist. The poor Taoist will not treat you poorly. The middle-aged Taoist's hands surged with golden light, transforming into a long golden rope that bound the divine dragon into a twist.
Bold. Have you asked me if you want to take away the spirit vein of the ancestral land of the Witch Clan?
Di Jun was enraged and fought himself to death to finally get the 9 ancestral witches killed.
Surprisingly, someone had come to snatch their trophies, really thinking that they were so easy to bully.
Go to.
Hichu Luoshu directly smashed over. Ouch, not good.
The middle-aged Taoist was shocked, and his body steeply transformed into hundreds of feet of Dharma body, deadening the spirit vein behind him.
After all, Hichu Luoshu was a chaotic spiritual treasure, and if the spiritual vein was smashed, would it not be smashed apart? Bang!
The middle-aged Taoist used his Dharma body to receive the strike from the river map Luo book and was smashed away to 100 feet away, but his Dharma body was not smashed apart. Di Jun, your heavenly court is rich in resources and has a wide range of spirit veins. It's not like you lack this one.
How about letting the poor Taoist have it?
You won't be able to use it anyway, so why let the pearl go to waste?
Emperor Jun's pupils shrunk. The river map Luo book strike hadn't even broken the other party's Dharma body?
This was a chaotic spiritual treasure.
Almost he thought that the river map Luo book was a fake. But if this person took away the spirit vein under his own eyes, what would happen to the face of the heavenly court if it was spread out?
Emperor Jun pointed towards the river diagram Luo book, and it glowed with a great deal of light. Generation that steals chickens and dogs, if you come to me openly and honestly to ask for this spirit vein, I may not necessarily not give it to you. But if you want to pull teeth out of a tiger's mouth, I will never let you get it even if I destroy its spirit vein. Tai, Duo Bao, and Holy Mother Wu Dang, strike together. I'd like to see how many times he can withstand the attacks.
Tai took out the Chaos Bell, and Duo Bao's thousands of spiritual treasures transformed into a torrent of spiritual treasures.
Sacred Mother Wu Dang took out a 7-colored red rhombus, which flung and turned into a 7-colored rainbow, winding towards the middle-aged Taoist.
The innate treasure of the rainbow rope.
Although it was not comparable to the streams of the Chaos Bell and the Hichu Luoshu, the penetrating rainbow rope was also ranked in terms of power among the innate treasures. The rainbow rope is one of the treasures that the Tongtian saints have been given on the treasure-splitting rock, and once it is performed, it can lead the clouds in the sky to turn into a rainbow, locking the enemy alive, and it cannot be broken by non-chaotic spiritual treasures.
The middle-aged Taoist's face changed drastically and he roared in anger.
You guys even teamed up to bully the poor Taoist. You're simply devoid of any greatness.
A man who steals chickens and dogs, you have the face to say the word temperament?
Emperor Jun felt that this guy is simply shameless. The person who can be subjected to a blow from Hichu Luoshu is at least a quasi-saintly perfect power. Such a shameless powerhouse, Di Jun really can't think of anyone. After all, which of the powerhouses who had reached the great circle of paramount sainthood was not at the level of an elder, who would be so reckless with their cheeks?
With the attacks of 4 paragon saints, 2 chaos spiritual treasures, and thousands of spiritual treasures and rainbow slings, the middle-aged Taoist did not dare to take them hard. Just a shake in his middle and a ghostly blue divine lamp floated into the air. The light emanating from that divine lamp instantly transformed the surrounding emptiness into a monstrous sea of blood, and with the momentum of sweeping through the heavens and the earth, the treasures of Emperor Jun's 4 were washed back alive. Duo Bao's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. Spectral ghost fire? A glazed lamp? You're the Hierophant's lamplighter? How is that possible? The light-burning lamp Taoist is the second in command of the hierarchy, with Duo Bao's status in the Interceptor Church being almost the same. It is also one of the 12 golden immortals of the hierarchy, but it has a very high status in the hierarchy, belonging to the right and left hands of the Sage of the Beginning with the South Pole immortal Wang. Among them, the glazed lamp is one of the 4 sacred lamps of the flood, which is the companion treasure of the lamp-burning Taoist, which can communicate with the blood sea of the underworld and take the power of the blood sea for use. Duo Bao is not surprised at the identity of the lantern-burning Taoist, but surprised at its strength, actually able to block the joint attack of the 4. When is the lantern-burning Taoist so powerful? Di Jun, however, looked indignant. Duo Bao, you are wrong, this glazed lamp is evolved, not real, this person is not the lantern-burning Taoist. Junti, the hallowed saint even dare not show his face, not afraid of spreading out to attract the world's shame and ridicule? Others didn't notice, but Emperor Jun clearly saw that the power of that sea of blood wasn't actually strong. What was strong was the golden light under the cover of the power of the sea of blood. That was the power of the 7-treasure wonderful tree, which Di Jun had seen countless times long ago. The 7-treasure wonderful tree was known to brush everything, and brushing down the treasures of the 4 was not a difficult task. What? Sage Junti? No way. Tai, Duo Bao and Wu Dang Holy Mother looked at each other in dismay. The hallowed saint actually practiced theft? This cheek. The middle-aged Taoist's mouth twitched. Is Emperor Jun's eyes so poisonous? I have already evolved the power of the sea of blood to cover up, but still be seen by him? Fellow Taoist has recognized the wrong person, farewell. The middle-aged Taoist carried the spirit vein and directly tore through the void to quickly flee. Sky Emperor, chase or not? Duo asked hesitantly. Di Jun, Tai Yi, and Holy Mother Wu Dang were all speechless in unison. Chase? That's a saint. So what if you catch up? Can you beat him? If it wasn't for the fact that this guy, Junti, had behaved so poorly that he was embarrassed to meet people. Otherwise, not to mention Di Jun's 4, even if they added for more quasi-saint great perfection mighty powers, it would be impossible for them to be a match for the saints. Di Jun coldly grunted, there's no need, since Junti has the cheek to take the spirit vein, even if we chase him to the spirit mountain, he won't admit it. But my things are not so good to take, the Western sect, this karma for the time being to them to remember, in the future I will slowly ask for it back. Go back. Heavenly Sumeru. Princess Lingyue was inside the 10 extinction formation, looking at a large white streamer floating in the sky, her eyes flashed with fear. She broke into the big formation and was initially confronted with 12 golden mirrors, and after she managed to break them, she ran out of this big white streamer. This streamer is terrifying, as long as shaking, it can suck the cultivator's soul. If not for Princess Lingyue's treasure protection, I'm afraid that now has been damaged soul. Big pervert, don't let me go out if you can, or I'll make you look good. Princess Lingyue was furious, and had wanted to come and find Nieyun for a fight, but she hadn't realized that Mount Sumeru was protected by such a terrifying array, trapping her within an inch of her life. Ha! This big streamer is dispersing? Suddenly, Princess Lingyue noticed that the white large streamers in the void were slowly becoming illusory, and the power of the entire grand formation was draining away. Chapter 90, The Runner Meets the Runner, Poor Taoist Manhwa. In just a few moments, the large formation completely dispersed and disappeared without a trace. Princess Lingyue was overjoyed. Big bastard, this princess is out of trouble, so you're just waiting for a beating. She flew up Mount Sumeru with gusto and found the hut where Nieyun had previously resided. However, Princess Lingyue had nearly even uncovered the ground of Mount Sumeru, and there was no sign of Nieyun. Did this guy run away first? Bastard, you can't run away from this palace. Princess Lingyue clenched her silver teeth and left Mount Sumeru with extreme reluctance. Sorcerer's Earth. As the 9 ancestral witches died in battle, the Heavenly Court and the Interceptor sect crowd swept across the battlefield, and the remaining hundreds of millions of witch clans died, fled, and surrendered. The former protagonist of Heaven and Earth would become one of the legends of the flood in no time. Swish! A figure quietly touched the edge of the ancestral land of the witch clan,
which was originally the main battlefield of the witch-demon war, but has now become a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and the aura of death is rushing to the sky.
Seems like this is the place. Damn, almost lost a good treasure. Ancestral witches are too damn scary.
Nia Yun had panicked ever since the strawman split had been lost, all in an attempt to save Qin Yuan and the others. Fushi were all led to death, then the rest of the Heavenly Court must be fierce. Even if the Heavenly Court really won, I am afraid that it is also a miserable victory, and it is bound to lose a lot. I had thought that the witch-demon war had changed the situation, and with the help of the three religions and the Western religion, the outcome would surely follow suit. I did not expect to still follow the script written by the Heavenly Way to Go, which and demons simply have no victor, flush out of the stage of history. Nia Yun made a snap decision and immediately packed up his things to flee the Heavenly Court. He didn't want to wait for death in heaven. The great power of the Heavenly Tao is as terrifying as it is. In the future, we must recognize reality and definitely not harbor any more flukes. One must find a way to worship the Western sect or the Hierophant sect, as long as they are the winners in the several great catastrophes. The second choice is the Humanist Church, mainly because the threshold for entry into the Humanist Church is too high. But before he leaves, Nia Yun has to get back the book of demonic words that the previous bilocation buried here, which is a supreme treasure. It would be a shame to lose it. Dig in. Nia Yun couldn't wait to see the changes in the book of demonic words after it absorbed the vitality, so he immediately put it inside his body and turned around, ready to run. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the ground and transformed into the appearance of a Taoist man with a white beard and hair. The Taoist murmured, "They should all be gone. I'll just take this opportunity to leave." Demon Master Kunlun. Ever since he had realized Di Jun's sinister intentions, he had been motivated to flee. Therefore, he took advantage of the chaos to hide himself in the ground, sealing the 5 senses and 6 senses, and muddle through, wanting to take advantage of the chaos to escape from Emperor Jun's control. The next moment, 4 eyes met. Nia Yun's face was expressionless, but his heart was a batch of panic. It couldn't be someone sent by the Demon Emperor to capture him, could it? Nima. Pill spicy. No way. I'm not a big beauty, so the Demon Emperor sends people to keep an eye on me every day? Must be overthinking it. The kunai were equally panicked. Could it be that Emperor Jun had already seen through everything and had long ago had someone waiting for him here? No way. How could Di Jun have such an airtight plan? Must be overthinking it. Both of them had illuminated their faces and neither of them recognized each other. Each other's hearts were in the right place, and they apologized in unison for their embarrassment. Fellow Taoist, what a coincidence. You're also here to pick up treasures. The two spoke in unison, and as soon as the words left their mouths, they froze. Asked again in unison. You're here to pick up the treasure too? Air. The two looked at each other. Nia Yun coughed lightly and said tentatively, why don't we each pick up our own? Okay, I'll head west. Then I'll head east. Koan Pang was secretly relieved that it didn't seem to be someone sent by Di Jun, and thought he had been exposed. Nia Yun is also relieved that he's not here to arrest me. I told you. I'm not a great beauty, why is Demon Emperor Lao Deng staring at me? The two laughed awkwardly and each thought to walk in the direction of east and west. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. Nia Yun turned around violently, only to see the Koan Pang suddenly turn around as well. Fellow Taoist, the Sage Sect, do you want to go? Fellow Taoist, the Sage Sect, interested? Both of them thought in their hearts, this guy has seen me, we must lull him into going with me, or else the Heavenly Court will find themselves by following the trail, and then it will be a big trouble. As for exterminating the other party, no one thought about it. One is afraid of making a commotion to attract attention, and secondly, they don't know each other's origin, so they are afraid of getting into big trouble again. Just as soon as the words left his mouth, he was dumbfounded. The two's pupils shrunk as they asked in unison. You don't want to escape from heaven as well, do you? Me. Nia Yun was greatly speechless, and after all this time, he was actually a peer. Koan Pang laughed out loud. It turns out that fellow Taoist is also a member of the same path, a misunderstanding. My name is Manhwa, I wonder what your name is. Northern Darkness? That's a rare Taoist name. I'm Taoist Nameless. Did Taoist Manhwa commit a crime in the Heavenly Court? Nia Yun also put his heart down. Koan Pang coughed lightly, to tell the truth, I'm a little bit of that with the Heavenly Emperor's 88th concubine, and I was found out, you know. Where is fellow Taoist Nameless? Air.
You're kidding me. You think I don't know how many wives the demon emperor has? Where are the concubines? This guy is not honest. Doesn't matter though, it's going to run anyway.
Nia Yun said helplessly. The poor Taoist is afraid of death. He didn't dare to rush during the witch-demon war, and after being targeted by the demon saint, he definitely won't be able to escape going back to the immortal beheading stage, so he wanted to take advantage of the chaos to pick up some magical treasures and run away. Nia Yun made up an excuse for desertion, and this guy wasn't a real person anyway. Koan Pang gave a long "oh," seemingly smiling. That indeed must go. The Heavenly Court's heavenly rules are harsh. Right now the Heavenly Court won a great victory. The 9 ancestral witches died in battle. The Heavenly Court only lost to Fushi and a demon saint. In the future, the Heavenly Court can be described as a heavenly court, and the heavenly rules must be stricter, otherwise it will not be able to convince all the spirits of the flood. Fellow Taoist nameless, right now in the Heavenly Court, there is only the Sage sect. Before he could finish his sentence, Nia Yun hastily interrupted. What did you just say? A great victory for the Heavenly Court? Just the loss of Fushi and a demon saint, and everyone else is fine? The Heavenly Emperor is not dead? The Eastern Emperor isn't dead? None of the other demon saints are dead? That's not true. Didn't the Heavenly Tao script kill back again? Shouldn't it be that the witches and demons all suffered heavy losses and both withdrew from the flooded heavens and earth? What the hell? Koan Pang laughed bitterly. If the Heavenly Emperor had fallen, would Poverty Road have needed to run away? But this is even more dangerous. In the future, the Heavenly Court is bound to be the hegemon of the flood. Our danger is even greater. The entire flood has no place for us to stay. We must defect to the Sage sect to get the Sage's shelter, otherwise you and I will both die for sure. Who's going to die? It was when I saw that heaven was no longer safe that I chose to run away. And today, the court won a great victory, and it is more likely to become the future hegemon of the flood. The key I ran away. The Emperor of Heaven does not know. Now if we go back immediately and sneak into Mount Sumeru, wouldn't it be the same as if nothing had happened? Run? Run thee away. The great forces of heaven turn out not to be unchangeable, and the script of heaven is not scripted as it is. Can change. Nia Yun's heart was agitated as he thought of the rise of the human race and the God-sealing cataclysm. If one operates properly, it's not that one can't fight for opportunities under the great power of the Heavenly Tao. Chapter 91, Poor Taoist has an idea. Let's be second fives. Friend of the nameless Dawn. Dawn? Ha? What? Nia Yun returned to his senses. What did fellow Taoist Manhwa just say? How can this guy be distracted? What kind of weirdo is this? Koan Pang was secretly upset, but still patiently said again, how about we join the Western sect together? The Western sect is lacking in talent right now, so if the two of us go together, we may still have some achievements in the future. Nappy, sure enough, a lot of people are staring at the West. It is not true that the Western Church is barren, but it is also true that it has 2 saints. Moreover, both saints tried to find ways to greatly promote the Western religion, and the importance they attached to it was self-evident. I'm afraid that Nia Yun and Koan Pang aren't the only ones with this idea of sending charcoal in the snow. Nia Yun pretended to hesitate. The Western sect is lacking in resources, so I'm afraid it's hard to accomplish anything, and the poor Taoist thinks that the Interceptor sect and the Elucidator sect are much better. Koan Pang shook his head. The Elucidation sect and the Interception sect are indeed very good, but the 2 sects are strong and powerful. A minor cultivator like us may not be able to gain heavy use in the past. On the contrary, the Western Church is different. They are in a time of shortage and have more and greater opportunities. Of course, if fellow Taoist nameless prefers to spend his life doing nothing, then let's pretend that the poor Taoist is talking too much. Yoo-hoo! He's got a dream. You want to get ahead? Young, too young. In this high-end bureau of the flood, to try to emerge before reaching the level of quasi-saint or above is purely looking for death. The flood wasteland is not only full of treacherous people, but strong people are like the carp in the river. Golden immortals are worse than dogs, and it's not true that Dala walks everywhere. The law of survival in the floodplains, one is such as the stream of Duobao, saints is a sun to look at, the other is honestly up, or when involved in the calamity do not know. Wait a moment. Since this guy is so ambitious and I don't intend to flee the Heavenly Court, then if Manhwa can cooperate with me. In the future, Manhwa would deliver news of the Western sect for himself in the Western sect, and he himself would deliver news of the Heavenly Court to him. However, they profited from each other, each taking what they needed. Wouldn't it be simple for you to make a mark in the Heavenly Court?
Can Manhwa also get a chance to take off together with a chance to get credit based on the Heavenly Court message? It also minimizes the risk considerably. Nappy, there's something up.
Nya Yun's heart rejoiced as he raised his eyes to Kuan Pang in feigned hesitation.
What fellow Taoist Manhwa said is reasonable, the Western sect is indeed a good place to go.
But just now you also said that the Heavenly Court is as good as new, and will even become the overlord of the flood. And the Western sect has always been at odds with the Heavenly Court, so if we go to the Western sect, we may not be able to develop with the Heavenly Court pressing down on us. Kuan Pang gently nodded his head, sighing with a slight bit of reluctance. If not for the fact that Di Jun had become suspicious of him, he would not have wanted to let go of the great situation in the Heavenly Court. Indeed, but it can't be helped. At least the Western sect still has 2 saints, and even if the Heavenly Court becomes bigger, it shouldn't be able to shake the saintly sect, so we still have a chance.
No.
Nya Yun suddenly narrowed his eyes and smiled. Poor Taoist has a good idea. Why don't you continue to go and worship the Western sect while I continue to stay in the Heavenly Court? In the future, the Western sect and the Heavenly Court will have constant friction, if not confrontation. If you and I work together, then we'll be able to take advantage of both sides. Taking a step back, even if in the end the Western sect and the Heavenly Court start a great war and one of us must die, then we can use each other's identities to lay down a position of certain victory in advance, and whichever side wins, the 2 of us can go to worship each other. Wouldn't that be better?
Kuan Pang's eyes snapped open. Yes.
If both sides had their own people, then victory or defeat would not affect them at all, and if they were lucky, they could even secretly reap countless benefits when both sides fought.
It's perfect. Kuan Pang was excited, only to glance at Nya Yun before hesitating. Aren't you a deserter? You're still being targeted by the demon saint, can the Heavenly Emperor spare you? Nya Yun smiled confidently. How easy is that? Wouldn't it be enough to give credit where credit is due?
When the time comes, I'll borrow fellow Taoist Manhwa for a while and take the initiative to report your whereabouts to the Heavenly Emperor.
Didn't you have an affair with the Heavenly Emperor's concubine? The Heavenly Emperor must hate you to death, so if I report your whereabouts, wouldn't that be a great honor? The Heavenly Emperor will definitely not kill me and might even reward me.
But it depends on whether fellow Taoist Bei He is afraid or not. Kuan Pang was surprised in his heart. He could not imagine that this person's mind was so alive, and that he could use it to relieve himself of the crisis. Clever. The smarter he was though, the happier he was, because the likelihood of exposure was lower when working with someone like that.
As for being afraid that the Heavenly Emperor would know where he was going,
this simply can't be concealed. The appearance of the hallowed Heavenly Court Demon Master in the Western sect is just too eye-catching, and it's impossible to not let people not know about it. The kunai narrowed his eyes, full of smiles. I can't imagine that fellow Taoist Nameless has this kind of calculation. The poor Taoist admires it. There is no harm in this matter. When the time comes, the poor Tao will certainly seek refuge with the Sage of the West, and will not be afraid of Di Jun at all, so you can use this as a way to absolve yourself of your sins. Just as you said, you are in the Heavenly Court, the poor Taoist is in the Western sect. Mutually fulfill each other, huh?
Nya Yun was overjoyed. Fellow Taoist Manhwa, then it's a deal?
Deal.
A golden wheel appeared in Kuan Pang's hand.
Fellow Taoist Nameless, this is a special magic treasure, the Sun and Moon Golden Wheel, that was refined by the poor Taoist, and can be connected by mutual sensing, so all you need to do is to inject your divine thoughts into the Golden Wheel. This is the Moon Gold Wheel, take it and we will contact each other in this way from now on.
The Golden Wheel of the Sun and Moon? This name is a little familiar. Oh.
Remembered, this seems to be the same name as the town magic treasure of the Kunlun sect in the previous secular world.
But shouldn't the Kunlun sect belong to the hierarchy? The Sun Moon Golden Wheel should also belong to the hierarchy. How come it's in the hands of Northern Darkness?
Think far away. Now as the flooded Kunlun faction is afraid that even the name has not been transformed into a tadpole. Nya Yun received the Moon Gold Wheel. This treasure wasn't of a high grade, just a Hotian supreme treasure. Good, fellow Taoist Manhwa, in the future, we'll be relying on each other as we soar.
Ha ha.
Don't worry, as long as you and I cooperate sincerely, such a day is bound to be not far away. Kuan Pang smiled and said, then the poor Taoist will take a step ahead, and when the poor Taoist worships the Western sect, he will immediately send a message to you, so you can use this to get off the hook.
Good. As he watched the Kuan Pang go far away, the smile on Nya Yun's face slowly tightened as he fell into deep thought.
This person just said that he could seek refuge with a saint. His cultivation and identity must not be simple, otherwise would he be able to attract the attention of a saint?
But who exactly is he?
Manhwa? Haven't heard of that character in the Heavenly Court.
Yin shrugged it off and didn't think any more about it. It didn't matter. What mattered was that in the future, he would be considered an insider in the Western sect. It's much easier to get around. I have to hurry back to the heavenly court, lest Demon Emperor Lao Deng return early to notice me, then I'll be in big trouble. Yin took out a straw man from his storage pouch and operated his mana, and the straw man immediately transformed into the appearance of a middle-aged cultivator. Let the straw man's incarnation pick up the Dharma treasure here, and the main body will return to the heavenly court first. Although the magic treasures left behind on the battlefield were basically not good goods. But it wasn't a good thing at the time of the flood, but it might not be in the future. Wait until the time of the God-sealing cataclysm, casually support the Shang dynasty or the Zhou dynasty side. If you throw out hundreds of thousands of treasures out to those soldiers, not to say that it is a descending blow, at least the war power to enhance is not a grade. The key is picked up for nothing, not for nothing. Yan's main body quietly groped its way back to the heavenly court's Mount Sumeru and realized that the little golden bird hadn't returned, so he secretly sighed in relief. It's good that it wasn't discovered. As usual, he left one of his doppelgangers in the hayloft, and his main body sank into the belly of the mountain and took out his journal. I've been busy running today and my homework has not yet been completed. Can't forget. Chapter 92, Being the Godfather of the Flood? Can't think. On the battlefield of Witch and Demon. Jun watched a batch of the witch race submit, and the entire witch race land was completely under the heavenly court's command, and the bad mood of being stolen by Zhuanti's spirit vein was dispersed by a large part. The demon heavenly court finally stabilized. In the future, I will see what other forces in the floodplains can compare with the heavenly court, and even if the saintly sects, I will be able to look down on them with pride. Isn't it? What can the sage sect compare to the heavenly court? There are more people than saintly sects and more money than saintly sects. The only thing lacking was that the heavenly court did not have a saint of its own. Although Nuwa was a saint of the demon race, she acted too lightly, unlike Tongtian and Zhuanti, who regarded the sect as their heart. All that's left is to find the opportunity to become a saint. Jun secretly clenched his fists. Not a saint is ultimately a mole cricket, the heavenly court. In order to be passed down through the ages, there must be a saint who belongs to the heavenly court. It is a pity that my good prince consort has never mentioned a second chance to become a saint since Ho Tu became a saint. We have to go back and think of a way to do so, and set up the opportunity to become a saint as soon as possible. Jun believed that since there was an exception in the form of Ho Tu, there would not be only one opportunity for sainthood in heaven and earth. Buzz. Diary updated? Emperor Jun couldn't wait to open the diary copy in his sea of consciousness. Nappy, I can't believe the dog almost got away. There's no defense. Emperor Jun was so frightened that he nearly twisted his head to kill his way back to the heavenly court, simply because of the contents of Nyeyen's newly updated diary. Hastily, I thought heaven was failing, and it's all halfway there already. Fortunately, the heavenly court has hardened up, and the battle between witches and demons has been won, and the momentum of the heavenly Tao has indeed changed. Fortunately, the demon emperor Lao Deng did not come back, not knowing that the old man ran away and I came back. Hey! I'm still a loyal supporter of the heavenly court. What I say, the Taoist ancestor can't stop it. Emperor Jun's hanging heart finally let go. It's good to be back. Otherwise, even if the great battle was won, it wouldn't be able to top Nyeyen's losses, and this son is the true future of the celestial court. No, this kind of thing must be snuffed out. Never let anything happen to this dog. After I return, I will send a few strong men to secretly keep an eye on Mount Sumeru, and never let him take advantage of it again. Jun decided in his heart. Hey! But it wasn't all for nothing this time. I was surprised to meet a fellow runner. Taoist North Evil? There's such a person in the heavenly court? And was arrested with the demon emperor Lao Deng's 88 concubines? This guy has a good point. Could it be that the demon emperor Lao Deng is really hiding a woman in a golden house? If that's the case, it's a big melon. Jun's old face was dark. 88 concubines? What the hell? How come I didn't know I had so many concubines? Who the hell slandered me? He pinched his fingers and frowned. The Taoist of the North? Who is it? I can't even count? This guy, Bei He, is a really ambitious young man, running off to start a business in the Western Church. I'll have an insider in the Western cult in the future. In the future, I will have an insider in the Western Church, and when the actions of the Western Church and the Court of Heaven in the future will not be able to hide from the eyes of this great God, and in the future in the Court of Heaven to fish for credit can be easier. but cannot completely believe in the North. Hey, this guy, he said that he can seek refuge in the saints. I'm afraid that at least Dala above the cultivation, but do not be fooled by him. First keep a little heart and soul to see the authenticity of the news. If he truly cooperates, then he will take off in the future. It's not even impossible for me to raise him to the position of Buddha. Jun frowned even more tightly when he saw this. Manhwa had actually entered into a partnership with Yun, exchanging resources with each other. This was something Jun didn't care about. He had long wanted to elevate Yun's status, he just hadn't found the right opportunity. Although as the Heavenly Emperor, his word was enough to decide, he had to consider the Heavenly Court's reward and punishment system, lest he cause dissatisfaction among the rest of the Heavenly Court. Yun was willing to come out and take credit, and Jun raised his hands in approval. It was just that this Taoist North evangelist, one had to figure out who it was, lest it was an undercover agent sent by another sect. North Underworld. North Underworld. This Tao number I have never heard of. The entire flood can be this corresponds to only the North Underworld of the sea, but the North Underworld of the sea is only Kunping and the North Sea Shin Turtle duo is still on the stage, in line with what this enough thing says, into the eyes of the sages. The North Sea Shin Turtle can't be, his Yuanshin is still inside the Hichu Luoshu, can he? Jun's pupils contracted steeply as a possibility came to mind. The kunai defected? Impossible. I have gotten Jin Yuanzi to come here, intending to deter Kunpeng. Lest I let him have second thoughts, but not so much as to let Kunpeng defect and break away from the protection of the Heavenly Court. Kunpeng is not afraid that Jin Yuanzi is onto him? Jun didn't believe that Kunpeng would be that stupid. A great power of the flood, belonging to the same era as Junti and the others, would be willing to run away to be a dog for Junti. It should be someone else. After all, there are too many hidden great powers in the flood. Emperor Jun gathered his mind and continued to look down. The Western sect has Manhwa now, just help it up in the future, then I'll be equal to mobilizing the Heavenly Court and the Western sect's power. It's not enough, the Interceptor sect can also be operated, and the Interceptor sect has a favorable impression of me. If I can operate the Interceptor sect's power again, that would be cool. How about operating the hierarchy as well? Forget it, I have too little karma with the hierarchy, and the only way to do it is to start with one of the 12 golden immortals, Taoist lantern and true immortal food, both of which are too difficult. Wait a minute, I'm going to be the godfather of the flood? Cough cough. Yes, someone just want to live, can't think, otherwise obsessed. Cultivate and cultivate, aiming for the great Tao of the sword, and certify to the great Luo. The corners of Jun's mouth twitched, this dog really dared to think. Operate the Heavenly Court, the Western sect, the Interceptor sect and the Hierophant sect? Do you think you're the great Taoist? I wouldn't dream of doing that. But my Heavenly Court's Emperor's son-in-law should have such ambition and vigor, not bad not bad. Ha! The way of the sword? This dog cultivates the way of the sword? I can't believe I didn't know that. And certified Tao Lord? Has he already broken through to the Golden Immortal? Jun sucked in a breath of cool air. How long had it been, less than 100 years, to break through from human immortal to golden immortal cultivation? What kind of talent was this? All this time, Jun hadn't paid much attention to Nyayun's cultivation, and by himself, Nyayun didn't have much of a following, and in his eyes, Nyayun's value had never been cultivation either. But at this moment, Jun suddenly realized that he had overlooked Nyayun's talent. From human immortal to golden immortal, their own kind of innate beings, in the beginning was also spent thousands of years of time before crossing. This dog even only used less than 100 years. Hiss. How many other secrets does this dog have that I don't know? No, this son must be tied up in the Heavenly Court immediately and without further delay. Just in time, the end of this witch demon war is the time to share the merits. I take this opportunity to determine the identity of this son, so that both the three religions and the Western religion can see it, and completely brand the mark of the Heavenly Court on him. The corners of Jun's mouth quirked, feeling that his decision was beyond brilliant. In the future, even if this dog wants to run again, he can only run to the ravine to become a loose man. Anyway, no one else's power dares to take him. Above the 9 heavens, a vast voice resounded throughout the entire flooded earth. Chapter 93, Your Majesty, I want to make a report. The heaven and earth's robbing gas disperses, the flood's great catastrophe has ended. 50 years later, I will set up a merit conference in the Heavenly Court, and all those who have contributed to this great catastrophe will come to receive their rewards. The voice of Tao ancestor Hong Jun. Jun withdrew his gaze. Lugo. The end of the line. Pass the order down, leave some of the heavenly soldiers and generals to clean up the mess,
and all the rest will return to the court 3 days later to prepare for the Heavenly Court's merit conference in 50 years. Yes. All of a sudden, the eyes of the entire floodplains were all cast towards the Heavenly Court, although the result of the defeat of the witch race had long been predicted by those with clear eyes, but looking at the Tao ancestor himself coming to the Heavenly Court to hold a conference on the merits of his work, there was no one who wasn't red in the face. The Tao ancestor had never favored any of the great powers of the flood so much. Even for the Saints sect, Hong Jun had never personally visited it. Janeo Island, Bio Palace. Tong Tian's laughter resounded throughout the Bayou Palace for a long time. Although the Taoist ancestor visited the Heavenly Court instead of Janeo Island, Tong Tian was not jealous at all. Because this time the interceptor followed the Heavenly Court can be said to earn a lot of money, not only did not like the Western Church and Hierophantism as the loss of heavy, but also with the Heavenly Court to occupy the merits of this great calamity. Well, when Duo Bao reported earlier, I was still a bit hesitant, worried about offending the hierarchy as a result. In hindsight, this decision is incomparably wise. This time, the intercepting sect has obtained great merits and virtues, and its strength has risen to the next level, and it is already the strongest among the 3 sects, so it's worth every penny. This time also thanks to Yun Xiao apprentice, if not for her reminder, the interceptor church this time will be in trouble, come back to be sure to reward her. Let's raise her as the 5th poker-faced disciple under me. Manhwa Palace. Manhwa looked away in the direction of the Heavenly Court and smiled faintly. Did you hear that? The Heavenly Court will definitely become the future hegemon of the flood after this battle. A cheerful voice slowly came out from the landscape painting hanging in the void behind Manhwa. Well, the Heavenly Court is prospering greatly, and the demon race is prospering greatly. My heart goes out to you. That voice, surprisingly, was Fushi. You took advantage of the ancestral witch this time to completely dissipate the robberies on your body, and I thought that Di Jun would use this to make some demands on me, but I didn't think that he would even say a word about it. Much to my surprise. Manhwa realized that he misjudged Emperor Jun. I thought that Emperor Jun borrowed Fushi's scattered robberies to point benefits. I did not expect. Fushi's voice came again. His Majesty has changed too much, and now I can't read him. He has become deeper and more elusive. However, I think this is a good thing the demon race has such a person in power before they can mediate between the saints and protect the demon race. I feel the same way, I just can't find the cause. Manhwa sighed softly and digressed. Forget about him for now, Fushi, have you considered how to be reborn? And now that reincarnation has been established, I can send you into reincarnation to be reborn back into the flooded earth. Fushi is silent, into the wheel of reincarnation, everything has to start from scratch. When will I be able to repair back to my original state? Let's wait a little longer. On the occasion of my current calamity, I have suddenly gained some insight into the art of usurping fate, and I need to settle down for a while. Good. The Jade Palace of Kunlun. Yuan Shi gazed coldly in the direction of the Heavenly Court, his back teeth gnashing. Di Jun, how dare you scheme against my hierarchy? I'll keep this account. There is also the Interceptor sect, the generation that spawns wet beings, who are even in cahoots with the demon race. What the 3 religions or one family is bull. Yuan Shi even intercepted the religion also hated, the 3 religions on the intercepted religion benefit, Yuan Shi's heart is very unbalanced. Genji's heart is dripping blood. 12 golden immortals were forced to fall into the reincarnation of 5, hierarchy strength loss. I'm afraid that the future of the struggle for luck, hierarchy cannot get much benefit. Antarctica. The Nanji immortal Wang arched his hand and bowed. Teacher, what are your orders? How are the reincarnations of Guanchengzi and the others? It is still in the midst of reincarnation and has not yet entered the world. Disciples have been keeping an eye on them, so please rest assured, teacher. Once the senior brothers enter the world, disciples will bring them back to the hierarchy as soon as possible. Genji let out a soft "hmm." This time, for the Heavenly Court's discussion assembly, let you go through the motions. Remember, do not clash with others due to unhappiness in your heart. We can't let the Tao ancestor lose face, thus causing dissatisfaction with the hierarchy, understand? The South Pole immortal Wang revealed a look of unwillingness. The 5 senior brothers had fallen into reincarnation, all because of the Heavenly Court. As a senior brother, how could he not stand up for them? But if it caused the Tao ancestor to be displeased, the consequences would be unimaginable. The disciple obeys. 2 Boundary Mountain, 8 scenic palaces. The Supreme God is indifferent, as if the destruction of the flood cannot make it move the slightest bit. Shindu, go to the Heavenly Court discussion assembly in 50 years. By the law of the teacher. Xiandu answered and opened his mouth to ask his senior brother, Inu Ganglai, how his reincarnation was going. However, seeing that the supreme sage had already closed his eyes, he swallowed the words on his lips, and his eyes flashed with an imperceptible color of disappointment. Teacher, it's so relentless. I made the right choice. Only by cooperating with the heavenly court will the human race have a way to live. Xiandu rose and bowed respectfully before exiting the palace. As the palace doors closed, the Taishan suddenly opened his eyes. Alas! Xiandu is ultimately difficult to pass on my mantle. He takes the human race too seriously. The reason why he took Pig Gang Lai was that he had the intention of practicing his trumpet. Tai Shang Dao cannot afford to lose its heir. Western teachings, under the Bodhi tree. Jia Yin and Jianti hung their heads in shame, their gazes glancing in the direction of the heavenly court from time to time. So envious. The Taoist ancestor visited the heavenly court even if, the key this time the Western Church not only did not get a little benefit, but instead suffered heavy losses, so that the originally weak Western Church to add insult to injury. It's a total loss. Senior brother, are we still going to the argumentation conference? Reception sighed with a sigh. Go. The Western Church can't share any of the merits and makes a laughingstock of people. Not going? That would be not giving face to the Taoist ancestors. Junti snorted coldly and looked away. Anyway, I'm not going. I can't afford to lose this person. You let your disciple grandson Golden Cicada go. When it's to give face to the Taoist ancestor. Okay. Reception nodded with a bitter smile. He was just about to transmit his voice for the Golden Cicada to come over when he saw a golden light flashing out from the distance, traveling in a hurry. Golden Cicada, what's the point of panicking? As a son of Buddha you should set an example for all Buddhas. Golden Cicada panicked and said, the two master ancestors, the demon master Koan Pang is coming to the Western sect, please make a decision. What? Junti snapped to his feet, a little crestfallen. Could it be that Di Jun knew that the one who stole the spirit vein was himself and had Koan Pang come to ask for punishment? How is this possible? At that time, he had already hidden himself very well, so what if Emperor Jun had called out the name on the spot? It's not like there was any evidence left behind. Even if Di Jun did have any evidence, he himself could still deny it to the death. How could I, a saint, steal? I have the majesty of a saint. Junti couldn't help but have an impish grin on his face when he thought this way. A puzzled look flashed across Reception's brow. When Kunlun came, did he ever say for what reason he came? Golden Cicada said awkwardly, this disciple grandson has not yet come to ask, so he ran to report the master ancestor. Leader of the paratroopers are all speechless, sometimes they doubt that the Golden Cicada this guy is not the 5 insects of the flood. Still cautious like this within the Western Church? No. This guy is afraid of death. If it is not for this time the Golden Cicada ran back on its own but escaped, Jay and Junti are ready to change the Buddha's son, it is simply too humiliating. Reception glanced at Juanti and saw that Juanti had no intention of going out. That's just it, I'll go check it out. Meanwhile, outside of Mount Sumeru in the Heavenly Court. The triumphantly returning Heavenly Court army was walking past Mount Sumeru when they heard an urgent voice coming from within Mount Sumeru. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, I want to report it. Chapter 94, Don't worry, Your Majesty, I won't tell the Demon Queen. Who is making a lot of noise and doesn't want to live? One of the heavenly generals under the demon saint Bai Zhe became furious and just wanted to go to Mount Sumeru to find out what was going on. It was then slapped back by Bai Zhe. Lord Demon Saint, subordinate. Bai Zhe glared fiercely at the Sky General and whispered, shut up. Nima, don't take me with you if you want to get killed. The one on Sumeru Mountain, but His Majesty's favorite emperor's son-in-law, although the White Ze did not see this emperor's side horse harnessed by the side of a team of horse what is surprising, but this guy is really favored. Even His Majesty's former dojo let the emperor's son-in-law grounded here, do not know that thought it was a punishment, but in fact it is a real favor. The rest of the demon saints also had the good sense not to speak, their gazes glancing in the direction of Di Jun. Dong Huang Tai laughed lightly, Your Majesty, this son seems to want to see you. It is reasonable to say that Your Majesty values this son so much, you should let him see the witch-demon battle, so that he can also get credit for it, so why are you grounding him here? Di Jun smiled blandly, he's already participated, you just don't know it. If it wasn't for this dog's maneuvering with the interceptors, do you think the interceptors would have come to the door begging for cooperation? Oh. Tai was incomparably surprised Nia Yun had participated in the witch-demon battle. How did he not know about it?
He didn't ask anything more. Tai Yi had already guessed that perhaps the son Nyeyun had accepted a dark mission from His Majesty. Di Jun bashfully swept over Mount Sumeru. What have you to report? Your Majesty, please also enter Mount Sumeru. The micro-minister wants to report to Your Majesty alone. Di Jun wanted to laugh. Doesn't this dog just want to report that Manhwa? I have already seen it in my diary. However, he really did not find out anything about this person of North Darkness. Perhaps listening to what this dog said, he could find any traces of it. Di Jun waved his hand toward the army. You and the others go back first. Yes. Watching Di Jun fly into Mount Sumeru, the heavenly general who had just been beaten couldn't help but stare in disbelief. His Majesty personally went there. Who exactly lived on this Mount Sumeru? Who lives on this Mount Sumeru? He inquired in a low voice towards Bai Zhe. Lord Demon Saint, who lives on this Mount Sumeru? His Majesty is surprisingly the future heavenly emperor's son-in-law, and this here, Mount Sumeru, was His Majesty's dojo when he was not yet a Taoist. The group of heavenly generals all sucked in a breath of cool air in unison. The future emperor's sidekick, His Majesty even rewarded the original dojo to the sidekick, which is an honor that none of the top 10 princes and princesses have been granted. It is evident that His Majesty favors this emperor's son-in-law. In their hearts, they all decided that when they met this emperor's son-in-law in the future or when they arrived at Mount Sumeru, they must meet him with great courtesy. The Qin Yuan demon saint looked deeply at Mount Sumeru, and for some reason, she remembered someone, the nameless Taoist. How is that possible? He was grounded here by His Majesty. How could he run to the witch demon battlefield? Xinwan shook off his head, but that back image in his head couldn't be dispersed for a long time. Nameless Taoist, who the hell is he? On Mount Sumeru. Di Jun sat on a stool next to the stone table, his gaze sweeping over the grassy house. Are you used to being here for so many years? Nyeyun hurriedly arched his hand in repentance. As I meditate on my own faults here every day, I have come to a great realization of my sins. Also as a result, I have become enlightened and my mind has risen greatly. Many thanks to Your Majesty. Your Majesty's great kindness to Machen is like the sea heaving, continuous and unceasing, and like the black water flooding, uncontrollable. Machen in this life will be the liver and brain of the liver and brain, bowing and exhausting to die for the celestial court for Your Majesty. Okay, down to business. Emperor Jun was speechless. If not for seeing your diary, he really believed in your evil. And meditate on your mistakes daily and come to your senses? Don't think I don't know you've got a doppelganger going around. Nyeyun lightly coughed twice to hide his embarrassment. Demon Emperor Laodang doesn't like to listen to horse anymore? Gotta remember, maybe this old dang-ass is numb from listening to it so much. Next time change it to something new and fresh. Yes. Your Majesty, I have learned something by chance. Do you still remember that Taoist from the north? Di Jun's face turned suddenly cold, and killing intent erupted from his eyes. Taoist Northmore, say, where is he? Nima, this old dang has a golden house to hide his concubines. Does he really have 88 concubines? Worthy of being the demon emperor, he hid it so damn well that he hadn't heard a single whisper. Nyeyun hurriedly replied, this thief has defected to the Western sect. Western sect? Di Jun's killing intent intensified. Very well, as long as you know where to go. Think I can't do anything about him if he goes to the Western cult? Emperor Jun snapped his head up and asked in a deep voice, have you ever told anyone else about this matter? No, don't worry, Your Majesty, I will never reveal half a word about this matter, much less let the demon empress know about it. I am planning to study a style of divine power, the kind that can extract memories. I wonder if Your Majesty has any research on this? This is the black history of the demon emperor, cutie. Only then will it be exposed, unless one is tired of living. Emperor Jun's eyes flashed with admiration. Although this dog is a bit angry, but this cleverness is less than others. Nyeyun's meaning in saying this was clear. This memory could be directly extracted by Di Jun in order to keep it a secret. I have not studied much, but I trust your character. You this time to explore the whereabouts of the North Underworld Taoist, made a great merit. In the next few days I will reward the witch and demon war merit. Rather I give you a third grade of the position of a positive god, but cannot say that this matter of credit. I will be replaced by assisting in the extermination of the witch race of the merit. You know in your own heart can be. It's a favor to seal the deal. Is it possible that this old dang is still afraid of his wife? Very likely, otherwise the heavenly emperor to keep a few concubines is nothing? Why cover up for fear of people know? Mundane emperor also harem beauty 3000 it. Damn, this melon is getting bigger and bigger. You can't think about it, you have to discard it. Otherwise, it's not a good thing to be missed by the heavenly emperor. Nye hurriedly bowed his head. Thank you for the reward, Your Majesty, I understand, it's just that I didn't take part in the Great War, so will the rest of the Celestial Court be unconvinced if this is used as a reason? Jun snorted coldly, what I say is the reason, who dares to disobey? This matter is decided, you think of which position of the righteous god you want, just let Lu Press report to me. As for the Sumeru grounding, it's still in effect, but I'll turn a blind eye, just don't overdo it. After Jun finished speaking, he turned around and took a step, disappearing into Mount Sumeru. Greetings, Your Majesty. Only after seeing Jun walk away did Nye straighten up. This old den is giving so much at once just to keep his mouth shut. Nappy, this matter is by no means simple, no, I have to draw out this memory and send it to him. Otherwise one day this old den quietly come to kill and kill, then the death will be in vain. Nyeyen's heart snapped, and just now, he'd specifically said that researching the divine ability to extract memories was what he'd asked Jun to do. Because this is not at all difficult for cultivators, much less a magical ability. Unexpectedly, Jun did not do so, but instead chose to seal the way. Being a human being learn to go in and out, or else you'll be prone to a short life. Nyeyen tapped a finger in the center of his brow and drew out the memory about Taoist Beimo's comment about the Heavenly Emperor's concubine, using his magic power to seal it up and wait for an opportunity to send it to Jun. As for his cooperation with Taoist Beimo, this memory naturally couldn't be encompassed unless Nyeyen wanted to go to the immortal beheading platform to see the scenery. Chapter 95, Ma is being snubbed? Okay. Horse +1. 3 days later, there were 2 more people on Mount Sumeru. Lu Pressure this guy came back, spirited, surely in the witch demon battlefield out of the wind. In itself, Lu Pressure's cultivation wasn't low, Tai golden immortal perfection, and the falling treasure money that Nyeyen had lent him, so as long as he didn't encounter a Tao Lord, he was basically crushed, and it would be hard for him to stay out of the limelight. But in addition to Lucas, he also brought a red-hooded general with him. That's right, the Great Red Hood. A green armor was so green it was purple, the helmet was so red that even the hairs on his face began to glow red, and he looked at Nyeyen in a daze. Little Red Riding Hood? Moreover, this person was an old acquaintance of Nyeyen's, the Red Shiri Horse Monkey. When Red Shiri Horse Monkey saw Nyeyen, he was also full of confusion, this person. He had a sense of familiarity. Luji looked at this guy straight, secretly hated this guy for not knowing anything, and hastily slapped on the head of the Red Shiri Horse Monkey. Shama, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and worship the great god. Red Shiri Horse Monkey came back to his senses and hurriedly half-kneeled and saluted. Greetings to the Great Spirit. There was confusion in his eyes, but his demeanor was extremely respectful. Lushi said that this person has the eyes of the heavens, as long as he can get the appreciation of this great god, he will be able to make his way in the heavenly court. Just a celestial immortal, Lu Press, this guy did not lie to me, right? Nyeyen couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth when he heard Luji's cry of pony, revealing an odd color as he deliberately asked. Little golden bird, he is? Luke hemmed and hawed. Great God, his original body is one of the spirit monkeys, the Red Shiri Horse Monkey, and his qualifications are not bad with his feet. Moreover, the Heavenly Emperor is quite high on him and personally bestowed the name General Ma, who is now a 7th grade Heavenly General. I saw that he was okay and had a good character, so I took him under my command, so I brought him here for the Great Spirit to meet. Nyeyen was surprised. Little Golden Bird had taken Red Shiri Horse Monkey as his little brother? How was the Red Shiri Horse Monkey fooled by this guy? Well, Horsey is a much more appropriate title. Wait, Little Golden Bird, you got promoted? Although the Lu Pressure is the body of the prince, can be imprisoned in the heavenly prison, the previous position together with the position of the prince, have been the Demon Emperor jacked clean, but now can collect the 7th grade of heavenly generals of the Red Shirley Horse Monkey as a horseboy. Lu Press said with a frown on his face. I killed the 4 directions in the witch demon battlefield this time and made my mark, and now I've been appointed by the Heavenly Emperor as a 6th grade heavenly general, and I can command 5,000 troops now. 6th grade generals look like this? No luck. Nyeyen secretly despised it. He didn't know that even the previous 10 princes and princesses had never held military power in the heavenly court, and Lu Press was the first of the princes to be able to lead the army. The military power of the heavenly court is all centralized in the hands of Emperor Jun. To Lu Press, this was the Heavenly Emperor's attempt to train him as his successor. If he's not, who is? Nyeyen said with a beaming smile, to be honored as a 6th grade heavenly general so soon, won't you surpass me as a 4th grade god of ceremonies before long? When I see you then, I'll have to address you as Lord Lu or General Lu. Lu Ji's face changed and he quickly expressed his loyalty. The great god is joking, you will always be the great god in Lu Ji's heart, no matter what position I hold in the heavenly court, I am a small golden bird before the great god, always. Kidding aside, Nye pulled the interceptors over with a slight move. Others don't know, but Lu pressure is very clear, this time the witch demon war, the heavenly court was able to achieve such a great victory, Nye is the first deserved credit. Based on this credit, if Nye stepped forward to claim it, even being a demon saint wouldn't be too much to ask. Nye was knocking himself out for sure. This thigh must be hugged tightly, and if Nye dumps some more credit on himself in the future, he won't take off? Nye was quite satisfied that the little golden bird still knew what it was doing. He craned his head to look at Akajiri Horse Monkey. General Horse. Akajiri Horse Monkey was terrified and hurriedly said, "The Great Spirit can just address me as Pony, there is no such thing as General Horse in front of the Great Spirit." Red Shiri Horse Monkey passes through personnel, Lu Press, the 10th Prince of the Heavenly Court, has put his stance so low in front of Nye he's only a 7th ranked Heavenly General, he dares to bear the sound of this General Horse? Nye was speechless, got the identity of this guy as Pony Boy completely seated. Alright. Pony, since Lu Press brought you here, it proves that you have quite a lot of potential. But Mount Sumeru, don't take in everyone, I happen to have a mission that you will be the one to do when the time comes. If you do it well, I will consider rehiring you. For the Red Shiri Horse Monkey, Nye's heart is still a bit upset, originally wanted him to go to the Western Church to be his undercover agent, did not expect this guy to run to the Heavenly Court, so that Nye's dream of godfathers is dead in the water. However, the Red Shiri Horse Monkey has unlimited potential, and is one of the same 4 monkeys of the mixed world, it is definitely a powerful aid when it grows up. Red Shiri Monkey heart a little resistance, you a heaven immortal, test a Shien immortal, and say what reuse. Are you serious? However, Lu Ji had both eyes glowing. Great God, there's a task you can give me. I promise to complete it properly for you. Lu Piao kind of regretted it, damn, business was taken. If I'd known there was a mission, I wouldn't have brought the Red Shirley Horse Monkey. A task in Nye's hands, that could be a big credit. Nye smiled and said, don't be in a hurry, this quest is quite complicated, and you'll have other uses for it when the time comes. Not now though, it'll have to wait after the Heavenly Court discourse. The Witch Demon War is over, following the order of events in the previous flood. The next step is to initiate the rise of the human race and the coming of the era of the 3 emperors and the 5 emperors. And the opening of the era of the 3 emperors and the 5 emperors requires a vital object. As long as we get this thing, the human race is bound to take the initiative in the matter of the rise of the human race. Lu Ji was relieved in his heart, the great god still remembers me. He hurriedly took out the fallen treasure money and presented it. Great God, I've come to return the magic treasure. This time, thanks to the great god for giving me the treasure, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to perform well in front of the heavenly emperor, the great god's favor, Lu Pressure has no teeth to forget. In the future, if the great spirit has any command, Lu Ji will do whatever he wants even if he has to go up the mountain of swords and down the sea of fire. Red Shiri Horse Monkey looked at the falling treasure money and was appalled. He had seen with his own eyes that Lu Press had defeated a great sorcerer who was comparable to a great Luo, and such a powerful treasure was even owned by this tiny heavenly immortal in front of him? At this moment, Nye's image became incomparably mysterious in the Red Shiri Horse Monkey's mind. Nye paused and waved his hand, you can use it first. I can't use it even if I'm grounded to Mount Sumeru. Waiting for the discourse on merit conference, he would still have to rely on Lu Press to seize that treasure, and it was impossible for Nye to go by himself. It's too dangerous. If we don't use our boys, we'll be damned. Lu Press has a better chance of winning by mastering the falling treasure money. In Nye's mind, Lu Pressure was his horseman, and there might be another Red Shiri Horse Monkey in the future, but it would still have to be tested. Not just anyone can be Nye's lackey. Nye thought shamelessly. Red Shiri Monkey's eyes are red, this kind of treasure said to give it, what kind of existence is this god of ceremony in the end? Lu Ji was overjoyed, this was a reward for him? Thanks to the gods, I. Before the words fell, an exasperated voice abruptly came from outside Mount Sumeru. Big pervert, get the hell out of here. Don't hide, this palace sees you, hurry up and come out to fight with this palace for 300 rounds. This palace will pretend you're not a dog if I don't beat you into a dog patty today. Chapter 96, come in if you can, cloudy mind. Akajiri Horse Monkey's eyes lit up with the opportunity to perform.
He violently took out his 9-ringed greatsword and burst into a rage. To dare to rampage outside the Great God's dojo is simply too unbridled. Great God, I'm going to teach this arrogant person a lesson. Lu Ji was startled and slapped the back of the head of the red shiri horse monkey and cursed. You're dying. Do you know who that guy is out there? And you dare to go and teach a lesson? Ha! Who is it? Akajiri horse monkey rubbed his head. Land Press glared. That's my second sister, the second princess of the heavenly court, a half-step Dowlord. Ha! The red shiri horse monkey shrunk his head and hurriedly lowered his head. Nappy, sloppy. Niayun was also a bit helpless. This violent woman had come to take revenge, and she must have hated herself for locking her up in the 10 extinction formation for so long before. If the situation hadn't been misjudged at the time and the 10 Jedi formation had been put away, Niayun would have felt that it was better to lock this violent woman up, lest she cause trouble. Now released, also learned a lesson. Want to let Princess Lingyue again into the 10 extermination array is afraid that it is impossible. He glanced at Lu Ji, and an idea came to him. Oh, little golden bird. You. Lu Ji hurriedly said, Great God, we won't bother you and my second sister exchanging feelings, farewell. Lu pressure a pull-up red shiri horse monkey, fleeing as if rushed out of Mount Sumeru. Hey, I'm not done yet, why are you running? Damn you, the falling treasure money was given to you for nothing, give the old man's magic treasure back. Niayun was so angry that he jumped to his feet, and had wanted the little golden bird to dispatch Princess Lingyue, but he didn't expect this guy to run straight away. Just now you said something about going up the mountain of knives and going down to the sea of fire. I believed you. No righteousness. Outside of Sumeru. Princess Lingyue stared at Mount Sumeru in death, gritting her teeth. Suddenly, 2 streams of light rushed out from it, not stopping at all, and shot directly into the distance. Still want to run? Stay for this palace. Princess Lingyue raised her hand and grabbed it into the void. A terrifying gun shadow coalesced and the power of the gun Dao crushed away. I'll go, the power of the great Dao, Your Highness the Crown Prince, didn't you say that the second princess is only a half-step of the great Luo? The red shiri horse monkey was so scared that his face turned pale. Remembering that he had just tried to teach this powerful person a lesson, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Can't a half-step Dowlord comprehend the great Dao? Little Ma, you still have a lot to learn. Land pressure is old, but runs faster. Akajiri horse monkey cursed. You're so good, then why are you running? Turn around and fight with your second sister. Princess Lingyue cursed, big pervert, don't blame me for being impolite if you run again. Lu Ji hurriedly shouted, Second sister, I'm Xiao X. The great god is on the mountain. If you chase me and let the great god take advantage of the situation and run away, don't blame me for not warning you. Princess Lingyue froze, not Niayun? Run. Taking advantage of Princess Lingyue's daze, Lu Press pulled the red shiri horse monkey and immediately ran away, disappearing in the twinkling of an eye. Princess Lingyue immediately turned her head and rushed towards Mount Sumeru, and just as she reached the skies above Mount Sumeru, she saw Niayun sneakily poking his head out of the grand formation. Sure enough, it's still there. Princess Lingyue was overjoyed and immediately utilized her mana to transform into a large hand that grabbed towards Niayun. Ha, big pervert, still want to run? Me. Niayun was so frightened that he hastily retracted, and his mana touched above the grand formation and vanished in an instant. Come out if you can, what kind of man are you hiding in there? Princess Lingyue was furious when her blow failed. Out? You're kidding. You'll kill me if I come out. Niayun grunted, if you're capable of coming in, what kind of woman is it to yell outside? I can't run away, I can't let this violent woman keep yelling and screaming and have a peaceful life. Princess Lingyue was so angry that her face was blue. If it wasn't for the powerful array on Mount Sumeru, she would have grabbed this bastard out and whacked him to death. You have the ability to turn off the big formation, I promise not to kill you. If you have the ability to break into the big formation, I'll make sure I beat you up so much that you won't recognize anyone. Wow. I'm so mad at you, you big bastard, you pervert, you're hiding in your turtle shell, aren't you? Do you believe that I will borrow a magic weapon and hammer your shell to pieces and then hammer your head off? Niayun steeply emerged from the spell formation, highly provoking. I'm out, don't you want to hammer me? Come on, come on. Princess Lingyue was overjoyed, and just as she was about to make a move, Niayun's dog's head retracted back in. Oops, I jumped back in. The air shakes cold. Princess Lingyue clenched her fists tightly, furious.
Shrinking head, you. You. I jumped out again, I went back in, come hammer me if you can. Princess Lingyue was furious. Dead turtle, you wait for me, I'm going to find the magic treasure to come and hammer your turtle shell, then you will know that you are wrong. Princess Lingyue was furious. If she didn't catch this bastard out and beat him up, it would be hard to get rid of her heart. Nia Yun cupped his chin and revealed a smile. Finally, we got rid of this violent woman. If we let her continue to make trouble, what's the point? Nia Yun didn't care if others knew or not. The main reason was that it wasn't long until the argumentation conference, and quite a few disciples from other powers were starting to rush to the heavenly court. If Yun Xiao came early and saw Princess Lingyue making a scene here, wouldn't Nia's image be ruined? Go find it. I'll count you as good if you can find the magic treasure to break the 10 extinction formation. Even Taoist Duo Bao could only honestly drink tea within the formation unless a chaotic spiritual treasure was found. The only chaotic spiritual treasures in the entire heavenly court were the river map and Luo book and the chaos bell, and Nia Yun just didn't believe that Princess Lingyue could borrow them. Janeo Island, Bo Palace. Sage Tongtian summoned Yun Xiao alone. This time the Interceptor Church gained such a big benefit. Yun Xiao won the first credit, must be properly rewarded. My disciple pays his respects to his teacher. Yun Xiao bowed respectfully. Tonto nodded with a smile. Yun Xiao, this time the Interceptor sect was able to obtain such benefits, you should take the first credit. Earlier, Duo Bao said that it was a friend of yours who revealed the news to you. I wonder who this person is? I have to thank him properly. Yun Xiao respectfully replied, his Dao name is nameless, he is a loose cultivator. I also don't know where he comes from, it's just that my disciple and he once had a few encounters, and both parties had similar aspirations and became Dao friends. Fellow Taoist nameless wanders the floodplains, although his cultivation is not high, he has great aptitude, and my disciple does not know where he is. Nia Yun had said that he could inform Tong Tian of his identity. But after the hierarchy in the Western sect suffered a big loss, and the Interceptors and the Heavenly Court became the biggest winners of the Witch-Demon War, Yun Xiao hesitated. If the hierarchy in the Western sect knew that they had suffered because of Nia Yun, they definitely wouldn't be able to spare Nia Yun. If you reveal Nia Yun's identity now, wouldn't that harm Nia Yun? Tong Tian frowned slightly and counted with his fingers. Ha! I can't even figure out this person's identity? It seems that this person's origins are extraordinary. When Yun Xiao heard Tong Tian's murmuring voice, his lifted heart instantly relaxed. It's good that you can't count. Wait. Can't count? Yun Xiao suddenly reacted to the fact that his teacher couldn't even calculate Nia Yun's identity, and this was a saint. A saint can't even calculate? Then Nia Yun. Hiss. Yun Xiao sucked in a breath of cool air. She suddenly realized that she had underestimated this heavenly court's god of ceremonies from the beginning to the end. Who the hell is he? Chapter 97, Kunping News, how can you say this is right? Num. Celestial Court, Imperial Garden. Emperor Jun and Jin Yuanzi sat opposite each other as the light fragrance of spiritual tea filled the garden. This time, I'll trouble you, fellow Taoist, to settle the ancestral witch Shuebi Zhu, so that my heavenly court will lose a few less demon saints. I will remember this favor, and in the future, if you have anything to say, I will not excuse myself. Jin Yuanzi put down his teacup. Emperor Jun, we're all people who understand, so there's no need to cover up. Since you were able to intercede for true immortal blessing in front of the ancestral witches, spared him from being killed, and found me, you should know where true immortal blessing comes from. I'm afraid you've used this to ask for my hand, but I'm afraid there's more to it than that. Jin Yuanzi knew very well that true immortal Fuda was considered to be at the bottom of the list in terms of cultivation among the 6 members of the hierarchy who had traveled to the witch race. And while Guang Chengzi and the others had their physical bodies broken apart, the Fu True Immortal was able to retreat with light injuries, so could there not be something fishy about it? And the only person who can do this catnip is Emperor Jun. Emperor Jun laughed lightly, good, I know that the Fu True Immortal is the reincarnation of the residual soul of the old Red Cloud. The past need not be mentioned again. When seeking the holy chance, I'm afraid that the heart is not just me, the Purple Heavenly Palace hearers all have this heart, only we are the first to strike. Even you had coveted it then, didn't you? Jin Yuanzi was silent, indeed, in front of the Hongmeng Purple Chi, the opportunity to ascend to heaven in one step, who could not be moved. It was he, a close friend of old Red Cloud's, who had his heart moved at that time. And there is no point in discussing the past now. But the matter at hand cannot be ignored. The first sage has included the Fu True Immortal in the hierarchy and ranked him as one of the hierarchy's 12 golden immortals, What is the intention? I don't need to say more, do I? Jin Yuanzi lightly hummed, is not just want to borrow the Red Cloud reincarnation body, hold me for the hierarchy to use? The Hall of Saints actually so underhanded, upward and downward, the hierarchy is not a good thing. Before the beginning of the saint came to find him twice, originally Jin Yuanzi also have a good feeling about the hierarchy, just learned that the reincarnation of the remnants of the Red Cloud soul of the food true immortal was included in the hierarchy. Jin Yuanzi completely hated the hierarchy. Yuan Shi used Jin Yuanzi's friendship with Red Cloud as a bargaining chip, intending to pin him down, which in turn provoked Jin Yuanzi's rebelliousness. Emperor and June, you shouldn't have invited me out this time just for this point. Just say what you have to say. Di Jun took a deep breath. Good thing too, this time, I intentionally spared true immortal food, but I actually wanted to negotiate a deal with you. I know you've been wanting to get food true immortal out of the hierarchy, and I have a way to do it. Jin Yuanzi's pupils shrunk. Is that true? To fish someone out of the hands of the first rain, even he, Jin Yuanzi, could only sigh. However, the current heavenly court was different. It was only a matter of time before the heavenly court became the overlord of the flood wasteland, and there were enough benefits in Di Jun's hands to be able to move the sage of the beginning. Seriously? What do you need me to do? Di Jun looked deeply at Jin Yuanzi, agreeing so dryly, without any hesitation at all. Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun's affection really surprised him. But that's exactly what he wanted. There is no need for you to do anything for the time being. When the time comes, I will tell you, and I will not make it difficult for you. As for the blessed true immortal, I will plot, and when the time comes, I will definitely hand over the blessed true immortal to you safely. After all, it is difficult to get someone out of the hands of a saint, so you understand. Jin Yuanzi breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Di Jun would ask for a lion's share of the money. Good, then I'd like to thank the Heavenly Emperor for his trouble. As long as what you ask me to do doesn't go against my morals, I will not refuse. Di Jun revealed a smile, pulling together a Jin Yuanzi who is comparable to a sub-saint. The strength of the heavenly court is another qualitative leap. And in the future, as long as he handled himself well, it might not be impossible to turn Jin Yuanzi into a member of the heavenly court. By the way, there is something I need to inform you about. I am going to find trouble with Koan Pang. You won't stop me, right? Jin Yuanzi's eyes showed killing intent. Di Jun and the Eastern Emperor both had treasures to protect them, and he couldn't do anything about it, but Koan Pang, a murderer who didn't have any powerful treasures to protect him, Jin Yuanzi wasn't going to let go. Di Jun frowned and said unhappily, Jin Yuan Dao brother, Koan Pang is the heavenly court. No, Koan Pang is no longer the heavenly court demon master. Jin Yuanzi interrupted in a cold voice. I have recently watched the Western sect's chi skyrocket quite a bit, and only after careful investigation did I realize that the Western sect has gained an additional innate being, the Buddha. This person is your heavenly court's former demon master Koan Pang. Emperor snapped to his feet in disbelief. Is that true? When he returned from his class, he knew that Koan Pang had disappeared and secretly sent Luwu in search of it. Emperor Jun had thought that Koan Pang was afraid to hide because of the appearance of Zhen Yuanzi, never thought that. Jin Yuanzi glanced at Di Jun, and without answering his question, he directly got up and left. Emperor Jun immediately closed his eyes, and his divine sense scanned the Western Church's Qi Yun Jin Yun, and indeed found that there was an additional Koan Pang phantom in the Qi Yun Jin Yun. Koan Pang. You are taking the way of death. Di Jun was filled with killing intent, originally wanting to knock Koan Pang around a bit so as not to make him have second thoughts. Unexpectedly, Koan Pang directly defected to the Western sect, which disguises the fact that Koan Pang has been harboring evil intentions and intends to be unfavorable to the heavenly court. At first, when that dog said in his diary that Koan Pang had descent, I didn't quite believe it, but I didn't expect to really let that dog hit the nail on the head. Koan Pang really defected. Damn it! Emperor Jun was angry and palpitating. If he had been convinced of Koan Pang, then suddenly backtracked at the critical moment, Emperor Jun did not dare to think about it further. Phew! Fortunately, this time the witch and demon war I left to heart and soul, did not let the Koan Pang participate in the war. If at that time when I was dueling with Di Jiang, Koan Pang suddenly sneak attacked. What that dog said about me dying in battle and the Koan Pang rolling up the river map and Luo book to escape back to the sea of the northern underworld is bound to occur. Hiss. I've been invisibly saved by that dog? Ti Jun was numb. Nya Yun could have predicted this? Is that dog really that deep-sighted to see Koan Pang's backbone early on? As for the claim that Nya Yun could know the future, Di Jun didn't believe a word of it. Even saints can't do things. Nya Yun is Xian Xian immortal. Oh. This dog is now a golden immortal. A golden immortal can't do things that foretell the future. Then there's only one possibility. That dog has a terrible mind and a poisonous vision. The loss of a rebel Kuanping has allowed me to discover another talent in this dog, and when he grows up, the Kuanping won't even be able to compare. In that case, I am not at a loss. But the intention to give him the position of a third-grade Orthodox god, I'm afraid it's not quite enough to make this son do more for the heavenly court. Emperor Jun stroked his chin, thinking carefully, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up another amplitude. Your Majesty, Princess Lingyue begs to see you, saying that she wants to borrow the book of He Tu Luo from you. Lu Wu walked into the imperial garden, his face oddly reported. Emperor Jun looked back and raised his eyebrows. What is Lingyue borrowing the He Tu Luo shoe for? The second princess wants to take the river map and Luo book to break Mount Sumeru. She says she can't break the formations on Mount Sumeru. Emperor Jun covered his forehead, borrowing the river map and Luo book to fight Mount Sumeru? This is how big a grudge ah. It seemed that this second daughter wouldn't be able to be betrothed to Nye Yun, leaving a third daughter, but the third daughter had a special status and might not listen to him as a heavenly emperor. Di Jun had a headache. Floods don't keep track of the years, and 50 years are a snap of the fingers. The Heavenly Court's merit conference came as promised. The entire floodplains, but all the people with a little status, have rushed to the Heavenly Court. Chapter 98, The Taoist Master of Tsihon, A Generation of Beauty. Heavenly Court, in front of the Demon Emperor's Hall. Millions of heavenly soldiers stood proudly, their banners covering the sky. The 365 positive deities lined up before the millions of heavenly soldiers, solemn and solemn, their brows showing excitement and excitement. 9 demon saints stood before the millions of heavenly soldiers, the horrible breath covered the sky, showing the majesty of the heavenly court. Nye Yun stood in a sideways position, not in a very pretty mood. He, the god of ceremonies, was only a hairy god of the heavenly court, not even qualified to stand in the right place. The 4th grade god of ceremonies sounded good, and in the past, Nye Yun had felt that the 4th grade god position wasn't low, and that he was at least considered a small figure in the heavenly court. But now looking at the 100,000 or so hairy gods standing with him, he was completely speechless, so it turned out that the god of rituals was just a slag. Nappy also thought the demon emperor, this guy to me how big gift, I also heart how grateful it, after half a day is a no name. Nye Yun glanced at Lu Press, who was in front of the demon saint, and his mood worsened. Even the little golden bird is better than the old son, alas. Who told people to have a good father? Casting is also a skilled job. But it wasn't just Lu Press that stood in front of the demon saint, there were also 9 golden crow princes. I didn't realize that the demon emperor had released all 9 princes who were imprisoned in the heavenly prison. This should give an explanation to the demon queen. When Nye Yun had asked Lu Press to take the falling treasure money to the sorcerer demon battlefield to make a mark and take the opportunity to request the release of the 9 golden crow princes, he thought that Lu Press had already done so, or else the 9 golden crow princes wouldn't be able to stand here. Above the 10 golden crow princes was the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi. This guy is a bit depressed, think about it, originally the 4 emperors of the heavenly court is only one left, Nuwa Emperor is the doppelganger of Nuwa, has been recalled to go, and now Shi Emperor Fushi has also fallen, there is only him left as the East Emperor, to say that it is impossible not to be lonely. Above the Eastern Emperor is the Demon Emperor Jun, who sits majestically in the 9 Dragons Square heavenly chair. However, this time, Emperor Jun was not alone, the Demon Empress Xia was also present, and even Princess Duan Yu and Princess Ling Yu were in attendance. After all, it was the Dao Ancestors Argumentation Conference, and face could not be withheld. After waiting for a long time, he hadn't seen anyone from the other forces arrive. Bored, Nye Yun quietly looked toward the Qin Yuan Demon Saint. TSK. Qin-era Demon Saint is getting more and more feminine, this body. This leg. Is seductive. Can't get enough of it. Ha! Nye Yun suddenly realized that the Qin Yuan Demon Saint's chest was more capitalized. Could it be that her cultivation had increased? But cultivation enhancement to the chest. It just feels outrageous. The Qin Yuan Demon Saint seemed to be aware of this as his gaze gently swept over in Nye Yun's direction, frightening Nye Yun into hastily lowering his head. Just then, a majestic voice came from the void. Duo Bao of the Interceptor sect, along with all the disciples of the Interceptor sect, has been invited to come. Streams of light flew, and tens of thousands of Interceptor disciples landed in front of the Demon Emperor's hall. The leader, Duo Bao, was dressed in Taoist robes, handsome and proud, and bowed respectfully towards Emperor Jun. Greetings, Heavenly Emperor. The rest of the Interceptor disciples saluted. Jun's face contained a smile. Be free, the interceptor sex immortals have worked hard all the way, please take your seats. Jun pointed to the seat at the first place on the left, where 4 chairs had long been placed, prepared for the 4 major disciples under Sage Tong Tian. Doppel swept in and didn't move. Jun frowned. Is fellow Taoist Duo Bao dissatisfied with my arrangements? First on the left is said to be honored by the left. This position is reserved for the Interceptor sect, which is already the best position, showing the closeness between the Heavenly Court and the Interceptor sect. Is the Interceptor sect still not satisfied? Your Majesty is mistaken. The teacher has already taken Sister Yunxiao as the 5th true disciple a few years ago, and sealed her with the title of Holy Mother Yunxiao, so... Duo Bao glanced at Yunxiao and gave him a look. Yunxiao stepped out and arched his hand in salute. Poor Taoist Yunxiao, greetings to the Heavenly Emperor. Jun was shocked in his heart. Yunxiao became Tong Tian's true disciple? Isn't this the beauty of the Interceptor sect that the dog thing has been thinking about all along? What a poisonous eye. Said Kuanping defected just as he did, and the Yunxiao who looked up to him has now become the 5th true preacher of the Interceptor Church. Since it's the 5th true legacy of Sage Tong Tian, there should be one. As the words fell, a new chair fell. Many people cast envious and jealous gazes towards Yunxiao. Saint's true passages It's a lifelong quest for many people. However, envy is envy. Yunxiao is a quasi-saint cultivation. For that matter, there are only a handful of people in the entire floodplains who can reach it. Thank you, Heavenly Emperor. Yunxiao respectfully saluted. The corner of his eyes quietly swept over the crowd of heavenly immortals and gods. The bottom of his eyes flashed with an imperceptible color of loss. The person she wanted to see didn't see it, and thinking about it, Nieyun was only a 4th-grade godhead, not even a proper god. It would be a shame for a talent like him to be a gross god. Yunxiao suddenly understood a little bit why Nieyun had worshipped the Interceptor sect before, perhaps because he had not been able to get his way in the heavenly court. When the argumentation conference is over, I'll look for senior brother Duo Bao to discuss it for a bit and see if I can persuade teacher to enroll Nieyun into the Interceptor sect. Yunxiao felt that the heavenly court didn't know what they were talking about, and neither did the heavenly emperor. The future of a generation with a brilliant mind like Nieyun's is absolutely limitless, and Nieyun is a bright pearl in the heavenly court. In the crowd, Nieyun was shocked beyond belief. Yunxiao has become the true legacy of Sage Tong Tian? I'm going to. In the flood in the previous life, the 4 great true disciples under the Sage Tong Tian were the Taoist Duo Bao, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother, and the Sage Wu Dang, and they remained unchanged until the destruction of the Interceptor sect and the imprisonment of the Sage Tong Tian by the Taoist ancestor, Hongjun. Now the 5th truth is screwed up. Awesome, worthy of being the #1 beauty of the Interceptor sect that I'd been pining for. Although Nieyun thought so, his heart was sour. Why can't I get this kind of good thing? If I'm accepted by a saint as a true disciple, what's the point of worrying about the Great Tribulation? You can't compare people. Not long after the people of the Interceptor sect had sat down, an auspicious cloud floated in from the sky. A Taoist man with a white beard and hair stood at the far end, immortal. Behind them stood a male and a female Taoist, both with cultivation levels above Diluo. When Nieyun's gaze landed on the female Taoist, it was like 502 glued to his eyes, and he couldn't move away anymore. White plain skirt wrapped body, skirt as snow moonlight flow pouring, in the wind slightly swaying. Light knitted brows and light smile between the ethereal seclusion, the show of elegance between the high clean and elegant. It is not too much to say that there is no perfect color in 1,000 autumns, but the pleasing one is a beautiful woman. The first time Nieyun saw this woman, 2 words popped into his head: Guanyin. Ba! Where is the goddess of mercy now? This is one of the 12 golden immortals of the hierarchy, C.I. Hang Taoist. I've long heard that among the stunning colors of the floodplains, Taoist Sihong definitely has a place, and when I see it today, it really lives up to its name. Nieyun marveled in his heart, and his gaze couldn't help but glance at Taoist Sihong's leg. Ahem. Is too conservative to see it. Hierophant Nanji, with his senior brother, Yuding, and his sister, Sihong, have been invited. Jun laughed aloud and said, fellow Hierophant Taoists have worked hard, please take your seats. Jun pointed to the second position on the left hand under the interceptor. Nanji Immortal Wang paused, his eyes glancing to the first seat on the right-hand side that was still empty, but he did not say anything more. Smiling and arching his hand towards Duo Bao, he turned around and sat down with Jade Tripod in Sihong. Duo Bao transmitted his voice to Nanji Xinwen. Senior Nanji, do you think the first position on the right-hand side is reserved for the Western or the human sect? The South Pole immortal Wang cursed in his heart. Do not just want to show that you interceptionism and the status of the heavenly court closer? What a bunch of spawned, wet-borns, what are they pretending to be? On his face, however, his expression was flat. What does senior brother Duo Bao think? The guy is so cautious, you can't even try to probe him about the Western religion. Thought you mother? Duo cursed and looked away. Chapter 99 Kuan Pang Buddha, here's your chance to make a difference. Heavenly Emperor, I'm not late. Ha ha. A refreshing laugh drifted in, only to see a handsome young man stepping into the air. Di Jun laughed out loud and rose to meet him. Shen Du, I thought your human sect had taken in another new disciple and sent a new one to dispatch me. The implied meaning of these words, Shen Du could hear. I am afraid that senior brother Inu Ganglia's fall into reincarnation this time has an unspoken relationship with Emperor Jun. Shen Du knew that this was something that Di Jun had made especially for him. The human sect had always had just one disciple, Shen Du, and now there was suddenly an additional pig gang lie. Perhaps the supreme sage felt that Shen Du was no longer suitable for his legacy and wanted to find another candidate. Shen Du smiled bitterly and bowed his hand. The heavenly emperor has misunderstood. Di Jun smiled and waved his hand. There's no harm, I only recognize Shen Du in the human sect. Shen Du was touched in his heart and became more certain of his choice. Heaven was really right. Duo Bao and Nanji Shenwang watched Shen Du sit in the first place on the right-hand side, and saw Di Jun personally get up to greet him, their eyes showing strange colors. When was the relationship between the heavenly court and the human sect so good? Even Nyayun felt strange. Demon Emperor, this old dang, when did he get along with Shen Du as a good friend? Since the relationship with the human sect is so good, how come the Demon Emperor didn't fish for second senior brother? Could it be that this Shen Du guy is also a 250? Nyayun felt like he discovered something unimaginable. The first disciple of the human sect working as a second five, this was definitely news that shook the flood. Buzz. Suddenly, a haze appeared in the sky. The sky is filled with golden light, dyeing the entire sky into gold, even the heavenly court's chi gold cloud for the pressure down a few points of momentum. A cold color flashed across Di Jun's brows, very unhappy. Only to see that the golden light, slowly out of a monk, the treasure elephant's solemn, Buddha light-filled body. Nyayun's eyes widened as he tried to get a better look at the monk, but he realized that he couldn't see clearly at all, as if he was being blocked by an invisible force. Nappy, who is this? So ing loaded. It was at this moment that only Emperor Jun reluctantly stood up and bowed slightly. Greetings to Sage Junti. Duo Bao, the South Pole immortal Wang, Shen Du, and the others all rose and bowed respectfully. Nyayun's eyes widened. Sage? This guy is Saint Junti, one of the two saints of the West? Alive? Nyayun hurriedly lowered his head to follow the salute, his heart shocked. After coming to the flood for so long, it was the first time he had actually seen a saint. Even at the time of the heavenly court to mend the sky, the 6 saints gathered, he only saw a ball of light and shadow, not to mention to see the true face of the saints, or what the saints were did not see. Junti smiled slightly, his voice as if it contained some kind of magic, making those present unconsciously feel good. There's no need to be polite, the Tao Ancestors' personal discussion assembly, I'm just here to watch the fun. By the way, I have brought the descendants of my Western sect here to see more. As soon as the voice entered his ears, Nyayun felt the image of paramount echo in his mind, a precious image of solemnity and amiability, as if he were a savior who was compassionate to all beings in heaven and earth. Brahma? Nyayu was startled and hurriedly worked his magic to dispel the thought, a dense, fine sweat breaking out on his forehead. I have long heard that the Western Church is good at compulsion, universal life. Today I really see the horror of incomparable. In the future to meet the people of the Western Church have to pay more attention to a few eyes, otherwise accidentally caught in the road do not know. Nyayun lifted his mana at all times, becoming affected by Jun Ti's voice as he cast his gaze into the golden light. Only 3 figures slowly coalesced behind Junti. The man at the head was wearing a golden jade robe, dazzling and compassionate. However, his eyebrows were densely covered with a fierce aura, which did not fit in with that image of compassion. This person, whom Nyayun had never seen before, should be a Buddha or something like that. His gaze turned to another person, who had sword brows and starry eyes, handsome to the point of being demonic, and a monk's robe and surplice couldn't even hide the valor. Golden Cicada, this guy's looks, really damned able to fight. No wonder the female demons on the road to fetch the scriptures that can't escape this guy's face control. If you are so cranky amongst the immortals, isn't it a descending blow in the mundane world? Jealous, deeply jealous. Nyayun hastily averted his gaze, fearing that 2 more glances would bend him. It was only in the next moment that Nyayan froze in place, his gaze fixed dead center on the third person. Is that the Kunpeng Demon Master? Naya, are you kidding me? Kunlun has defected? And ran away to the Western sect? The crowd also noticed Kunpeng, Xiandu and Duobao glanced at each other, both unable to hide their shock. The heavenly demon master ran away to the Western church? The Nanji immortal Wang's eyes narrowed slightly, and a color of gloating flashed under his eyes. The 9 great demon saints glared angrily. Di Jun grimaced and asked in a deep voice, Demon Master Kunpeng, the heavenly court is holding a merit conference, the Tao ancestor himself, and you're still not returning to your position? Could it be that you want to disrespect the Tao ancestor? Di Jun understood. Junti personally appeared, also brought Kunpeng, this is to show off, but also to provoke. The Western Church has suffered a great loss this time, knowing that it was calculated by Emperor Jun but mute and with no place to vent. And now Kunpeng suddenly defected to the Western sect, Junti still do not take the opportunity to come to find some face? Kunpeng's hands closed solidly, his expression calm. Heavenly Emperor, the heavenly demon master has become a thing of the past, I am now the Kunpeng Buddha of the Western sect. Junti's heart was greatly relieved as he watched Di Jun's face become embarrassed. Having been screwed over by the heavenly court several times, this time he was finally getting some face back. Kunpeng, are you determined to rebel against the heavenly court? I'll give you a chance to return to the heavenly court now, and I can forget about it. In the future, you will still be served in the position of demon master, and will not take into account any past grudges. Di Jun still wanted to salvage the situation. Although Kunpeng was not as strong as the sub-saints, he was still one of the top powerhouses in the flood. If he let it go like this, the heavenly court would lose a large part of its power. Kunpeng didn't say anything, his eyes looking towards Junti. Emperor Jun, since Kunpeng has invested in my Western sect, that proves that my Western sect's great Tao is more suitable. And why should the heavenly court force it? People have their own aspirations, and a strong melon is not sweet. Could it be that after joining the heavenly court, one is unable to pursue one's own way? This cannot be said not poisonous, if the emperor still continue to entangle, that in the hearts of all people, to join the heavenly court is to enter a cage, to stay or go are no longer free, the future to join the heavenly court of the hearts of the people more or less will hesitate a few points. If one does not dwell on it, the heavenly court demon master defects and one still turns a blind eye to it, invariably weakening the heavenly court's momentum and prestige. Emperor Jun's eyes erupted with killing intent, his hands under his sleeve robes had long been clenched. If not for the arrival of the Western saints, even if he took the risk of offending the saints, he would still have to kill the Western sectcomers on the spot. Too bad it's a saint. At this moment, Di Jun's desire for sainthood had never been stronger. Grumpy Ghost Car jumped out and roared. Kunpeng, how dare you betray the heavenly court? In the beginning, if it wasn't for the heavenly emperor's protection, you would have died long ago, simply ungrateful. I'm going to clean up for His Majesty today. Swish! The soul-scattering gun flew out, and the endless fury blackened half of the sky. At the same time, the remaining 8 demon saints have flown up, took out their respective magic treasures, ready to go, just waiting for Emperor Jun to give the order. When Nyayun saw this, he couldn't help but be speechless. Damn, a bunch of fools, that's a saint. How do you fight? To make a move against Kunpeng now is the same as making a move against a saint, and when the time comes for this guy Junti to be a little more shameless and kill all of you in an instant, the death will be in vain. The demon emperor is so smart, surely he won't do such thankless things. But this is a clear slap in the face of the heavenly court. If it goes soft, the heavenly court will lose a lot of prestige. The corners of Nyayun's mouth hooked into a smile, reasoning, huh? This old me is good at it. Isn't it a chance to get credit? Chapter 100, I'm a professional in reasoning. Heavenly Emperor, what do you mean by that? Could it be that you can't see that my Western teaching is good? Kunpeng, stand out, with me here, I'll see who dares to touch a hair on your head. Paramount indicated indignation, but in his heart he sneered. What he was afraid of was that the 9 demon saints would not dare to make a move. As long as the heavenly court dares to make a move, then one can take the opportunity to wipe it out, and then even if the Tao ancestor himself comes, he will not be able to pick his own faults. As long as the heavenly court is without the 9 demon saints, the strength will be greatly reduced, and in the future, see how Di Jun is still arrogant and how to be the overlord of the flood. Kunpeng's eyes showed the color of struggle. He naturally understands that once the 9 demon saints died because of themselves, then it would really be completely immortal with the heavenly court, and there is no room for maneuver at all. But to be sheltered by a saint, no one is a cutie without a pitch. He gritted his teeth and stepped out. At this moment, the last glimmer of hope in Di Jun's eyes was completely dashed. His eyes gradually became gloomy, and his gaze silently looked into the void, as if he was waiting for something. Ghost Car was furious. Koan Pang, I was wrong about you, eat my shot. The endless fury of the soul-scattering gun surged, shaking the void and pointing straight at the Koan Pang. When Duo Bao and Xian Du saw this, they all looked anxiously at Di Jun. Your Majesty may not. In front of the face of Junti Kuanping hands, is tantamount to Junti Saint hands, Saint Majesty inviolable ah. Even if there were saints standing behind them, if they did such a thing, the teacher would not be able to make good. Di Jun, however, still looked into the void without uttering a word. The sharp edge of the soul-scattering lance cut through the sky, and the cold fury swept up the wind, causing Koan Pang's robes to grin. However, Koan Pang was as if he hadn't seen it, his eyes filled with confusion. He wasn't afraid of this shot from the ghost cart, but Di Jun didn't stop it, leaving him in a daze. Could it be that Di Jun really dared to face the saints head-on? When did he get so bold? Kuanping could no longer see through a single ounce of Di Jun in this moment. No way! Nyayan's heart lifted as well. The demon emperor, this old denizen, really wanted to fight Xuanti? Just when the crowd thought that Di Jun really wanted to face the sage Xuanti straight on, a voice came quietly. Ghost Car, stand down. The ghost carriage gave a start and twisted its head to look at Emperor Jun unwillingly. Your Majesty. Di Jun just waved his hand, his expression more than a little tired. Ghost Car gave Koan Pang a hateful look and reluctantly recalled the soul-scattering gun. The remaining demon saints coldly swept a glance at Koan Pang and returned to their original positions. Junti cursed in his heart as he watched the demon saints retreat. Di Jun, this guy has this much guts, in vain is the Emperor of Heaven. No gumption at all. Koan Pang, since your mind is made up, people have their own aspirations, I won't stop you. As of today. Before Di Jun could finish his sentence, a voice could be heard. Your Majesty, I think that the Western cult did not do the right thing in this matter, can I allow me to say a few words? Emperor Jun looked at the figure that flew up with a flash of surprise in his eyes and was moved in his heart. To be able to dare to stand up and speak for the heavenly court at this time, it is not in vain that I value you. Is he? Yun Xiao looked at Nya Yun, who had stepped forward, and panicked a bit. What's this guy running out for? This is a saint. No matter which side you help, you'll be missed by the other side. How can Nya Yun, who's so smart, suddenly become so confused? Ha! Princess Duan Yu and Princess Ling Yu looked at each other in dismay. Neither of them had expected Nya Yun to dare to stand up for himself. When did this guy get so bold? Even they, as princesses, didn't dare to randomly interrupt on such an occasion. Especially Princess Lingyue. Was this the same coward who was afraid of being beaten, who had been pressed by herself to do her homework for years, and who hid in her turtle shell and didn't dare to come out? Worthy of the great god, with the great god, the iron is stable. Lu Shi rejoiced. He knew that the great god was a hidden power, otherwise would he not dare to come forward at this time? The red shiri horse monkey stared at Nya Yun's figure in death, his heart agitated. The 10th prince really didn't lie to me, this great god is truly a powerful figure, even the Eastern Emperor didn't dare to stand up and speak, yet he did. Golden Cicada looked at Nya Yun with a bad feeling in his heart. He'd fought Nya Yun twice, and both times he hadn't been able to gain an advantage. Koan Pang furrowed his brows and looked at Jun Ti, not naming Nya Yun's identity. Regarding Nya Yun, he knew about the reception of Ho Tu in the welcome house that day and felt that this son was extraordinary. It's just that he doesn't know much about Nya Yun since he lives in deep seclusion and the Heavenly Emperor intends to erase any traces about him. The rest of the crowd, with the exception of the 9 demon saints who knew Nya Yun's identity, all revealed a look of curiosity, wanting to know just who someone so brave was. The 9 demon saints, on the other hand, showed appreciation. No wonder His Majesty valued this son and intended to establish him as the Emperor's son-in-law. This son really does have desirable qualities. Di Jun, are all of your heavenly court people this ignorant of honor? Junti was mercilessly sarcastic, not putting Nya Yun in his eyes in the slightest. A mere early-stage golden immortal felt like it would explode even with one more glance. Emperor Jun lightly hummed, the world reason the world said, my heavenly court wide open the road of speech, but all useful policy are not asked where they come from, regardless of the high and low nobility, can be reused. Perhaps this is where the heavenly court differs from the Taoism of the Western Church. Could it be that the sage could not tolerate a Taoism that is at odds with the Western Church? In his words, he pointed out that the Western sect hides dirt in dirt, and that is why he accepts such treacherous disciples as Koan Pang. Junti face ugly, this word he dared not answer, otherwise Tongtian, Yuanshi and others are established sects, is not tantamount to say that the Western Church looks down on the other saints sects in the flood?
Seeing that Junti was disliked to the point where he had nothing to say, Jun felt comfortable in his heart, finally getting back the game.
There was a bit more softness in the gaze that looked toward Yun. Say what you have to say, and I would like to hear your tall tales.
Yes. Yun turned around and faced Junti directly.
I would like to ask Sage Elder if it is true that all those who have defected can be worshipped in the Western sect according to Sage Elder, as long as they share the same Tao as the Western sect?
Junti didn't say anything. A saint, you ask and answer? Are you qualified? The monk in the golden jade robe glanced at Golden Cicada, wanting him to answer. He also felt that Yun wasn't qualified to speak with him. Golden Cicada smiled sarcastically and said, Uncle Earthstore, disciples' Buddhist teachings are still shallow and I'm afraid of losing the face of the Western religion, so it's better for disciple to listen to Uncle's teachings and learn more. This guy jumped out of nowhere, and there was definitely a scam going on. Golden Cicada had already developed a psychological shadow over Yun. This head can never come out, he feels that he will lose, and must not lose face of the Western sect in front of the Master Ancestor, otherwise he will not be taken seriously in the future. Earth-hidden Buddha is helpless, this Buddha's son is also too timid and fearful, and I don't know what the saints value him, they have to let the Golden Cicada be the Buddha's son. Okay. Then we'll just have to do it ourselves. Earthstore Buddha said, that's natural, our Western sect takes it as our duty to ferry all living beings are suffering, all are sins, even if they go astray for a moment, we should use the Buddha's teachings to sensitize them, so that they can learn to return to their rightful place. The crowd abruptly rises, the great goodness of the Western Church. Jun and the others furrowed their brows. What was Yun doing, purposely allowing the Western sect to proclaim its teachings? Which side is he on exactly? Yun suddenly revealed a look of adoration. So the Western sect is so righteous, it was a misunderstanding on our part. Joining the Western sect is such a meaningful thing. The late generation is all moved, I wonder if the Western sect still accepts people? The crowd was petrified at this statement. What the hell? This guy is joining the Western Church in front of the Heavenly Emperor? This courage. My generation model Jun frowned even more tightly, what does this dog want? It's not like he wants to defect in public, is it? The Earth-hidden Buddha was also stunned, completely not expecting Yun to say that. Could it be a friendly army? You want to join the Western Church? Yun said excitedly, of course, the Western sect is universal and seeks blessings for all living beings, who could not be moved by such a great deed of merit. Even though we are of low cultivation, we are willing to do our part for the 10,000 souls of the flood. The people of the Interceptor sect in Xiandu had odd faces. What kind of a show was this? The hierarchy, on the other hand, gloats. Emperor Jun, you too have had your day. Jun was shaking with anger. Dog, I've honored you for nothing, and even you want to betray me in public? He almost couldn't help but strike out to exterminate this white-eyed wolf that he couldn't raise. Trance Yun had a bizarre smile on his face. Hey, the padding's almost there. Be reasonable, I'm a professional. Chapter 101, The Western Cult is Great, everyone join in. I want to join the Western Church so badly, please take me. Yun looked at the Earthstore Buddha with anticipation, his eyes filled with thirst. With this scene in front of them, those who knew Yun revealed odd colors, while those who didn't looked towards Jun. After all, this was a clear-cut slap in Jun's face. Jizo couldn't help but laugh. Heavenly Emperor, this is not something that I, the Western sect, have forced, but rather, your heavenly court people have joined voluntarily, and those present can all be witnesses. Golden Cicada's gaze swept over Yun, and for some reason, he always felt that there was a scam here. Uncle Earthstore Master, this person is incredibly cunning and scheming, so beware and be careful not to be counted by him. Earth-hidden Buddha is quite disdainful, just a mere golden immortal, so what if he is tricky? Can he still make a big wave? He turned toward Junti and bowed respectfully. I wonder what the sage thinks about this son joining the Western sect? Junti smiled bashfully, good. Eyes intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Jun, in front of the face of the Emperor of Heaven to join the Western sect. This big joke will not be long to spread throughout the flood, by then everyone knows that the Heavenly Court is not as good as the Western sect, then the Western sect is still not thriving? Not to mention that Yun was a golden immortal, or even a human immortal, Junti wouldn't hesitate. Jizo smiled. The saints have already agreed, so after the discourse assembly, you will return to the Western sect with us.
You can rest assured that I, the Western sect, will not treat you poorly. What you can get in heaven, I, the Western sect, will give you more. Really? Demon Emperor Lao Dang wants to marry his daughter to me as his wife. Do you have one in the Western church? Nia Yun secretly despised it, but his face was beaming with excitement. Great, thank you so much, I've finally found my worth. What about that? I still have some brothers, can I get them to join the Western church too? Anyone else? Good, this kid is a talent. The more people who join the Western cult in public today, the more the heavenly court will lose face, and the more famous the Western cult will become. Yes, call them all over. Earth-hidden Buddha waved his hand. When Di Jun heard this, he suddenly revealed a wry smile as he finally understood what this dog was trying to do. Looking at Earth Store Buddha smiling like a flower, Di Jun secretly laughed in his heart. You're laughing so hard, aren't you? You'll be crying later. Nia Yun was grateful when he heard the Earth Store Buddha promise. Occidentalism is so wonderful and so humane. That who? Xiao Jin. Oh. Luji Prince, can't you see that the Western cult is so good? Let's join the Western cult together. Luji was confused. Great God, are you asking me to betray my father? He quietly looked at his old man, Ti Jun, but saw Ti Jun nod for unnoticeable. What the hell? Father actually wants me to say yes? Lu Press was completely numb, and since his father had nodded his head, he could only take a hard step forward. I would like to join the Western church. The crowd was in an uproar at these words. The prince betrayed heaven in public? Nia Yun hemmed and hawed. Don't worry, just now Buddha has already said that what the heavenly court can give, the Western sect can also give, and more. Aren't you the crown prince? When you get to the Western sect you can at least be a Buddha's son, it's definitely not a loss. Luji was speechless. Who wants to shave his head and become a Buddha's son? Father didn't know what to do with himself, but he made himself promise. Earth-hidden Buddha was pleasantly surprised. Even the Prince of Heaven has joined the Western sect, it is impossible not to be famous. He was just about to open his mouth to taunt Emperor Jun when he heard a voice coming out. The Western cult turned out to be so good. Then a certain person also wants to join the Western cult. A certain person is in the position of the demon saint in the heavenly court. How can I be a bodhisattva in the Western cult? The crowd hurriedly looked toward the direction from which the voice came, only to see the demon saint Bai Zhe stepping out, his feather fan lightly shaking, his face smiling, floating out of the dust. Just 2 words, tawdry. Bai Zhe cast a gaze full of laughter toward Nia Yun. Nia Yun instantly understood that this white zephyr guy had seen through it. Worthy of being the first strategist of the heavenly court. Bai Zhe, how do you? The ghost car stared at Bai Zhe dead in the face, full of disbelief. Whoa! Suddenly, I heard a strange cry. The demon Saint Shan Yang ran out excitedly, dancing with excitement. I have calculated, the Western Church is where I belong, and I will join the Western Church. By the way, there are also the millions of heavenly soldiers under my command who have followed me to join the Western sect. Earthstore, is your Western sect territory large? Can it be accommodated? The Qin Yuan demon saint smiled compassionately with all the flavor. Shan Yang, the Western Church territory is not enough, then open up is, anyway, together with the millions of heavenly soldiers under my command, open up the Spirit Mountain is not a matter of words? Jizo, I've also had my heart set on the Western sect for a long time, you won't refuse me to join, will you? I won't join for nothing. Oh, I'm still bringing millions of heavenly soldiers. Another one? The crowd was completely numb. What's going on here? A collective mutiny in heaven? The smile hanging on Earth Sign Buddha's face froze. 3 major demon saints and millions of heavenly soldiers joining? When did the Western sect become so popular? He could already smell conspiracy. He coughed lightly. My Western sect does not exclude anyone from joining, as long as the heart is toward the Western sect. However, the 3 of you are the bodies of demon saints. I suggest that you should ask the Heavenly Emperor for his opinion first. Di Jun sneered. Ask my opinion? When the Western sect collected the Koanpong just now, did they ever think to ask my opinion? As Sage Junni said, all people have their own wills, and all the immortals and gods of the heavenly court are free to come and go, and I respect their choices. East Emperor Tai Chi walked out with a big smile. Since your majesty has respected the choice of the immortal gods, I see that you have blown the Western religion out of proportion, and I would like to go and see it too. Jizo, what position are you going to assign me when I join the Western Church? The corners of Jizo's mouth twitched viciously. East Emperor Tai Chi joining the Western sect? Are you kidding me? Tae and Dijun are blood brothers. Even if the demon Empress Xia betrays Dijun, Tae is unlikely to do so. Jaizo finally understood, this is to want the heavenly court of all the immortals and gods into the Western religion, and then the Western religion completely empty. Even if there are saints to press, but under the hands do not listen to orders, people in the Chao camp heart in the Han. At that point Westernism went straight to the name. The intentions are not sinister. Nye Yun roared in a loud voice, lest the world be in chaos. See, even the Eastern Emperor is moved, the Western Church is really too good. What are you waiting for? Come with us and join the Western Church. The immortal gods, who were still uncertain, finally woke up when they saw that the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi had taken a stand. That's going to rack up the Western religion. Nappy, so the god of rituals is a friendly force. Thought it was a 250. The god of priests is right, the Western Church is too good, I want to join too. And me. I could shave my head right now. The old man specializes in shaving heads, his craftsmanship is childish, just one immortal stone. Chapter 102, I don't know if you're making money, but I'm not losing money. Jaizo's face completely blackened as he watched the entire heavenly court of immortals and gods clamoring to join the Western sect. If these people were to be incorporated into the Western sect, then in the future, they would simply change their name to the heavenly court, and I'm afraid that even the existing disciples of the Western sect would be led astray by these people and assimilated into a part of the heavenly court. He coldly gazed at Nye Yun, who was all smiles, as killing intent flared up in his heart. How dare this man scheme against me? The golden cicada felt the killing intent of his senior uncle and was helpless. I've already warned you, you're the one who didn't listen. Well, from now on, the Western Church will change its name to Heavenly Court. Koan Pang gave Nye Yun a deep look, secretly admiring him. Originally, the saints of the Western sect were all out to make a big deal in the heavenly court. Through my joining the Western sect, I didn't expect it to be easily broken by him, but instead made the Western sect unable to get off the stage. Dijun's vision has to be admired, this heavenly emperor's son-in-law is by no means an idle one. Xian Du looked at Nye Yun a couple more times, quite appreciative. Even he had just almost thought that Nye Yun was about to betray in public. Heavenly Emperor, you've produced a good talent in the heavenly court. What? You fancy it? Xian Du spread his hands, even if you look at it, will you let it go? Dijun would smile, release? How can that be? What you have seen is only the tip of the sun's iceberg, his true abilities are known only to me. Dijun raised his head to look at the sage Junti in the sky, the corner of his mouth tickling with a smile. Sage Junti, I didn't realize that the Western religion was so popular that all the immortals and gods of my heavenly court had their hearts set on it. So be it. As you say in the Western Church, everyone has their own aspirations. I'm kind of tempted to join the Western sect, I'm just afraid you won't dare to accept me. The crowd couldn't help but laugh. Dijun joining the Western sect? Then Westernism will really have to change its name in the future. Xian Du got up and said quietly. Uncle Junti, how about I join your Western sect as well? Junti face skin hard pumped, if not to take into account the image of the saint, he would have already broken the mouth and cursed. The Western sect is already in a difficult position, and Xian Du is still falling on his sword? Hasn't your humanism been beaten by the heavenly court? The pig is still in the cycle of reincarnation. But if one just put out words and now wants to take them back, where is the face of the saint? What about the majesty of the Western Church? Junti snorted coldly, Emperor Jun, what exactly do you want? The quasi softened, today can be said to have stolen the chicken not eaten the rice, if continue to make trouble, then the Western Church is bound to become the biggest joke in the floodplains. How? You Western sect. Dijun suddenly noticed Nye Yun making eyes at him and instantly understood. This matter is evident to all present, and justice is in the eye of the beholder. God of rituals, what do you say in this matter? The god of rituals? So this guy is the god of ceremonies in heaven. Isn't that a gross god? The crowd was amazed. The light in Junti's eyes flickered, and then it was hidden. Nanji Immortal Wing quietly transmitted his voice to Jade Tripod Truthfulness and Sihang Taoist, senior brother and sister. This god of ceremony is not a simple character. After the conclusion of the discourse assembly, you will privately send someone to make contact to see if they can be poached for our hierarchy. The Jade Tripod Truthfulness and the Taoist Sihang looked at each other. The god of ceremony was not even a proper god, this person should not be reused in the heavenly court, and it was not impossible to try to poach this person into the Interceptor sect. Although Nye Yun's cultivation wasn't high, but the mere fact that he had just saved the day, turning heavenly court from decadence to victory, and setting the Western sect on its feet, this kind of thinking and planning, which sect wouldn't like such a talent? Yes. Nya Yun responded, this old den still understands me. The microcosm thought it would have been a farce. The sage is right, people have their own aspirations. If Koan Pang wants to join the Western sect, that's his freedom. But Koan Pang had been in my heavenly court for tens of thousands of years, consuming countless resources. This is tantamount to raising their own daughters. It somehow became someone else's daughter-in-law, although the wood is gone, but the dowry money has to give some right. By myself and by others. If one day someone abducts the Western sect's daughter-in-law, if the Western sect announces that it won't say anything when it encounters such a thing, then I, the heavenly court, will ensure that I won't dwell on it. This is a magic box. If you, the Western Church, dare to open it, then the entire flood will be in chaos. All the major powers will send undercover agents to dig up each other, and in time they will all resent the Western Church. A saintly example. Junti's eyelids jumped. This guy's mind is really poisonous. Not only Junti, Duo Bao, Xiandu and others have chills in their hearts, so big karma, I'm afraid that saints cannot carry. More people are gloating at Kuanping, running to someone to give birth to a baby before negotiating the bride price. This analogy is absolutely perfect. Kuanping's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. You are the daughter-in-law, your whole family is the daughter-in-law. Sage Junti, I am slightly feeling a lack of cultivation, so I will return to the Western sect first to recuperate. Koan Pang turned around and turned into a rainbow. I really can't face staying on, I can't afford to lose face. The golden cicada's eyes flashed with brilliance as he hurriedly said, I'll go escort Koan Pang Buddha so that he doesn't take the wrong path. The old face of Jizo darkened as he grabbed the golden cicada's clothes and said in an undeniable manner. You stay and participate in the argumentation assembly, I'll go and send Koan Pang. As he watched Jizo leave, golden cicada cursed in his heart. Nima. You are afraid of losing face, so you leave the old man behind? Buddha marvelous. No, I need to get a Buddha as well, or else I'll always be called around and dumped with all the crappy stuff. I, golden cicada, don't want to lose face? Just then, Nua's voice rang out in the void. Junti, you have gone too far in this matter and should give compensation. Otherwise I wouldn't mind living outside of your spirit mountain, although I don't have your Western sect's degenerate avatar, I should still be able to collect a few disciples. This handsome little monk is just fine, the golden cicada, one of the 5 insects of the flood, do you want to be my disciple? Nua stood proudly in the void, a golden phoenix at her feet, forcing her eyes on the opposite side of Junti. Greetings to Mother Nua. The crowd saluted in unison. Although Dijun also bowed respectfully, a cold color flashed in his eyes. Nyayan's face was also rather odd when he saw Nua appear. Did Nua just arrive, or has she been hiding in the void watching the show? If it's the latter, then Nua may not have her heart set on the demon race. It is reasonable to say that Nua is the backer of the heavenly court, and when Junti ran over, Nua should have stepped forward, and it is only between saints that there is parity. But Nua waited for the heavenly court to take the initiative before she came out to finish the job, which is a bit of seeing the wind in the sails. But why? Nappy, what's the point of thinking about it? It's none of my business, I've earned enough anyway. Nya Yun had taken the initiative to come forward this time after much deliberation. Although disliking the saints embarrassed the Western religion and made him the object of its thoughts. But the benefits are many. On the one hand, it is to save face for the heavenly court, a great merit is a must, Dijun's reward is less. And on the other hand is the most important, Nya Yun with his own strength, to save the tide of madness, fully demonstrate their own mouth cannon. Cough. Strategy. Then, if the heavenly court failed in the future, Nya Yun would have a general outline in the hearts of the saints. If Nya Yun were to run off and join a sage sect now, he'd never be shut out like he was before. Well, at least it can make a saint eat his words. How many others in the floodplains can compare with my brother? Nya Yun hemmed and hawed and smiled darkly, I don't know if you guys are making a profit or not, anyway. Demon Emperor Laodang should be at a loss, after all, quasi-saint great circle beaters. Unless one takes a chaotic spiritual treasure in exchange, they all lose, luckily it's not me who loses. The corners of Junti's mouth twitched when he heard Nuwa's words. Nuwa, don't go too far. The barrenness of my Western religion is known to all, and I have no body and nothing good under my hand. If you look at it, I'll pay you for it with this pachyderm. Alas! This is an old friend I have worn for hundreds of thousands of years. Commodore was full of heartache as he took off his tattered monk's robe. Chapter 103, The Ancestors' Advent, The Root of the Bodhi Tree. Junti, hallowed saint, how could you be so shameless? Manhwa was furious. This guy is just playing tricks, so many people are watching, not afraid of being laughed at? Unbeknownst to Manhwa, Junti had already quietly shielded the people within the heavenly court. As long as no one else can see or hear it, it can't be considered a disgrace. Junti looked like a dead pig. Anyway, this is all I have left of my monk's robe, so take it if you want it. Manhwa looked at the tattered monk's robe, which was still stained with dirt, and a faint stench came from it. Can't help but be nauseous. Take away the stinking monk's robe, Junti, I tell you, you will not give me an account of this. I will do what I say and go to your spirit mountain to collect disciples. Junti smiled as he collected his monk's robe and slipped it over his body. It's you who don't want it, not me who won't give it. Fellow Taoist Manhwa, lately I've had a slight new realization about the 7-treasure wonderful tree and would like to find a fellow Taoist to seal the deal, so I'd like to ask you to give me some face. Manhwa instantly understood that this guy was trying to pester himself so that he wouldn't have the time to detach himself to go to Spirit Mountain to scourge the Western sect. Moreover, there are 2 saints in the Western Church, and without Junti to hold down the fort, there is still Jain. Manhwa was furious. Junti, you're shameless. You want to cut a deal, don't you? I'll satisfy you. The red embroidered ball appeared steeply in his hand. Junti was not the least bit afraid and immediately took out the 7 treasures wonderful tree. Then let's have a do-over. Although the people in the heavenly court couldn't hear the conversation between the saints, they looked at both sides as they took out their respective magic treasures and looked at each other for a while. What's going on? Is this a fight? Seeing that the 2 great saints were about to make a move, a pale voice fell from the 9 heavens above. Nonsense. Junti and Manhwa were startled and hurriedly put away their magic treasures and respectfully bowed down towards the 9 heavens above. Greetings, Sensei. Taoist ancestor Hongjun descended. The people within the heavenly court also hastened to kneel and bow. Greetings to the Tao Father. Nyayan's heart was thrilled. A legendary Tao ancestor? Being able to see a living one? He quietly looked towards the sky, and the 7-colored haze was too blinding, shaking him into a trance and scaring him so much that he hurriedly lowered his head. So powerful. The appearance comes with its own light effect and a deterrent effect. Worthy of being a Tao ancestor, the way he appears is tawdry. When my cultivation level is higher in the future, I'll also get an appearance special effect like this. Nya was secretly envious. Hongjun scanned Junti and Manhwa and rebuked, today is the heavenly court's assembly of merit. It's just that you saints don't set an example for all the immortals in the world, but you still want to make a move in the heavenly court. What is the behavior? Manhwa commiserated. Teacher, it's Junti he. Hongjun waved his hand. I already know the matter. Kunpeng worships the Western Church. You and I are willing, each has its own aspirations. Ran Kunpeng after all has been a demon master in the heavenly court for many years, and now that he has left, it is time to do something to make amends. Junti, take 5 inches of Bodhi root and give it to the heavenly court as compensation. Junti thought that Hongjun was toward him and was having fun in his heart. I didn't realize that the conversation was about to take out a 5-inch Bodhi root. This Bodhi root was the innate spiritual root of the Western sect, a treasure of genius on the same level as the chaotic spiritual treasure. Just that he didn't dare to object, because Hongjun's words were for him to give, not to discuss. Obey the teacher's law. Junti arched his hands in an extremely unwilling bow. Hongjun laughed, 5 inches of Bodhi root in exchange for a quasi-saint great perfection Kunpeng, your Western sect is not at a disadvantage. Whatever you say. You're in charge. Junti secretly slandered, he had wanted to renege on the debt, who knew that a law enforcement officer had come. Manhwa, are you satisfied with 5 inches of Bodhi root as compensation? The disciple is at the teacher's disposal. Can you not be satisfied? If it wasn't for this guy, Junti, he would have taken his stinking monk's robe as compensation. So be it. Hongjun swept his gaze below. All rise. Thank you, Daozu. Emperor Jun, Kunpeng has cast his lot with the Western sect, the wood has been turned into a boat, and you know it by heart. I make the decision to use the 5-inch Bodhi root of the Western sect as compensation for the heavenly court, and this matter will be closed. Do you have any comments? Jun respectfully bowed. Following the Tao ancestors' orders, there will be no more demon master Kunpeng in the heavenly court in the future. He knew in his heart that since Kunpeng had run away, it was irretrievable, and being able to salvage 5 inches of Bodhi root was already an earning.
He was furious that Juanti had collected the Kuanping and brought it to his door to flaunt his power.
Nya Yun secretly wondered. What the hell is a Bodhi root? It can be exchanged for a quasi-saint Great Circle Kuanpang? It seems that there is a Bodhi old man in the latter days, rumored to be the incarnation of a sage of the Western sect, so the Bodhi old man couldn't be the sage incarnated with the Bodhi root, right? Don't I remember Bodhi Laozu dressed up as a Taoist on the Spirit Square Mountain on TV? Maybe it's not what I think.
Nya Yun knew quite a few things about the flood in his previous life, but the origins of the great powers of the flood were only known to him by the few that had shown up, and Nya Yun wasn't really sure about mysterious powers like Old Man Bodhi.
So very good.
Hong Jun smiled faintly and continued, the sorcerer race has gone backwards, prompting the upwelling of robberies and poisoning the flood. And now to destroy the sorcerer race, to transform the robbing chi, and to return a clear sky to all the spirits of the flood. This battle is a battle for the maintenance of the heavenly Tao, with the heavenly court as the general ally, assisted by the Western sect, the Interceptor sect, the Elucidator sect, and the Human sect. If you uphold the heavenly Tao, there should be heavenly merit coming down.
Boom!
Above the 9 heavens, a huge beam of golden light of merit and virtue shot straight at Emperor Jun's head, and in the midst of the golden light, a black orb the size of a fist fell into Emperor Jun's hands. The heavenly court should be the first to take credit for this battle, and give the innate spiritual root of the Nanshui peach spirit seed to suppress the heavenly court's chi.
Innate spiritual roots, non-parel peach? The eyes of Duobao, Shendu, and the South Pole immortal Wang were red, innate spiritual roots ah. How many of them are there in the entire flood? Moreover, it was also an innate spiritual root that could suppress chi.
As far as the innate spiritual roots known to be able to suppress chi were concerned, there was only the Bodhi root of the Western sect, and now there was one more.
Non-parel peach.
Junti stared dead on at the non-parel peach spirit seed in Di Jun's hand. I wanted to grab it and run away, dropping the line fellow Daoist recognized the wrong person, but unfortunately the teacher was present.
Ugh! Nya Yun's eyes widened, non-parel peach? Peaches? Isn't this something from the Haotian Heavenly Court? Why was it given to the Demon Court?
According to the development of the flood in the previous life, after the battle of witch and demon, the Heavenly Court was destroyed. Hong Jun presided over the establishment of the new Heavenly Court, with his right and left children as the Heavenly Emperor and the Queen Mother, or Haotian and Yaoqi, respectively. At the same time, he gave the Peach of Nanshui and the Mirror of Haotian as the things to suppress the chi of the Heavenly Court.
It's messed up, it's all messed up. It's not possible that the Haotian mirror was also given to Di Jun, right?
Just as this thought flashed through Nya Yun's mind, he watched as a second item fell immediately afterward amidst the golden light.
It was an alabaster mirror. Hong Juan's voice sounded again.
Give the chaotic spiritual treasure Haotian mirror, which can suppress the heavenly court's chi.
Nya Yun nearly bit his tongue when he heard the name Haotian mirror. Sure enough, there's still the Haotian mirror, it's all ing messed up. Does this mean that Haotian won't be able to become the heavenly emperor and Yaoqi won't be able to become the queen mother? Nappy, I need to slow down. Chapter 104, Large-Scale Division of Stolen Goods, Eyes Are Blinded. Chaotic Spiritual Treasure, Haotian Mirror. Even Emperor Jun was so excited that he breathed a few times faster. There were only 2 chaotic spiritual treasures in the Heavenly Court in total, the River Map and Luo Book and the Chaos Bell. Together with the Tripod of Creation that was given at the time of mending the sky, there are 3 pieces, but the Tripod of Creation is an auxiliary type. Although the grade is a chaotic spiritual treasure, but the strategy is significantly pulled across. And now that he finally obtained the Haotian Mirror, a solid offensive chaotic spiritual treasure, his strength instantly reached the topmost existence among the sub-saints. Moreover, it was a chaotic spiritual treasure that suppressed chi, which was even more honorable. In the future, Di Jun would be able to completely ignore any cultivator under the saints, and with 3 chaotic spiritual treasures, even if the saints wanted to kill him, they would have to spend some effort. The 2 treasures fell, and the golden light of merit and virtue converged into a cloud that floated above Di Jun's head in majesty and splendor. The reward is complete, and the remaining merits of each sect will be distributed by you according to how much you contributed in the battle against the Sorcerer clan. Hong Jun laughed. Greetings, Dao Ancestor. Junti straightened up, glared unwillingly at Di Jun, and turned to leave. He couldn't stay, the Haotian Mirror and the Nonpareil Peach were too tempting, he was afraid that he couldn't help but rob them directly. Moreover, this time, the Western sect just killed some small minions of the witch race, and the share of merit was pitifully small. Wouldn't it be more humiliating for him, a saint, to stay? Alas! When will my Western sect have such benefits? When will it prosper greatly?
The poor monk is so upset in his heart that he has to go and catechize a few cultivators to ease his mind. Golden Cicada watched the master ancestor leave unexpectedly without him, and his heart was bitter. It seems that today the face of the Western Church can only be lost alone. No, I must go back and fight to become a Buddha. The feeling of losing face is too unbearable. The gazes of the heavenly court and the people of the interceptor sect burned as they stared at Dijun merit. Xiandu didn't care. The human sect never wanted to compete for merit anyway. The human sect was only 3 people. Hierophant 3 people are a bit like a needle. Thought I could watch Emperor June lose face, chatting to comfort, but did not expect to see the heavenly court flourish. The hierarchy will undoubtedly become a laughingstock when the merit is shared next. But the teacher's order cannot be disobeyed. Alas, why would my hierarchy's fortunes be inferior to heaven's court? It doesn't make sense. Dijun, however, did not care about the crowd, but instead collected the Haotian mirror and the peach of Nongshui without moving and bowed his hand towards Nuwa. Your Highness, this matter of distributing merit is something that I would like to ask you to work hard on. Nya Yun was surprised when he heard this. This demon emperor guy is so refined. It is obvious that the hierarchy in the Western sect are matching plates, and whoever divides the merits and virtues is equal to embarrassing the Western sect and the hierarchy on the spot. Dijun was offended anyway, and the lion is not afraid of itching. But if Nuwa assigns it, Yuan Sure and the 2 saints of the West will hate even Nuwa. But isn't Nuwa a demon saint? It's supposed to bear the hatred of the heavenly court. There's definitely something wrong with Dijun and Nuwa's relationship. Nuwa faintly said, I will not intervene, you were in the battlefield and know better who gets how much credit. Nuwa finished and turned to leave. Respectfully yours, mistress. After Emperor June paid his respects, he straightened up, a cold color flickering under his eyes. Indeed, relying on others is better than relying on oneself. The celestial court must have its own saints. That's it? Absolutely something is wrong. Nya Yun was a bit flustered. Nuwa didn't seem to care much about the celestial court. Wasn't that roughly equivalent to the celestial court not having a saint to protect it? If we encounter a saintly sect in the future, what will the heavenly court rely on when they're pressed into action by a saint? Naya, gotta keep preparing the back roads. The interceptor sect must continue to deepen their feelings, and on the Western sect side, they must send that guy from Manhwa to an important position for future use. The hierarchy's food true immortal must also be considered for a moment or two. In the case of the human sect, Xiandu has no need to think about it. The status is too high for me to qualify for contact. But the second elder brother who has fallen into reincarnation can go ahead and make a good karma in case he uses it in the future. Nya Yun had thought of all the ways to retreat before his heart was slightly reassured. Yeah, that's it. Old man can still be salvaged. On the other side, Emperor June had begun to divide the spoils. East Emperor Tai, powerfully fighting an ancestral witch and beheading it, there should be merit. Dijun pointed, and the golden cloud above his head steeply shot out golden light as big as his arm, rushing into the center of Dong Huang Tai's brow. East Emperor Tai's breath steeply pulled up a few points. After all, to his realm, want to significantly improve is as difficult as heaven, can have some progress has been satisfied. Thank you, Heavenly Tao, for your reward, and thank you, Heavenly Emperor, for your reward. Daoist Duo Bao of the Interceptor sect, Zhao Gongming of the Interceptor sect, forcefully battling an ancestral witch to behead it, when there is merit. As the merit fell, Duo Bao's body steeply separated into 2 Daoists, and there was a hidden appearance of a third silhouette. The South Pole immortal Wang was startled. Duo Bao was going to chop off 3 corpses to certify the paramount saint's great perfection? None of the disciples of the 3 religions had yet reached such a point. So envious, why not Hierophant? However, the third silhouette ultimately lacked some fire and did not succeed. Duo Bao dispersed the 2 corpses of good and evil with slight regret. Dijun comforted, Duo Bao, there's no need to be anxious. With your qualifications it's only a matter of time before you certify to the great perfection of paramount sainthood. There's no need to rush things. Thanks a lot. On the side, Zhao Gongming directly offered 24C fixing god pearls. I, Zhao Gongming, with the innate treasure of the fixed C god pearl as my bearer, will behead the corpse today to prove the Tao. Out. The 24C defining god pearl steeply emitted a bright light, and a person was vaguely visible standing proudly in the light. The look was even more arrogant than Zhao Gongming's main body. At the same time, Zhao Gongming's aura soared violently from early quasi-saint to mid-quasi-saint. Nyeyan's dog eyes were blinded, but he couldn't hide the envy in his eyes. Zhao Gongming is already in the middle stage of Paragon. When will I break through to the great Luo?
Real name Envy.
Di Jun laughed out loud. Congratulations to the Interceptor sect, and congratulations to fellow Daoist Zhao.
Duobao smiled in satisfaction. Master Zhao, not bad, not bad.
Sacred Mother Wu Dang and others also came to express their joy, and Yun Xiao was also very happy, only the pressure in her heart was even greater.
Big Brother was able to break through to the middle stage of Paragon Sainthood thanks to Nia Yun. This debt is even bigger, how should I pay it back? Could it be that we're going to be his Dao couple?
Thinking about this, Yun Xiao blushed and secretly looked at Nia Yun in the crowd out of the corner of her eye.
K-Meng, Bai Zhe, Ghost Jie, and Shang Yang. Each of you teamed up to kill 2 ancestral witches, so there should be merit.
As the golden light of merit entered his body, White Zephyr and the others' breath surged.
Suddenly, K-Meng rose up in the air and the 2 corpses of good and evil flew out.
I, K-Meng, will use the innate treasure of the 10,000 water forks as a bearer today to certify the paramount sage great perfection.
Chop!
The corpse of the deceiver flew out to merge into the fork of 10,000 waters, shining brightly.
So shiny, it's going blind. Come and see, quasi-saint great perfection alas.
Nia Yun closed himself up, so much merit.
It's a shame there's nothing for me.
If I had known, I would have snuck out and ate up a few more wizards to get a piece of the action.
So sorry.
Emperor Jun was thrilled as he watched K-Meng decapitate 3 corpses and certified the great circle of paramount sainthood.
The heavenly court finally had a quasi-saint great circle demon saint.
K-Meng put away his 3 corpses and bowed respectfully towards Emperor Jun.
Thank you, Your Majesty, for completing this. Your Majesty's great kindness is something I will never forget, and I will serve Your Majesty for all eternity. Well.
Di Jun was in a good mood, having gone a Kuan Pang and gained a more loyal Ji-Mang. It was not a loss at all.
K-Meng, you should retreat first. I will first divide the merits and rewards, and then I will properly celebrate you. Yes.
Di Jun's gaze fell on the Qin Yuan Demon Saint, Fei Lian Demon Saint, and Bai Fong Demon Saint.
Chapter 105, Exposed? Demon Emperor wants to play me?
Qin Yuan, Fei Lian, Bai Fong, you have been meritorious in commanding the army and have killed several great witches of the witch race, so you should have merit.
Buzz.
The golden light of merit and virtue fell, and the breath of the 3 of them soared, but their cultivation levels were all still at the Dala Great Circle, not having crossed over into Paragon. After all, the real threat to the sorcerer clan was the 9 ancestral witches, and that was the big head of merit. The next is the interception of the disciples of the merits of the distribution. Only a few people borrowed merit breakthrough cultivation, but they are all great Luo or Golden Immortal Realm disciples, such as Yun Xiao, Golden Spirit Virgin Mother and other quasi-saints did not make a breakthrough. It was worth mentioning that Luo Shen, this Guan, had actually taken the opportunity to condense the fledgling of the Great Tao of Fire, obtaining a pass to certify to the Great Luo. Looking at Nia Yun, he felt resentment in his heart.
This is all the blood and tears of the witch clan. How dare you all openly share the spoils here, won't your conscience hurt? It's just so uncaring and unsympathetic.
For this kind of scenery that treads on other people's blood and tears, it should be resolutely attacked, and the flood should be loving and virtuous for everyone.
Nia Yun secretly despised the moral standard of the entire floodplain, it was simply too low.
Anyway, I'm never going to be one of those people, and I don't want this kind of blood and tears coalescence of favors. The 6 immortals of the hierarchy have made outstanding contributions to the defense against the sorcerer clan, and the 6 immortals fall into reincarnation should be meritorious. Di Jun pointed out with one finger, and 6 golden lights of merit and virtue that were like thin threads and a half flew in all directions. This power of merit, not to mention comparing it to the Interceptor sect, is that many of the lower-level heavenly generals in the heavenly court share the merit, which is the thickness of a finger. Nanji Shenwang heart-twitching, divided merit divided less even if, after all, hierarchy originally wanted to engage in a wave of big, the target is all placed on the ancestral witch, for the ordinary witches and big witches simply did not exterminate. But when you share this merit, you still have to say thank you to Di Jun. He just couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground, it was so embarrassing.
But I can't thank you yet. The Nanji Immortal Wang made a stiff bow. Thank you Heavenly Emperor for the reward, thank you Heavenly Tao for the reward. Luckily, the Western Church is there, and it's not just the hierarchy that's disgraced anyway. 2 parties disgraced together is 1/2 of a disgrace.
Nanji Shenwang secretly consoled himself. Both the Jade Tripod Realist and Taoist Sihan lowered their heads, cultivating for countless years. Today was the first time they couldn't raise their heads to meet people. Everyone was secretly gloating, but none of them showed it on their faces. After all, the hierarchy was a saintly sect, who would dare to mock sage Yuanshi in public? Unless one didn't want to mix in the flood. When the Western sect defends itself against the witch clan and loses 24 bodhisattvas and 500 lohans, it shall have merit. The crowd watched the golden light of merit and virtue, which was even thinner than the hierarchy, fly out, and looked toward the golden cicada in unison, wanting to see how this guy was going to lose face. Thank you, Heavenly Emperor, for the reward. I'll definitely try harder after I teach in the West. The golden cicada didn't have the slightest embarrassment of losing face. Instead, it was like a majestic rooster with a high fighting spirit. The one who is disgraced is the Western sect, not me, golden cicada. I golden cicada have lost many battles and have a high fighting spirit. It is impossible to be disgraced. Jun was speechless, obviously a disgraceful thing, but this guy made it look like the Western church didn't try hard enough, didn't play well, and waited for the next time to rise to the occasion. What an oddity this is. Nia Yun was left speechless by the whole thing. You're telling me this is the benevolent, charitable, and full of benevolence Elder Tang? If that monkey meets such a master, I'm afraid he'll stage a black myth Goku. Monkey, master, beware of the female demon. Elder Tang, apprentice, be kind-hearted. Quickly go and give her a stick, and remember to destroy the divine soul as well. Monkey, aren't you a universalist? Elder Tang, yes. The poor monk will ferry her into the reincarnation and reincarnate her, and she will be on the right path. Monkey, how dare you question the master? The master first recite 3 hours of tight band incantation to suppress the shock. Nia Yun had pictures in his head. Nanji Immortal Wang's eyes lit up, as if taking on a disciple would be a good thing. Look at the Western church, they just throw a disciple here to block the gun and run away first themselves. Anyway, a disgrace that isn't seen isn't really a disgrace. Well, go back and see if there is a suitable seedling, and find an apprentice to raise first, just in case. Jun retracted his gaze, originally wanting to dig at the Western sect for a few sentences, but Earthstor and Junti were gone, and taunting at Junior accomplished nothing, but rather lost face. This time, in the battle between witches and demons, the Heavenly Court was able to achieve such a victory, and there is an immortal god in my Heavenly Court who deserves a lot of credit. Perhaps he did not go into battle to kill the enemy, but his feats are comparable to those of a demon saint. When these words came out, the crowd whispered, who was this person? How could he deserve such high praise from Emperor Jun? Xiandu, the South Pole Immortal Wang, and the others were all astonished with their eyes, while the people of the Interceptor sect came to a sudden realization. Yes. The Interceptor sect deserves a lot of credit for the victory of the Heavenly Court this time, and the cooperation between the Interceptor sect and the Heavenly Court all originated from the nameless Taoist. So this person is from the Heavenly Court. Yun Zhao's mind was shaken and he was anxious. Is this to expose Nia Yun? Why is the Celestial Emperor so confused? Nia Yun is only at Golden Immortal Cultivation. If he's hated by the Western sect and the Elucidation sect, he'll still have a good life? No, the saints of the Western sect have always been shameless, and if they knew that their losses were caused by Nia Yun, perhaps the saints would even personally take action to trouble Nia Yun. When I return, I'll immediately request my teacher to enroll Nia Yun in the Interceptor sect for protection. The Interceptor sect owes him too much grace. Xiong Xiao couldn't hide her excitement. Would she finally be able to see the nameless Taoist's real body? It was hard for her to forget the proud figure that stood in front of her and faced the ancestral witch Xu Ebizu directly. Within his long sleeves, the Qin Yuan demon saint pinched half of a straw man, his eyes burning as he surveyed the surroundings. Is that him? He turned out to be a member of the Heavenly Court. But how come I've never heard of this figure in the Heavenly Court? Nia Yun was also filled with curiosity, but it couldn't be himself anyway. Whether it's getting Lu Press to report the news or prompting the Interceptors to cooperate with the Heavenly Court, that's all for the split to do, and it has nothing to do with me, someone Nia. How could the Demon Emperor know? Lao Zi's bilocation, but only a saint could see it. Emperor Jun met the curious gazes of the crowd and finally spoke again. God of Rituals Nia Yun. Xinwen froze. It was him? How could it be? Xiong Zhao's eyes were wide with disbelief. He was the nameless Taoist essence? He seems to have his heart set on his big sister. Xiong Zhao's heart was a little bit unfavorable. Shen Du, Duobao, and the others were also greatly surprised that it was this kid? Nia Yun was dumbfounded, with only one thought in his head. Demon Emperor Lao Dang is going to trap me. Does the Demon Emperor know all about it? He wants to expose himself in public? Your Lordship, that is something that completely offends three. Not. For saints and countless big brothers. On their own, this small arms and legs, still not be divided into bodies? I am afraid that even the spirit must be divided into hundreds of parts, one stepped on a foot.
It's over, it's going to die. What went wrong? Could it be that Jun was also afraid of retaliation from the saints and pulled himself out to quell the anger?
Chapter 106, The Third Grade God, the Emperor's Son-in-Law of Heaven. The more I think about it, the more likely it is, recalling the so-called favor of Emperor Jun before, what promotion wants to be promised to the princess?
It's all a calculation. Fatten up before you kill.
Damn, wrong guy to follow, should have known to stick to the big run.
Unfortunately, it's too late to say anything now.
Nyayun walked out with his head hanging down, his gaze blankly scanning the surroundings. The flood experience card is ending, so read more.
What's this dog's expression?
I gave you the chance to show your face, why are you still not happy about it? Jun was quite puzzled, but laughed aloud. Nyayun, God of Rights, assist me in perfecting the Heavenly Court's perpetual Star Dipper formation, so that when the Heavenly Court meets the Sorcerer Clan's Dutian Divine Fury formation, it can be divided into two groups, laying the foundation for the Heavenly Court's victory. Although there is no decapitation of the witch race, but the credit is not to be missed, so I sub-run their own a successful virtue reward Nyayun, sealing the Heavenly Court Third Grade God of Water, control of the four seas of the earth, in order to moisturize its great work on the Heavenly Court. Buzz! A golden light of merit steeply flew toward Nyayun and rushed into his brow. It wasn't until the mana within his body rioted that Nyayun came back to his senses, hastily guiding the 6 cutthroat golden wheels to suppress the power of merit in the depths of his yuanshan.
This is not a good time to raise your cultivation.
Wait, perfecting the perpetual Star Dipper formation?
It's not throwing me out to take the blame and quell the anger of the Western sect and the Elucidation sect?
Nyayun's heart was like a roller coaster ride, rising steeply from the dust to the clouds, all a bit reactive.
Duobao laughed out loud. So the Heavenly Court's circumstellar Dipper formation also has your credit, it's well deserved.
Previously, when he was trapped in the Sumeru Mountain formation, he still felt humiliated. Now that he had learned that the circumstantial Star Dipper formation had been perfected with Nyayun's help, his heart felt a lot more relieved. It's not that I, Duobao, can't do it, but this sun's array attainments are not weak, and it's not a disgrace.
Yunsha was stunned, not exposing Nyayun?
Mentally, he was relieved, it seems he was overthinking it. Next to the Cheongsha mood is slightly depressed, so it is not about the nameless Taoist awe. Although the mood is low, but the heart is a little bit of small joy.
Doesn't this mean that the nameless Taoist isn't Nyayun?
All the demon saints revealed a sudden realization, before they could not figure out why His Majesty called a small cultivator to be the Emperor's son-in-law. It turns out that this son's ability is not in cultivation, but in the formation path.
Only the Qin Yuan demon saints' embroidered brows were knitted.
Him? Perfecting the perpetual Star Dipper grand formation?
Doesn't that mean that Nyayun is incredibly familiar with the perpetual Star Dipper grand formation?
Qin Yuan recalled that day when she faced the extravagant corpse, that nameless Taoist was obviously invoking the power of the Great Formation, and at that time, she thought that the nameless Taoist was His Majesty's hidden backhand.
Could it be that Taoist Nameless and Nyayun are both formation geniuses involved in perfecting the perpetual Star Dipper formation? Or is it? Jun looked at Nyayun with slight interest and joked.
What? Water God, are you not quite satisfied with my reward? Nyayun came back to his senses and was so excited that he hurriedly bowed his head.
No, the microcosm is very satisfied, simply too satisfied. Many thanks to the Heavenly Emperor for the reward. Not satisfied?
I'm lucky if you don't give me up to take the blame, how dare I be dissatisfied? Nyayun also reacted to the fact that this was the Demon Emperor Lao Deng's hush money. Previously, Jun had told her that keeping the matter of Jun's 88 concubines secret would give him a reward for tainting one of the merits of the witch demon battle. Scared the hell out of me, this old Deng didn't make it any clearer, making my little heart flutter. No, the cultivation level is still too low, I have to go back and try to raise my cultivation.
Otherwise, if you are exposed one day, you won't even have the power to defend yourself. Jun glanced at his mouth. Can the excitement on your face be any more fake? If you're not satisfied, just say so.
Come to think of it, Nyayun's mere merit of reaching an agreement with Ho-Tu is enough to sit on the demon saint's throne, so giving a third-rate water god position is indeed a bit of a condescension. But there was no way around it, Nyayun absolutely couldn't make too much of a splash, and it would be easy for people to set their sights on him. If Nyayun's value was exposed, I wouldn't dare say anything else, but that faceless second saint in the West was guaranteed to come and snatch it up.
This water god position, our Emperor June thoughtfully give Nyayun promotion, afraid that this guy feels that the heavenly court does not attach importance to him, and want to run away again. One more insurance policy. Emperor June thought darkly and spoke. I have one more announcement to make today. The crowd immediately pricked up their ears and waited for what was to follow. The water god, Nyayun, has an outstanding talent and is extremely gifted. I am quite appreciative of this, so I have decided to recruit him as the emperor's son-in-law of the heavenly court, and choose a princess to be betrothed to Nyayun. I would like to take this opportunity to announce that the heaven and earth, the coming people of the heavenly court to organize a happy event. I also hope that you will come to drink a cup of happy wine. What? The emperor's son-in-law? The crowd cast envious gazes in unison, even the disciples of the sage sect were no exception. Can marry a beautiful princess, not to mention, but also since the establishment of the heavenly court's first side horse harnessed by the side of a team, the status of this needless to say, that is, the heavenly court demon saint must be slightly inferior to the status of the side horse harnessed by the side of a team. Son-in-law. Yun Zhao's face was slightly pale, although she hadn't thought about being Nyayun's Taoist couple, but now that she was watching Nyayun about to become the heavenly court's extra horse harnessed by the side of a team and marry the princess, her heart felt very bad. The heart was empty, as if something had been lost. Xiong Xiao was quite indignant and whispered, "Big sister, isn't he in love with you? How come he's the emperor's son-in-law in heaven?" "No, find him and ask him." Yun Xiao shook his head and pretended as if nothing had happened. "Xiong Xiao, don't fool around. Available." Meeting her big sister's undeniable gaze, Xiong Xiao could only lay down her arms. Zhao Gongming and Bixue were also extremely indignant, their gazes looking at Yun Xiao from time to time. Congratulations to the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team, and congratulations to the princess, ha! My heavenly court is truly doubly blessed. The crowd of demon saints and orthodox deities were even happy. Only the Qin Yuan demon saint looked forlorn, wanting to speak but not uttering a single word as he looked at Nyayun with more than a little bit of resentment in his gaze. Princess Duanyu, who stood behind the demon empress, had a scarlet face and lowered her head, not daring to raise it. She also did not expect that her father would announce this matter here, then after. Ever since she had been defeated by Nyayun, she had realized that this little cultivator she had always looked down on was actually unfathomable, and she didn't dare to feel the slightest bit of contempt any longer. Especially knowing that Nyayun was also involved in perfecting the perpetual star dipper grand formation, he didn't dare to underestimate it. This guy was hiding too deeply. She secretly looked at Nyayun, but saw that he was dumbfounded. Nyayun only felt his head buzzing. Nima, Demon Emperor Lao Dang wants to play me? The public announced me as the emperor's son-in-law of the heavenly court, then the world won't work in the future, and if I want to worship other forces, who dares to want me? Who wants to be the emperor's son-in-law? You don't see what your two princesses are like, I'm withdrawing from the marriage. Nyayun looked toward Demon Empress Shiha. Demon Queen Ah. Previously, we have already reached an agreement. I help you to save your 9 sons from the heavenly prison, you for me in the years of the Demon Emperor Pillow Wind, so that the Demon Emperor to break the idea of letting me be the Emperor's son-in-law. Is that how you do things? Can't we trust each other? Did you and your wife join forces to play me together? Shiha showed an apologetic look, her pillow talk is not ready yet, I can't do anything about it. Alas! Nyayun seems to be dissatisfied with both Lingyu and Duanyu. Is a forced marriage really appropriate? Ha! Wait a minute. Just now the Heavenly Emperor only announced Nyayun as the Heavenly Emperor's son-in-law, but he didn't say which princess would be betrothed to him. Chapter 107, Middle Stage of Taiyi Golden Immortal, Do you know Nameless? Not allowing Nyayun to speak, Di Jun directly announced the end of the argumentation conference and turned to leave. Back at Mount Sumeru, the more Nyayun thought about it, the more wrong it became. That's not right. Demon Emperor Lao Dang only said that he recruited me as his emperor's son-in-law, he didn't say which princess would marry me. What the hell? That's okay? I'm afraid that I won't be able to find a random female demon to be crowned as a princess at that time to put me off. Quite possibly. Really believe in your evil, no, this emperor's son-in-law who likes to be the emperor's son-in-law, anyway, I can't be the emperor's son-in-law. I admire the freedom to marry and despise arranged marriages. Let's digest the merits first, then we'll go find the demon queen. This emperor's son-in-law doesn't want to be the emperor's son-in-law, and the only one who can help is the demon queen. Anyway, the demon queen promised to help herself out of the marriage, so she couldn't go back on her word, could she? Nyayun immediately entered the belly of the mountain and released the merits that had been imprisoned by the golden wheel of death.
In an instant, Nyayun's mana grew at a rate visible to the naked eye as the 3 flowers on top slowly blossomed from their flower bones, and with each crack of a petal, Nyayun's mana would grow by 10%. Boom! Nyayun's aura built up to an extreme point, and it was as if an invisible barrier had been rushed away within his body. Bang! Mid-Tai Golden Immortal. After an unknown amount of time, Nyayun slowly opened his eyes. Finally another step towards the Great Luo, Mid-Tai Golden Immortal. It's a pity that the Heavenly Emperor's 1% of merit isn't much. This old dang is really stingy. What's wrong with giving 2 or 3% of merit? I've helped you so much, and even let you get the nonpareil peach and the Haotian mirror, so ungrateful. Nyayun was quite upset. If not for his lowly strength, how could he give away such a great benefit? After mentally counting off some of Dijun, Nyayun didn't leave the gate, but instead began refining the cutting world golden wheel and other treasures. Previously, he had only refined the cutthroat golden wheel to 50%, and the water god cauldron and Zhurong divine lance had only been refined by 10%. Magic treasures every refinement of 10%, the power to play a higher level. This can be related to the life of the family, cannot be slack. To Nyayun's delight, with the mana of a mid-stage golden immortal, it was enough to refine 60% of the 6 cutthroat golden wheels. However, the water god cauldron and Zhurong divine lance still couldn't continue to be refined. An innate supreme treasure is an innate supreme treasure. The threshold of use is also high. It's just a matter of continuing to comprehend the Tao of the sword. Strive to comprehend the Tao of the sword before the golden immortal great perfection. The system rewarded sword Tao fledgling had already been grasped by Nyayun, but it was still a long way off if he wanted to comprehend the great Tao of the sword. The sword Tao prototype was like a seed, while the great Tao of the sword was the fruit that blossomed after the seed took root and grew into a large tree. It's a long way to go. Nyayun was just about to close his eyes when he heard Lu Press's voice. Great God, Pony and I are here. Nyayun didn't bother, closing his eyes and beginning to comprehend the Tao of the sword, while at the same time separating out a piece of his divine soul's power to control the strawman impostor within the thatched cottage on Mount Sumeru. The door of the grass hut opened, and Lu Press and Red Shiri Horse Monkey immediately bowed respectfully. Greetings, Lord Water God. Water God? Oh, I almost forgot. I've been promoted. I'm now a 3rd grade water god, commanding the 4 seas. Wait a minute. 4 seas? Isn't that the land of the dragons? The dragon tribe has fallen out of favor since the beginning of the Dragon Han robbery, has been secluded in the 4 seas. Do not come out, rest and recuperate, do not participate in the flood strife. Then I'll take over the hammer and go tell the dragons to hang out with me, the golden immortal, from now on? Your greatness, after half a day it turns out to be a false title, Demon Emperor Laodang, won't your conscience hurt? Nyayun cursed in his heart. Red Shiri Horse Monkey immediately straightened his chest and said confidently, Lord Water God, I am ready to accept your test at any time. Whereas before he had harbored suspicion towards Nyayun, now he was left with nothing but respect and admiration. How high is the Heavenly Emperor's vision? There is only one person in the whole of the floodplain who can be recruited as the Emperor's son-in-law by the Heavenly Emperor. If you follow Nyayun, you're bound to have a bright future. Lu Ji's eyes were also full of expectation. Great God, I'm ready for you too, go ahead. What's the mission? I'll make sure it's done properly for you. Credits coming soon. Credits coming soon. Lu Ji roared furiously in his heart. Nyayun let out a light hymn and was about to speak when he heard Yun Zhao's voice ring out from outside Mount Sumeru. Fellow Daoist Nya, Interceptor Yun Xiao has come to pay his respects with his older brother Zhao Gongming and younger sister Qiong Xiao. Cloudy is here? Nyayun was ecstatic as he hurriedly commanded, we'll talk about your matters in a moment, little golden bird, go bring Fairy Yun Xiao here. Xiaoma, go make a pot of good spirit tea and get some better spirit fruits. Red Shiri Horse Monkey looked around, except for a hut and a few large trees, nothing. Could it be that the spirit fruit that Lord Water God said was inside the house? He ran towards the hut in a hurry. Pony, what are you doing? Go to the house and get the spirit fruit. Nyayun's old face darkened. If I had spirit fruits, what would I need you for? I meant to go outside and look for it. I'm confined to Sumeru, I don't go out of the door, how can I have these things? Ha! Red Shiri Monkey is at a loss. Where am I going to find it? Could it be that Lord Water God's test has begun? The Red Shiri Horse Monkey's complexion lingered, and he hurriedly said, I'll go look for it right away, even if I go to rob it, I'll ironically snatch the spirit fruit and spirit tea. Nyayun was a bit dumbfounded as he watched the sky turn into a rainbow and leave.
Is this monkey's brain not yet evolved? Wouldn't it be better to go directly to the heavenly royal fruit garden to get it? The royal orchard was specially established by the heavenly emperor to grow spiritual fruits and herbs for the enjoyment of the heavenly immortals and gods. All you need to do is register, which is one of the perks of the celestial court. But that's an attitude I like. Nyayun hurriedly turned around and entered the grass hut to change out of his true body. To see such a thing as a beautiful woman, of course you have to come in person. How can a mere strawman doppelganger have this blessing? By the way, I changed into a white dress and fixed my hair. Not bad, not bad, such a handsome me, paired with such a beautiful Yunxiao, it's simply a match made in heaven. Should I get a poem to read like those masters in the previous life of the flood when they showed up, to raise the level of compulsion? Think about it, that's a bit too much of a Thai thing to do. It would be a loss if Yunxiao thought that he had just been promoted and was holding his own. Great God, the 3 guests of the Interceptor sect have been invited. Nyayun hurried out the door, only to see the absolutely gorgeous Yunxiao standing proudly in front of the stone table, with a faint smile on her delicate face, really letting people like a spring breeze when they look at it. Next to the Xiao is not bad, small family, beautiful and quiet, and Yunxiao can be said to have their own style. However, Nyayun still preferred Yunxiao's imperial lady-like demeanor. As for Zhao Gongming, directly skipped, who has nothing to do to study men. Nyayun hurriedly arched his hand in greeting. Greetings to Fairy Yunxiao, Fairy Qiongxiao. Brother Zhao, long time no see. Yunxiao and Qiongxiao owed a return salute, while Zhao Gongming laughed out loud and said, Brother Nye, congratulations on your rise to the top, and also becoming the emperor's son-in-law of the heavenly court. I knew that Brother Nye wasn't a pool animal. The emperor's son-in-law, ah. That's. Zhao Gongming hadn't finished his sentence when he felt someone tugging on his coat, and only then did he notice that Nyayun's face was a bit less than natural as he repeatedly glared at him. Why is this guy so ignorant, mentioning the heavenly emperor's son-in-law? I'm in love with the cloud fairy. Yunxiao's face was also a little less natural, only it was well concealed and not noticed. Zhao Gongming slapped his forehead, then remembered that Taoist Nameless had said that Nyayun had his heart set on Sister Yunxiao. That. Hey. Xiongxiao hurriedly sidetracked the topic and said, Fellow Taoist Nyayun, the main reason we're here is to thank you for your kindness in reminding us, so that the Interceptor sect didn't suffer any losses. By the way, does fellow Taoist Nyayun know where fellow Taoist Nameless true body is? If it wasn't for fellow Taoist Nameless abandoning his bilocation to save me this time, I'm afraid I would have suffered a great calamity. Could you tell me where the cave of fellow Taoist Nameless is located? I would like to go and thank him in person. Chapter 108, Brother Ma is so brave to rob the demon saint? The real Nameless Taoist? Isn't it right in front of you? Unfortunately that's my vest and I'm not going to expose it just yet. Fellow Taoist Nameless is idle and doesn't have a cave. Some time ago he came to the heavenly court to look for me, saying that he was going to travel the floodplains, and I don't know where he is. Why don't we ask Sage Tontian to make a projection or two, and we might be able to find him. Anyway, he had already told Yunxiao that his identity could be revealed to Tong Tian, and Tong Tian would definitely not expose himself. Xiongjiao's beautiful eyes flashed with a gloomy color, quite a bit lost. So that's how it is. Then I trouble you, Taoist Nyayun, to let me know the next time you see him. I'd like to thank him in person. Nyayun froze. Was it necessary to thank him so seriously? He suddenly noticed that Yunxiao beside him revealed a bitter smile and looked at Xiongxiao with a few helpless eyes. Xiongxiao wouldn't fall in love with my doppelganger at first sight, would she? Just for saving her once? Nyayun looked at each other in disbelief. This whole thing is, well, outrageous. I also saved Fairy Kaiyun. Why didn't I see him fall in love with me at first sight? Xiongxiao, such a tranquil fairy, would even like a white-bearded old man? I'm afraid she doesn't have any weird fetishes. Xiongxiao is not bad either, or... Ahem. I prefer Yunxiao. Nyayun hurriedly squared his shoulders and said, Alright, I'll be sure to let you know the next time I see fellow Taoist Nameless. Please sit down, all 3 of you. Lu pressure this guy ran where to go, not on the road, do not know to serve. Nyayun glanced around out of the corner of his eye, and hadn't seen the red shiri horse monkey come back yet, so there were a few moments of irritation in his heart. Wasn't it just a matter of going to the Imperial Fruit Garden to pick up a few portions of spirit fruit? What's the point of taking so long? I'm afraid it's not an abrasion, is it? None of them are reliable. Fellow Taoist Nyayun, we've come to thank you. I won't say any more words of thanks, but in the future, if you have any commands, the entirety of my Interceptor sect will be obliged. When Yunxiao said this, he hesitated a little before continuing. There is also the fact that I did not reveal your identity to the teacher. I was afraid that your identity would be exposed and provoke retaliation from the hierarchy in the Western sect, so the fewer people who know your identity, the better. Xiong Xiao and my big brother and the others, I've already cautioned them not to expose your existence. Xiong Xiao and Zhao Gongming hurriedly nodded their heads. Nia Yin is dumbfounded, didn't tell Sage Tongtian about my identity, so where's my saintly favor? Gone? Then why did I do all this? To add to the sect of the Interceptors? However, Yun Xiao also had good intentions and blamed himself for not making it clear for his own safety. Nia Yin tentatively asked, Sage Tongtian couldn't project me? Yun Xiao's eye showed a strange color. Teacher projected at that time that it was impossible to project. At that time, Yun Xiao was also startled, the existence of saints who could not project, unless they were also saints, or possessed a chaotic spiritual treasure that shielded the heavens. Sister, are you serious? Teacher couldn't project fellow Taoist Nia Yin either? Xiong Xiao and Zhao Gongming were in disbelief. Nia Yin wasn't a great power, just a golden immortal, and a sage couldn't project? Yun Xiao said meaningfully, perhaps it was the Heavenly Emperor who used River Maprome to shield Taoist Nia Yin's heavenly chances, and only the concealment of the chaotic spiritual treasure prevented the sages from projecting. Fellow Taoist Nia is very much valued by the Heavenly Emperor. When those words fell on Nia Yin's ears, he always felt that Yun Xiao was a bit shifty, and there were a few hints of sultriness. Could it be that Yun Xiao has feelings for me and was upset to see me being made Emperor's son-in-law? Nia Yun hurriedly said, this matter is a misunderstanding. You are unaware that the Heavenly Court's Princess Duan Yue is the one with her nostrils growing out of her head, looking down on anyone, much less a grassroots-born heavenly deity like me. Second Princess Lingyue, this brother Zhao knows best, a pure mother Tyrannosaurus. I've already asked the Demon Empress for help before, and I'm planning to push off this marriage. Don't worry Fairy Yun Xiao, the Heavenly Emperor is a sensible person, he won't force a marriage, it wouldn't be good for his daughter either. Yun Xiao blushed and squirmed a bit. That is your matter. What does it matter to me if you are a prince consort or not? What do I need to be assured of? So he didn't want to be the emperor's son-in-law. I was wrong about him. The depression in Yun Xiao's heart was swept away and he was slightly delighted. Unbeknownst to him, Yun Xiao's squirming appearance made Nia Yun's heart blossom with joy. Yun Xiao is really interested in me, otherwise why do you care so much about me being the emperor's son-in-law? The old man's got peach blossom luck. Yes, it was a confused slip of the tongue. The main reason is that every time I talk with immortal Yun Xiao, my heart is especially relaxed for no reason, and I don't hide anything I say, so I'm making the fairy laugh. Nowadays, girls are reserved and can't show too much obviousness, otherwise they will easily scare people. But even so, Yun Xiao was a bit flustered. Isn't this saying that you feel happy when you are with me? Isn't this tantamount to a confession? The more she brainstormed, the more she panicked. Since she took form, she had never experienced the matter of love, pure and simple emotional white. It's a bit of a six-pack at the moment. Fellow Taoist Nia, we still have things to do, so let's stop here. I'll go first. Cloudy got up in a hurry and left in a hurry. She really didn't know how to answer Nia Yun or what to do. That's gone? Nia Yun was confused. Had he just said the wrong thing? Cloud Fairy, wait. Nia Yun hurriedly chased after him, but he couldn't afford to mess up the goodwill Yun Xiao had just built up towards him. Xiong Xiao reached out with a smile to stop Nia Yun. Fellow Taoist Nia, there's no need to chase after her, my sister just left because she didn't know how to face you, it's even more embarrassing for you to chase after her. But sister is so flustered, I still see it for the first time. With my understanding of my sister, she is not repulsed by you, and it will depend on your ability to succeed or not in the future. Farewell. What the hell? It's not repulsive? That means the Cloud Fairy is waiting for me to pursue her. There's something going on. Nia Yun's heart blossomed. Zhao Gongming approached Nia Yun's ear and muttered in a low voice, Brother Nia, if you need any help from Big Brother, just ask, Big Brother looks after you, don't be embarrassed. If you marry Sister Yun Xiao, I'll have a good life in the future, so cheer up. Second and third sisters, wait for Big Brother. Listen, is this what a real Big Brother would say? Nia Yun secretly despised Zhao Gongming. If this reckless man didn't have the icy, stable, and mature Yun Xiao in charge, I'm afraid he would have been reincarnated several times already. He really doesn't know what's good for him when he's in the midst of his bliss. That's 30% done, cool. If you pursue hard next, holding a beautiful woman is just around the corner. Niayan walked towards the hut humming a little song with his hands behind his back, and before his front foot even stepped through the door, he heard Luji's panicked voice. Great God, it's a big deal, Pony's been captured. What the hell? Niayan was stunned. Didn't this guy go to get the spirit fruit? The guests left before the spirit fruit was delivered to entertain them, and I haven't even gotten to him yet. How many things is it to get caught? Luji couldn't catch his breath and explained, didn't the Great Spirit ask Xiaoma to look for the spirit fruit before? This guy didn't know that the Imperial Fruit Garden could be claimed for free, and directly rushed to the nearest Qin Yuan Demon Saint's mansion to grab it, and as a result, he was grabbed and hanged by the Qin Yuan Demon Saint, so go and take a look. Huh? Nia Yun went numb. Robbing the Demon Saint's mansion? Is this monkey so brave? A mere Xianni mortal went to rob the half-step quasi-saint Qin Yuan Demon Saint, and that was in the heavenly court. Is that a crime and a brain fart? Even if we save it, can we use it? Chapter 109, another one, I want to expose myself so badly. Nia Yun rolled his eyes. What's the point of me going? Will the demon sage still give me face? Will it give face to me, a third-grade imaginary tidal water god, or will it give face to me, a heavenly emperor's son-in-law who hasn't even gotten a single word in edgewise? Even you, the crown prince, can't get that monkey, what can I do? Lu Pressure said oddly, the Qin Yuan Demon Saint said that as long as you go over there, she'll release the pony, and that she'll not be held responsible for the pony's wanton behavior. Ha? When did I, Mr. Nya, lose so much face? The long-legged demon saint even asked to see me by name? No, there's something weird going on here. After pondering for a little while, Nya Yun turned toward Lu Press. Go to the Qin Yuan Demon Saint mansion. He wanted to see what the Qin Yuan Demon Saint wanted. As for danger, if one's own little life was not guaranteed within the boundaries of the heavenly court, then there was no point in staying in this heavenly court and running away early. Arriving at the Qin Yuan Demon Saint mansion, Niayan realized that the mansion was directly in front of Mount Sumeru, separated by less than 30 miles, and to an immortal god, that kind of distance was a few breaths of flying time. It's not too much of a stretch to say they're neighbors. I've been so busy with detachments and equipment and weapons that I haven't properly explored the situation around Mount Sumeru. I didn't expect to be neighbors with the big long-legged demon saint for so long. I should have known that I would have sneaked over to take a look twice. If you come across a drama that happens to meet the Qinwan Demon Saint in the shower. Niayan smiled obscenely as he stepped into the Demon Saint's residence. Above the main hall, the Qin Yuan Demon Saint was sitting on top of a chair with a wine cup in his hand, and his two slender thighs were casually resting on the armrests of the chair. The battle armor, which was already low on fabric, went on strike altogether, revealing a snowy white that dazzled the eyes. Perhaps it was because of the wine, her cheeks were slightly red and her charming eyes were like silk, seducing people with just one glance. The maid standing beside the Qin Yuan Demon Saint carefully poured wine, and her gaze occasionally looked at the red shiri horse monkey who was tied up in the hall. Next to the red shiri horse monkey, there stood a stout man with a three-pronged fork on his shoulder, and although this man was already into luo cultivation, he deliberately retained the physical characteristics of a demon, with two black curved horns erected at the location of his temples. Report, Lord Demon Saint, the extra horse harnessed by the Emperor's side and the 10th Prince have come to pay a visit. Please come in. Within moments, Nya Yun and Lu Press stepped into the hall. Just the first time he saw the Qin-era Demon Saint, his face couldn't help but redden. Is the Qinwan Demon Saint so indulgent in his mansion? Nya Yun was instantly annoyed with the red shiri horse monkey and the big man with the cow horns. How could you guys peek at this kind of scene? It's simply a waste. Not realizing that everyone, including within the land pressure, is trembling and not looking at it, only this one is peeking. The Qinwan Demon Saint straightened up, and his legs resting on the back of his chair were lowered, covered by his armor. Why did you put your leg down? Keep hitching. It's okay, I don't mind. Nya Yun secretly roared in his heart, but he didn't have the guts to say it out loud. After all, this was a half-step paragon demon saint. Extra horse harnessed by the side of a team, what a rare guest. I said that the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team is living in deep seclusion and has been my neighbor for decades without making a trip to the door, and I thought that the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team had something against me. The Qin Yuan Demon Saint's face was wearing a smile, and the redness of her cheeks added a few more charming and touching touches. Nya Yun coughed lightly. What's the opinion? I wasn't paying attention. If I'd known it was so close, I'd have come here a long time ago. Don't blame the Demon Saint Lord, I have not yet completed my time of confinement in Mount Sumeru, and I do not dare to disobey the decree to go out.
The Qin Yuan demon saint didn't care and pointed at the red shiri horse monkey on the ground.
You don't dare to disobey the decree except for the fact that you can send people to wreak havoc in the heavenly court? To the extent that they came to my mansion to rob it, is it that I, the Qin Yuan demon saint, am not famous enough, and they all think that I am the weakest amongst the demon saints and the best to be bullied? Also, I'll go to the heavenly emperor to judge and tell the emperor's son-in-law that the main thing is that he's the emperor's son-in-law's man, and that I don't have a problem with people, but not with the emperor's son-in-law. Ping Tian, take the red shiri horse monkey with you and let's go meet the heavenly emperor. Yes, my lord.
The burly man grabbed the red-shirted horse monkey.
Don't. Lu Ji hurriedly stopped. Qin Yuan demon saint, if you have something to say, you can say it properly. Why should you make a scene at His Majesty's place? This demon saint is not reasonable. Didn't you say you'd let the ponies go when you got the Great Spirit here? Now that the man has been found, why did you change your mind?
Nie Yun, however, could see clearly that the Qin Yuan demon saint was asking for something else. Lord Demon Saint, this little monkey is new to the heavenly court and doesn't know the depths, so he offended Lord Demon Saint, so I hereby apologize to you on his behalf. Of course, the Demon Saint Lord suffered a loss. Niamao naturally won't let you suffer either, as long as I have you just open your mouth, and I'll definitely take out what I can. Tears welled up in red shiri horse monkey's eyes. He hadn't expected Niayan to be willing to pour everything he had into saving himself. Before he had wondered if there was any benefit to following Niayan, he was too much of a badass. The Qin Yuan demon saint's surprised color flickered away. He even guessed that he had a request. No wonder His Majesty valued this son so highly. This ability to read words and colors, few people can match. Just as well. We are all ministers in the same hall, so there is indeed no need to make a scene. How about this? How about if you just tell me all the people who worked with you on the perimeter star dipper formation, then I'll let red shiri horse monkey go. The Qin Yuan demon saint's eyes showed anticipation. She believed that Taoist nameless true body was one of the people who participated in perfecting the circumstantial star dipper grand formation, or else it would not have been possible to mobilize the power of the grand formation under the circumstances. Nie Yun was a bit stunned. Just for this? I thought I'd have to pay off my gambling debts, but I was just thinking about it. Or from. But perfecting the perpetual star dipper grand formation was fabricated by Demon Emperor Lao Dang, so where did Nie Yun know about it? There are many people involved in this. I don't know which one Lord Demon Saint is asking about. Nie Yun couldn't figure out exactly what the Qin Yuan demon saint intended to do, and if she was also a 250, the joke would be on her. Should I take advantage of the blackmail when the time comes? Qin Yuan demon saint, you don't want your identity as an undercover agent to be revealed either. Ahem, thinking out loud. Much? How many? Hundreds and hundreds. Disappointment flashed in the eyes of the Qin Yuan demon saint. Hundreds and hundreds, too many. Trying to find its true body was as difficult as heaven. Then do you know if there is anyone among this group of people who is good at the art of bilocation? It's with this kind of straw man that they refine their split bodies. Nie Yun looked at the half of the straw man handed over by the Qin Yuan demon saint and was completely numb. Well, if it isn't my straw man. The Qin Yuan demon saint was looking for the nameless Taoist, and he was afraid that he hadn't been conquered by the old white-bearded man, just like Xiong Xiao, right? Either. Exposed it. Maybe the big, long-legged demon saint threw herself at her. Ha! This straw man. Lu Press looked at the half straw man and was quite surprised. It was very much like the kind of straw man Nie Yun had tied for his second sister earlier. Land pressure. Nie Yun was startled, and hurriedly stopped Lu Press from continuing, as he wouldn't be able to hide it any longer. Lord Demon Saint, there are too many people, we're not too familiar with each other, and I don't know who is good at the art of splitting. But I can go visit for you for a while. We all get along for hundreds of years, more or less a little bit of feelings. Ask this grassman belongs to someone, it should not be difficult. Chapter 110, Horse Armor Turned Me Green? Laying out the human race. Watching Nie Yun about to put the straw man away, the Qin Yuan demon saint didn't move to retrieve half of the straw man first, frowning as he asked, "You'll transmit everyone's images to me, and I'll look for them myself." It's just a half a straw man, isn't it? Why are you so nervous? Make it look like a golden dollar. Nie Yun bristled as he bowed his hand and said, "Forgive me, Demon Saint Lord, but the perpetual star dipper grand formation is an important weapon of the heavenly court, so I don't dare to reveal it at will. If you want to know, you can go to His Majesty and ask, there's no way I'm telling. If you can trust me, I will seek the owner of the straw man on your behalf. If not, then please change your terms." If Qin Yuan is an undercover agent of other forces, wouldn't he have betrayed the secrets of the heavenly court?
Can the demon emperor spare me?
Delicate in mind, prudent and cautious, loyal and redoubtable, it seems that His Majesty really didn't choose the man indiscriminately. The Qin Yuan demon saint revealed a look of appreciation.
In that case, I'll ask for your sidekick's help in this matter.
You can rest assured in your search, this person is my husband who was separated many years ago. I will report this matter to His Majesty first, and will not let His Majesty misunderstand you.
Ping Tian, release the red shiri horse monkey. Long lost husband?
Nia Yin almost fell head over heels. When did I become your husband?
How come I don't know? It's really like Joan of Arc, love at first sight for the old man with the white beard. It doesn't make sense. Don't beautiful women like talented men and beautiful women?
A white-faced young man like me is more desirable, so why are they all attracted to a white-bearded old man?
Is this a diversion to green me? I'm green myself? Just outrageous.
It won't take long to have the result. The demon saint lord respectfully wait for the good news can.
Land press, take the red shiri horse monkey away. Farewell. It was only after returning to Mount Sumeru that Lu Press opened his mouth and asked. Great God, that straw man is not. Shut up. Nia Yun glared at him. In the future, this matter is rotten in the heart, not allowed to disclose to the public. This matter is of great significance. If it is exposed, the entire heavenly court will suffer from extinction. Do you understand? Lu Ji was so scared that his face turned pale and he swore not to say anything.
Although he does not know how the straw man is involved in the peril of the heavenly court, but the great God will never lie to me. The great God level is not what one can imagine. The witch and demon war is the best example.
That all involves the saint level. If the Great Spirit says there is danger, there must be. Land Press was convinced. Nia Yun nodded in satisfaction.
Should have said it a little heavier before the guy goes around talking about it and exposing himself. Nia Yun naturally raised all 5 of his limbs in favor of holding a beautiful woman, not to mention the long-limbed demon saint he had been pining for.
But you have to be able to do that yourself.
Not to mention whether or not the Qin Yuan demon saint would despise a little golden immortal like himself at that time. The main thing was that the identity of the nameless Taoist, which involved counting the Western sect and the elucidating sect, once it was exposed, then there would be 3 saintly dudes eyeing him.
There's also reincarnation and Styx.
Exposing it to Tong Tian and Ho Tu was fine. They were saints and on their side, and it was unlikely that they would have their souls drawn and examined. Interceptor 3 Xiao and Zhao Gongming, extraordinary identity, cultivation is not low, the saints do not dare to do anything to them. After all, Tong Tian saint is still there. But the Qin Yuan demon saint is different. The backer is the heavenly court. To put it politely, one day Yuanshire where the West 2 saints went crazy, caught the Qin Yuan demon saint direct soul searching. The demon emperor cannot stop. As opposed to beauty, first you have to be alive to have a chance to appreciate beauty. Nia Yun could still tell the difference between the lesser and the greater. Nia Yun twisted his head to look at the red shiri horse monkey, rather annoyed.
How come this guy wasn't abused by the Qin Yuan demon saint? It's okay to throw a few punches. Maybe he'll grow a brain.
Think of the introduction of this guy, no yin and yang, will personnel, good in and out, avoid death and prolong life.
Nia Yun just felt like the legend lied. This is called knowing personnel?
The red shiri horse monkey thought that Nia Yun was going to chastise him, so he hurriedly knelt down. Please chastise the Great Spirit, I have let you down. He was willing, and Nia Yun's performance just now had already convinced him to be grateful. The fact that this guy had such a good attitude about admitting his mistakes in turn made Nia Yun too embarrassed to punish him. Lu Pressure pleaded, Great God, when Pony first arrived in the heavenly court, he still doesn't know anything about anything, so it's justifiable for him to make mistakes. I suggest that we leave Pony at Mount Sumeru to serve your old man, so that he can learn more about people and the rules of the heavenly court.
Nappy, this guy is afraid that red shiri horse monkey will steal his credit, right? Dao Juan's heart is definitely black.
Nia Yun secretly despised Lu Press for a moment.
Xiaoma, this matter is good that it did not cause a big mistake. I will not pursue. In the future, you must think twice before acting. You cannot be so reckless. The floodplains are full of strong people, even strong as the heavenly emperor has to be careful. If you keep being so reckless, I won't even be able to save you next time. Red shiri horse monkey was greatly moved. The Great Spirit simply loves me too much. I must repay the Great Spirit in the future. He made a solemn bow. I have kept the teachings of the Great Spirit in mind and will never dare to forget them.
Nia Yun nodded his head in satisfaction and helped the red shiri horse monkey up.
Just remember, there's a task for you next. Lu Press secretly despondent, alas.
This monkey still took the business.
Hasty. I should have known better than to bring him to meet the Great Spirit. The red shiri horse monkey immediately said with a straight face, "Please command the Great Spirit, I will not make any mistakes this time. Tomorrow you will pack your bags, go to the East China seacoast of the human race boundary, lurking in the human race, do not let people recognize the human race in the future, but where there are any major events, the first time to send a message back to tell me, especially the treasure accident, this kind of thing, listen to understand it?" I understand. Niayan turned his head toward Lu Press. "Little golden bird, find a way to enter the human race as well, and it's best if you can stay by the side of the three ancestors of the human race for the same purpose as Little Horse, to keep an eye on all the major events of the human race and report them back to me." With the red shiri horse monkey keeping an eye on the bottom of the human race, and Lu Press keeping an eye on the top of the human race, Niayan didn't believe the thing could still run away. According to Niayan's memories, the end of the Sorcerer-Demon War would only be 100 years apart, and the human race would begin to rise to prominence, ushering in the era of the 3 emperors and 5 emperors. He had to lay out in advance, the rise of the human race is related to a wave of great luck merit they get, cultivation is bound to rise, then it is considered to have the power of self-preservation in the floodplains. Lu Pressure patted his chest and assured, "Don't worry, great God, the demon saint of Kaimeng presides over the protection of the human race, I'll go to him and under the banner of pointing out the cultivation of the human race free of charge, I'll surely be able to enter the human race easily." The strongest person in the human race today is the 3 ancestors of the human race, who are only at the golden immortal cultivation level. Lu Press, a golden immortal, is still the Prince of Heaven, so the human race will still refuse? Niayan was quite surprised. The little golden bird had grown a brain? Not bad. Not bad. At once, he reminded, "Little golden bird, this trip to the human race might be dangerous, you can go to your big sister and borrow her immortal beheading gourd. But the purpose of going to the human race must not be revealed, the matter is known only to the 3 of us." The immortal beheading gourd. That's the Taoist monarch's proper magic treasure. Always having Princess Duanyu on his back made Niayan look awkward. And the book of 7 arrows on the head of a nail, I don't know where that stuff is now. But the nail head 7 arrows book shouldn't be as powerful as my demonic speech book. After the demonic speech thin has absorbed the vitality, I haven't taken it out to open the light yet, so I'll wait to go back and find someone to try it out first. The book of demonic words is open in chapter 111, please welcome the first victim. The belly of the mountain. The original white book of demonic words was currently emitting a demonic dark red color, reflecting brightly and darkly on Niayan's face. Refining 60% of it, that's already my limit, there should be no problem. The demonic speech thinning was an innate spiritual treasure, and with Niayan's mid-stage golden immortal cultivation, he could only refine the innate spiritual treasure to 60%, and could not continue to do so unless his cultivation level increased. Who to choose? Niayan was a bit torn. It wasn't that he couldn't find enemies, but that there were too many of them. The hierarchy, the Western sect, and that treacherous man Styx River, which one of them was not his secret enemy? But those are the big boys. The 12 golden immortals of the hierarchy, the first sage, the 2 saints of the West, and the Buddha, to name a few, were all Dala Jinxians at worst. The point was that Niayan still didn't know the exact cultivation level of these people, so if he cursed them at random, he wouldn't just fail to see any effect, he'd also be wasting his time, just like he did last time when he cursed the old man of the river Styx. "That's right, you're it, who asked you to be more handsome than me?" Niayan's mana surged, and a name was slowly sketched out on the book of demonic words, Golden Cicada. This guy's cultivation is also a golden immortal, so he should be able to see the effects. But will it curse him to death? If the golden cicada dies, will there be a westbound in the future? Will there still be Elder Tang? Nappy, overthinking, even the Haotian mirror, the foundation of the Haotian heavenly court, and the Nanshui peach, were given to Emperor Jun by the Tao Father. What's wrong with having less of a Tang priest? With the pissiness of the great power of heaven, if there is less of the Tang monk, there may be a Li monk or a Wang monk, without delaying the journey to the west. Just like the Witch Demon War, when the heavenly court rose up majestically, then they pulled the Western sect and the Hierophant sect out to take a beating. The thing is still the same thing, the big picture, just with a different content in the middle. With that in mind, Niayan slowly closed his eyes and mouthed the words. In a flash, the demonic red light on the book of demonic words became even more dazzling, reflecting the entire cave into red. Western teachings. The golden cicada is practicing in his cave, and ever since he came back from heaven, he has aspired to be a Buddha, and will never again top the pot for anyone else. When I came back, I worked harder and harder. The position of Buddha not only requires the approval of saints, but the cultivation level cannot be too low, otherwise it is difficult to convince the public. I must become a Buddha. Master Earth Store is only a Dharma body. What qualifications does he have to be a Buddha? Those who don't know think that my Western sect can't even choose a Buddha. The Western sect should be led by me, Golden Cicada. Only I can lead the Western sect to great prosperity, only I. I'm going to find Master Ancestor right now and ask him to make me a Buddha. The appearance of this thought was like a virus that quickly took over Golden Cicada's mind. The Golden Cicada drew himself up, and just as he stepped out 2 steps, his entire body was abruptly jolted. Wake up! How could I have such a bold idea? I'm only at the Golden Immortal cultivation level. How could I be qualified to be a Buddha? Have I created a demon in my mind? Golden Cicada hurriedly returned to the futon and chanted the Great Diamond Sutra to discard evil thoughts. After he had calmed the distracting thoughts in his mind, he had just breathed a sigh of relief when he realized that his mana was beginning to string around in his body uncontrollably, and even the 3 blossoms on top were beginning to become unstable. Golden Cicada was horrified. What's going on? Why does my Tao fruit have a tendency to collapse? It's not right, it's very wrong. The prudent and cautious man had sensed something unusual, first producing a heart demon, followed by a riot of mana. How could there be such a coincidence? Someone's trying to get to me? Golden Cicada panicked. Master Ancestor, save me. He violently rushed out of the cave and headed straight for the place where the 2 saints of the West were diving. Junti and Jain opened their eyes in unison, their eyes showing doubt. Jain grabbed towards the void. The Golden Cicada appeared in front of him. Jain was quite displeased, and thought that this timid disciple grandson was brainstorming something again, and just wanted to teach him a lesson, when he realized that the mana in the Golden Cicada's body was completely rioting and opening up, and was vaguely going to destroy the 3 flowers on the top. Guiding's face changed greatly, and the saint's mana was violently injected into the Golden Cicada's body. Is this the power of the curse? Reception was furious that someone had assassinated a Buddhist son of the Western sect. Terrifying mana swept through the Golden Cicada's body in an instant, suppressing the riotous mana and the Golden Cicada's Tao fruit. At the same time, Junti also opened his eyes from his pinch, his brows furrowed into a Chuan character. Only a red book was counted, not who did it. Reception's face was grim, unable to count people? Then there were only 2 possibilities. The first was a saint, and the second was a great power that possessed a chaotic spiritual treasure to conceal it. Junti added again, and this side of the red demon book, which has never appeared in the floodplains, may have just come out of the world, or it may have just been refined. Jain said in a cold voice, just out of the world of the Dharma treasure. Take my Western sect Buddha son, really think that my Western sect is good at bullying? The 12-pin merit golden lotus that Guiding sat down shone brightly, and his icy voice resounded throughout the entire flooded earth. I don't care who cursed my Western sect's Buddha's son, please stop in moderation, otherwise once I find out, don't blame us 2 saints for disregarding our faces and bullying the small with the big. I put my words here, believe it or not as you wish. The big deal is that I don't want the Western Church anymore. All the spirits of the flood looked up at the Western sect in unison, looking at each other. Who has the guts to be so fat? Curse the Buddha son of the Western religion? Bo Palace, Tong Tian pinched his fingers and frowned. This guy, Reception, has covered up all the heavenly chances of the Buddhist sons of the Western sect, so it's impossible to project them. Listening to the words of the receiver, it is a suspicion that the saints have made a move and want to lift the table to threaten. But who did it? Tong Tian thought all the saints over. Anyone could be possible, including him. Tong Tian. After all, no saints wanted to let the Western Church grow big. Water fire. At your command, Master. Send an order to the disciples of the Interceptor sect that friction with the Western sect is to be strictly avoided in recent times, and that those who disobey the order are to be heavily punished. Yes. No matter who it is, it can't give the Western sect to catch the handle, or else Jain and Junti will run to Bo Palace to make a mess, and that won't look good either. At the same time, the saints of the hierarchy and the human sect have ordered not to have friction with the disciples of the Western sect. After all, the character of the 2 saints of the West is clear to everyone, and really dare to shamelessly come to make trouble. Even Nuwa personally sent a message to Emperor Jun. In the palace of the purple heaven. Tao ancestor Hongjuan's eyes showed disdain. Someone wants to follow the path of demon ancestor Luo Shuo? Secretly manipulating the quantum sabotage? Even Luo Shuju was defeated by my hands. Where did you get the confidence? Back then, the dragon in Han's initial catastrophe, it is the devil ancestor's secretly manipulation, provoked the dragon, phoenix, unicorn 3 tribes' grudges, leading to the outbreak of the great catastrophe, in a vain attempt to let the devil tribe rise, so as to control the flood heavenly way.
Hongjun, on the other hand, took the opportunity to come out of nowhere and save the day, killing Luo Shujiu and banishing the demon race from the sky, and even became the spokesman of the heavenly Tao as a result.
It can be said that Luo is completely doing the graft for Hongjun.
Also, because of this matter, there are always rumors in the floodplains that Hongjun is the one who calculates the deepest, and Luo Shua is his pawn from the beginning to the end. In the Demon Emperor Hall, Di Jun's eyes were deep in thought after receiving Nuwa's transmission.
In that case, the person who cursed the Buddha's son of the Western sect is not even considered a saint? Who has the audacity to do this, and for what purpose? He had thought that after the destruction of the witch race, the protagonists of heaven and earth would only be left with the demon race, and the flood would be clear, and the demon race's heavenly court would be able to continue for thousands of generations. However, the appearance of this mysterious cursor gave Di Jun the feeling that the darkness of the flood might be more terrifying than when the sorcerer clan still existed. This is just the beginning. Chapter 112, The Great Tribulation is coming? If it's true, I'll eat the table. Mount Sumeru, in the belly of the mountain.
Nyayun had stopped cursing as early as when the receiver's voice had spread across the floodlands, fearing that the receiver would count on him. After waiting for a long time without seeing any movement, he wiped the fine sweat on his forehead. Nima, this golden cicada guy can't afford to play around, he even went to a saint. But the Book of Demonic Words is so powerful, it really can be untainted by karma, and even saints can't calculate it. Nyayun was certain that this golden cicada guy must have been cursed out of his mind, or else he couldn't have gone to a saint for help. As for the golden cicada being right next to the saint, Nyayun didn't believe it at all. Even the interceptor Duobao, a disciple treated by Tongtian as his own son, was not able to cultivate beside Tongtian, and the golden cicada was only a third-generation disciple's grandson, which has such a big face. It's been verified that the Book of Demonic Words curses people quite top. In the future, if any enemy pops up, just curse them to death directly and quietly, you don't have to make a move at all. But this thing pulls too much hate, it has to be used carefully and never exposed. Nyayun put away the Book of Demonic Words with satisfaction. Time passed like a white horse, and decades passed. Nyayun was rather dissatisfied as he looked at the news that Lu Press and the red Shiri horse monkey had sent back from the human race, all of which were trivial matters. These two goods have been lurking around the human race for 100 years, and they still haven't probed for any useful news. It's too much to pull across.
Should we get someone else? Send a strawman doppelganger there yourself? Or does it mean that that thing won't come out early before the human race's catastrophe starts? When Nyayun thought about it, the latter was more likely. All great catastrophes have foreshadowing, and the foreshadowing of the witch-demon war was the breaking of the Buzhou mountain. When this matter was brought up, Nyayun had been speculating in his heart about how Gong Gong and Shu Rong had run off to the Buzhou mountain battle. Ironically, someone guided it, as to who. Nyayun didn't dare to guess, nor did he want to. It was pointless. It was better to let Ho Tu have a headache with this stuff. It's not like he's a member of the sorcerer clan anyway. Keep a diary. Together with today, it's just about a full 100 years, so I wonder what goodies the system will give this time. With anticipation in his heart, Nyayun took out his journal and began to write. According to the projections, the great calamity should be coming. How come there's no movement at all? Did Tendo take a vacation? Doesn't make sense. What the hell? In the Demon Emperor's Hall, Di Jun saw the diary update and jerked straight up. Great calamity? What kind of joke is this? The witch-demon cataclysm has only been over for 100 years. How could heaven and earth breed a new cataclysm so quickly? Do you really think the great calamity is a cabbage? This dog doesn't have a brain even when he's babbling nonsense. Dragon Han initial hijacking from the witch-demon catastrophe, the time span reaches dozens of yuan, almost tens of millions of years, and now only 100 years apart. If there is another catastrophe, that the flood spirit directly wiped the neck, forget, do not have to struggle. Because it's the Tao of Heaven killing people, and who can stop the Tao of Heaven when it wants to kill people? Neither can the Taoist ancestors. I don't know if the Taoist ancestor has convened a meeting of the saints to discuss the matter of the Great Tribulation, and we don't know the saints are. There's no place to ask. Even if there is a meeting, Demon Emperor Lao Deng definitely won't be invited. The saint coterie isn't something that anyone can blend into. Unless the Heavenly Court grasps that thing, and then with the identity of the Heavenly Court, the current flood bearer, it might be possible. That thing? What's that thing? Emperor Jun did not know what was going on and thought for a long time before he reacted. Everything Nyayun said was based on the fact that the Great Tribulation would happen, and since the Great Tribulation wouldn't even occur, then anything would be meaningless. Says it like it is. If a great calamity does come, I will eat this table. No. I even ate the Demon Emperor Hall.
Luckily I sent someone to squat in advance. As long as that thing appears, it shouldn't be able to escape me. I will first go and find the reincarnated body of Pig Ganglai, and when the thing arrives, I will send it to the human sect. At that time, will the Supreme Sage not cry out to accept me as a disciple? Unlike the Demon Emperor, this old dang, the old man has helped you win the Witch Demon War, but even took your 2 crooked daughters to scourge me. Won't your conscience hurt? And the Demon Queen, all promised to help me withdraw from the marriage, now directly closed the door to see people really believe in the evil of your family. When Di-jun saw this, his tiger's body shook and he became furious. Truly a white-eyed wolf that can't be bred. I've been so kind to you, and you're still thinking of defecting to the human religion? My daughter had a crooked melon crack date. Your moon qualification is high, but also inherited the fox ancestor inheritance. In the future will become a saint, but also the fox ancestor leader. Although Duan Yu's qualifications are average, but her national color is heavenly, it's more than enough to match you, the wolf cub. What else are you dissatisfied with? The entire flood wasteland does not know how many people coveted my daughter, really do not know the goods. Di-jun was really pissed off. I've given you the title of Emperor's son-in-law, and I've promoted you to a higher rank. Do you want me to abdicate the throne of the heavenly emperor to you? It's not like it's impossible. The former replacement is Di-jun's proof of sainthood. There's no harm in giving Nye-yun the position of heavenly emperor at that time. Fortunately, I have kept my hand and did not state which princess I was promised to, so now I can only look at Ingyu. It's just that Ingyu has been following Yuhua. It's not going too well. But now the only hope is this third daughter, and if the third daughter can't keep Nye-yun on a leash, then we have no choice but to use force. Letting Nye-yun leave the heavenly court would be impossible. We can only let Shiha go to Ingyu first and probe Nyua's attitude. Even if there is some offense, it is still acceptable. As long as he stabilized Nye-yun and gained the opportunity to become a saint, when the time came for Di-jun to become a saint, he would be on equal footing with Nyua. Who's still afraid of who? Boom! Suddenly, there was a thunderclap from the flat earth, shaking the entire flooded earth. What's going on? Emperor Jun hurriedly flew out of the Demon Emperor Hall and stood proudly in the sky above the Demon Emperor Hall, his gaze as if he were a falcon, staring dead center at the eastern sky. The heavenly court demon sage, the Eastern Emperor, and all the other immortals and gods also leapt into the sky, their gazes casting to the eastern sky. Is that robbery gas? How could it be a calamity chi? The sorcerer demon cataclysm has only been over for less than 100 years, how could it have birthed a new cataclysm? It's over, the heavenly Tao is trying to overthrow all beings. Who can stand it when great calamities come one after another? Ha! It seems like the calamity chi is very weak. It can't be that the heavenly Tao is not lifting up, and the previous great calamity has overdrawn? The gods and goddesses whispered. Ghost Car coldly grunted, what's the point of panicking? Isn't it just another great calamity? Is the great calamity great? Didn't I stab through dozens of holes in the witch demon cataclysm before? The crowd was speechless. You're drifting a bit strong, just like you. It's hard to stab an ancestor witch, and you're still stabbing the great calamity? Shan Yang pinched his fingers and shook his head. It's impossible to count. It's impossible to count. Bai Zhe glanced at K Meng and whispered, K Meng, that's the direction of the human race. K Meng nodded and had already secretly transmitted his voice to check it out. The heavenly emperor had given himself so much grace to lead the heavenly soldiers to protect the human race, and if the new great tribulation started from the human race, it might spread to the heavenly court. He couldn't ignore it, but he couldn't return the favor with a grudge. East Emperor Tai's gaze narrowed slightly as he quietly transmitted his voice to Emperor Jun. Your Majesty, this robbing chi is a bit familiar, ISN. It? Chapter 113, Emperor Jun, I swallowed and spit it out, not a broken promise. Di-jun mooshed and slowly spat out a sentence. The havoc of tests. He is too familiar with this kind of robbery gas. Once the rise of the demon race, the 9 heavens above is falling this kind of robbery gas, he is also personally experienced. Leading the demon race finally became one of the protagonists of heaven and earth. And now that this kind of robbing energy falls on the human race, it is self-evident. If the human race could withstand the test, they would have smooth sailing and become the protagonists of another heaven and earth. The Great Tribulation is really here, and that dog was right again. But hundreds of years ago he calculated that the human race would become the protagonist of heaven and earth. How did he do it? Di-jun looked down at the Demon Emperor's hall below. He just seemed to have said that if the great calamity really came, he would not only eat the table, but even the Demon Emperor's hall.
Now it's really coming. Is this to be eaten? Eat. I am the Heavenly Emperor. Once I open my mouth, how can I go back on my words?
Meng, by Zay, by the two of you go to the human race as soon as possible, investigate the matter of the shocking thunder, and report it to me quickly.
Yes.
Meng and Bai Zay turned to leave. The two quasi-saints, of which Bai Zay was still a quasi-saint great circle, were enough to deal with most things. I have recently had a feeling that I need to be in seclusion for a period of time, and the Eastern Emperor will temporarily lead the affairs of the Heavenly Court. Emperor Jun finished speaking and flew into the Demon Emperor Hall. Dong Huangtai was puzzled in his heart. How could His Majesty close the door when the calamity of the rise of the human race had just begun?
Isn't this the best time to go to the people and send warmth? His Majesty has no intention of taking the people?
Tai couldn't see through Di Jun's thoughts, but didn't ask too many questions. Turning around and just about to command the heavenly immortal gods, he saw the crowd looking at the Demon Emperor's hall in unison, dumbstruck.
What's wrong?
Taichi consciously twisted his head to look, only to see a golden crow whose feathers were like clouds hanging down to the sky open its bloody mouth, swallowing the entire Demon Emperor Hall in one gulp.
This. Tai's head is filled with question marks. His Majesty swallowed the Demon Emperor Hall?
The immortal gods also looked at each other. In the next moment, the Demon Emperor's Hall appeared in its original position again.
Is this swallowed and spit out? The crowd is completely numb. What is His Majesty doing? Performing a hat trick in front of everyone? Inside the temple, the corners of Di Jun's mouth quirked.
I, Emperor Jun, do what I say, swallow when I say I will, and never go back on my word.
Anyway, I have swallowed it. Mount Sumeru. Nya Yun trembled with excitement. It's coming. It's coming with the hijacking breath. The tribulation of the human race test has finally arrived.
That thing could come out at any time. Just the little golden bird and the monkey. There isn't enough insurance. I'll have to send a doppelganger over there. Don't let the chickens fly. Nya Yun took out a straw man from his storage pouch, and the straw man quickly transformed into the appearance of a middle-aged Taoist. He really does not want to illusion immortal-style Taoist, white-bearded Taoist, afraid to go out all-provoke emotional debt back, cannot afford to hurt It's mostly insta-prone to self-absorption. This face is so waxy that you can't even find it when you throw it in a pile of people. If you can still get a fairy to fall in love at first sight, I'll immediately have a facelift. Confident, Nya Yun tossed a storage bag to the straw man split. From now on you will be called the Unknown Taoist.
Go! Pikachu.
In the midst of chaos, the Purple Heavenly Palace. The 6 saints came one after the other, and with the exception of Nuwa, the other saints looked different. There's upset, there's envy, there's jealousy.
Junti walked up to Nuwa with a smile on his face.
Congratulations to fellow Daoist Nuwa, the heavenly Tao has sent down the tribulation of tests, and the human race will definitely be one of the protagonists of the heavenly Tao, and with the relationship between the demon race and the human race, the demon race will definitely get a lot of benefits this time around. Nuwa smiled faintly. I didn't know that the human race would have such luck. The heavens are merciful. In fact, Nuwa was also confused as to how the human race had been chosen by the heavenly Tao. And as if Di Jun knew in advance, he wanted to preserve the human race even at the expense of feuding with the Western sect. But this is a good thing. If the demon race and the human race can be screwed together, both are the protagonists of heaven and earth, then who else in the floodplains can touch the demon race?
Junti hemmed and hawed. Fellow Daoist Nuwa, see if you can.
Yuan sure sneered. Junti, how do you have the face to say that? In the beginning it was you, the Western sect, who wanted to exterminate the human race to refine the witch slaughtering sword, but now you want to get a piece of the pie on the human race's calamity. Even if Nuwa agrees, the human race won't agree to it either. Tong Tian said wistfully, not bad, maybe after the rise of the human race, the first one to be exterminated will be the Western sect.
Paramount was embarrassed and almost wanted to say, fellow Taoist has mistaken me for someone else. I am not Junti. I'm just saying. Just saying. He quietly passed a look to the guide, ready to secretly obstruct the human race. Even if the great trend of the heavenly Tao is irreversible, so what? The human race wants to rise, they must not be allowed to go smoothly. After all, the beam is already formed. The supreme sage glanced at Nuwa and faintly asked. The matter of the heavenly court protecting the human race was something you asked Di Jun to do? Fellow Daoist Nuwa is truly a profound Daoist. I am ashamed of myself. Nuwa created the human race, while the humanist religion was founded on the human race as its root, and both have a deep relationship with the human race.
But the human sect abandoned the human race at a time of crisis, allowing Manhwa to pick up the slack. Now I'm afraid that only the Heavenly Tao recognizes the human sect, and anyway, the human race only knows Manhwa in the Heavenly Court, and won't care about the human sect. The opportunity was equal in the first place. It is your human teaching that does not want it, so I am not to blame. The Supreme Sage laughed bitterly. Originally, Manhwa held 40% of the human race's chi and fortune because of the merit of creating a human being, and the human religion was established to hold 30% of the human race's chi and fortune, and only 30% of the chi and fortune fell into the hands of the human race. In the future, when the human race is close to Manhwa, perhaps all the 30% of the chi in the hands of the human sect will slowly be lost to Manhwa, but there is nothing that can be done about it. What the human sect has done has chilled the hearts of the human race, and now even if the Taishan personally goes to pull the human race together, I'm afraid it won't have much effect. Clunk boring. The gate of the Purple Heaven Palace slowly opened, and Haotian and Yaoqi walked out on the left and right, saluting the saints. Greetings to the 6 senior brothers and sisters, the master invites you in. Although the 2 of them are only Hongjuan sitting children, but in terms of identity, it is enough to be equal to the 6 saints. After all, people's master is Hongjun. There's nothing wrong with this shout of senior brother and sister. The 6 saints entered the Purple Heavenly Palace one after another and bowed respectfully. Greetings, sensei. Hongjun slowly opened his mouth after signaling the crowd to sit down. There is yin and yang in heaven and earth, and yin and yang are born together, and all things are born. The witch race and the great calamity to digest the calamity gas, the protagonists of heaven and earth are missing one of them, and they must be made up in order for yin and yang to be born together. The race chosen by the Heavenly Tao this time is the human race. Although the saints have known for a long time, but listening to Hongjun personally say it, the heart is still very bad taste. Why did the Heavenly Tao choose the human race instead of other races? This is favoring Manhwa and the Heavenly Court. They all suspected that Dijun and Manhwa were the second granduncle and 7th aunt's cousin of the Heavenly Tao. Hongjun continued, the tribulation of the test of the human race is the 3 emperors and 5 emperors, the 3 emperors ruling the world and the 5 emperors dividing the lunar. This is the Tao of Heaven to evolve the ethical principles of heaven and earth, and it is related to the perfection of the Tao of Heaven. You and others can fight for the fortunes of the human race, but you cannot prevent the Tao of Heaven from being perfected, or else the saints will also suffer from the calamity. Junti and Guiding's faces were bitter. Done. Originally, I wanted to make some small moves, but now I can't even do that. The rise of the human race is unstoppable. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian gloated. Manhwa, on the other hand, was secretly relieved and smiled. The human race is stable. The Taishan respectfully bowed and asked, dare I ask the teacher, where did the tribulation of the human race's test begin and where did it end? Chapter 114 Usurping Fate and Derivation, Rushing to the Human Race. Hongjun blandly said, the 3 emperors and the 5 emperors are the beginning and the end. The Heavenly Tao will send down an object to the human race, suppressing the human race's chi, and enthroning the 3 emperors and 5 emperors. When this object appears, the human race's catastrophe will begin. Hongjun finished and slowly closed his eyes. Seeing this, the 6 saints exited the Purple Heavenly Palace in unison. Having just left the house, the 6 saints didn't even greet each other before they each hurriedly left. The Heavenly Tao sent down an object to enthrone the 3 kings and 5 emperors, and it was the beginning of the tribulation of the human race's test. Doesn't that mean that whoever grasps this object first will be able to control the calamity of the human race? So what if the Heavenly Court and Manhwa have a good relationship with the human race? If they can't get that thing, then it doesn't matter what they say about how the human race will go through the tribulation and how the 3 emperors and 5 emperors will be enthroned. For a time, both the 3 Qing and the 2 Western saints were lit up to fight for it, not only because they didn't want the Heavenly Court and Manhwa to monopolize the benefits, but more critically, the chi of a great catastrophe was far too important to any sect. Temple of the Demon Emperor in Heaven. Manhwa herself descended, and Emperor Jun was all a bit overwhelmed as he hurriedly rose to salute. Greetings to Mother Manhwa. Manhwa said directly, Emperor Jun, the tribulation of the test of the human race is the 3 emperors ruling the world and the 5 emperors dividing Luan. Teacher said that the Heavenly Tao will send down an object to enshrine the 3 emperors and 5 emperors of the human race. Whoever grasps this object will hold the initiative of the great tribulation of the human race. Emperor Jun was startled, suddenly remembering the mysterious object that Nyayun had mentioned many times in his diary. Could it be it? Nyayun actually knew about it a long time ago? Jun is so regretful. If I had known that dog did not lie, I would have sent troops to the human race in advance of the shortcut. Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now that the major powers had caught wind of it.
Dare I ask your highness, what exactly is this object? Manhwa shook her head. Teacher didn't explicitly say so, and the other saints don't know either. They only know that this object will come to the human race. You immediately send someone to the human race to track down the whereabouts of this item, and make sure that it is in the hands of the heavenly court. Once it is seized by other saints, we will be passive. Yes. Manhwa left. Jun fell into deep thought, and now it was no wonder he didn't believe that Yun was truly familiar with the human race's test of the tribulation. What a missed opportunity. Next time the dog says something, even if you don't believe it, be skeptical or you won't even have a chance to redeem yourself. That dog didn't say clearly what this thing is. How am I supposed to find it? Why don't you go over and ask him yourself? As soon as this thought appeared, it was negated by Emperor Jun. Suddenly asking a question will surely expose the fact that he can see his diary, and the opportunity to become a saint has not yet arisen, so he must not lose a great deal because of a small thing. Wait. That dog said before that he has secretly sent people to lurk the human race. As long as I figure out who he's sending there, and then send someone to hide behind him, won't I be able to reap the benefits? Jun immediately transmitted his voice to Emperor Tai. Although he had already sent Bai Zhe and K Meng to the human race, the other 5 saints had already known that the treasures would come to the human race, and the human race had already become a contested arena for saints to compete for the treasures. K Meng and Bai Zhe may not be able to hold the human race's big picture, and the heavenly court will have to send more forces to do so. At the same time, the 3 sects and the Western sect, too, had sent their experts to the human race. A storm is brewing in the shadows, centered on the human race. Mount Sumeru. Yun put away the diary and waited quietly for a moment before the long silent system beep finally sounded in his head. You have persisted in writing your diary for 100 years, rewarding you with the golden wheel of cutting the world 6, 1,000 years of sword Dao sense, and the art of usurping fate derivation. 6 cut-off golden wheels? Worthy of 100 years of rewards, it is really rich enough. In the past it was given 1 or 2, now it is given 6 at once. Adding the 6 from before, there are 12 cutting world golden wheels. How many cutting world golden wheels are there in this set? Yun was secretly staggered. The power of 6 cutthroat golden wheels was already one of the best amongst the innate spiritual treasures, and with 12 of them out in unison, their power definitely reached the level of an innate supreme treasure. Finally, there's a magic treasure to hold. Although the water god tripod and Shu Rong divine lance were fierce, it was a pity that they couldn't be seen. The presence of 12 cutthroat golden wheels had made up for Yun's shortcomings in terms of magical treasures. The word short is in quotes, and the main thing you can see is the people. Thousands of years of sword Dao sense, the system understands me. Digesting 1,000 years of sword Dao sensations, even if I can't comprehend the great Dao of the sword, I'm afraid I'm not far off. Comprehending the great Dao before golden immortal perfection is no longer a dream. Deluo, someone from Nya, have reserved it. Yun was spirited and confident. There was no rush to take it out and digest it, but instead, he landed his eyes on the last reward of the system. Usurping fate derivation, a divine ability of the great Tao that allows one to peer into the past, present and future, shielding oneself from all celestial projections. It can derive past, present and future bodies, condense all karmic obstacles, control itself, and peer directly into the great Tao. Yun's eyes widened, and there were only 3 words in his head so powerful. Peering into the past and future? Isn't that the art of projection? It can also shield others from their own projections. That alone is enough to drive people crazy. What is the strongest thing a saint can do? Of course it is the heavenly chance deduction, as long as the great tribulation is not revealed and the heavenly chance is not confused. That saint is a hanging wall. This usurpation of destiny derivation is equivalent to having the saint's ability to project in advance. This was just as well, as it was also possible to condense the past and future bodies, which was tantamount to removing all potential threats. The Paraclete's chopping of 3 corpses to prove the Tao is ostensibly good and evil and obsession, but in reality, it is also the Paraclete's past, present, future body. The flood is full of powerful people, and their magical powers are even more treacherous, so some of the great powers will be able to run into the past or the future to screw you over, thus affecting your present. What is safe? This is safe. This usurped life derivation must be learned. Practice even if you don't eat. Yun could already tell that this usurping destiny derivation was the very foundation of his establishment. Spinning around, he no longer hesitated and immediately extracted the art of usurping life derivation. All of a sudden, a huge wave of memories flooded Yun's mind. Meanwhile, on the shores of the East China Sea. Above the monstrous East Sea, the waves rolled. Above the coast, countless nameless tombstones stand. This was the place of the human race's former suffering and their rebirth. With the help of the heavenly court, the human race then used this painted sea as a boundary and prospered there. The human race has also designated this place as the ancestral land of the human race. After hundreds of years, the human race manifested a terrifying rate of reproduction. The human race, which had been slaughtered by the Western sect to the point where less than 10 million were left, had now tripled in population. The land was lined with tribes, large and small, living along the water. Most of the people still live a life of eating blood in clothing. It only takes a small number of people to step into the Jindan Avenue handed down by the Humanist Church, to understand the civilization of the monks, and to become part of the monks. However, such people were after all a minority. The requirements of the Jindan Avenue were too high, and it was difficult for ordinary people's qualifications to meet the cultivation requirements. The ancestral land of the human race, it's finally here. This person was none other than Nyayun's doppelganger. Go first to the little golden bird, and never allow it to fall into the hands of others. Nyayun secretly made up his mind and was preparing to head toward the center of the human race's ancestral land. Shoo shoo shoo. Suddenly, several rainbow lights pierced through the sky and rushed towards the human race's ancestral land. Chapter 115, Another Person Steals Business. It's too hard to get credit for this. That's... Nyayun's pupils shrank. The people of the Western sect, is the leader Koan Pang or the Earth Store Buddha? His cultivation level was too low to catch a glimpse of the leader's appearance, but one of them he saw clearly. Buddha's son, Golden Cicada. This guy was himself with the book of demonic words to engage in a wave, so quickly recovered out of the jump, saints out of the real extraordinary, so quickly to restore the Golden Cicada. The direction they went was the center of the human race's ancestral land. Could it be that Tao Ancestor has already summoned the saints to a meeting? It was only this possibility that the Tao Ancestor had informed the people's tribe of the important thing of the calamity, and that the great sages would send people to the people's tribe in pursuit of it. Nope, this is not going to be good. Everyone is looking for that thing. It's going to be infinitely more difficult for me to capture it. Is that thing out of the world or not? I hope it's out of the world and hidden by the human race, otherwise it won't be a search for treasure, but a battle. Nyayun secretly prayed that once that item came out, it would inevitably cause powerful people from all sides to sense it. Not to mention that he only came with a straw man doppelganger. Even if the main body came, it could only stand aside. This kind of powerful things involved in controlling the great calamity. The person who fights for at least quasi-saint start, the great Luo, can only be a spectator. Nyayun stopped stopping and hurried toward the human race's ancestral land. It was just that the closer he got to the human race's ancestral land, the more disturbed Nyayun became. It was because he realized that not only did the Western sect's people come, but the disciples of the hierarchy and the intercept sect also shuttled above the ancestral land of the human race, and even the heavenly court's heavenly soldiers and generals could be seen everywhere. It really feels like digging into the ground. Not good. All the major forces have mobilized, and must have guessed that the treasures might be in the hands of the three ancestors of the human race, forcing the human race to hand over the treasures. Not to mention that the human race is only now recovering a little bit of vitality. Even the human race that has not experienced the slaughter of the Western sect cannot withstand the persecution of the major powers. Nyayun hurriedly flew in the direction of the ancestral shrine of the human race, which was the centerpiece of the ancestral land of the human race and a sacred place for the human race. A huge city was built around the ancestral land of the human race, and the three ancestors of the human race lived within the ancestral shrine. Nyayun arrived in front of the human city in a fiery rush, but he froze. The sight of the immortal gods crossing the sky that he had expected did not appear. Instead it was calm and incomparable. Could it be that people from the major powers have already come? Nyayun walked quickly towards the city gates. Stop, non-humans are forbidden to enter the city. The two soldiers guarding the gate stepped in unison to stop Nyayun, their faces unfavorable, inexplicable hatred flashing in their eyes. Neither of these two had a high cultivation level, just refined essence transformation chi cultivation. Nyayun cupped his fists and said, "Both of you, I'm a close friend of Prince Lu Press, and I'm here to visit Prince Lu Press, so I'd like to ask you two for your convenience." Prince Luji? Respect flashed in the eyes of the two. This prince of the heavenly court did not spare his identity and personally came to the human race to teach the cultivation method of the demon race, and although there were not many human race that could cultivate the method of the demon race, the human race had a great deal of respect for Lu Press. The two looked at each other, but they did not dissipate their vigilance. "You wait here, I'll report to Prince Lu Press." "With pleasure." Nyayun was secretly pleased in his heart. He could clearly see the look of respect in these two's eyes. He had been right to let Luji come to the human race to deliver warmth. Winning over the human race's goodwill would give him quite an advantage in seizing that item. Of course, the Celestial Court also incidentally occupies this advantage. If the Demon Emperor Laodang finds out someday, Nyayun can completely say that he's planning for the Celestial Court, and he can still rake in a share of the credit, killing two birds with one stone. In a large hall in the city, Lu Shi stared at the immortal chopper gourd on the table and sighed long and hard. Alas! How come people from the three sects and the Western sect have come to join in the fun? All of these guys are definitely here to rob the business for the purpose of the treasure that the great god is talking about. But I've been in the human race for decades, and I haven't heard of any treasures coming out. It's getting harder and harder to get credit for coming to so many business robbers. Lu Pressure can't figure out, obviously he has a great god to point out to seize the first opportunity, why this credit has not yet got it. Could it be bad luck? Greetings Prince Lu Press, there is a man outside the city who has come to see you by name, saying that he is a close friend of yours. Luke froze and straightened up. My buddy? Lu Shi's divine sense violently swept towards the outside of the city and immediately spotted the middle-aged Taoist with a waxy face. This man didn't ring a bell at all. When had he had such a friend? Nyayun also sensed Lu Press's breath, and his lips moved slightly, and although he didn't make a sound, Lu Press could clearly see the words that were expressed in that mouth shape. Little Golden Bird. The Great Spirit? That's the exclusive name the Great Spirit has for him. As soon as he manipulated the immortal beheading gourd and hung it on his shoulder, Lu Press flew and rushed straight to the outside of the city. The great god actually came in person. I still have a chance with this credit. In his heart, Nyayun was a mysterious and powerful being, and there was nothing that Nyayun couldn't handle. As long as the Great Spirit comes, there is still hope for everything. As soon as Lu Press appeared, the surrounding human races hurriedly saluted respectfully. Greetings to Prince Lu Press. Nyayun also saw Lu Press, especially the immortal beheading gourd on his shoulder. One word: smooth. Sure enough, the chopper gourd is more imposing when it hangs on the rightful owner. Lu Shi waved his hand, no need to be polite, busy yourselves. He twisted his head to look at Nyayun, excited beyond measure. Big. Nyayun spoke before him, Prince Lu Press, I thought you'd forgotten about me, unknown Taoist. Unknown Taoist? Lu Shi instantly reacted to the fact that the great god was trying to hide his identity. Fellow anonymous Taoist, haven't seen you for many years. This is my friend, one of our own, from now on he'll come and go from the city as he pleases, there's no need to stop him. The two soldiers saluted in a hurry. I apologize for not knowing the identity of the immortal master. No harm done. Nyayun waved his hand and followed Lu Press to the large hall where he lived. Just as he entered the door, Lu Press couldn't help but be excited. Great God, why did you come in person? Didn't pass on a message in advance so that I could personally go pick you up. Nyayun blankly glanced at him and said without a smile, you think I want to come? It's not because you and Monkey did a poor job? It's been so long without getting any useful information. And now that all the major powers of the Flood Wasteland have caught wind of it, if I don't come, we'll only be able to watch others perform. Lu Shi blushed and said in embarrassment. I did my best, really. I've even gone to try to find out about the three ancestors of the human race, and I've even inquired about all the big and small things that have happened to the human race over the years, and I haven't been able to detect any news of any treasures coming out of the world. Nyayun had naturally guessed that Lu Press was still reliable in his work, so that could only mean that the thing hadn't come out of the world. This was the last thing Nyayun wanted to see. That's just it, you're not to blame for this. Nyayun sighed and asked, by the way, the people from the three sects and the Western sect have already come to the human race's cities? And didn't manage to take anything from the human race's hands? You already know, Great Spirit? Lu Press grunted twice. The people of the Western sect and the hierarchy still think that the human race is easy to bully, not realizing that the Heavenly Emperor has sent the Kaimeng Demon Sage and the White Zephyr Demon Sage to guard the human race's cities and towns. They originally wanted to come and look for trouble, but after seeing the Kaimeng Demon Saint and the White Zephyr Demon Saint, they could only return unhappy. Nyayun was stunned on the spot. When did Kaimeng and Bai Zhe run to the human city, and the Heavenly Emperor had not foreseen and sent the two major demon saints to protect the human race? It's a little spooky. Chapter 116, Undercover Agent writes, I have a friend. Nyayun hurriedly asked, did the Kimon Demon Sage and the White Zephyr Demon Sage come to the human race before or after the appearance of the Calamity Chi? After the appearance of the hijacking gas.
Nie Yun secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the demon emperor, this old dang, could see things before they happened, but it seems he was overthinking it. This old dang might have gotten a message from Manhwa and sent someone over to squat in advance. At least it is the lord of the majestic and talented who dominated the floodplains for a while, and it is normal to have this kind of vision.
You go on, what about the interceptors and the sect of man?
Lu Ji nodded. The human sect has come to the great master Shin Du. Shin Du was originally from the human race, and after he came he spied with the three ancestors of the human race for a period of time. What he talked about is unknown, but the three ancestors of the human race seem to be very disappointed in Shin Du. Nie Yun wasn't surprised when he heard that Shin Du's cultivation level was even higher after he became a great disciple of the human sect, the quasi-saint Great Circle. When the human race was in danger, neither the human race nor Shin Du made a move, and it would be strange for the human race to be able to treat Shin Du favorably. If the human race had long ago grasped that thing, it wouldn't have been possible to give it to Shin Du, much less to the human sect. As for the hierarchy, Taoist Duobao just came to meet with the demon saint of K-Meng and left. There wasn't any conflict, both sides were quite polite. After all, the Interceptor sect has always had a good relationship with our heavenly court, and is considered a friend.
You're welcome?
Nie Yun sneered, little golden bird, you have to remember that there are no eternal enemies in this world, much less eternal friends, only eternal interests. Especially when it comes to the battle of Qi and the battle of sections. At the time of the Witch Demon War, the Interceptor sect and the heavenly court wore the same pants, and that was beneficial to each other.
Now the calamity of the test of the human race is another battle of Qi and merit.
If the heavenly court were to monopolize it, not to mention the hierarchy and the Western sect, the Interceptor sect would not agree. It is a matter of the prosperity and stability of the denomination.
Lu Pressure's face changed. What the Great Spirit means is that the Interceptor Church will stand against the heavenly court in this human calamity?
Nie Yun shook his head. It's too early to say that.
Mount Sumeru, in the belly of the mountain.
Nie Yun's main body awoke from its cultivation with a slight frown. What does this Northmore guy want with me? He took out the moon gold will gifted by Taoist Moi from his storage bag, and his divine sense penetrated into it.
Fellow Taoist Nameless, do you hear me?
When Nie Yun heard this, he had the illusion that he had been on the phone in his previous life and the other party had said hello.
Hear that, fellow Taoist Moi, long time no see.
Fellow Taoist Nameless, this is not the time to catch up.
I'm looking for you for something important. Do you know about the human race's calamity? Western religion in action?
Nie Yun immediately straightened up. I know, this matter is now known in the flood. What do you want to say? This calamity concerns a treasure that the heavenly Tao landed on the human race. What it is unclear. But the people of the three religions and the Western sect have already turned the ancestral land of the human race upside down, and still haven't found it, except for one place where it hasn't been found, which is held by the two major demon saints of the heavenly court.
Nie Yun's pupils shrank as he had a bad feeling. You mean they're preparing to strike at the human cities?
The kunai's voice came.
You sure know?
Not bad. Currently the Western sect is taking the lead and has joined forces with the hierarchy, human sect, and Interceptor sect to break into the human cities to look for treasures. This news should be useful to you. As long as you report it up, it will definitely be a great merit. Koan Peng for the heavenly court, from the bottom of his heart, scruples, only to put the nameless Taoist up, he will be able to grasp the heavenly court movements, and thus safer.
Nie Yun sucked in a breath of cool air.
If it was just K-Meng and Bai Zhe in the human race, the three sects and the Western sect would really dare to do this. By the time the heavenly court was too late to send reinforcements, then they would have enough time to search the human cities. Most importantly, they had already searched the rest of the human ancestral land, and there was a high possibility that the treasure existed in the human city. This matter had to be reported to the demon emperor in a hurry, or else if that thing was taken away, it would be a chicken and egg situation.
Fellow Taoist Moi, thanks a lot.
Don't be too busy to thank me. This time I also went to the ancestral land of the human race. With my understanding of the heavenly court, it's unlikely that the three religions and the Western religion will succeed in joining forces. When the time comes, you remember to pass on the heavenly court's movements to me, so that I can show my face in the Western sect, and everyone gets what they want. Nie Yun instantly understood that this guy wanted to rise to power in the Western sect. However, this was exactly what Nie Yun wanted to see, and the higher the Taoist North Evangelist's status in the Western sect, the more useful he would be in the future.
No problem.
Nie Yun cut off the divine sense connection, got up and flew out of Mount Sumeru, heading straight for the Demon Emperor Hall.
Greetings, Lord Water God.
Along the way, all the heavenly soldiers bowed respectfully when they saw Nya Yun, especially those former colleagues of the Demon Emperor Hall, who were filled with envy. A third-grade positive god, though not in charge of the army. But in the heavenly court status is already not low. Further up is the first and second-grade positive god, that are demon saint-level characters can only serve, the real heavenly court of the third person. Thinking back to the colleagues who were guarding the gate with him, now they are mixed up to this level, and are also valued by the heavenly emperor to be recruited as the emperor's son-in-law, who cannot envy. Nya Yun nodded his head in response one by one and arrived in front of the door to the Demon Emperor Hall. The head gardener, Lugo, quickly stepped forward to meet him. Please ask Commander Lu to report to the heavenly emperor that I have important matters to see. Lu Wu revealed a difficult look. His Majesty is already in seclusion, and has previously decreed that the affairs of the heavenly court, both large and small, are temporarily at the disposal of the Eastern Emperor. Yes? The Demon Emperor is in seclusion at this time? Doesn't he want to fight for the human race's fortune? It seems that we can only go to the East King. Nya Yun had just turned around when the side of the Demon Emperor Hall's gate clanked open, and Di Jun's voice came out. Come in. Nya Yun froze. Didn't he say he was in seclusion? He didn't think much of it and stepped into the hall. Lu Wu looked at Nya Yun's back, his eyes filled with horrified shock. I still underestimated the weight of this prince consort in His Majesty's heart. I've followed His Majesty for so many years. It's still the first time I've seen His Majesty take the initiative to meet people when he's in seclusion. It's the demon empresses and princesses and crown princes that don't have this kind of treatment. Lu Wu secretly admonished himself, in the future must not offend this emperor's son-in-law. Perhaps this extra horse harnessed by the side of a team will not take long to ascend to the position of demon saint, to make up for the lack of. When the witch and demon war, the demon saint Blemish Iron died in battle. The 10 demon saint position is missing one of the 10. The heavenly court, a lot of people are staring at this position. It. My humble servant, third-grade water god Nya Yun, see your majesty. Emperor Jun slightly do surprise. This guy cannot basically out of Mount Sumeru, run over to do what? And didn't see anything going on in his diary that was confusing to the mind. There is no need to be polite. What is it that you have come to see me about? Nya Yun hurriedly relayed Kuan Peng's words before adding. This information was discovered by a friend of mine who was a casual cultivator. The origin is absolutely reliable. Your Majesty, make a decision early, otherwise the heavenly court may suffer a loss. Daoist Northmore must not be exposed, or the demon emperor will blow up. A casual friend? It's clearly your doppelganger. I have long since seen your doppelganger quietly slipping out of the heavenly court and heading for the shores of the Eastern Sea. However, K-Mang and others have not spied on the news. This dog even knew in advance, really have 2 brushes. I still underestimated the dog's ability. Di Jun scanned Nya Yun, calm and collected. Then, in your opinion, what should the heavenly court do to maximize its benefits? Di Jun asked with interest. This dog's intellect wasn't bad. There was no valid reason for Nya Yun to voice his opinion before, so he couldn't miss it now. This. Your Majesty's deep wisdom, eyes to see 6 roads, ears to hear all directions, must have already made a decision, the micro-chan or not to show off. Learning from the experience of kissing the wrong ass last time, Nya Yun switched his words this time. Although he has mature ideas, but in front of the leader to express opinions recklessly, that is a big taboo. Can't talk nonsense. Even if you have to say it, you have to give the leader face. As the saying goes, if the leader says you can do it, then you can do it if you can't. If the leader says you can't, then you can't either. Nya Yun is well versed in this. Chapter 117, This dog's heart is definitely black, but I would like to hear your opinion. You are now the first emperor's son-in-law of the heavenly court, the future of the heavenly court. Many of the things need to be handled by you. Emperor Jun's words meant a lot. Dog, I intend to promote you, but you also need to show some results, otherwise I can hardly convince the public. Nya Yun naturally heard it, but in his heart, he despised it. Who wants to be the emperor's son-in-law? Just your 2 crooked princesses. How dare you be a treasure? Much worse than Fairy Yinxiao, well. And Xiangxiao cannot be compared. It is the little lowly Bixiao are more than your princess look smooth. But it can't be helped, who can't make an arm twist a leg? When heaven is better, someone can be better. But princess, firmly no. Nya Yun pretended to be modest. In that case, I'll give my humble opinion and ask your majesty to correct it. Di Jun was quite flattered by Nya Yun's humble attitude. With a big wave of his hand, he said, say it. I will not blame you if you say it wrong. However, Nya Yun's next words nearly caused Di Jun to nearly jump out of his chair.
Your Majesty, we can take this opportunity to cripple the hierarchy's forces going to the human race. Jun's little heart pumped hard. The hierarchy had gone to 4 of the 12 golden immortals this time. Taoist light burning lamp led the group, with Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan, Jade Tripod Truthfulness, and Taoist Ci Hang. In the previous Witch Demon War, Wang Changzi and other 5 people fell into reincarnation, and now I don't know whether they have been reincarnated or not. If the lamp 4 also into the reincarnation, then the 12 golden immortals lost 9, the hierarchy is afraid not tens of thousands of years to recover. Wouldn't the first sage be cursing all over the floodplains? The key to this account is on the head of the heavenly court. Once the origin sage was furious, it wasn't a joke. That's a good thought, don't think about it next time. Emperor Jun said afterward. You've crippled half of the 12 golden immortals and you still want to continue? This dog's heart is definitely black though. I like it. It's just that now that the origin sage has been completely offended, Lao Zi can't carry it either. It's not worth it. Nia Yun coughed lightly. Actually, my scattered cultivator friend told me about this matter, and I think it's actionable. Is your Majesty worried that the elucidator's first sage will find trouble with the heavenly court? Jun rolled his eyes. You know that too. If a saint is pissed off, who can stop him? Since you have such an ambition to start a saintly sect, you should hurry up and tell me about the opportunity to become a saint. When I become a saint, I will back you up in whatever you want to do. Only it couldn't be said, or the diary thing would be exposed. Actually, your Majesty doesn't need to worry. That friend of mine said that this matter can be passed on to the Western sect, and that the hierarchy will definitely not hate the heavenly court, but will only hate the Western sect. Oh? Jun's eyes were contemplative. If the heavenly court was able to clear the air, then it would definitely have to be engaged. Once the hierarchy is completely crippled, the heavenly court will have one less enemy in the future, so why not? Go on. We can send a large number of experts to lurk in the human race and wait for the arrival of the people from the 3 sects and the Western sect. At that time, on the side of the Interceptor sect, they owe us a favor from the witch demon cataclysm, so it shouldn't be too difficult to get them to stand aside. Xian Du of the human sect has a good relationship with His Majesty, letting him stay out of the way. His Majesty should be able to do that, right? Jun nodded. After a few encounters with Xian Du, Jun already understood that Xian Du is trying to pull the heavenly court to be the backer of the human race. It was just a matter of words to get Zhendo to stand by and watch. Then the only enemies we'll be dealing with will be the Western sect and the hierarchy. The pressure is greatly reduced. The Western sect are all a bunch of people who see the wind and make the helm, and seeing that their side's advantage is gone, they definitely don't have the heart to fight. We only need to focus on hermeneutics. People do not need to strike too hard, only need to hurt let them escape. Your Majesty, think about it, the Western Church is short of talent, facing 4 severely injured Hierophant elites. If the Western Church can incarnate them into the Western Church, their strength is bound to rise greatly. Will the Western Church resist such a temptation? Jun sucked in a breath of cool air. This dog's heart wasn't just black, it was the kind that was so black it shone. If the Western sect really dared to fulfill the 4 burning lanterns, then no matter whether it was successful or not, the person Yuan sure hated would be the Western sect and would never hate the heavenly court. If the Western sect and the Hierophant sect are at loggerheads, then the heavenly court is just sitting on the sidelines and reaping the benefits. Poison. It's ing poison. Jun was glad that Nyayun was in the celestial court. If he were in any other saintly sect, it would have been absolutely disastrous for the celestial court. Then what do you mean, my secretly informing the 2 saints of the West? Nyayun hurriedly said, it's not what the micromanager meant, it's what the micromanager's casual cultivator friend meant. He said that there is absolutely no need for this. The people of the hierarchy are seriously injured. The people of the Western sect will surely see this and they will inform the Western saints. There is no need for us at all. There's no need for us to do that, lest we make a mistake and make the hierarchy hate the heavenly court. What kind of loose friends are you? It's just a diversion. Jun didn't point it out and pretended to ask, that friend of yours is quite a talent, I wonder who he is? Taoist name anonymous, a casual cultivator by birth. With a wave of Jun's hand, a small, ancient tripod flew toward Nyayun. This is the chaotic spiritual treasure creation tripod, given by the Taofather. This anonymous Taoist can be described as a heavenly genius. My heart is very happy. You hold this object and immediately go to the ancestral land of the human race to meet his friend if he is willing to serve the heavenly court. I would like to serve him as the heavenly court's military advisor, reward him with the tripod of creation, and at the same time, let him preside over the affairs of the ancestral land of the human race. If he is not willing to enter the heavenly court as a minister, you can bring this back. but I recognize this favor, but in the future, whenever there is a need, you can come to the heavenly court to find me. Nya looked closely at Di-jun with anticipation in his eyes. Di-jun frowned. Why don't you go quickly? Your Majesty has no other orders? Nope, speeding off to the ancestral land of the human race. Nya mouthed for half a day, but couldn't hold back a single word, and finally left the Demon Emperor Hall with his head hanging down. Unbeknownst to him, just as he stepped out of the door of the Demon Emperor Hall, the corners of Di-jun's mouth crooked. Dog, not satisfied yet? Beautiful you. Having just returned to Mount Sumeru, Nya directly slammed the cauldron of creation onto the ground. Nappy, I'm done. Lousy worked hard for the heavenly court, and did not see this old dang rewarded me chaos spiritual treasure, but also threw a crooked princess to scourge me. Just borrowing the name of the bilocation to offer a plan, immediately is to worship the military master to reward the tripod of creation. Looking down on who? Nya is self-absorbed. Screw a white-bearded old man with no name who was loved at first sight by Chang Xiao and the big-legged demon saint. Now messing with an anonymous Taoist who was not outstanding in anything, and then being honored as the heavenly court's military master and rewarded with a chaotic spiritual treasure. The old man, this being, doesn't want to lose face? Nima, what a believer. It's true that foreign monks are good at chanting. Nya cursed a few times as he picked the cauldron of creation back up. A chaotic spiritual treasure. I finally have a crushing piece of cardboard. For the doppelganger? Isn't the doppelganger mine? The split is naturally mine, no problem. Nya resumed his seat back in his cave in the belly of the mountain and began to recognize the cauldron of creation as his master refining was impossible. With his cultivation level, the innate supreme treasure could only be refined by 10%. A chaotic spiritual treasure was even more unthinkable, and could only be used by at least a Tao Lord. After recognizing his master, Nya took out the moon gold wheel anew and contacted the so-called Northern Darkness Taoist. Soon, Koan Peng's divine sense was transmitted through the two magic treasures. Chapter 118 The Heavenly Court's Military Counselor, the Great God is Awesome. Fellow Taoist nameless, how is it? The kunai couldn't wait to ask. Nya sighed lightly. Fellow Taoist Manhwa, you really know how to give me a hard time. What? Does the Heavenly Emperor not believe it? No good, the three sects in the western sect are about to make their move. Fellow Taoist nameless, you have to work hard. Or else this credit will fly away. Koan Peng was anxious. This was an opportunity that he had waited for with great difficulty. If it was wasted, then when would he be able to make a name for himself in the western sect? Nya was puzzled. Why was this guy in a bigger hurry than he was? He wouldn't have gotten his shoes shod in the western cult, would he? Anxious to prove his worth? Quite possibly. Ahem, don't be hasty, fellow Taoist, hear me out. After my arduous ideological work, His Majesty has been convinced, and now the heavenly court powerhouses have rushed to the human race's ancestral ground in a starry night. And with my advice, the heavenly court will focus on targeting the interceptor sect this time, and when the time comes for you to persuade the people of the western sect to immediately retreat when they see that things aren't going well, you'll definitely be able to take credit for it as well. Koan Peng was dumbfounded, and then he cursed in his heart. Is this guy's body a toad? He jumps around a bit and doesn't finish all at once, causing me to think that the chance to get credit is going to go down the drain. Fellow Taoist Nameless has worked hard, don't worry, I know what to do. Nya lightly laughed. Fellow Taoist Manhwa, this is a good opportunity. The heavenly court wouldn't dare to beat or kill the hierarchy's people, but they'd be severely injured. Isn't there a shortage of talent in the western sect? If we can incarnate people from the hierarchy into the western sect, hey! Koan Peng was ecstatic. Yes. Why didn't I think of that? Not to say that the four people of the hierarchy have all been realized, but to realize one of them, that is definitely a great achievement. Wait a minute, the two saints of the West dared to degrade the disciples of the hierarchy? This was a direct offense against Saint Origin. Nya said confidently, all you need to do is spread the news to the two saints of the West and you'll know the outcome, they'll definitely go. The two saints of the West are notorious rollers, and as long as they can prosper the Western sect, they dare to do anything shameless. When the great god sealing ceremony took place, the 12 golden immortals of the Hierophantism, such as Puxian, Manjushri, and Sihan, were all sent to the West to become bodhisattvas, and even the second in command of the Hierophant, Lanternbringer, became the Buddha of the West. Even the second in command of the hierarchy, the Lamplighter, has become the Lamplighter of the Western Church. What's there to be afraid of? Good, if I succeed this time, I will remember the favor of fellow Taoist. Fellow Taoist Manhwa is out of line. Who are we with each other? Only by helping together can we progress together. That's right, progress together, huh? Meanwhile, in the ancestral land of the human race, in the Great Hall of Lu Press, Nieyan's doppelganger abruptly opened his eyes, startling Lu Ji, who was beside him, to stand up and ask nervously. Okami, what's wrong with you? Nieyan smiled faintly, as inscrutable as he could be. Nothing, just a visitor, go open the door. Guests? What guests? I didn't perceive it. Filled with suspicion, Lu Ji opened the door of the Great Hall and just swept a glance outside, and was stunned. Only two figures steeply fell from the air and clasped their fists in salute. Prince Lu Zhu. Lu Press hurriedly returned the salute. Demon Saint K Meng, Demon Saint Bai Zhe. Are you here to see me? K Meng and Bai Zhe looked at each other with odd faces. No, we have come to pay our respects to the Lord Warlord. They had just received a message from the Heavenly Emperor that all affairs in the land of the human race were under the control of the new Heavenly Court Warlord, who would control all the men and horses of the Heavenly Court on the ancestral land of the human race, and told the two of them to come and pay their respects immediately and wait for command. The new military commander of the Heavenly Court is in the residence of the Prince Lu Press. They were also wondering when the Heavenly Court had an additional warlord. However, the Heavenly Emperor had ordered them to do so they didn't dare to be negligent. Warlord? What military division? Lu Ji was dumbfounded. Did the Heavenly Court have this position? It was at this moment that Nieyan slowly stepped out of the Grand Hall with a smirk on his face. I've heard about the two demon saints' elegance for a long time. I'm unknown Taoist, meet you both. K Meng and Bai Zhe instantly reacted, unknown Taoist? The Heavenly Court's military advisor? But the cultivation. Peak of the early stage of the Heavenly Immortal? Although the two were shocked in their hearts, they were after all people who had seen great storms and waves, and immediately recovered, arching their hands in obeisance. Greetings, Warlord. No matter who the person in front of him was, but since he was a specially appointed military advisor of the Heavenly Emperor, he could not afford to be rude. This was the majesty of the Heavenly Emperor and the face of the Heavenly Emperor. Ha! Lu Ji was dumbfounded. When did the great god become the Heavenly Court's military advisor? Ever since the Koan Peng Demon Master's defection, no one dared to mention the name of military master for fear of breaking his father's taboo. And now that it was surprisingly Nieyan to fill this vacancy, Lu Press felt it was well deserved. Lu Shu pays his respects to the military master. Lu Ji's eyebrows fluttered. The great god was in power, so wouldn't there be more chances for him to make a mark in the future? The father is mighty and the great spirit is awesome. Nieyan waved his hand. There's no need to be polite. The poor Taoist just happened to be valued by His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor, and was offered the position of military advisor. But in truth, in the face of cultivation, you're the poor Taoist seniors. Dare not, dare not. K Meng and Bai Zhe are both sensible people. How could they not know that the reason for the Heavenly Emperor to appoint a heavenly immortal cultivator as a military advisor must be that this person has superiority, and they would not dare to hold their own identity. After all, now that it was the Heavenly Emperor's decree, all of them demon saints were under the jurisdiction of the military master. In other words, after the matter of the land of the human race was dealt with, perhaps this anonymous Taoist would become the chief military counselor of the Heavenly Court in the blink of an eye, with a status above the 9 demon saints. Nieyan said directly, 2 demon saints, please go back immediately to organize your troops and horses and prepare to meet the enemy. The news from the northern underworld Taoist, the western sect and the 3 sects are joining forces to make trouble. The speed of the immortals can't be projected by mortals, the action is an instantaneous matter. Meet the enemy? Lord Warlord, where is the enemy from? K Meng was puzzled. However, Bai Zhe's face changed as he cupped his fists and responded, yes, we will immediately go back and gather the men. K Man was about to say something else before Bai Zhe pulled away. Lu Ji watched the two of them walk away before he asked in confusion. Great God, who is this enemy you speak of? When the Great Spirit said there was, Lu Ji never doubted it, he just didn't know who the enemy was. Nieyan slowly said, the 3 sects and the western sect, they'll be laying siege to the human city soon. Little golden bird, go and inform the 3 ancestors of the human race. What? Lu Ji's pupils shrunk. The 3 religions and the Western religion are fighting? They dare to confront the Heavenly Court head-on? In the void, K Meng shook off Bai Zhe's hand. Shirazawa, why are you pulling me? I haven't asked yet. Where did the enemy come from? Could it be that this new military division has just taken office and wants to toss us around a bit, or to establish authority? What kind of person did His Majesty choose? Bai Zhe lightly hummed, His Majesty's eyes reach heaven and earth, and his thoughts are like chaos. Is it not possible for you to pry into them? This military advisor is truly extraordinary. To have thought of the three religions and the Western Church joining forces to commit crimes long ago, I didn't even think of it. Your Majesty has a unique vision. Niayun had only mentioned one sentence, and Bai Zhe had comprehended that he was already good at strategizing, and for that alone, Bai Zhe didn't dare to underestimate this new military commander. What? The three sects in the Western sect have joined forces to commit a crime? They have such big guts? K. Mang was incredulous. The heavenly court is now in the ascendant, and the three religions and the Western religion all have to avoid it, so how can they still dare to come and violate it? If all of the heavenly court's forces were to come to the ancestral land of the human race, they naturally wouldn't have the guts to invade. But with only you and I guarding this place, they may not dare. At that time, as long as you and I are held back, searching the human race's cities and towns over again will still be simple. They just have to not go too far, and it wouldn't be good for His Majesty to tear his face off with them afterward. After all, there are still saints sitting behind them. Chapter 119 The Greatest Treasure of the Human Race, the Kongdong Seal. Inside the ancestral shrine of the human race. Three old men with gray hair sat quietly on a futon, precisely the three ancestors of the human race, the Swearing clan, the Arusha clan and the Jisheng clan. Flint, the inventor of fire. Aristotle, inventor of the primitive nesting house and pioneer of the nesting civilization. Jishengs, the inventor of clothing, taught people to produce. Among the later generations, there is also a saying that the three ancestors of the human race were the Fushi clan, the Shinong clan and the Swearing clan. In fact, at this time, Fushi had not yet been reborn into the human race, and Shinong had not appeared. The Ariso clan and the Jisheng clan appeared in the human race earlier than that. You all heard what Prince Lu Press said just now, what do you think? Swearin was worried. The three of them were the strongest of the human race, but their cultivation was only that of a golden immortal, and they couldn't resist the three sects and the Western sect. If it wasn't for the heavenly court sending two major demon saints to guard the area, the ancestral land of the human race would have long since become the backyard of all the major powers. The Jisheng clan said in a deep voice, whether it's true or false for now, but that item, our human race is no longer capable of taking charge of it. If we continue to hide it, perhaps the human race will face a second extinction disaster. Then the heavenly court will also be dissatisfied with our human race, so I suggest that we give the things away. The Aristotle clan sighed softly, there's only so much that can be done. Who told the human race to be so weak? Since this treasure has been announced, its destiny, let Bei Shen take it and call it to the heavenly court. It's also a way of repaying the heavenly court for protecting the human race. The three looked at each other and bowed in unison towards the tablet behind them. We are ashamed of our human ancestors. Not long after, he saw a handsome and stout young man striding into the ancestral shrine. Bei Shen pays his respects to the three elder ancestors. Bei Shen, the pride of the human race, has already reached the realm of practicing emptiness and merging with the Tao at such a young age, and will soon be able to break through the human immortal's calamity and be certified as an immortal. It is the leader of the young generation of the human race, and is even more highly expected by the three ancestors of the human race. With a wave of Suerin's hand, he saw a jade seal emitting a seven-colored haze appear in his hand. Bei Shen, do you know about this object? Kitsujin shook his head. This is the Kongdong seal, a supreme treasure passed down by my human ancestors, suppressing the human race's qi. The reason why the human race has been able to preserve its fragrance despite the many calamities is due to this object. Bei Shen was a bit confused. Human ancestors? Aren't you the innate first human race? The ancestors of the human race. Where did the ancestors of the human race come from? Ariso smiled amiably. You will know all this later, Bei Shen. We called you here because we want you to carry this item and secretly travel to the heavenly court to meet the heavenly emperor and hand this item over to the heavenly court. Huh? Bei Shen was puzzled. Isn't this the thing that suppresses the human race's qi? Handing it over to the heavenly court, my human race's qi luck. Jisheng clan sighed, it's an emergency, the major powers coming from outside are all here for this item, our human race is weak, we can't keep this item at all, the only best choice is to hand it over to the heavenly court. Bei Shen, you must remember that although the Kongdong seal was given to the heavenly court, one day, we hope that you will get it back and suppress the human race's qi again, so that the human race will not decline for all generations. Bei Shen clenched his fists, everything was because he was too weak, the human race was too weak. Bei Shen, will definitely make the human race rise again and never fear anyone in the flood again. He received the Kongdong seal and after respectfully bowing, he firmly said, "Don't worry, third ancestor, Bei Xian will protect the human race in the future, so that all the spirits of the floodplains won't dare to underestimate the human race anymore." The third ancestor smiled in relief. "Good boy, go on. Be careful on the road." "Yes." Bei Xian put away the Kongdong seal and quietly left the human city after leaving the ancestral shrine. Although there were also heavenly court demon saints here, the three ancestors had told him to hand over the Kongdong seal to the heavenly emperor, that is, they couldn't trust these people. Bei Xian had just left a short while ago when countless shocking flashes appeared in the void. A single Taoist Buddha-like figure stood proudly in the void, overlooking the human city. The three ancestors of the human race immediately walked out of the ancestral shrine and looked at the immortals in the sky, their faces sinking. Really? Hee, really giving face to the human race. The three religions and the Western religion have joined forces to come. Too bad it's late. The three of them were incomparably glad for their decision. If they hesitated a little later, it would be difficult for that Kongdong seal to be sent out of the human city. Kaimang stared blankly at the four directions of people in the void, and the human sect only came to Shindu. Hierophant Lamp Burning Taoist, Munjushri Guangfa Tianzuan, Sihang Taoist and Yudingjinjin. Taoist Duo Bao of the Interceptor sect, the Golden Spirit Virgin Mother, the Wudong Virgin Mother, as well as Yun Xiao and Zhao Gongming. On the Western sect side, the Koan Pang Golden Cicada was leading hundreds of Western sects Xianxian or above experts. Really came? Hiss. This warlord is not simple. Before, even though Bai Zhe explained, he still didn't quite believe it, thinking that the three religions and the Western religion didn't have the guts to fight the heavenly court. Now that the facts are in front of us, it's impossible to disbelieve them. Bai Zhe's eyes showed a cold light. Let's go. It's time for us to meet an old friend. Kaimang twisted his head to glance at Lu Press's great hall. Where is the Lord Warlord? No call for him? Lord Warlord is strategizing, and when it's time to appear, it will naturally appear. It's not something for us to consider. The two flew up into the void and stood opposite the four major parties. Kaimang swept his eyes coldly and asked in a deep voice, "What do you all want to do when you gather here? Do you want to fight with me?" The kunai swept a bashful glance. Kaimang, plain speaking, the treasures of the human race can't be swallowed just by the two of you. Burning Lamp helped. Good, this thing must be in the human city. Kaimang bays, please two people watch for a period of time, we search a bit and then go, never stay, how? The threat between his words was undisguised. White Zephyr hummed lightly, what if a certain family is unwilling? Koan Pang and Burning Lamp didn't say anything, only casting their gazes towards the Intercept sect. They had already discussed in advance, the Interceptor sect dragged down Kaimang and Bai Zhe, and the rest of the heavenly soldiers were dragged down by the Western sect. The Hierophant sect is responsible for searching for the treasure, and after finding it, they will each use their own means. Duo sighed softly. Both of you, we have been ordered by our teacher to come and search for the human race's greatest treasure. It's hard to disobey our teacher's orders. And ask the two of you to stand by. As soon as the words left their mouths, the people of the Interceptor sect were all a bit ashamed. At the time of the Witch-Demon War, if it were not for the heavenly court, it would have been impossible for the intercepting church to gain so much benefit, and now it is trying to return the favor. In their hearts, they are reluctant, but the teacher has orders. Moreover, this treasure is related to the human tribe's fortune, they have to fight. Kaimang and Bai Zhe's face sank, originally thought that the Interceptor sect was afraid of the Elucidation sect and the human sect's blame, which came to go through the motions. After all, the Flood knows that the three religions are one family. I didn't realize that the Interceptor sect was going to intervene as well. Just the two of them, how can they resist? Bai Zhe said indignantly, the Interceptor sect turned out to be such goods, your majesty has looked away. Hearing Bai Zhe's sarcasm, the Interceptors were even more ashamed. But the master's orders are hard to disobey. What I, the Interceptor sect, owe to the heavenly court will be paid back in the future, fellow Taoist Bai Zhe, I am offended. Duo Bao flung his long sleeves and a torrent of thousands of spirit treasures appeared. Just then, a cold voice suddenly came from below. Fairy Yun Xiao, someone has asked the poor Taoist to greet you on their behalf. Chapter 120, The Might of the Warlord, is this also a robbery? Yun Xiao glanced over and saw a middle-aged Taoist stepping into the air. This person had a waxy face and ordinary appearance, but he had an air of indifference that made people not dare to underestimate him. Especially since this person was only at the early stage of heavenly immortal, but he dared to openly step into the battle circle full of Deluo quasi-saints. This kind of temperament and boldness, the people present all looked sideways. Do you know me?
Yun Zhao's embroidered brows were slightly furrowed. She had no impression of this person.
Nia Yun didn't speak, but instead scanned everyone present. Well, it's mostly about looking pretty.
Cloudys mature and ethereal, Sihang Taoists holy and ethereal, Golden Spirit virgins dry and noble, Wudong Holy Mother.
Ahem. Wrong target.
Although the Golden Spirit Virgin Mother and the Pawnless Virgin Mother were also first-class beauties, this was the big brother who didn't even dare to think about it.
Greetings, Lord Warlord. K. Meng and Bai Zai's salute instantly caused the crowd's pupils to shrink, and the weight in their eyes toward Nia Yun increased by a few points. Master at arms? When did the Heavenly Court have this number one person?
Nia Yun smiled blandly. I'm the unknown Taoist. It's understandable that Fairy Yunxiao doesn't recognize me.
But I was asked to carry a message for him.
Yunxiao suddenly thought of someone and blushed slightly, but still asked.
Who? What's the word?
Nia Yun swept his gaze over the people of the Interceptor sect and shook his head. The best option for the Interceptor sect is to be a bystander. Those were his exact words. And as for who it is, you should be able to guess.
Being a bystander? Duo Bao and the rest of the crowd were full of confusion. What did it mean? Let the Interceptor sect not fight for it? Do nothing and watch others take away the great fortune for nothing? Zhao Gongming was full of displeasure and said, You sick nagging Taoist, what are you playing dumb riddles for?
What words can't you say painfully, you have to hide them. If you don't make it clear, beware of Zhao's fists not recognizing you.
Big brother. Yun Xiao hurriedly stopped Zhao Gongming's licentiousness and looked up to ask solemnly, Fellow Taoist Anonymous, did he really say that? Let the Interceptor sect watch from the sidelines?
For Nia Yun, Yun Xiao had developed inexplicable trust in his heart after the previous few times. The most important thing was that Yun Xiao was certain that Nia Yun wouldn't harm the Interceptor sect. Nia Yun nodded. Whether you believe it or not is up to you, my words have been brought to you.
Thanks a lot.
Yun Xiao clasped his fists and bowed, turning his head toward Duo Bao, eldest senior brother. We of the Interceptor sect will not be involved in this matter, so let's watch from the sidelines.
Sidekick?
Senior sister Yun Xiao, this. Duo Bao was about to ask something else when he heard Yun Xiao say.
Eldest brother, do you remember the great witch demon Calamity?
Duo Bao's pupils shrunk slightly. Not just him, who among the disciples of the Interceptor sect could forget? If Yun Xiao hadn't prevented the crowd from going to intercept the ancestral witch, the Interceptor sect would not only have suffered heavy losses, but wouldn't even have been able to gain the great victory behind it. Could this matter also be the innings of the Heavenly Court? Everyone, the Interceptor sect, will not participate anymore, so make yourselves at home. Duo Bao made an immediate decision and led the Interceptor disciples to retreat 100 miles away.
Koan Pang, Burning Lamp and Xian Du were dumbfounded. The Interceptors are leaving this way? They don't want the treasures of the human race anymore?
Burning Lamp coldly hummed, gone or good, less a competitor, without the Interceptor, on the District 2 Demon Saint, we still cannot deal with it? Fellow Taoist Xian Du, you and I will deal with K Meng and Bai Zai, and the rest of you will follow the original plan. Xian Du and Koan Pang both nodded in response. This human city must be explored today.
Yet Nia Yun spoke again. Elder Xian Du, you are an innate human, and you are counted as one of the old ancestors of the human race.
And now you want to join with outsiders to ride over the heads of the human race and flaunt your power? Don't you feel ashamed in your heart?
Xian Du blandly crossed his arms.
Fellow Taoist has a clever tongue. Xian Du was ashamed of himself.
But the matter is important, not that you can make me retreat with a few words.
Nia Yun had a smile in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth hooked up into a tiny amplitude. The poor Taoist believes in the saying that there is nothing in the world that can't be done, it's only possible that you don't have enough chips.
Xian Du, if the Heavenly Court can recruit the human race into its ranks and treat them equally with the demon race, what do you think? Doesn't this mean that the Heavenly Court treats the human race equally and incorporates them under its banner? The human race defected to the Heavenly Court? No. This is the Heavenly Court recruiting the human race.
Now the Heavenly Court is in the ascendant. Want to belong to the race is like a river of crushing carp. The human race is weak to this point. Who will rare? Most importantly, once the human race declared that they were under the banner of the Heavenly Court, they would have no worries. To fight the human race is to fight the Heavenly Court, and how many people in the floodplains today have the guts to confront the Heavenly Court head-on? Xian Du was heartened, but he didn't believe in this strange anonymous Taoist.
Do you think I am a 3-year-old child? Can the Heavenly Emperor listen to you?
Right at this moment, Di Jun's voice suddenly rang in Xian Du's ears.
He can represent me, and the decisions he makes are my decisions. Xiandu was horrified. Heavenly Emperor's voice transmission?
Where did this anonymous Taoist come from to be so highly regarded by the Heavenly Emperor? Nie Yun knew what was going on when he saw Xiandu's expression change. In the beginning, he had agreed with the Heavenly Emperor that he still needed a word from the Heavenly Emperor to take care of Xiandu, so he thought that the Heavenly Emperor must have already sent a message.
Senior Xiandu, what do you think? Xiandu made a deep bow towards Nie Yun. I withdraw, so make yourself at home. K Meng and Bai Zhe looked at each other in dismay. This is to deal with the Interceptor sect and the human sect?
The four parties joined forces, and in the blink of an eye, two were turned back on the spot. This military division
is a bit powerful. Koan Pang and Burning Lamp were also confused. What the hell?
Interceptor withdrawal is just, they can understand, after all, the previous Interceptor in the Witch and Demon big disaster to bear the great favor of the Heavenly Court.
But Zhendo ran away too. How can this be a fight?
Koan Pang was appalled in his heart, remembering what Nie Yun had said when he contacted him earlier, that the matter was that the Heavenly Court was going to target the hierarchy, and that you'd see that things weren't right and hurry up and run. There's the beginnings of something wrong now. He quietly transmitted his voice to the Western sex crowd. Things aren't right. If you move in a moment, you'll leave immediately and don't stay. The Golden Cicada was first shocked at his words, and then he revealed a respectful look towards Koan Pang.
This Kunlun and I are in the same boat.
The Golden Cicada had long since realized that things were wrong, only this time it was Koan Pang who was leading the team. If he had led the team himself, he would have run away long ago. The four members of the hierarchy also sensed that something was wrong, and the intention to retreat had already sprouted in their hearts.
Bai Zhe and K Meng, what are you waiting for? People's knives are poking into heaven's nose, and you guys still put up with it?
Nie Yun's sudden words caused K Meng and Bai Zhe to turn a bit of a corner.
ISNT. This a fight? We thought you were going to pull some kind of ploy.
Kill! K Meng roared, first charging a Taoist lantern burning, and Bai Zhe sought out Koan Pang. The remaining tens of thousands of demon soldiers, led by Lu Press, killed the Western Sex Congregation and Sihong Taoist and the other three in unison. Lu Press roared loudly, Jade Tripod, I, Lu Press, have come to meet you. Nie Yun nearly stumbled in fear when he heard those words.
The little golden bird is so fluffy? A mere golden immortal perfection, and it dares to strike out at the Jade Tripod realist who is at least a Deluo? Who gave you the courage? Liang Qingju?
In truth, this guy was there because Nie Yun was there, and he felt that with someone to back him up, no one would be false. He also wanted to show his face by having a few moves with one of the 12 golden immortals of the hierarchy. 10th Prince, don't steal my prey, I've been eyeing him for a long time. The ghost car suddenly revealed itself from the void, holding the soul-scattering gun in excitement. Catch that Nubizi old Taoist, I'm going to stab you dozens of holes today, look at the gun. Lu Ji was a bit confused as he looked at the ghost car that suddenly appeared.
Where did you come from? Can't you say hello before you come out? This is all a robbery? You think it's a prize?
Lu Pao hated it and turned his head to look at Wen Shu Guangfa Tianzuan. Chapter 121 is really a bureau. The Heavenly Court is too shady.
This can't be robbed again. Lu Pressure pinched his hand and the immortal beheading gourd on his back flew up with a red light.
Please baby. Manjushri, your heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys have all been counted by me. A terrifyingly large hand in the void violently pinched toward Manjushri.
Merchant Goat struck first. Holy! Lu Ji is so angry, you guys are at least demon saints, is it fun to mess up like this? I just want to show off and I'm not even given a chance. Can't you have some morals?
A golden pillar appeared in Manjushri's hand with 3 rings on it and a lotus flower under it. The transported dragon stake. The recluse dragon pile landed, the 3 iron rings suddenly surged against the wind, instantly breaking away from the Shangyang hit the terrifying big hand, and quickly towards the Shangyang confinement.
Ha!
Shangyang, with you an early stage of the paraclete who has not decapitated a corpse, you also dare to make a move with me, who gave you the courage?
Shangyang said disdainfully, is the middle stage of paragon sainthood marvelous?
I have said that I have already counted through your heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. As soon as the words fell, a heavenly bell rang out, and the horrifying sound waves shocked the elucidation sect and the Western sex people, causing their chi and blood to tumble and their faces to turn pale. Those under the quasi-saints were directly shaken to the point of spitting blood and flying backwards, seriously injured. The 3 iron rings of that transported dragon stake were directly shattered.
Nie Yun looked dumbfounded. Is this the true power of a chaotic spiritual treasure? So scary. Isn't this a proper weapon of mass destruction? Eastern Emperor Tai Chi? Koan Pang was shocked. How come even the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi had come? Then would Emperor Jun also come? It couldn't be that he wanted to take this opportunity to decapitate himself, could it? Run! Koan Pang roared, his powerful mana directly forced by Zay away, transforming into a golden-winged rock with a wingspan of 10,000 miles, disappearing in an instant. The speed is outrageous. The Koan Pang is born from the innate nature and enters the sea as a Koan, which can overturn rivers. Out of the water, he transformed into a rock. With a wingspan of 10,000 miles, his speed was terrifying. The second to run is the Golden Cicada. The Golden Cicada has long quietly retreated behind the Western Church crowd. The East Emperor Tai just appeared. He first Kuanpung stepped to run away. Traitor, you won't be able to fly today. White Zephyr bellowed angrily and dashed after him. Koan Pang, you still want to leave? East Emperor Tai snorted coldly and held the Chaos Bell in his hand to ring it. Eastern Emperor, White Zephyr Demon Saint, don't pursue. The two of them froze in unison. This was a great opportunity to kill Koan Pang, the traitor. How could they let it go? The duo turned their heads to look at Nyayun, only to see him shake his head. You can't kill Koan Pang, don't do useless things. Kidding aside, Koan Pang was now the cardinal figure of the Western sect, the only paragon great perfection who had defected to the Western sect. Junti and Jain must have been staring at them to death. Who could kill a paragon great perfection powerhouse under the protection of the two saints of the West? Unless a saint stops the two saints of the West first. White Zephyr and the East Emperor also reacted, rather unwillingly, but also had to admit that Koan Pang simply could not be killed. Go all out on the hierarchies for, and make quick work of them. Upon hearing Nyayun's words, Bai Zai and Dong Huang Tai no longer hesitated and pounced on the hierarchies for in unison. Lu Ji was sneakily approaching the last person of the hierarchy, Taoist Sihong. Chopper's flying daggers are all ready to go. Taoist Sihong was being surrounded by the Qin Yuan Demon Saint and the Fei Lian Demon Saint. The three of them were of equal strength, all of them were half-step quasi-saints, and Taoist Sihong was still at a disadvantage even though he had the innate treasure of the pure glazed vase to add to his strength. I, Lu Press, must show my face today, and no one can stop me. Lu Press had already thought about it. Once the flying dagger of immortal beheading was released, it would definitely help the Qin Yuan Demon Saint and the Fei Lian Demon Saint to take down Taoist Sihong, and that wouldn't be a credit. Land Press finally arrived at the intended location. Winds OK, Customs 3.0, Target OK, Position OK. It's time to take credit. Please baby. Taoist Sihong, why don't you bind your hands? Bai Zai's terrifying quasi-saintly majesty instantly landed on Taoist Sihong and pressed him backward to spit out blood, his face showing panic. Lu Ji was completely dumbfounded. Where's the big credit I got? Not again? At the same time, Taoist Lantern Burner and Heavenly Father Manjushri also spat blood and flew backwards in unison. With East Emperor Tai, a paramount sage great perfection holding a chaotic spiritual treasure, it was a complete descending blow. Not to mention that there was also a quasi-saint great perfection, K Meng. Go, go. Taoist light burning lamp hissed in panic and turned to flee. How the are we supposed to fight? Taoist Sihong and Manjushri Heavenly Father weren't slow either, and immediately disappeared. As for the Jade Cauldron Master, he directly punched away the ghost cart's soul-scattering gun and quickly retreated. When Nyayun saw this scene, he couldn't help but have his pupils shrink. The four members of the hierarchy were the only ones who escaped in one piece, the Jade Tripod. Rumor has it that the Jade Tripod realist is the one who hides the deepest among the hierarchy's 12 golden immortals, whose strength is comparable to that of the Burning Lamp and the South Pole immortal Wang, so it seems that this is not false. Yudingjinjin was too low-key, if not for the fact that he took Erlangshan Yangjian as his disciple in the God-feuding cataclysm and taught him the 8-9 Xian Gong, which allowed Yangjian to make a big splash in the God-feuding cataclysm. The immortals still didn't know how terrifying this low-profile Jade Cauldron Master was. This is definitely an unabashedly treacherous person, and he must be more vigilant in the future. Old Nubizi, don't run, fight with Grandpa for another 300 rounds. Ghost Car angrily chased after him, extremely indignant. This Jade Cauldron even carried his own attacks for so long with just the strength of his flesh, making Ghost Car feel two-face. I am at least a demon saint in the middle stage of the associate saints, how much you take out a magic treasure? I don't want to lose face in a Ghost Car? Demon Sage of the Ghost Cart, the poor enemy is not to be pursued. Nyayun hurriedly called out to Ghostkar. The purpose of this trip wasn't to hack and slash, just to fight. Ghostkar stopped his footsteps, resentful. Another 10 rounds, I'm sure to stab that bull-nosed 10 holes. Warlord, do you believe it? Nyayun gave Ghostkar a blank look. I believe it. It's more like I believe in you. Don't you have any idea how much strength you have in your heart? East Emperor Taiyi frowned. Warlord, this is the best time to exterminate the 4 burning lanterns. Why give up? Not only him, but the Qin Yuan Demon Sage, Fei Lian Demon Sage, and Bai Zhe all looked at Nyayun in confusion. This military advisor had appeared out of nowhere, and if it weren't for His Majesty's personal message, they'd have thought that Nyayun was a mole planted in the heavenly court by the hierarchy. Nyayun laughed. There's no need, the 4 burning lanterns were always disciples of saints, the karma of killing them would be too great, our heavenly court can't afford to carry such karma, so let those who can carry it do so. The one who can afford it? The crowd was filled with confusion, except for Bai Zhe and Shan Yang, who glanced at each other and cupped their fists in unison towards Nyayun. We admire the great talent of the military master. They had already reacted to the fact that Nyayun was deliberately injuring the 4 burning lanterns to tempt the Western sect. Because Westernism is so short of people. Once the Western sect and the Hierophant sect were at loggerheads, it would definitely be more favorable to the heavenly court than killing the 4 burning lanterns. Based on this far-sightedness alone, White Zephyr and Shang Yang admired this new military commander from the bottom of their hearts. The 2 demon saints are too kind. Seniors, follow the poor Taoist to the ancestral shrine of the human race. There are some things that should be asked. Nyayun already understood that the Kongdong seal hadn't even appeared until now, much less shown any signs of coming out. Then there was only one possibility, the Kongdong seal had long existed. Then the stuff must be in the hands of the 3 ancestors of the human race. Far away in the void. As Duobao and the other interceptors watched this scene, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, their gazes swiping to Yun Xiao in unison, their eyes filled with gratitude. Sure enough, it's a bureau. Heaven is too shady. Chapter 122, Alone with the Long-Legged Demon Saint. Senior Sister Yun Xiao, you have saved us once again. Duobao lamented. Even if the 10 great demon saints of heaven came, Duobao was not afraid. But the East Emperor Taiyi who was carrying the chaos bell, then there was no way to fight. The chaotic spiritual treasure was too strong. If the Interceptor sect had not withdrawn, I am afraid that it would not have been able to avoid the fate of escaping with serious injuries. Zhao Gongming said with palpitations in his heart, this heavenly court is really too shady, it even sent someone over early, just waiting for us to make our move. It was like this during the Witch-Demon War, and it still is. Why don't we go back and talk to our teacher about an alliance with the heavenly court in the future? It always feels like this group of people from the heavenly court are too underhanded, and I don't have a bottom in my heart when I'm hostile with them. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother and the Pawnless Holy Mother nodded their heads in unison. They weren't afraid of fighting, but they were a little weak when it came to fighting with the heavenly court. Just like now, it was obvious that there were only 2 demon saints, Bai Zhe and Kei Meng, who knew that the East Emperor Taiyi would carry the Chaos Bell and hide on the side? Think of all the lushness. Duobao looked at Yun Xiao. Sister Yun Xiao, what do you think? Right now Duobao felt that without Yun Xiao giving the word, he didn't have a clue in his heart. When Yun Xiao saw that everyone was looking at him, as if he had become the backbone, he laughed bitterly in his heart. This guy, how much more do you want me to owe you? This time, she'd earned the favor of the Interceptor brothers again because of Nyayun. Yun Xiao took a deep breath. Nyayun's favor would be considered later, the most pressing matter was how to fight for the Qi within the human race cataclysm. Eldest senior brother, I suggest that the other disciples return to Golden Ao Island first, while you and I make a trip to the Heavenly Court. I always feel that the Heavenly Court knows more about the human race's calamity than everyone else, so let's first probe into the realities before deciding whether or not to cooperate with the Heavenly Court. In fact, Yun Xiao wanted to meet Nyayun, and this time, Nyayun had sent word for the Interceptor sect to watch from the sidelines. She always felt that the word bystander was not just for today's events, but the entire human race's calamity. Without finding Nyayun and asking him about it, she could hardly feel at peace. Good. On the other hand, in front of the human race's ancestral shrine, Nyayun had just landed on the ground when he noticed that Lu Ji, who was following him, was hanging his head and looking at the several demon saints with a gaze full of hatred. What's wrong with you? Seeing the demon saints striking out and being struck? Lu Ji said hatefully, you don't know, these guys are too hateful, bullying the small with the big. I've obviously taken out the immortal cutting flying dagger, and they're still robbing my opponents with me? Especially the ghost cart, the jade cauldron was clearly seen by me first. And the white zephyr demon sage, I was all set to make a move on Taoist Sihan, and he grabbed it again. It turned out that this guy was robbed of his monsters, no wonder his face was black as the bottom of a pot. Ghost Car and Baizé, who had just landed on the ground, looked at each other in dismay, and the rest of the demon saints, including the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi, were filled with consternation. Rivalry with you? The Jade Cauldron realist is not even able to take down the Ghost Car, it is the Sihang Taoist, that is also a half-step quasi-saint with an innate supreme treasure to protect his body. You're a golden immortal cultivator, where on earth did you get the courage to say those words? Niayin blankly glanced at him and said without a trace of humor, luckily, the two demon saints made their move first, and by the time you got up there, I'm afraid that the bird's head would have been smashed for you. What cultivation level are you? I mean, how did you have the nerve to run up there? Lu Pressure snorted lightly and blurted out, with Lord Arms Master around, what am I afraid of? Just a few paramount saints in the district, how can they be a match for Lord Military Master? Ha! Niayin blushed, mainly because he couldn't stand this awesome blow from Lu Press. Am I that powerful in your mind? You can even pinch a quasi-saint? Several demon saints and the East Emperor Tai, however, had a lingering feeling in their hearts, this military division turned out to be a deeply hidden great power. It should be one of the 3,000 great powers listening to the sermon in the Purple Heavenly Palace. No wonder His Majesty appointed him as the Heavenly Court's military division, if not for Lu Press inadvertently saying it, they had all been thinking that this military division's true cultivation was only the peak of the early stage of heavenly immortality. In a flash, their gazes toward Niayin became respectful. Niayin flung Lu Press a look of his own experience. You're so insightful. I can't believe I'm speechless. That's so awesome blowing I can't even argue with it. He didn't bother with Lu Press, turned toward the three ancestors of the human race, and arched his hand, greetings to the three ancestors. Although he was a demon in this life, he was a human in his previous life, but he still paid more attention to his human identity. When he saw the legendary human ancestor, he couldn't help but have a few more moments of respect in his heart. Sun Tzu returned the favor with a hug. Master Arms Master. Flintstones took the first step and said, I know what Lord Warlord wants to ask, we cannot answer you on this matter, but there is one person who can give you an answer. Who? Sky Emperor. Niayin's pupils shrank, his heart appalled. Could it be that the demon emperor Lao Dang had sent someone to the human race to confuse things, and that the human race had long ago handed over the Kongdong seal to him? Nima, this old den is so sinister. Excuse me. After arching his hand in obeisance, Niayin turned his head toward the crowd and said, this matter is over, you've all worked hard, and you'll be returning to the heavenly court in the next few days. They had heard what Swearen had just said. How many people who can reach this level can be cuties? This matter must be a plot by His Majesty, then there is no need to go any further. The crowd nodded, and just as they were about to turn around and leave, they saw the Qin Yuan demon saint walk up to them in a graceful manner. Slender legs moved with the lotus steps, a few silk fabrics in front of the chest rose and fell high and low, the scenery was beautiful. The shapely figure was poised under that battle armor outline. Nia Yun couldn't help but blush at the sight. This long-legged demon saint, how can he be so good-looking? Pity Pity. Too bad it's only watchable. Ahem, Qin Yuan demon saint, what is your business? Nia Yun hadn't noticed that the Lu press beside him looked incredibly respectful in the face of the Qin Yuan demon saint, even more so than in the face of his uncle, the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi. The Qin Yuan demon saint swept her beautiful eyes and faintly said, Lord Warlord, may I borrow a step to speak? Don't say I'll lend you a step, I'll lend you me. Oh. I mean the main body, the strawman doppelganger is even, it doesn't have that blessing. Go to the Great Hall of the Land Press. Good. Qin Yuan turned to the Eastern Emperor and the others, I'm sorry to trouble a few of you to wait for me for a tea break. In the Great Hall of the Land Pressure, the Qin Yuan demon saint reached out and laid down a boundary, then stared straight at Nia Yun, the eyes. There's shock, there's surprise, there's disbelief. Nia Yun subconsciously took 2 steps back, mainly because Qin Yuan's eyes were too loving. The stares made him embarrassed. It shouldn't be. Trying to sneak up on me, are we? Ahem. Thought wrongly, I, the military division, can control the demon saint, to subterfuge is also me on top, she is below. Could it be color? Nia Yun gulped and unconsciously puffed out his chest. Come on. I promise not to resist.
While Nia was thinking about certain images that were inappropriate for children, the Qin Yuan demon saint's teasing voice rang in his ears.
TSK, I can't believe that the new Heavenly Court warlord would be you, water god. This should be your doppelganger, right? It's kind of funny that even I can't tell. Nia Yun's first reaction was exposed? Second reaction, kill and destroy. But you can't kill it. Ahem, what did you say about the water god? Is there some kind of misunderstanding on the part of the Qin Yuan demon saint? Nia Yun still had his heart in the right place.
The Qin Yuan demon saint smiled and said, "There's no need to pretend, I've guessed it ever since I saw that Lu Press was obedient and respectful to you. I forgot to tell you, Lu Press used to learn under me. According to the rules he has to address me as a master. For Lu Press character, I know more than you. This son is unruly and proud, and I've only seen two people who can make him honorable, one being the Heavenly Emperor and the other being water god Nia Yun."
Chapter 123, A Little Missing, Catch Up. This statement of the demon saint is too arbitrary. You're saying I'm Nia Yun based on that alone? Long legs is definitely scamming me, and I definitely can't fall for it.
The Qin Yuan demon saint stayed a few points closer to Nia Yun, and the dark fragrance of her body came from her body, refreshing her heart. The flaming red lips opened slightly and exhaled. The eyes in the beautiful eyes were silky and enough to entangle any male animal. Nia Yun's blood boiled at this scene, but fortunately, he had seen the world, and in his previous life, he had long since experienced the multifaceted, integrated, and all-encompassing visual baptisms of countless teachers, and had 20 years of real-world experience in suppressing androgen secretion and strong dopamine protests.
Demon saint, it's useless for you to color bait.
Oh. By the way, please take off at least 2 pieces of clothing next time you perform a charm spell, you look unprofessional.
Take it off. Take it off. Maybe if I reveal your capital, I won't be able to resist the move.
Feeling Nia Yun's righteous words while at the same time, his eyes were on fire.
Qin Yuan almost couldn't help but slap his dog's head. You're still worthy of being seduced by me? Where did you get your confidence from?
She grunted coldly and backed away, resuming her icy demeanor.
You're revealing yourself, if you're not Nia Yun.
Then as the new military master, you should be called the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team or the water god instead of calling him by his first name.
The military counselor is of superior intellect and acts in a thorough manner. Does he not understand this point? You are Nia Yun.
Nia Yun was speechless. Who's talking to you about intellect? We're talking about the practicality of discussing charm arts and the steps to perform them.
Okay. There will be opportunities to discuss such lofty issues later. All right. Whatever you say. Qin Yuan demon saint, you met me alone to say this with me?
He wanted to see what the Qin Yuan demon saint intended to do.
Of course not. Have you forgotten that you promised me before to look for my lost husband for me, and now that decades have passed, is there no news at all?
The Qin Yuan demon saint's eyes burned with anticipation. It was just that there was still a tinge of skepticism hiding in the bottom of her eyes, as she was only guessing about Nia Yun's identity without any real evidence.
Husband? How can I forget this? Being compared to a white-bearded old man in the body, that is a permanent pain in the heart, the root of autism. Tempting, huh?
Nia Yun suddenly laughed, his eyes filled with a fiery thirst as he looked towards the Qin Yuan demon saint.
This look. Qin Yuan demon saint has seen too much. Lustful and evil people. Xinwan, if your husband can't find it, why look for it again? How about you take a look at Poverty Road?
Although Poverty Road is average in looks and cultivation, he is now the Heavenly Court warlord. In the coming days, he will definitely be the number 3 person under the Heavenly Emperor and the 4 emperors. The poor Taoist sees that you are of heavenly beauty and have an impeccable birth and heel. How about becoming a Taoist couple with the poor Taoist? With my talent, I guarantee to make you the first demon saint of the Heavenly Court, and even sitting on the throne of the 4 emperors is not a dream. As he spoke excitedly, Nia Yun couldn't help but pull Qin Yuan's small hand.
Soft and boneless, tender as silk. Wow.
How much tech and ruthless hand cream does it take to polish off a product like this?
So smooth. So tender. Pop. Shameless. Clunk boring.
The gate was opened steeply, and Lu Ji, who was guarding the doorway, was just about to welcome him when he saw the Qin Yuan demon saint walk out with a frosty face.
Master, you. Bang. Land press is kicked out, proper ass backwards, flat sand style. You're no good either, huh? Lu Ji stood up with a face full of confusion and looked at the Qin Yuan demon saint who flew away, wanting to cry without tears. Who am I inviting? How did I get a kick in the ass for no reason? Ha! Great God, your face. Lu Ji looked at Nia Yun, who had followed him out of the hall, and the bright red slap marks on his face were exceptionally striking. Well, slap marks are still delicate. Shouldn't it be? Great God, you won't make a move on my master. Well, Qin era demon saint, right? Lu Ji's eyes widened. The great god's taste was a bit ferocious. The 10 great demon saints of the heavenly court, they were killed in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Which one of them is not a fierce man? Even the magnificent Qin Yuan demon saint has not 100,000 but 80,000 wrong souls under his hand. How dare you? Nia Yun's old face was a bit unsettled. What for? A fair lady, a gentleman, what's wrong with me liking a pretty girl a little? Nappy, the big long legs hit really hard, and specially used magic power, so that the slap marks on his face could not be melted away. How can I see people with a slap mark on my face from now on? How about a cloth? Okay, definitely okay. It's her good fortune that the great god has taken a liking to her, and she doesn't know how to appreciate it. Great God, when my cultivation surpasses that of the Qin Yuan demon saint, I'll capture her to warm your bed. Provided the great god teaches me a few moves first, otherwise I can't beat her. Lu Press was indignant and resentful, his small eyes quietly looking at Nia Yun. If we can take advantage of the opportunity to pull out some favors from the Great Spirit, then we won't take off? Nia Yun squinted at the sky. With your IQ, you're still playing setups with me? Learn a few more years. Tee-hee. It just feels different when you get your hands on it, even though you're only touching the little hands, not the big legs. Why don't we find a chance to touch Yun Zhao's little hand as well? Zhong Zhao's would be fine too, and Sihan Daoist is not bad either. Even a few slaps on the wrist aren't unacceptable. As he watched the smile on Nia Yun's face grow more and more lewd, Lu Ji, who was on the side, couldn't help but take 2 steps back. In the back of his mind, he wondered if he should tell his father that this guy was a bad character. Is this kind of man really fit to be the emperor's son-in-law? Wait a minute, Sench? Suddenly, Nia Yun didn't know what came to mind, and his eyes widened abruptly. Frightened, the Lu Press next to him hurriedly said, God, don't mess around. That's the disciple of the first sage. Even if you have an idea, we can't beat it. It's over. This is a devil in color, even Sihai Taoist is thinking about it. No, we have to stop him from becoming the emperor's son-in-law, or else the happiness of his 3 sisters will all be lost. Nia Yun glared fiercely at Lu Press. What are you thinking blindly about? Still the Prince of Heaven, the thoughts are simply too nasty. When I go back, I will definitely report to the Heavenly Emperor and let you face the wall for 100,000 years to properly cultivate the way of virtue. Lu Press opened his mouth wide with indignation. I'm nasty? You ask the slap mark on your face who should face the wall for 100,000 years to practice virtue? Could you be any more shameless? Ha! Great God, where are you going? Wait for me. In front of the ancestral shrine of the human race. The Eastern Emperor and the others couldn't help but be curious as they watched the Qin Yuan demon saint return, cold as ice, and vaguely radiating killing intent. Qinwan, what's wrong with you? Qin Yuan glanced at the Eastern Emperor Tai and said icily. Nothing, let's go back to heaven. Was there a falling out with the master at arms? Unlikely. Perhaps he had gotten some unpleasant news from the military division. Since Qinwan didn't want to talk about it, everyone had the good sense not to ask. Return to. Before East Emperor Taichi's words could fall, he heard Nia Yun's voice coming from him. Just a moment, everyone. Nia Yun hurriedly came and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw that the Eastern Emperor and the others hadn't left. It's a good thing I made it in time, or this matter would have been lost. Qin Yuan thought that Nia Yun had come to chase her and make her Nia Yun's Dao couple, so she instantly exploded. What else do you want, warlord? Not even the word lord. Nia Yun looked at the murderous Qin Yuan and couldn't help but be startled. Smiling, he said, that? Qin Yuan demon saint, don't get excited, I have business. Just touching a little hand? Why are you so excited? Nia Yun hastily avoided the murderous eyes of the Qin Yuan demon saint demon, and squarely addressed the Eastern Emperor Tai. Eastern Emperor, just now I missed a point in my calculations, this matter is not over yet. Are you able to calculate the position of the 4 members of the hierarchy at this time? Chapter 124, General Ma, am making progress. The Hierophant 4? Dong Huang Tai was puzzled. Weren't you the one who let them go? What are you asking them for now? Whenever a great catastrophe rises, the heavenly chances will be stirred up, and all the art of projection will lose its effect. Even when a sage tries to project, there is only an approximate outline, such as a flower in the mist and a shadow in the water. When Nye Yun saw Dong Huang Tai shaking his head, he hurriedly looked toward Bai Zhe and Shan Yang, who were also practicing the art of projection. It was a pity that Nye Yun hadn't finished cultivating the fate tampering technique he'd obtained, or else he wouldn't have had to count on anyone else. Shan Yang and Bai Zhe laughed bitterly in unison. Saints couldn't even project in the great calamity, let alone them. Lord Warlord, are you asking about the location of the people of the hierarchy? No. Lu Pao weakly whispered. The crowd looked towards Lu Press in unison. Nye Yun didn't have the heart to say, "Don't make a mess, you're the weakest chicken in the entire room, even the demon saint and the Eastern Emperor don't know about this, so what can you know? You're only a golden immortal, can't you be a little self-aware?" Truly, when Xiaoma came to the human race before, he secretly organized a group of cultivators to secretly set up an intelligence network to spy on the great events that emerged in various parts of the human race. Just now, Xiaoma summoned me, saying that the hierarchy and the Western sect were fighting 10,000 miles away from here, and asked me what I should do about it, and I thought that since Lord Warlord let them go, I didn't care too much about it, and asked Xiaoma to continue to keep an eye on them and wait for the results. Nye Yun stared straight at Lu Press, incredulously saying, "Are you serious? Ma even have this ability? It seems that the rumor that the Red Shirley Horse Monkey no personnel no yin and yang is not a waste of time, just this guy is a bit of a tiger only." True, absolutely true. Lu Pressure said with certainty. Good, haha. Is really a willow. Lu Press, you've made a great achievement this time. Immediately send a message to Xiaoma and tell him to keep an eye on me. As long as someone from the hierarchy is captured by the Western sect, no matter what, you must stop them and never let them go. Merit? That's a big one? I'm going to. Lu Press was ecstatic, he really wanted to take credit so badly, he didn't expect to get it. I'll summon the ponies right away. The Eastern Emperor and the others looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing what Nye Yun was trying to do. Nye Yun directly said, "This isn't the time to explain, everyone follow me." 10,000 miles away, a place where streams and mountains intersected. Taoist Sihon looked wretched, her delicate face was filled with sickly pallor, and her eyes were filled with the color of despair. It was not just despair over the immediate situation, but also despair over the hierarchy. On the void directly in front of her, Koan Pang and Earthstore Buddha stood proudly on the left and right. Among them, in the hands of the Earth Zhang Buddha, he was also holding a strange tree branch of about 2 feet. Chaotic spiritual treasure, 7 treasures wonderful tree. Koan Pang, on the other hand, was playing with a small green bottle that was Daoist Si Hang's magic treasure, the pure glazed bottle. Sihon, why struggle any longer? Come with me to the Western sect. Don't worry, we will not harm you. Earth-hidden Buddha swore his statement, unable to suppress the joy on his face. Occidentalism is finally adding to the list. Although Taoist Sihon was only a half-step quasi-saint, he was more than enough to be the leader among bodhisattvas. Westernism, it's time for a big boom. Sneak attacking in the dark, using power to suppress others, shameless. Taoist Sihon clenched her lower lip, her indignation incomparable. After he and the burning lamp 4 people fled here, they suddenly encountered the attack of Kuanping and Jizang, who, as if they had already planned it, directly brought the 7 treasures wonderful tree, the Dharma treasure of the sage of the Junti. Tong Tong brushed down the burning lamp, Manjushri, and her Dharma treasures. Burning Lamp and Manjushu Fear seized their respective magic treasure to go. Jade Tripod Real Person was also stopped by Kuan Pang, but this guy's body is strong, even hard against the quasi-saint Great Circle to escape. Instead, it was Taoist Sihon, who had the lowest cultivation level, who not only had his magic treasure snatched away, but his person didn't make it either. She couldn't figure out why the Western sect, which had fled in defeat just like the hierarchy, would set up an ambush on the road. What was even more unthinkable was that Burning Lamp and the others would leave her behind. Even though Earth Hidden has the 7 treasures wonderful tree, if the 4 of them join forces, they may not be without the power to fight off. They were afraid that their magic treasures would be swished away by the Earth Store and they would never get them back. Oh. Millions of years of master and brotherhood are not as good as a magic treasure. Taoist Sihon smiled miserably. Koan Peng sneered, "Have you figured it out? If you figured it out, then come with us." Don't let me cut off your top 3 flowers in chest 5 chi before taking you away, that would only be more suffering. Abolish the Taoist fruit of Sihong? That doesn't hurt either. It is to be repaired, and with the support of a saint, you can rely on your heritage to repair it back in 1,000 years. Daoist Sihong wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth and coldly swept a glance at Koan Pang. Kill or be killed, as you wish. Wanting me to be a prisoner, at the mercy of the Western sect, you're playing it wrong. Jaizo frowned. Koan Pang, strike together and capture it back. Although there is a guide saint to cover up, but after a long time, the beginning of the saint is bound to detect, then the chicken will fly. Yes. The kunai did not hesitate. Roar. Just then, a monstrous roar shook the mountains and earth, and even the water of the stream trembled. No one can take her. The 3 of them were a bit confused as they looked at the tens of feet of giant apes that suddenly appeared. Not clueless this giant ape lurking around, but this guy is only a district Shenxian cultivation, how dare he run to the 2 quasi-saint great circle in front of the vicious words. This guy won't be stupid for practicing, right? Red Shiri Horse Monkey has a good in and out of the gift, hidden kung fu first class. Originally he also just wanted to stare at the Western Church and the Hierophant War results back to report, more or less to get some credit. I didn't realize that Prince Lu Ji had sent a message that as long as he encountered the people of the hierarchy when they were captured, it would be a heaven-splitting achievement. How can this be tolerated? It must be stopped. As long as I don't get killed, the Heavenly Emperor and the Great God will definitely be able to save me. I, Akajiri Horse Monkey, will finally make progress. Red Shiri Horse Monkey fiercely blocked in front of Siihang Taoist, and said without fear, this person my family's great god has guaranteed, you guys go. ING. Earth Hidden and Koan Pang exploded with anger, a mere Xian immortal dared to be arrogant in front of them? Have you drifted or I can't lift my sword? Looking for death. Koan Pang was furious, his powerful paramount sage Dharma power stirred, and he was about to pinch the Red Shiri Horse Monkey to death. Monkey, get out of the way, this has nothing to do with you, go away. Daoist Sihong hurriedly reminded, his heart filled with emotion. I didn't realize that the one who finally rose to the occasion to save her was a stranger she had never met. Thinking back to the millions of years of teacher and brotherhood of the Burning Lamp and the others, she found it ironic. Don't be afraid, fairy, my great god will be here soon, even if they beat me to death, my great god is so powerful that he will bring me back. Akajiri Horse Monkey stays put. No one is going to stop my General Ma from progressing. Kuntside rest his anger. Jaizo hurriedly stopped it, although he was also furious. The word great god that Akajiri Horse Monkey had just mentioned made Jaizo's heart scornful. Who are you? I am the Buddha of the Western sect, Jaizo, do you know the consequences of stopping my Western sect? Akajiri Horse Monkey proudly said. Listen up, I am General Ma, a 7th-ranked heavenly general of the heavenly court. If you know what's good for you, get lost. I'm yet. Jaizo couldn't help himself, this guy was too arrogant. How dare a 7th grade heavenly general be so arrogant? In the Western Church this kind of position is not even enough to qualify for Lohan fruit, at most it can guard the door. Thought what a great character. The poor monk can't stand it anymore, today the poor monk wants to eat hot oil-rolled monkey brains. Chapter 125 Heavenly God? Not the Heavenly General? Jaizo struck out in anger, his big ear scrape inciting directly towards Akajiri Horse Monkey. I'm afraid that the quasi-saintly mana is not fancy at all. Rumble. The huge body of the Red Shiri Horse Monkey was beaten and stuffed directly into the earth, revealing a huge pit of giant apes. Daoist Sihong was so shocked that he hurriedly jumped up to stop in front of Red Shiri Horse Monkey. Stop, I'll go with you, you let him go. She really couldn't bear the thought of causing the Akajiri monkey to give his life because of her, it was the one bright light she saw in the bleak betrayal. Roar! Red Shiri Horse Monkey roared and rose up from the ground. The naked eye could see that his body was covered with dense cracks, so it was obvious how terrifying the Earth Store's palm was. No one will take her away, not even a saint if my great spirit says he will protect her. If Nia Yun had heard this, he would have definitely jerked on the spot. Don't talk nonsense, when did I, Ni, become so arrogant? Be careful, I'll sue you for slander. Looking for death. Jaizo is really angry. Do you really think that I won't dare to kill you just because you are a member of the Heavenly Court? A mere 7th grade Heavenly General, if you were killed, would Heavenly Emperor still go to war with the Western sect because of you? Stubborn, poor monk sends you to reincarnation. The monstrous mana transformed into a horrifying palm seal, pinching the Red Shiri Horse Monkey in one hand. Without even a chance to resist, the originally cracked body of the red shiri horse monkey had a hidden tendency to be pinched and burst. Don't! Sihong Daoist lost his voice and exclaimed in shock, his heart moved with even more grief. Right at this moment, a bell that shook heaven and earth rang out. The terrifying soundwave instantly shattered the large hand transformed by the Earth Store's mana directly away. The Chaos Bell? No good. Earth Store and Koan Pang were shocked, and in unison, they tried to turn around and flee. Even if Earth Store took the 7-treasure wonderful tree, he didn't dare to fight hard against the Eastern Emperor Tai. Because the 7-treasure wonderful tree belonged to Junti, he was only borrowing it, while the Chaos Bell was the East Emperor Tai's. Li Gui and Li Kuei, although both carry axes, their battle power is very different. Want to go? Stay. Several great demon saints appeared in unison, surrounding Earthstore and Koanpeng in the center, and East Emperor Taichi was even holding the Chaos Bell, coldly gazing at the two of them. Especially for Koanpeng, the killing intent was undisguised. Monkey, how are you doing? Daoist Sihan, however, did not care about this and immediately ran over to Red Shiri Horse Monkey's body, looking at his about to break down and bursting into tears. The Red Shiri Horse Monkey giggled, "Don't worry, Fairy, my family's great god has said that he will protect you even if he puts his life on the line, don't worry." Daoist Sihan's tearful eyes, that sentence of sparing your life to protect you, seemed to percolate into the bottom of his heart like a warm current. In all the years that I have been in the hierarchy, has anyone ever been willing to fight for myself? Pony. Suddenly, two figures rushed in front of the Red Shiri Horse Monkey, looking at his collapsed body with rage. Lu Pressure burst into a rage. "How dare you beat you like this? I have to 2 bald donkeys demolished today." Red Shirley Monkey, this guy is his horseboy, beat Red Shirley Monkey, that is not hit in Lu Pressure face? Hitting his face is hitting the face of the heavenly court. Shut up, don't you have any idea how much strength you have in your heart? Nia Yun is also angry, this is Laozi's errand boy, you have to look at the master to beat the dog, do you not want to beat the monkey? Open your mouth. Akajiri Horse Monkey looked at this strange Taoist and was momentarily at a loss as to who this person was. Nia Yun said angrily, "Still not opening your mouth? If I'd known you were such a tiger, I wouldn't have let you come to the human race." Let me come to the people? The Great Spirit? No. God, is this a disguise or a diversion? Whatever, it's one of our own for sure anyway. The Red Shiri Horse Monkey opened his mouth in a hurry. All that was seen was Nyayan popping out a golden elixir that fell into the mouth of the red-shirred horse monkey, and all of a sudden, the cracks on the red-shirred horse monkey's body miraculously began to recover. Ha! Isn't this the 9 turns golden elixir of the human sect? Lord Warlord, how do you have this item? Lu Press asked in surprise. This item was extremely precious, and its value was no less than that of an innate spiritual treasure. The main reason is that the human sect is too stingy, and there are only a handful of 9 revolutions golden pills in circulation. Nia Yun lightly grunted, "You think I've been doing your second sister's homework for decades for nothing, who'd do it without some benefits?" Originally, Princess Lingyua's payment for the gunman was 2 9 revolutions golden pills, and Nia Yun ate one without knowing the depths of the situation, feeling remorse in his heart. The remaining one has been kept. Ha! Luji looked at each other in disbelief. Second sister gave it to her? Wasn't that a reward from father? Before Xian Du came to visit the heavenly court, with 3 of the 9 golden pills as a gift, 2 of which were given to the second sister, Princess Lingyue. At that time, Lu Pressure also envied for a while it. I didn't expect it all to be abducted by Nia Yun, it's so unethical. The Red Shiri Horse Monkey that swallowed the 9 turns golden elixir recovered its flesh in just a few breaths, even its internal injuries were healed, and even its cultivation level was slightly raised by a few points. The 9 turns golden pill is awesome. I'll definitely get a few for backup in the future. Nia Yun thought secretly. Red Shiri Horse Monkey regained his person and excitedly worshipped, "Thank you, Big." Luji hurriedly interrupted, "Big what big, call Lord Warlord." Ooh-hoo. Thank you, Lord Arms Master, for saving my life. This fairy followed your lord's orders, I stopped it, look, no injuries. Red Shiri Horse Monkey excitedly pointed at Daoist Sihan to claim credit. I almost lost my life this time. Why don't you improve? Unexpectedly, Nyayan slapped him on the head and cursed, "Are you a tiger? You dare to stop 2 quasi-saint powerhouses? Can you use some intelligence? Even if you are stopped you can be foxed, sounding out, openly, secretly, and winded. Lord! Lord, it's too deep, you haven't taught the pony this yet." Lu Press hurriedly reminded in a small voice. I didn't learn any of this. Where did this horsey learn it? Oh, it hasn't been taught yet? Nia Yun also reacted as if he hadn't been taught. The red shiri horse monkey hastily puffed out his chest and said, I will definitely learn well in the future, and will not fail Lord Warlord. Nia Yun smiled in satisfaction, a child can be taught. Ma Tianshan, I hope you continue to maintain this positive mindset, I'm optimistic about you. Ma Tianshan? Akajiri horse monkey said awkwardly. Isn't it the Ma Heavenly General? A 7th-ranked Heavenly General. Nia Yun glared. What Heavenly General? When I say you are a heavenly god, you are a heavenly god. This guy is a bit of a tiger, but he's really on top of things. As long as you explain, even with your head, I will do it for you. Who doesn't like this kind of henchman? For a henchman like Akajiri horse monkey, you have to focus on cultivating him, and he will definitely be of great use in the future. And this guy is just a tiger, not a fool. Ha! The red Shirley horse monkey was dumbfounded and didn't react. Lu Press went up with hatred and slapped him on the back of the head. Why are you still why don't you hurry up and thank Lord Warlord? His Excellency is planning to go back to give you credit and beg for a divine position for you. What? Thank you. Thank you, Master Arms Master. Akajiri horse monkey is excited, my General Ma has finally improved. It's not easy. Stand by. Okay. Nia Yun twisted his head to look at Daoist Sihang, a female immortal who definitely ranked high in the Floodlands, at this moment, despite her messy hair, frail breath, and pale complexion. Taoist robes were also scratched in several places, revealing the snowy skin, so wretched still cannot hide the holy temperament and beautiful style. Sihang Daoyu, have you been well? Chapter 126, the injury is too serious. It won't start without $100,000 or $80,000. Are you the great god behind the little monkey? Why did you save me? Daoist Sihang quietly looked at the waxy face in front of him, and to be honest, this person was too ordinary. But it gave her the illusion of returning to her roots. Just don't want the West to profit. Is that all? Daoist Sihang didn't believe it, and those words, even if I die, I will protect you, still hovered in his ears. Nia Yun shrugged. If there is another reason, it is that Daoist Sihang is magnificent and graceful, with a quiet and leisurely demeanor. The softness and charm are more than words, the strange clothes are unprecedented, and the bone image should be pictured. If you go to the Western Church and shave your head, wouldn't that be a loss for all the spirits of the flood? Ha ha! Nia Yun's figure flickered as he stepped into the void, his gaze coldly looking at the Kuan-Pang and Earthstore duo. Daoist Sihang's face was slightly flushed, and the ordinary Daoist in his eyes looked incomparably dashing and prodigal at the moment. What a weirdo! Kuan-Pang and Earthseeker looked even more flustered as they watched the appearing Nia Yun. Earthsang colored and said, Heavenly Court Warlord, what do you intend to do? We have not offended your heavenly court, you have not only robbed us of our prey, but you have also besieged us, this is a reason I have to go to the Heavenly Emperor to argue. Reason? A cold color flashed in Nia Yun's eyes, and his eyes showed no kindness. Very well, the poor Taoist likes reasonable people. Poor Taoist hand under the horse general, was beaten by you and others nearly collapse of the flesh, almost body death Tao, may I ask this reasoning, poor Tao should speak? East Emperor Tai faintly said, of course it's to return the favor in the same way as the other. Ghost Car hemmed and hawed, it's okay for me to poke dozens of holes in him. Kuan-Pang color changed, that is his own fault, blocking us to catch Sihang Daoist, shouldn't we make a move? The Eastern Emperor Tai was furious. Shut up, traitor. Is there a place for you to talk? ING. The kunai was depressed and honestly kept his mouth shut. Okay. You've got the big fist, you call the shots. Nia Yun calmly turned around and waved his hand, this warlord is passing by here today, and there are 2 petty criminals blocking this warlord's path with ill intent, what should I do? There's no need for me to teach you. Understood. The Eastern Emperor Taichi and all the demon saints revealed excited expressions in unison, it was still the warlord who had a good head on his shoulders. Didn't I say that red shiri monkey was blocking your capture? Then I'd say you're blocking the master's way with ill intent. No problem, right? Watching the crowd of demon saints take out their magic treasures, the chaos bell of the Eastern Emperor Tai had already begun to flash. Earthseeker and Kuan-Pang were completely flustered. The Heavenly Court does not dare to kill them, nor can it kill them. But it can still beat them up and rob them of their magic treasures in the process. The key is still holding this 7-treasure wonderful tree. If he was robbed, even as a Dharma body Earth store, he would definitely not have a good time. Wait, anonymous fellow Daoist, this matter is our fault, how about I apologize to you here? Jizo gritted his teeth. It's impossible not to bow down. Daoist Sihon watched the Western sect bow down, his heart was unbridled. All along, the Western sect was famous for its shamelessness, and very few people were able to take advantage of their hands. It's a good thing to be evil. For a time, Nya Yun's image became mysterious in her mind. Nya Yun grinned and turned around. Wouldn't it have been better to say that earlier? The heavenly court and the hierarchy aren't related, right? Why do we have to hurt each other's feelings? Jizo forced a smile. Fellow Daoist is extremely right, so can we go now? Look at you, who stopped you? 10 or so big men staring at me intently and saying they didn't stop me? Gizo looked at the smiling Nya Yun. How could he not understand? He gritted his teeth and took out a golden elixir and smiled sarcastically. This is my Western sect's golden elixir of transition, a sacred medicine for healing wounds, which can allow ordinary people to fly up in the daytime and enter the heavenly immortals in one fell swoop, and Xian immortals can also be elevated by a small realm if they eat it. How about this item as compensation for us injuring your men? The golden elixir of transition? A good thing that's a little worse than the 9 turns gold pill? It's the same thing that made Gong Gong a traitor in the first place, and screwed China into running to the moon. Nya Yun received the small porcelain vase that flew in, his face showing a difficult expression. Turning his head toward Akajiri Horse Monkey, he asked, Pony, what do you think? The red Shiri Horse Monkey read Nya Yun's eyes and immediately flopped down with a pained expression on his face. Duh! Lord, I feel that the 9 turning golden pill's medicinal power just now has gone too far. It is a return to the light, and now the physical body is collapsing, and even the divine soul is starting to dissipate. The crowd looked at each other. Can you act a little more fake? The Earth Store and Koan Pang also hated their teeth. This was clear blackmail. Add another one, that's all I have. Earth Store gritted his teeth and once again took out a transmigration gold pill, knowing that he had to give it even though he was being blackmailed, otherwise he wouldn't be able to return to the Western sect. Nya Yun frowned. My brother is about to be beaten to death by you guys, and you're just going to give 2 transmigration gold pills? You're just sending out screamers? If this doesn't have 100,000 or 80,000 transmigration gold pills to eat, will he be able to stand up? Earth Store, you're setting me up for injustice. 180,000 Jindan? Jizong's face is green. Do you think this is a big cabbage? Even if you turn the Western Church over, you won't be able to find 100,000 or 800,000 transmigration gold pills. The crowd of demon saints couldn't help but laugh. This warlord is a bit ruthless. The Qin Yuan demon saint glanced at his mouth slightly. I knew this guy wasn't a decent person. But it was great to see Jizo suffer. The Eastern Emperor Tai couldn't even look away and lightly coughed. Warlord, why don't we just forget about it? They were unintentional anyway. Take it for what it's worth. Why waste your energy when you can't hack them to death anyway? Nya Yun looked up to the heavens in grief. This is my favorite family member and brother in arms. 2 transmigration gold pills bought your life, so that's the price of murder in the Western sect. Earth Store, come, I'll pay for it. Take the 2 transition gold pills and go back to the 2 saints of the West. I, Heavenly Court, will send Koan Pang to reincarnation today. Since it's the price you guys set, it's reasonable for me to buy the Koan Pang's life with these 2 transmigration gold pills. The crowd was stunned. This is a good idea? It seems like the line, the price offered by the Western Church, even if the saints come, it's still the same reasoning. Although the Heavenly Court did not have its own saints, there was still Nuwa who would help out, and Tongtian owed the Heavenly Court a favor, not to mention that this matter concerned the sage Yuanshur, who would also stand on the side of the Heavenly Court. This reasoning. West cannot speak. Fists aren't as big as other people's. This guy has a few crooked talents, not in vain to be the Heavenly Court's military division, but it is a pity that he is morally corrupt. The Qin Yuan demon saints secretly snorted coldly. Daoist Sihon's eyes showed admiration. Heavenly Court warlord, no wonder the 4 directions forces will lose to this person this time. It is not unfair. Your Honor, I didn't say anything. How it bought my life. Lying down and getting shot. Koan Peng panicked, quickly shouted, no. Not, we also have compensation. This is the innate treasure pure glazed bottle, plus this thing is compensation. How? When Daoist Sihong saw this, he felt hatred in his heart. Shameless. Chapter 127, you two aren't leaving, do you want to stay for a picnic? Nia Yun took the purifying glazed bottle and sighed, so there's an additional innate treasure to add. I thought I could kill Western sect disciples at will for this price. When these words came out, the crowd changed color. They finally reacted. If they didn't add the innate supreme treasure, Koan Peng perished. Then after that the various forces could rightfully exterminate the disciples of the Western sect and send 2 transmigration golden pill level treasures when they were done. This is a Pandora's box. Once it's opened, the Western church is gone for good. Is the golden pill of ferrying expensive? Very expensive. However, there are countless treasures of the same level in the floodplains, and the transitional golden dan can be refined, and it cannot be said to be difficult for several saints to refine such things. At least the Taishang sage, a Dan Dao great person, is absolutely easy to use. If the supreme sage were to openly refine the transmigration gold pill, what would be the consequences? The earth store and Koan Peng sucked in a breath of cold air and almost fell into the path. The heavenly warlord, the anonymous Taoist. This person must be taken seriously in the future. The man's mind is horrible. The Eastern Emperor and the demon saints also look sideways. The ability of the warlord, for the first time they felt scared, luckily it was one of their own. Even Taoist Sihong was secretly horrified. This person's terror was simply comparable to a chaotic spiritual treasure. While Lu Press and Red Shiri Horsemonkey were filled with adoration. You two aren't leaving yet? Still want to stay and have a picnic together? Nia Yun asked with a smirk. It was just that at this moment, his smile, when it fell in the eyes of Koan Peng and Earthstore, was comparable to a devil's smile. Farewell. The two didn't dare to linger and hurriedly dashed away. Nia Yun skimmed his lips as he looked at the hastily fleeing Earthstore and Koan Peng. You have to talk about power, background, and brains. What's the point of being strong? Doesn't the quasi-saint great perfection have to run away too? He flew to the ground and kicked at the still-lying Akajiri monkey. Get up, people are leaving. Red Shirley Horse Monkey got up, hemmed and hawed and smiled. My lord, did the little one just act like it? As for your acting skills, dogs shake their heads when they see it. Find Luji to learn more from you. Nia Yun lazily ignored him and took a step in front of Taoist Sihong, handing over the purity glaze bottle. Taoist Sihong was stunned and a bit disbelieving. This? For me? Although this was her magic treasure, it had been snatched by the Koan Peng and compensated to Nia Yun, so it logically belonged to Nia Yun's spoils of war. And it's still an innate treasure. Paramount saints will also be moved to just give it back to themselves? Don't worry, I just wiped it off, it's definitely not dirty. With mixed feelings, Taoist Sihong reached out to take the clear glazed bottle and said softly, thank you. Wait. Why didn't you just take the opportunity to touch Sihong's little hand? Nappy. Sloppy. Nia Yun secretly regretted it, but on his lips, he said in a serious manner, fellow Taoist, quickly return to the hierarchy. It's not safe for you to be out there with your injuries, and we're returning to the heavenly court as well, so your status isn't suitable for following us. The hierarchy had suffered a great loss in the heavenly court. Although Taoist Sihong had been used as a scapegoat this time, it was basically a fool's errand to use the opportunity to make her join the heavenly court. The chips are too low, the karma is too low. Taoist Sihong nodded his head gently. Fellow Taoist's great kindness, Sihong bears it in mind and will definitely return the favor in the future. Nia Yun smiled, you're welcome, fellow Taoist, but I'd like to remind you that after you return to the elucidating sect, don't go to the saints to complain, it won't do you any good. Why? Taoist Sihong's voice raised a few points, revealing a look of indignation. Is there no place to talk when you abandon your sister? If you sue, the burning lamp several people are bound to be heavily punished. They will hold a grudge against you, and at the same time be terrified in their hearts, fearing that they will be counted behind your back in the future, or that they will be settling scores with the sage of the beginning, and then they may rebel against the sect. Think about it, if they rebel against the sect, this matter is the source. At that time, even if you are the victim, you will be hated and not treated well by Sage Yuanshi and the hierarchy. So the best way is to pretend you don't know and be more careful in the future. After all, you still have to hang around in the hierarchy. Taoist Sihong froze, his slightly raised lips seemed to want to say something, but not a single word could come out. Because what Nia Yun said wasn't alarmist talk. I didn't realize that seeking justice for oneself in the hierarchy would become so difficult. The look of indifference on her face worsened, as if she suddenly understood certain rules lurking in this world. Fellow Taoist's words, the poor Taoist has been taught, I will come back to the door in the coming day to say thank you, farewell. Slow down. Lu Ji looked at the distant Hang with slight indignation. Lord Warlord, even if you saved her, why did you return the magic treasure to her? That's Xiaoma's compensation, and besides, the hierarchy is our enemy. This guy had always heard Niayan chanting about Taoist Hang before, and thought that Niayan had to be stopped for picking up a girl. This is my brother-in-law, Lu Jue. I can't let another woman take it away from me.
Not only him, but all the demon saints and the Eastern Emperor Tai were puzzled.
Niayan shook his head. We can't keep it. If we keep this magic treasure for ourselves, the Origin Sage will surely come to our door to ask for it. If the Heavenly Court doesn't give it, then this opening is considered open. There are only a few people in the hierarchy, and there are hundreds of millions of immortal gods in the Heavenly Court. If the disciples of the hierarchy stare at the immortal gods in the Heavenly Court in the future to snatch their magic treasures, how many immortal gods will be able to beat them? If the magic treasure is returned to the hierarchy, they will owe us a favor. Others don't dare to say, if we go to war with the hierarchy in the future, at least if our people encounter Taoist Sihan, there's basically no danger of them falling. The crowd came to a realization and stood in awe. Worthy of a military advisor, what a far-sighted plan. Even the Qin Yuan demon saint blushed slightly. She thought that this guy was valuing Sihan's beauty. It seemed that she had misjudged him. Bai Zhe arched his hand in obeisance. Lord Military Counselor, a certain family still has a question for Lord Military Counselor. Didn't you let the four of the hierarchy go before and lure the Western sect to strike at them? Why do you still need to personally run over to rescue them now? The Hierophant sect has too much grudge against our Heavenly Court, and even with this favor, they may not be grateful. Niayan smiled compassionately. It is very simple. If Zihang is captured by the Western sect to become a person of the Western sect, Burning Lamp, Jade Emperor, and Manjushri Heavenly Father will certainly be spurned by the hierarchy, and there is no more possibility of getting ahead in the hierarchy, and there is only one way to rebel against the religion. Either join the Heavenly Court or join the Western Church. There are no saints in the Heavenly Court, and the likelihood of them joining the Western sect is the greatest, plus the two saints of the West definitely won't let go of this opportunity. At that time, it would be the same as dispersing the hierarchy's power to the Western sect, but to the Heavenly Court, it's all the same enemy, with no benefit at all. At the time of the Great God Sealing, Burning Lamp, Manjushri, and Pushan entered the Western Church in droves, which may have been a similar thing that happened in the flood in a previous life. Since someone from Nya has a profit buff, how can he still let the Western cult take all the benefits? And by making a move, we are telling the hierarchy that this matter has nothing to do with us, it just happened. Then the four people of the Hierophant Burning Lamp, who harbor no less of a grudge against the Western sect, will inevitably be at each other's throats with the Western sect. East Emperor Tai frowned, but even if we don't make a move to save Taoist Sihang, the hierarchy will still have to be at each other's throats with the Western sect. Niayan said meaningfully, so our move was to sit on the winning side, it's just a matter of how much we win. Now that we've won one more Sihang Taoist and two more transmigration gold pills, it's not a loss. Ha! The people looked at each other with emotion. The military counselor is really unpredictable. Not to be admired. Let's go, it's time to go back to heaven. By the way, Eastern Emperor, please give these two transitional golden pills to the Heavenly Emperor. These are the spoils of war of my Heavenly Court and should be handed over to the public. Chapter 128 The God of Water, the Great Warlord of Heaven. The Eastern Emperor Tai Chi and the Demon Saints were once again confused by Niayan's approach. The golden elixir of transition is the spoils of your outwitting Kuan Pang and Earth Store, and according to the rules of the Celestial Court, this is something that you can collect for yourself without having to surrender it. This person is really loyal to the Heavenly Court. The Eastern Emperor secretly let out a sigh of emotion. No wonder His Majesty had given this person such an important position as military counselor. With this loyalty, coupled with his status as one of the 3,000 disciples of the Purple Heavenly Palace, that is, if he was to be one of the four emperors, the Eastern Emperor Tai would feel worthy of it. Shang Yang, we still need to learn more from the Lord Warlord. Bai Zhe laughed bitterly. Shang Yang nodded inside, worthy of being a senior figure, he knows without counting, we are not as good as also. However, Lu Press and Red Shiri Horse Monkey were sullen. Lu Pressure quietly transmitted his voice to Nya Yun. Great God, why do we have to surrender the transitional gold pill? It's something that Xiaoma fought for with his life, we could have kept it and His Majesty wouldn't have asked about it even if he knew about it, so why bother? Nya Yun revealed a look of contempt as he pulled the Red Shiri Horse Monkey's divine thoughts into a small space as well. Little golden bird, little horse, today this great God will teach you a good lesson. This time, we not only crippled the hierarchy, but also made the Western sect escape by taking the road. Didn't we give the Heavenly Court a long face? Did we get credit for it? Yes. The heavenly court is clear in its rewards and punishments. This time we have made a great achievement. Will His Majesty be stingy with the rewards? Won't. So, we must not hide anything in this merit. We must make it clear, letting His Majesty feel that we are working for the heavenly court single-mindedly, so that His Majesty will be happier and more pleased. At that time, will you be ashamed to accept those 2 golden pills of transition? We will definitely be able to return the reward in honor, and if we are lucky, we will also be able to get other rewards. This is called being upright, working for the cause, and seeking great benefits. Do you understand? The 2 of them suddenly realized, after half a day, the great god is trying to wrap the big bull with the small bull. This is the right god to follow. Hi, really hi. Lu Pressure said in a serious manner, Great God, it's me who is ratty. I must deeply remember the great god's teachings, and I intend to copy down the great god's quotes and read them once a day to spur myself on. Red Shiri Horse Monkey's eyes rolled, and he hurriedly said, after the Crown Prince has copied it down, I will follow the Crown Prince to study daily and not forget the great god's teachings. Lu Pressure stared, this guy will now ride on the wind. This is my original. You pay royalties yet? Just dare to steal it. Don't get all useless. Bring some brains when you do things in the future and I'll burn a hole in my head. The little golden bird is getting mellow. No. It's growing up. Aha. I'm sure I'll have a better time running errands from now on. A few days later, the Heavenly Court Demon Emperor Hall. Emperor June was perched majestically on the 9-dragon square heavenly chair, listening to Emperor Tai of the East recounting the matters on the ancestral ground of the human race, and the smile on his face grew thicker and thicker. Well, my heavenly court this time alone against the 4 major forces, out of the limelight, and also without any damage, all the secretaries of credit, my heart is very pleased. Di Jun laughed out loud as his gaze landed on Nya Yun in the hall, a few moments of dislike flashing under his eyes. This dog thing get a detachment also do not get a better skin, so ordinary, how can reflect the majesty of the heavenly court military division. However, this dog's art of splitting up was really something. With his own sub-holy cultivation, he couldn't even tell the difference. Unknown Daoist, I asked someone to bring you a message, have you received it? I've recognized the tripod of creation, so if I want to say I didn't receive it, you won't agree. Nya Yun stepped out and respectfully bowed his head. I'm grateful for your majesty's honor. The poor Taoist is grateful for the great kindness and is willing to be driven by your majesty. Emperor June was overjoyed and immediately enthroned the word. Unknown Taoist person with great talent, have moved the wind to drive the clouds of the ability. Today I will appoint you for the Heavenly Court Great Military Division, line the Heavenly Court Major War Command of the ability to rank above the Demon Saint. Under the 4 emperors, the original Demon Division of the House changed to the Great Military Division of the House, bestowed on the Great Military Division. The Great Warlord of Heaven? Above the Demon Saint and below the 4 emperors? Isn't this the number 3 man in heaven? A doppelganger of mine is even more powerful than the main body? Nya Yun was autistic again. I thank your majesty for the reward, and I will bow to the heavenly court and die in return for your majesty's great favor. East Emperor Taichi laughed loudly and said, my heavenly court has added another member of the wise. In the coming days, I will surely ask for the flood. Congratulations to your majesty, congratulations to the great warlord. Congratulations, your majesty, and congratulations, grand warlord. All the demon saints agreed in unison, and none of them had any objections to the unknown Taoist being named chief military counselor. They had all personally experienced the abilities of the unknown Taoist. The heavenly court's great warlord is well deserved. Nya Yun secretly glanced at his mouth. Congratulations, a hammer, just give a name, not a little substantial reward. Demon Emperor Lao Dang, so ing stingy. The tripod of creation has been warmed up? Oh. That's for the main body. What's it got to do with my heavenly court grandmaster? Di Jun smiled and nodded, his gaze falling on Lu Press. Lu Pressure, this time you went deep into the human race to indoctrinate them and make them return to the heavenly court. Shen Du has already approached me to talk about it and is willing to let the human race return to the heavenly court. This is not a small feat. You are hereby promoted to the rank of 4th grade Heavenly General, in charge of 50,000 troops, leading the 4th grade divine position of Cloudbreaker Star Monarch, and are under the Chief Military Master's command. Lu Ji was so excited that he kowtowed again and again. Many thanks to the Heavenly Emperor for his great grace. My son will live up to the Heavenly Emperor's high expectations. Sure enough, listen to the big goddess right. This time to go to the human race thought it was to find a treasure. I did not expect to make a mistake. No, this must be the big god has long been calculated. Looking for a treasure is only incidental, pulling together the human race is the main business. All of a sudden, Lu Pressure worshipped Nya Yun to the extreme. From now on, if the Great Spirit tells me to go east, I will never go west. With a great god at the helm, it's absolutely stable. General Ma, the 7th grade Heavenly General. The end of the line. In this battle, you did not fall into the name of the Heavenly Court, you were brave and loyal, and you set up an unyielding style for our Heavenly Court, so you will be promoted to the 5th rank of Heavenly General, and you will lead the 4th rank of the divine position of the Hwai Vortex Water God, and you will be admitted as a deputy under the Star Sovereign of the Broken Clouds. Grant 2 Transmigration Gold Pills, 1 Star Dipper Gathering Pill, and the Hotian Supreme Treasure Blood Shadow Divine Blade. Upon hearing about the bounty, the adoration for Nyayun rose to the extreme in the hearts of the Red Shiri Horse Monkey and Lu Press. 2 Fairy and Gold Dawn really wrapped up the Big Bull back, a Stardust Gathering Dawn, and a Hotian Supreme Treasure. The Great God is awesome. 5th grade Heavenly General, God of Hwai Vortex. Red Shiri Horse Monkey is excited, I finally became a heavenly immortal god, I am no longer a wild cultivator. The god of the proper heavenly court. Many thanks, Your Majesty, I will live up to Your Majesty's high expectations, and in the future, I will make the name of the heavenly court resonate through every inch of the floodplains. Red Shiri Horse Monkey bowed excitedly. Di Jun laughed out loud, you little monkey, you really don't know the depths, and you dare to say such things in front of all the demon saints. But I like it, the heavenly court needs young scions like you with drive and ideals. I have to say, that dog's vision really cannot be said, this Red Shiri Horse Monkey unlimited potential, superior qualifications, fortunately I will be abducted to the heavenly court, if he let him go to the Western Church, it would be a big loss. Red Shiri Horse Monkey secretly looked at the crowd of demon saints, saw that everyone was smiling and looking at him, his heart was relieved, and thought that the demon saints felt that they were too arrogant and hated themselves. Only to turn his head and find Nyayun glaring fiercely at him. A shudder ran through his heart. It's over. The Great Spirit is not happy. I was really arrogant after all, and I must review it when I go back. Nyayun secretly thought that he'd have to knock this monkey around a bit when he got back. This guy was already starting to drift. Only a mere Xianxian cultivation is floating, so it won't turn the world upside down in the future? This guy is also a monkey. Don't make a monkey king. The main thing is not to get involved yourself. Emperor Jun put away his smile and violently stood up from the 9-dragon square heavenly chair, and with a shake of his hand, a jade seal emitting a 7-colored haze rested in his hand. The demon saints and the Eastern Emperor Tai were appalled in unison as they saw the human race's chi luck on top of that treasure. That's... Nyayun's pupils contracted, and his heart twitched viciously for a few moments. ING. Knew that the demon emperor, this old den is playing a setup, and the treasure of the human race, the Kongdong seal, was in his hands long ago. Chapter 129 The Return of the Kongdong Seal, Reactions from All Parties. This is the Kongdong Seal, the supreme treasure of the human race, a token of the tribulation of the test of the human race. Now the human race is attached to the heavenly court, and the demon race is the people of the heavenly court. This is the gift of the heavenly Tao, the trend of the general trend, the human race's calamity, when the heavenly court's calamity, should be the heavenly court in charge of it. Di Jun's voice resounded throughout the entire Demon Emperor Hall and quickly spread out of the heavenly court, floating throughout the entire flood world. He is a side of the flood, the human race of the hijacking of the fate of the belonging, but also to inform the saints, the human race of the hijacking of the right to control the hands of the heavenly court. You do not go to the human race to waste their efforts. Congratulations, Your Majesty, all hail the heavenly court. All the immortal gods bowed their heads in unison, excited beyond measure. The tribulation of the human race test, that's a huge wave of chi. Especially the demon saints, they tasted the sweetness of the witch demon catastrophe. At this time they are all excited. This time if you can earn a wave on the human tribe's catastrophe, then their own cultivation is not also going to follow the rising water boat high? Nyayun echoed the congratulations, his heart slightly relieved. It's not in vain that I set up the human race to enter the heavenly court. The demon emperor Lao Deng really did understand me, it wasn't a waste of effort. This was what he had in mind when he made Xian Du stand idly by on the condition that the human race would enter the heavenly court. If the heavenly court were to be like the other saintly sects and compete as outsiders, the heavenly court would not have half the advantage. The main reason was the lack of saints. Although Nuwa was a saint of the heavenly court, she was indifferent by nature and might not be that attached to it. But if the human race is returned to the heavenly court, then it is a matter for the heavenly court. As long as the heavenly court occupies the home turf, then it occupies the great righteousness, and when the several great saints want to throw away the heavenly court and play by themselves, that is a complete fool's errand. Hakei Palace. The supreme sage faintly swept a glance at Xiandu. It was you who maneuvered the matter of the human race's submission to the heavenly court? Xiandu calmly said, "This is the decision of the three ancestors of the human race. Disciple is just going along as a messenger to negotiate with the heavenly emperor. After all, Disciple is also of the human race, and will not tolerate a repeat of the extinction of the race hundreds of years ago." What about the Kongdong seal? You don't know that either? Disciple doesn't know, and doesn't even know when the heavenly emperor got the Kongdong seal. Xiandu, this is not a lie. If it is not, Dijun just took the initiative to take out to declare the flood. Who knows, the three religions and the Western religion full of the world to find the human race treasure has long fallen in the hands of Dijun. What a deep calculation. The supreme sage sighed softly. That's all, watch over the 8 scenic palaces. I'm going to make a trip to the purple heavenly palace. When the Kongdong seal is revealed, that will be the beginning of the human race's calamity, and all the saints will inevitably gather. Biyo Palace. Tong Tian looked in the direction of the heavenly court with a bit of regret in his heart. Had I known that Emperor Jun was holding the Kongdong seal, I should not have agreed to the three religions and the Western sect joining forces to target the heavenly court, and with the previous friendship with the heavenly court, I would certainly have been able to strive for more benefits. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother and the Wudang Holy Mother in the hall looked at each other and understood in their hearts. No wonder that military commander sent a message at that time for the Interceptor sect to watch from the sidelines. The Kongdong seal was in someone else's hands a long time ago, and there was no contest at all. People in the heavenly court are sympathetic to the friendship of the Interceptor Church, and the people in the heavenly court are sentimental and righteous, but on the contrary, they and others are a bit unsympathetic. Yun Xiao and Duo Bao have already traveled to the heavenly court, right? Tong Tian asked. Back to the teacher, yes. Tong Tian took out a small porcelain bottle and threw it to the Golden Spirit Virgin Mother. This is the Three Lights Divine Water. You immediately take it to Duo Bao and ask him to give it to Dijun, and say sorry to Dijun for me. This time it is the intercepting sect that is guilty of being in heaven. Yes. Tong Tian has perceived, this heavenly court seems to be every flood event, can invariably occupy the first opportunity. Such a bizarre heavenly court, even if you cannot make friends, cannot be hostile. The hierarchy in the West are the best examples. Kunlun Mountain, Jade Palace. Sage Yuanshi's eyes were filled with complexity as he looked toward Heavenly Court, and he was originally extremely upset when Heavenly Court obtained the Kongdong seal. However, this time, his disciple was the one who had escaped from the mercy of the Heavenly Court, and he should be grateful. Just as well, this time, for the calamity of the human race, I will not add to your trouble, Dijun, and consider it as repaying you for saving my disciple. Western teachings. Guiding and Junti stared dead in the direction of the heavenly court, angry and unwilling. Earthstore and Kuan Pang knelt under the Bodhi tree, not daring to breathe a single breath, but all of them were cursing in their hearts. This bastard Dijun, you should have said that the Kongdong seal was in your hands. Still making us run to the ancestral land of the human race to pout and dig. Not only that, but blackmailing 2 transition gold pills to save Taoist Sihan is simply inhuman. Junti gritted his teeth. Senior brother, look at this face of the heavenly court, it's simply disgusting. Why doesn't the Kongdong seal fall to our Western sect? Shouldn't our Western sect prosper greatly? Reception snorted lightly. Even if the heavenly court grasps the Kongdong seal, it will never be able to grasp the human race's calamity. Never. Do you really think saints are vegetarians? There is only one Nuwa in the heavenly court, can she still defeat the 5 saints? It would be delusional for the heavenly court to want to monopolize it. Kuan sight. Kuan Peng hurriedly bowed respectfully. This time, it is Kuan Peng who did not do his job well. Please punish the sage. Hiding cannot be avoided. Who knows that the heavenly court suddenly intervened, otherwise bring Sihang Taoist back. One can at least be promoted to Bodhisattva even if one cannot ascend to heaven in one step to become a Buddha. What a time and place. Receiving the finger with a smile, there is no need to take it to heart. This time you have already done your best. We are clear in our hearts. Your loyalty to the Western sect, I have seen, originally with your qualifications into the Western sect, at least 1 Bodhisattva fruit position, but because you came from the heavenly court, we have to observe your heart, to give you a Buddha fruit position. Of course Kuan Peng understood that he had defected from the heavenly court, who was not afraid of being a spy. Since I, Kuan Peng, have joined the Western sect, I shall do my best for the Western sect, and I only seek the shelter of the 2 saints, without seeking a higher or lower status of the fruit. When Earthstore heard this, he cursed in his heart. This guy is really shameless, he still doesn't care about the status of the fruit position, then why did you take the trouble to try to make a merit? Junti lightly laughed. Since you into the Western sect, we will naturally shelter you. However, you are a quasi-saint great circle, continue to be a Buddha is really inappropriate, spread the word. Also think that our Western sect does not attach importance to talent. Senior brother, this time Kuan Peng's heart is clear. Why don't we let him ascend to the Bodhisattva fruit position and manage all the Buddhas of the Western sect? Reception smiled, good. The Kuan Peng was overjoyed and hastily thanked him. Many thanks to the sage for the reward. I thought that this time it was a waste of time, but I didn't expect that the darkness of the world would finally sit in a position of real power in the Western Church. Although it is only the Bodhisattva fruit position, it manages the Buddhas and is equivalent to the head of all the Buddhas, with real people under him and power in his hands. The next step is the head of all Bodhisattvas. I must climb as high as possible so that the two saints of the West can vigorously shelter me. The kunai are also afraid. Jin Yuanzi wanted to him, Di Jun and Tai Yi wanted to him, and the key was that he couldn't any of them. If he couldn't hold onto the thighs of Jian and Junti, he would have no choice but to wait for death. Manhwa Palace. Manhwa looked in the direction of the heavenly court and sucked in a cool breath. Di Jun unexpectedly grasped the Kongdong seal early on, hiding too deeply. A voice came out from the mountain and river map behind her. I even suspect that when Di Jun helped the human race in the first place, it was for the scheming of the human race's calamity. Manhwa's pupils shrank. Impossible, saints can't even calculate who the heavenly Tao will choose as the protagonist of heaven and earth, and Di Jun, with his sub-saintly cultivation, is still able to spy on the heavenly Tao's choice? This is unknown. I just feel that Di Jun's heart is incomparably deep, no less than a saint. This was something that Manhwa also sensed, but she just didn't understand how Di Jun did it either. Manhwa took a deep breath and looked at the mountain river and Jigaku diagram. The calamity of the human race is the 3 emperors and the 5 emperors, whose fruits of the Tao are comparable to those of saints. Fuxi, this is your chance to re-enter the flood. Fuxi worriedly said, but will Emperor Jun agree? Will the other saints agree? I will naturally make them an offer they can't refuse, just prepare. Chapter 130 Selection of Places, Invitation of the Ancestor of the Tao. Mount Sumeru, in the belly of the mountain. The corners of his mouth twitched viciously as the incarnate Nyayan steeply opened his eyes. Why Vortex Water God? Red Shuri Horse Monkey? He clearly remembered that in his previous life, the Why Vortex Water God was Wu Shi Qi, and his body was also a red-shirred monkey, with strong magical power and great aptitude. In that latter day when the demon race was in decline, Wu Shi Qi could be considered as a strange and great demon among the demon race. Unfortunately, he later messed up during the time of Dayu's water treatment and was killed by Dayu to become an experienced Dan. It can't be this guy, can it? It's really possible, but the demon clan in the previous life was gone, causing Wu Shi Qi to be seconded when he showed his head. Now that the demon race is as strong as ever, this guy definitely won't be an experienced Dan for Dayu. I don't know if Dayu is one of the 5 emperors of the human race. If he is, Xiaoma would have a chance. The main reason is that later generations have many opinions about the candidates for the 5 emperors. Some say that Xian Yuan, Xiaohao, Zhuansu, Yao and Shun are the 5 emperors. Some say that Xian Yuan, Zhuanxu, Yao, Shun and Yu are the 5 emperors. There are also those who say that Xian Yuan, Xiaohao, Zhuanxu, Cao and Di Yao are the 5 emperors. It caused Nyayan to wonder which one was real and which one was fake. It doesn't matter who exactly, what's important is that Heavenly Court grasping the Kongdong seal is equal to grasping the enthronement of the 3 emperors and 5 emperors, which is a huge wave of merit. Since the Kongdong seal is out of the question, the merits of the 3 emperors and 5 emperors must earn a wave. We'll have to wait and see how many positions the Heavenly Court can actually compete for. The merit of the 3 emperors lies in guiding the 3 emperors to their rightful place. In other words, it is the protector of the way, who is naturally endowed with merit once he returns to his place. Now is not the time to think about this matter, let's write today's diary first. You can't slack on your homework. In the Demon Emperor's Hall, Emperor Jun scrutinized the Kongdong seal in his hand. 3% of the human race's qi, so that means the remaining 70% of the human race's qi should be in the hands of Manhwa and the human sect. Worthy of being a human race, a single race's qi alone has established 2 saints, and there are still remainders. Di Jun azurely lamented that the sorcerer and demon tribes had become the protagonists of heaven and earth, and had not produced a saint by virtue of their qi. The human race is weak? Maybe that's the biggest lie that history and the years have covered up. Di Jun, come to the Violet Sky Palace. Manhwa's voice rang in Emperor Jun's ears. Emperor Jun's eyes widened, and then he lowered his eyebrows. Oh. Think of me now? Unfortunately, I won't be there. He pretended not to hear and waited quietly. Now that he had gone over to the Purple Heavenly Palace, even though he was the Lord of the Heavenly Court, he was not yet on par with the 6 saints, and when the time came, he would surely be oppressed by the six saints when it came to the matter of the human race's calamity. Even if Manhwa helped, one person against 5 saints, Manhwa's ability was very limited. He was waiting for Tao Ancestor to speak. Because the Kongdong seal was in his hands, only he was able to open the human race's calamity. If the Tao Ancestor doesn't give the word, then everyone will continue to wait. Jun didn't care. Buzz. Ha? The dog kept a diary? Jun had now formed a habit that whenever Nyayan updated his diary, Jun would be the first to be a loyal reader. He felt like ants crawling all over his body if something delayed him from reading the new content in time. The Kongdong seal has appeared, it's time for the saints to meet. That being said, Demon Emperor Laodang is really 2 brushes, quietly got the Kongdong seal, then the heavenly court will be qualified to participate in the human race's calamity. Jun's brows furrowed. What was the meaning of this statement? Could it be that if the heavenly court didn't hold the Kongdong seal, it wasn't qualified to participate in the human race's calamity? To be honest, Jun didn't know what the content of the human race's calamity was. In the human race's calamity, the 3 emperors ruled the world, and the 5 emperors divided Luan. In fact, they acted as the protectors of the 3 emperors and the 5 emperors, allowing the human race to flourish. A total of 8 places, representing 8 portions of merit and chi. Emperor Jun came to a realization. So that's how it is, no wonder this dog said that the heavenly court wasn't qualified to participate before. Indeed, if there were 8 slots, they would surely have been divided among all the saints, and would they have strayed into the heavenly court? But now that I control the key to the opening of the human race's calamity, then I can fight for it. If it were me, the Kongdong seal would be in Laozi's hands, the 3rd emperor position of these 3 emperors, and the 2nd and 5th emperor positions of the 5 emperors would have to be returned to the heavenly court, and the others would explode if they even looked at them more. Give it or not? No big deal, I'll hide the Kongdong seal, and wait for 18,000 years to open the human race of the hijacking, make it look like who can't afford to wait. Jun's mind moved slightly. The 3rd emperor of the 3 emperors, the 2nd and 5th of the 5 emperors? 3 positions? It's not like it can't be argued. Just what's so special about these 3? Jun didn't understand. It was logical to take 2 of the 3 emperors, that would be more valuable. After all, the 3 emperors were in the front of the line. However, when it came to the matter of the human race's calamity, Jun still favored Nya. This guy knows too much. Ha ha! Manhwa is definitely going to fight for the position of Heavenly Emperor this time, and Fushi is still waiting to be resurrected. I don't know if the Demon Emperor Laodang has the guts to take this opportunity to collect some of the human race's fortune from Manhwa. Anyway, the human race belongs to the Heavenly Court, and the human race's fortune should belong to the Heavenly Court. Manhwa holds 40% of the human race's chi. If she wants 15%, she should have a chance. If you don't give it to me? Manhwa, you don't want Fushi to be unable to certify as a Heavenly Emperor, do you? Jun laughed. This dog's guts aren't small, even daring to threaten a saint. But this is the kind of temperament and vigor that a Heavenly Emperor's son-in-law should have. Right at this moment, Hongjuan's voice resounded from within the Demon Emperor's hall. Jun, come to the Purple Sky Palace to deliberate. You control the Kongdong seal, so you should be qualified to participate in the human race's calamity. Finally. The corner of Jun's mouth quirked. With an invitation from the Tao Ancestor, then he would have the qualifications to bargain with the saints. He stood up and respectfully bowed towards the void. Jun obeys the Tao Ancestor's law. Purple Heavenly Palace. When Jun arrived, the 6 saints had already been waiting. With the arrival of Jun, the gates of the Purple Heavenly Palace roared open, and Haotian and Yaoqi guided the 6 saints and Jun into the Purple Heavenly Palace. Hongjun scanned the crowd. The treasure given by the Heavenly Tao is the Kongdong seal, which can enthrone the 3 emperors of the human race. The 3 emperors are the 3 emperors of heaven and earth and human beings, and the 5 emperors are determined by their own division of Luan, which opens up the hijacking of the human race. As for the teachers of the 3 emperors and 5 emperors, they are all protectors of the way, and when the 3 emperors and 5 emperors return to the throne, they will have their own merits. The quota is yours to distribute, I will not interfere. At these words, the 6 saints and Emperor Jun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thought that Hongjun was going to fight for 1 or 2 places, although Hongjun does not set up a sect and does not have an inducted disciple, but there are 2 children sitting down, which is almost the same as a disciple. If Hongjun had forced the quota, there would have been fewer quotas available for allocation. Manhwa began, I want the position of Heavenly Emperor, one of the 3 emperors, and I won't fight for any of the other spots, how about that?
All the saints naturally knew that Manhwa was trying to give the position of Heavenly Emperor to Fuxi, so that Fuxi could witness the return of the Tao. The Supreme Sage said in a deep voice, "The position of Heavenly Emperor can be given to you, but Fuxi, reincarnated in the human race, can only be of the human race in this life, and can no longer have any involvement with the demon race. The human race is related to the human religion. If the human emperor from the human race into the demon race, then the human religion holds the human race chi, the loss of more serious, this is the Supreme Sage cannot tolerate." Chapter 131, The Beginning of the Human Race's Hijacking, Past Body. I, the Western Church, have no problem with that. Jain and Junti were the first to state that Manhwa wanted the position of a heavenly emperor, and if the other places were not up for grabs, it would be the same as having one less competitor, and they were happy to see it happen. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian also nodded in agreement. Manhwa's gaze fell on Di Jun, who after all held the power of enthronement. "Emperor Jun, what do you think?" Di Jun smiled blandly. Fuxi was originally one of the 4 emperors of the Heavenly Court, and he died fighting for the Heavenly Court in the Witch Demon battle, so I naturally hope that he will return, even if he is no longer of the demon race. The crowd was not surprised to hear this. After all, Manhwa is a saint of the demon race, and although Di Jun is in charge of the demon race, he is still able to disobey the saint's will. But Di Jun's words turned around, causing the hearts of the crowd to suddenly lift. Has this guy drifted? Does he think that because he has the Kongdong seal, he dares to challenge the saints? The 3 religions and the 2 saints of the West revealed gloating colors, and Manhwa's brows furrowed violently. Fuxi has been meritorious to our Heavenly Court, and I don't want any mistakes to occur when he certifies the Tao. Therefore, the Heavenly Emperor's protector must be assigned by either me or Manhwa. Nya Yun had said, however, that the protector was the one who earned merit in Qi, so since there was an opportunity to take advantage of the great righteousness to intercept the Heavenly Emperor's protector, how could Emperor Jun let it go? Countless immortals and gods in the Heavenly Court could become Tao protectors, while under Manhwa, there was only one mount, the Golden Phoenix. Yet this Golden Phoenix was also from heaven. In other words, how about the Heavenly Emperor's protector is definitely not a loss for the Heavenly Court. Manhwa's furrowed brows stretched. She had thought that Di Jun was going to take advantage of the opportunity to make a condition, but it turned out to be the Heavenly Emperor's protector. Even if Di Jun hadn't said anything, Manhwa would have done the favor. Could be. The 3 purities and the 2 saints of the West rolled their eyes, expecting a good show. What's wrong with this guy, Di Jun? Who should we give this Taoist protector to if not the Heavenly Court? There's no one under Manhwa. Thank you, ma'am. Di Jun smiled in his heart. As long as Fuxi transmogrified into a human Heavenly Emperor, then it would be easier to pin down Manhwa, and the human race would certainly be able to get some of their chi back. Now if we use this to talk to Manhwa about reclaiming the human race's chi, we will definitely have a hard time. It's like charging a fare. If you don't get on the bus and you yell too high, the big deal is that people walk. But when the car is halfway through the wilderness, it's out of your hands. The first sage kindly said, "Since the position of Heavenly Emperor has been decided, let's continue with the distribution of the remaining slots. Di Jun, since you hold the Kongdong seal and were appointed by your teacher, you'll be the one to choose first." Hearing that the first sage had taken the initiative to speak for Di Jun, Jain and Jiandi slightly lowered their heads a few points. Yuan Shi is thanking Di Jun for saving his disciple, Taoist Siheng. In that case, I will not excuse myself. My Heavenly Court wants the human emperor, the 2nd emperor and the 5th emperor. Junti's face showed his displeasure. Emperor Jun, you want too much, don't you? The Heavenly Emperor protectors have let you take up all of them. There are only 7 positions left. You want 3 at once. There are only 4 positions left. How do you want us 5 saints to divide it up? Di Jun said indifferently, how to divide it up is your business. I want these 3 positions. Secondly, the position of Heavenly Emperor is what the Nyang wants. It has nothing to do with me. Sage Junti, you and Sage Jain are both the head of the Western sect, and today's distribution is all based on the sect's power. Otherwise, shouldn't the 3 Qing saints, who are like brothers and sisters, have been able to share more than the Western sect? I agree. Yuan Shi glanced across at the 2 Western saints. Even if the hierarchy suffered some losses, they must not let the Western sect gain. We agree. Tong Tian and Taishan followed suit. Manhwa smiled and nodded her head. I think what Di Jun said is very reasonable. The Western sect cannot discuss the 2 saints, but only the one sect. I'm Nima. Juanti gas explosion. This is not to say that the Western religion can only share a maximum of 1 place? 2 saints will fight for 1 place. How can the face of the saints survive if it is spread out? You guys? Senior brother, I also think that what Di Jun said is reasonable. Jia Yin hurriedly winked at Juanti.
Doesn't this one look good?
Three Chang and Nhwa were standing together, and Yuanshir still had quite a strong opinion of the Western sect. If this continues, I'm afraid that the two of us will be targeted by the three Chang and Nhwa, and in the end, we won't be able to get anything out of it. Moreover, the calamity of the human race was commanded by Hongjun, and no one could mess it up. If you are targeted, you will have to watch the merits be taken all by someone else. The Supreme Sage laughed lightly. In that case, then the human sect will want the position of Earth Emperor. The hierarchy wants the first of the 5 emperors. The interceptors want the third of the 5 emperors. The Western religion has been given the position of the fourth of the 5 emperors. The saints were each given 1 seat, and in contrast, the heavenly court, which had no saints, was given 3 seats alone, with a heavenly emperor protector attached. Although the saints were all quite upset in their hearts, who told them that the Kongdong seal was in the hands of Dijun. And there was still Hongjun presiding over the big picture behind the human race's calamity. And we can only watch as heaven reigns supreme. All things are settled, take out the Kongdong seal and open the human race's calamity. Hongjun's voice came out. Yes. Dijun took out the Kongdong seal, only to see Hongjun point out a finger, and the human race's chi in the Kongdong seal rushed violently into the sky. At the same time, the ancestral land of the human race shook violently, above the 9 heavens. The 7-colored haze transformed into a massive 7-colored cloud that enveloped the entire human race's ancestral land. The hijacking of the human ordeal. Here we go. Mount Sumeru in heaven, in the belly of the mountain. Nyayan snapped his eyes open. This vibration. Human ancestor place direction, could it be that the saints have already talked about it? Has the human race's calamity begun? Quite possibly. Almost missed it. Nyayan secretly sighed in relief as he pinched out a marvelous seal in his hand. Out. In the next moment, a young Taoist who looked exactly like Nyayan split from him. The art of tampering with destiny passed the body. It's a good thing it's the fate tampering technique given by the system, or else it wouldn't have been possible to condense a past body in such a short period of time. It's fitting that someone from Nya should have to earn this human calamity. When my past body transmigrates into the human race, will this chi merit not come rolling in? Dala is just around the corner. Secretly pleased with himself, Nyayan forcibly separated a strand of his divine soul into his past body, taking control of it as he quietly left Mount Sumeru and headed toward the underworld sea of blood. Nyayan had just taken control of his past body and left shortly afterward when he sensed a message coming from the bilocation he'd left behind in the grass hut on Mount Sumeru. What the hell? The disciple that Demon Emperor Lao Deng found for me? No kidding. Nyayan hurriedly separated his divine soul to take control of the straw man on Mount Sumeru. At this time in front of the grass house, Lupress and Red Shiri Horse Monkey looked at this handsome young man with red lips and white teeth in front of them. Both of them showed odd faces. Are you saying that the Heavenly Emperor asked you to come and worship the great? Well. Water God Lord as your teacher? Bei Xian nodded, exactly. After Bei Xian had sent the Kongdong seal since, Emperor Jun was greatly pleased and took it into the heavenly court. But Bei Xian's cultivation is too low, not even reaching human immortal. This kind of cultivation in the heavenly court can't even be a heavenly soldier. But this is the pride of the human race. If we let people be a small heavenly soldier, then the human side will still think that the heavenly court is deliberately giving the human race a hard time. Originally, Dijun wanted to directly accept Bei Xian as a disciple, but after thinking about it, he didn't do so and sent Bei Xian to Mount Sumeru. Chapter 132, Bei Xian, so wimpy? Can this master be recognized? LOL. The wooden door to the grass hut was pushed open, and Bei Xian was so excited that he was about to go kneel down, only after sensing Nyayan's aura, Bei Xian was like a tub of cold water being poured down from his head. This is the master that the Heavenly Emperor has found for himself? How is the aura not even as good as that of the third ancestor? It can't even be less than a golden immortal, can it? He thought the Heavenly Emperor had found him a mighty master. Heavenly Emperor is screwing me over? Nyayan scanned Bei Xian with a puzzled look. His Majesty has asked you to come and worship me? What is the Demon Emperor Lao Deng up to? Receiving disciples, this kind of thing he never thought of, mainly because the cultivation level is even less than De Luo. He has not even cultivated himself to understand how to teach. I don't know. Your cultivation? Peak early stage heavenly immortal. Only a heavenly immortal? Bei Xian's face was indignant. Who is the Heavenly Emperor looking down on? I am at least a pride of the human race. What does it mean to find a heavenly immortal master for me? Nie Yun felt Bei Xian's displeasure in his heart. You're just a mere mortal practicing void harmonization, how dare you look down on me? This kid floats hard. What? If you're not satisfied, go talk to His Majesty and ask him to find you a new master.
Looking down on me? I don't want to take it yet.
So that I don't have to be distracted from taking care of you and teaching you, I'm still too busy trying to reap the benefits of the great tribe of man, so how can I have this free time?
Lu pressure hop red shiri horse monkey secretly indignant, this guy even still not too willing, you do not want to let me come off. How come this kind of good thing didn't fall on my head, not to mention worshipping the master, even worshipping the grandfather is also okay. Oh.
That's what was going through the mind of the Akajiri horse monkey. Lu Press wouldn't dare to think about it. If he worshipped Nie Yun as his grandfather, his old deng might choke him into pieces and feed him to the Wangbang. No, senior misunderstood. Bei Xian solemnly knelt down and bowed. Apprentice Bei Xian, from the human race, pays his respects to master.
It was appointed by the golden mouth of the heavenly emperor, how dare he question the heavenly emperor? In the future, the human race would still expect the protection of the heavenly court, and if this caused the heavenly emperor to be dissatisfied with the human race, then he would become a sinner of the human race. Isn't it just to worship a teacher? Worship! The big deal was that he would cultivate himself in the future, and this guy couldn't teach himself anything anyway. The human race? North Xian? Nie Yun frowned before he noticed Bei Xian's race. This guy wouldn't be a hostage from the human race, would he? The human race submits to the heavenly court, but how can the heavenly court believe that the human race will not betray it? It's like those countries in the previous world. You have no problem asking me to send troops to help you. But how do I know that you will not wait for me to send troops and then screw me behind my back? So there was the advent of hostages, sending royal sons, crown princes, and the like within their own country to reside in another country as a sign of attitude. What is your status in the human race? Nie Yun asked. Although Bei Xian didn't understand what Nie Yun was asking for, he answered honestly. I am the number one heavenly pride of the human race. In less than 100 years I have cultivated to the realm of practicing void and harmonizing with the Tao, and in less than 10 years I will surely be able to cross the tribulation to achieve human immortality. Bei Xian was quite proud when he talked about this. His qualifications were unique in the human race. Even the three ancestors of the human race had said that they were ashamed of themselves. Looking at Bei Xian's smug demeanor, Nie Yun secretly disdained it. If you are so proud of almost becoming a human immortal in 100 years, then if I cultivate from a human immortal to a golden immortal in less than 100 years, I will still be floating in the whole flood? It's solid, this guy is the hostage sent by the human race to show their loyalty to the heavenly court. Nie Yun laughed. Not bad, not bad, since His Majesty has asked you to come and worship me as your master, then from now on you'll be my first disciple. Do you need your master to pass on your feats? Bei Xian hurriedly said, no. No need, I have my own cultivation technique. What about the avatar? No need for now, the human avatar I'm practicing hasn't been perfected yet. Nie Yun sort of understood that this guy was just looking down on him. Very well, this rebellious disciple even looks down on his master. One day I'll let you know what I'm capable of. Nie Yun also lost interest and simply said, in that case, you can cultivate on your own. Come back and ask me again if you don't understand anything. Thank you, master. Bei Xian sighed in relief. He was really afraid that Nie Yun would forcefully try to pass on his Kung Fu aptitude. Watching this scene made the onlookers, Lu Press and Red Shiri Horse Monkey, their eyes green. It was so tempting to grab Kitsujin, the guy who didn't know what he was doing, and beat him up. You don't want to learn. We want to learn. If you tell us quietly that you don't want to learn the Great Spirit's techniques, we'll pay a high price for you, okay? So pissed off. Suddenly, there was a burst of immortal music in the sky, and 2 rays of haze light fell from the 9 heavens above and shot into the depths of the heavenly court. That's... All 4 of them looked into the depths of the heavenly court in unison. Lu Ji suddenly pointed excitedly into the depths of the heavenly court. This is the Great Luo proof vision, 2 haze lights, it must be Big Sister and Second Sister breaking through the Great Luo. Breaking through the Great Luo? Bei Xian and Akajiri Horse Monkey were filled with envy. Nie Yun was startled. Princess Lingyue and Princess Duanyue had broken through to the Great Luo? And broke through together? Jealous, deeply jealous. I don't know how much suffering I've endured, how many nights I've stayed up, how many oxen and horses I've made in order to break through the Great Luo. It's also only been elevated to the middle stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Look at people, born in Rome, breaking through the big roses is like eating and drinking water. It's amazing to have a father who's a celestial emperor. It's so true that you have to throw away the goods. Ha ha. This palace has finally broken through the Great Luo. Big pervert, you wait for me, I'm going to lift all the formations on your Sumeru mountain, let's see how you can still hide in your turtle shell. Princess Lingyue's shouts resounded throughout the heavenly court. On Mount Sumeru, Lu Pressure, Red Shirley Horse Monkey, and Bei Xian looked at each other as their gazes turned to Nya Yun. Only Lu Press knew why his second sister was so resentful of Nya Yun. She had been tortured by Nya Yun for a long time by being locked up in a formation. The corner of Nya Yun's mouth twitched. This violent woman, why did she catch me unscrewing? What do you think I'm doing? Can I get more experience by brushing it? You guys go about your business, I'm going to go practice. In the belly of the mountain, Nya Yun hurriedly took out his water god cauldron and Zhu Rong divine lance and began to modify the 10 extinction formation. The violent woman's arrogant voice had been heard all over heaven, and this would make Nya Yun famous if he trapped her in the formation as he had last time. The key is still the body of the princess. If the whole heavenly court knows that the princess is trapped in Mount Sumeru, the demon emperor Laodang had to step in. You couldn't even think of laying low at that point. The 10 Jedi formation is too heavy on killing, and it has an in and an out. It's not suitable for fending off that violent woman. Then let's add a 2E microdust formation in addition to the 10 extinction formation. This is the most famous trapping formation in the Floodlands, and then remove the back road formation, so that when that violent woman can't break through, she can retreat at any time. You want to brush up your copy, right? I'll let you feel the difficulty of attacking a copy. Bei Xian's trio watched as quite a few clouds suddenly surged up on Mount Sumeru, making the already deep-clouded Mount Sumeru even more mysterious. The great god has set up another new formation? It can't be specially set up for second sister, can it? Lu Pressure's heart tightened. Should he send a message to his second sister? The great god's formation is quite scary. The red-shirted horse monkey, on the other hand, was staring intently at the changing clouds, seemingly wanting to discern any patterns of change that would allow it to peek into Nya Yun's way of formations. Bei Xian was filled with consternation. Master wouldn't be afraid, would he? Afraid that the female cultivator who spoke just now will hit the door? Why is this master so wimpy? A big man will still be intimidated by a female cultivator? Even if his cultivation is inferior to others, then he can't hide without a fight. Bei Xian then felt that this master was simply too devoid of qi. Such a wimpy master, in the end, can still recognize Ah. Chapter 133, Entering Reincarnation, Feng Du Da Di are out? Outside of Sumeru. Princess Lingyue, who had just been certified as a Dao Lord, came to take revenge with great vigor, and even brought helpers with her. Princess Tuan Yu. It was just that the Princess Tuan Yu nowadays no longer looked at Mount Sumeru with the same condescending eyes as before. A few more moments of doubt and disbelief. She had long since realized that Nya Yun was hiding too deeply, or else her father wouldn't have promoted Nya Yun 3 times. Whoa! Piss me off, this guy added a new formation. Sister, get in here and help me. Princess Yingyu was furious. Obviously it was a trapped killing array before, how come it became a psychedelic array this time, making the means she prepared in advance not come in handy at all. Princess Duan Yu shook her head with a bitter smile. This sister was on a collision course with Nya Yun. But the Dao of formation was not her specialty. Your moon. Ha? Princess Tuan Yu, why are you here? Duan Yu was surprised and quite confused as she looked at the Qin Yuan demon saint who came stepping into the air. Sister Qinwan, what brings you to Mount Sumeru? Qin Yuan smiled. I asked the water god to do something for me, and I haven't heard anything after so long, so I came to ask. It's been 180 years, Nya Yun checked it or not and didn't say a word, and before that, Qin Yuan thought the anonymous Taoist was Nya Yun's doppelganger. Hearing that Princess Lingyue was coming to trouble Nya Yun with a big grin, Qin Yuan rushed over. If Nya Yun was crippled by Princess Lingyue, then there would be no one to check up on him for himself. Oh? Duan Yu's eyes showed a strange color. The Qin Yuan demon saint had actually begged Nya Yun. This person was truly becoming more and more mysterious. Hee, I haven't congratulated you yet, Duan Yu. Congratulations on witnessing the Great Luo. Thanks. Before Duan Yu could speak, she saw 2 streams of light coming from the sky and landing in front of Mount Sumeru. Qinwan froze. Princess Duan Yu also froze. Why did the interceptor disciples come to Nya Yun as well? On the mountain, Nya Yun was completely paralyzed when he saw the successive Qin Yuan demon saints, Yun Xiao, and Taoist Duobao. Nappy, are you guys getting a mahjong table together? Oh. 5 people should bullfight.
Nia is speechless. Do not come one or not come, a come all of a sudden to 5, or 4 women.
3 women in a drama, 4 women would have to be in a drama. Fairy Yun Xiao. It's not that I didn't come out to see you, really those 3 women are too difficult. Next time I promise to take you to see the little bridge and the sunset. Now go ahead and play dead. The Sea of Underworld Blood.
Setting foot here again, Nia was still trembling with fear that the treacherous person from the river Styx would suddenly run out and give himself a sword.
That being said, did Hotu give the black mark to find Styx or not?
The thought that this treacherous man would be educated by 3 sage dudes doubled Nia's heart. Flying all the way along the edge of the Sea of Blood, knowing that the river Styx didn't even appear before the 6 paths of reincarnation.
Nia secretly sighed in relief. Empress Ping Xin, a deceased person has come to visit, please come out to see her.
Above the chakra, a huge body emerged steeply. Its body is comparable to the size of the reincarnation. A black emperor robe highlights the magnificence and majesty, wearing a black Pingtian crown on his head, showing the emperor's majesty between his hands and feet.
Nia's pupils shrunk. This is Yin Tianzi? Reincarnation has already set up a Yin Tianzi? When did this happen? Why didn't he know anything about it?
He carefully sized up the person, and the looks and aura made Nia feel familiar and unfamiliar. Familiar was the scent of a witch. What was unfamiliar were the looks. He had never seen this person in the witch clan. Could it be that Hotu randomly picked a nobody in the witch clan to serve as the Yin Heavenly Son? Just fascinated. I am the great Fengdu Emperor, entrusted by Empress Pingxin. Reincarnation is under my control. Feng Dudidi's voice was like a bell, shaking the surrounding sea of blood. Nian hurriedly saluted. Greetings, Fengdu Emperor. May I inform the Empress that an old friend is visiting and has something to ask for? The Empress has long since transmitted her voice to me, and it is sufficient for you to speak with me about your affairs. The Empress is in seclusion and is unable to see her guests.
No show? Nian suddenly had a bad feeling that Hotu wasn't brewing something big, was he? But what does that have to do with you? Even if Hotu wants to turn the flood upside down and give the witch race a chance to be reborn, what does that have to do with me, Nya? It's really salty. Many thanks, Great Emperor. I want to enter the Wheel of Reincarnation. Please make it easier for me. Fengdu Dadi asked, is it a reincarnation straight into the Well of Reincarnation, or is it a normal reincarnation by forgetting the previous life? Straight into the Well of Reincarnation. Good, I will take you there. Nya Yun was stunned. You didn't ask why? Just agree to it? This backdoor walk was a bit outrageous, even for him. It's better to have acquaintances. Nya Yun hurriedly followed, spanning most of the distance between reincarnations before finally arriving in front of the 6 reincarnation wells. Go in on your own. Is there anything else? Nya Yun sank and asked with a smile. Dare I ask the Great Emperor if any saints have come to reincarnation recently? He wanted to know if this treacherous person, Styx, had been educated yet, and Nya Yun had been harboring a grudge against Styx for beheading his bilocation last time. A strange color flickered in the eyes of the Fengdu Emperor, and he immediately regained his calmness. Yes, Sage Nuwa came and sent one person to reincarnate. Nuwa? Send Fushi to reincarnate? Expected, after all, Fushi reincarnated into the human race to become the Emperor of Heaven. Any more? Nope. No? Nya Yun was indignant in his heart, which meant that the thunder of the reincarnation of the disciples of the hierarchy and the Western sect hadn't exploded yet? Hotu was really dragging his feet. How long has it been? Is it too much to ask that I just want to see Styx strung up and beaten? Is it too much? Let's let you get away with it for a while longer while I buy more popcorn and save it. You won't get away with this beating. Nya Yun thought darkly as he thanked the Fengdu Emperor and took a step into the reincarnation well. Human race, I, Nya, am here. Jumping into the well of reincarnation, Nya Yun only felt a white void all around him, only to feel his body rapidly falling, as if he was falling into an endless abyss. Is this what reincarnation feels like? It doesn't feel like much. The experience was oddly poor. Unbeknownst to Nya Yun, the well of reincarnation was wrapped in the Tao of Destiny, and for every person who jumped into the well of reincarnation, the Tao of Destiny would present a picture of his life ahead of time to the eyes of the person who turned. A script for a lifetime ahead, so to speak. However, these memories will be completely erased by the fate after the reincarnator transmigrates into the world. The reason why Nyayun couldn't see this was because he wasn't following the normal reincarnation procedure. His reincarnation was hooked up to the karma of his past lives. After an unknown amount of time, Nyayun saw a bright light appear below him. That's the end of the wheel. Just as Nyayun's body was half swallowed by those two, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. The body of Fengdu Emperor was created by me by gathering the essence of the 9 ancestral witches, and the soul is the realization of reincarnation. I give it the name Xie. It was the voice of the backwoods. She? Ein yet. Nyayun was shaken to the core and opened his mouth to inquire about something, but the light of reincarnation had completely engulfed him at that moment. Chapter 134. Hutu is not responsible for the witch. Lionel explodes the thunderbolt. Mount Sumeru. Nyayun's eyes stared like copper bells for a long time as he couldn't regain his senses, muttering a name. Xie. Xie. This name was too unfamiliar to the beings of the Floodlands, but to Nyayun, it could be said to be like a thunderclap. Soldier Master. Demon God. Chief of the 9 races. He fought with Emperor Xian Yuan in the Field of Deer, and was defeated and split into pieces. However, his fame resounded throughout the later generations, and no one knew his name. Even his mount, the Iron Eater beast, has become a Chinese national treasure, the giant panda. The history of the past life recorded that Qiyu is the leader of the Jiuli tribe, itself is the human race. Failed to fight with human Emperor Xian Yuan, also lost the battle for the hegemony, whether Xian Yuan tribe or Jiuli tribe, itself is a human race. But now the Yin Tian Zifeng Du Da Di, created by Hutu, is also called Qiyu. You're telling me this is a coincidence? In his previous life, there are many wild history that the Jiuli tribe is actually a witch tribe, just more as a novel. No one think that is true. But now, Nyayun believed in the latter even more. Hutu was planning to take advantage of the calamity of the human race to have the sorcerer race reincarnated into the human race, turtling the sorcerer race and allowing the sorcerer race to return to the flood continent. Nyayun sucked in a breath of cool air as he finally realized why that phrase had been circulated in his previous life. Hutu is not responsible for the witch. If Qiyu transmigrated to the human race and fought with the human race for the world. If you succeed, you will continue the glory of the witch race, and then the witch race will be wearing the skin of the human race, and the heavenly Tao will have to recognize it. As expected, none of the old monsters who have lived for tens of millions of years are oil-saving. Hutu is so deeply calculating. The calamity of the human race, the Hutu has gone up in intensity. Although Nyayun had known for a long time that Hutu was unlikely to succeed and that the human race would inevitably win. But the consequences of not handling this matter well can be quite serious. It might even cause a chaotic war between the great powers of the flood, and the heavenly court would inevitably be in the middle of the vortex. Maybe I'm overthinking it, maybe the Qi name was just an accident. Let's first look at the specifics of the human calamity. Well, we still have to hurry up with our cultivation and strive to comprehend the way of the sword, and the art of usurping fate must be perfected as soon as possible. Nyayun had a sense of urgency in his heart. If Hutu really calculated like this, then the heavenly court would be in jeopardy. Too many people in the Floodlands wanted to bring down the heavenly court, and if the heavenly court fell, Nyayun would have to have enough cultivation to defend himself. Nyayun immediately dived into comprehending the way of the sword, and with the 1,000 years of sword Dao insights given by the system, Nyayun's sword Dao had skyrocketed, and was just 1 foot short of the proverbial door before he could truly step within the way of the sword. It's just that this kick is not only about hard work, but also about chance. The barren lands of the West. Lionel. This was once the main battlefield between the witch race and the Western sect, and even after hundreds of years, it was still rich in blood and death, and the mountains were densely covered with the miasma of resentment. Only a few hunters live here. In the mountains, a woman lies on a low bed, sweating profusely and in pain. A large rough man next to him held the woman's hand tightly, his face full of anxiety and helplessness. Hang in there, the doctor will be here soon, you have to hold on. It hurts. It hurts. Sagittarius, I'm hurting. Just hold on a little longer, the doctor will be here in a minute. The Hanyu was anxious, looking at his agonized wife, his hands were busy and he didn't know what to do. No. I can't help it. Ah. The woman let out a high-pitched cry and the whole thing fainted. Whoa. Suddenly, a baby's cry resounded throughout Lion's Camel Ridge. At the same time, the sky above the hut was filled with golden light, slowly manifesting a golden lotus flower. Below the lotus flower, it is held up by the yin-yang taiji diagram. The lotus flower in the Taiji diagram slowly began to rotate, and a faint golden light slowly fell from the sky onto the newborn baby inside the hut. Western sect, Junti snapped his eyes open. Birth is accompanied by the golden lotus Taiji, a golden light that shines with merit. And landing in the territory of the Western sect, this son must have been specially bestowed upon my Western sect by the heavenly Tao. He hurriedly transmitted his voice to Earthseeker. Go quickly and take this son into the Western sect. Kunlun, Jade Palace. The first sage opened his eyes, the South Pole. Disciple in. Your senior brother Puxia has been reincarnated, go and bring him back quickly. The Nanji immortal Wang bowed his head. Dare I ask the teacher, where did Master Puxian descend to? The primordial sage frowned slightly and slowly spat out 3 words. Lionel. Ha? The Nanji immortal Wang froze. Wasn't Lion's Camel Ridge Western sect territory? How did Master Puxian choose to be born in Lion Camel Ridge? Do not delay, go and return quickly. Yes. The first sage also muttered in his heart, it was not true that his 5 disciples borrowed reincarnation, but how could they be reincarnated in the territory of the Western sect? Is reincarnation random? He paused and transmitted his voice to ask the Ho-Tu on the wheel. Mother Pingxin, do you know the reason for my disciples' reincarnation in the lion's hump? I do not know, my reincarnation was first created, not yet stable, I have been stabilizing the reincarnation. Your disciple reincarnation thing is the new king of Yama operated, I did not intervene, and reincarnation is the great way to intervene and the reincarnation is against the sky, cause an effect is very great. I know. Yuan Shi's frown tightened. Was it just an accident? Maybe it was an accident. Heavenly Court, Demon Emperor Hall. Jun stared in the direction of the lion's hump ridge with interest, the corners of his mouth unconsciously crooked again. This thunder has finally exploded. TSK. That dog thing is really lacking in virtue, to give Ho-Tu this kind of bad idea. Yuan Shi and the 2 saints of the West are also the same, just joining forces to target the sorcerer race, and then turning around and going to Huda for help. The saints' cheeks really aren't covered, they deserve it. Jun was secretly happy in his heart, and unconsciously glanced in the direction of Mount Sumeru, and the smile on his face froze. Because he saw that his precious daughter was attacking Mount Sumeru. Jun covered his face. Alas! Such a wife, even if given to me, I refuse. It seems that Lingyue and Duanyue can't be counted on, so we can only pin our hopes on our 3rd daughter, Ingyue. Forget it, let's watch the show first. Jun turned his gaze back to the lion's hunchback. Not only him, but many of the great powers and saints who saw the innate visions turned their gazes towards the lion's hunchback ridge. Lionel, inside the straw hut. A young couple was rejoicing in the joyful birth of a son, when suddenly a golden light flashed in the house, revealing a monk in a robe. It was Jizo who came by the order of Jodi. Jizo was overjoyed when he looked at the baby's natural Taoist bones and a golden lotus pattern between his eyebrows. Reincarnated mighty, no run. No wonder Junti will hasten to summon himself over to collect disciples, the Western Church is too short of such seedlings. Infinite life Buddha. Only then did the man and the woman notice that there was an extra monk in the house, and were so horrified that they hurriedly shielded the baby behind them. What are you? You? Jizo smiled slightly, his voice contained some manna that made people unconsciously trust when they smelled it. I am the Buddha of the Western sect, your son was born with a noble spirit and will become an immortal Buddha in the future, I have come here to specially accept him as my disciple. You too may also follow me into the Western sect to enjoy the ultimate happiness of the West. The Hanyu was incredulous, you're an immortal? You mean you're going to take my son as a disciple and my wife and I can follow you as immortals? Chapter 135, Nanji Immortal Wang, Jizo, are you going to fight with me? Jizo's hands were folded and his precious image was solemn. The 2 monks have given birth to the Buddha's son for the Western sect, they are the ones I have merited, so naturally they can enter the Western sect to enjoy the incense offerings. Since then there has been no disaster, no disease, no freedom from the world. Isn't it just raising 2 more ordinary people? As long as this son achieves great things in the future, would the Western sect care about that? The Hanyu was ecstatic, pulling his wife and saying excitedly, Mother, did you hear that? Our son is the son of Buddha, we can go and be immortals. The woman was also overjoyed. Master, we are willing to let my son worship you. Good. Jizo walked over to the bed and looked at the baby, who was like a porcelain doll. I, Earth Store, must take this son as a disciple and cultivate him properly. Let that fellow Wutian see how to educate a disciple. Skyless Buddha's disciple, Golden Cicada, was beyond exciting every time Jizo saw it. The Buddha's son was as timid as a mouse and greedy for life, and I don't know how Heavenless taught him. My Jizo's disciple is certainly not like that. The more he looked at the baby, the more he liked it, and subconsciously reached out to hold it. Jizo, what are you doing? Suddenly, a roar exploded. Only a white light suddenly appeared, stopping Jizo's outstretched hand. It was a duster. Earthstore hastily backed away, bursting into a rage. What kind of Taoist friend? How dare you attack this seat? A figure flashed out and blocked the position in front of the bed. Nanji Immortal Wang? It's you? Jizo's pupils shrunk. The Nanji Immortal Wang hummed softly. Exactly, Jizan, this is the reincarnated body of my senior brother, Pu Xian. What do you, the Western sect, want to do? You say it's the reincarnation of your master's brother is the reincarnation of your master's brother? I also said that this is the reincarnation of my Western sect Buddha. Nanji Immortal Wang, this is the Western Manhwa prefecture of the Western sect, not the Nanjan prefecture of your Hierophant sect. If you want to rob someone, you're afraid you've come to the wrong place. The Earthstore's hands violently closed together, and the sound of Sanskrit was like the descent of a divine Buddha, filling the entire space. The Nanji Immortal Wang's face changed. Jizo, you're going to firebomb me? Would I fear you in Western Nuga? Looking for death. The Nanji Immortal Wang flung the duster in his hand and steeply transformed it into a feather fan. The feather fan was incited towards Jizo, and 5 flames roared out, rushing towards Jizo. An innate treasure, the 5 flames and 7 plumes fan? Earthhide was shocked. This thing is a fire system treasure, and the horror of the existence of its spouting flames is the rootless fire nurtured in heaven and earth, has the ability to burn the sky and boil the sea. It was the paramount sage Dharma body that encountered it, and it could be burned clean in an instant. Rudraksh beads. Jizo fiercely waved out a string of golden Buddha beads, which were filled with Buddhist light and strong wishing power, emitting a golden aura that protected Jizo in the center. However, those 5 flames swept closely over the air shield, and they burned it instantly. Frightened, Jizo hastily took out another tin staff and drummed up his mana to strike at the 5 flames. Boom! 2 great quasi-saint powerhouses exchanged blows, and the small half of the lion's camel ridge was instantly leveled to the ground. But the straw hut was unbelievably tough. The mountain was knocked out, but the hut was unharmed. Only the couple was shocked and fainted. Both of them deliberately regained their magic power, not daring to hurt the baby and the couple inside the grass hut. Aha! Jizo was knocked back dozens of miles before he was able to stabilize himself in the void, his face pale. Although his tin staff and Rui Buddha beads were also innate treasures, they were much worse than the 5 flames and 7 plumes fan, and he was injured in just 1 strike. Nanji Immortal Wang, you've bullied people too much. Do you really think that your hierarchy is invincible? Koan Pang, Wu Tian, come to support quickly. Since we can't beat them, we'll make do with numbers. Can we still be bullied by the Hierophant in our own territory? The Nanji Immortal Wang coldly grunted. Do you think you're the only one who has people in the Western sect? Senior Brother Burning Lamp, Senior Brother Jade Tripod, and Senior Brother Yellow Dragon. Su came to Lion's Camel Ridge to help me. Janeo Island, Bo Palace. Tonto couldn't help but skim his lips as he watched both sides begin to call out. It looks like this is as far as the fight goes. The hierarchy crowd and the Western sect experts all came. The saints must be concerned, unless the hierarchy and the Western sect are completely at war, otherwise it is just a tug of war, and in the end, the saints reached an agreement among themselves. Nuwa Palace. Nuwa's embroidered brows frowned slightly. That child should be the reincarnation of a disciple of the Interceptor sect. It's a pity that the great tribulation of the human race has descended, and the heavenly chances are so chaotic that it's impossible to project it. But how did the Hierophant disciples reincarnate in the Western Nuga prefecture? Shouldn't it be the Southern Juniper prefecture? Then Fushi He. Thinking of this, Nuwa flashed out of the Nuwa Palace and headed straight for the underworld Blood Sea. She'd have to go to Hotu and ask if Fushi wasn't reincarnated into that nook and cranny. That would be fun. Heavenly Court, Demon Emperor Hall. Di Jun withdrew his gaze with intent. It's only just touched and you're shouting. Occidentalism is as classless as ever. But this beam is considered to be knotted. When the next time someone from the Western sect is reincarnated in the hierarchy's territory, hey! Once or twice, the saints were able to act as if nothing had happened. But when one's own disciple was reincarnated into someone else's territory several times, even if it was just a small friction, that would be like a crack in a dam that got bigger and bigger. It's not impossible for it to even develop into the hierarchy versus the West. But the person who took the fall for this is miserable. Sticks, who do you think you're bad for messing with? To mess with that dog, you're on your own. It just so happens that the hierarchy in the Western sector being held back, so I also have nothing to worry about, and there are some things that it's time to do. Jun raised his eyes to the shores of the Eastern Sea. Several years passed in a flash. Within Mount Sumeru, Nyayun slowly opened his eyes, his body's aura plucking up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Eventually, he broke through the middle Golden Immortal barrier and crossed over into the late Golden Immortal stage. TSK, I didn't expect that the usurping fate derivation technique to coalesce the present body and also raise the cultivation level. What an unexpected blessing. The art of usurping the life to derive is, indeed, the coalescing of two bilocations, the past body and the future body. The present body is now reunited with the body and in control of the moment. This avenue aptitude is directly given by the system. Unlike the avenue comprehension, which still requires physical realization of the avenue, this art can be perfected by directly cultivating it step by step. Of course, this was limited to Nyayun himself. If he were to pass on the art of usurping life derivation to others, it wouldn't be so easy for others to cultivate this divine ability. As his cultivation level increased, Nyayun was in an incredibly relaxed mood. Another step closer to the big one. Air. Nyayun had just dispersed his divine sense when he spotted a hard-working copy opener, still trying to be a liver emperor. It's been more than 10 years, there's no end to it. Nyayun couldn't help but cry and laugh. What kind of oddball was this Princess Lingua, who couldn't break through the two-element microdust formation after spinning around for more than a decade, and was still enjoying herself? Princess Duan Yu had long since gone back, and as for the Qin Yuan demon saint and Yun Xiao, they had long since left. Yun Xiao and Duobao had come here, and Nyayun basically guessed roughly that perhaps they were asking about the fact that he had asked his doppelganger to bring them a message. It's a pity that it came too late. If Yun Xiao had come to him before the Kongdong seal appeared, he might have been able to give him a few pointers. Now that the human catastrophe has begun and the slots have all been divided, what else is there to point out? There was no point in seeing or not seeing, unless Cloudy came to him to talk about love. Continue cultivating. Coalesce the future body and replace the anonymous Taoist as a doppelganger. This doppelganger now serves as the Heavenly Court's Grand Warlord, and will definitely be able to meet saints in the future, so there's no point if he's seen. The detachment derived from the usurped life is itself a solid entity, and even saints can't tell the difference when they see it. Nyayun had just closed his eyes when he heard Lu Ji's anxious voice come through. Great God, something big has happened. Chapter 136 Disciple being beaten? That's not good enough. Nyayun's first reaction was that this little golden bird was barking at something. Is the sky falling? Still, he sent his doppelganger out to take a look. At the door of the grass hut, Lupress and Red Shiri Horse Monkey were waiting anxiously, and when they saw the door of the grass hut open, Lupress rushed forward. Great God, your disciple has been severely beaten by the Dragon Clan's people and is still under siege on the shores of the East Sea. What? Nyayun was furious, even though Bei Xian's disciple was just a name given by the demon emperor Lao Deng and basically had nothing to do with himself. But at least it's an honorary disciple, and my old man is still the third-ranking water god in charge of the four seas, and the dragons are so disrespectful? Who are you looking down on? What the hell is going on? Speak clearly. As Lu Press recounted the story, Nyayun basically understood the general idea. The human race and the East China Sea border, but the East China Sea is the water tribe territory. From time to time, there will be refined water tribe on the shore to attack the human race, before the heavenly court suppressed. Both sides have friction, but are not excessive. However, after the start of the human race, the water tribe in the East China Sea began to be restless, and the things that came ashore to attack and devour the human race happened repeatedly. Even the overlord of the water, the dragons, appear. The three ancestors of the human race reported this matter to the heavenly court and asked for Dijun's protection. Now that the human race is attached to the heavenly court, Dijun naturally could not sit idly by, so he sent the third prince with troops to the East China Sea to negotiate with the water tribe in the East China Sea. Bei Xian followed along. I didn't expect to fail to negotiate and go straight to work. He also trapped the third prince and Bei Xian in a formation on the shores of the Eastern Sea. Nyayun suddenly calmed down after he understood the whole thing. The East Sea Water Clan suddenly struck? Or after the start of the human race's calamity? Could it be that someone is secretly provoking them? The three religions or the West? Or is it some other power? The purpose is obvious, targeting the human race while targeting the heavenly court. Demon Emperor Lao Dang's handling of the situation is also a bit bizarre. Why did he just send a prince over? By all rights, he should have sent at least one demon saint. The dragon family is the last quantum of the hegemony, even if it is now despondent, but the thin dead camel is bigger than a horse. The dragon family's heritage should not be underestimated. Jun would be so negligent? Absolutely, something is wrong. Great God, I've already asked the Heavenly Emperor for orders to go over and rescue my third brother. Do you want to come along? Lu Shi asked. Yun paused. Which demon saint did His Majesty send over this time? Lu Pressure said oddly, no demon saint was sent. The Heavenly Emperor originally wanted my elder brother to go, but I took the initiative to ask for help, and since I have a good relationship with the human race, he let me lead his 50,000 heavenly soldiers over to rescue them. Ha! Yun was dumbfounded. Instead of sending a demon saint, he'd let a little shrimp like Lu Press go over? Are you kidding me? Do you think the dragons are a small force? No, there is definitely a fraud. The Heavenly Emperor is doing this on purpose. Could it be that the Heavenly Court wants to make a move against the dragon race? I'm nappy. Yun was startled, and it was really possible. After the Heavenly Court defeated the witch race, it had become the honorary controller of heaven and earth. With the exception of the three religions and the Western religion, as well as many reclusive races, they are basically under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Court. And the dragons occupy the land of the four seas and become a great power of their own, not belonging to any sect or power. The Heavenly Court is naturally unwilling to see it. There are saints in the saintly sects, and the Heavenly Court can't do anything about it. But the dragons are still arrogantly cutting off land as king, so can the Heavenly Court tolerate it? It's definitely like this. Demon Emperor Lao Dang wants to find a ripe excuse to go to war against the dragon race and completely subjugate the dragon race. That stupid disciple even followed and ran. Really no brain. Come back, have to popularize the 9-year compulsory education for you. Maybe the third prince brought those people there to kill the dragons on purpose, so that he could use it as an excuse to start a war against the dragons. Yun hated it in his heart. It was so hard to have an apprentice, but he couldn't just die like that. It was impossible for the Heavenly Emperor to go and save Bei Xian. Even his son was trapped and he only sent the little golden bird. How could he go and save Bei Xian? It seemed his apprentice could only be saved by himself. Come on, let's go to the East Sea right away. Lu Pressure was overjoyed. Good, Shama, you go and inform the army at once, and set off immediately. Yes. The red Shuri horse monkey was also excited. There's a battle to fight and a great god to follow, so that's a sign that there's credit to be picked up. Who couldn't be excited? Yun turned around and returned to the grass hut, taking away 12 cutthroat golden wheels from his own body to use as a defense. As for the main body, how could it go? So dangerous. Oh. The principal body has to continue to practice, and it can't waste time. Cultivation is the most important thing. How can something like saving my disciple stop me from achieving the way? The two of them had just stepped out of Mount Sumeru when Yun stopped and twisted his head to look at Princess Lingyue, who was still attacking the copy of the two-element microdust formation. That's a big roar. How about pulling her over as a hitter too? Yun raised his hand and struck a spell to open the two-elemental microdust formation. Ha! You big pervert, you finally gave up and came out. Ha, you're dead. Princess Lingyue was incomparably excited, and she knew that she couldn't break the big formation, but she just wanted to add to Yun's frustration, so that he'd be so annoyed that he couldn't but come out of his own accord to receive his own severe beating. Finally, the work is done. Yun's head was filled with black lines as he looked at Princess Lingyue, who was excitedly rushing over. Princess, and slow down your hands, now I have something important to do. Come back to accompany you to fight, okay? Princess Lingyue coldly hummed, you think I will believe you? What if you come back and hide again? No, fight now, you can go anywhere you want if you can beat me. As she spoke, a green-colored lance appeared in Princess Lingyue's hand, and the terrifying green light instantly dyed the sky green. An innate treasure? Yun secretly bellyached. Just how many good guns does this violent woman have? The flame gun he used earlier, then he got the Ghost Car's soul dispersal gun, and now he took out an innate supreme treasure lance. Is your family in the wholesale business? Princess, I really have something to do. If you don't believe me, it's always okay to follow me on a stakeout, right? Princess Lingyue revealed a skeptical look as her eyes glanced at Lu Press next to her. Lu Shi quickly said, second sister, the great god is really in trouble, his disciple is trapped and is busy trying to free him. Trapped by who? Dragons. Princess Lingyue's eyes lit up. Good, then I won't fight you for now, but I'm going to follow you guys there so you don't run off halfway. No problem. Wanted that from you. In the hall of the Demon Emperor. Emperor Jun couldn't help but rub his temples as he watched Nya trio leave the heavenly court, filled with helplessness. This girl, Lingyue, what's the point of following along? Once she's out of heaven this time, the Qingqiu side should be shaken. That's just it, what's coming is always coming. Interceptor, 3 Immortal Islands. A transmission jade slip flew into Zhao Gongming's cave. What? Brother Nya asked me to help save people? That's definitely the way to go. Zhao Gongming was excited, he was getting sick from idleness on the 3 Immortal Islands. But there were clouds in the air, controlling him from going out. Now this jade slip can be the Imperial Sword. How can Sister Yin Xiao stop me from helping Brother Nye? That's a great benefactor of the Interceptor Church. Chapter 137, 100 Dragons Array, 2 ing Pretentious. Zhao Gongming had just flown out of the 3 Immortal Islands when he saw a red light streak out from Flame Island. Ha! Senior Brother Luo Xian, where are you going? Greetings, Senior Brother Zhao. Luo Xian frowned. I just received a transmission from Brother Nyayun, saying that he's encountered something troublesome above the East Sea and wants to ask for my help. Luo Xian still had a good impression of Nyayun, mainly because he felt that Nyayun was reliable and intelligent. This kind of person has to be on good terms, you'll need them in the future. Zhao Gongming froze. Brother Nya is looking for you too? Did. Haha, ditto ditto ditto. Luo Xian smiled with an open brow and was relieved in his heart. Just now, he was worried about whether a cultivator like himself, who had just stepped into the Great Luo, would be stable in this trip. What if it's dangerous? Should we invite a few of our brothers to come with us? I didn't expect Zhao Gongming to go too, this is a quasi-saint without compromise. And also chopped a corpse to prove the kind of Tao, the entire flood desert chopped a corpse to prove the Tao of how many strong? With Zhao Gongming tagging along, it's absolutely stable. The 4 Nyayuns led 50,000 celestial soldiers and descended into the Eastern Sea. Above the East Sea, thousands of shrimp and crab soldiers tread water. The seawater waves rolled and rolled, but only the seawater in front of one person was as calm as a mirror, as if the person was born with the power to suppress the water. It was a dragon-headed, humanoid, half-transformed dragon race, with a powerful and majestic aura of arrogance. As he watched Nyayun and the others descend with the heavenly soldiers, this person didn't have the slightest bit of fear, and his face showed a bit of disdain. Oh. Another heavenly court prince, I thought the one who came was a demon saint. Lu Ji instantly felt offended. What's the matter? I'm the crown prince of heaven, am I not as important as a demon saint? Lu Pressure said angrily, Ao Qin, how dare you besiege my heavenly court immortals and gods, I will bring my troops to trample through your East Sea Dragon Palace today. East China Sea Dragon Palace? Is this guy the Dragon King of the East Sea? Akin? Totally unheard of. Nyayun's brows furrowed slightly as the dragon race's reaction confused him a bit. The dragon clan was at least inherited from the last quantum of the world, and although it was the loser of the war, its heritage was still not to be underestimated. Would they let a guy whose brain doesn't work too well be the Dragon King? Don't the dragons know that besieging the Prince of Heaven is the same as declaring war on heaven? There's something odd. Big colorful wolf, fight or not? Princess Lingyue on the side stared at the many water races on the East Sea with both eyes glowing, somewhat impatient. Nyayun hurriedly pacified, Princess, don't be in a hurry, let's ask for clarification first. Fine. Princess Lingyue's eyes showed disappointment, she was too eager for an opponent. In the past, they were all looking for opponents in the heavenly court, and no matter how high or low their cultivation was, they were all concerned about her status as a princess, and no one dared to really make a move. Except for Nyayun, that's a real fight. So that was why Princess Lingyue was always keeping an eye on Nyayun. And now that she could finally fight outside, how could Princess Lingyue not look forward to it? Ao Qin laughed coldly, treading down my dragon palace in the East Sea? With the 50,000 heavenly soldiers you brought with you? The last person who said that is now struggling in the 100 dragons formation of my dragon clan, do you want to go in and try it out as well? Ao Qin waved his hand towards the shrimp soldiers and crab generals behind him, and those shrimp soldiers and crab generals instantly dodged away, revealing the situation in the water behind them. This stretch of water stretches for 100 miles, with a white mist obscuring the water. A dragon could be seen traveling through the white mist, flipping and moving, and every now and then a dragon roar or two was heard. Nyayun's face changed. 100 Dragons Grand Formation, a simplified version of the Dragon Clan's inherited Grand Formation, the 10,000 Dragons Grand Formation.
The 10,000 Dragons Grand Formation is one of the underpinnings of the Dragon Clan from the last Quantum Succession, and although its reputation in this era is not as loud as the Dutian Divine Fury Grand Formation, the 10,000 Immortals Grand Formation of the Interceptor sect, and so on, its power is definitely not worse than these. Even the simplified version of the 100 Dragons Grand Formation, that was not something that an ordinary person could resist. Nyeon only felt that his disciple and the unlucky third prince basically had half a foot in the Ghost Gate. He stepped forward and asked in a deep voice, "Dragon King, you caged the third prince in the 100 Dragon Formation?" Ao Chin squinted, sensing that Nyeon's cultivation was only at the peak of the early heavenly immortal stage, and the disdain in his eyes intensified. "What are you and how dare you ask such questions of me? Hasn't Dijun taught you to honor the top and bottom?" So ing loaded. Nyeon cursed in his heart, this Ao Chin is afraid there's something wrong with him. Is it fulfilling for a powerful Dragon Clan member to pretend to be a bully in front of a bunch of little shrimps who aren't even Dilo? If you wanna pretend, you go and pretend in front of the Heavenly Emperor, Duo Bao, Xiandu and other masters. If you can act like that in front of them, I'll admit you're good. I am the water god of the Heavenly Court, and I am honored by His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor to be in charge of the 4 seas. In charge of the 4 seas? Ao Chin laughed out loud, then am I going to lead the East Sea Water Tribe to bow to Lord Water God? A mere early-stage heavenly immortal in charge of the 4 seas? I originally thought that Dijun was an unearthly male master, but now that I've seen it, it's nothing more than that. Mocking the old man? Nima. Nyeon was also enraged, and there were still 3 fires in the mud. Great God, this guy is too arrogant, let's fight. Lu Ji was also furious. Great God, I'll go and unscrew his faucet for you to use as a stool. The red Shiri horse monkey looked at him angrily. Nyeon was honored beyond measure in his heart, and this guy dared to taunt, simply looking for death. I'll go battle him. Princess Lingyue hurriedly introduced herself, looking at Nyeon with hope. Nyeon was speechless. Why don't you guys take a piss and look at yourselves first? This is the Dragon King of the East Sea. Even if the Dragon Clan was no longer defeated, and the Dragon King wasn't a quasi-saint supreme powerhouse like the Heavenly Emperor, it wasn't even close. The 3 of you together are enough for a claw? There's no pussy in your heart at all. Nyeon really didn't have the heart to converse with the retard and raised his eyes to gaze at Ao Chin. Dragon King, this matter is just a minor friction between the East Sea Water Clan and the Heavenly Court. There's no need to make a big deal out of it. Once the 2 sides go to war, it won't be beneficial to anyone. If you release the third prince now, the Heavenly Court can forget about it. LOL. My apprentice, I'm afraid, is gone. Can only go to reincarnation in a while to ask the Queen Mother of the Earth. This disciple is really unlucky, just worshipped their own teacher is gone. The third prince has a higher cultivation level, so he might be able to salvage it. Dragons, right? Very well, I can't beat you, go back and properly entertain you with demonic words thin, not to curse your dragon tribe to nightmares in broad daylight. I will not be surnamed Nya. Go to war? Ao Chin wrapped his arms around himself and sneered, do you think our dragon clan is scared? Although my dragon clan lives in seclusion in the 4 seas, it is not a soft persimmon that anyone can pinch. The Heavenly Court wants to rule the dragon race, and Dijun has made a mistake. How dare he send his son to strut his stuff on my East Sea? Since he's here, there's no need to leave. It's that today, when Emperor Jun arrives in person, his son is certain to die. Lu Pressure became furious. How dare you, Ao Chin, you're looking for death. Heavenly soldiers. In. Nyeon waved his hand to stop Lu Ji's barking orders, his gloomy gaze looking straight at Ao Chin. Dragon King, it seems that you are determined not to let go. I know that your dragon clan is not weak, but times have changed, and the Heavenly Court may not be inferior to the dragon clan. Once things get too big and all the immortal gods of the Heavenly Court descend, it will be too late to repent then. I advise you not to make a mistake. Nyeon really didn't want to fight, and he didn't know why the Demon Emperor wanted to make a move against the dragon race. But even if you take in the dragon clan, it doesn't mean much. As long as the Sage sect exists, the Heavenly Court will not be able to control the flood, so what can be the point of fighting back and forth? This is not a competition for merit and chi, no benefits, and still go around fighting. That is not a reckless person, but a little cute. It's a little cutie. It would be better to have this time to go home and practice individually. Oh. Curses don't count. That's a grudge against a grudge and a grudge against a grudge.
Chapter 138, Don't worry, I'm strong. Self-mistake? Ao-chin laughed up to the sky, and that arrogant look even came with its own taunting skills. Not to mention that Nya-yun, Lu Press, and the others couldn't look away, even the heavenly soldiers and generals who came with them were furious. It's simply too arrogant. Well, then I'll see how I can mistake myself. At the command of the Water Tribe, exterminate them for me, leaving no one behind. Thousands of aquatic species flocked to the city. Lu Pressure's murderous aura was blazing, kill them for me, destroy them. Lu Press and Red Shiri Horse Monkey killed out first, and were about to harvest those shrimp soldiers and crab generals when Lu Press was stopped by a golden immortal dragon clan. You are also the Prince of Heaven, aren't you? I am AO. Of the Dragon Clan. Ooh, your mom. Lu Pressure, who had long been exasperated by Ao-chin, now only wanted to teach this group of dragons who didn't know the heights of heaven and earth a lesson, where there was still a mood to blindly push with him. Without waiting for the other party to finish his words, the lance had already killed in front of him. Princess Lingyue was incredibly excited, and looking at one of the Deluo Jingshians that had just popped up on the Dragon Clan side, she immediately rushed out. This one is mine and no one is to take it from me. Catch that long worm and watch the gun. The azure-colored lance had just appeared and immediately dyed the sky green. That's... Ao-chin changed his previous arrogant appearance, and for the first time, a look of gravity appeared in his eyes. This gun. He recognized. But how did it appear in the hands of the Princess of Heaven? It shouldn't be. Nya-yun saw this and Azure sighed darkly. It seemed that the war with the dragon race could not be stopped, and he was able to envision the next outcome. Demon Emperor Lao Dang must have used the topic to play up the situation, allowing this great war to expand indefinitely and finally evolve into a complete war between the Dragon Clan and the Heavenly Court. It was out of his hands. Fight it. What a reckless man meets a rash man, I won't serve. Nya-yun flew back, ready to enter the underworld blood sea again and ask about that fallen disciple-esque situation. At least there is a master-disciple bond, so let's ask for a good reincarnation for him. It's a way to end this master-disciple karma. Want to go? Stay for me. Ao-chin had long been staring at Nya-yun, a mere little heavenly immortal who didn't just dare to threaten himself, or some water god in charge of the four seas. If we don't kill him today, what kind of cats and dogs will jump out and say they control the four seas? Where is the majesty of the Dragon Clan? Yet. Nya-yun couldn't help but burst out as he looked at the green-colored dragon claw that was slapping towards him. This guy was a powerful man, but he took a shot at a little weakling like himself. Aren't you proud? Aren't you noble? Is that your proud face? The golden wheel of death. The 12 cut-off golden wheels flew out, instantly forming a huge golden disc and cutting towards the dragon's claw. Snort. Click, click, click. There was a loud metallic scraping sound that went on and on. The 12 cut-off golden wheels formed a disc that actually blocked Ao-chin's dragon claw. Just though it was blocked, it couldn't be cut, this guy's skin was too thick, and the cutting world golden wheel couldn't even cut it. This treasure is extraordinary. Ao-chin's eyes showed surprise, just heavenly immortal blocked himself as a quasi-saint one strike, although it was just a casual strike, but it was enough to prove the power of the cutting world golden wheel. Nya-yun was also surprised, this was the first time he'd combined 12 cutthroat golden wheels against each other, and although he'd guessed that the power was extraordinary, he hadn't expected the cutthroat golden wheels to be so topsy-turvy. One could only have the mana of an early-stage heavenly immortal to catalyze it. With a treasure to protect you, it's hard for you to escape death. Ao-chin snorted coldly, and a ghostly blue avenue steeply appeared behind him. The avenue of water. The power of the way? Nappy. Didn't have to fight. Nya-yun cursed this guy for not speaking of martial virtues, and for using the power of the great Tao against a heavenly immortal cultivator. It was simply too shameless. It's just a matter of losing a straw man and running away. Nya-yun immediately retracted the cutthroat golden wheel while pulling out the straw man in his storage bag, which he was planning to throw out to escape. Gunwei Aoyama. Just as Ao-chin's Tao power was crushing toward Nya-yun, a long, green-colored spear steeply transformed into a lofty green mountain and resisted in front of Nya-yun. Boom! But Green Mountain broken. The difference between a paramount saint and a Tao lord was not a single star. Princess Lingyue spat out a mouthful of blood as she flew backwards and landed in front of Nya-yun, her face pale as the green lance flew back into her hands. Fighting against the old man, how dare you be distracted to save your little lover, simply looking for death.
The great Luo golden immortal dragon race that had previously fought against Princess Lingyue snorted coldly and came after them. Nia Yun looked at Princess Lingyue, who was standing in front of him, and was a bit incredulous. He didn't expect that this violent woman who wanted to beat herself into a pig's head at all times would try to save herself at the critical moment, even at the risk of getting hurt.
Is it possible to fight and get attached?
Nia Yun is a little guilty. I was planning to leave you guys behind and run away, and I'm torn up when you mess with me like this. Big pervert, go away, I'll hold them off. Immediately go to the Heavenly Court and tell the Heavenly Emperor to send help. Princess Lingyue held her lance in her hand, gazing at the great Luo golden immortal dragon clan, poised to strike.
Nia Yun sighed, Princess, why did you save me?
Princess Lingyue slanted a glance at him and said rather haughtily. You are the royal beaten man of this princess, no one but this princess can beat you. Cut the crap and hurry up, these two long insects are raw and fierce, this princess may not be able to resist them.
A royal beaten man? Does your father know you're making up official positions like this? Nappy, touched for nothing. I can't imagine that you juniors still have such charisma that you made the Princess of Heaven give up her life to save you? Good, I'll give you a chance to be outlawed lovers. Ao Qin let out a cold laugh and signaled the Dragon Dowlord to step aside, as he wanted to finish off Nia Yun and Princess Lingyue with his own hands. Don't you talk nonsense, or I'll sue you for slander. Nonsense. Nia Yun and Princess Lingyue said in unison angrily. Who wants this violent girl? She'll be beaten 3 times a day? Who's dumping on this big pervert? This princess just doesn't want to lose a fun sandbag. Both of them were secretly bellyaching. Still flirting at this time of the day, when you really don't know how to die. Ao Qin's power of the Great Tao instantly blocked the surrounding space. A dragon claw steeply transformed into the size of dozens of feet as it slapped toward the Nia Yun duo. Nima, which one of your eyes saw us flirting? I don't blame you for having bad eyes, but if you're uneducated and still showing idioms, aren't you afraid of being laughed out of the room?
Nia Yun secretly cursed as he looked at Princess Lingyue, who was holding a gun and about to rush up to fend off the dragon's claws.
He sighed softly and stopped Princess Lingyue. You're hurt, I'll do it. You?
Princess Lingyue looked at Nia Yun in confusion. Where did this guy get his confidence from? Even though she knew that Nia Yun wasn't weak, he just liked to act weak. But she was sure that Nia Yun definitely hadn't reached the Great Luo, and this Ao Qin was at least a quasi-saint, so how do you block it?
Nia Yun smiled confidently. Don't worry, I'm strong. Besides, dang, how can a big man let you protect him?
Nia Yun took a step forward and stood proudly, his gaze fixed on that gigantic dragon's claw.
So much to hide.
Unfortunately, the surrounding area was blocked by Ao Qin's power of the Great Tao.
Ugh. Why do you force me? Chapter 139, If I say there should be light, say whether there is or not. The Golden Wheel of Death.
The 12 cut-off golden wheels flew out once again, instantly combining to form golden discs that cut towards the dragon's claws.
Princess Yingyu's eyes widened. 12? Wasn't there only 2 golden wheels on this big colorful wolf?
He really has been hiding his strength all along.
Abominable. Kid, this magic treasure of yours is indeed good, but it's a pity that it couldn't even break my dragon phantom before. Do you think it can now? Ao Qin was full of disdain. That's not necessarily true.
The power of the sword. Under the void, it was as if everything began to swordize, the mountains, the sea. And even Nia Yun himself, it was as if he had transformed into a sharp sword.
The power of the Great Tao?
Princess Lingyue hastily rubbed her eyes. Yes.
It is the avenue of the sword. He comprehended the Tao of the sword? When did that happen?
She suddenly realized that she had never really looked at Nia Yun clearly.
How much is this guy hiding? Ao Qin's face changed. The power of the Great Tao of the sword? How is this possible? This person is just a celestial immortal. Heavenly immortal comprehending the power of the Great Tao that is only available to the Great Luo. Even if you are the Heavenly Tao's own son, it can't give you such an opening.
Wait. It turns out that it's just infinitely close to the Tao of the sword, not the true Tao of the sword. But even so, Ao Qin couldn't help but marvel. A heavenly immortal almost comprehended the power of the Great Tao belonging to the Great Luo. This son's natural talent is truly terrifying. No wonder he can hold the position of water god in the heavenly court, he really has 2 brushes. It was true that Nia Yun hadn't truly comprehended the Tao of the sword, but was only infinitely close enough to initially invoke a trace of the Tao of the sword's power.
Humph, even if it's not the complete Tao of the sword that breaks through your dragon claws. Enough. Swording. Nyayun's right hand pinched into a sword finger, and the disc formed by the golden wheel of death abruptly transformed into a pale golden giant sword that slammed down as Nyayun swung his arm. Rip! The sky and the earth seemed to have only a flash of gold color that cut through the sky. Wherever the sword light passed, including the dragon's claws, it was chopped in half. Even the surrounding space that was blocked by Ao Chin's water avenue was chopped through a gaping hole. Good. Good strong. Princess Lingyue gulped. She had heard that the avenue of the sword was the most ferocious and perverse of the many great avenues, and the attacking power was extremely strong. I saw it today, and it really lives up to its name. Even if he had broken through the great Luo now, if he took this sword hard, I'm afraid that he would be seriously injured without dying. Is this the real power of the big sexy wolf? Don't froth, take me and run. This violent woman is really inexperienced, fighting with others in life and death and still distracted, really damn strange. Princess Lingyue reacted, looking at the shaking Nyayun. She immediately gripped Nyayun's clothes and violently flew out of the blocked space towards the crack Nyayun had cut out. Wanna go? Are you kidding me? Ao Chin mockingly smiled and just waved his hand. Two figures then rushed out of the water behind him, all of which were dragons of the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm, directly blocking Nyayun and his duo's path. Princess Lingyue panicked. Big sexy wolf, what should we do? Nyayun signaled Princess Ingyu to let go of herself and shrugged. What else can we do? Just like that pretentious dragon said, let's be the dead couple. I can't fight anymore anyway, and delivering that blow was my limit. Princess Lingyue's pretty face blushed, but her eyes were filled with skepticism. Who wants to be your lovebirds? Even on the verge of death, you're still so horny, it's not wrong to call you a big horny wolf. Are you really out of ideas? If you're still hiding tricks, show them all. Otherwise we won't get away today. Nyayun rolled his eyes, being suspected by his teammates before dying? Do you think I'm Doraemon, who can pull anything out of her pocket? I do have a big baby, but pulling it out will only scare you, not this pretentious dragon. Ao Chin stood with his arms folded and laughed lightly. Run away. Why don't you run away? I'll let you run 800 miles first, don't worry, I promise not to chase you. Nima, will you die if you don't play hard to get? Nyayun was speechless. Playing hard to get, huh? I can too. Nyayun patted the dust on his body and said carelessly, alas. I originally wanted to get along with you guys as ordinary people, but nah, what I got in return was either questioning or belittling. Why are you forcing me? I really don't want to. Princess Lingyue's eyes were glowing as she stared dead at Nyayun. Knew this guy had something else up his sleeve. What will it be this time? Chaotic spiritual treasure? Hidden cultivation? Or some kind of terrifying weapon of mass destruction? So much to look forward to. Ao Chin frowned, always feeling that the aura on this guy was very off-putting. Looking at him gave him the urge to whack him. That's right, Ao Chin couldn't stand to see the pretentious air either. It is okay to pretend by yourself, but others? This king just can't see it. Is that so? Then I would like to see where else you are not ordinary. Ao Chin raised his hand as a palm, and in an instant, a massive green dragon claw coalesced above the two of them and Nyayun. A move that Nyayun had only broken with all his might was just a casual strike to a paragon. If the saint-to-be had even had his full strength moves countered by a small heavenly immortal and a few magic treasures, then the saint-to-be wouldn't have become the most powerful under the saints. Seeing the universal dragon claws crushing down on him, Nyayun didn't dodge, but stood calmly in place. Hiding is just a waste of effort anyway. That? You still don't make a move? Princess Lingyue asked weakly, her voice shaking a little. Nyayun twisted his head to look at her, revealing a sunny smile. Are you afraid? No. Not afraid. I'm not afraid of what your hands are shaking, they're shaking out the quivering sound of the green-colored lance in your hand. Are you going to play music on the spot? Don't worry, I'm here. Princess Lingyue stared blankly at Nyayun as he turned around and stood with his hands folded. The powerful confidence carried in that smile seemed to have infected her as well, causing her trembling body to slowly ease down. At this moment, she felt that the back in front of her was like a spine that stood up to the sky. Suddenly, Nyayun pointed to the sky and shouted. I say! Let there be light! Ao Chin's pupils shrunk, and he hurriedly looked around. Those two dragon race Downlord immortals also patrolled left and right, and even Princess Lingyu couldn't help but look around. Light? Where's the light? However, there was nothing unusual in the surroundings except for the sounds of the Heavenly Court and the Water Tribe killing each other. Aochin instantly reacted, his eyes showing killing intent. Junior, you still want to claptrap and distract me to take advantage of the opportunity to escape? Ignorant. Give me death. Aochin's palm slammed down, increasing his mana output. The dragon's claw that hung above Niayan's head accelerated violently, its terrifying might even causing inches of cracks to appear in the surrounding space. Where's the light? Where's your light, big pervert? Princess Ingyu felt the enormous pressure in the dragon's claws and finally began to panic. Did this guy really have no hidden means? Niayan narrowed his eyes and smiled. Light? That's not it? Princess Lingyu hurriedly looked in the direction Niayan was pointing, only to see 24 blue lights whistling in the distant sky. Really? Really have light? Princess Lingyue's mouth opened wide in shock. Could this be the legendary great avatar words follow words? Just then, a roar rang out in the sky. Who dares to hurt my brother? Princess Lingyue, who had just been filled with astonishment, froze. Is this what you call light? It's obviously support. Niayan's old face reddened as he righteously said, just tell me if there's any light, right? Chapter 140, this is it? The Dragon King is afraid that he's not suffering from a serious illness. I've never seen anyone so brazen. Princess Lingyu was furious. I'm all ready to see how you're going to save the day and kill it. I've been looking forward to this, and this is what you show me? Not good, it's a paragon. Aochin's face changed greatly, the power of the Great Tao was urged to the extreme, and that dragon's claw instantly skyrocketed, as if it was going to claw the sky in half. Boom! The dragon claws instantly collapsed under the impact of the green light. Although the dragons had strong physical bodies, they had not yet reached the point of hard resistance against innate supreme treasures, at least Aochin's physical body had not reached it. Aochin retreated 7 or 8 steps backward in a row, and each step backward trampled on the water, splashing up several feet of huge waves rushing backward. Fortunately, this battle was a battle of cultivators, and this kind of wave injury had little effect on the warring water clans and heavenly soldiers. If this were to be placed in the mundane world, Aochin's 7 or 8 steps backward would be enough to set off a catastrophic tsunami. Zhao Gongming retrieved the 24C fixing god pearls and coldly hummed, Aochin, how dare you take a shot at Brother Nya, you're simply bold. Brother Nya, wait here, I'll go chop off his dragon's claw to serve you wine. Master Zhao is here. Reckless man meets pretentious dragon, now there's a fight to be had. Originally, when he called out for Zhao Gongming's help, Niayan was afraid of encountering a difficult enemy and buying an insurance policy, but he didn't expect to actually use it. That being said, the demon emperor Lao Dang must have been secretly concerned, seeing that Lao Zi and your daughter were behind bars, and didn't even make a move? Getting so many favors for the heavenly court for nothing, when the critical moment relies on the mountain doesn't care, then it still relies on a hammer. Even if you don't save me, you won't save your daughter? I'm afraid it's not my own. Niayan secretly slandered, his favorability towards Di Jun instantly decreasing a lot. Brother Nya, are you alright? Luo Xian landed beside Niayan and asked with concern. With it came a pink long skirt woman, the woman's face is pretty, vaguely scattered a murderous atmosphere, at a glance is not a good person. And this is? Niayan didn't recognize this person, a disciple of the Interceptor sect who happened to run into him? This is Senior Sister Golden Light, I quickly rushed here after receiving your summons, and I happened to run into Senior Sister Golden Light on the way, so I invited her over to help. Golden Light Virgin? One of the 10 heavenly kings of the Interceptor sect? Fellow Daoist water god, this dragon race's Downlord will be given to me. Without saying a word, the Golden Light Holy Mother directly took out her own magic treasure, the Golden Light Mirror, and killed towards one of the 2 dragon race great Luo Golden Immortals who had blocked the way before. Come to war. Is clean and clear, not much bull. This Golden Light Holy Mother has a bold temperament. Ha! Princess Lingyue looked at the Golden Light Mirror that the Golden Light Holy Mother took out with a strange expression in her eyes. It seemed like he had seen this thing himself in the formations of Mount Sumeru. Big pervert, how come her magic treasure is the same as the mirror in your formation? Niayan hurriedly explained, you're looking at it wrong, that's the Interceptor Heavenly Monarch's watchtower, how could there be one in my Sumeru Mountains formation? The Golden Light Mirror in the 10 Extremities formation, that was an anthropomorphized one using 2 innate treasures, not a real magic treasure. But we can't let the Golden Light Virgin know about this matter. The 10 extinction formation was still in the 10 Heavenly Monarchs research and development stage. If he knew that he had already set up the complete 10 extinction formation, it would be impossible to tell.
Is that so?
Princess Lingyue looked skeptically at Nya Yun. Nya Yun said with certainty, that's for sure. How could I have such a powerful magic treasure? And rightly so. Princess Lingyue gripped her lance tightly, suddenly bursting with wariness. Just relied on cultivation to bully us, and now our masters are here too. Catch that long worm, this palace will wear you 10 or 8 holes today. Kill. Nya Yun and Luo Xian covered their foreheads in unison. Was this Princess of Heaven still saved? The Demon Emperor had definitely made the biggest mistake by handing her over to the ghost car to be educated. Nya Yun shook his head and cupped his fists as he thanked Luo Xian. Thanks to the 3 of you for arriving in time, or else I'd have to account for myself here today. Luo Xian slightly chided. Brother Nya Yu too, why don't you call more people to join you in advance? The other party is a paragon powerhouse. Nya Yun smiled bitterly. I thought it was just a skirmish between the Dragon Clan and the Heavenly Court, who knew that the Dragon King of the East Sea had personally come running. I wanted to call the police myself. This matter is a matter of my lack of consideration. I will immediately report to the Heavenly Emperor and ask him to send a demon saint to provide support. That's what Demon Emperor Lao Dang wanted anyway. Luo Xian looked towards Zhao Gongming and Ao Qin, who were already fighting together, and hesitantly said, it looks like this person's strength is about the same as senior brother Zhao, so the fight should be beatable. Nya Yun hastily raised his eyes to see that Ao Qin was being suppressed by Zhao Gongming, and that Zhao Gongming had even put away the sea-setting goddess pearl. You call that about the same strength? It's clearly a pressurized fight. Damn, before, this guy was so arrogant that he didn't even put the Heavenly Court and the Demon Emperor in his eyes, and he thought he was the strongest amongst the Paramount Saints. Just this? This East Sea Dragon King is afraid he's not sick. Last time at the Heavenly Court's discussion assembly, Zhao Gongming had beheaded the good corpse and certified the middle stage of quasi-sainthood in full view of everyone. Then Ao Qin is a quasi-saint who hasn't chopped off his body. He's so arrogant without decapitating the corpse. I'm afraid he hasn't suffered any severe beatings from the big man, right? Who knew that Luo Xian's words had changed? It's a good fight, but it's not too safe. Brother Nya, quickly send a message to the Heavenly Emperor and ask him to send all 10 demon saints over to surround us, lest there be an accident. Ha! Nya Yun looked at Luo Xian in shock. Brother, are you serious? Calling the 10 great demon saints over, plus Zhao Gongming to surround this pretentious dragon? That's cruel, isn't it? It's best to call the East Emperor Tai as well and bring the Chaos Bell, so it's more stable. And call the East King too? Nya Yun couldn't help but say, should the Heavenly Emperor himself arrive? That's best, that's absolutely solid. Steady you. I can barely stand. Luo Xian said with a serious face, this is the territory of the dragon race, it must be hiding countless experts, I'm still negligent. No, I have to send a message to Senior Sister Sanshao and ask them to come over to help as well, and it's best to bring Senior Brother along as well, so that we can be on the safe side. Poof. Nya Yun was unsteady on his feet and fell to the ground. Brother Nya, what's wrong with you? Are you injured? Did the injury hurt your foundation? I'm not hurt. I'm surprised by you. I only asked you to come to help, not for the Interceptor sect to fight with the Dragon Clan, and you've gotten all of the Interceptor sect's card-carrying disciples to come and help. What? Attacking the East Sea Dragon Palace? The guy's skill at shaking people is amazing. Ahem. I'm fine. There's no need to shake people, after all, that's the people of the Interceptor sect, it's not good to be too troublesome, the people of the Heavenly Court are almost here, it shouldn't be a problem. After all, it's not a war of extermination with the Dragon Clan, there's no need to make a big deal out of it. Luo Xian gazed and pondered slightly, then nodded his head. Makes sense. Then let's retreat farther away so we don't get caught in the wave. Nya Yun was pulled by Luo Xian and retreated 10 miles away with a single jump, directly giving Nya Yun a whole lot of speechlessness. Brother, aren't you here to help me in the fight? Why are you pulling me back so far? Watching a play? Nya Yun even seriously suspected that this guy had brought the Golden Light Holy Mother here because he didn't want to do it himself. This prudence is scary to look at. Chapter 141 The Great Power of the Palace of the Purple Heavens, the True Supreme Power of the Flood. Not good, the Dragon Clan's experts are arriving.
Luo Xian's face suddenly changed as he stared at the emptiness of the distant sea, and in his hand, he had already thrown out several transmission jade slips.
What?
Nia Yun was also startled. The current situation was that he had just been able to go up against a Dragon Clan expert, and this would be a huge problem if a Dragon Clan expert arrived. He subconsciously tried to run. Although this was only a straw man doppelganger, the straw man doppelganger also needed spiritual grass to be tied up, and also needed to spend time and mana to spend money. A little bit of saving is a little bit of saving. But hold back, well, at least let's see what happens first. He hastily raised his eyes to look, only to see 4 mysterious people clad in white robes breaking through the sky over the East Sea. That a white robe is also a magic treasure, even the divine sense cannot penetrate, much less be able to peep under the white robe mysterious person. The auras of the 4 were not weak, all of them were above De Luo. Not good, they're running towards Princess Lingyue, they might be enemies of the heavenly court. Luo Xian let out a low cry and raised his hand, the divine crow pot floating on its side as a blazing flame burned. Brother Nya, in a moment, I'll distract the 4, and you immediately let Princess Lingyue go. These 4 are very strong, I can at best send out an attack. Luo Xian had one sentence left unsaid behind. I sent out a strike and ran away, I didn't want to be surrounded by these 4, it was too dangerous. Wait, don't do it yet. Nia Yun hurriedly pulled Luo Xian back as he realized that those 4 mysterious people weren't running towards Princess Lingyue, but rather Princess Lingyue's opponent, that great Luo Golden Immortal Dragon Clan. Friendlies? Where did it come from? That Dragon Clan was fighting with Princess Lingyue. When he suddenly felt a danger coming from behind him, he was startled and dodged away in a hurry. Who are you people? Without saying a word, those 4 white-robed men killed towards the Dragon Clan by executing the power of the Great Tao in unison. Die! Before Princess Lingyue could react, she saw her opponent being torn into pieces alive, not even her soul escaping. He was having a good fight himself, and suddenly his opponent was killed in seconds. How do you? You guys rob my opponent? It's so unreasonable. The 4 of them stood in the air, looking at the exasperated Princess Lingyue were all a bit confused. We helped you, why are you still upset? Count on you guys, can't I just find a new one? Although Princess Lingyue was belligerent, it didn't mean she was stupid. The aura of these 4 people was very powerful, although they were not quasi-saints, they were definitely the best amongst the great Luo Golden Immortals, and they definitely couldn't defeat them themselves. It's better to get a different opponent who can fight soundly. She took a look at one of the great Luo Golden Immortals in the Dragon Clan's camp and immediately killed it. Catch that long worm, and this palace will come to battle you. It was just that those 4 mysterious people were even faster, instantly surpassing Princess Lingyue, and the 4 huge Dao powers crushed towards the dragon race. The Dragon Clan of the great Luo Golden Immortals, Pawn. Princess Lingyue was dumbfounded, Luo Xian was dumbfounded. Nia Yun was also dumbfounded. Are these 4 people specializing in robbing monsters? And they specialize in robbing Princess Lingyue's monsters? Princess Lingyue was furious and said angrily, if you have the ability, you can kill all of the Dragon Clan's great Luo Golden Immortals. Obviously gaslighting. Yet those 4 responded in unison, as you command. Turned around and killed altogether to the Dragon Camp, catching the Dragon Clan de Luo is crushing extermination, the means of vicious and venomous, even the soul is torn to shreds, do not leave the slightest room for maneuver. Nia Yun and Luo Xian looked at each other in disbelief. So mean. So cruel. Princess Lingyue gritted her teeth in anger and turned her head to stare at the dragons fighting against the Golden Light Holy Mother. I'll split the fight with someone else, so I won't get robbed again, right? Then she saw the Holy Mother of Golden Light suddenly take out 12 golden light mirrors, and the terrifying beams of light sealed off all the retreating paths of that dragon race, and was born to be irradiated into pus and blood by the golden light mirrors. However, the Golden Light Sacred Mother did not strike a hard blow and allowed the divine soul of that dragon race to escape. Pissed off. Princess Lingyue directly threw the green-colored spear in her hand onto the ground, huffing and puffing as she returned to Nia Yun and the 2 of them clutching her hands as she stared viciously at the 4 mysterious white-robed men. Like a child who has been robbed of a toy. Nia Yun tentatively asked, Princess, those white-robed people. Not recognizable. I don't know. Don't ask me. I'll be damned. A trifecta of lives. What a grudge. Dare to slaughter my dragon race lords, you seek death. The water of the East Sea churned steeply, and 2 green dragons broke through the water. One of the green dragons transformed into a man standing proudly in the void, standing with his arms folded, horrible pressure shaking the four directions, his eyes coldly watching everything around. The other green dragon rushed towards the four mysterious people, its tail flinging out. Not good, Dragon Paragon, retreat. The four of them flew back in unison. Killed 3 Dowlords of my dragon clan and still want to leave? Pay for their lives. The green dragon transformed into an aging old man, his finger pointed towards the void, and countless dragon shadows made of mana instantly wrapped around the 4 white-robed men, wanting to strangle them alive and explode them. The 4 were horrified. Mr. Beaver, help! Boom! Suddenly, it was as if the dragon's shadow in the void was dispersed by something alive, and at the same time, a monstrous palm seal descended. This is... The other green dragon, which was originally indifferent to everything, suddenly changed its face and violently rushed out to meet the palm print. Click! Rumble! The terrifying shockwave directly blew the crowd to the ground, and even the warring aquatic races and celestial soldiers stopped and looked around in bewilderment. Nia Yun also failed to block the impact and planted himself on the ground. Nima! What the hell is this again? Luo Shen and Princess Lingyue glanced at him, revealing gloating colors. Although that shockwave was strong, the great Luo Golden Immortals had already had the power of the Great Tao added to their bodies, so it didn't have much effect on them. Nia Yun stood up with a gray head and was just about to curse. A green-robed man was seen slowly walking in the void. The green-robed man's face was clear and elegant and calm, as if he was a scholar coming out of some academy. Walking in the void, like an idle stroll, as if everything that happened below was the scenery of the place where he was loitering. This is so forced. Nia Yun's pupils shrank as this person's aura was weak. But it doesn't mean the person is weak, rather strong. It was because this kind of feeling he had only ever felt on powerful people of the Heavenly Emperor and Styx streams. This is a bigot. That dragon race elder looked at the visitor with a gloomy face. You actually came here in person. Is this your intention to start a war with my dragon clan? Those 4 white-robed men hurriedly saluted. Greetings, Mr. Ravens. Mr. Raven smiled and said, Ao Tianfeng, after a parting of the purple heavenly palace, your strength has not diminished. Ao Tianfeng, the last generation of the East China Sea Dragon King, Ao Qin is precisely his son. The purple heavenly palace? The name shook everyone to their core. They were one of the 3,000 disciples who used to listen to the Tao in the Purple Heaven Palace? That was recognized as the strongest under the saints, and the ones people knew well were Emperor Jun, Emperor Tai of the East, Jin Yuanzi, and the Old Man of the River Styx. However, they were only one of the 3,000 gatekeepers, and more powerful people practiced in seclusion and rarely showed their faces. Chapter 142, Skin and Bones, Simply Murderous. Nia Yun was a bit confused. The big man came in the fight, but the wrong man came in the fight. Shouldn't it be T. Jun? And who is this Mr. Beaver? 3 Dowlords of my dragon clan died at the hands of your clan. You have to give me an explanation for this matter. Ao Tianfeng's face was gloomy. Account? Mr. Beaver smiled faintly. 3 Dowlords? Not enough, how about adding your son? Ao Qin, who was still fighting with Zhao Gongming, hadn't even understood what was going on when he saw a terrifying palm print coming towards him. Bang! The power of a palm directly dispersed Ao Qin's mana, and inches of cracks appeared on the dragon's body. Nappy, that hard? Nia Yun was terrified. Although that pretentious dragon was hateful, its strength was that of a solid paragon. Crippled in one slap? It wasn't just him, everyone except Ao Tianfeng was shocked. All along, everyone has taken the quasi-saint between, although there is a strength gap, but the same realm are at least able to pass 2 strokes. But at this moment, it completely refreshed their worldview. The gap between paramount saints was sometimes a world of difference. Strong as Zhao Gongming, a reckless man like him, didn't continue to beat the dog, but unconsciously retreated backward. This man is too strong. Ao Tianfeng looked at his dying son and burst into a rage. You seek death. Mr. Ravens, however, was unimpressed and said indifferently, this is only fair, my man was injured by you, I broke your son's dragon body, and this matter will be resolved. I've been very lenient. Ao Tianfeng's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Mr. Siva to death. Affection? That's the new Dragon King of my dragon clan. What qualifications do the people under you have to be compared to my son? Mr. Beaver, you've bullied me too much. Today I'm going to learn about your heaven-splitting god poem. Mr. Beaver, however, shook his head calmly. No. You don't want to navigate.
His eyes glanced aside to the floor. Ao Tianfeng followed Mr. Sivit's gaze, and with just one glance, he was stunned as if he had cast a fixation spell. It was a green-colored lance thrown on the ground. Did UST. Ao Tianfeng's pupils shrank, filled with horror. Mr. Beaver nodded for the imperceptible. Now you still think I didn't show you mercy by breaking your son's dragon body? Although Mr. Beaver's voice was calm, it hid a monstrous killing intent. Ao Tianfeng sucked in a breath of cool air. No wonder this guy has been avoiding the world for dozens of yuanhui, but he also wants to come out and walk around in person. If it were the dragon race, I am afraid that none of the people who made a move today would be able to survive, and Mr. Beaver is indeed giving enough mercy. I'm sorry, I wasn't aware of that. Ao Tianfeng, who had just looked like he wanted to avenge his son's death, suddenly conceded, causing everyone's jaws to drop. What the hell? Mr. Beaver glanced at Ao Tianfeng, turned around, and led the 4 white-robed men over to stand behind Niayan's trio. Not a single superfluous word. This scene baffled both the interceptors and the heavenly court. Is this friendly fire? What's up? Niayan glanced meaningfully at Princess Lingyue, and just now, Mr. Sivit and Ao Tianfeng had purposely glanced at the green lance, which Niayan had captured. These people are rushing to Princess Lingyue. I didn't realize that there was such an overwhelming force behind the violent woman. Could it be the demon empress Shiha's mother's family? This involved Niayan's knowledge blind spot. Demon Queen Shiha, know a lot of people, also know that Shiha is the demon race, but where exactly from, what is the body, know very few people. Lu Shi flew to several people, purposely avoiding the gaze of Mr. Beaver and the others. To be honest, Mr. Beaver's slap just now had frightened Lu Shi. The paragon was almost killed, it was too damn scary. Second sister, great spirit, what's next? Keep fighting? Princess Lingyue hummed in exasperation and looked away. Don't ask me, I don't know. She's still pissed about being robbed of her monsters. Niayun gave Lu Ji a blank look, keep fighting? Can't you see the bigwigs are here? There's not enough of us to make a dent. The main thing was that it was impossible to determine the attitude of Mr. Beaver and the others, and it was unknown whether they would help the heavenly court or not. Demon Emperor Laodang is also yes, this is the time to not show up, this scene IHO you can't help it. Niayan looked to his left and right and saw no sign of the celestial emperor, so he had no choice but to step forward. Senior of the dragon race, is this battle still going to continue? If you don't want to fight again, release my third prince of heaven. It's better not to be too tough without a big brother to back you up, beware of being rubbed on the ground. Ao Tianfeng glanced at Niayun, then glanced at the oblivious Mr. Ravens on the side, and turned his head towards the old man beside him. Fifth Elder, open the 100 Dragon Grand Formation. The Dragon Clan's Fifth Elder nodded, only to see a formation disc fly out of his hand, covering the 100 Dragon Grand Formation. Anon. A dragon's roar came out from the white mist, and immediately afterward, 99 dragons were seen rushing out of the white mist and rooting into the East China Sea, and the white mist dispersed. It was only when the crowd saw the scene in the fog clearly that they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. A huge golden crow corpse lay on the water, already lifeless, and the scattered sun true flame baked the water of the East China Sea to evaporate layer by layer. The golden crow's corpse was even more disfigured. Not only was the bird's fur all stripped bare, even the skin and flesh were cut open, revealing the white bones. Skin and bones? Niayan sucked in a breath of cool air. What a ruthless tactic, just how big a grudge is this? Next to the corpse of the golden crow, there were two other people standing. One was wearing a dragon robe, with sword brows and starry eyes, and the smell of blood was spreading from his body. The other youth was bewildered with a touch of sadness. Sango. Junior. Lu Ji and Princess Lingyue rushed towards the corpse of that golden crow in unison, grief-stricken. Niayun, on the other hand, stared at the bewildered youth, filled with shock. Isn't this his own disciple? Surprisingly, he's not dead? Niayun rushed up in a hurry. Bei Xian. Bei Xian heard the sound, then noticed Niayan's arrival and said in shock. Master? This guy isn't scared out of his wits, is he? Niayun glared angrily. If it wasn't for Master, who do you think came to save you? In a flash, Bei Xian hastily fell to his knees and cried, Master, you finally come. The disciple thought that he would die this time. Niayun directly lifted Bei Xian up and asked sternly, what's going on? How did the third prince die? Disciple, you have to be long-minded. The teacher is saving you. You hurry to excuse yourself, otherwise the teacher is not good to plead for you in front of the heavenly emperor. The third prince of the heavenly court led the troops to fight the dragon clan. The heavenly soldiers and generals and the third prince all died, and only you, a minor cultivator with less than a human immortal, lived. How can this be said? Maybe the heavenly emperor will just clean you up as a traitor in a fit of rage. When the time comes, I can't say anything. After all, people have died with their sons. It was the dragon prince Aogwang who killed the third prince and 5,000 heavenly soldiers and generals. He also wanted to whip the farts and bones of the third prince, saying that he would hang them in his chambers as trophies. Apprentice would not have survived, but I don't know where the protective golden light came from, so that the thief could not get close, which saved his little life. The golden light that protects the body? What the hell? Yin didn't have time to delve deeper into the matter, and in his heart, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief with these words. This disciple's little life was basically saved. As long as it's not a glutton for punishment. Chapter 143, The Third Prince and Aogwang, why are they so familiar? Looking at the stunned Bei Xian, Yin whispered comfortingly. It's alright, stand behind Master. When the matter here is taken care of, Master will take you back to Mount Sumeru. Bei Xian looked at the back in front of him, his heart souring for no reason. Although this master's cultivation level was not high, but just by the act of personally coming to rescue himself, he hadn't worshipped the wrong person with his 3 kneels and 9 kowtows in the beginning. The disdain he had originally felt for Yin quietly dissipated at this moment, turning into respect. Yin walked up to Lu Press and Princess Lingyue and didn't open his mouth, but instead, transmitted his voice. Princess, Lu Press. I know you're sad, and I also know that you want to take revenge, but the other side is powerful, and we don't have enough manpower on our side, so this is not the time to start a conflict. You guys stay calm for a while, I'll handle it. Lu Ji and Princess Lingyue looked at the disfigured corpse of the third prince, their eyes bloodshot. They coldly glanced at the dragon race youth who had returned to Ao Tianfeng's side, their eyes filled with killing intent, but they did not snap on the spot. Yin's words weren't unreasonable. Even if he wanted to take revenge, now wasn't the time. After all, the heavenly court's powerhouses hadn't come yet. If there was a clash, his side would definitely not be able to get any favors. Little 10, collect the corpse for little third son. Princess Lingyue stood up with tears in her eyes and flew to Mr. Raccoon, her silver teeth clenched. This palace doesn't know what you guys are, but this palace feels that you guys are familiar and have an inexplicable affinity for each other. Can you help me kill that bastard from the dragon clan? Mr. Beaver shook his head. No, dragons. Before the words were finished, Princess Lingyue's eyes darkened. This palace doesn't feel affectionate now, it's not useful at all. After saying that, he turned his head and walked away. Mr. Beaver froze. I haven't finished yet, and this is no good? On the other side, Yin looked at Ao Tianfeng with a sullen face. What the dragons did was too deceitful. Even if the third prince was captured and tortured by you, the heavenly court can accept that the skill is inferior to others. But nowadays what you are doing is heinous, killing lives and smoking farts and bones. The dragon clan's gift today is remembered by my heavenly court. Farewell. Yin also didn't expect the dragon clan to kill the third prince. This is just like Guan Yu defeated, who thought that Guan Yu had best captured, and then used as a hostage in Liu Bei for the benefits. After all, Guan Yu was Shu Han 002 shareholders, killed no benefits not to mention, but also in exchange for Shu Han's crazy retaliation. But Lu Meng still killed it. That's quite a statement. The third prince was killed, and this war with the dragons was considered a done deal, and it couldn't be changed. It's just that he only needs to not lose the majesty of the heavenly court, and let the demon emperor Lao Deng take care of the rest. Ao Tianfeng sighed. This little friend, this matter is indeed the dragon race has gone too far. I didn't know beforehand. It was my son who was bent on having his grandson Aogwang do this. I'll find the heavenly emperor to personally make it clear and give the heavenly court an explanation. Just now, Ao Tianfeng had already learned the whole picture of the matter from his grandson Aogwang's mouth, and his heart was a bit unfavorable. His own son, still too young. Aogwang? Why is that name so familiar? Yin didn't think about it for a moment, nor did he think much about it. As for the account of the dragons? Yin secretly sneered. People are dead. Even if the demon emperor Lao Deng disregards his son, he won't lose the face of the heavenly court. This battle is bound to start. Ao Tianfeng, if the Prince of Heaven dies, the dragon race will be gone. That's when Mr. Beaver stepped out and said meaningfully. What makes you say that? Ao Tianfeng frowned. Could it be that the heavenly court really dared to go to full-scale war with the dragon race for the sake of a crown prince? What good would that do to the heavenly court? Wouldn't it be solved if the dragons just paid a little price to the heavenly court? Mr. Beaver pointed his finger and a ball of memory light flew towards Ao Tianfeng. Ao Tianfeng was shocked after reading the contents of the memory orb. That is the Heavenly Court. Since the start of the Witch-Demon War involved in a variety of major events, the Witch-Demon War beheading the Witch Ancestor Witches, the Pit of Elucidation of the Western Church, and then the Emperor Jun mending the heavens, the Taoist ancestor in the Heavenly Court held a conference to discuss the merits of the meeting. Now it's even the ruler of the human race's calamity. This pile and piece all reveals that the Heavenly Court's decision-making on the major events of the flood has been overwhelming and dominant. Ao Tianfeng didn't break the barrier until Mr. Beaver appeared, and didn't understand any of these things. And now that I see this, my heart is overwhelmed with horror. This heaven is too demonic. Mr. Sivat said indifferently, D. Jun hasn't shown his face up to this point, don't you want to think about the reason? Perhaps this battle between the Dragon Clan and the Heavenly Court may not be an accident. It wasn't an accident? Then it was on purpose? D. Jun trying to find a reason to take a shot at the dragons? Ao Tianfeng's face changed drastically. If this was really the case, then the death of the third Prince of Heaven was enough to pull off an annihilation war between the two races. No. This third Prince of Heaven must not die. As long as he does not die, there is still room. With a wave of Ao Tianfeng's hand, a golden bead flew steeply towards the corpse of the third prince. What are you doing? Nia Yun, Lu Press, and Princess Lingyue rushed up in unison, thinking that Ao Tianfeng wanted to insult the golden crow corpse. Mr. Ravens hurriedly stopped. Don't be impulsive, this is the water spirit bead, one of the 5 spirit beads of the innate heaven, which can warm the divine soul and comprehend the way of water. Although the golden crow is dead, its soul is not extinguished. As long as it's in the water spirit bead in given time, it can certainly be resurrected and reborn. And as long as the golden crow is resurrected through the power of the water spirit bead, it will definitely be able to take the opportunity to break through the great Tao of water and go straight to the great Luo, or even make the great Tao complete for a short period of time, and break through into the half-step paramount saints. Lu Press and Princess Lingyue were overjoyed. Didn't this mean that there was still salvation? Nia Yun, on the other hand, stared at the water spirit bead, his eyes glowing. Straight into the great Luo, and still make the great Tao complete? I want it so bad. Wait. Water spirit pearl? The third prince? Spirit beads? Nia Yun finally remembered why the name Aoguang was so familiar when he heard it before. Wasn't it the name of the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea in the god-feuding cataclysm? In the Great Seal of the Gods, Neza, the third son of Li Jing, the general of the Chen Tang Pass, was the reincarnation of Niua's child son, Ling Zhuzi, who was rumored to be an innate spirit bead in his own body. After Neza's reincarnation in the Li family, he ran to the East China Sea at a young age and captured Ao Guang's son and extracted his farts and bones. Only later did Neza return his mother's flesh and father's skin, and was transformed into a god by the hierarchies Tai with a lotus root to become the great god of the 3 pools of the sea. And one of the things that many people say about Neza is that many of the ancient immortals and gods did not call him Neza when they saw him, but rather the third prince. No way. No way. That Neza, who is known as one of the Heavenly Court's 3 anti-bone boys, wouldn't have come from here, would he? Chapter 144 is alright, and there is a cause and effect in the world. Ao Guang, the third prince, the water spirit beads, skinning and boning. How can this be a coincidence? Definitely this pussy. In his previous life, Nia Yun had considered the matter of Neza skinning the dragon prince and drawing out his bones with an adult mindset, thinking that a small child could not be so ferocious and cruel. So this is revenge. In his previous life, it was because the demon Heavenly Court was destroyed, which led to the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl. Now that the Heavenly Court is still there, Neza is definitely gone, but the third prince, the rebel, is definitely there. Nia Yun secretly wondered if he should pull the third prince under him to do odd jobs when he came out later. This guy is definitely a superb fighter, although he can't be compared to Lu Press, he is definitely a good runner. Between thoughts, the water spirit bead had already sucked the third prince's divine soul into the water spirit bead. Ao Tianfeng retrieved the water spirit pearl, then swept a glance at Lu Press and Princess Lingyue before finally landing his gaze on Nia Yun. Although Lu Press and Princess Lingyue were of high status, Ao Tianfeng sensed that the main person in charge of this group of people in the Heavenly Court was this little heavenly immortal. This little friend, please hand this over to the Heavenly Emperor. My dragon clan is not dissatisfied with the Heavenly Court, it's just that there is a little friction between the children, and they have been a little heavy-handed. Please ask Emperor Jun to bear with us, and in the coming days, the dragon clan will also carry compensation up to the Heavenly Court to make amends. Nia Yun received the water spirit bead. I will report to the Heavenly Emperor truthfully, farewell.
As he watched Nya Yun leave with the people from the Heavenly Court and the Interceptor sect, Mr. Beaver said indifferently.
AOT on phone, you should have just given that little cultivator some benefits so that things might be more favorable for the Dragon Clan. Him? AOT on phone frowned, wasn't he just a heavenly immortal? Can he still speak in front of Jun?
Mr. Beaver said meaningfully, this is not simple. The last time the Heavenly Court General Assembly, directly by the Emperor Jun, was enthroned in the third grade water god, ready to marry the princess for the Heavenly Court Emperor's son-in-law. Just now I also specialized in projecting this person, but I was blocked by the River Map Luo book, so think about what weight this person has in Emperor Jun's heart.
What? Ao Tianfeng's pupils shrunk. Jun personally used chaotic spiritual treasure to cover this person. It was the Princess Crown Prince of the Heavenly Court who didn't have this treatment. What kind of ability did this little heavenly immortal have? If this person goes back to add fuel to the fire and say something, with Jun's trust in him, the consequences. Come on, man.
Immediately go to the Dragon Clan's treasury to fetch 2 thick gifts and personally deliver them to the Heavenly Court's extra horse harnessed by the side of a team, saying that it is the Dragon Clan's compensation for rushing the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. On the other hand, Nya Yun led his people to quickly leave the shores of the Eastern Sea until they reached the Southern Heavenly Gate, where they were relieved to see the gilded Heavenly Court. Zhao Gongming cupped his fists and said, Brother Nya, since we've already arrived at the Southern Heavenly Gate, we'll take our leave first. Luo Shen and the Golden Light Virgin Mother also nodded, not into the Heavenly Court what, but they sure Zhan is a disciple of the Interceptor Church, and now Tongtian Sage did not indicate that he wants to be allied with the Heavenly Court. These disciples of theirs were too involved with the Heavenly Court, and they were afraid that they would cause the Tongtian Sage to be displeased. Nya Yun arched his hand in thanks, I'm grateful for Brother Zhao's assistance this time, and I'll keep this in mind.
Brother Nya, you're out of line, who are we brothers? Just say something, no need to be polite. Farewell.
Nya Yun paused and quietly transmitted his voice to Zhao Gongming.
Big Brother Zhao, go back and tell Fairy Yunxiao one thing. Zhao Gongming was instantly energized. Could it be that Brother Nya has some words of love for me to convey? Look at the guy squeezing his eyebrows with an I get it look on his face. Nya Yun was speechless. Did this guy think the wrong way? Master Zhao also has a gossipy side. You are a man who wants to be the first mangaka of the floodplains, don't order the wrong skills. You tell Immortal Yun Xiao that the Interceptor sect can keep an eye on the emergence of the human emperor during the human race's calamity, and that this is the only chance the Interceptor sect can gain benefits. Originally, the hijacking of the human race was basically set, but the Fengdu Emperor Qi, who was engaged by the later Earth, allowed Nya Yun to smell an unusual atmosphere. Perhaps this human emperor's process of witnessing the Tao was afraid to have twists and turns. Zhao Gongming sniffed and was greatly disappointed, and he thought that there was gossip, but he was happy for nothing. Okay, I'll pass it on to my big sister. Nya Yun looked toward Luo Shen and the Golden Light Holy Mother. If people came to help, they couldn't let them work for nothing. Otherwise you won't be so well invited in the future. Nya Yun successively transmitted their voices to the duo, who both acted surprised, but neither showed too much. After sending the 3 away, Nya Yun took Lu Press and Princess Lingyue and headed straight for the Demon Emperor Hall. They had just stepped into the Southern Heavenly Gate when on the distant void. Mr. Beaver then revealed himself with 4 white-robed mystics. Sir, why don't you bring the Holy Maiden back to the clan? It's too dangerous for the Holy Maiden to be out there. Mr. Beaver took a deep breath. It's not that I don't want to bring it, but I can't bring it, Emperor Jun won't allow it. If it wasn't for Princess Lingyue's exit from the Heavenly Court, they wouldn't have known that the Holy Maiden had already come out of the world. What does that mean? It means that Jun has known it for a long time and has been keeping the Holy Maiden snowbound. The purpose was clear to Mr. Beaver. Leave one of you to stand guard outside the Heavenly Court, and report immediately whenever the Holy Maiden goes out. The rest of you follow me back to the clan first, we still need to think long and hard at this point. Yes. Inside the Demon Emperor's hall, Jun looked at the faraway Mr. Ravens, and the corner of his mouth hooked out a smile. Fox Clan, let's see if you can behave. If you're honest, it's fine, if not, I don't mind letting Lingyue go to the Fox Clan and seize the throne of the Fox King. As for the dragons, Emperor Jun I show killing, even tortured to kill his own son, cannot tolerate. Your Majesty, extra horse harnessed by the side of a team, the 10th prince and the 2nd princess are here to see you. Lugo's voice came through the door. Let them in. Lu Wu, go and summon the 9 demon saints, the great warlord and the Eastern Emperor to come together. Yes. A long time later, inside the Demon Emperor's hall. After hearing Nya Yun's trio's report, The 9 demon saints were united in anger, and Emperor Taichi of the East's face was horribly gloomy.
After Niayan finished speaking, his gaze took a look at his doppelganger, the unknown Taoist, and an odd feeling came over him. It would be outrageous to have the main body and the doppelganger standing in one temple and still have each in their own way. Lu Shi knelt down and pleaded, "Your Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor, third brother died a miserable death, you must avenge him. My son would like to be the vanguard to cut down the dragon race." Princess Lingyue also hurriedly said, "My son will also go and avenge little third son." Ghostcar first jumped out, "Good disciple, this time for the teacher to go with you, the dog days of the dragon tribe is simply too deceitful, even my heavenly court prince dared to kill, simply bold, no heavenly court. Your Majesty, I request that we go to war against the dragon race and slaughter them." Meng said in a deep voice, "I second the motion, the dragon race is too rampant, they must be taught a lesson. If this matter of the heavenly court is a big deal, others still think that my dignity of the heavenly court can be trampled on at will, in the future, how to make all the spirits of the floodplains fear the heavenly court, this battle must come out. I am willing to lead my troops to the East Sea myself and raise it to the ground." Chapter 145, The Descent of the Emperor, Who's Going to Milk the Baby? Bai Zhe and Xiangyang frowned in unison and said nothing. They also found the strange behavior of the dragons this time. It is reasonable to say that the heavenly court is in the middle of the sky, so long as the dragons are not stupid, they won't be hard, but they did so. The rest of the demon saints saw that neither Bai Zhe nor Xiangyang had said anything, so they had the sense to not be able to express their opinions. This guy, Ghostcar, is just reckless, belligerent, and his opinion is basically irrelevant. Meng, on the other hand, has the intention to protect the human race. The dragon race has been attacking the human race. If the army is used against the dragon race, the human race can be guaranteed to be free from worry. Opinions also tend to be subjective. This is something we all know by heart. Di Jun's face was expressionless as his gaze swept over Nyayun. "Water God, you are the one who experienced this, what do you think? My humble servant is too short-sighted to see the big picture. Your Majesty is far-sighted and has a decision in mind, and I faithfully support any decision Your Majesty makes." Expressing an opinion that's impossible. The main body had to remain small and transparent, just in case the heavenly court really didn't work out, and one could still use the backhand left behind to worship other powers. As for the detachment, that is the great military division of the heavenly court. What is said has nothing to do with me someone. Oh. Although this is also an alter ego, it represents the main body. Di Jun blankly glanced at him as if he had already guessed the outcome. The dog's essence is timid and discreet, basically making peace with the situation except for telling the truth in his diary. Di Jun thought that the Nyayan standing in front of him was the main body, but he didn't know that he was still a splitter. Immediately, his eyes fell on the Grand Military Master Unknown Taoist. "What do you think, Grand Master?" Unknown Taoist respectfully bowed. "District Dragon Clan, although the lord of the last quantum of the world, but now but 2 or 3 kittens, my heavenly court extermination but easy to hand." Di Jun frowned, "You mean war?" "No. Micro-consultant feels that there is something fishy about this matter. The dragon tribe is not stupid. Since we know that the strength is not as good as the heavenly court, why still make such a big disrespectful act? My heavenly court is not afraid of the dragon clan, I'm afraid that there is someone behind the dragon clan to instruct them. What is the key purpose? We are still unclear. If we start the war in confusion, but in the end, we let someone else take the benefits, then the heavenly court will become a joke of the flood." Nyayun swept a glance at the crowd of demon saints and continued meaningfully. "The Dragon Han Cataclysm, which is the devil ancestor Luo Shu provoking the dragon, phoenix and unicorn clans to go to war, this is the best lesson from the past." East Emperor Tai thought deeply and clasped his fists in obeisance towards Emperor Jun. "Your Majesty, I think what the Grand Warlord said is reasonable. This matter is fishy. It's not hard to exterminate the Dragon Clan, but you need to figure out what the Dragon Clan is up to and if there's anyone behind it. And since the Heavenly Court has the power to dominate the floodplains, the tree is so big that too many people want to bring the Heavenly Court down, so one has to be careful." Emperor Jun's face was grim, and the temperature in his voice dropped a few points. "Do you mean to press on? My son has been tortured by the dragon race to this point, and the floodplains are all aware of it. If the heavenly court ignores it, where is the majesty?" "This." East Emperor Tai hesitated, his eyes glancing at the unknown Taoist. "Your Majesty, the celestial court can notify the floodplains of this and go to war against the dragon race. But how many troops to send and how soon, that's a different story. We can send out heavenly soldiers for 10 years, send demon saints for 100 years, and His Majesty patrols the shores of the Eastern Sea for 1,000 years, so that not only does it not damage the face of the heavenly court, but at the same time, we can also use this to observe if there are any people behind the dragons, and how many help the dragons. When the time is ripe, we can also take the opportunity to wipe out all the enemies secretly hidden in the heavenly court.
When the unknown Daoist said this, all the demon saints looked sideways.
Not bad for a Grand Master of War.
Bai Zhe first said,
Your Majesty, I agree with the opinion of the Grand Warlord, this move is feasible as it kills 3 birds with 1 stone.
I second the motion. Shan Yang also showed his attitude. I second the motion.
Other than Ghostcar, the rest of the demon saints took a stand, and even the Qin Yuan demon saint, who had contempt for the unknown Daoist's character, had to admit that this plan was perfect. As for Ghostcar, it's purely a case of wanting to do a fight, and without the opportunity to do so, he's not going to convince anyone. Di Jun's face was still gloomy, but in his heart, he was quite smug. This dog is really wise, I didn't even think of this way to get the best of both worlds. I did want to take the opportunity to start a war and subjugate the dragon race before. I just didn't expect someone to take advantage of the situation. I'd like to see who has that much guts.
Lu Press and Princess Lingyue were anxious. If so, when would they be able to take revenge?
Your Majesty. Before Lu Ji could say anything, he heard a bolt from the sky above the 9 heavens. Everyone looked towards the 9 heavens above in unison, only to see a blurred shadow slowly coalescing in the 7-colored haze that enveloped the ancestral land of the human race.
That's Donghuang Taiyi's eyes showed astonishment.
Di Jun took a deep breath and slowly spat out the words, the heavenly emperor of the human race has emerged.
Nia Yun sniffed and secretly sighed in relief.
Fushi came out really timely. He was really afraid that the demon emperor Lao Dang would directly start a war with the dragon race, then the heavenly court might be counted.
Being counted out is a definite disadvantage. Taking a loss must have been a huge loss of strength. A great loss of strength, is that far from extinction?
Your Majesty, I thought that what the Grand Warlord said was reasonable. And today, the court should first get its hands on the chi merit of the human race's calamity, and must not allow other forces to take advantage of it. This is not a good idea, Your Majesty must not be imprudent.
Nia Yun didn't name the sage sect, but those present knew it by heart.
And the people who are able to bring down the heavenly court nowadays are the 3 religions and the Western religion, as well as those great clans that are not hidden from view. If the heavenly court fails in its struggle for power, someone will win, and the enemy that threatens the heavenly court's position will be stronger. The demon saints and the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi revealed their admiration for Nyayun. This emperor's son-in-law was by no means a mediocre person, and there were few people who could match his vision of the great power.
Your Majesty, I second the motion.
I think that the water god's words are reasonable, and it is not appropriate to make a big deal about the dragon race now.
I second the motion. Seeing this, Princess Lingyue glared viciously at Nia Yun.
It's pissing me off that this big asshole won't speak up for himself.
No, go back and whack him.
Emperor Jun down the slope said in a deep voice, my son was robbed, but the great power of the heavenly court is important, I will not be indifferent to the importance of the situation.
Tai Chi. I am.
Just as the Grand Warlord said, declare war on the dragons, but delay the deployment of troops, this matter is under your supervision. By the law of the Heavenly Emperor. Di Jun swept a glance at the crowd and continued, the Heavenly Emperor of the human race has come out of the world, and I and Manhwa have already agreed that the Heavenly Emperor's protector will be sent by the Heavenly Court. This protector is to guide the Heavenly Emperor to return to his throne and prove his virtue, and has his own merits, so who do you think is suitable to be the protector? Once these words came out, apart from K Meng, all the demon saints became excited in unison. The main thing is that K Meng has already certified the quasi-saint Great Circle, although he also wants to merit further, but sorry to compete, after all, the rest of the demon saints have not reached the quasi-saint Great Circle.
Nia Yun secretly bellyached. What kind of protector of the way, isn't it just a Nai child's nurse? Of course there's Nai Shu ways to go chant.
As he thought of this, Nia Yun subconsciously looked towards the Qin Yuan demon saint.
Towering over the waves. Well. This is well capitalized and can definitely be Nai. Chapter 146, Nai child will have merit, you won't refuse it, will you? East Emperor Tai said, I think that the White Zephyr demon saint is suitable. His cultivation has already entered the middle stage of quasi-sainthood, and if he can obtain the chi merit of the Heavenly Emperor's protector, perhaps a second quasi-sainthood great perfection can appear in the Heavenly Court.
Among the demon saints, apart from K Meng, who was in the first echelon, it was White Zephyr and Shang Yang who were in the second echelon of the middle stage of the quasi-saints. And as Bai Zhe was previously a wise man of the heavenly court with great merits, no one would have any objections to this quota falling on him. Di Jun nodded. The person he actually had in mind was also Bai Zhe. Your Majesty, I think that the White Zephyr demon saint is not suitable? The unknown Taoist suddenly spoke, causing everyone to raise their eyes to him. Di Jun frowned. What does the Grand Warlord mean? What do you mean? Dang. Are you blind? This is Fushi, who was personally arranged by Manhwa. You sent a paragon to be a protector. Do you think Manhwa will be grateful? No. She'll just think you're trying to take advantage of the situation. I'm a saint, Manhwa. I can't protect Fushi. Do I still need you, a little paraclete, to protect me? Your Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor was personally appointed by my demon race's sage. In other words, this is the one that Mother Manhwa is personally keeping an eye on, so who dares to act recklessly? If we were to send a paragon to be a protector, that would be redundant. Instead, it would also make Manhwa think that we're trying to plot something on the Heavenly Emperor, which isn't a good thing. That's why the people sent out can't be too high in cultivation, while their status can't be too low. I think that the Qin-era demon saint would be a good fit. After all, milking a child is something that a woman can do with ease. Unknown Taoist smilingly looked at the Qin Yuan demon saint. Of the chest. Qin Yuan demon saint, to gain great merit by being a child, you shouldn't refuse. Quiet. East Emperor Tai and Emperor Jun looked at each other. The crowd of demon saints, on the other hand, could not help but laugh. This grand military commander is so bold. Letting the Qin Yuan demon saint go to the night child? Ahem. When the Qin Yuan demon saint realized what the unknown Taoist's gaze was pointing at, her face turned scarlet with shame and anger. Milk the baby? This bastard had actually molested himself in the Demon Emperor Hall. He was simply heartless. Jing! Suddenly, a sword chime cut through the silence of the Demon Emperor Hall. Shameless man, do you want to taste the sharpness of this demon saint's sword? The Qin Yuan demon saint was furious and couldn't help but remember what happened back when he was in the human race. This shameless man was simply a wolf. Mine has not been unfavorable. Nia Yun just thought about it in his mind and didn't dare say anything. Otherwise, the Qin Yuan demon saint would really him directly in the Demon Emperor Hall. It's just a little flirting. I've even earned you a great merit. Why don't you know how to be grateful? That. Take it easy, I'm just being metaphorical. Metaphorically? You clearly have a heart of gold. Don't think I don't know that. The Qin Yuan demon saint stared at Nia Yun and gnashed his teeth as he turned his head to Di Jun. Your Majesty, please allow the humble servant to duel with this shameless man. Princess Lingyue also stood out with an unkind gaze. My son agrees, this kind of big pervert should be taught a good lesson, that is, the great warlord should be taught a lesson. He also intentionally glanced at Nia Yun as he spoke, as if he was deliberately speaking to him. Nia Yun raised his head to the sky, studying the architectural structure of the roof of the Demon Emperor Hall. That was the warlord's bilocation verbally molesting you. It has nothing to do with me, the bilocation. Although made by the same manufacturer, the production date is different, so please recognize it. Di Jun was speechless. This dog is really colorful and daring, he even dared to molest Qin Yuan. But if they really wanted to fight in the Demon Emperor Hall, it would be a joke. Alright, Qinwan, it was the Grand Master's words that were inappropriate in this matter, and I'll have him apologize to you personally. But what the Grand Warlord said, the words are rough. Since there is Mother Manhwa protecting the Heavenly Emperor, it's indeed not good for the Heavenly Court to send strong guards to avoid misunderstandings, so the Heavenly Emperor's protector will go by you. This was something that fell from the sky, but the Qin Yuan demon saint was not happy at all. Especially when she thought of the words, milking the baby, she felt the urge to jump up and down. She glared fiercely at the anonymous Taoist. Grand Military Master, I will write down today's matter, and go up to your Grand Military Master's residence to personally talk about it on another day. The doppelganger anonymous Taoist shrunk his head and lowered his head with a smile. I thought to myself that I should lay a 10-jacketed formation in the residence of the Grand Military Counselor. If you don't appreciate the opportunity to fight for you as a protector of the way, you're going to me? This is not a good person. I say, this time the Heavenly Emperor's protector is given to Qin Yuan when the Human Emperor comes out. You will be the Human Emperor's protector. Anyway, there were 3 spots in the Heavenly Court, and the Heavenly Emperor's protector was picked up for nothing, no harm, no foul. Thank you, Your Majesty, for cultivating me. Bai Zhe respectfully bowed. Emperor Jun let out a soft miss. His gaze suddenly landed on Nya Yun. The water god was ineffective this time, causing the heavenly prince to suffer great hardship, and deserves to be punished. Punish the worship for 100,000 years and cancel 10,000 years of heavenly benefits as punishment.
Stand down, all of you. Dog, in front of me still dare to womanize, simply bold, really think I do not know the anonymous Taoist is your split? It feels good to beat your kids in the rain.
The demon saints were dumbfounded.
Princess Lingyue and Lu Ji froze.
Nya Yun, on the other hand, was frozen to the spot.
Mount Sumeru. Nya Yun stormed out. Nappy, Demon Emperor Laodang, how come I've been punished for serving 100,000 years? The one who led the troops to the East China Sea is Little Golden Bird. I'm just a hobbyist. How come I'm the one who took the blame instead? The person who molested Big Long Legs is unknown Taoist. What does it have to do with me, Nya? How come I'm the one who got hurt? It makes so little sense. It's almost like lying down and getting shot. Wait. Nya Yun suddenly reacted, salaries? The celestial court still has salaries? In the hundreds of years he had been in the heavenly court, he had never received one, nor did he even know that there was such a thing as a salary. Nima, wages are not issued even if, and now there is a rightful deduction of 100,000 annual wages. The most vicious capitalists wouldn't dare do what you did. Nya Yun then felt that the demon emperor, this old denizen, wasn't being a proper son. Stingy to the point of being stingy. No, I can't take this loss. If it wasn't for the Qin Yuan demon saint messing up, how would I have been deducted? Gotta get her to make up for it. Hoof. Long Legs, you don't want to be unable to find your missing husband. Even though that person is me, I'm being docked money and must not agree to it. If I can't handle the demon emperor Laodang, can't I handle you? Two longer than life legs that two hands can't hold, I'm afraid. That's right, Ni is shameless, what can you do? Thinking like this, Nya Yun's heart balanced out quite a bit. I almost forgot, I haven't finished my homework for today. This can't be slacking off, although the next reward time is 300 years, it's still something to look forward to. These 300 years, counting from Nya Yun's first day of writing his diary, were still more than 100 years away indeed. 100 years in the mundane is a sea of change, but for the flood cultivators, a snap of the fingers is not even counted. Can't afford to wait. Nya Yun took out his diary. Chapter 147, Who All Wants to Mess Up? Laodang, please be careful. Before he could even put pen to paper, Nya Yun felt the moon gold will vibrate. This guy from Northmore called? Did the West make a move? Nya Yun hurriedly took out the moon gold wheel and his divine sense probed into it. Fellow Taoist nameless, the Western sect has already sent the heavenless Buddha into the Dragon Clan, preparing to secretly support the Dragon Clan in causing trouble for the heavenly court. After the last incident, Koan Pang was honored to be elevated to the rank of Bodhisattva, in charge of the Buddha of the Western religion. It can be described as a sweet taste. It seems that it is right to cooperate with the nameless Taoist, as long as you do a good job, the Buddha is not a problem. What? Is the news true? Wait. Didn't the heavenless Buddha die in the witch-demon war? How come he's still alive? Nya Yun cursed in his heart. The two vultures, Junti and Jane, were truly seeing eye to eye, not missing any opportunity to target the heavenly court. Even if you want to promote the Western religion, can you take the right path? All you think about all day long is pitting people. True, absolutely true, I was there when the saint ordered it. Fellow Taoist doesn't know that heavenless, earthless, and the Buddha of all beings are the three Dharma bodies of the sage receiver, which were merely dispersed at the time of the witch-demon battle and are now recoalescing. Saints don't die, Dharma bodies don't perish, who can kill? You can still play like this? It can't be that the so-called Earth Store Buddha and Sky Burial Buddha are also Saint Dharma bodies, right? It's shameless. Isn't this a waste of time for anyone who seeks them out for a fight? People have resurrection springs and can still be revived if killed. Nya Yun has a deeper understanding of the Western cult again. No wonder the Western cult picked up the slack everywhere in his previous life, after all that it was the people sent out that were recyclable. I am aware of this matter. You continue to probe whether the dragon race and the Western sect have reached an agreement or not. On my side, I'll immediately go and scout the movements of the heavenly court, and if there are any big movements, I'll inform you at the first opportunity. Good. After cutting the connection, Nya Yun fell into deep thought. Damn, why does anyone have to around? The reincarnation of the Ho-Tu is restless, making a Fingdu Da Di Chi Yu out. The dragons are also restless. Now the Western religion has jumped in and messed with it too. There are still a few people who are peaceful in this flood. Suddenly, Nyayan's eyes widened and he couldn't help but lose his voice. Ainyet, the hierarchy is going to mess up too? Just now, on the side of his doppelganger, the unknown Daoist, he received a transmission from the hierarchy's Ci Hang Daoist that the hierarchy had dispatched Huang Longjinjin to the Dragon Clan. Daoist Sihang was very favorable towards Nyayan because he saved her last time, while being incredibly disappointed in the hierarchy. Therefore, he quietly sent a message to Nyayan, not knowing if it was to thank him for saving his life last time or if he simply didn't want the hierarchy to profit. I can't imagine that Daoist Sihang knows how to repay kindness. I was planning to develop Food True Immortal to become my undercover agent in the hierarchy, but now it seems that Daoist Sihang is not bad. And a first-class, stunning beauty. More screwed up. Inside the hall of the Demon Emperor, Di Jun was pondering who the pushers behind the dragons were. The three religions or the Western religion? Both are possible, but what is their purpose? Dragging the heavenly court into battle and depleting its power? This reason doesn't make sense. Although the dragon race isn't weak, it's still a lot worse compared to today's heavenly court. Besides, the dragon tribe is not a little cute. They will fight to the end with the heavenly court? It's not in the interest of the dragons. But what do the dragons gain by doing so? Buzz. Diary update? Di Jun hurriedly took out the copy of the diary. Only just reading the first line of content, he couldn't contain his anger. The Western sect and the Hierophant sect have both sent people to the Dragon Clan. Damn, these two goods really can't smell a bit of fishy odor. If they enter into cooperation with the dragon race and secretly support the dragon race against the Heavenly Court, then the Heavenly Court will be in trouble. What? Di Jun was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. The Heavenly Court had just clashed with the dragon race, and the Western sect and the hierarchy were so impatient? Well, deaf to me. Hierarchy, Western sect, I will let you know what it means to regret. These two are just not human. Di Jun snorted coldly and droned aloud. Lugo. Lulu dashed into the hall and bowed respectfully. What does your majesty want? Di Jun waved his hand and threw out an object. This object is the hidden immortal diagram. You immediately take it to the White Zephyr demon sage and tell him to follow the list of reincarnations of the disciples of the Elucidator sect in the Western sect that I have told him before, and as long as someone is reincarnated, immediately use the hidden immortal diagram to cover it up. Yes, sir. The hidden immortal diagram was not only able to hide immortals, it was also able to hide people and magic treasures. The last time the Hierophant reincarnation of the Pushian real person, accompanied by the Taiji seal and the 3 golden lotuses to identify the identity, if not, the Western Church will not be able to easily release people? You're messing with my heavenly court, aren't you? I'll just hide these magic treasures that prove my identity, and then we'll see how you Hierophant and Western sect will break this kind of confusing lawsuit. When the hierarchy and the Western sect fight it out, let's see how you can still be distracted from supporting the dragon race. It's really nothing. Di Jun cursed. I did not want to fall into the well, but I have to force me. Why is it so bitter? Huh? How did that dog know that the hierarchy sent someone to the Dragon Clan? The Western sect had Nyayan's undercover agent, that much Di Jun knew very well. Could it be that the hierarchy also had his undercover agent? This dog, his hand stretches out long enough. Aren't you afraid that the saints will know about it and pinch and eat you in segments? But I like it. The corner of Di Jun's mouth twists. My heavenly emperor's son-in-law, that's the way it should be. He lowered his eyebrows as he continued to read the following entry on the diary. The flood has only subsided for a few days, and anyone who wants to mess with it, even Ho-Tu, who sits in the wheel of reincarnation, wants to mess with it and get a chi out of it. Preparing for the time of the great tribulation of the human race to allow the witch race to return to the flood, or at the time when the heavenly court prepares for the emergence of the protector of the way, the human emperor. When Di Jun saw this, his pupils shrank. Ho-Tu. The witches are back in the flood? How is this possible? The witch race was spurned by heaven and earth and served as a dissipator of the robbing chi. In other words, the heavenly Tao, the class teacher, has already expelled the witch race as a student from the flood as a class, and even eliminated the school registration, so how can you come back to class? Is Ho-Tu one of the few class roles that can disobey the classroom teacher to collect students? This matter is impossible. It should have been associated by this dog who saw certain abnormalities in Ho-Tu's day. If the sorcerer race comes out again, not to mention that the saints don't agree, the Tao ancestors don't agree, and even the heavenly Tao can't possibly agree. But the point that there are abnormalities in the Hotu, we still need to be careful to explore it for a while. Although Hotu is a saint who can't leave the cycle of reincarnation, he is at least a saint and can't be ignored. Demon Emperor Lao Dang, please be careful. I feel like everyone wants to mess with heaven, it's never ending. Alas! The human sect is relatively peaceful, or else I'd better find a way to worship the human sect. I haven't yet certified to the Great Luo, and I don't have a few points of self-preservation, so who can stand this kind of mess? No, I have to find time to enter reincarnation again and ask where the reincarnation of the human disciple Pig Ganglai is, and go and get on the line first. Di Jun raised his head to look at the sky at a 45-degree angle, his face full of melancholy. My sidekick is trying to run away again. Chapter 148, Bei Xian's Complete Enlightenment, Luo Xian's Doorstep. After completing today's homework, Nie Yun put away his journal with satisfaction. It's a lot more comforting to spit on it. Or the internet philosophers of the past life said it well, if you have a grievance, you have to let it out, otherwise the more the depression builds up, wouldn't you become a garbage can yourself? Spit out the unhappiness and be yourself. Dead Taoist friends don't die of poverty. If you want to be a garbage can, it's someone else who does it. There's no way someone Nie is going to be a garbage can. Nie Yun's main body continued to cultivate with his eyes closed, while at the same time separating a portion of his divine soul to control the doppelganger in the grass hut to go out. Long legs caused me to be docked wages, this loss must be found to make up for him. However, he had just stepped out the door when he saw his young apprentice sitting on a stone table, one hand resting on his cheek. This pose? Proper thinker. Is this guy in love with a fairy? Nie Yun thought maliciously and coughed lightly, snapping Bei Xian out of his thoughts. Master. Bei Xian hurriedly stepped forward to salute, his attitude quite a bit more respectful than before. After all, Nie Yun had personally gone over to save him this time. Although Nie Yun hadn't helped much, Bei Xian still appreciated the favor. Nie Yun let out a light What are you thinking about? Not practicing properly? Bei Xian's eyes were lowered and his face was grim. Master, the apprentice remembers the previous encounters, and remembers the fellow humans who died at the hands of the dragons. If the human race can be like the demon race, where everyone can cultivate and everyone can step into the ranks of the strong, why would they be treated as rations by the various races of the flood? Master, isn't there a technique that doesn't require qualifications and can be practiced by everyone? Nappy. Really does thinkers. Thought you boys were horny. Nie Yun frowned slightly and said unhappily, you're thinking about the development of the human race when you haven't even cultivated into a human immortal yourself. If you're poor, you're alone, but if you're great, you can help the world. With this amount of time, you might as well improve your cultivation, and strive to ensure that you don't die when you encounter danger in the future, then what you think about will make sense. Otherwise, one day you'll meet a small celestial soldier who can crush you to death with his hands, so if I save you this time, there won't be a next time. If you go around killing yourself again, the big deal is that I'll take on another disciple in the future. This guy hard really do not have some force, their own only what cultivation, also want to go to consider the momentum of the human race? The human race did not have their own inheritance, and the way of cultivation was all about pulling a little bit from the east and putting a little bit from the west. However, it was not that the human race did not have a path of cultivation, the human race's path of cultivation arose from the human race's calamity. That is martial arts. Laozi will not say, anyway, it is useless to tell you, just with this disciple's brain, it is not able to think about this kind of high-level problem. Nie Yun swept a glance at the shame-filled Bei Xian and said indifferently. Master has to go out for a trip, so cultivate well and try to break through to human immortal as soon as possible. Don't think of nothing all day long. Bei Xian respectfully bowed and watched Nie Yun go far away, but a look of determination passed through his eyes. Master, I know you're doing this for my own good. But Bei Xian, being the pride of the human race, should carry the burden of prospering the human race, or else I will be ashamed to be a member of the human race. I am bound to find a cultivation method that belongs to the human race and revitalize the human race. Bei Xian clenched his fists, his eyes showing determination. He thought of the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor was a supreme powerhouse under the saints, knowledgeable, ancient and powerful, he should know. Thinking of this, Bei Xian resolutely left Mount Sumeru and headed towards the Demon Emperor Hall. On the other hand, Nie Yun had just stepped out of Mount Sumeru when he ran head-on into a black-clothed, power-decorated warrior. Brother Nie? Fellow Daoist Luo? Nie Yun was greatly surprised. How did this Luo Xian guy end up in the Heavenly Court? Luo Xian Hamden Hod, is the Heavenly Court preparing to go to war with the dragon race?
Can Brother Nya help me out and get me a position in the Heavenly Court? I want to join the Heavenly Court to rake in some merit.
Ha? Nya Yun is a bit confused. I understand that you want to rake in the merit, but with a cautious personality like yours that relies on shaking people in a fight, are you sure you can earn this merit?
I've thought deeply about this matter. Although the Heavenly Court is in constant warfare and danger, I'm well aware of Brother Nya's ability to act steadily and think things through.
I feel sure I can earn my merits by following you, and still not be in danger. Well, I'm a great Luo Golden Immortal. It's not a shame to be your subordinate, right? You're a big man. Nya Yun cursed. So this guy is here to be a grandpa, do not want to contribute but also want to reap the benefits. Really think I'm a good church?
If you are a great Luo Golden Immortal, if you are in danger, I'm afraid that you can run faster than me. That is, the one who pays money to rub people's heads can roar a couple more harsh words than you, this one. But it wasn't good to refuse. After all, he had summoned him for help earlier, and he had come without saying a word. Nya Yun thought for a moment and said, in that case, you'll follow me first, and as for the Heavenly Court position, I'll find a suitable opportunity to put up a name for you, and as long as you have merit, you should be able to get a bit of a share of the profits. This guy is not useless, shaking people's skill thief 6, there must be a time to use. Luo Xian was overjoyed and patted his chest in assurance. Brother Nya, don't worry, I won't let you down, at least I won't let you lose face, at least I'm a great Luo Golden Immortal now. Oh. Right, you can't call Brother Nya now, you have to call Lord Water God. How do you have the nerve to hang on to the fact that you're a Dala Golden Immortal? Nya Yun didn't even bother spitting on this guy. Whatever. The name is just a term of endearment, it doesn't matter. It just so happens that I'm going out on an errand, so come with me. The two arrived at the door of the Qin Yuan Demon Saint's residence, and the guarding heavenly soldiers saluted hurriedly. After all, at the Heavenly Assembly, the Heavenly Emperor had appointed Nya Yun as his Emperor's son-in-law, so who in the entire Heavenly Court would dare not recognize him? Greetings, Lord Water God. Nya Yun waved his hand. Please inform the Qin Yuan Demon Saint that I have something to ask for. One moment, my lord. A short while later, Nya Yun and the two of them entered the garden of the Demon Saint's mansion under the leadership of a celestial soldier. The entire garden was unguarded, as if it had been purposely cleared. Nya Yun was quite surprised when he looked at the garden's blooming flowers, beautiful purples and reds, and even the air was diffused with a faint fragrance. I thought Long Legs was the kind of cranky old sister who asked if the sword was sharp at the drop of a hat, but I didn't realize there was a woman's side to it, liking flowers? His eyes swept over and soon caught a poised figure in the garden gazebo. Changing from the sexy and charming image of the past, today's Qin Yuan Demon Saint was dressed in a blue robe and bundled up, with a shapely body, which had a unique flavor. The only thing that made Nya Yun unhappy was that the big, long legs weren't appreciated, which was simply a poor comment. I still like the image of hot seduction. The Qin Yuan Demon Saint quickly greeted him, her beautiful eyes filled with hope. Water God, is there news of my husband? Quickly tell me where. The figure of the nameless Taoist, in this period of time deeper and deeper into the heart of the Qin Yuan Demon Saint, she had never been so desperate to see someone. At first it was because she wanted to thank for saving her life, but gradually, that gratitude was quietly mixed with a fondness that even she herself had not noticed. Chapter 149, I am a man of principle, everyone knows that. Nima. Was that old white-bearded man as soon as he opened his mouth? Nya Yun is self-absorbed. So angry. Nya Yun lightly coughed. Taoist Nameless has indeed been found. That's me. Mentally added. Really? The Qin Yuan Demon Saint was overjoyed and hurriedly asked after him. Where? Tell me quickly. Luo Xian on the side was surprised. You guys are also looking for the nameless Taoist? Sister Cheong Xiao is also looking for it, and has even placed a bounty on the disciples of the Interceptor sect, and whoever can find traces of the nameless Taoist, Sister Cheong Xiao is willing to take an innate spiritual treasure as payment. Nya Yun's head was filled with black lines and he was completely self-absorbed. I hate old men with white beards. The whereabouts are worth one innate spirit treasure. Why don't I go report myself? When the Qin Yuan Demon Saint heard this, he immediately revealed his hostility. The Interceptor Cheong Xiao is also looking for him? Do you know why Cheong Xiao is looking for Taoist Nameless? Luo Xian shook his head. Senior Sister Cheong Xiao didn't say. Nya Yun coughed lightly once more, interrupting the duo. Lord Demon Saint, people Cheong Xiao is just better than you at being a good human being, letting people investigate the whereabouts of Taoist Nameless and even knowing to give payment. What about you?
Not only is there no benefit whatsoever, but because of you, it also made me be punished by His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor for 100,000 years, alas. This makes me very entangled. The Qin Yuan demon saint's face showed his indignation. What does the matter of you being punished for your salary have to do with me? It's all because of that shameless man, the Grand Military Master, who made things happen, and besides, I don't know why the Heavenly Emperor punished you. It's reasonable to say that you're a bystander in this matter, and even if you want to take the blame, it's Lu Press's responsibility, so how do I know what His Majesty thinks? Thinking of the anonymous Taoist, the Qin Yuan demon saint gritted his teeth. If it wasn't for you and the Grand Military Counselor going head to head, where would I have been punished? It must be because you guys wanted to fight and caused His Majesty to be unhappy, and it was not good to punish you, so you can only punish me to relieve your anger. You can't get away with this, I don't care, you have to make it up to me, otherwise I'll take the news of the nameless Taoist to the Interceptor sect to find Xiong to exchange for an innate spiritual treasure. After you compensate me, I still have to go to Xiong, a message for an innate spiritual treasure, don't be a cutie. The Qin Yuan demon saint was furious. Why is this guy just hard on me? I don't know what's going on either. Unfortunately, the information was in this guy's hands and there was nothing she could do about it. This guy is no slouch either. The Qin Yuan demon saint gritted his teeth and took out the arm-size 3-inch red wooden block from his storage bag, and just as the wooden block was taken out, a few phoenix chants came out vaguely. This is the Phoenix Wutong wood? Luo Xian exclaimed. What Phoenix Wutong wood? Nie Yin looked at the 3-inch red wooden block in the hands of the Qin Yuan demon saint, which was still showing a faint Taoist rhythm. It was definitely something good, but Nie Yin didn't recognize it. Luo Xian explained, Phoenix Wutong wood is the Phoenix clan's greatest treasure, an innate spiritual root. It is said that the hardness is comparable to that of an innate spiritual treasure, so as long as the Phoenix sycamore wood is added when refining the magic treasure, it will definitely allow the latter-day magic treasure to be promoted to an innate spiritual treasure. But this object is the most important to the Phoenix clan. It is said that when the Phoenix clan is in nirvana, they must stand on top of this object, which will allow the nirvana fire to avoid hurting themselves when they burn their karma. However, this item is incredibly precious and has always been in the hands of the Phoenix clan. It is basically difficult for onlookers to get their hands on it. How did Lord Demon Saint obtain it? Nie Yin was startled. Wouldn't that mean that this item could withstand the burning of the nirvana flame? It could also avoid the effects of karma? And it could also upgrade the grade of the magic treasure. Good stuff. Nie Yin's eyes were glowing. The Qin Yuan demon saint hummed lightly. You do have some insights. You don't have to care about how I got it. This item is fine as your compensation, right? It's okay to be okay, it's just so okay. Nie Yin hurriedly caught the Phoenix sycamore wood thrown over by the Qin Yuan demon saint, which still carried a fiery aura in his hand. No bull, put it away first. It's not a bad trip. Luo Xian was so greedy, but unfortunately it was Nie Yin's. Now you can talk. Nie Yin nodded his head with a smile. Of course, I, Nie, am a man of principle, cash on delivery, everyone knows that. The Qin Yuan demon saint cut Nie Yin a hard look. You still have principles? You want to be paid for doing a favor for your peers. Don't ever beg me in the future, or I will take it back tenfold and 100-fold. Luo Xian also hurriedly perked up his ears. This news can be worth an innate spiritual treasure, don't want it for nothing. Nie Yin cleared his throat and finally spoke under the duo's expectant gazes. After my painstaking exploration, I've finally figured out the trail of the nameless Taoist. His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor has opened up a small world and is preparing to research a grand formation for the ages. Taoist Nameless is in the small world opened up by the Heavenly Emperor, and according to the information I've received, it will take about 1,000 years for the formation to be completed, and at that time, Taoist Nameless will be sent directly to the Heavenly Court by His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor. He. After 1,000 years, maybe I have already proved to be a quasi-saint. At that time, it didn't matter even if the Nameless Taoist was exposed as a vest. Really? The Qin Yuan demon saint was so excited that his face turned slightly red. The nameless Taoist would appear in the heavenly court after 1,000 years? That's great. True. Must be true, I have said, I am a man of principle, pay on delivery, children and men. Mr. Nie first wishes you a reunion with your husband. How come Big Legs doesn't have a point when he hears about the millennium time? It's as if 1,000 years seems like days to her. Nie Yin had only traveled through the floodlands for over 100 years, and had yet to deeply comprehend what it meant to not remember the years of the floodlands.
Thousands of years, for a strong person like the Qin Yuan demon saint who was about to enter the quasi-sacred, a closed-door retreat was sometimes a start of 10,000 years, so a mere 1,000 years was nothing.
Husband?
Luo Xian kept these two words in his heart. This was great news. Going back to senior sister Cheung Sha would definitely still be able to exchange favors. The Qin Yuan demon saint realized that he had lost his temper and hurriedly returned to his normal color.
We're clear. Is there anything else for the water god? Please go ahead if you don't. I still have things to do and cannot entertain the two of you. And this is the start of kicking people out?
I just had a thirsty look on my face, afraid I'd run away. Now that it's no longer of use, it's a kick in the pants.
So realistic.
Nie Yun secretly slandered, but his face was filled with smiles.
If my expectation is correct, Lord Demon Saint is preparing to travel to the human race to look for traces of the Heavenly Emperor? The Qin Yuan Demon Saint nodded. Not bad.
I have a word for you, a sort of payment for giving the Feng Huang Wutong would access. Before you go forward to the human race, it would be best to meet with the Heavenly Emperor, so that he can look after you at all times. I suspect that there will be others who will obstruct you on this trip.
There's no need to thank me. I told you I'm a man of principle and everyone knows it. Farewell.
A puzzled look flashed in the eyes of the Qin Yuan demon saint as he watched the departing back of the Nie Yun duo.
Who would stand in the way? Who dares to stand in the way? This is the Heavenly Emperor that Mother Nuwa herself has her eye on. Who would dare to come and act recklessly?
Even if the saints want to intervene, there's still Nuwa Nianjiang to take the heat, so what do I have to worry about? The Qin Yuan demon saint then felt that Nie Yun was being alarmist, fearing that he wasn't trying to reap benefits on himself again.
Chapter 150, I knew this would happen, woman. Outside the demon saint's residence, a hidden place. Nie Yun and Luo Shen looked from afar at the Qin Yuan demon saint who had come out of the mansion. She hadn't even gone to look for Di Jun, but instead had gone straight to the southern heavenly gate. She doesn't seem to be listening to you. Luo Xian whispered.
Nie Yun let out a light sigh, revealing an expression that said, I knew this would happen. After all, in the eyes of the Qin Yuan demon saint, although he is a third-grade water god, is also the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team in the heavenly court, but in the final analysis, even the Dala has not been certified. How can he understand such a big event?
Woman nah. You'll pay for your choices.
Nie Yun took a deep breath and turned his head to look at Luo Xian as he suddenly asked.
Are you planning to send a message to immortal Cheung Shao? Luo Xian hurriedly put on a straight face and said, Where are your words?
Brother Nye is looking down on people. You worked hard to find out the news about the nameless Taoist. How can I take away the fruits of your labor?
Am I, Luo Xian, such a person? You're not? Then what's that look of panic in your eyes? Nie Yun heatedly smiled, revealing a mouth full of white teeth.
Actually, I don't even know where the nameless Taoist is. I'm lying to the Qin Yuan demon saint. If you have the guts, you might as well go and lie to immortal Cheung Shao as well. It's very charged.
Look at that, innate spiritual root, phoenix sycamore wood, the yield is quite high. You want to trade the news for favors from fairy Cheung Shao? You're so beautiful. That's what I booked, so you kids can forget about it. As he watched Nie Yun smugly display the phoenix sycamore wood, the corners of Luo Xian's mouth twitched. You lied to the Qin-era demon saint? That's a demon saint. Aren't you afraid that if you reveal yourself after 1,000 years, she'll hang you up and beat you?
Luo Xian then felt that Nie Yun's steady image in his mind was gone. This guy even dared to snub demon saints.
Should one return to the interceptor sect now and not follow him to continue hanging out? It's too dangerous.
Afraid of nothing.
I'm the Emperor's side harnessed by the Emperor's side. Even if she knows about it, can she still chop me off? Is your name as the Emperor's son-in-law of the Heavenly Palace just for show? Nie Yun put on a I'm the Emperor's son-in-law who am I afraid of?
Even his voice was arrogant, mainly because he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to bluff this Luo Xian guy. Cut the crap, let's also go to the ancestral land of the human race and see what the human race's Heavenly Emperor really looks like. Luo Xian sniffed, and in his heart, he refused. He felt that Nie Yun was too unstable right now, and he was afraid that following him up wouldn't be risky. Forget it. I've come all this way. It's not good to say that I want to go back to the interceptor sect now. Well, pinch the transmission jade slip tightly at all times, and I'll shake people at the first sign of trouble.
Mount Sumeru, in the belly of the mountain.
With a wave of Nie Yun's hand, a straw man flew out and transformed into him before leaving Mount Sumeru and heading straight for the Grand Warlord's mansion. He was going to let Lu Press go and report to the Heavenly Emperor. After all, Lu Press was a bit more suitable for this kind of thing.
Nowadays, Lu Pressure and Red Shirley Horse Monkey were assigned under the Grand Master, and although they would return to Mount Sumeru from time to time, they spent most of their time at the Grand Master's residence to listen to their needs. In the hall of the Demon Emperor. Di Jun's eyes were lowered, his gaze skimming over Bei Xian, who was kneeling on the ground below. You want to ask if there is a cultivation method that doesn't focus on qualifications? Do you want all the human race to be able to step into the cultivation path? Bei Xian kowtowed, the human race is weak and inherently deficient. The Immortal Dao's cultivation method is too much of a test of followers and qualifications, and the demon race's cultivation method emphasizes bloodlines, none of which the human race possesses. Your Majesty has been through the Eternal Ancients and has seen a lot. If you know about it, please tell us. The entire human race will be grateful for your Majesty's great kindness. The human race is congenitally deficient? Di Jun secretly sneered in his heart. Although you are a human race, I know more about the human race than you do. Far from it, let's just say that the human race's Chi Fortune directly allowed 2 saints to witness the Tao and still have 30% left over. You call that a congenital defect? However, it was impossible for these Di Jun to speak out, it was taboo. Di Jun pondered for a little while before slowly saying, the cultivation method that does not focus on qualifications, all I know is to sense the great Tao, which is all based on enlightenment and chance, and the rest I don't really understand. Bei Xian's face was grim. Did the human race really have no path to cultivation? But you can ask your master, maybe he knows. As infuriating as that dog was, Di Jun had to admit that what Nya Yun knew was beneath even him. My master? Bei Xian was stunned. Isn't that a heavenly immortal? How can he know more than you, the heavenly emperor? Just kidding. Di Jun said meaningfully, do you really think your master is mediocre? Do you think that anyone can be the emperor's son-in-law in heaven? You don't understand your master's ability, I can tell you. Your master is the most important person in the heavenly court, even more important than the demon saint, understand? If it were anyone else, Di Jun wouldn't have said so much. But Bei Xian is different. Bei Xian's karma with the heavenly court and with him, Di Jun, was planted a long time ago. Understanding Nya Yun a little more would be more useful in the future. Bei Xian was appalled. His own master was even more important than the demon saint? Or did the heavenly emperor himself say that? When Emperor Jun had asked him to worship Nya Yun, Bei Xian had thought that Emperor Jun was just dismissing himself, but he hadn't realized that his master was so important. But the master is merely a celestial immortal. Di Jun waved his hand, stand down. I will also ask around for you, and if I find a suitable cultivation method for the human race, I will inform you. If Bei Xian were to become a patriarch-level figure leading the cultivation of the human race, Di Jun would be happy to see that happen, and then the human race and the heavenly court would have a closer relationship. Just then, Lu Wu walked into the Great Hall. Your Majesty, Crown Prince Luji seeks an audience. Land pressure? What's he doing here? Shen. Seeing this, Bei Xian wisely withdrew from the Demon Emperor's hall, still having trouble accepting it in his heart. Is your own master so powerful? Why didn't I see that at all? Your Majesty, according to the Grand Military Master's speculation, this time when the Qin Yuan Demon Saint goes to the human race's ancestral land to look for the Heavenly Emperor, there will be people obstructing him. As soon as Lu Press entered the door, he couldn't wait to report. In his heart, he was puzzled. This matter was obviously projected by the Great Spirit himself. Why did he pretend to be the Great Warlord? If this came true, it would be a great achievement. Why wouldn't the Great Spirit want it? The Grand Master speculated? Di Jun frowned, obstructing Qin Yuan from becoming the Heavenly Emperor's protector? Who has that much guts? That's what Mother Nuwa is keeping an eye on, and Nuwa has paid a lot for Fushi's reincarnation. Even if a saint wanted to intervene, I'm afraid he would have to be warned by the red embroidered ball. Is that dog suffering from persecution paranoia again? I know, go down. Lu Xi was tempted to ask if he wasn't going to send someone to the human race's ancestral land to support the Qin Yuan demon saint. He was rushing to take credit. But he didn't dare ask if his father didn't say anything. That would prove that there were other considerations. Empyrean, on the other hand, was deep in thought. It's just that, Qin Yuan has an extraordinary history. If it's because of my negligence that she's in danger, I can't explain it to the Phoenix Old Mother, so I'd better use the Haotian mirror to watch over Qin Yuan. Just in case. Meanwhile, in the ancestral land of the human race, the Feng Yen tribe. The two guys were sitting on the roof of one of the dwellings. Their eyes were gazing at the best compound in the Wind Yen Mar tribe, which was the residence of the chief of the Wind Yen Mar tribe. Chapter 151,
They all want to come and pick up the pieces, in the end how much they look down on the heavenly court. Luo Xian's divine sense moved, and the entire Wind Yanmar tribe was at his fingertips. But there's nothing noteworthy about it. The strongest in this tribe is only a human immortal. What are we doing here? Didn't you say you were going to see what the human heavenly emperor looked like? Why don't you just stay here and not look? Niayan smiled mysteriously. There's no rush, let's see the action first. Does Fushi still need to be found? Niayun, who was familiar with the flood, had long known where Fushi would descend. It is the Wind Yanmar tribe in front of us. However, Niayun wouldn't say so explicitly. There's nothing to gain, so why look for trouble to do? The reason why Niayun was waiting here, he wanted to take the opportunity to confirm something. Hilarious? What kind of hilarity can there be here? Luo Xian was confused. Mortal fights? The strongest in this tribe is only a human immortal. What's there to see? It's not as comfortable as watching two ants fight. Look, here it comes. Suddenly, a yellow light flashed out of the void and landed in front of the Fengyan tribe leader's compound, transforming into a yellow-robed Taoist. The Taoist's face was charitable and immortal, and one look at him would make one unable to resist getting a few points closer. Upon seeing this Taoist, Luo Xian couldn't help but change his face slightly as he transmitted his voice to Niayun. Be careful, I can't see through this person's cultivation, at least a low. Niayun's gaze coalesced on this person, and doubt flashed across the bottom of his eyes. This person is too strange. He had expected either the bald asses of the Western sect or the people of the hierarchy, but he didn't expect a complete stranger to come. Could this be a mysterious force lurking in the shadows? Greetings to the Supreme Immortal. The leader of the Wind Yanmar tribe hurriedly arrived. He had just sensed a strong person descending. He didn't dare to be slow, so he summoned all the people in the tribe to come and pay their respects. The yellow-robed Taoist nodded with a smile. I have recently sensed the heart of heaven and have been guided by the heavenly Tao. There is a son amongst your tribe who has a destiny with the poor Tao, and I have come to accept him as a disciple. The chieftain was so pleasantly surprised that he hurriedly urged his men to call all the people of the tribe. To be able to be admitted to the door wall by a supreme immortal, that would be a big deal for the Wind Yanmar tribe, or even the entire human race. This represented the imminent rise of an immortal Tao expert in the human race, and in the future, there would be one more strong person to protect the human race. The human race is too short of strong people. Niayun's face sank as he looked at the people of the Wind Yanzhou tribe gathered in the courtyard. Sure enough, it's coming for Fushi. The Heavenly Court and the Dragon race went to war. Many people in the Flood Wasteland thought that the Heavenly Court had no time for others and came directly over to dig up the wall. Just who is this person? Where is he from? Niayun had thought that the once coming would be the Western sect and the hierarchy after all. They'd both sent people to the Dragon clan and were the most suspicious. I didn't expect that a mysterious cultivator would come and be very strong. All want to come and pick up the pieces, in the end how much they look down on the Heavenly Court. Supreme Immortal, all the children of our tribe are here, please check. The leader of the Wind Yanmar tribe was excited. My Wind Yanmar tribe is finally going to have an immortal. The yellow-robed Taoist man with a smile on his face, one by one, he scanned those children in the compound, and those children were not afraid. Instead, they came closer to the Taoist man for a few minutes, innocently looking at him. It was as if there was an invisible affinity in this man. Only one of the children, about 3 years old, did not approach, with more than a little wariness in his eyes, holding his mother's hand tightly and unconsciously taking 2 steps back. The yellow-robed Taoist's eyes flickered as his gaze landed on the child. This sun's chi is connected to the 7-colored auspicious clouds above the human race, and this sun is the heavenly emperor of the human race? The yellow-robed Taoist's excitement flickered and he hurriedly hit it. Taking the initiative, he approached the child's mother and asked amiably, "Dare I ask what this lady's name is?" The woman was flattered and hurriedly bowed. Huashu pays her respects to the Supreme Immortal. What's up? Niayun's pupils shrank as his gaze seared at the child who was less than 3 years old. That's right, it's him. The reincarnated body of Fushi, whose mother, Huashu. Sure enough, it's coming for Fushi. The yellow-robed Taoist returned the greeting, his gaze falling on the child. Is this your son? Exactly. May I have a name? Nevertheless, the names of the men of my clan need to be given by the chief himself when they reach adulthood, and no one has a name until they are underage. Then how about the poor Taoist choosing a name for your child? Huashu was a bit reactive, staring blankly at the yellow-robed Taoist. The chief ran forward in excitement. The superior immortal is going to give your son a name. This is an honor for your Huashu clan. Why don't you hurry up and thank the superior immortal?
The chief understood that this immortal had given his name to Washu's son, which meant that he wanted to take Washu's son as his disciple. Washu awoke with a start, so excited that she was incoherent, and hastened to kneel. Thank you, the immortal. Me. The yellow-robed Taoist smiled blandly. No need to be polite, this is the fate of the arrival. I see the sun is extremely extraordinary, the sky spirit cover has a purple gas straight into the sky, the future will achieve a career. Then his name is. Right at this moment, an explosive shout came from the void. Wait. Only to see a green-colored lion stepping on clouds in the void, mighty and domineering. On the back of the green lion, there sat a middle-aged Taoist, and behind the Taoist was scattered a golden disk of light, like a lotus flower that had been erected. Luo Xian's face changed drastically, and he whispered just as he was about to speak, but he was interrupted by Nya Yun. No need to explain, I know this man. One of the 12 golden immortals of the hierarchy, Manjushri Guangfa Tianzuan, a quasi-saintly power. The last time when he was in the human city, Manjushri Guangfa Tianzuan was besieged by the heavenly court and ran away, leaving behind Sihadaoist. Luo Xian said gruffly, there's something odd going on, this is a quasi-saintly powerhouse of the hierarchy, why don't we call someone? Lest we are in danger if we are discovered. Nima. This guy is trying to shake people down again, and it's not even a fight yet. Are you planning on shaking people down to protect you from the fun? There's no one else with that brain circuitry. Nya Yun was extremely speechless. What's the panic, the fun hasn't even started yet. Besides, we have no grudge against the other side, why are they taking shots at us? Luo Xian was worried. Then what if? What if Manjushri Heavenly Father and that yellow-robed Taoist are temperamental and cultivate the way of killing? 10,000 of you. Nya Yun directly rewarded Luo Xian with a blank stare, not bothering with this guy. This place is absolutely being watched by Sage Niwa, and it definitely can't turn over any big waves, otherwise if Fushi is lost in the waves, Niwa won't be able to jump to her feet? However, there was no way Nya Yun would tell Luo Xian about all of this. This guy doesn't deserve it. The people of the Wind Yanmar tribe were confused as they watched another upper immortal come and was even more imposing than the yellow-robed Taoist. What's the situation? When did the Wind Yanmar tribe become so popular? The yellow-robed Taoist changed from his previous amiability and showed an unkind face. He was so close to winning, but this guy came out to stir things up? What do you mean, fellow Taoist? Manjushri jumped off the green lion and landed in the courtyard, his eyes falling on the little boy Washu was pulling. The Qigong connects to the 7-colored auspicious clouds over the human race, and it must be this person. In order to discern Fushi's qi, one must have the cultivation of a Dala and possess the means to observe qi. I am the 12 golden immortals of the hierarchy, Manjushri, this son has a destiny with my hierarchy, and I want to take him into the hierarchy as a closed disciple. If you, fellow Taoist, want to find a disciple, you'd better look elsewhere. Overbearing, oblivious, unreasonable. Whether he was a prospective saint or a disciple of a saint, Manjushri did have the capital to be overbearing. The 12 golden immortals of the Hierophant? The people of the Fengyan tribe were shocked. This was a supreme great sect of the floodplains, with saints in attendance, and they had come to the Fengyan tribe to accept disciples? The yellow-robed Taoist was furious. This is the poor Taoist first found. Taoist friends do so overbearing. Really think that the flood is only you Hierophant a family? Chapter 152, I told you not to believe, now you know you're wrong. Manjushri's face was expressionless. This son of my hierarchy has accepted. If you have any opinions, you are always welcome to come to the hierarchy to teach. Come here and follow me to the hierarchy. The yellow-robed Taoist exploded with anger, too damn arrogant. I haven't been as arrogant as him in all the years I'd been alive. When Shu Piker, angry with the poor Taoist is going to have a good talk with you today. Hoof. You think I will be afraid of you? Watching the two men about to do battle, the people of the Wind Yanmar tribe were dumbfounded. What's the situation? You're fighting over a protege? Is this Washu family boy that good? Nya Yun yelled in his heart. Yes. Do it now, I look down on you if you don't. As long as we lure Niwa out, then today's matter will be over. Big Legs Demon Saint, your disciple is almost gone and you still haven't found this place, your ability to do things is too poor. You told you to find the Heavenly Emperor and you didn't, now that your disciple is about to be snatched away, happy now. Nya Yun told the Qin Yuan Demon Saint to go find the Heavenly Emperor first, and there was another reason he didn't say, which was that the Heavenly Emperor had the Haotian mirror in his hands, which was a treasure for peering into the flood, so finding a reincarnation of Fushi wouldn't be simple, so why would it be full of human beings scurrying all over the place? Who are you? How dare you spread your wildness on the human race's territory, not knowing that the human race is protected by my heavenly court? Heavenly soldiers descended, and the leader was none other than the Qin Yuan demon saint. She led her celestial soldiers around to search for the ancestral land of the human race, searching for the reincarnation of Emperor Fushi, and had just passed by the Fengyan tribe when she sensed the aura of a quasi-saint, so she brought her soldiers over to get a glimpse of what was going on. Luo Shen in the dark watched the arrival of the Qin Yuan demon saint, and even if he was killing fools again, he reacted at this moment. He looked at Nie Yun in disbelief. Could it be that the reincarnated body of the human heavenly emperor is that child? Nie Yun blankly glanced at him. This guy's reflex arc was really long, and he only saw the signs now. He didn't pay attention to Luo Shen's shock, instead gloatingly looking at the Qin Yuan demon saint to see how big long legs would snatch his disciple back this time. The yellow-robed Taoist and Wenshu's faces changed in unison when they saw the people from the heavenly court descending, only to laugh when they saw that the visitors weren't even quasi-saints. As expected, the heavenly court was preparing for a great war with the dragon race and had no time to be distracted. This heavenly emperor's protector must be robbed, not for nothing. The leader of the Wind Yanmar tribe hurriedly went up to clarify the cause of the matter, and the Qin Yuan demon saint was also greatly surprised. What kind of handsome talent was it that was able to cause the quasi-saints to fight for it? It was just that when she got a good look at the little boy, her whole body went bad. Isn't this Fushi reincarnated? She had long been given the art of observing qi by the heavenly emperor, and at a glance she saw that the little boy's qi was connected to the 7-colored auspicious clouds above the human race. These two are here to rob Fushi? The Qin Yuan demon saint is burning with rage. This is clearly the saint has set, the heavenly court for Fushi's protector, and now there are even people rushing to seize it. It is simply bullying too much. At this moment, she suddenly remembered what Nie Yun had said before he left, and regretted it in her heart. If she had known that someone would really obstruct, she should have reported to the heavenly emperor and sent the paragons along. Now that the other party had a quasi-saint powerhouse and he was only a half-step quasi-saint, if he really fought, he would definitely not be an opponent up. In the hall of the demon emperor. Di Jun also observed this scene through the Haotian mirror, angry and at the same time somewhat regretful. The anger was that there was really someone who dared to obstruct the heavenly court from becoming Fushi's protector. This was simply not putting the heavenly court in his eyes, not putting him, the heavenly emperor, in his eyes. If I had known that Dog's words were true, I should have dispatched a quasi-saint powerhouse to go with Qin Yuan to the human race, and it wouldn't be so bad that Qin Yuan is now unable to resist when he encounters a quasi-saint. Alas! It will have to be me myself. Many of the top powerhouses of the flood, including the saints, were extremely status-conscious, and would never go easy on what they could get their men to do. It's like liking to get a pullover ride, it's all about the compulsion and the face. Otherwise, why did the saints take so many disciples and teach them with great care? It's so pushy. The Qin Yuan demon saint immediately dodged in front of the Huasu clan's mother and son, shouting in a deep voice, "This is a member of my heavenly court, no one can take it away." The yellow-robed Taoist's eyes showed a cold color. Although the human race is subordinate to the heavenly court can't influence the choices of each human race, right? Where people want to worship, that's the freedom of the human race itself. Does the heavenly court want to captivate the human race? This statement simply harbors a sinister intent, intending to compel the human race to become dissatisfied with the heavenly court. Ha! Nie Yun, who was hiding in the shadows, suddenly felt that this yellow-robed Taoist's words were somewhat familiar, much like the doings of that gang of vultures from the Western cult. Just this person's cultivation is not low, should be in the Western church is not a nameless person, one's own surprisingly do not recognize. With this in mind, Nie Yun's main body directly took out the moon gold wheel and asked Taoist Baimoi. Fellow Taoist Baimoi, did the Western sect have any quasi-saint experts go to the human race? Why do you say that, fellow Taoist Nameless? I've been in the Western sect all along, I haven't gone to the human race. Nie Yun is speechless. Is this guy's ears racing with donkey hair? I'm asking about the quasi-saint experts of the Western sect, not you. I mean the other paragon masters of the Western sect, you're asking you. Ha? Not asking me? I'm the only paragon in the Western sect. There's no other paragon powerhouse. If you're not asking me, then who are you asking? Ha? The Western church has only one paraclete? No kidding. Nie Yun was a bit confused, knowing that the Western sect was barren and short of people, he didn't expect it to be so poor. That's okay. Nie Yun cut the connection, his face odd. The Western sect only has one paramount saint in the northern underworld Taoist, so who is the yellow-robed Taoist of the Wind Yanmar tribe now? Is he not from the Western sect? Wait a minute. The North Underworld Taoist is a quasi-saint? Nya Yun's eyes widened. This guy was actually a paragon? No. How does Manhwa say that there is only one paramount saint in the Western sect? Isn't Koan Pang also a paramount saint? Is this guy not fooling me? Beyond that, that's only one possibility. The Taoist of Northern Darkness is Koan Pang. You big man.
Nya Yun's entire being was bad, recalling that Koan Pang had disappeared from the sorcerer demon battlefield, and then Taoist Manhwa happened to show up to be bumped into by himself. This was too much of a coincidence, right? The fact that he was so good as to treat him as an undercover agent planted by the Western cult, Nya Yun felt a big danger hanging over his head. If the demon emperor Lao Dang knew that he and Koan Pang, the traitor, were secretly communicating, would he not shabu himself? Koan Pang, you two grandpa, how dare you try to harm me? It's worthy of being the first 2/5 of the flood. Even defecting from the Western church is going back to his old ways, so damn dedicated. No, this matter must definitely be hidden and never exposed, otherwise the heavenly court will definitely not spare me. It's a pity that this Koan Pang fellow is too strong, or else he would have directly cursed to death with the Book of Demonic Words, cleanly. Nya Yun secretly thought that when he broke through to the Great Luo, he would definitely try using the Book of Demonic Words to see if it could work on the quasi-saints, and that it would be too dangerous for Koan Pang to keep this guy around. Must be taken out. Chapter 153, A Hot and Beautiful Woman Who Plays with Drugs. Wind Yanmar Tribe. Nya Yun stared at the yellow-robed Taoist dead in the face. Where the hell did this guy come from? We have to find out. He was still in the heavenly court, and he had to figure out the potential enemies of the heavenly court, or else he would somehow be beaten to the door without knowing the depths of the other side. It's too dangerous. Manjushri Heavenly Father snorted coldly. What's the point of talking so much nonsense? Let's dispatch the people from the heavenly court first, and then we'll go and fight for the sun. He is certain that the heavenly court cannot send extra manpower resources, as long as the reincarnation of Fushi worshipped, and then even if Nuwa asked, the wood is already in the boat, can only pinch the nose to admit. The yellow-robed Taoist nodded. That makes sense. Then those heavenly soldiers will be given to you, and this Qin Yuan demon saint will be dealt with by me. Okay. Manjushri is not ambiguous. A shake in his hand, the golden lotus behind him steeply transformed into a golden stake, under which the lotus is a base, directly thrown to the heavenly soldiers brought by the demon saint of Qin Yuan. The innate treasure of the transported dragon stake. The Qin Yuan demon saint was greatly alarmed. Niu Pingtian, lead the men to hold back Wenshu. I have already summoned the heavenly emperor, reinforcements will arrive immediately. Niu Pingtian, as the number 1 general under the hand of the Qin Yuan demon saint, although his cultivation level is only at the early stage of the Dala Golden Immortal, but even if he meets Wenshu, a quasi-saint, he will not be afraid in the slightest. Lead the way. Sons and daughters, kill with me. Niu Pingtian shook his hand and a black trident appeared in his hand, directly killing Wenshu. Amir Jr., how dare you act recklessly? Manjushri's mana vibrated, and the only iron ring on the transported dragon stake expanded violently, binding all of Niu Pingtian and the others, unable to move in the slightest. If not for the fact that Wenshu did not want to kill the people of the demon race at this time, so as not to subsequently cause Nuwa's displeasure. Otherwise, a mere Dala Golden Immortal would not have used an innate treasure like the transported dragon stake? Wave your hand and you're out. How dare you? Qin Yuan demon saint was furious. In his hands appeared a large streamer. The streamer pole is the palace beam, the streamer surface display, on which the empty air seems to have black and white 2 airflow. Look closely, black and white 2 gas, hidden as tadpoles like countless runes swimming, seemingly chaotic, but actually implies the law. Xinwan, your opponent is me. The yellow-robed Taoist flung his big sleeve, a wooden bead skyrocketed against the wind and hung in the sky above the big streamer. The green light emanating from the bead directly suppressed the black and white chi on the big streamer, so that the streamer could not be agitated. It was the first time Nya Yun had seen the Qin Yuan demon saint's magical treasure, a large streamer, but the yellow-robed Taoist had struck too quickly, and he hadn't had time to see the power of the streamer. Then Luo Xian beside him was sucking in a breath of cool air. I'll go. Isn't this the Phoenix Clan's demon recruiting streamer? How come it's in the hands of the Qin Yuan demon saint? What the hell? You're saying this is a demon invoker? Nya Yun was shocked as well. He didn't recognize the large streamer in front of him, but the great name of the demon invoking streamer was definitely as loud as a thunderclap. That is the most precious treasure of the demon race.
When the demon recruiter comes out, all the demons in the world need to come. But isn't this object in the hands of Sage Manhwa? Why is it in the hands of the Qin Yuan demon saint?
Luo Shen didn't pay attention to Nye Yun's peculiarities as he explained to himself, "That's right, I've heard elder brother Duobao say that." This demon recruiting streamer was the top innate treasure of the Phoenix clan that unified the world's birds of prey at the time of the Dragon Han cataclysm. It is also one of the earliest innate treasures born at the beginning of the heavens and earth. These magic treasures with the dragon and Phoenix and Kirin after the Dragon and Han catastrophe, the dragon and Phoenix and Kirin three tribes retreated, many of them disappeared without a trace. I didn't expect that the Qin Yuan demon saint actually took control of the demon recruiting streamer, and there is also the previous Phoenix Wutong wood. I'm afraid that it is not the excavation of the King of the Phoenix's mausoleum, right? You're blind. Such a beautiful woman, just take out the demon inviting streamer and Phoenix wood, and you say that people are gravediggers. Is there any law? Is there any law? Nye Yun was quite indignant. This Luo Xian fellow was too uneducated. So the demon inviting streamer has this kind of origin. In the previous life, the demon recruiting flag appeared during the Great God Sealing Calamity, and Manhwa utilized the demon recruiting flag to recruit the three demons of the Xian Yuan grave to go forth and compel Emperor Xian of the people. In that case, it's normal for the demon recruiting flag to appear in the hands of Great Long Leg. After all, at the time of the God-sealing cataclysm in the previous life, the demon race's heavenly court had long since disappeared, and it's normal for Manhwa to take back the demon recruiting flag. After all, the demon recruiting flag was too important to the demon race. But isn't the demon recruiting streamer a magic weapon capable of recruiting demons from all over the world? How come it's a magic treasure of the Phoenix clan to control the flying birds? Shouldn't it be all demons? Come to think of it, if the demon recruiting flag was useful to all the demon races, how could the Dragon and Han tribulation still be fought? The Dragon clan and the Kirin counted as part of the demon clan. If the demon inviting streamer was so fierce, as long as it stood at home and shook it, the Dragon clan and Kirin clan would have to run over and call their fathers. Luo Xian hesitantly asked as he watched the Qin Yuan demon saint and the others being trapped. Are we going to help? After all, we're in the celestial court now too. Nye Yun looked at little cute. Look at Luo Xian the same way. You can beat a paragon? Can't beat that. Then you can beat two paragon saints? Didn't I say I can't beat it? You. Luo Xian was anxious. What does this guy mean? I can't beat a paragon, but I can shake a paragon over. Who are you looking down on? Then shut up. You want to die and I don't want to die. Now is not the time to help. Nye Yun then thought that Luo Xian was not quite in his right mind, and that the Qin Yuan demon saint and the others were trapped, but they certainly wouldn't die. Otherwise, Di Jun would not have been able to stop and might have declared war right away. Now that the heavenly court is incredibly strong, who could not think twice about it? But if the two of you jump out, people may not be concerned, and they can't cut you down. The most important thing is that Manhwa didn't show up. Is it his turn to worry? The Qin Yuan demon saint's Dharma treasure was trapped and he was furious. A paragon saint is actually oppressing me, it's simply shameless. I will not make it easy for you. The Avenue of Poison. An avenue emanating green ethereal light steeply surfaced behind the Qin Yuan demon saint. The terrifying light of the great Tao had just appeared, and the surrounding sky was filled with a faint layer of green mist. The ordinary people of the Wind Yanmar tribe were even more miserable, as one by one, the ordinary people who saw the avenue of poison turned green and fainted on the ground in an instant. This was still under the circumstance that the Qin Yuan demon saint had purposely restrained the avenue of poison, otherwise the entire Wind Yan tribe would have turned into pus and blood and died in a matter of moments. Nappy. Avenue of poison? Nye Yun's face turned white with fear, not realizing that the flirtatious, fiery, and extremely feminine Qin Yuan demon saint cultivated the Tao of poison. Nye Yun secretly admonished himself. Don't mess with her so easily in the future, damn it, can't afford it. Who would have thought that such a hot and stunning woman would be playing with drugs? Who wouldn't? Just then, a pale voice rang out in the void. Xin Yuan, put away the power of the great Tao, the human race can't withstand it. At the same time, a huge silhouette steeply surfaced above the nine heavens, with two raised hands reaching out, directly grabbing at the yellow-robed Taoist speed, as well as the Wenshu Tianzuan's transported dragon pile. Ti Jun. Wenshu and the yellow-robed Taoists' faces changed greatly, they hadn't counted on it in all their calculations that Di Jun would personally take action. Chapter 154, Big bags and red embroidery balls go better together. Sloppy.
The yellow-robed Taoist let out a strange cry, wanting to put away the wooden bead and leave instantly. Since Di Jun had personally taken action, this matter could not be done.
A sub-saintly powerhouse like Di Jun, who was also protected by a chaotic spiritual treasure, basically didn't have a chance of winning unless a saint stepped in. But when a saint strikes, Manhwa is not a vegetarian. If you want to leave, you can, but leave this Bodhi seed as compensation. As soon as Di Jun took hold of the Bodhi seed, he threw it into the Hichu Luo Shu and suppressed the Bodhi seed directly.
The yellow-robed Taoist was annoyed. Emperor Jun, don't go too far. Just because others couldn't recognize it didn't mean that Emperor Jun couldn't. Di Jun snorted coldly. Excessive? Sage Junti, it is not excessive for you to come in disguise with the intention of seizing the identity of my heavenly court protector? I'm just accepting a Bodhi seed from you as compensation, which is considered cheap. If not, I don't mind a large army pressing against Spirit Mountain. My heavenly court is not the sorcerer clan, so think carefully. Threats, naked threats. There are only a handful of people who dare to threaten a saint under the whole sky. And nowadays, Di Jun did have the capital to threaten Junti. What? The Qin Yuan demon saint was incredulous, pointing at the yellow-robed Taoist. He is the incarnation of the Western sage Junti? How could a holy man do such a thing? Nia Yun and Luo Xian also froze. A saint? Sage Junti? This guy even came in person, or do digging things, this is the saint of the world of the table? The yellow-robed Taoist's old face turned red, and he didn't want the linden seeds, so he turned around and ran. You've got the wrong person, goodbye. If you lose the linden, you can lose it. Anyway, he is not short of one or two. If he exposes his identity, then this face will be a big loss. Di Jun promised not to pursue, I did not promise you. Only to see a red light falling from the 9 heavens above, flying and smashing into Junti. Red hydrangea. Manhwa stepped in. Bang! The red embroidered ball smashed directly onto Junti's head, and the powerful force sent it flying towards the sky. Ah! Who sneaks up on the poor Taoist? Those who hide their heads and their tails, the poor Taoist Buzhou mountain dweller will remember you. Don't mistake yourselves, the poor Taoist is the Buzhou mountain dweller. Junti's voice, along with his smashed body, floated in the sky above the Wind Yanmar tribe for a long time. Is this a saint? Is that what saints do? Nia Yun was dumbfounded, and the image of an incredibly majestic and lofty saint in his mind collapsed abruptly. I'm afraid this isn't a tease. Poof. Manhwa grunted softly and retrieved the red embroidered ball, and breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at Wenshu, who stood still and did not dare to move, and asked in a cold voice, do you hierarchy also want to come to my hands to get a favor? There was a holy might hidden in the voice, causing the mana in Manjushri's body to tremble steeply, his chi and blood surging upwards, and he couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of blood. Nia Yun was dumbfounded as he watched Wenshu get injured. The majesty of the saints is as terrifying as it is. Just one sentence made the paramount saint injured. Was this the true strength of a saint? Manjushri wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and bowed respectfully, many thanks, sage. Even Juani was smashed by Manhwa with a red embroidered ball. I'm afraid that even if his own teacher, the first saint, came, Manhwa would have to smash it as it is, and he would just be punished in a small way, so what's there not to accept? At this moment he finally realized that Fushi was Manhwa's scales off. Nor what did the teacher think, why did he send himself over to mess with Manhwa? Manjushri laughed bitterly. Go back and tell Yuanshu that there is a limit to my patience, and that if there is a next time, I don't mind going to the Kunlun Mountains. Yes. Wenshu responded, looking at his transported dragon stake still being pinched by Emperor Jun, and just as he was about to speak, he saw Emperor Jun's silhouette reveal a flash of unwillingness, and then slowly dispersed. Wenshu was secretly relieved. He thought that Di Jun was going to withhold his transported dragon stake. After all, Junti's Bodhi-sun dared to withhold it, not to mention his transported dragon stake. It's a good thing Emperor Jun didn't do that, or he would have had to ask his teacher to ask for it. After all, the transported dragon stake was an innate treasure, which even a saint would not want to lose. Manjushri immediately put away the transported dragon stake and turned away on his green lion. The Qin Yuan demon saint stared dead at Wenshu's distant back, his eyes filled with gloom. I will remember today's revenge. In the coming day, I will let you hierarchy know my power, and the Western sect, no one can escape. She is a person who holds grudges. This time the hierarchy and the Western sect are clearly targeting her and striking the heavenly court in the process. How can she swallow this breath? Nia Yun, who was hiding in the shadows, looked at Wenshu's departing back and pondered. Luo Xian, quick. Immediately shake people. What's with the shaking? Shaking who? Quasi-saints and above, shake as many as you can. If possible, call the gnarled immortal of your interceptor sect as well, and let's go get rich. Ha! Getting rich? Western teachings, under the Bodhi tree. Guiding looked at the large purple black bag bulging on Zhuanti's head for a moment and stared at each other. It's almost like it's detrimental to the image of a saint. He couldn't help but say, "Senior brother, won't you use your mana to dissipate the large bag on your head? You're damaging the face of the Western sect too much." Zhuanti directly jumped to his feet. Disciple did not snatch even, the loss of a Bodhi seed not to mention, but also by Manhwa smashed a big bag on the head. Who am I doing this for? It's still not for the sake of the Western sect. This dog. Then the senior brother even said that it is detrimental to the face of the Western sect. Your conscience does not hurt? Receiver, if you hadn't said that the heavenly court had no time for others, why would I have gone to rob Fushi? Do you think I don't want to use my mana to dissipate my injuries? Manhwa purposely hid special sage mana in the red embroidered ball. My mana can't dissipate it at all, so I can only slowly dissipate it in order to recover my injuries. How dare you still talk here? Do you know how much I have paid for the Western sect? You know what? Guiding was sprayed with saliva by Zhuanti, and his old face couldn't help but twitch. Manhwa was deliberately embarrassing Zhuanti. Come to think of it, she had expended great efforts to designate a candidate for the Heavenly Emperor, and there was still someone who wanted to secretly steal the chicken? Who can look good? Ahem, senior brother, take it easy. Zhuanti was getting angry and disliked him head-on. Am I excited? Receiver, which I did you see me get excited? Again, I was told to pick up the slack. It's true. When there is something going on, call for a senior brother, and when there is nothing going on, call for a receiver. And called twice. Guiding said with a straight face, I think that the Western cult of universal fulfillment should be a bumpy road. In order to let all believers know the great doctrine of the Western cult, I will order that in the future the Buddha's head must be coalesced with mana to create countless hills and valleys. As a warning to the Buddha, always understand the great righteousness of universalizing all sentient beings, and always understand the bumps in the road. In that case, how can my Western sect not prosper greatly? Never. Zhuanti watched in dismay as small purple-black packets the size of thumbs grew out of Jane's bald head. Hey! Don't really say, it adds a little more majesty to the look. Zhuanti followed suit and used his mana to coalesce several small purple and black packets on his head. There are more bags on this head, rather than seeing the bag smashed by the red embroidery ball. Senior brother is deeply righteous, senior brother is ashamed of himself. I abide by the decision of my senior brother. Receiver glanced at his mouth. Didn't he just call me receiver? Why are you calling me senior now? If Nyeyun were here, he definitely wouldn't be able to resist spitting. Red embroidered balls and big bags, what a ing match. Chapter 155, if you don't make it clear, you can't leave today. Above the void, Wen Shu sat on top of the green lion, looking at the recluse pile in his hand with fleshly pain. The last iron ring is also ruined, my innate treasure. The iron rings of all three recluse stakes are broken in the hands of heaven. It hurts too much. A transported dragon stake with 3 iron rings missing is the same as folding the transported dragon stake's trapping function, and its power drops by at least 30%. 2 were shattered in the human city in front of him, and today, another was crushed by Emperor Jun. He thought that Di Jun was afraid of his own teacher and didn't dare to withhold the reclining dragon pile. It turned out to be a secret evil. Wen Shu then felt that this Di Jun is not a proper son. For a heavenly emperor to engage in such petty maneuvers was simply detrimental to the heavenly emperor's majesty. It's just a matter of going back and asking the teacher to see if there's a way to fix it. After all, the innate supreme treasure is the only one I have. The 12 golden immortals of the hierarchy, each of whom was given an innate treasure by the first sage, are not only powerful magic treasures, but also symbols of their status in the hierarchy. There was no one among the ordinary disciples who had such qualifications. While Manjushri was sighing and full of sorrow. Suddenly, I heard a scream. Ouch! He hastily raised his eyes to look, only to see a black-clothed cultivator spitting blood into his mouth to flying out, falling heavily out of the void onto a mountain peak. Boom! The mountain peak was directly smashed into pieces. Manjushri frowned. What's going on? Just now, when he was lost in thought, he hadn't even noticed this person's approach. However, he didn't want to mind his own business and planned to drive the green lion away. Who knows that the smashed-down black-clothed cultivator suddenly rose up in the air, pointing at Wenshu, full of incredulity. Why did you injure me? I have no grievances with you, just passing by. You even directly shot. Today you do not make it clear. Do not blame me for going back to the Interceptor Church to report to the teacher. Please ask for the teacher's help to do justice. Interceptor disciple? Wenshu eyes flashed disdain, cloaked in hair and horns of the generation, has always been the hierarchy of the people despised. When did the poor Taoist hurt you? When the poor Taoist saw you, he saw you spitting blood and flying backwards for no reason, smashing mountain peaks. Hurry up and get out of the way, don't block the way of the poor Taoist. The poor Taoist doesn't have time to care about your. The black-clothed cultivator was trembling with anger. You're downright deceitful. Within this circle of hundreds of miles, there are only you and I. If you didn't strike, could it be that I still injured myself? Go, follow me to the Interceptor sect to make things clear. I want to see how unreasonable you are. With that, he was about to go forward to pull Wenshu. But just as he approached, the green lion sitting on Manjushri suddenly hissed, revealing his hostility. Put! The black-clothed cultivator suddenly flew backwards again, spitting blood from his mouth. Wenshu was confused, dumbfounded, looking at the sitting green lion. Is it possible that the green lion awakened what natural ability they do not know, secretly hurt this person is not? But the green lion is only at the golden immortal cultivation level, and the person in front of him is a great Luoa. It's not good, everyone come and see. The Hierophant golden immortal is going to kill someone. Wenshu secretly said bad, if this is the green lion did, although the other party is looking down on the Interceptor people, but if this matter spread to the ears of Uncle Tong Tian, certainly will not let go. This Taoist friend wait, just now. Oops. What's wrong with this fellow Taoist? Why is his face covered in blood? Only to see a white-clothed youth stepping into the air, it was no other than Nya Yun. The black-clothed cultivator who was spitting blood was none other than Luo Xian. Luo Xian panicked and said, fellow Taoist, you should go quickly, this person is Hierophant Wenshu, a paragon expert. He's crazy now, he kills people on sight, I just passed by and he beat me up. You hurry up and go to the Interceptor sect to report for me, so that my teacher can help me get justice, and I'll help you hold him off. Luo Xian hurriedly took out the god crow pot and looked at Wenshu as if he were an enemy. Nya Yun was speechless. Boss, you've overacted. Shouldn't you be lying on the ground when you're all bruised up? Now also took out the magic weapon ready to dry fight. If you like this in the past life, the medical bills have to be less than several thousand. Nya Yun immediately revealed his fear and stepped back in awe. Fellow Taoist, are you telling the truth? Don't scare me. I've heard that the hierarchy's golden immortals are all immortal and morally upright. How could they be murderous fiends? Luo Xian growled, the facts are right in front of you, and you're still asking if they're true? Makes sense, then you hold him off and I'll be right there to report for you. Wenshu was anxious, if this is a problem to Uncle Tong Tian, he cannot say. Don't go. Boom. The power of the great Tao locked down space, preventing Nya Yun from leaving. Nya Yun was greatly alarmed. What do you want? I'm just passing through, can't I just not report it? You can kill him if you like. I'll pretend I didn't see it, okay? Manjushri became furious. Who said I wanted to kill him? If I were to kill him, could I let you escape? Bah! I mean, his injury has nothing to do with me. Nya Yun hurriedly nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Right, Senior is right, it was him who injured himself, it has nothing to do with you Senior, I understand. You understand a hammer. Manjushri was so angry that he almost exploded. Luo Xian covered his chest, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and viciously said, come on if you want to kill or die. But don't think that no one knows about your scandal, just now I've already sent a message to my brothers and sisters of the Interceptor sect, they will definitely take revenge for me. Wenshu was so angry that he almost wanted to do it, but reason overcame his impulses. He said with a sullen face, this matter really has nothing to do with the poor Taoist, so don't mess around. Nothing to do with you? You're the only one around, who else besides you could have injured me? As Luo Xian spoke, his gaze turned toward Nya Yun. Nya Yun hurriedly took a few steps back and hastily defended himself. I'm only at heavenly immortal cultivation, it can't be me. I couldn't hurt you even if you stood and let me hit you. Then Nya Yun looked at Wenshu with a look that seemed to say it's you. Wenshu was so angry that he spat out blood. Just now he had used his divine sense to scan 1,000 miles in a radius, and indeed there wasn't a single cultivator above the Dala Jinxian. But he didn't put up a fight himself. It's just a matter of making a big deal out of it, and I'm not going to be able to get any favors out of it. He raised his eyes to Luo Xian and gritted his teeth. What do you want? Luo Xian's hateful gaze stared at Wen Shu, laughing coldly. What do I want? You injured me for no reason. I haven't even asked you what you want, but you're hitting me back first. Not reasonable, right? Well then, let's wait for the arrival of my teachers and brothers from the Interceptor sect and see if this reasoning can be reasoned with. Wen Shu was furious. If Luo Xian was seen by the people of the Interceptor sect, would he not be screwed to death? Plus, Luo Xian bit the bullet and couldn't say anything at all. You. Nia Yun hastily jumped out to round off the conversation. Seniors, why make such a big fuss over something so trivial? I think it's better to do this. This senior was injured by you, and I think it was an unintentional slip, so just casually give him some compensation and apologize, and let's forget about this matter. The Interceptor sect and the Elucidator sect share the same breath, they are both their own people, there's no need to make a big deal out of it. Chapter 156 Gnarled Immortal, can't get a deal? Let's do it. What? Who am I to compensate him? Manjushri immediately quit. It's not me who hurt Luo Xian, why should I pay compensation? Aren't you bullying an honest man? Nia Yun secretly grunted in his heart, this guy is not going to shed a tear until he sees the coffin. He clasped his hands and retreated to the side. I am only proposing, since Senior Wen Shu is unwilling, then you guys can settle it yourselves. As he spoke, he made a wink towards Luo Xian, who instantly understood. Pointing at Wen Shu, he said viciously, you wait, my masters and brothers will arrive soon, when the time comes. Before the words were finished, there was a loud bang. The 24 fixed C divine pearls steeply smashed the space blocked by Manjushri. Who dares to bully my interceptor disciples? Stand out and let me see how many heads you have grown? I'll have to screw them off one by one for you to use as wine goblets. Who else but Zhao Gongming can be so arrogant? Zhao Gongming stood proudly, slanting his eyes at heaven and earth, looking like he would beat up anyone who didn't obey him, quite arrogant. But the visitor wasn't the only one. Zhao Gongming, beside him stood a killer green-faced man with explosive lion's head hair, which looked like it hadn't fully evolved. However, the aura was only a few points weaker than Zhao Gongming's, and he was also an uncompromisingly strong quasi-saint. Luo Xian rushed to Zhao Gongming with tears in his voice. Senior brother Zhao, senior brother Qiu, you guys have finally come. If you guys don't come, senior brother is going to be beaten to death by this old bastard, Wen Shu. The two men burst into a rage. Wen Shu, how dare you beat my interceptor disciple to death? Do you really think my interceptor sect is easy to bully? The sea-fixing god pearl flew out, locking the surrounding void in an instant. Senior brother Gnarl, do it. The gnarled head immortal just arrived and noticed Wen Shu sitting down on the green lion. He had long been furious. He was originally the oldest ancestor of the Green Lion clan, and now there was someone who used the Green Lion clan as a mount. Wasn't that a slap in his face? Can't stand it. Manjushri, suffer death. A cone-shaped magic treasure appeared in the gnarled immortal's hand, its destructive aura rendering the void chilling. This is the innate treasure-shattering spirit cone? Sage Tontian actually bestowed this treasure to the gnarled-headed immortal? Nia Yun was secretly staggered. Although the spirit-shattering cone's reputation wasn't great, it was a rare killing treasure amongst the innate supreme treasures, and it was only slightly inferior to killing treasures such as the Qingping sword and the purple electricity hammer. Now this guy Manjushri is guilty. And slow down. This is a misunderstanding. Manjushri looked at the duo of Zhao Gongming and the gnarled immortal and his face changed dramatically. Not to mention the fact that both of them were not inferior to him in terms of cultivation, and each of them had an innate treasure, so if his transported dragon stake had not been crippled, he would have been able to withstand it for a moment or two. But now if they were to start fighting, then they would only get beaten. Zhao Gongming pointed at Luo Xian, whose face was covered in blood, and cursed, Wen Shu, do you take me to be blind? Master Zhao has been beaten up by you, and you're telling me it's a misunderstanding? Very well, then I'll misunderstand you a bit too. This Luo Xian guy immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, his breath wilting. Senior brother Zhao, I was injured by Manjushri's 5 organs and 6 bowels, and even my foundation might have been injured. What? Zhao Gongming was shocked and looked at Wen Shu with eyes full of killing intent. Old thief Wen Shu, you're still saying that it wasn't you who struck? Then what happened to my senior Luo's injuries, or did he just fall on his own? Manjushri was dumbfounded. You're asking me? Who should I ask? Nia Yun saw that he was about to do it, so he hastily spoke out to stop it. Nappy, that's a big problem if you do it. Hold your hands, allow me to be fair. I see that this senior Manjushri may have mistaken Luo Xian as an enemy, and did not intend to fight or kill. This should be a misunderstanding, don't you think? Manjushri Sr. Only then did Zhao Gongming notice Nia Yun, and just as he was about to open his mouth, he was stopped by Nia Yun's gaze. As for the gnarled immortal, he didn't recognize Nia Yun. Yes, this little friend is right, this is a misunderstanding. Wen Shu's eyes showed gratitude, and his good feelings towards Nia Yun doubled. At this time, he still dared to help himself. This little cultivator was an honorable man. Nia Yun sighed softly, but it's also true that Luo Xian was injured. Senior Wen Shu, why don't you just compensate the person and forget about it? I think this injury needs the human sex 9 transformation golden pill to heal, so you'll just pay out a few magical treasures and spirits or something like that, and let them go to the human sect to exchange for the 9 transformation golden pill. Anyway, this matter has something to do with you, you can't get around it even if you talk about it, so why make a big deal out of it? When the time comes, even if a saint steps in, the compensation will still have to be made. Don't you think that's the right thing to do? Wen Shu's face changed a few times in a row. Indeed, if Luo Xian balked at the fact that he had injured him, and made a big deal of it, the saints stepped in. It's also true that Luo Xian was injured, and the hierarchy definitely can't get around the compensation. But he was still upset. I really didn't do it. How come no one believes it? This guy Zhao Gongming directly roared, Wen Shu, are you going to pay for it? If you don't pay for it, I'll rob your magic treasure to pay for it after I beat you up. I am ing. Zhao the Master is still as arrogant as ever. The gnarled immortal said impatiently, what's the point of talking so much nonsense? Let's fight. Beat him up and he'll be honest. Wen Shu looked flustered, and quickly said, don't do it, I compensate. Me for it or not? Who called the two not weaker than his own big man eyeing the tiger, beat and then compensation in direct compensation, which is the lesser of the two, he is still distinguishable. This is my hierarchy's jade clear pill, although it is not as good as the 9 turns golden pill, it is still on par with the Western sect's transitional golden pill. Zhao Gongming took the bottle and saw that there was only one jade clear pill in it, and immediately said angrily, just one? My master Luo is so seriously injured, it takes the 9 revolutions golden pill to treat him well. You just give a jade clear pill, that's nothing, you're sending a beggar away? The gnarled immortal held the spirit-shattering cone in his hand and was impatient. Senior brother Zhao, let's do it. Nia Yun looked at the green-faced exploding head and secretly bellyached. This gnarled fairy is so damn straight. Don't. I have 2 more. Wen Shu hurriedly took out 2 jade clear dawn again and threw them over. Zhao Gongming was satisfied and put them away, and just wanted to speak. The gnarled immortal, however, jumped ahead of him. It's not enough, 3 jade clear pills can't even be exchanged for the 9 transformation golden pill. Bring your sitting green lion along with you, so that's almost enough. Nia Yun came to a sudden realization and almost forgot about it. This green lion and the gnarled immortal are of the same clan. Earlier, he purposely asked Luo Xian to bring along the gnarled head immortal when he shook the people. It was to pull the hatred to come, and he almost forgot about it himself. When Nia Yun saw Manjushri riding a green lion earlier in the day, he recalled that in his previous life, when the Interceptor sect was overthrown in the god-feuding catastrophe, the gnarled-headed immortal, one of the 7 immortals that accompanied him, was taken under the wing of the Western sage and given to Manjushri to use as his mount. That is, in the journey to the west, the green lion, one of the 3 major demons of the lion's camel ridge. Now it seems, Wen Shu this guy is on the green lion is obsessed with, as early as in the hierarchy of the time to get a golden immortal cultivation of the green lion as a mount. Chapter 157, Exposure? I'll just say it off the top of my head. You guys? Wen Shu was burning with rage. These people were simply morally corrupt. He had endured the pain of taking out 3 jade clear dawn as compensation, but he still wanted his own mount? If this can be tolerated, what can't be tolerated? The gnarled immortal immediately raised the spirit-shattering cone. Senior brother Zhao, if we can't get a deal, let's just do it. Don't. I'll give it, okay? It's not a bad idea to be a little more tolerant when it's intolerable. If you get beaten up, you'll be robbed of everything. And take a beating for nothing. Manjushri released the restraints on the green lion, which immediately wagged its tail and walked towards the gnarled immortal. No talent, I'll clean you up when I get back. Green lion lowered his head in aggravation. Old ancestor. You think I want to be Manjushri's mount? Isn't it impossible to fight? If I don't get a ride, I'll be demon hunted. What can I do? I'm helpless, too. Wen Shu gritted his teeth and said, should you let me go now? Zhao Gongming and the gnarled immortal exchanged glances. then looked at Luo Xian. Senior brother Luo, what do you think?
Luo Xian was just about to open his mouth when he received Nie Yun's voice transmission and instantly cried out. Two senior brothers, my magic treasure was also shattered, my divine crow pot.
What?
Zhao Gongming blackened his face, this Manjushri was really ruthless. Old thief Wenshu, this matter is not over, you must compensate my senior brother's magic treasure, or you won't be able to leave today.
Wenshu became furious, when did I break his magic treasure? Don't spit blood, just now he was clearly holding it out ready to take on the enemy. Oh ho! Can't talk about it, let's do it. So Manjushri had to submit again under the angry gaze of the two burly men. This item is an innate spiritual treasure, the binding rope of immortality, is it enough to compensate you?
Manjushu teeth are gritted, bundle of immortality rope is one of the few magic treasures in his hand that can be taken out, but now he was wrongly accused and had to take out his compensation. Damn it, thieves of the Interceptor sect, just wait, I, Manjushri, will take back this debt sooner or later.
An innate spiritual treasure?
Luo Xian's excitement flickered, he only had one innate spiritual treasure god Crowpot, did not expect to be able to blackmail one now.
This bumper sticker is so damn cool.
Zhao Gongming watched Luo Xian nod his head towards him before he put away the sea-fixing god pearl. You can leave, but I'm warning you, the next time you dare to bully my Interceptor disciples and I know about it, I won't be so nice.
Next time? Next time we won't know who's bad to talk to. Manjushri snorted coldly and stepped into the air.
When Wenshu was far away, Luo Xian wiped the blood off his face and stood up, alive and well, with no sign of injury. With Zhao Gongming and the gnarled immortal's jaws on the ground, Luo Xian told the story.
Puffing. Ha ha.
Wenshu, this old man, you also have today. The two did not blame Luo Xian, but instead felt doubly comfortable. The hierarchy has always looked down on the Interceptors, and if it weren't for the Tongtian sage's pressure, the immortals of the Interceptors would have long been drying out with the hierarchy's disciples. And now that they were able to pit the hierarchy, Zhao Gongming and the others were exceptionally happy.
Brother Nya, it's still you who has a good brain.
This time, when Wenshu goes back, he'll definitely be crying in the toilet. Zhao Gongming squeezed his eyebrows and laughed, hee. I think Brother Nya's plan is very good, why don't we work together? Find some more people to pit, and then there will still be a shortage of pills and magic treasures? The gnarled immortal's heart was greatly moved, even innate spiritual treasures could be pitted out, perhaps innate supreme treasures were not impossible.
I see that it is feasible. All right. Nie Yun was speechless, these few goods had gotten a taste of sweetness.
But touch porcelain is not anyone can touch, you have to have the strength and background, otherwise you have to be second to the dregs or not left. This time, when he touched Wenshu, it was because Nie Yun was upset when he noticed that the Demon Emperor let Wenshu go, which was why he dared to bring Luo Xian to do so. At that time, even if the hierarchy came to his door and theorized, the Demon Emperor would still protect him. But it's hard to say about bumper stickers for other people. He wasn't a core disciple of the Interceptor sect like Shosho Xian or Zhao Gongming, who had saints behind them.
Ahem.
This matter I am just passing by, it has nothing to do with me, you cannot slander me.
I can't afford the hierarchy's retaliation.
The three of them immediately snapped out of it, they weren't afraid if there were no saints in the heavenly court, but Nie Yun was.
Got it. We got it.
Luo Xian greeted him with a smile and directly shoved the immortal binding rope to Nie Yun. You deserve the most credit for this matter, this item should rightfully belong to you, for the remaining 3 jade clear pills, I will share one with senior brother Zhao and senior brother Chiao, what do you think? Although Luo Xian also wanted it, he was also aware that Nie Yun had managed to get an innate spiritual treasure with a little trickery, so didn't that mean he could also get an innate supreme treasure? What was an innate spiritual treasure? The innate supreme treasure was the ultimate pursuit, and as for the chaotic spiritual treasure, that was completely unthinkable. This isn't good, is it? Nie Yun pretended to push back, of course he wanted the innate spiritual treasure, he still didn't have a few treasures in his hands. Brother Nya, don't be polite, if it wasn't for you, this mouth on the Hierophantism has been accumulated for a long time, the bad chi has not had the opportunity to get out of it, but also can have jade clear dan take, simply earn a lot. Zhao Gongming was extremely satisfied, thinking that it would be even better if Nie Yun could become his brother-in-law. With his brain, he's sure to make a fortune in the future. In that case, I'll be polite. Nie Yun neatly put away the immortal binding rope and offered his farewell. Gotta get out of here. If Manjushri gets upset and comes back with men to kill, it won't be pretty.
By the way, several brothers, if you want to earn some favors, I suggest that you keep an eye on the hierarchy in Western Sect Mountain Gates. The hierarchy's Pushian real person reincarnated in the lion's camel ridge knows all about it, doesn't it? I guess the others reincarnated by the hierarchy in the Western Sect will appear one after another, and by then they will all be busy bringing the reincarnated people back, and on the way they will happen to injure you all. Although Nyayun didn't finish his sentence, the three of them understood, and all of a sudden, their eyes lit up in unison. Yeah. They were busy bringing people back. If they were delayed and someone else got there first, how would they explain to the sages when they got back? I'm just saying, don't take it seriously, guys. Farewell. The three gave an I get it look. This is a good show. I'll see how the hierarchy in the Western Sect can still mess things up. Originally, the hierarchy in the Western Sect were at loggerheads already, but if Zhao Gongming and the others intervened again, they would definitely make the hierarchy in the Western Sect burnt to a crisp. Why don't we make a side trip to reincarnation and ask where Inu Ganglai's reincarnation is? This relationship of the human religion has to be set up early in case something happens. But first send the bundle of immortal rope back to the place of the body before going to reincarnation. If the river Styx, the treacherous person jumped out to cut me once again, that hard work to touch the porcelain to get the innate spiritual treasure can be cheaper than that treacherous person. With that in mind, Nyayun quickly headed towards the heavenly court. Zhao Gongming and the three of them left one after another after plotting for a while with furrowed brows. Even Luo Xian didn't follow Nyayun back to the heavenly court. He was now busy making a fortune. Shortly after a few people left, a graceful silhouette slowly emerged from the void, gritting her teeth as if she couldn't wait to eat someone alive. This means is the same as that shameless person, and lie to me that you are not the great military master, that shameless person? When I finish the Heavenly Emperor's Protectorate, I'll go back and make you look good. Chapter 158. As soon as I came in, I saw Chang Wei calling Fook. In the heavenly court, in the hall of the Demon Emperor. A burst of unrestrained laughter resounded throughout the Demon Emperor's hall, causing the heavenly soldiers on guard around them to look at each other in disbelief. What's going on here, Your Majesty? Who knows, a while ago he was either smashing chairs or lifting tables, now he's suddenly changed to laughing. Hush. Keep your voices down, do you guys not want to die? If the chief garden manager hears you, he'll have to catch you on the immortal beheading platform and boil you to feed the dogs. What do you mean by that? Looking down on dogs? A dog demon heavenly soldier glared angrily. Inside the temple. Di Jun's mouth was crooked to the back of his head, and his body just revealed one word: cool. The 12 golden immortals of the hierarchy you also have today? Ha ha. Is worthy of being my good emperor's son-in-law, deep in my heart. In the Haotian mirror in front of Di Jun was the very scene where Nyayun brought Luo Xian to victimize Wen Shu. Di Jun, who was in control of the Haotian mirror, naturally detected that Nyayun and Luo Xian were at the Wen Yanmar tribe, and he was curious as to how Nyayun had gotten to the Wen Yanmar tribe, and he hadn't seen him write about it in his diary. With the Qin Yuan demon saint's side basically stabilized, Di Jun simply used the Haotian mirror to pursue Nyayun, not expecting to see that scene. I don't dare to do anything to Wen Shu in consideration of Yuan Shi's face. But if Wen Shu was pitched a handful of times by a disciple of the Interceptor sect, then I can't be blamed. TSK. This dog thing shady, really a set of things. Is it that I give him too few opportunities to show? A great military division position. It seems that this guy is also deep in the house, rarely come out to manage things. Di Jun secretly wondered if he should raise the position of the water god upwards, so that his main body could personally take power in order to go out and wreak havoc. Ahem. How can you say it's a scourge? It's a merit for the heavenly court. Ha! This dog came back to the heavenly court for one trip. Why did he go out again? What does he want to do again? Wait. Where he went? The sea of underworld blood? No good. Di Jun's face changed drastically and he couldn't sit still any longer, immediately dodging away. In the meantime, Nyayun's doppelganger crossed into the underworld, and just as he entered, he saw huge waves above the sea of blood, the morose red seawater stirring in every direction, rolling up waves that slapped against the border of the underworld. What's going on? Is not the river Styx this treacherous person in what moths? How to make it look like the end is coming? The underworld blood sea, that was the land of the Stygian ancestor, harboring hundreds of millions of blood god sons deep within. It could be said that the sea of blood was the essence of the old man of the river Styx, and now that the sea of blood was churning, could it not remind people of the old man of the river Styx? Sage Junti, this matter really has nothing to do with me. What do you want me to say to believe it?
Old ancestor Styx's heaven-shaking voice resounded throughout the underworld, and his voice was still filled with shock and anger.
Unrelated? Then what's the matter with my Western sex reincarnation of 3 bodhisattvas in a row in South Juniper State?
The reincarnation of my Western sect disciples was all handled by you. If you didn't intentionally cause trouble for the Western sect, who else could it be?
You who? How dare you resist?
Nyayan watched dumbfounded as a monstrous Buddha hand smashed the river Styx into the sea of blood, causing the sea of blood to tumble once more.
I'm ing. As soon as I came in, I saw Chang Wei beating up Fu. Bah! Sage Shuanti is beating up old man Styx?
Immediately, Nyayan was happy that Styx, the treacherous man, had been sanctioned.
Call you arrogant.
Told you to play hard to get. I told you to chop my split.
Nyayan was so regretful. Had he known that the sage had come so early, he should have brought along the prepared popcorn and enjoyed watching Chang Wei violently beat up Fu. It's a shame. It's a shame.
The sea of blood bulged, and the river Styx coalesced out of it again. This time, Styx evoked the 12-pin Karma Fire Lotus platform, and behind him hovered the 2 swords of Abi-Un-Tu, with a murderous aura.
Saint Junti, do you take me to be your Western sex dog to whip at will?
In an instant, killing intent poured out from the 2 Abi-Un-Tu swords, agitating the entire blood sea to follow suit. Nyayan stared deathly at the duo above the sea of blood.
Yes, yes, yes.
Just do it. If you don't dare to make a move, Laozi looks down on you.
You're the old ancestor of the river Styx. What's wrong with claiming that the sea of blood doesn't dry up, that the river Styx doesn't die, and that saints don't die? Do as you are told. Nyayan almost shouted out. The more ferociously Styx and Juandi ed, the happier he was.
Suddenly, a green light flew from the void and smashed directly on top of the abyssal Yuan-Tu 2 swords. The 2 killing supreme treasures were directly smashed out and fell into the sea of blood.
That green light. Looks like a green color as if it were.
At the same time, a terrifying fist seal descended from the sky, whacking Styx into the sea of blood once again.
Ah! Sage of the beginning. You! Nyayan was stunned beyond measure when he heard Styx's fearful cry. Sage Yuan sure is here too? Coming together? It seems to be true that when Junti has found his way into the wheel of reincarnation, how can Yuan sure lag behind? Thus, Nyayan saw that Styx had just coalesced his body from the sea of blood when he was slapped to pieces by Junti. Then it gathered again, and was shattered again by a punch from the first. So on and so forth. The 2 great saints came as if they had an agreement: you punched and I slapped. Styx, on the other hand, was completely beaten into self-imposed isolation. You guys? Bang! Wait! Pat! Don't! Bang! This was done a dozen times, and even the onlooking Nyayan couldn't help but pity Styx, being beaten by 2 saints as if they were sandbags. It's simply too bad. It's too bullying. At the end of the fight, Styx directly did not condense the body, deepen the sea of blood to become a blood god's son. If you can't mess with me, you can't hide from me? Now Junti was not going to do it. Styx, hurry up and get out, or don't blame me for draining your blood sea. Yuanshur also coldly hummed, I would like to see today if you are really the sea of blood that will not be extinguished, and you Styx river that will not die. As he spoke, the chaotic spiritual treasure triple treasure Rui had already crossed the sky. Junti was not to be outdone and brought out the 7 treasure wonderful tree as well. Is this going to up Styx? Nyayan's eyes widened as it seemed that the Western sect and the hierarchy were truly enraged. Right, this is clearly counting the Western Church and hierarchy mutual strangulation, which if other saints counting, hierarchy and Western Church will tolerate, but this is the river Styx engaged in things, but also not much good for him. Can Junti and Yuan sure endure? Saints don't want to lose face? You guys don't bully people too much. Styx's voice was filled with panic. He was the one who claimed that the sea of blood would not be destroyed and the river Styx would not die. But for saints, draining the sea of blood is not difficult. Even if he destroys him Styx, the saint will have to carry a great karma, but if it is 2 saints, then this karma can be enough to share, and may not dare to do it. So what if I bully you? The primordial sage snorted coldly, the momentum of the 3 treasures Rui coalescing unabated, and the entire sea of blood began to tremble violently under the pressure of the chaotic spiritual treasure. Even the chakras on the corners of the sea of blood began to tremble. Styx was scared out of his wits. The second saint really wanted to kill him? The heart was terrified and suffocated at the same time. If he really did something to apologize to the hierarchy and the Western sect, he would admit it. But it's not like you've done anything. Just eating hot pot and singing songs, and suddenly you're robbed by marijuana bandits. Who can I talk to? Chapter 159, The Position of the 10 Temples of Hades, the Underestimated Hotu. Nyeon also felt his mouth go dry. The second saint really wouldn't want to up sticks, would he? This is an existence on the same level as Emperor June, and can be said to be the strongest group of people under the saints in the flood. Getting ed by a saint just because of his own little secret maneuver? Nyeon didn't feel any guilt, and this treacherous man wasn't a good person anyway. Indeed, no matter what level of force is reached, as long as it is not invincible, then the brain should always be put in the first place, otherwise the cultivation is no longer high, but also cannot escape the fate of being counted. Nyeon didn't realize that he was already moving farther and farther down the road of engaging in conspiracies. On the other side, Styx felt the killing intent of the two saints and completely panicked. Lady Hershen, help! In Styx's heart, although he was now at the head of the 10 temples of hell, he still looked down on Hotu. I always feel that Hotu's witnessing is a lucky break, but it is only a small ancestral witch. What is the qualification to lead the teachings above himself? But at this moment, he had to put down the condescension in his heart and ask for help towards Hotu. Because saints can only be defeated by saints. Fellow Taoists, can you give me face and release Styx? The holy light shone, slowly outlining a holy fairy. A long white dress with a fluttering sleeve. That universal saintly Tao rhythm was like the savior of the entire heaven and earth, and the tumbling sea of blood instantly became incomparably calm. The stunning face carried a compassion for all living beings that unconsciously generated respect from within. Hotu's saintly appearance is becoming clearer and clearer. Nyeon sighed inwardly, thinking that when Hotu had just witnessed the Tao, he just felt lofty and unfathomable. And at this moment, Nyeon truly felt the Tao rhythm belonging to Hotu. With my own strength, I would like to be a bridge for the reincarnation of the living beings and help the world with compassion. Yuanshur and Junti stopped in unison and put away their respective magic treasures, as if they were just waiting for Hotu to arrive. Greetings to fellow Daoist Pingshin. The two saluted. When Styx first took charge of the position of King of Yama, he was unfamiliar with the rules of reincarnation, and it was inevitable that there would be some mistakes. The two of you have taught a lesson. The river Styx also knows where his own mistakes are. I hope that the two of you will be generous and leave him to continue to work for the well-being of the living world. How? Styx, why don't you apologize to the second saint? Styx River coalesced his body out of the sea of blood, a struggling look on his face. Being driven by the later earth in this manner, he, who was arrogant by nature and looked down on the later earth, was extremely uncomfortable in his heart. However, seeing the unkind look on the second saint's face, he could only honestly bow and cuddle his fists to apologize. I'm sorry, it's my negligence in handling things. I hope you two saints will forgive me. When Junti and Yuanshur saw this, their faces looked much better. Yuanshur said in a cold voice, since fellow Taoist Ping Xin has stepped forward, I will give her this face. However, the reincarnated disciples of the hierarchy must be set right, and I don't want to cause any more misunderstandings with the Western sect. Nice. Junti echoed. They are all a little afraid in their hearts. Just before, the two bodhisattvas of the Western Church reincarnated in Nanzanbuzu, the powerful visions attracted the attention of the hierarchy, and when the Western Church went to collect the people, the two bodhisattvas were in the hierarchy to hold a ceremony to pay homage to the master. It led to a near fight between the two religions, and it was called even. The key did not take 2 days. The hierarchy's Guangchengzi reincarnated at the foot of the Spirit Mountain. This time it is even more directly led to the hierarchy in the Western Church to fight, and finally even the saints have been alarmed. The three saints are not cuties. And with a combined effort guessed that it was the reincarnation that had gone wrong. That's why there was the matter of Junti and Yuanshur arriving at the wheel of reincarnation to violently beat up the river Styx. Hotu sighed softly, her face apologizing, your disciples have jumped into the reincarnation channel, and there is no way to reverse it. If you don't believe me, you can check for yourselves to see if you can reverse the power of reincarnation. The two saints were silent. Others didn't know, but as saints they knew very well the terror of the power of reincarnation. It was an existence comparable to the heavenly Tao, and I was afraid that only the Tao ancestor had the possibility of reversing the power of reincarnation. As for other saints, even Hotu, the controller of reincarnation, was afraid that he wouldn't be able to do it. Junti said indignantly, fellow Daoist Pingshin, we'll give you face, but you'll have to give us an explanation for this matter. It's not so bad that what Styx River made, almost brewed a great war between the hierarchy and the Western Church, you also have the responsibility of using people who do not pay attention to the responsibility. Can't let the loss of our two religions, a little bit of compensation, right? The meaning is very clear, what has been done cannot be changed. But you give a little bit of favor, so we can all save face. Ho2 lowered her eyebrows at Styx. Styx was secretly indignant. He was beaten up, not to mention that he had to lose his belongings to dents them. Today is simply the darkest day since the opening of the heavens. He didn't think that Ho2 would help him dispatch the two saints. After all, his relationship with Ho2 was far from the point where Ho2 would righteously defend him. Styx gritted his teeth and was just about to take out something to compensate the two saints when he heard Ho2 faintly say, "My origin is clear to you, and with no body, I have only the wheel in my hand. How about this? I make the decision to let you Western sect and Hierophant sect each send one person to serve as the position of the 10 temples of Yama, to earn merit and virtue, and also count as my compensation to you. What do you two think?" Styx River froze. He did not expect Ho2 to take it on all by herself, and his heart was vaguely touched. He knew very well that if the wheel of reincarnation had not been established in his own land, Ho2 would never have given himself the position of Yen Luo, and these positions were prepared for the witch race. And when future Earth actually took out two positions to level the playing field for himself, Styx's heart didn't feel good. Maybe I should recognize the reality that a saint is a saint. Yuanshur and Junti's eyes lit up. The position of the 10 temples of hell, it wasn't that they hadn't thought about it. But it was something of the Queen's Earth, and they couldn't fight for it. Now that you can actually acquire a seat, it's an unending source of merit-making machines. Who wouldn't want that? Definitely a surprise. Available. Good. Ho2 nodded. Then you send someone. I will make the arrangements. Thanks a lot. The two saints revealed a smile and turned around just as they were about to leave, but their gazes looked towards the edge of the sea of blood in unison. Ha! This sun is interesting, a bilocation. He. Looks like the heavenly court also has ideas about reincarnation. The two saints' fingers had been blocked by the river map and Luo book, so they naturally understood where Nyayun was coming from. Then he stopped caring and turned away. Reincarnation was Ho2's territory, and it wasn't their turn to worry about it. Nyayun was startled as well, his heart already in his throat when he sensed the saint looking at him, thinking that the saint was going to him. Seeing the two saints leave, Nyayun breathed a sigh of relief as his gaze turned to Ho2. What a brilliant tactic! I've actually invisibly become a pawn in the hands of Ho2's. I'm afraid that Junti and Yuanshur couldn't even dream of how much the two 10 temples Yama positions would affect them. It seems that everyone has underestimated this newly minted saint, Ho2's. Nyayun sucked in a breath, thinking back to when he had first met Ho2 in the heavenly court. He had only thought of her as an ethereal fairy who liked to be quiet and didn't ask questions about the world. Until now. Chapter 160, Your Highness, you're playing with fire. Styx River looked deeply at Ho2, as if he had made some sort of decision, and arched his hand in a deep bow towards Ho2. Thank you, my lady, my self-family, no need to be polite. I have guests to entertain, so go and nurse your wounds. Ho2 turned to leave. Styx looked at reincarnation quietly, his mind complex. He originally thought that the Empress Dowager would take the opportunity to recruit himself and work under her. However, he realized that he was wrong again, and that Ho2 did not take the opportunity to make any demands on him. Could it be that I have lived in the sea of blood for so long that I am not too familiar with the human condition of the current flood? Styx began to wonder about life. On the void beyond the sea of blood, Dijun secretly sighed in relief as he watched from the Haotian mirror that Nyayun hadn't been affected. The reason he hurried here was because he was afraid that Nyayun would accidentally be blown to dregs by the might of a saint's strike. This dog goes to the sea of blood, and doesn't pick a time, just your little body. Can you withstand a saint's strike? But when this guy goes to reincarnation, is he a real body or a doppelganger? Previously, he had been able to spy on Nyayun's true form on Mount Sumeru, but just now, when he tried to probe Nyayun, he suddenly realized that Mount Sumeru suddenly had an additional layer of array power on it, and even he, as a sub-saint, couldn't spy on Mount Sumeru anymore. If it wasn't for the fear of exposing the diary, Emperor Jun would have gone to Mount Sumeru to get a glimpse of what was going on. This startled him, and he came over in a hurry. The main thing is that this dog's doppelganger, even I can't tell the real from the fake. Nyayun wasn't even a Dowlord, the formation he made was able to isolate himself from detection, and the doppelganger couldn't even tell if it was real or fake, so who the hell was a sub-saint? Jun began to doubt life. No, I have to think of a way to do it. It can't be that in the future, when this dog goes in and out of the heavenly court, I have to keep a secret eye on it, right?
On the other hand, just as Hotu dissipated, Nyayun felt himself being lifted up by an invisible force. Before he could react, he realized that he was already in a large dark hall. Right in front of the main hall, Hotu's holy light shone brightly and was looking at him. Nyayun hurriedly saluted, "Greetings to Empress Pingshin." Hotu said, "You are once again in the wheel of reincarnation. Is it that you want to throw yourself into another door? If so, I can ask Chiyu to give up the position of Thingdu Emperor, and you will be in charge of reincarnation." "I'm ing. Tempting me now?" It seemed that Hotu had already guessed that she had insight into everything. He was right in thinking that Hotu was really unfathomable. Nyayun laughed bitterly. "I admire your majesty's ability. I thought that when you came to ask about the reincarnation of my two sex disciples, you just wanted to export your anger, but I didn't expect. You didn't think that I would take the opportunity to give the hierarchy in the Western sect the position of the 10 temples of Yama, and intervene them in the wheel of reincarnation, did you? Nice. And do you know why?" Nyayun took a deep breath. "The mother wants the witch race to re-enter the flood." A shocked look flickered across Hotu's face, and to be honest, she indeed hadn't expected that Nyayun would have already gained insight. This son's intelligence is almost demonic. Jun is really lucky to have this son's help. It seems I have underestimated you. Nyayun, come to reincarnation and help me. My reincarnation can be controlled by you, and at the same time, I promise that within 1,000,000 years, I will do my best to help you certify as a sub-saint, will you? A saint? What realm is that? This was the first time Nyayun had ever heard of it, and all he knew was that it was quasi-saints and then saints. What's a Yashin? A half-step saint? Seeing his confusion, Hotu explained, sub-saints are the realm between quasi-saints and saints, and can be considered the strongest under saints. Associate saints chop 3 corpses to prove the perfection of the Tao. Then you need to use the power of merit and virtue, cohesion of merit and virtue golden body. From now on, all laws do not invade, the heavenly Tao pro-favorable, you can use the golden body of merit and virtue to drive some of the heavenly Tao's power to kill the enemy, not the same realm of the sub-saints, and saints can't be enemy of the. This is also the reason why so many paragon perfection powerhouses in the flood today are still active in the flood, striving for the great power of merit. Nappy. So great? Nyayun recalled when he was on the shores of the Eastern Sea, that mysterious Mr. Beaver had smashed the body of Eastern Sea Dragon King Aochin with a single slap. Could that be the sub-saint? That. Nyang Yang, are there many sub-sacred powerhouses in the flood? Nyayun asked cautiously. No more than the number of 20. Only 20? Nyayun bristled. It seemed like the 3,000 disciples of the Purple Heavenly Palace who listened to the Tao weren't allowed to do anything. How many years has it been, and they haven't even gotten to a sub-saint? Hotu was dumbfounded. The merits of the flood are just that much, and the saints want to compete and strengthen their respective Tao. Although the paramount saints are strong, how many of them can compete with the saints? Streams such as Jun, Tai, and the deceased ancestral witches of the witch race are simply too few. It seems to be true, but whenever great merit and great fortune appear, there is absolutely no shortage of saints. This is basically being monopolized. Those who can take food from the mouth of a tiger are definitely powerful beings. Nyayun couldn't help but admire Jun. A few more points, this guy was able to get the heavenly court to press down on the sage sect, and he was completely awesome to the heavens. How's that? My terms are not low. Even if Styx were to throw himself at my feet, I wouldn't offer such high terms. Yo! So I'm worth something, yeah? All more expensive than that treacherous man from Styx? Your Highness, old man Styx is also a sub-saint? No, he's only a half-step sub-saint, his merit is too little. Dry. I thought that this treacherous person was the topmost existence under the flood saints, and after half a day's mess, this guy is still in the second echelon. Simply pull across. Where are the Celestial Emperor and the Eastern Emperor? Jun is a sub-saint, but Tai isn't. Tai is a half-step sub-saint just like Styx. Nyayun was instantly offended. This guy Styx didn't even give face to Demon Emperor Laodang in the first place, and thought he could outfox Demon Emperor Laodang. You can't beat the Demon Emperor and you're still so arrogant. Deserved a descending blow from the saints. Nyayun just felt that this guy, Styx, just owed a beating. How? Do you want to join me? As for Jun's side, I will speak personally. Hotu's eyes showed anticipation. Although she was able to plan for the witch clan, she couldn't get out of the wheel of fortune, and she still lacked a smart executor. Nyayun was undoubtedly the most suitable and the one she trusted the most. If she had Nyayun's help, she was 80% certain that the sorcerer race would return to the floodlands. Nyayun's heart was incomparably struggling. This was a step up to heaven. Sub-sage, that was a lifelong pursuit for cultivators. Moreover, if you follow Hotu, it is like a saint's shelter, and you can rest on your laurels. If it had been placed before, Nyayun would have definitely chosen to become the good boy that Hotu sat down on without a second thought. But now, Your Majesty, you're playing with fire. What the hindmost earth is about to do is more than play with fire. People's enemies are people, the demon race, the Western religion, the three religions, or the heavenly court. But Hotu's enemy is the flood heavenly Tao. The witch race was extinguished as a substitute for consuming the calamity chi during the great calamity of the heavenly Tao. In other words, the witch race was lost by the heavenly Tao. Now that the witch race wanted to come back, wasn't that slapping the heavenly Tao in the face and going against it? This kind of high-end game, even if I am invited to play as a support, it's too much to look down on me, isn't it? Chapter 161, Solicitation from Hotu, Earth Store entering reincarnation. While others didn't know, Nyayun was very clear. The Wu clan would eventually fail and be liquidated by the heavenly Tao. As a result, the only remaining incense about the witch race in later generations was all wiped clean by the heavenly Tao, and they only existed in mythological stories. As for Hotu, Nyayun had always had a guess. The heavenly Tao cannot liquidate the hindmost earth. Among the 7 saints in the previous life, which one of them had not been blemished by Hongjun, except for Hotu? The demon heavenly court was overthrown and Hongjun pressed Nuwa. In the God-sealing cataclysm, Tongtian was directly imprisoned in the purple heavenly palace, and fed the meteoric sacred elixir. The rise of the Western Church, marijuana bags jacked hierarchy so many people. If it is not Hongjun's support, Yuanshi shall not just die Western 2 saints? As for Taishan basically doesn't care. Not to mention the 2 Western saints. So all indications are that just Hotu has not been educated by Hongjun. Dry. By the time the witch race loses the war, you all pat your asses and leave, letting me answer the calamity to top the tank? This is what people do. No, you can't easily get involved in such a dangerous bureau without being absolutely safe. Nyayun made a deep bow towards Hotu, full of apologies. Thank you for your love, Your Highness. The Heavenly Emperor has been so gracious to me that I really can't leave him behind. What's more, if you throw yourself into the Queen's command, you're bound to be an enemy of the Heavenly Emperor. If I did that, I'm sure the Empress would not be able to trust me. How can a villain who is capricious and capable of enmity be trusted? Your Majesty should find someone else. Hotu was helpless, and the reason Nyayun gave out was really impossible to refute. If Nyayun had defected to her straight away, she really wouldn't have dared to place complete trust in him. It's a pity. If I had known of your ability earlier, and knew what would happen to the witch race, why would I be here? Earlier? Nyayun secretly disdained it, so what if he knew? I know all about it, but I've only reached the late golden immortal stage. Oh. Post-Earth is different, people are saints and can change so much. Ugh. How did I not cross over to become a bigot? If you cross over to become a big brother, you will directly cut off the opportunity of the Hotu witnessing the Tao, and in one step, you will be able to get away from the world of man from now on. It was simply awesome. Nyayun once again bowed respectfully. Don't worry, Your Highness, I'll keep my mouth shut about this matter, not to mention that I won't get involved in the fight with the witch race, I'll remain neutral. Have to show the attitude, otherwise the latter earth a displeasure, will he this potential unstable factor to be chopped on the spot, then there is no place to cry. Hotu was a bit amused. This kid was afraid that he would feel that he was a threat to his own scheming and thus try to kill him. The great trend of heaven and earth is not something that can be changed by 1 or 2 talented and wise people. If that were the case, there would not be so many saints, only 1 or 2 would suffice. No harm done, since you are a member of the heavenly court, you should serve the heavenly court, I don't mind. If it's because of you that the sorcerer race is unable to return to the flood, then the sorcerer race has no qualifications to survive in the flood. Look at that. That's the vigor of a saint. That's the temperament of a saint. Nyayun can't help but feel a bit more reverence for Hotu. If it were a guy, someone named Nya would want to become brothers with you right away. If it's a woman. Cough. Many thanks, Your Highness. Your Highness has a broad chest and 4 C's, I admire you. By the way, there's one more thing I want to trouble Your Highness on this trip. I wonder if Your Highness can tell me where the pig gang lie of the human sect was reincarnated? Hotu's eyes showed a strange color. You have a grudge against him? No. No. As Hotu looked at Nyayun's squirming appearance, she instantly understood a few things.
Hee hee, you're far-reaching in your scheming, even the human sect wants to pull a few cents. It seems that the Hierophant sect, the Interceptor sect, and even the Western sect, all have your people, right? Nya Yun was embarrassed. That. Nyang Yang also knows that the trees in the heavenly court are big, and I had to leave a retreat just in case. This woman. Didn't anyone tell you that it's easy for no one to like you when you're too smart? Ho-Tu pursed her lips. Is that why you're leaving everything to chance? The Emperor Jun has married his daughter to you, you still think about where to run after the destruction of the heavenly court. If Emperor Jun knew, I'm afraid he'd have to hang you for 10 or 8 years, and not necessarily relieve his hatred. Eastern Victory Divine Prefecture, Ari Country Tai Ching Sect, go find it yourself. Aurora? The name was a bit familiar, and I couldn't remember where it was for a while. It's just a matter of knowing the place, so you can find it. Thank you, Your Highness, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Hurry up and leave. Don't come easily in this round in the future. If this had a brain fart and pulled herself into a hard fight with her against the heavenly Tao, it would be a big problem. Ho-Tu shook her head and was just about to speak when she heard two voices coming from outside. I, Earth Store, have come to pay my respects to Mother Pingxin by order of the Sage Xuanti. I, the Hierophant Blessed True Immortal, have come by order of my teacher to pay my respects to Mother Pingxin. Nya Yun's pupil shrank as he looked outside the hall. It came so fast. How impatient were Junti and Yuanshi, who had just promised something and immediately sent someone. Is this because you're afraid of Ho-Tu's backtracking? They don't know that meddling with reincarnation requires them to be embarrassed to stop the Ho-Tu when she plots against the witch race. This is Ho-Tu's reckoning. And farting around thinking you've made a fortune. Nya Yun was already powerless to spit. The corners of Ho-Tu's mouth hooked into a smile. There you go. With a wave of Ho-Tu's hand, a force sent Nya Yun to the edge of the sea of blood. Nya Yun exhaled a long breath and, without stopping, directly jumped out of the underworld blood sea. He had only just appeared on the floodplains when the voice of the Earth Store resounded throughout the floodplains. I, Earth Store, feel the pain of the reincarnation of the 10,000 spirits of the flood, whose karma is added to their bodies and who are not allowed to have extreme happiness. I would like to incarnate into reincarnation and preside over the rules of reincarnation. I vow not to become a Buddha until the wheel of rebirth is empty. I, Earth Store, shall be the king of Qin Guang of the 10 temples of hell. Nya Yun directly froze when he heard this voice. Jizo for King Qin Guang? No, that's not the point. The point is that the wheel of rebirth is not empty, and you vow not to become a Buddha. Are you serious? Damn, Sage Junti is too shameless. Earth Store is just your bilocation, does it make sense to become a Buddha or not? That's a deliberately melodramatic wave, and those who don't know think you're so compassionate. In his previous life, he, Nya Yun, was the one who could not help but kowtow a few heads when he saw the Earth Store temple because of the Earth Store King's grand wish hell is not empty, and he will not become a Buddha. Right now it feels like, this Xuanti guy is tricking the old man into kowtowing, it's so worthless. As a saintly detachment, which Buddha of the Western religion can be compared? Buddha has to step aside. Just as Earth Store's voice had fallen, another loud voice resounded through the floodplains. My Hierophant Blessed True Immortal, Yun Zhongzi, feels that it is not easy for the living to be reincarnated, and that there should be rules for reincarnation. Therefore, I wish to enter the cycle of reincarnation and incarnate the rules of reincarnation to bless all beings. I, the Blessed True Immortal Yun Zhongzi, shall be the king of the Wheel of Fortune. Nya Yun's face was filled with an odd expression when he heard the voice. Hierophant Blessed True Immortal enters reincarnation to become a reincarnation king. Did this happen in the flood in a previous life? Chapter 162 Son of the Clouds, Emperor Jun's Plan. Celestial Court, Imperial Garden. Di Jun and Jin Yuanzi sat opposite each other. I can't imagine that Sage Yuanshi would release Yun Zhongzi to reincarnate as the reincarnation king. This will make it much easier for me to save him. Jin Yuanzi revealed a smile. Who are the Cloud Breathers? It was his dear friend Red Cloud Elder Ancestor who was reincarnated, and this Taoist name was still taken by the first sage himself, with the sole purpose of letting Jin Yuanzi know the true identity of Yun Zhongzi. The Red Cloud Elder Ancestor was the first Red Cloud incarnate in the innate sky, and the name Son of the Clouds was self-explanatory. Emperor Jun lightly twisted on being, faintly smiled, you can't think of it? Oh. But I have long anticipated. Because the hierarchy has no more suitable candidates. Jin Yuanzi froze, hearing something in Di Jun's words. What does that mean? The position of the 10 temples of Yama is of great merit and virtue, and it is also a card of the later earth. Since Ho-Tu was willing to take out a position for the hierarchy, only the 12 golden immortals of the hierarchy can hold it. Jin Yuanzi nodded, indeed. The hierarchy gained benefits and naturally had to take care of Ho-Tu's face. If a small shrimp was sent over to serve as the king of the Wheel of Fortune, then Ho-Tu was bound to not agree, and then the chickens might fly and the eggs might be lost. Di-Jun smiled coldly. In the Battle of Witch and Demon, 5 people including Guang Changzi fell into reincarnation. In the Battle of the Human City, Burning Lamp and Wenshu were injured, leaving only Cihang, Nanji, Yanzongzi, Huanglongjinjin, and Jade Tripodjinjin of the hierarchy's 12 golden immortals. The Nanji immortal Wang takes care of the affairs of the hierarchy, and is almost Yuan Shi's right-hand man, so he will not be sent to reincarnation. The Yellow Dragon realist's body is of the Dragon Clan, which is disliked by Yuan Shi, and since the Yellow Dragon realist has close dealings with the Dragon Clan, he is not trusted by Yuan Shi, and he will not be sent. The Jade Cauldron Master lives in deep seclusion and doesn't ask about worldly affairs, focusing on closed-door cultivation. Then the rest can only be chosen between Taoist Cihang and Yun Zhongzi. Speaking here, Di-Jun looked at Jin Yuanzi's wide eyes and said meaningfully, "It just so happens that my heavenly court saved Cihang Daorun once before, and I summoned her to do her a favor and not to go to reincarnation. Naturally she has no reason to refuse." Jin Yuanzi couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air as he met Di-Jun's smiling face. He is not a little cutie. Naturally, he heard what Di-Jun was saying. The fact that Yun Zhongzi was able to serve as the Turning Wheel King, all of which was manipulated by Di-Jun, could this not make him not be appalled? After all, that's manipulating the choices of the saints. No, if the Yun Zhongzi's entry into the Wheel of Reincarnation was manipulated by you, then how did you do the thing where Ho-Tu would take out the position of the 10 temples of Yanluo? Calculating and manipulating 2 saints, is Di-Jun that capable? Jin Yuanzi didn't believe it. Di-Jun smiled and said, "Forgive me for not being able to tell you this, it is a great secret of the heavenly court. I had said that I would help you rescue Yun Zhongzi from the hierarchy, and now the first step has been accomplished. The second step would be to allow the cloud to completely escape from the control of Yuan Shi in reincarnation." Ho-Tu took out the position of the 10 temples of hell, and that was what Di-Jun had guessed. Nye-Yun and Ho-Tu were secretly messing things up, and sooner or later, the hierarchy and the Western sect would find their way over there, and since we're all saints, how could we not give face? In that case, it's not at all problematic to say that the heavenly court manipulated the choices of the 2 saints. Jin Yuanzi froze, his heart 10,000 do not believe, but the facts, in front of him all point to the heavenly court, pointing to Emperor Jun. You. The words came to his lips, but Jin Yuanzi didn't know what to say. Shocked? Admired? Incredulous? In this moment, he realized that he had never really known the man in front of him. After a long time, Jin Yuanzi let out a long breath. "You're doing all this to get me to serve in the heavenly court?" The Red Cloud Old Ancestor was still killed by Emperor Jun, Tai, and Kunping in a joint effort, but now they were spending a great deal of effort to rescue the reincarnation of the Red Cloud Old Ancestor, and if it wasn't for him, Jin Yuanzi, could there be a second reason? Heaven is short of men. 4 short words caused Jin Yuanzi's heart to stifle a tremor. Having reached their realm, many things were no longer secrets. Emperor Jun's master of the heavenly court, and now there has been the trend of domination of the flood, under the hands of the masters like clouds, a lot of talent. Heaven is still short of people? If this was put in the flood, basically no one would believe it. But Jin Yuanzi believed because he knew what Di-Jun wanted to do. Jin Yuanzi was silent for a long time before he slowly spoke. "What will I get if one day you succeed? The danger of this matter is too high, just rescuing Yun Zhongzi this favor is not enough to make him Jin Yuanzi effective." Di-Jun shook his head. "The only thing that is attractive enough to reach a realm like yours and mine is the sage position. But I can't give you such a promise, I can only promise that if and when I succeed, I will carefully search for the saint's brokenness, and as to whether or not I can succeed in the end, I don't dare to guarantee it." Jin Yuanzi didn't say anything, got up and saluted towards Di-Jun, then turned into a rainbow and left. It was something he would have to ponder over, it was too dangerous after all. Is it too much of a rush? LOL. Di-Jun sighed softly. It wasn't that easy to completely subdue someone like Jin Yuanzi. However, Di-Jun was not in a hurry, he had one more chance, the time to completely let the clouds pose for Yuan Shi's control. Let Jin Yuanzi see his true ability, after all, that matter was too big, and no one wanted to end up dead. Buzz. Sensing that Nye-Yun's diary had been updated again, Jun immediately took it out to check. Two saints whacking sticks, a treacherous man, the scene is truly spectacular. I can't believe I didn't use my mana to coalesce down this kind of image at that time, what a blunder. Styx is a treacherous man. Now you know you're wrong, don't you? He dares to kill me, so what if he's a half-step saint? So what? You're still getting beaten up? Emperor Jun couldn't help but be speechless when he saw this. The dog is quite vindictive. Styx is also, you mess with who is not good, mess with this dog. This dog cultivation is not good, but the means is the wisdom. Even I have to be afraid of a few points. Emperor Jun can only for the river Styx silent sorrow. This time, although I had a good time watching it, it was also dangerous, and I was almost dragged over by Ho-Tu to do the heavenly Tao with her. Luckily I ran fast, alas. The After-Earth for the sake of the witch race is really worrying about it. Wanting to use the calamity of the human race to bring the witch race back to the flood. Unsurprisingly, the sorcerer race's return to the flood wasteland will be the time when the emperor of the human race descends into the world. Jun was instantly unsettled. Did Ho-Tu really dare to do this? To go against the heavenly Tao? Where did she get the courage? Not to mention her being a reincarnation saint, even if several saints were combined, they would not be able to resist the great power of the heavenly Tao. It won't be. Huda can't be that stupid. Isn't she afraid of the heavenly Tao descending punishment? Not afraid of the Tao ancestor asking for punishment? Jun didn't believe it 100 times, but now that he's even trying to pull Nye Yun in, the matter is almost 50% true. Otherwise Ho-Tu is just setting up reincarnation and recruiting Nye Yun to do what? Nye Yun lied? There's no need to lie in your diary as well. The emperor of the human race is the heavenly court for the protector of the Tao. If Ho-Tu really chooses that time to strike, then the heavenly court is bound to be involved. The sorcerer race still has the power to fight against today's heavenly court? The more Jun thought about it, the more unthinkable it became, and I should say there was no reason to believe it. No matter which way you look at it, there's no way the backwoods would do that. Chapter 163, Dragon Clan Aoshio, so ing rich. Jun continued to look down. The position of the key heavenly court is awkward. This is the calamity of the human race's test. The power of the heavenly court cannot enter directly, otherwise it will be subject to the backlash of the heavenly Tao. It is a pity that reincarnation is controlled by the After-Earth, and the reincarnation of heavenly immortal gods to the human race is bound to be known by the After-Earth. If I were the demon emperor Lao Dang, I would acquiesce to the intermarriage between the human and demon races, and then this group of people would be able to help the human race in name only. Forget it, why worry so much, it doesn't do me any good anyway. This is the end of the diary. Jun was in deep thought. Nye Yun was speaking in such a serious manner that even his heart was in a state of turmoil. Does Ho-Tu really have that much guts? If Ho-Tu really wanted to do this, how could she avoid the detection of the heavenly Tao? This dog has a point. Now that the human race has submitted to the heavenly court, allowing the human race and the demon race to intermarry will allow the human race to return to their hearts as soon as possible. That's something I hadn't thought of. The human race and the demon race intermarried. It seems that the human race has taken advantage of. In fact, only Emperor Jun knows clearly, this is not the human race rely on the demon race, but the demon race rely on the human race. He immediately called for Lugo and issued a royal decree. On Mount Sumeru, Nye Yun called for the red Shiri horse monkey. Pony, I have something I need you to do. The red Shiri horse monkey immediately perked up, his eyes burning. As the great god commands, I am bound to serve the great god with my liver and brain. Nye Yun was satisfied with the attitude of the red Shiri horse monkey. You immediately and quietly go to the Taiching sect of the Ari kingdom in the Eastern Victory Divine Prefecture to search for the reincarnated body of the second disciple of the human sect, Inu Ganglai, and when you find it, don't scare the snakes and come back to report to me. The line of humanism must be seized. It is the best of many retreats. After thinking about it, Nye Yun took out the immortal binding rope and bestowed it upon the red Shiri horse monkey. This is a long and dangerous journey to the Eastern Victory Divine Prefecture. This is an innate spiritual treasure binding immortal rope, so I will grant it to you for defense. If you want a horse to run, you have to feed it. And red Shiri monkey, this guy cultivation only Shenxian, this kind of cultivation is really not high. Do not run into a looter on the road of the golden immortal, to get to the red monkey brain. Akajiri horse monkey tremblingly received the binding rope of immortality with a mixture of delight and emotion. An innate spiritual treasure. A mana he couldn't even think of before. One's choice was right. Following the great god was not only unlimited in merit, but also rewarded with heavy treasures. He solemnly kowtowed towards Nyayun. Many thanks for the great god's reward. My little one swears that he will always be loyal to the great god in this life, and that if he has any second thoughts, the heavens and the earth will destroy him. Nyayun nodded his head in satisfaction. Although this guy was a bit of a tiger, he still knew what he was doing. Go on. Yes. As he watched the red shiri horse monkey leave in a huff, Nyayun was just about to turn around and head back to the grass hut when he heard Luji's voice. The Great Spirit. Nyayun was quite surprised when he looked at Lu Press, who had hurriedly arrived. After Lu Press landed on the ground, he glanced at the direction where the red shiri horse monkey had left in slight confusion. Great God, where is Pony going? Oh. I have a little thing, let him go out to do. What are you doing here with me if you're not staying at the Grand Warlord's residence? Sure enough, this guy, Red Shiri Horse Monkey, came back to steal business. Lu Pressure Heart secretly upset, made up his mind, in the future will be resident in Sumeru Mountain, the number one dogleg under the Great God, who do not want to shake the old man's position. He hemmed and hawed, Great God, the Dragon Clan sent someone to see you. Dragons? Want to see me? Nyayun felt puzzled. The Heavenly Court's declaration of war diatribe had been sent out, so what was the dragon race doing sending people to find themselves at this time? Infernal affairs? He is a water god with no real power. Even if he wants to rebel, even if he doesn't go to the demon saint, at least he has to find a heavenly god with real power. What are you looking for me for? Did it say what it was about? Didn't say. Nyayun pondered for a little while before turning toward Lu Press. Bring it here. He'd like to see what the dragons were up to. Not long after, Lu Press came leading a brocade-robed youth, who had a face like a crown of jade, sword eyebrows and starry eyes, different from the always arrogant dragons. This son is quite introverted in nature, and his cultivation has reached the middle stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Dragon Clan East Sea Dragon Palace Second Prince Aoshio, meet the water god. The second prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace? Osho? Nyayun raised an eyebrow. Who is Ao Guang to you? It's my big brother. The second son of the pretentious dragon? I don't think I've ever heard of this character in my previous life. Think about it, the previous life of the dragon family on the Four Seas Dragon King came out to show his face. The rest of the dragon family basically has no reputation, do not recognize as normal. Nyayun asked bluntly, what did you come to see me about? Ao Shodao, some time ago the dragon family and the heavenly court in the East China Seacoast made a little unpleasant. This is not the dragon family wish. The dragon family did not intend to target the heavenly court, more do not want to go to war with the heavenly court. After the old ancestor knew that Lord Water God is the emperor's son-in-law of the heavenly court, he sent me to pay you a visit in the hope that you can speak favorably in front of the heavenly emperor, hoping that the heavenly court won't use its military force against the dragon race in a big way. Next to him, Lu Ji sniffed and immediately blackened his face. My third brother was tortured to death by your dragons, and you call this a minor friction? You realize you're afraid now? It's too late. Nyayun waved his hand to stop Lu Ji, his brows furrowing as Ao Shou's words were interesting. What do you mean by not intending to target the heavenly court? Was there another reason why it had to be done? There is also the hope that the heavenly court will not use its troops against the dragons in a big way, and the implication is that they can fight, but both sides do not have to move their anger, and small fights can be made. It's interesting to see the attitude of this dragon race. Of course, we asked Lord Water God to do something, so naturally we won't let you work for nothing. Ao Qin took out a storage bag and handed it to Nyayun. Nyayun opened it up to take a look at 3 innate spiritual treasures, hundreds of late heavenly spiritual treasures to the core, countless other geniuses and geomancers, and a bottle of an unknown elixir. Nappy, this dragon is so ing rich. The latter-day treasures and genius treasures are just that. The innate spiritual treasure is extremely precious. It is many great Luo and even quasi-saints use only innate spiritual treasure. Only those who had experienced the accumulation of countless years, or the core disciples of sage sects, could afford to use innate supreme treasures. Nyayun didn't move to put away his storage bag. Since the benefits had been delivered to his hands, there was no reason to refuse them. This matter is a bit difficult to handle. After all, you guys killed the heavenly court prince. The heavenly emperor is furious and has already ordered the declaration of war against the dragon race. Even if I go and plead for you guys, I'm afraid that it will still achieve very little. Since the dragon clan was so rich, Nyayun felt sorry for himself if he didn't take the opportunity to slaughter them. Ao Shio hurriedly said, as long as Lord Water God is willing to help, my dragon clan will certainly not treat you poorly. If you can succeed in convincing the heavenly emperor, this point will be considered as the dragon clan's filial honor to you, and there will be a later reward. Nya Yun sniffed and pretended to be embarrassed. Also, I'll give it a try then. But the imperial decree of the Heavenly Court declaring war has already been issued. This point cannot be reversed. I can only advise His Majesty to delay the deployment of troops and reduce the use of troops. According to my scruples, it's no problem to delay it for 1,000 or 800 years. As for how many troops the Heavenly Court will deploy, I can't estimate. Ao Shio was overjoyed. What the dragons want is for the Heavenly Court to delay sending troops, and they absolutely cannot fight with the Heavenly Court now. As long as we pass the great tribulation of the human race, the dragon race will have nothing to fear at that time. Chapter 164 Golden Immortal Perfection, Emperor's Rule. Enough. Many thanks to Lord Water God for his assistance. My dragon clan will remember your kindness. Nya Yun was a bit confused. Was this even possible? What he had planned to do was to eat black, and when the benefits were in his hands, there was no reason to take them out. The Dragon Clan and the Heavenly Court were going to war anyway, so they didn't care about being offended a bit more. But I didn't expect Ao Shio to act as if he had picked up a golden treasure. Something is not right. 9 out of 10 things are not right. Anyway, what the Heavenly Court intends to do is to delay the deployment of troops, which is tantamount to a benefit for nothing. After sending Ao Shio away, Nya Yun quickly headed towards the Demon Emperor Hall. This thing is not right. He has to talk to the Demon Emperor, but don't want the Dragon Clan to prepare any big moves, then the Heavenly Court will be in danger. In the Demon Emperor Hall, Di Jun also frowned after hearing Nya Yun's report. Are you saying that the Dragon Clan means that they want to fight with the Heavenly Court, but not move against each other? Nya Yun nodded. That should be the meaning, Your Majesty. Something is very wrong with this matter. I suspect that this time, on the shores of the East Sea, the dragon race has taken action against the Third Prince, all of which are secretly scheming to make it appear to outsiders that the dragon race and the Celestial Court are in a state of flames. But what is their purpose? Di Jun took a deep breath. Indeed, what was the purpose of the dragon race? Before he felt that the dragons killed the Third Prince thing, is really incredible. The dragons, even if a person has no brain, is not the whole also have no brain not? And now it seems that the dragon race must have other plans. I will send someone to investigate this matter. You go down first. Nya Yun sighed in relief. As long as Di Jun knew, he had nothing to worry about. If the dragon race was really holding back some big move, it wouldn't be Nya Yun's turn to worry about it. Your Majesty, the Dragon Clan's Ao Shio also returned a number of favors to the microcosm, which the microcosm handed over to the public. Nya Yun took out a storage bag. In reality, there was only a third of the stuff left in the storage bag. 2/3 of it was privately swallowed by him, and anyway, it was unlikely that Di Jun would go to the Dragon Clan and ask, so it was a waste not to have it. Di Jun was dumbfounded. Just keep the stuff for yourself. In the future, if the Dragon Clan sends something over again, you'll accept it as is. The Dragon Clan is rich anyway, so don't want it for nothing. Thank you, Your Majesty. Look, the Heavenly Emperor, this spirit, this chest. Big ah! After leaving the Demon Emperor Hall, Nya Yun couldn't wait to get back to Mount Sumeru. He just opened that bottle of elixir and smelled it, and it unexpectedly contained vast spiritual energy. Although he didn't know what kind of elixir it was definitely a cultivation enhancement. What he lacked the most right now was this kind of elixir. After returning to Mount Sumeru, Nya Yun carefully tested the elixir with his mana, and there were no means left behind by the Dragon Clan within it, which made him feel comfortable taking it. As the elixir entered his mouth, vast spiritual energy quickly rushed into Nya Yun's parietal 3 flowers, causing the parietal 3 flowers to become even more solidified. As the medicinal power melted away, Nya Yun felt his sense of the heavens and earth become clearer and clearer, as if the entire heavens and earth were covered by a massive net, and he was already primed to fluctuate the strength of this massive net. This is the rule of the Great Tao? Golden Immortal Perfection? Nya Yun's eyes snapped open, his face beaming with joy. Under the Golden Immortal, one cultivates mana spells, while the Dala cultivates the Great Tao avatars, and only after the Golden Immortal is perfected will the cultivator's Dharma eyes be open to the rules of the heavens and the earth. TSK. I can't imagine that the bribe from the Dragon Clan has allowed me to take this step ahead of schedule. The Great Tao of the Sword is only half a step away, the Great Luo is just around the corner. At this moment, Nya Yun's hopes for the Tao Lord reached unprecedented heights. This is like a delicate beauty in front of you, just short of confession can be embraced in the arms. Who can resist this kind of temptation that is at hand? Within 100 years, I will comprehend the Great Tao of the Sword and break through the Great Luo barrier. Human race, Wind Yanmar tribe. The Qin Yuan demon saint's acceptance of his disciple, Fuxi, drew all 3 ancestors of the human race to descend in person. After all, if a demon saint disciple appeared in the human race, that would undoubtedly be an additional layer of protective barrier for the human race, so how could it be neglected? The three ancestors of the human race personally ordered that they would let Fu Shi be the leader of the Wind Yanmar tribe, just waiting for him to come of age. No one has a problem with that. After all, the fact that Fu Shi caused the hierarchy and the Western sect's great powers to personally come and snatch people is no longer a secret. Little cutie. All can see that Fu Shi grows up, will inevitably become a great power generation, sooner or later will lead the Wind Yan tribe, and even the leader of the tribe is not impossible. The Qin Yuan demon saint did not hide anything and taught Fu Shi everything he could. When Fu Shi was 13 years old, his cultivation broke through the earth immortal, and his qualifications were superb. He then gave up his cultivation and instead began to read the Taoist collections and jade sketches that the Qin Yuan demon sage had brought from the heavenly court, and began to go out with his clan to hunt and gather, and to clean up the ferocious beasts in the vicinity that were threatening the Wind Yanmar tribe. At such a young age, he had begun to display his talents, causing the younger generation of the Wind Yanmar tribe to be extremely worshipful. The older generation, on the other hand, was very pleased and saw Fu Shi as the hope for the future of the human race. At the young age of 16, before reaching adulthood, the chief of the Fengyan tribe gathered the people of the tribe and formally passed the position of tribal chief to Fu Shi. After becoming the tribal leader, Fu Shi utilized his learning to help the ordinary people in the tribe learn to fish and domesticate livestock, so that the tribe's food was no longer monotonous and food was more secure. Paper clay pots were also invented with fire to store food in fresh water. Yuyong turf, compiling ropes, and knotting grass to keep track of things. Under Fu Shi's leadership, the Fengyan tribe lived better and better, and their population grew exponentially, attracting many neighboring tribes to join them. At the same time, other tribes sent people over to learn how to burn pots, fish and tame poultry. In an instant, Fu Shi's virtuous name spread throughout the ancestral land of the human race. When Fu Shi was not confused, the three ancestors of the human race recruited Fu Shi to the human race city to personally inspect Fu Shi. In response to the examination of the three ancestors of the human race, Fu Shi answered all of them correctly, to the satisfaction of several of the three ancestors of the human race. Fu Shi, after our deliberation, we have decided to let you serve as the common lord of the human race and lead the survival and development of the race. Fu Shi was humble and courteous. Third ancestor, what are Fu Shi's virtues? You don't have to be modest, the human race has been scattered for a long time and is in need of a co-owner, and you are the most suitable. Fu Shi resigned again and finally agreed. Fu Shi will live up to the expectations of the three ancestors and make the human race more prosperous. After leaving the city of the human race, Fu Shi began to travel the major tribes, and after 30 years, and with the help of the three ancestors of the human race, he integrated the entire human race and became the true co-lord of the human race. And the initial establishment of a system of officials. The original human city of Tingdu was renamed Shindi. Another 30 years under Fu Shi's leadership. The human race ushered in unprecedented development, with great advances in productivity, allowing the population of the human race to grow in spurts, reaching hundreds of millions in less than 100 years. In the palace of Chindi. 100 years, one mortal life. However, he practiced the heavenly immortal laws passed down by the Qin Yuan demon saint and had reached the realm of earth immortal, and his face still retained the appearance of his youth. Fu Shi sat quietly on top of his futon, thinking hard, wanting to make more changes for the human race and make it more prosperous. But there was no answer to his agonizing thoughts, and he felt he had done what he had to do. At the same time, above the ancestral land of the human race, the seven-colored haze began to churn with robberies. This was a foreshadowing of the tribulation of the human race's test, representing that the first heavenly emperor must return to his throne, or else the tribulation chi would inevitably descend upon the human race. In the Nuwa palace, Nuwa looked worried. Fu Shi has been in power for 100 years, why is he not yet allowed to fulfill his merits? The robberies have begun to churn, and if they can't be returned to their place. Chapter 165, Nopingshan, Water God, still not coming out to receive guests? Hakei Palace. The supreme sage ignored the chi tumbling over the human race, and was indifferent to the matter. Shen Du, who was at the side, wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't have the courage to ask. Jade Palace. Yuan Shi laughed coldly, a group of people who only know how to kill and do not know virtue. Still want to teach the human heavenly emperor? Ridiculous. I would like to see what will happen to the heavenly court if Fu Shi cannot return to the throne. One demon saint falling is enough to make your Dijun's heartache for a while. Biyo Palace. Sage Tongtian secretly sighed. It seems that the return of the 3 emperors and 5 emperors of the human race is not as simple as it seems. It's just a pity that it can't be deduced, or else it could have been known in advance when the disciples of the Interceptor sect were acting as protectors of the way. No, I have to pay more attention to the human race in case the time comes when the Interceptor sect also encounters this situation in the heavenly court. Western teachings. Junti hung his head in shame. Senior brother, I really don't want to make the effort. The corner of the receiver's mouth twitched. I'm not a rich woman, what do you mean by giving me that? However, the receiver also felt a little tired. Their own two have been doing everything possible to want to flourish the Western Church, but to date still have little effect. He also felt tired. Senior brother, don't be discouraged. As the saying goes, when the water is full, it overflows, and when the moon is full, it loses. The three religions and the heavenly court's chi has reached its extreme, and the fact that the heavenly emperor, who is the protector of the heavenly court today, is unable to return to his position is the best proof of this. This shows that our opportunity for the Western sect is coming soon, and as long as we continue to work hard, it is impossible for the Western sect not to prosper greatly. Never. Junti dropped his head and rolled his eyes. Receiver, I've heard this for hundreds of thousands of years, can't you come up with some new words? IING. Called me a catcher again. Dog Bei Sifu. The reality. In the hall of the Demon Emperor. Jun was secretly anxious as he watched Fushi's delay in returning to his position. What went wrong? It shouldn't. He suddenly recalled that Niayan's diary had written earlier that Fushi's return to the throne concerned Nuwa, adding that he could use it to pin down Nuwa and take back some of the human race's chi. This dogs doesn't write more clearly what exactly is required of me and Nuwa. Jun secretly hated it. The copy of the diary in his hand was almost turned over. What Niayan had written during this time was all about the painless day-to-day, and not a word was mentioned about the matter of the Heavenly Emperor's return to the throne. It wasn't like he could go directly to Niayan and ask. Meanwhile, the human dynasty capital, Chindi. Fushi seeks an audience with the demon saint of Chinera. The Qin Yuan demon saint wore a compassionate smile on his face. What is it that my disciple has come to seek out his master for? Fushi kneeled. Master, the disciple found that the human race often suffered from natural disasters such as the Earth's dragon overturning, floods overthrowing, endowment, etc., so he wanted to create the art of deduction, so that the human race can avoid these calamities in order to seek a better, smooth and safe development of the human race. It's just that the apprentice has been pondering hard for nearly 20 years and still can't find a way to do it, so I've come to seek advice from my master. The art of deduction? The art of avoiding harm? The Qin Yuan demon saint wasn't good at this, but it wasn't as if there weren't such people in the heavenly court. Shang Yang and Bai Zhe were very good at the way of deduction. So Qin Yuan took Fushi with him, and personally went to Bai Zhe and Shang Yang's door to seek advice. 10 years have passed in a flash, and Fushi has been able to obtain the true skills of Bai Zhe and Shang Yang. After returning to the Chendi, the Qin Yuan demon saint couldn't wait to ask. How's it going, Padawan? Master, I feel that the apprentice is still close to something. Elders Bai Zhe and Shang Yang's deduction techniques are extremely extraordinary, but they require great mana to support them, and the human race is weak, with very few soldiers in cultivation. What the apprentice wants to create is a method that mortals can also deduce on their own, but I always feel that there is still something missing, and I can't get it right. The Qin Yuan demon saint was helpless. This still doesn't work? The projecting skills of Bai Zhe and Shang Yang are among the top existences in the floodplains, and it is impossible for one to take Fushi to the saints, right? One doesn't have that big of a face. What to do? Shinwan, you may go to Mount Sumeru and ask the water god, perhaps he has a solution, and don't tell the water god that I sent you. The heavenly emperor transmitted his voice. Shinwan froze. Water god? No. That shameless man? What can he do? Qin Yuan was very resistant. She was still planning to come back and clean up this shameless person after returning Fushi to his place. But if the heavenly emperor personally transmitted the message, there must be a reason. Apprentice, you go back first, and master will think of another way. The Qin Yuan demon saint immediately rushed to Mount Sumeru in heaven. Lu Pressure is cultivating in front of the grass hut. Since the red Yuri horse monkey took his business, Lu Pressure is determined, in the future, must be posted in the Sumeru mountain. Never let that red-headed monkey to take advantage of the opportunity. Caught. The water god, my lord is visiting, why don't you hurry to come out to receive the guests? Land Pressure snapped his eyes open. Who the is so arrogant? How dare you act recklessly in front of Mount Sumeru? You're just looking down on the Great Spirit. I must be taught a lesson. If the Great Spirit is pleased with this and rewards me with a few big credits, then I'll take off. Lu Ji hastily dodged away. In the belly of the mountain, Nya Yun, who was in the midst of cultivation, also nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Pick up? Do you think my Mount Somaru is Yi Hun House? I'd like to see who's so arrogant. At least I'm a third-grade water god. I really don't take the village head as a cadre, do I? He got up straight away and his real body leapt over Mount Sumeru. Boom boom boom. Just as Nya Yun appeared, he saw a golden crow with a 10-foot wingspan clashing with a long-haired bull, its terrifying aura shaking Mount Sumeru. And the shaggy-haired cow with colorful hair, like the colorful hair dyed by the spirit boy. Killed a cow? Spirit calves? It's immodest at first glance, no wonder he's so arrogant. Wait. 5-colored sacred cow? Bullwinkle? Nya Yun was startled. The 5-colored divine cow was a flood fae, not a race, just one. In other words, the spiritual calf in front of him was definitely the Pingtian Great Sage Ox Demon King of the latter days. Where did this guy come from? Little golden bird, stop. Lu Pressure transformed into a person and returned to Nya Yun's side, saying indignantly, Great God, this guy is so arrogant, he dares to yell and scream in front of Mount Sumeru. If we don't teach him a lesson, he doesn't know what respect means. Don't worry, Great God, although this stinking cow is a Dao Lord. But I'm also a half-step Dao Lord, so I'm completely defenseless against him. Stinking cow, fight again. The 5-colored divine bull staggered its nose and spat out a stream of white gas, its lantern-sized eyes filled with blood red, and its mouth spat out human words. Afraid of you? Just then, a light female voice came. Pingtian, stand down. The voice? Nya Yun's pupils shrank as he watched a stunningly beautiful silhouette slowly emerge into the void. Who else was it if not the Qin Yuan demon saint? Then he looked at the colorful divine ox that had transformed into a human body, with 2 horns on its head and a black trident on its shoulder. Nya Yun went numb. He had previously been listening to the Qin Yuan demon saint call this person Neo Pingtian, and did not take it seriously, nor did he think that this person was the future Neo Demon King, and only thought that it was just the same name. After all, those named Zhang San in the previous life had a few regiments when they were pulled out. The population of the flood was only a little more than that of the previous world, and it was not unusual to have a few with the same name. But who would have thought that this guy is the famous Bull Demon King in the latter days? In the journey to the west in his previous life, the Bull Demon King could be considered the top existence of the demon race. Even if he intercepted the Tang monk and his party and attracted the hand of the Supreme Lord, he was only wounded, unlike other demons without backgrounds who were hacked to death. Chapter 166 5-Colored Plumes, pointing out the Qin Yuan. At the time, Nya Yun thought it was strange that the Ox Demon King was only powerful in his own right and didn't have much of a background, so by all rights, he should have been hacked to death. Now he kind of understands, the Bull Demon King doesn't have a big background of his own, but he's the Qin Yuan Demon Saint's #1 hitman. In his previous life, the Qin Yuan Demon Saint died tragically in the hands of the ancestral witches, but the Phoenix clan behind the Qin Yuan Demon Saint didn't. In other words, the Bull Demon Kings might have the Phoenix clan as a backer. The Phoenix clan is a powerful existence in the early stage of the Dragon Han, and it is the saints who do not dare to easily mess with them. In that case, it makes sense that the Supreme Lord would not dare to kill the Bull Demon King. When Lu Press saw the Qin Yuan Demon Saint step forward, he hastily lowered his head. I thought that Neo Pingtian came on his own, so I took the opportunity to show my performance, but I didn't expect that the master had also come. Prince Lu Press, it seems like you've grown quite a bit in this time. Someday I, Old Ox, will accompany you for a single practice. ING. Lu Pressure glared fiercely at Neo Pingtian. Which pot is not open? This guy must have done it on purpose. Nya Yun let out a dry smile. Lord Demon Saint himself has arrived, so I'm sorry for the delay. Mentally, he muttered, what's with the long legs coming to the door all of a sudden? The Qin Yuan Demon Saint hummed lightly. If she didn't have no choice, she really didn't want to come to Nya Yun. Let me ask you this, do you know the reason why Fushi is unable to return to his position now? Huh? Nya Yun is a bit confused. You're asking me about this? Shouldn't you be asking other demon saints or heavenly emperors or something? Why are you asking me? Could it be that she knows something? Nya Yun panicked. If he was exposed, he would definitely be chopped into 10 pieces and fed to the Wangbang. Don't panic, calm down. Nya Yun forced down his panic and tentatively asked, Lord Demon Saint, why are you asking me this question? I'm just a tiny water god with a low cultivation level, how would I know this? No? Disappointment flashed across the Qin Yuan Demon Saint's face. It was really unreliable, this kind of big event. How could it be something that he, a small water god, could know about? But what was the matter with the Heavenly Emperor personally transmitting a message for him to come find Nya Yun?
She hesitated to find the Heavenly Emperor and ask him about it, when the Heavenly Emperor's voice transmission rang in her ears again.
Give some benefit of the doubt or he won't tell the truth. Giving favors?
The Qin Yuan demon saint couldn't help but remember that this bastard wasn't just a shameless person, but also an insatiable one, and he hated him with a passion.
Wait, sooner or later I'll make you look good. She pretended to sigh. I thought you knew, so it looks like I can only go ahead and place a bounty.
Whoever helps Fuxi return to the throne, I'll use the 5 colored plumes as payment then.
As he spoke, 5 feathers appeared in the hand of the Qin Yuan demon saint, divided into 5 colors: green, red, white, and black.
This is... Nya Yun's heart rippled with shock when he took a good look at the 5 colored plume.
5 colored plume, isn't that the innate plume of the god of kill, Kong Xian?
This plume also came with a terrifying divine ability, 5 color divine light. This was a terrifying divine ability that had made a big splash in the god's sealing cataclysm. The 5 colored divine light corresponded to the 5 elements. Not only did it have extremely strong body protection, as long as it was attacked by the 5 elements, whether it was a magic treasure or mana, it could not break through the defense. At the same time, it is claimed that nothing is not brushed, it is simply the existence of a plug-in, Kong Xian. On the basis of this magical power, even the saints in front of him are a big loss of face.
Kong Xian's body is a peacock, born in the Phoenix clan.
Originally, when the Qin Yuan demon saint had taken out the Phoenix Wutong wood, Nya Yun had only suspected that she was from the Phoenix clan, but now that she was even able to take out the 5 colored plumes, that was completely certain.
The Qin Yuan demon saint was from the Phoenix clan. And wait.
Nya Yun didn't notice the anger hidden underneath the eyes of the Qin Yuan demon saint as he said to himself, actually, regarding the matter of Fuxi's inability to return to the throne, I've heard a little bit about it from hearsay before, and it should be useful to Lord Demon Saint.
Unknown.
5 color plume must not let go, even if you can't use it to comprehend the 5 color divine light, but it is definitely a powerful treasure in itself, and if you get it, you can definitely greatly enhance your sense of security.
The Qin Yuan demon saint secretly hates this bastard. Really does not see the rabbit.
The treasures of this saint are not so easy to take. As long as what you say can help Fuxi return to the throne, this 5 colored divine light will naturally belong to you, and I can swear by the heavenly Tao. Lord Demon Saint is refreshing. Please tell me about Fuxi's current situation. He had been in seclusion, not knowing how far Fuxi had come. After the Qin Yuan Demon Saint had described Fuxi's situation in every detail, Nya Yun came to a realization. So it's to the final step, just short of comprehending the innate 8 trigrams, which must be done with the help of the river map Luo book in the hands of the demon emperor Lao Dang. Earlier, he himself had considered taking this opportunity to reap benefits from Manhwa. Nya Yun pondered for a little while before directly transmitting his voice to the Qin Yuan demon saint. This matter couldn't be said outright if Manhwa heard about it. I'm afraid she'd have the heart to hang Nya Yun up and beat him. The Qin Yuan demon saint's beautiful eyes snapped open after hearing this.
You've got a lot of nerve, even. You've got a lot of nerve.
Nya Yun hurriedly shushed him. Keep it quiet, this matter is of great importance.
I'm just proposing, it's up to you if you're willing to do it or not.
If you go directly to beg, perhaps you can also succeed. But the chaotic spiritual treasure is so valuable that saints will be moved, and if you lose it because of that, I'm afraid that you won't be able to account for it, so there must be a saint watching over it.
Do you understand?
The Qin Yuan demon saint froze. He indeed had not thought of this point. If the saint took advantage of the opportunity to make a means to take away the river diagram Luo book, then how would he account for it with the heavenly emperor?
This asshole thinks things through pretty thoroughly.
Even if she resented Nya Yun's character, she had to admire the thoroughness of his planning.
Good, I will now go and beg to see Mother Manhwa. Seeing the Qin Yuan demon saint turn around and leave, Nya Yun was instantly anxious. Lord Demon Saint, what about the 5 colored plumes? You want to whore yourself out.
When Fuxi returns to his throne, the stuff will naturally be given to you, just wait. The Qin Yuan demon saint dropped a sentence and quickly left with Niu Ping Tian.
Nya Yun instantly revealed a smile. Steady. After all, the Qin Yuan demon saint had sworn an oath with the heavenly Tao, so could he still renege on his debt?
Lu Ji asked curiously, Great God, what did you just say to my master?
Do you really know the reason why the heavenly emperor of the human race can't return to his throne? Nya Yun glanced at him and said in a nonchalant manner, what's a little kid doing asking so many questions?
How long has it been, and you still haven't broken through the great Luo, and you still have the nerve to ask questions, and you don't mind being shy?
Lao Zi, the latecomer, is about to break through the Great Luo. You do June, it's quite a pull down. Doesn't fit in with the former Herculean status. Lu Pressure looked at Nye Yun's back and muttered, if you don't say it, don't say it. Don't insult people, at least I'm a 4th grade heavenly general in charge of tens of thousands of heavenly soldiers, okay? However, there was one thing he admitted: he had stated golden immortal perfection for too many years, and now that his eldest and second sisters had broken into the Great Luo, his own cultivation couldn't remain stagnant. Otherwise in the future, even if he makes a great achievement, even if his father wants to appoint himself as a demon saint, his cultivation will not be able to keep up. Within 500 years, Lu Ji, will enter the Great Luo. In the hall of the Demon Emperor. Emperor Jun was practicing with his eyes closed when he suddenly felt something and violently opened his eyes. Only to see space distort as Nuwa walked barefoot out of the cracked space. Here we go. Di Jun rose and saluted, greetings to the Empress. Nuwa hummed softly, Di Jun, I have come here to borrow an object from you for you. Fushi's return to the throne is imminent, there is still a lack of the river map and Luo book to use for enlightenment, can you lend me a hand? It turned out to be a river map. Di Jun suddenly realized, so the thing that dog said is this, no wonder let me use this to take Nuwa and take back the human race's chi. Chapter 167 Fushi's Enlightenment, the Earth Emperor's Appearance. Di Jun hid his emotions and worried, Your Highness, the river map and Luo book is a heavy treasure of the Heavenly Court, suppressing the Heavenly Court's chi. I'm not thinking that Nyang Nyang can't protect the river map and Luo book, but if other saints take advantage of the opportunity to make small moves, then when the Heavenly Court's chi is damaged, how can I stand up to the demon race? Nuwa said blandly, I understand and will naturally protect it, you can rest assured. If any saint has bad intentions, I will personally go to his sect and chop the same amount of chi to make up for the Heavenly Court. How? The saintly sect's chi is chopped off at your say-so? You think you're a Taoist ancestor. Aren't you lying to honest people? Di Jun sighed, how about allowing me to think about this matter? Nuwa understood that it wasn't that Di Jun didn't want to borrow it, but that he wanted to negotiate. She was a little regretful in her heart. If she had known that the Fushi matter would fall on Emperor Jun, she should not have played a little mind with Emperor Jun, and had shown her full support for the Heavenly Court earlier, and it would not have been so bad that Emperor Jun did not even have much trust in himself now. But this thing cannot be delayed, time once delayed, Fushi cannot afford to wait. Emperor Jun, just say it straight. How about it before you're willing to borrow the river map and Luo book? When the words came to this point, Emperor Jun also stopped beating around the bush. Your Highness, the human race is now subordinate to the Heavenly Court and has become a part of it. But the human race is weak. If the human race's chi returns, it will surely be able to give rapid development. I implore your majesty to return 30% of the human race's chi. Nuwa frowned, the Sanjin adult race's chi? She then held 40% of the human race's chi. If she returned 30%, wouldn't she be left with only 10%? No, that's too much, you'll get 10% at most. 20.5%, the Empress is the ancestor of the demon race, isn't it the same if the chi is in the hands of the demon race and in the hands of the Empress? Nuwa shook her head, 10.5%, I still have use for the human race's chi, I can't give you that much. After bargaining, the two finally settled on the condition that Nuwa would return the chi of the two adult races and at the same time allow Di Jun's daughter to return to the Heavenly Court from the Nuwa Palace to lend the Book of the River Map and the Book of the Luo. Ancestral land of the human race, Shindi. Fushi has been comprehending the method of tending to good fortune and avoiding bad luck, but unfortunately, he was not allowed to do so, and in a depressed mood, he came to the river of the predicate water outside of the Chindi to take a break. On the banks of the Luoshui River, Fushi watched as the choppy river water repeatedly set off waves and lapped at the riverbanks. Let him cannot help but worry about the upsurge of the Luo River. During his reign, the Luo River caused flooding is not once or twice. How many compatriots lost their lives and homes because of the flood? He had worries heavier in his heart and couldn't help but kneel and worship the heavens. Heaven, please have mercy on the human race, and let me find a way for the human race to avoid harm. Rumble. In the center of the Luo River, a huge splash suddenly lifted up, and a huge turtle revealed itself, carrying a small turtle shell on its back. Hichu. Hostile. At the same time, a phoenix roar resounded through the sky of the Weha River. One could only see a golden-bodied phoenix plucking away the clouds, holding a spiritual treasure emitting a dense aura in its mouth. It's none other than Lashu. The divine tortoise carries the map out of the Luo River, and the colored phoenix carries the book in the blue clouds. Very few people knew that the River Map Luo book was actually a combined chaotic spiritual treasure.
The first moment Fushi saw the two treasures, he was convinced in his heart. This object will definitely help me comprehend the method of avoiding evil. Thank heaven for mercy. Fushi was ecstatic and bowed to the heavens. After obtaining the Hichu Luo Shu, Fushi immediately returned to begin his enlightenment. With the support of the Hichu Luo Shu, it only took 10 years for Fushi to realize the method of avoiding evil. Taking names the 8 trigrams of the first heaven. With the divination trigrams, even a mortal can do to avoid misfortune and predict the law of change of heaven and earth. My work is done. Fushi's eyes flashed out a brilliant light. At this moment, he finally felt that he had accomplished his mission. Shindi, in the palace of the Qin Yuan demon saint. Nieyan smilingly congratulated towards the Qin Yuan demon saint. Fushi has accomplished his feat and will be able to certify the Tao in a matter of days. Congratulations, Lord Demon Saint. The Qin Yuan demon saint smiled as if he was relieved. She stayed in the human race for 100 years, carefully teaching Fushi, and now that Fushi had accomplished his feat, a sense of fulfillment arose. Just glancing at the smiling Nieyan next to her made her furious. This asshole chased him here from the heavenly court with the pretense of keeping an eye on Fushi's changes so that he could make a quick change. In reality, he was afraid that he would renege and not give him the 5-colored plume. She didn't know that this was Nieyan's straw man doppelganger. As for the main body, not to mention coming out to take a risk for the 5-colored plume, even if it was a chaotic spiritual treasure, the main body wouldn't be able to take the risk. Treasure is nice, but it's worthless compared to safety. Sure enough, Nieyan's next sentence confirmed her suspicions. Demon Saint Lord, you see that Fushi has accomplished his work, and I have also counted on completing your commission. You see the 5-colored plumes. The Qin Yuan demon saint hated it so much that he casually threw the 5-colored plume out. Take your stuff and get the hell out of here, it's distracting to look at you. What's the word? When I was looking for me, I was still calling water god, but now that I can't use it, I'm just looking upset. Women, so realistic. But someone named Nya forgives you, for the sake of the 5-colored divine light. Nyayan received the 5-colored plume and rode away in the clouds without looking back. The Qin Yuan demon saint said hatefully, bastard, money grubber, you like treasures, don't you? Sometime later I'll have Duan Yu and Ling Yu go to Mount Sumeru and rob you of all your family treasures. She'd been thinking about this for a long time, and she couldn't let it go. Just because he couldn't personally strike at Nyayan himself didn't mean that others couldn't. Duan Yu and Ling Yu have already broken into the Great Luo, so it's not easy to pin down this bastard? Nuwa Palace. Nuwa was full of relief. Fushi has finally accomplished his task. Before I was skeptical about the credibility of the news brought by Qin Yuan. 2 adult human races of Qi. Well worth it. She waved her hand towards the gate of the Nuwa Palace and it opened. A colorfully dressed fairy stepped in and bowed respectfully. What does the queen want? Ingyu, tomorrow you will pack up your things and go back to the heavenly court. I have already promised your father that I will let you return to your position as the princess of the heavenly court. The colorful clothed fairy was stunned on the spot, a bit unable to believe her ears. Wasn't he himself sent by his father to the mother's door to bring heaven and the mother closer together? 2 Boundary Mountain, 8 scenic palaces. The supreme sage calmly said, the return of the heavenly emperor is imminent, and the earthly emperor is about to be born. Shendu, you go forward to the human race. Shendu respectfully responded, disciple leads the way. Shendu walked out of the 8 scenic palace, his eyes flashing with excitement on the ground. The human heavenly emperor had accomplished his feat, representing the successful completion of the first step of the human race's test of the calamity, and the rejuvenation of the human race was just around the corner. The next Earth Emperor, he himself must assist properly, so that the human race could go farther on the road to revival. First, we'll give Di Jun a heads up, and then we'll go seek out the Qin Yuan demon saint to learn from her experience in assisting Fushi. After all, it was Shendu's first time doing something like bringing up a baby, and he didn't have much experience. It's always good to learn more. And at this point in time, into Sumeru. The bilocation's 5-colored plume had already been delivered to Nyayan's main body's hands, only for his entire being to freeze as he pinched the 5-colored plume. Chapter 168 The Way of the Sword, The Way of the Great Luo. You have persisted in writing a diary for 300 years, rewarding the golden will of cutting world 12, the way of the heavenly sword, the true technique of mixed wonders, and the chaotic dharma phase technique. Nyayan didn't even come back to his senses after the system beeps dispersed for a long time. It's been 300 years? All this time, he had been busy comprehending the sword Tao, causing him to even neglect his time. Who?
300 years, it's gone by so fast. If this were a past life, I'd have turned into a tadpole 4 or 5 times. Nya Yun was quite emotional, feeling for the first time that cultivation had no age. He put aside his cluttered thoughts and turned his attention to the system rewards. The system is getting more and more generous, it's worthy of the reward of 300 years, the cut-off golden wheels directly gave 12, this adds up to 24, and this set of magic treasures doesn't know if it's been perfected or not. With the 12 cutthroat golden wheels that Nya Yun now had at his disposal, he always felt that there was an indescribably great power when he used this treasure. He had a feeling that once the cutting world golden wheel was formed, he was afraid that it would be no less than a chaotic spiritual treasure. It was just that he had searched his past life's memories, but he hadn't been able to find the famous golden wheel formed Dharma treasure in the flood. Tongtian Sword Dao, the great Dao divine power, created by the Tongtian sage, the sword can destroy the flooded earth with a single thought. Nya Yun's entire being was shocked beyond words when he saw the introduction to the Tongtian Sword Dao, especially that one sentence, the sword can destroy the flood with a single thought, which truly shocked him. Sage Tongtian has reached the point where he can destroy the flood? That's awesome. Destroying the flood, I'm afraid even the Taoist ancestor can't do it, right? Is Tongtian that powerful? Nya Yun hurriedly received the cultivation method of the Tongtian Sword Dao. Wanted to see if the Tongtian sage was hiding it so deeply. The Tongtian Sword Dao is divided into 3 strokes, one sword to the sky, the immortal execution sword formation, and the birth and destruction of the flood. Only after he had checked the Tongtian Sword Dao over did he realize it. It wasn't that the Tongtian sage was hiding deep, but the Tongtian Sword Dao was too profound. According to the introduction of the Tongtian Sword Dao, by cultivating the Tongtian Sword Dao to the extreme, one could reach the realm of destroying the world with a single sword, and as for destroying the flood, it would have to depend on the cultivation level of the wielder. Scared the hell out of me. Nya Yun was speechless, so it was a title party. I thought that Sage Tongtian had really reached the point of destroying the flood. But there was one thing to say, the Tongtian Sword Dao was really strong. With the heavenly sword Dao to comprehend, wouldn't comprehending the great Dao of the sword be like adding wings to a tiger? Nya Yun was a bit impatient to comprehend the Tongtian Sword Dao, but he still held back from looking at the 2 remaining system rewards. Mixed Yuan Wuji Zhengong, human martial arts technique, melting sinews, bones, qi and blood, transforming the body of the mixed Yuan, pointing directly to the great Dao, practicing to the extreme can be forced to witness the Dao. Chaos Dharma Phantasm technique, great Dao technique that allows for the condensation of 3,000 demonic phantoms in the Dao fruit, each of which allows for the mastery of that phantom's great Dao power. The synopsis is simple, but the fewer words the scarier it gets. The mixed Yuan infinite true technique, that was the method of pointing directly to the great Dao and using force to prove the Dao. In other words, cultivating this technique did not require Hongming purple qi at all, and there was every chance of witnessing a saint. Since the opening of the heavens and the beginning of the earth, there has not been a single one of those who have witnessed the Dao by force, except for Pan Gu. The chaotic Dharma phase technique was even more powerful, condensing the 3,000 demon god phantoms and mastering the power of that demon god. One must know that the great god Pangu, who was also only one of the 3,000 demon gods, the demon god of force, was the terrifying existence that opened up the heavens and opened up the earth. Even if the power gained from condensing its phantom was less than 1,000th or 1/10,000th of the original demon gods, it would still be extremely terrifying. What 1,000th of Pangu's strength reaches, just think about it. The nappy system exploded? Why do I feel a little unreal? The method of proving the Dao by force was all straightened out. Does that not mean that as long as one keeps meticulous, one will be able to become a saint someday? Nya Yun immediately felt that the Tongtian Sword Dao didn't even smell good anymore, and immediately began receiving the chaotic Dharma phase technique and the hybrid infinite true technique. Half a year later, Nya Yun opened his eyes and the corners of his mouth twitched viciously a few times. Damn you, tell me more clearly, making me happy for nothing. Death to the headline party. The mixed Yuan infinite true technique was indeed a sword pointing to the great Dao, and it was also a method of proving the Dao by force. However, it depends on the individual's qualification and enlightenment, and at the same time, it is not allowed to practice immortal Dao techniques at the same time. What's even worse is that it must also be a human body, other races can't cultivate. In other words, if Nya Yun wanted to cultivate this technique, he'd have to waste his cultivation, and he'd also have to fall into reincarnation to delete his number and start over. It's hard to struggle to half a step of the big Luo, who the hell wants to delete the number and start over? Besides, the qualification of his body is not bad. In a short period of only 300 years, he is cultivated from a human immortal to a half step of the great Luo, and he may not have no opportunity to witness the Dao in the future. Damn, it feels like the system is doing this on purpose. Old me a demon wolf. How much do you mean by giving me feats that can't be cultivated except by the human race? Couldn't it be for that disciple? It seemed like Bei Xian had been in seclusion on Mount Sumeru even now. Forget it, we'll talk about it later. On the contrary, the chaotic Dharma phase art can be cultivated. It's not too much of a loss. Let's cultivate the chaotic Dharma phase art first. 2 years later, the first phallic condensation essentials of the chaotic phallic art had been comprehended by himself, but he realized that his mana was far from enough to condense. He knew that it was his own cultivation level that was insufficient, and he was afraid that this technique would require a great Luo Golden Immortal to initially have the qualifications to practice it. So he turned to start comprehending the Tongtian Sword Dao, using this to comprehend the great Dao of the sword. 20 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Since Fu Shi had comprehended the 8 trigrams of the heavens and perceived the completion of his merits and virtues, he had begun to travel the human race in search of a suitable successor. It is worth mentioning that during Fu Shi's reign, the human race's population skyrocketed several times while its territory expanded rapidly. What was originally just a corner of the East China seacoast gradually began to extend into the 4 major ministries and states. To the south of the ancestral land of the human race, there was a river named Jiangshui. On the side of the Kong water, there was a tribe called the Kong tribe. The tribe had a woman named Maiden. The woman was dreaming of a divine bird, which transformed purple gas into her abdomen, and on the next day she became pregnant out of wedlock and gave birth to a son, named Lai Shan. When Lai Shan was born, he was able to speak and walk in 3 days. The extraordinary nature of this son drew the attention of the entire tribe. There was even an ancient ancestor of the human race, Xian Du, who personally came to accept Lai Shan as his disciple. It caused the human race to argue and secretly speculate that Lai Shan was bound to be extraordinary in the future, perhaps becoming the next co-lord of the human race. The Imperial Garden of Heaven. Xian Du and Di Jun sat with wine against each other, and the atmosphere was a bit dull. Your little disciple is worried about food for the human race, and you as a master have to be an errand boy? Di Jun smiled playfully. Xian Du smiled bitterly and shook his head. I can't help it, I have to assist him to become an Earth Emperor, I have to do this. Does your majesty know of anything that can make the ordinary people of the human race fruitful? I have traveled to many places in the floodplains without finding anything suitable, so I really can't. Di Jun couldn't help but feel amused when the great disciple of the human sect, a half-step sub-saint existence, was so embarrassed by a bunch of ordinary people's survival problems that he scratched his ears. My. Before Di Jun could say anything, his face changed abruptly. Xian Du was also stunned, then laughed. I didn't realize that in the heavenly court, there are still sword cultivators who have reached the point of certifying the great Luo. This sword cultivator has extraordinary means. The aura just dispersed and was immediately obscured. Chapter 169 Golden Immortal, I still like you to be untamed. Di Jun smiled to himself, quite proud of himself. In truth, he was panicking inside. The great Luo Golden Immortals were already the high-end combatants of the heavenly court, belonging to the existence of the mainstay of the heavenly court. For every great Luo Golden Immortal, or even an immortal god on the verge of breaking through the great Luo, Emperor Jun secretly watched. But this sudden breakthrough of the great Luo was not among those immortal gods that he had noticed. In the end, who is it? Surprisingly, under my eyes to hide to such an extent, this is still only the great Luo, if it is a quasi-saint hiding the heavenly court, that. Emperor Jun didn't dare to think about it any further, and quietly transmitted his voice to the demon Saint K Meng to secretly find out who this person really was. Mount Sumeru. Lu Shi stared dazedly at the vibrating, sword air-filled Mount Sumeru, in utter shock. The great god is actually a sword cultivator, how is this possible? He had seen Nieyan strike before, but he had never seen Nieyan display his sword Dao cultivation. So it turns out that Kendo is the Amikami's watchword. For a moment, Lu Press's admiration for Nieyan reached an extreme. What makes a strong man, that's what. Not to mention his opponents, even the people around him couldn't fathom his true strength, like being in an abyss, unfathomable. I, Lu Ji, will be such a person in the future. Crown Prince, why is Mount Sumeru suddenly shaking? Bei Xian, who was in closed-door meditation on the cultivation method of the human race, was also awakened, and after leaping out of the cave, he was also dumbfounded when he saw the sky filled with sword shadows. Lu Pressure said excitedly, it's the great god's cultivation breakthrough. What? Master? Bei Xian looked at the roaming sword chi, each one seemed to contain endless greatness, and he felt that he couldn't even catch a single sword chi. Isn't Master only a heavenly immortal? How come the breakthrough in cultivation has caused such a terrifying sword chi? He suddenly remembered the Heavenly Emperor's previous words. The water god is the most important person in the heavenly court, bar none. Could it be that Master is really a hidden great power? Wouldn't that mean that Master really might know the cultivation method suitable for the human race? The more Bei Xian thought about it, the more likely it was that the Heavenly Emperor would never lie to him. In his heart, he was incredibly remorseful. If he had known that Master was so powerful, why would he have to seek far and near? He even looked down on Master a little? He paused, then suddenly walked to the door of the hayloft, dropped to both knees, and without a word began to kowtow. This scene confused Lu Ji. What is this guy doing? Are you out of your mind? The belly of the mountain. Nie Yan's top 3 flowers were rapidly absorbing the 5 chi in his chest, slowly condensing a purple yuan tire silhouette. Dala Dharma fruit. As the 3 flowers on top and the 5 chi in his chest merged into the Dao Lord fruit, endless sensations surged forth from Nie Yan's divine soul that were cognizant of the heavens and earth. The heavens and earth in front of him at the moment transformed into 2 large horizontal and vertical nets that enveloped the entire heavens and earth, with each of the fine lines of the nets representing a share of the power of the great Tao. And among the dozens of thin lines that Nie Yan saw especially clearly, they were rule powers that represented the Tao of the sword. There was only one great Tao of the sword, but there were countless rule forces that depended on the great Tao of the sword, and the Tongtian sword Tao invoked one of those rule forces. Although the great Luo is said to be the exploration of the great Tao, the cultivation is also the great Tao, but indeed only to get a glimpse of the great Tao, rather than control. To control a great Tao, I am afraid that it is necessary to have a great Tao ancestor. That level of existence is possible. Even the saints did not master a complete great Tao, just master a few points of the power of the great Tao. 5 years later, Nie Yan's Tao Lord fruit had completely coalesced. He opened his eyes, and his entire aura was incomparably obscure, as if he were an ordinary person. Back to the basics. Dalo, finally. Nie Yan was incomparably excited. Having fortunately struggled for more than 300 years, this was the moment when he finally had the power to truly defend himself in the floodlands. As long as he didn't mess with those Gaijin powerhouses, who else in the flood would be able to threaten his safety? Yes. Such a joyous event must be celebrated. He immediately flipped the demonic words thingy. Previously, because of the cultivation gap, the demonic speech thin was painless to the enemy, but now that he had finally certified to the great Luo, he had to take the demonic speech thin and open it up. The treacherous man of the river Styx, the Kuanping Erwu, and the pretentious dragon of the dragon clan, none of them can escape. The dragons look down on Lousy, the water god. This time I have to let you guys feel the power of wearing small shoes from the top boss. Nie Yan was about to start cursing when he suddenly realized that Bei Xian was kowtowing and kneeling at the entrance to the grass hut, and was puzzled. Is this disciple on the wrong medication? He paused and put away the demonic word thingy, intending to go out and look around. At least it is an honorary great disciple, or the demon emperor Lao Dang stuffed over. The face of the heavenly emperor cannot be given. Cackle. The wooden door of the grass hut opened, and Lu Ji rushed to welcome and congratulate him. Congratulations to the great spirit on his breakthrough in cultivation and his achievements. Nie Yan narrowed his eyes and smiled. This little golden bird is quite understanding. Thinking of the bottle of pills sent by the Dragon Clan, there were 3 in total. He took 1 and broke through, leaving 2 left. Then take out a reward to Lu Pressure. This guy has half a step of the great Luo. If you can break through, then they also have a great Luo golden immortal under the hands of the fighter and errant boy, twice the face. Have a say. The little golden bird followed himself for so many years, conscientious and uncomplaining, he had to show more or less. This is Dragon Yuan Dan. Thank you, great spirit, for your reward. Lu Shi's hands were trembling with excitement as he held the elixir. Dragon Yuan pill? Is that the name of this elixir? Nie Yan didn't know and didn't ask. It would lower his compulsion. Knowing that it was a cultivation-enhancing elixir was enough. Nie Yan said loftily, this is what you deserve. Your cultivation is too poor. Take the elixir and raise your cultivation as soon as possible. This great god is not even good enough to give you a task right now, for fear that you'll go out and get killed. Lu Pressure was ashamed, and secretly made up his mind that he must break through the great Luo, and never drag his feet for the great god. Don't worry, great god, I'll work hard. Go! Don't cultivate in Mount Sumeru, go out and find some other place to cultivate and retreat. When he himself broke through, he utilized the 10 extinction formation and the 2 dimensions microdust formation to cover up the breakthrough visions, which would have been noticed even if the visions were covered up if Lu Press broke through to the great Luo. Won't you expose yourself then? Can't be that high profile. Yes. Lu Press left in a flurry of excitement.
Nia Yun retracted his gaze and landed on Bei Xian, who was still kowtowing to the fact that this guy's head was knocked out of his bag.
Is this a favor? Oof. Sinners. You looked down on me at first, but now you're kowtowing to me?
Master still likes the way you were untamed in the beginning.
Nia Yun coughed lightly. Bei Xian, why are you kowtowing? What's your business? Bei Xian straightened up and stared at Nia Yun with a burning gaze.
Master, please teach me the cultivation method of the human race.
Ha?
Nia Yun was a little skeptical as to whether this disciple also had a system, or a prophecy system. He himself had just obtained the mixed Yuan Wuji True technique from the diary system, and this guy came kowtowing and begging for guidance.
The coincidence is a bit much. Chapter 170, Passing on the Teachings, Demonic Words Thinly Showing Their Power. Didn't the master tell you? How can you beg me if master doesn't know?
Must figure out, the diary system is his biggest secret. If exposed, he will certainly be sliced up and studied.
Knock, knock, knock.
Bei Xian hurriedly kowtowed. Master, in the past, it was my disciple's rat's eye, not knowing that master was a supreme power, and slowing down master.
I also ask for your old man's chastisement.
In the future, the disciple will serve the master wholeheartedly and never betray. Also please have mercy on the human race and teach the human race the cultivation method.
Nia Yun's brows furrowed even tighter. Why was this guy certain that he had a human cultivation method?
Bei Xian, tell master honestly why you think master can help you.
Bei Xian hesitated for a moment and said, the heavenly emperor won't let the apprentice speak. Ing.
Nia Yun almost fell over. This disciple, it really wasn't he called wrong. He had a sort of if you guessed I had $2 in my pocket, I'd give you the vestigial feeling.
Damn, should we let this guy go to reincarnation to reincarnate from scratch?
It's too detrimental to my Nip's temperament.
But Bei Xian was sent here by the heavenly emperor, so how did the heavenly emperor know? Projected? Demon Emperor Lao Dang's realm is too high, it's really possible.
Nia Yun no longer thinks about it more, can't think of anything anyway, just make sure that this disciple isn't being counted on. Master does have a method in his hand that he can pass on to you, but it may not be suitable for all races to cultivate. If you want to create a technique that is suitable for everyone to cultivate, you can use it to enlighten yourself. Whether it succeeds or not, my teacher will not be able to guarantee it. Also, this method cannot be taught to others without the permission of the master, not even half a word can be revealed. The hybrid infinite true technique was a method of proving the Tao by force, and when it was spread out, it would certainly shake the floodlands, and when it was traced back to Nia Yun, it wouldn't be sliced and diced and studied by the great powers?
Nia Yun tapped his finger on Bei Xian's brow and transmitted the complete technique to Bei Xian. Bei Xian was directly shocked after receiving the mixed Yuan Wuji True skill. Cultivating to the extreme could forcefully witness the Tao? Isn't that straight through to the saints? Master is really a powerful person, I really have eyes to see. You still think he's some kind of heavenly immortal, and heavenly immortals can come up with such a superb technique? The absolute wall is a great power for the ages. Thank you, Master, I swear. Today's matter, if not for Master's permission, absolutely will not spread out half a word. Could be smart for once. It's rare. Nia Yun had an old fatherly relief. Go and cultivate.
Master still has to stabilize the realm.
Re-entering the belly of the mountain, Nia Yun couldn't wait to take out the demonic speech thin. Enjoy the celebration from someone named Nia.
Nia Yun directly began to curse, first and foremost, the treacherous people of the river Styx. The demonic speech thin had absorbed vitality after the last witch demon battle, and was now harboring countless amounts of vitality, more than enough for Nia Yun to squander. Can't be impulsive, Styx is a half-step sub-saint, but don't incantation can't do anything wrong and still lose vitality power for nothing, that would be a big loss. Just send him a tenth of the existing life of the demon word thin. See the effect.
1/10 each for the Kuan Pang and the Dragon Clan, 7/10 left, that's it.
Only after Nia Yun cursed Kuan Pang, Styx, and the pretentious dragon Aochin once more did he put away the demonic speech thin with satisfaction. The newly acquired 12 cut-off golden wheels had yet to be refined, the future body of the usurping life derivation technique had yet to be cultivated, and the Tongtian sword Dao and chaotic Dharma phase technique still needed to be practiced as well.
There's a lot going on.
Cursing and killing the enemy is cool, but one's own strength is fundamental. What he didn't know was that the dragon race, reincarnation, and the Western sect had gone straight to the chickens because of his curse. The Dragon Clan, in a large hall. Aochin was in the process of condensing his dragon body, when a powerful cursed force suddenly sprang out, causing his dragon body, which had just been half condensed, to instantly collapse again.
But
Ao Chin sprayed out a mouthful of blood, his face showing horror.
who is cursing me? No good, the power of the curse is still intensifying. Father, help.
Ao Tianfeng steeply appeared behind Ao Chin, and his majestic mana was injected into Ao Chin's body, resisting the incessant force of the curse.
It wasn't until half an hour later that the power of the curse receded.
Ao Tianfeng withdrew his mana and his eyes were cold.
Who on earth would want to assassinate Ao Chin?
There were quite a few curse arts in the Floodlands, but not many were able to cultivate them to such an extent.
Ao Chin palpitated. Father, just now that curse power. Don't worry, I will go and explore. Do you really think that just because the dragon race has taken refuge in the world, you can rub it in as you please? You're afraid you're looking for the wrong person. Western teachings. Within the cave, the Koan Pang, who was in submerged cultivation, changed his face drastically. Who the hell cursed me?
The power of that curse was fierce. If not for his deep magical power that suppressed it alive, I'm afraid that he would have fallen into the path by now. Those who cultivate the way of the curse are found in the Interceptor sect, in the Heavenly Court, and there are quite a few among the scattered immortals of the Flood. The Buddha's son, Golden Cicada, also suffered a curse before. Could it be that this person has a grudge against the Western sect, and that I was the one who was spared?
With that in mind, Koan Pang got up and left.
This matter must be reported to the saint. This person was able to curse himself, and his strength was at least a quasi-saint.
A potential paragon enemy, who was still unknown, could not be ignored. 6 Paths of Reincarnation.
In the Yama Temple, Styx River sat on top of the 12-pin Karma Fire Lotus platform, with green and black auras crashing across his face.
But
a mouthful of blood spurted out of him, his breath wilted quite a bit, but his eyes were filled with a ferocious light.
Damn it, all personally coming to old ancestors' trouble, and still not letting me go, but also secretly cursing?
This cursed power wasn't very strong, but now he had been whacked like a sandbag by a saint and was seriously injured. The curse at this point was to exacerbate his injuries, and what could have been recovered in a few hundred years would now take at least 1,000 years to recover. It must be the work of the Western sect. Although the elucidation sect Yuanshur is overbearing, he acts fairly openly and will not do such underhanded things. The two saints of the West are notorious for their pettiness. It's definitely them. Very well, when old ancestor me recovers from my injuries, I have to find you guys to return the karma.
Styx thought of Jizo in the reincarnation. Dare not go to the Western church to find trouble, but also cannot give Jizo small shoes?
If this breath is not taken out, his Taoist heart will not be stabilized. If Nieyan knew that because of his curse, Styx had resented the Western sect, he would have laughed out a pig's ear.
Deep inside the Wheel of Fortune, inside the dark hall, Hotu's embroidered brows knitted.
The entire cycle of reincarnation was in her incarnation, and naturally the abnormalities of the river Styx could not escape her eyes. Curse? She pinched her fingers and was surprised that she could only count a white book and not the cursor.
A cursed magic treasure in the form of a book? Is there such an exotic treasure in the Flood?
She searched her brain for the Flood treasures she knew of and did not find the origin of this treasure.
Could it be a newly refined magic treasure by any saint? But cursing the river Styx, what good does it do him? Could it be that it was because of Styx that caused the hierarchy in the Western sect to meddle in reincarnation?
Chapter 171 Lushur certifies the Tao of the Great Luo, Taishan seals the Zen. Hotu's face gradually became grave. Either way, it meant that someone was acting in secret manipulation with unknown intentions. The situation of the entire floodplain might become more and more complicated as a result. In any case, the sorcerer race's return to the flood wasteland is an inevitable trend, and nothing can stop me. 11 of her brothers had already died, and now she was the only remaining ancestral witch of the witch clan. Looking at the witch race can only hide in the wheel of reincarnation every day to survive, Hotu's heart is incomparably sad. There are some things that are destined since birth. Just as she was born into the witch race to become the ancestor of the witch race, it would be impossible for her to turn a blind eye to the harsh living environment of the witch race.
Temple of the Demon Emperor in Heaven.
Emperor Jun looked at K-Meng below him, and shock flashed across his brows.
You mean you didn't find out who's certified to the Great Luo?
K-Meng nodded. I have cleared all the immortal deities in the heavenly court who have attained gold immortal perfection, and not a single witness has attained the Great Luo.
Your Majesty, could it be that you perceived it wrong? Wrong perception?
Jun are a bit skeptical that this is the case, but at that time, it was not only himself who perceived it. Xiandu also perceived that aura. Could it be that Xiandu also made a mistake?
Never. But K-Mang couldn't even find out, so who is this person? Could it be that they were not heavenly immortal gods, but happened to witness the Tao in the vicinity of the heavenly court, and have now quickly departed? While Emperor Jun was pondering fruitlessly, suddenly, a powerful aura violently erupted in the heavenly court. Another person has been certified as a Tao Lord? Jun and K-Mang leaped out of the Demon Emperor Hall and looked towards the sky that had turned fiery red. That's the direction of the prince's palace. K-Mang hurriedly arched his hand in congratulations. Congratulations, your majesty, there is already someone among the 10 princes who has been certified as a great Luo. This is a blessing for the heavenly court. Jun smiled in satisfaction. He had already sensed from his bloodline that the person who would testify to the Tao was none other than his own youngest son, Lu Pres. Lu Ji is good, it is not in vain that I have favored him. It dawned on K-Mang that it was Prince Lu Pres who had been certified. In his heart, he also realized that Lu Pres is the youngest son of the heavenly emperor, and he can even prove the great Luo first. No wonder his majesty has been so important to Lu Pres during this period of time, and he is really more powerful than his 9 older brothers in terms of qualifications. When Jun thought of Lu Pres, he couldn't help but associate it with Niayun, and if it wasn't for the fact that Niayun had mentioned in his diary that this youngest son would become a great power in the flood in the future, he hadn't paid too much attention to Lu Pres. Wait a minute. It couldn't be that the one who witnessed the great Luo before was that dog thing, right? The moment this thought appeared, Emperor Jun was startled. It's only been less than 100 years since Niayun surveyed the Golden Immortals, and he's certified as a Tao Lord? He himself was the first Golden Crow of heaven and earth, with an overwhelming qualification, and when he had broken through from Golden Immortal to Great Luo, it had taken him nearly 2,000 years. Could it be that Niayun's qualifications were better than his own? How is that possible? I don't think it's him, I'm overthinking it. Not to mention that Jun didn't believe it, even the sages didn't believe it. This can no longer be described as outrageous, but monstrous. Ji-Mang, pass the decree to set up a banquet, a great feast for the group of immortals and gods, to celebrate my son's attainment of the great Luo. At the same time, send a decree to the Demon Queen to ask her if the peaches are ripe, and if they are, take the opportunity to let the heavenly immortals and gods have a taste as well. Though the nonsuch peach blossoms for 3,000 years, bears fruit for 3,000 years, and ripens for 3,000 years. But the heavenly court did not lack geniuses and treasures, nor did it lack the means to catalyze the ripening of the peach. Yes, sir. K-Mang went away excitedly. He also wanted to taste what an innate spiritual root really tasted like. Niayun was also invited to the matter of the heavenly court's great feast for its ministers. But instead of his main body, he sent his doppelganger over, so no one could see it anyway. At the same time, he also instructed Lu Pres not to say anything about the fact that he had given him the elixir. If others knew that following Niayun would give them a chance to break through to the great Luo, Mount Sumeru wouldn't be bursting at the seams. Although Niayun didn't mind having a few more errand boys, he didn't just take any cat or dog under his wing. The only regret is that he'll just mix a small half of the peaches. The main thing is that only 5 peaches were produced, 1 each for Emperor Jun, the Eastern Emperor and the Demon Empress, as well as Lu Ji, who was the protagonist of the feast, and the remaining one was cut into a dozen or so portions, which were respectively shared by the demon saints and the prince and princess. That little half, or the doppelganger of the Grand Masters, mixed it up. As far as he, the water god, was concerned, this alter ego could only stare dryly. Another decade has passed. That day, Niayun was cultivating in the belly of a mountain when he suddenly sensed a strange movement in the heavens and earth. Now that he had crossed over into the Great Luo, he was extremely keen to heaven and earth's strange movements. He raised his eyes towards the 9 heavens above and saw that a golden phantom was slowly condensing in the 7-colored haze above the human race. This is Fushi going to be certified as a heavenly emperor? Niayun immediately took out his cauldron of creation and brought it out, completely concealing his aura. He planned to go and see for himself. This time, Fushi's witnessing would surely attract saints, and Niayun wouldn't dare to send a bilocation there. After all, once a strawman bilocation was seen through, it would be easy to expose himself. Originally, this kind of thing, with his character, it was impossible to go and join in the fun. However, Fushi's witnessing of the Tao was likewise a matter of concern to himself, and his past body entered the cycle of reincarnation, also wanting a piece of the pie. It's only natural that you have to go over there early to grow your experience. Above Tarzan, a huge altar to the heavens held the various tributes used in the sacrifice. Fushi in 9-dragon robe, standing with his hands above the altar, although still retaining the appearance of youth, but the body already has the emperor's majesty. At his side was a sword-browed, starry-eyed youth.
Although he was not very old, he had a dusty temperament, and his eyes were filled with compassion, as if he viewed the entire human race as his children.
Lai Shan, from the ginger section.
Fuxi was ready to pass on his position and become the new human co-chief. In the void, Xian Du stood proudly. His complexion was depressed. Lai Shan taking over the position of the human race's co-lord represented the official start of the human race's Earth Emperor's path of witnessing, which could not help but be a challenge for Xian Du.
Moo!
The eastern sky is filled with purple gas. The supreme sage came riding a green ox. Xian Du bowed respectfully, "Greetings, teacher." Other than Xian Du, who saluted, the rest of the human race was indifferent and no one saluted the supreme sage. The human race recognized Xian Du, but they might not recognize the supreme sage. After all, when the human race was in danger, the supreme sage chose to turn a blind eye. The supreme sage didn't care about this, and after waving his hand, his gaze fell on the altar below.
Hostile!
A phoenix chirped and a haze filled the sky. Manhwa stood on the head of a phoenix, her eyes filled with anticipation. Fuxi, finally, is going to witness the Tao.
The first sage came in the 9 dragons sinking incense whiskey, noble and atmospheric.
In the entourage were the Nanji immortal Wang, the lantern burning Taoist, and the Sihang Taoist.
Guiding Junti walked out from the void, attracting sideways glances from the crowd. Know it? Second saint is not even bald, but
a big black and purple bag that looks like hair and looks like it has been whacked by someone carrying a hammer. Meeting the crowd's strange gaze, the second saint died on the spot socially.
In particular, Junti's gaze toward Guiding was filled with resentment. Dog Bay receiver, didn't you say that this is the great doctrine of the Western Church? Reception pretended not to see it. Phew!
The Tongtian sage rode a kuei ox through the air, and the 10,000 immortals of the Interceptor sect accompanied him, which was magnificent and quite domineering. Mount Tai was sealed with Zen, the human emperor was about to return to his throne, and the saints needed to come to observe the ceremony.
Of course, how can the great rite be performed without the heavenly emperor present?
Because the Kongdong seal is still in the hands of Emperor Jun, without the enthronement of the Kongdong seal, how can one achieve heavenly emperor?
Anan! A dragon's roar resounded through heaven and earth.
Chapter 172 Fuxi's Return, Xin Yuan's Beheading of Corpses. Only in the void, a 9-dragon Huagai came slowly, and from afar, the magnificent figure of Emperor Jun could be seen.
After the 9 dragons Huagai, the East Emperor Tai and the 9 demon saints followed by millions of heavenly soldiers. The momentum is magnificent.
Nieyun was right behind the 9 demon saints, his gaze curiously surveying the altar below. There was some hidden excitement in his heart that he would be able to witness the birth of the human race's heavenly emperor. Being a human in his previous life, he had an inexplicable sense of belonging to the human race in his heart. He was also happy for the human race when it was able to prosper.
Greetings to the heavenly emperor.
The crowd of people saluted in unison. Fuxi respectfully bowed. Fuxi pays his respects to the heavenly emperor. Lai Shan followed suit. The human race Lai Shan pays homage to the heavenly emperor. Fuxi worship even if, after all, he is the Qin Yuan demon saint disciple, belonging to the heavenly court training, and the human race subordinate to the heavenly court. But Lai Shan was a disciple of Xian Du, but instead of worshipping the supreme sage, he worshipped the heavenly emperor. Even if the supreme sage was emotionless and inactive again, his face was a bit untenable at this time, and his gaze glanced over the Xian Du next to him, revealing a dissatisfied color. Xian Du bowed his head, seemingly admitting his mistake, but in fact, he was extremely satisfied in his heart. The human race's safety was only guaranteed if they followed the heavenly court wholeheartedly. Yuanshi and Tongtian flashed the color of gloating, but did not show too obvious. After all, how can Taishang Sage be said to be the elder brother of the 3 Cheng? Junti was filled with envy. The human race doesn't even give face to saints, and single-mindedly follows the heavenly court. Why is it that I don't have such a loyal race under the Western Church? Received to shed tears. Is sour. Manhwa, on the other hand, spoke up and urged, Emperor Jun, start.
Jun nodded.
Then he stepped out of the 9 dragons Huagai. His body was surging with sub-Saint Tao rhythm, and his imperial aura swept over the flood. He sacrificed the Kongdong seal and ordered the heavens. Fuxi reigned for more than 200 years.
Taming wild beasts, knotting grass to keep track of things, inventing utensils.
So that the productive life of the human race has been greatly improved, the creation of the 8 trigrams of heaven makes it possible for the human race to predict good fortune and bad luck, and the first realization of the way of heaven and earth benefits the human race and promotes the way of heaven.
Today, merit. Boom.
As Emperor Jun's words fell, golden light filled the Kongdong seal, seducing the seven-colored haze above the nine heavens and dropping a thick light of merit.
The Kongdong seal enshrinement begins.
The light of merit and virtue split into 4 points and rushed towards the human race. 4 points rushed towards Fuxi, 1 point rushed towards the Qin Yuan demon saint, and the last point surged towards the Kongdong seal. Buzz! Merit and Qi entered the body, and the heavenly emperor's Dao fruit descended and surged into Fuxi's body. Fuxi's breath steeply soared, starting from the realm of the earth immortal.
Heavenly immortal. Xianxian immortal. Golden immortal. Until the quasi-sage great perfection before stopping. Miso.
The sound of the zither resounded in the void, and the innate treasure, the Fuxi zither, broke through the air and returned to the hands of Fuxi. At this moment, everyone's eyes searched at Fuxi.
Slightly anxious in her anticipation, Nuwa couldn't help but speak. Fuxi?
Fuxi opened his eyes and cast a reassuring look towards Nuwa. Nuwa breathed a secret sigh of relief, a relieved smile on her face.
Fuxi, come back.
Fuxi immediately notified the flood. From now on, Fuxi is the emperor of the human race, and his heart is only for the emperor of the human race, and if there is any violation, the heavenly Tao will punish it. The demon Shi Huang is no more, but only the human heavenly emperor.
The saints took a breather and glanced at Di Jun, wanting to see his reaction.
After all, Fuxi was once the second in command of the court of heaven, one of the 4 emperors, and now returned to the adult race, who will not feel comfortable.
However, Di Jun was ancient and calm. Di Jun secretly laughed in his heart. The entire human race belongs to the heavenly court, and isn't the human emperor also of the heavenly court? What difference does it make? Looking at Di Jun's expression, the sages reacted abruptly. Nappy. Human emperor and demon 11 emperor, does it make a difference? As long as the human race doesn't turn their backs on the heavenly court, is Fuxi still not of the heavenly court? Yuanshi secretly hated. Di Jun is so deeply calculated, I almost didn't react.
Junti's eyes were almost glazed over, and he quietly transmitted his voice to Jain. Elder brother, do you think this guy Di Jun knew that the human race would become the protagonist of heaven and earth and showered the human race with favors ahead of time?
Instead, Jain murmured, there is one more paragon great perfection in the heavenly court, why isn't it from the Western sect?
The corners of Junti's mouth twitched, and his heart became even harder.
The dog bay catcher must have done it on purpose.
The bottom of Tongtian's eyes flashed with refined light, and there was some hidden regret in his heart. I should have known that I should have insisted on cooperating with the heavenly court, or else the interceptor sect would have gotten a piece of the pie. The supreme sage's ancient wells were wave-free, and it was a lie to say that he didn't regret it. After all, who wouldn't want the great circle of quasi-sainthood? There is only one person in the human religion so far, Xiandu. The minds of the saints are different.
Boom!
Right at this moment, the aura of the Qin Yuan demon saint steeply skyrocketed.
A Taoist silhouette quickly diverged from her.
I, Xinwan, used the demon recruiter as a place to send my own good thoughts.
Chop!
Buzz! The cultivation of the Qin Yuan demon saint quickly crossed the threshold of the quasi-saint and rapidly climbed until the early quasi-saint stage. The peak of the early quasi-saint stage.
The middle quasi-saint stage.
With the help of the protector heavenly emperors Merit and Qi, the Qin Yuan demon saint crossed from a half-step quasi-saint to the middle stage of the quasi-saint who had chopped off a corpse in one go, and there was another quasi-saint powerhouse in the heavenly court.
The mouths of Guiding and Junti were watering.
Quasi-saint powerhouses, the Western sect is only one right now, or has it run over from the heavenly court? He himself had worked hard and failed to produce a single one. Now the heavenly court casually had another paragon, or a paragon who had decimated corpses.
Why isn't it a Western religion?
The two of them looked at each other and wanted to hug and cry. Yuanshi, Tongtian, and Taishan, on the other hand, were staring at the demon-invoking streamer with different expressions. The Phoenix Clan's demon recruiter, this woman was actually a member of the Phoenix Clan. Di Jun hid it so deeply that he had colluded with the Phoenix Clan long ago. The emperor returns to his throne, and the protector of the way is complete.
The time had come for the agreement between Di Jun and Nuwa to be honored.
Nuwa did not hesitate. The mountain, river, and Jigaku diagram in her hand was displayed, and the two adult races Qi flowed towards Di Jun. At this moment, the saints moved. When the emperor returned to his throne, the human race's Qi soared, even though the two human races' Qi was like a torrent. Saints were already the apex of cultivators, and the only thing they fought for was their luck, so who could not be jealous? Paramount's eyes were red, his fists clenched, and his voice was urgent.
Elder brother, how about grabbing a wave? Reception blandly said, is the bag on your head ready? Junti nearly exploded. Who am I doing this for? It's not for the great prosperity of the Western Church that I was smashed by Nuwa's red embroidered ball? Receiver, don't force me to find you in single combat now. Reception bristled. Yuan's eyes show greed, the heart secretly hate when show no interest. If at first the Emperor Protector snatched over, these are still not the hierarchies? The color of greed that flashed in the eyes of the Supreme Sage flickered away. As the Lord of the human sect, he occupied 30% of the human race's chi, and he was one of the beneficiaries of the human race's soaring chi. Dijun's magnificent voice resounded through the void after he obtained the two adult races' chi. The human race belongs to the heavenly court, and the prosperity of the human race is also the prosperity of the heavenly court. As the words fell, 10% of the chi fortune surged into the Kongdong seal, and the remaining 10% surged towards the human race. The heavenly court does not take a single cent. With the addition of chi fortune, all the human race felt refreshed, their souls were clear, and their bodies were invariably strengthened by more than one level. And although the heavenly court to take a minute of the human race, but because of the human race attached to the heavenly court also followed a surge of luck, as vast as the sea. Chapter 173 Haha. Taoist master I'd become. When the distribution of chi was complete, Dijun lifted up the Kongdong seal and said in a loud voice. The Kongdong seal will be returned to the human race when the human race's calamity is over. The Kongdong seal is a treasure of merit and virtue that suppresses the chi of the human race, and it originally belongs to the human race. It was only because of the scrambling of the saints that the three ancestors of the human race had to allow Bei Xian to be handed over to the heavenly court for safekeeping. Dijun had been satisfied with the Kongdong seal, taking charge of the power of enthronement, and allocating more places to protectors of the Tao. More importantly, Dijun knew very well that although this Kongdong seal was not a chaotic spiritual treasure, it was a symbol amongst the human race, controlled by the human race master. This thing wasn't something anyone could master, and even as strong as Emperor Jun, he didn't want to get his hands on that much karma. It would be better to make it clear now and return the Kongdong seal to the human race, and still win the favor and gratitude of the human race. As the voice fell, the three ancestors of the human race all burst into tears and made a solemn bow towards Dijun. The Heavenly Emperor's great justice. Many thanks to the Heavenly Emperor. Dijun not only in the human race extinction crisis to lend a helping hand, but also the human race chi luck back to the human race, do not take a penny, and now it is also when the supreme treasure Kongdong seal also returned. What kind of favor is that? Even Fuxi, who had now become the Emperor of Heaven, was inwardly overwhelmed with such vigor and benevolence. Still the Emperor Jun he knew? He also bowed deeply towards Dijun. On behalf of the human race, Fuxi thanks the Heavenly Emperor. The saints were all stunned, completely confused as to why Dijun had done this. Isn't this a waste of time? Taking nothing, Dijun has become a good old boy? Celestial Court renamed Goodwill? Even Nyayun, who was familiar with the flood in his previous life, was somewhat confused at this point. What does Demon Emperor Lao Dang mean by this? Fully support the development of the human race and support the human race? Wanting the human race to occupy a place in the heavenly court as well? The human race in the previous world did become the sole protagonist of heaven and earth, but it's different now. The demon race is still one of the protagonists of heaven and earth as well. Could it be that this old Dang wants to support the human race and play balance with the demon race immortal gods? Quite possibly. The demon clan is as strong as ever, and will become stronger and stronger in the future. By then, the emergence of a strong person of the same level as Emperor Jun within the demon clan will threaten Emperor Jun's position, and as long as Emperor Jun doesn't become a saint, he may be pulled down from the position of the Heavenly Emperor. As long as Dijun knew in his heart, there was only one reason for him to do so: the fusion of the demon and human races. It's just a shame that he won't be able to explain it, and he can't. No one noticed that the shadowy color under the eyes of the ancient and unperturbed Taishang sage was getting thicker and thicker. Emperor Jun had bestowed such heavy favors on the human race, and the human race was bound to be grateful to the heavenly court and more supportive in the future. In the long run, the momentum of the human race would completely fall towards the heavenly court, and then the human race's chi held in the hands of the Taishang sage would be cut down or even dissipated. No, the momentum of the human race's development must be curbed, at least until I certify the great Tao. The human sex chi must not be lost too severely. This will affect my certification. The supreme sage indifferently swept a glance at the human race, his voice carrying the majesty of a sage, and he said in an unquestionable manner. The weight of the heavenly emperor of the human race is focused on suppressing the human race's chi. When you move to the fire cloud cave, You may not come out unless there is an infinite amount of culpas. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian froze at his words, then immediately agreed with a smile. What the eldest brother said is true. When the human race is strong, the heavenly court will be even stronger, which is a great threat to the three religions. Jiayin and Jianti looked at each other and said in unison, "We agree." The human race has prospered through the tribulation, which is the great trend of heaven, and the saints do not dare to stop it. But if the human race is too strong, it will not be easy to control in the future, and the power of the human race must be curbed. Niayan's eyes flashed as he sighed in his heart. It's coming after all. In the previous flood, the human race 3 emperors and 5 emperors became Tao, all moved to live in the Fire Cloud Cave. The name is to suppress the human race, in fact, is disguised as a house arrest, to limit the overall power of the human race. I also don't know if the rumors of the past life are true or not. Many people in the past life have speculated that there is a saint position in the heavenly Tao, and that there are also saints appearing in the reincarnation established, belonging to the earthly Tao. In other words, it means that all the ways of heaven and earth can produce saints, so the human way shouldn't only have 3 kings and 5 emperors, it can also produce saints. It's a pity that humanity was completely crippled in the God-sealing cataclysm, and there's no way to prove whether or not there's a holy position in existence. Niayan secretly shook his head. The human race was definitely going to eat this wave of suffocation after all, the elbow couldn't twist the thigh. To truly step onto the great chessboard of the flood, there was only the only chance of the great God-sealing tribulation. Di Jun and Nuwa glanced at each other, both seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. Naturally, none of them wanted Fushi to be under house arrest. However, now that the martial saints were unanimous in their opinions, just the two of them, Nuwa and Di Jun, could not be brought down. And it wasn't against the great power of the heavenly Tao, so it was unlikely that the Tao ancestor would intervene in it. The 3 ancestors of the human race were all grieving, but at the same time, they were also very clear. By putting Fushi under house arrest, the future 2 emperors and 5 emperors who testify to the Tao will certainly not be able to escape being put under house arrest, and their intentions are self-evident. The saints are there to better control the human race. Fushi at the moment is also full of powerlessness. Certified emperor, quasi-saint cultivation, after all, cannot escape the saint's word of judgment. Under the saints are all ants. Fushi let out a light sigh and bowed his head towards the saints. Fushi respectfully obeys the law of the saints. Before the words fell, a heaven-shaking thunderclap suddenly burst out from above the 9 heavens. At the same time, a crazy laughter resounded through the flooded earth. Ha ha! Taoist Master, I become a success. Master Tao has finally become a man. The saints were startled and all the great powers were startled in unison, their gazes looking in the direction from which the voice came. Is that heaven? Emperor Jun was incredibly dismayed because he didn't just see the heavenly court, he also saw Mount Sumeru. However, he didn't question Niayun or even look at him. This son must not be exposed under any circumstances. Niayun is also dumbfounded at this moment, because that voice is too familiar. Who is this if not that disciple? The corners of his mouth twitched hard. No way. Apprentice Brothers one-track mind, he wouldn't really borrow the hybrid infinite true technique to open up the human martial way, would he? Really underestimated him. Niayan thought of something, and a brilliant light flashed across the ground of his eyes. If Bei Xian really succeeds, then the saints' wish to imprison the 3 emperors and 5 emperors will truly be a wish. Sinful disciple, don't let your master down. Niayan's eyes showed anticipation. Heavenly court, over Mount Sumeru. A white-robed teenager stood in the air, with dense air floating on his body, the realm of a human immortal. Only to see the dense atmosphere around him slowly convergence, turned to reveal an odd aura, surrounded by the breath is extremely strange, although only human immortal cultivation, but let a lot of Shenxian golden immortal feel a sense of unrivaled. The human race came out of the world without the heal qualifications of the immortals and gods, and without the body of the sorcerers and demons, with a weak body, and reproduced to this day, the already inferior qualifications are even more difficult to enter the way of cultivation. The method of the demon race, the way of Jindan, are all like the human race lying on the edge of a well peering at the heavens and the earth, knowing the breadth of the heavens and the earth but trapped alone in a deep well, unable to free themselves. Me. Human race Bei Xian. Today, I will create a brand new cultivation path for the human race. May my people prosper and everyone be like a dragon. Chapter 174, Human Martial Arts, Who Can Take This Thunder? Rumble. As Bei Xian's voice fell, the ground thundered and the flooded earth shook and trembled. The originally clear sky of 10,000 miles was steeply darkened with rolling clouds and black robber clouds coalescing. The supreme sage, Tong Tian, Yuan Shi.
and even Manhwa were all shocked beyond measure.
A mere human immortal, or an incredibly weak human race, to start a new law?
The great powers from all sides were also shocked in unison, their gazes converging on your youngster who stands proudly in the sky.
Pioneering a new method, and attracting heaven and earth visions? This is a human immortal? This is the human race of the 10,000 blood eaters?
There were only 4 words in everyone's head: never. Emperor Jun's lips trembled slightly as waves of shock rippled through his heart.
Bei Xian. Is he really found a brand new cultivation method for the human race? Could it be the human martial arts written in the dog's diary?
Bei Xian had come to Emperor Jun for help, who was well aware of it and had pushed the pot onto Nya.
I didn't expect Bei Xian to actually succeed.
At this moment, Di Jun very much wanted to catch Nya over and ask him a good question, but in the end, he was still dead set on suppressing the impulse.
It can't be exposed. Absolutely not.
Among the celestial soldiers and generals, Lu Piao's mouth was wide open in shock.
Isn't this the great god's disciple? Not many people knew of Bei Xian's identity, with only Lu Press, Red Sherry Horse Monkey, and Emperor Jun knowing that Bei Xian was Nyeun's disciple.
Mainly Bei Xian's cultivation was too low, he hadn't even been a human immortal before, and he couldn't even compare to a random heavenly soldier, so who would notice him? Lu Press turned his head to look at Nyeun, and when he saw Nyeun's bland expression, he felt even more awe in his heart.
Not bad for a great god. With this determination, a saint can't even compare.
If this were someone else, even a saint, seeing his disciple cause such a great heaven and earth phenomenon, he would hate for the whole world to know that this was his disciple.
Look at the great spirit, calm and collected and ancient.
That's the real powerhouse style. Unbeknownst to him, Nya was in the midst of self-imposed isolation at this time.
It doesn't make sense.
Old me, with this natural talent and this enlightenment, is bar none in the flood. That disciple's brain doesn't even have a few scoops, and he can still create a brand new cultivation path. Why don't I have it?
It's definitely not me, it's the great power of heaven, it must be the script written by heaven. Absolutely nothing to do with myself.
Thinking this way, Nyeun's mood was instantly much more relaxed. Bei Xian looked up at the plunder cloud above his head and took a step in the void.
Rumble. A thunderous explosion. This way, it is said to be martial. Human martial arts.
When the human race descends into the world, at the age of 3, the spirit is opened, then it can take in qi in the body, which is the internal qi, through the irrigation of the meridians, and strengthen itself internally. At the age of 6, they can train their sinews and bones externally, polish their flesh and skin, and merge their internal qi, and when qi and strength merge, they are martial artists, corresponding to the realm of the immortal Tao's refining essence and transforming qi. When one's skin and flesh are like iron, and one's qi penetrates through the rainbow, one can cultivate it as a skill, and is a martial artist, corresponding to the realm of practicing qi and transforming the divine. The acupoints around the body are open, so you can take in the qi of the 5 elements and hammer the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, corresponding to the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys of man. The 5 viscera that contain the 5 elements of qi, also the 5 qi in the chest, are the Wu zone, and should be the Tai Dao fruit of the immortal Tao, Tai Shen Xian. The sinews, bones, acupoints, and 5 viscera and 6 bowels are in harmony with the innate, and the heaven and man are united, so you can enter the realm of the martial sage. Martial saints, who have attained the proof of the martial way, catch the stars and take the moon, break the stars, all in the palm of their hands. The human martial saints, who are also quasi-saintly great rounds, peering into the heavenly path of martial arts, can also certify to the mixed great Luo golden immortal. With the human martial Tao, Bei Xian had extrapolated to the point of paragon with the help of the mixed unlimited true technique that Nya had passed on to him. Further up was not that Bei Xian didn't want to touch it, but that the mixed Yuan Dala golden immortal was a saint, and the way of the saint encompassed everything, so with his current cognition, insight, and cultivation, he could only say that he could not do anything about it. However, Bei Xian believed that as long as he cultivated to the martial saint realm, the way of the mixed elements, he would be able to see the sun as if it were a cloud and create the human race's method of proof. Mighty voices rose and fell like splashing waves on the flooded earth. A word that shakes the flood.
Western sect, Koan Peng's mouth showed contempt. A human martial saint, i.e. a quasi-saint? And also certified as a mixed great Luo golden immortal? Yellow mouth, ridiculous. He himself had struggled hard for countless Yuan sessions in the great circle of quasi-sainthood, and had not even touched the threshold of sub-sainthood, and a mere human immortal was presuming to talk about the way of the mixed element? In the reincarnation Yama Hall, Styx was also filled with sarcasm. Yo! Not too ambitious. If the great Luo golden immortal of the mixed elements is so easy to prove, do I still need to immerse myself in the blood sea force for countless more years? It's ridiculous. The countless great powers of the flood also all shook their heads. Milky and still with a heart of gold. The demon race's method, the human sex Jindan Avenue, which one doesn't refer directly to the great Tao, favors claptrap. Simply don't know what's going on. Since the Taoist ancestor Hongjun merged with the Tao and preached the flood. The consensus of all the spirits of the flood for cultivation is to lead the gas into the body, exhale the aura, and then refine the essence and transform the gas. Until the quasi-saintly Great Circle, who will believe that a human immortal can overturn the consensus of the entire flood? Top of Tarzan. The supreme sage's ancient well was unperturbed, and scorn flashed in the bottom of his eyes. Arrogant. Fetal grills. Junti and Jain rolled their eyes at each other. They were born with great wisdom, great perseverance, great fortune, just like this, or bitterly cultivate the 4-9 heavenly paths for an unknown number of years, before they set foot in the quasi-saintly realm. If it were not for the mercy of the Taoist ancestor, Hongjun, who rewarded the Hongmeng purple chi, there would have been no opportunity to see the Tao of the mixed elements in this life. A mere weak human race with poor qualifications, and you still want to create the method of proving the way by force? I'm not afraid to laugh my ass off. Sage Tongtian's eyes showed a smile. This son is very much in line with the teachings of my interceptor sect. It's just a pity that he's too young. If he wants to intercept a ray of life for the human race, he's afraid he won't be able to yet. Nuwa sighed secretly. He's afraid he won't make it. His ambition is too great. Emperor Jun was incredibly torn in his heart, and he didn't believe it either. But this was produced by that dog Niayun, and over the past few hundred years, he'd found that the things he didn't believe in ended up being slapped in the face. I hope you succeed, Bei Xian, fight for it. Di Jun prayed in his heart that if Bei Xian really succeeded in founding the martial way for the human race, then the human race would be completely tied to the heavenly court in the future. Absolutely solid as hell. Bei Xian stood proudly in the void, his white robe grinning. The slightly boyish face was full of determination. He took a step out and shouted up to the sky. Human martial arts, stand. Buzz off. Wow. Above the 9 heavens the robber clouds tumbled, and the thunder sounded like rain. The human race wants to establish the martial arts path and change the status quo of the human race. That would be tantamount to adding a plug-in to the human race on the script of the heavenly Tao, and how can the heavenly Tao, as the author of the writing, arbitrarily allow people to change the data? Unless you have the qualifications to be recognized by the heavenly Tao, then you have to stand the test of the heavenly Tao. Rumble. The silver-colored wild thunder in the sky was as if it was raining, instantly overriding towards Bei Xian. Nya Yun's eyes widened. Does this ray not want money? Nappy, can such dense lightning be taken by a human being? Apprentice wouldn't don't the heavenly way to barbecue, right? Chapter 175, Nya, swear that I will never take on another disciple again. Thunder and lightning poured down like rain. However, Bei Xian did not dodge and instead took the initiative to meet him. Boom! Refining the body with divine thunder. Bei Xian frantically ran the martial arts technique he had comprehended, which he named the 9 Tribulation Xian Yuan Gong. The 9 Tribulation Xian Yuan Gong was born out of the mixed Yuan Wuji True Gong. The latter has extremely high requirements for qualification and enlightenment, and also needs to be a great blessing of destiny. However, the 9 Tribulation Xian Yuan Gong was to borrow the power of the heavenly tribulation and forcefully take the power of heaven and earth against its will and incorporate it into the human body to make up for the deficiencies in the qualifications and the physical body. A round of wild thunder swept by, and lightning swam over Bei Xian's body, which was quickly absorbed by him. Not only was he not injured, but his breath became even stronger. Bei Xian was still at martial spirit human immortal cultivation at the moment, and although he was the creator of the Gongfu, he had not yet cultivated it to a high level. Click! After sucking in the power of thunder and lightning, his aura skyrocketed, directly stepping through the cultivation of human immortal and crossing into the realm of earth immortal martial king. Buzz! The robber clouds above the 9 heavens were swirling like a wild and ferocious beast that was brewing a bloody mouth that was about to open in a vain attempt to swallow Bei Xian in one gulp. Come on! Let me see how you can stop me. Bei Xian's bravado filled the sky as he puffed out his chest. Yuan Shi said contemptuously, the calamity lightning hasn't even started yet, do you really think you've gotten through it? Every time a heavenly tribulation appeared, there would be an existing wave of group thunder descending, a bit of a warm-up. Nia Yun hated it. What's with this bastard being so blind? It's only just begun. I also don't know what level the robbing thunder is this time. There are quite a few types of heavenly tribulation, and the tribulation for the cultivator's test generally has 6 heavenly tribulation, 4 heavenly tribulation, 8 heavenly tribulation, and 9 heavenly tribulation. Boom! A thick thunderbolt suddenly rushed out from the clouds and landed on Bei Xian. The power of the lightning was more than twice as strong as before, but it still couldn't help Bei Xian. Instead, it allowed Bei Xian to absorb it and his aura grew again. Boom boom boom. The robotic thunderbolts continued to increase dramatically, and in the blink of an eye, 36 robotic thunderbolts had already fallen. 66 heavenly robberies. Nia Yun sweated for Bei Xian in his heart when he saw the 37th tribulation thunderbolt fall. It was obvious that Bei Xian's heavenly tribulation wasn't a 6 heavenly tribulation, it was at least a 4 heavenly tribulation. Sinner, hold up. Amount. Nia Yun was still trying to secretly give Bei Xian a boost when he realized that Bei Xian's aura had steeply skyrocketed after receiving 36 robberies, crossing the threshold of Earth immortality and reaching Tai Shenxian Martial Emperor. How outrageous, being struck by lightning still raises your cultivation level. Nia Yun was secretly upset that he had all worked so hard to cultivate, and compared to others, it was simply the Liver Emperor meeting the Open One. Boom! The 49th lightning bolt fell. Although Bei Xian was slightly in a sorry state, his breath soared again, directly stepping through Tai Shenxian and crossing into the realm of Tai Golden Immortal Martial Sect. Nia Yun clenched his fists, resigned. This is Tai Golden Immortal, spanning hundreds and thousands of years of hard cultivation by others in 10 minutes. Still letting people live? Heaven's way, don't come, if you chop this guy again he's going to surpass me. However, the heavenly Tao didn't seem to hear the cries in Nia Yun's heart as the 50th Calamity Thunderbolt came crashing down. It's over. Nia Yun's old face was crooked. At this rate, he bequeathed to at least 8 or 9 tribulations, 72 thunderbolts. Wouldn't that Bei Xian cultivation directly break through the Great Luo? Catching up with yourself as a master? Tendo, I suspect that you've come to punch old me in the face on purpose. Or the open face kind. I, Nia, swear that I will never take on another disciple again. Nia Yun covered his face and really didn't have the eyes to watch any longer. The 3 ancestors of the human race clenched their fists and trembled. Bei Xian, make sure you succeed. Fu Shi was incomparably shocked in his heart as he watched Bei Xian resist 49 robberies of lightning. Budo is so strong. This is going to work. The human race was bound to change its previous disadvantage and become a strong presence amongst the 10,000 spirits of the flood in one fell swoop. Di Jun's eyes flickered in thought. The 6 saints, on the other hand, looked calm. As they were saints, they could naturally see the situation of the calamity clouds very easily. It's only the beginning. Changing one's destiny against the heavens, or changing the destiny of a clan, would it be that easy? Above the 9 heavens, the robbery clouds surged even more violently. The 89 falls. This time, Bei Xian's cultivation had not skyrocketed, nor had he broken through the realm. Nia Yun had just breathed a sigh of relief when, all of a sudden, as if provoked into anger, 9 terrifying robberies suddenly fell in unison. The 99 havoc? In Taoism, 99 is the extreme number and represents the strongest heavenly calamity. Rumble. 9 thick thunder dragons roared down, instantly smashing onto Bei Xian. Bei Xian's mouth had already spilled a smear of blood from the corner of his mouth, and the robes on his body had long since exploded, revealing his perfect and strong body. No one can stop me from establishing the way of Wushu. No one can. Bei Xian hissed up to the sky, his 9 tribulation Xian Yuan operating to the extreme as he met the 9 thunder dragons. Everyone could clearly see that after Bei Xian's body hit the thunder dragon, the skin began to crack with the naked eye, as if it couldn't withstand the raging lightning power. However, in the next moment, it was as if there was endless vitality within Bei Xian's body, smoothing out the cracked skin in an instant. Finally, the thunder dragon dissipated, and the robbery cloud slowly faded. The 99 days tribulation is over. Fu Shi, the 3 ancestors of the human race trembled violently, unable to contain their excitement and thrill. The heavenly tribulation had passed, representing that the human martial Tao had successfully stood. What a blessing for the human race! Nia Yun completely shut himself up as he realized that Bei Xian's aura had once again skyrocketed, this time directly crossing over into the ranks of the Great Luo Golden Immortal's martial emperors, equaling his cultivation level. Nappy, if I ever take on an apprentice again, I'll chop off his head and use it as a stool. He realized that he seemed to be targeted by the heavenly Tao. Get a white-bearded grandpa doppelganger and get hit on by a pretty fairy. Screwing an anonymous Taoist who is so unattractive that he's still fancied by Tsihan Taoist. Casually accepting a disciple, he hadn't yet had the time to properly pretend and show off his master's inscrutability. In the twinkling of an eye, he was opened by the heavenly Tao and directly led to an existence in the same realm as himself. What the is this if not being targeted? Ugh. I'm really.
Niayan was just about to spit out a few words when he realized that the saints and Emperor Jun had incomparably grave faces, their gazes fixed dead on in Bei Xian's direction.
What's the situation? Isn't the apocalypse over? Shouldn't there be a few happy people now? What's with all the faces? He hastily raised his eyes towards Bei Xian, and in the next moment couldn't help but burst out a foul mouth. Only to see that above the 9 heavens, the location of the just dispersed robbery cloud, at this moment, purple light filled the sky. A purple robber cloud quickly coalesced in the sky above Bei Xian, and the terrifying pressure even from the top of Mount Tai, Niayan felt the destructive aura. All of the great powers of the flood were horrified beyond measure. This is purple heavenly divine thunder? The purple heavenly divine thunder was the most terrifying existence among the heavenly tribulation of the flood. It would only descend when extremely demonic things appeared, enough to upset the balance of the flood. Niayan was completely numb. He naturally knew about the purple heavenly divine thunder, but he had just never thought that Bei Xian would invoke the purple heavenly divine thunder, and he had already felt that the 9 heavenly tribulations were very powerful. No? The human martial Tao was judged by the heavenly Tao as an existence that breaks the balance of the flood? If this were to be known in the previous era where technology had replaced martial arts, it wouldn't turn heaven and earth? When did Budo become so powerful? All of a sudden, Niayan felt like he was being pressed on the ground again by his disciple to rub himself hard, and it was still the kind of thing you do with a steel wire ball. There has to be a limit to hanging out. Is there any law? Chapter 176, Emperor Jun, doesn't your conscience hurt? Koan Ping laughed coldly. To be able to invoke the violet heavenly lightning, it seems that I have underestimated this son's comprehension. But so what if comprehension isn't simple? With just a mere human race, it can withstand the purple heavenly divine thunder? In the wheel, Styx sighed grimly. Thought this son would make it. The situation of the human race was similar to the Shura race that he had founded. If the human race's martial way could be established, it might be an opportunity for the Shura race as well. It's a pity that under the purple heavenly thunder, even a paraclete would have to be terrified, not to mention a human race with a lack of innate talent and a cultivation level that has not yet stepped into the paraclete. Certain death. Fu Shi and the 3 ancestors of the human race all looked as if they were dead, with grief in their hearts. Is it possible that the heavenly Tao is not even willing to give the human race a little bit of self-preservation? What is wrong with the human race? Why is it so targeted by heaven? The saints had different looks, but there was a consensus in their hearts. Bei Xian absolutely couldn't resist the violet heavenly thunder. As long as the violet heavenly thunder fell, Bei Xian would definitely be instantly annihilated. Xian Du's expression was also incomparably gloomy, and even now, even though he risked defying the supreme sage and taking out his magic treasure to help Bei Xian, there was nothing he could do. The strength of the purple heavenly divine thunder, even if a paramount saint who possessed a chaotic spiritual treasure encountered it, he would have to shed a layer of skin, not to mention Bei Xian, who was comparable to a Deluo, and didn't have a chaotic spiritual treasure on him yet. He gritted his teeth and turned toward the supreme sage to pay a deep obeisance. Teacher, is it possible to help Bei Xian? These words drew the crowd to look at Xian Du with admiration in their eyes. The supreme sage obviously disliked the human race, but Xian Du even dared to open his mouth to the human race, which showed his character. Although they all knew that the supreme sage must have refused, no one would laugh at Xian Du's foolishness. This kind of person who still did not forget his roots even after he had developed himself was enough to win the respect of the crowd. My way is to do nothing and go with the flow. It is the fortune of the human race to have the hope of martial arts if it is not tolerated by the heavenly Tao. It is also the fate of the human race. I will not intervene in such great karma of the heavenly Tao, nor is it possible for me to do so. Rejection, without a shred of emotion. It even blocked the idea of other saints trying to rescue them. The great cause and effect of the heavenly Tao, the saints did not dare to dip their hands in it easily. Xian Du clenched his fists so tightly that his nails were embedded in his palms, and the color of disappointment in his eyes intensified. The great causality of heaven? Niayan secretly disdained the supreme sage. You founded the human sect based on the human race, and when you certified as a saint, you weren't a great cause and effect of the heavenly Tao? How dare you intervene at that time? You were afraid that if you were too slow, someone else would beat you to it, weren't you? The way of the Supreme Being is emotionless and uncaring. At the moment, Nyayun found it incredibly ironic that he realized that the Supreme Sage was far more hypocritical than the Origin Sage. When the Supreme Sage refused, the gazes of the crowd couldn't help but turn to Nywa, who also had a great karma with the human race. Even Fushi threw a prayerful glance toward Nywa. Only Nywa sighed softly and shook her head with a bitter smile, not saying a word, but her attitude was already obvious. Two saints who had great karma with the human race chose to stand by and watch, not to mention the other saints. Finished. Apprentice, I told you not to pretend, now the heavenly Tao can't stand to watch. Invisible pretenses are the most deadly. Nyayun sighed darkly. Ah, the purple heavenly thunder. He himself couldn't resist even if he had a lot of treasures now, let alone helping Bei Xian to do so. Pure giveaway. Beneath the purple clouds, Bei Xian was no longer as arrogant as he was before, and his body trembled slightly as he felt the terrifying pressure. The heart was extremely unwilling. Why? Heavenly Tao, I just want the human race to stop being reduced to the blood food of all races. Why should I make things so difficult for the human race? Are my people born to suffer? I am not willing to. I am not convinced. Bei Xian's mournful voice resounded through the heavens and earth, protesting against the injustice of the heavenly Tao, causing everyone in the human race to fall into sorrow. And for others outside of the human race, it's all about gloating. Right at this moment, an arrogant voice resounded through the void. The great causality of heaven? Saints don't even dare to dip their hands in it? Jun stood with his arms folded, his bravado surging to the heavens. What you saints don't dare to do, I, Heavenly Court, will do. The karma that you saints don't dare to dabble in, I, the Heavenly Court, will dabble in. Silence. Dead silence. Everyone's jaws dropped, no one expected the Heavenly Court to stand up for the human race. Nyayun's eyes went wide. Demon Emperor Lao Dang has gone mad? That's the purple heavenly thunder. Can you stop it? Even if one blocks it, one's own vitality is sure to be greatly injured, and the momentum of the heavenly court is bound to decline, and may even cause a weakening of the qi, which is tantamount to self-destruction. Old Deng, forcing a pose is the most deadly. Just then, Jun's gaze suddenly glanced at Nyayun and spoke aloud. Where is the water god of heaven? In his shock, Nyayun was tugged by an immortal god beside him, which brought him back to his senses, and he hastily raised his hand to fly out. Here, I am here. Ugh. I'm here. In the heat of the moment, I even got the whole thing in English, which luckily no one understood. Jun smiled and said, Water God, Bei Xian is your disciple, and now that he has suffered a calamity, how can you as a master stand by and do nothing? Go save your apprentice. Nyayun was dumbfounded, and his first impression was that Jun wanted to kill him. That's ing purple thunder. You want me to save it? How can I save it? You've loaded yourself with pussy and now you're dragging me to fill the hole, doesn't your conscience hurt? No. Before Nyayun had a chance to speak, an angry female voice immediately came out. Only to see a stunningly beautiful fairy fly out from the group of immortals of the Interceptor sect and look angrily at Jun. It was the clouds. Emperor Jun, where did Taoist Nya offend you that you would want to take advantage of the opportunity to kill him? If you, Heavenly Court, don't want Dao Yunya, my Interceptor sect is willing to accept him and is willing to take out an innate supreme treasure in exchange. Zhao Gongming and Luo Xian also flew out. Old man Jun, if you want to kill my brother Nya, you have to see if I agree. Brother Nya, don't be afraid, I'll shake the people right away. Luo Xian took out a bunch of summoning jade slips before noticing that all the 10,000 immortals of the Interceptor sect were looking at him with blank faces. Who are you shaking? Aren't all the old men here? Luo Xian awkwardly put away the jade slip, that is used to it. Nyayun's heart was incomparably touched. He didn't expect Yun Xiao, Zhao Gongming, and Luo Xian to jump out and speak up for him. He really didn't help them for nothing. The rest of the crowd was greatly surprised as their gazes sized up Nyayun, and with the exception of the saints, everyone else found that they couldn't see through Nyayun's cultivation. Nyayun utilized the cauldron of creation to conceal it, and ordinary cultivators couldn't see through his depths. At the same time, his heart was incomparably curious. Heavenly Water God? I haven't heard of this character. Surprisingly, he made the Interceptor disciples jump out to protect him. This person is very uncomplicated. Jun was extremely upset in his heart. This dog already has such a good relationship with the Interceptor disciples? Oof. What I do, it's not your turn to tell you what to do in the Intercept sect. Sage Tongtian, is this how you teach your disciples? Sage Tongtian smiled faintly. Jun, there's no need to be angry.
I see that this son is very compatible with the Interceptor sect, and even if he sins against you, I am willing to bear the karma for him and will not let you suffer.
Can you give me face?
There was an uproar at this statement.
Sage Tongtian had even personally vouched for Nye Yun. What exactly was this son's origin that he'd attracted the saint's pity?
Chapter 177 Nye Yun's Network, Bei Xian's Identity.
Guiding and Junti glanced at each other and looked at each other in dismay. Senior, what's the situation? Isn't this son Emperor Jun's son-in-law?
How come this Tongtian guy ran out to snatch him?
I don't know, but this son is certainly not simple. Junti rolled his eyes. How can you say that?
Yuan Shi and Nua revealed curious gazes. The Supreme Sage's eyes flashed with a smirk and did not open his mouth.
It's not a matter of concern.
There were jokes in heaven, and he was happy to see them.
Fu Shi and the three ancestors of the human race gave Nye Yun a deep look. They knew that Bei Xian had a master who lived in the heavenly court, but they didn't know that it was Nye Yun.
However, this master teacher of Bei Xian was really not simple, to the extent that he was able to attract the Tongtian sage to personally come out to protect him. Emperor Jun, I'll give you 3 positions in the 10 temples of hell, so that Nye Yun can come to my reincarnation. A voice came out of the chakra.
The reincarnated saint, Ho Tu.
Hiss. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Another saint as a guarantor. This heavenly water god in the end is what kind of character?
Even Sage Tongtian was confused. He'd never expected Nye Yun to still have a relationship with Ho Tu. Sure enough, this son is quite something. He must be dragged into the Interceptor sect. The crowd's gazes toward Nye Yun completely changed. 2 saints stepping in to protect him. What exactly was this man's identity? Could it be the bastard son of heaven?
I, the hierarchy, welcome you to join, and I will bear all the karma for you.
Genji spoke up.
Although he didn't understand what value Nye Yun had, there was definitely a reason why the 2 great saints had stepped in for him.
It's definitely not a bad idea to fight for it.
You are also welcome in my Western religion. Come to my human sect, and the position of 3rd disciple of the human sect is yours.
6 saints vying for the water god of heaven? Everyone was numb. This son can't really be the bastard son of Tendo, can he?
The 6 saints vying for one person had never appeared since the beginning of heaven and earth.
It's outrageous.
Not to mention them, Nye Yun himself was confused.
I'm the hot potato now? Dog Bei Jun, I've helped you so much, and now you want to me?
It's almost like a dog ate your conscience. Luckily, I've secretly pulled a lot of backing. Trying to kill me?
If you're capable, you battle 5 saints come and cut me. Begging to be cut. Nye Yun was even more convinced that his insistence on making fewer enemies and more friends was right. He was already wondering which sage sect to go to.
The Eastern Emperor Tai Chi as well as the 9 great demon saints also saw the signs and pleaded for mercy in unison.
Your Majesty, think twice.
Even the Qin Yuan demon saint, who was filled with resentment towards Nye Yun, followed suit and begged for mercy. At the same time, his heart was incomparably horrified. What on earth was the virtue and ability of this shameless fellow that he was able to attract so many saints? Jun's face twitched viciously, knowing that he had played a big game, and his heart was incomparably regretful. The last thing he wanted was for Nye Yun to be noticed by the saints, and he hadn't expected that his feigned secrecy would draw the attention of the saints instead. It's a big loss. No, when I go back, I must hide this dog a little better before I do.
Cough cough. Everyone misunderstood. The water god is my heavenly court extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. The most important, I will not kill him?
Water god, Bei Xian's original magic treasure is still here with me. Take it and return it to him. Emperor Jun hands shake. A palm-sized tortoise shell appeared in the hands. Tortoise shell above the emanation of dense gas, at a glance as extremely extraordinary treasures. Nye Yun held the turtle shell, his face full of confusion.
Not kill me? Is it for me to deliver the treasure to Bei Xian? Nima. Can you make it clearer? It will scare people to death, okay?
The corners of the saints' mouths twitched viciously as they cursed Jun in their hearts for not being a human being. Giving away a magic treasure is just giving away a magic treasure, making it sound like you're going to take Nye Yun to pad the purple heavenly thunder.
Who are you kidding?
The crowd also looked at each other in dismay, especially Fu Shi and the human race, who all thought that Jun was going to abandon the human race, and in their hearts,
they all had already figured out that they were planning to follow up on the relationship between Bei Xian and Nie Yun to defect to the Interceptor sect. And now you're saying you're just asking Nie Yun to deliver a magic treasure? Could it get any more outrageous? There was no one more embarrassed than Yun Xiao, whose pretty face was bright red at the moment, her gaze glaring fiercely at Di Jun. If she suddenly jumped out to fight for Nie Yun, wouldn't people misunderstand that she and Nie Yun had something going on? This guy Di Jun is so hateful. That what? Many thanks to all the saints for their favor. I will first go to deliver the magic treasure to my disciple, and then come back to pay my respects to all the saints for their great kindness. Nie Yun left behind a sentence and flew toward Bei Xian. It's so embarrassing, it's kind of hard to carry. At this moment, Bei Xian gazed at the purple heavenly divine thunder that had already coalesced in the sky, and in his heart, he was already prepared to fight to the death. Apprentice, receive the treasure. Bei Xian looked at the black turtle shell in his hand and had the illusion of a bloodline connection. Master? Why are you here? Quickly go. This is the purple heavenly divine thunder. Master's good intentions are appreciated by the apprentice, you can't stop it. In my next life, my disciple will do my filial duty in front of my master again. Bei Xian was incomparably moved, and in his heart, he cursed himself for not being a thing before. Such a good master, he used to look down on him, it's just like a wolf's heart. Help you carry the purple heavenly thunder? How did you get that illusion? Do you think your face is encrusted in gold? Nie Yun broke into a rage, directly confusing Bei Xian. I was moved for nothing? Look at what kind of stuff you've comprehended. The purple heavenly divine thunder has been attracted. Think you're so powerful, don't you? Don't worry, when you die, I'll set up a grave for you on Mount Sumeru. By the way, are you married yet? Got a wife yet? Bei Xian didn't know why Nie Yun suddenly asked that, but he still answered honestly. Not married. Oh. Farewell. He was going to come up with a "I'll keep your wife," which didn't seem necessary. If we don't go, the purple heavenly thunder will strike down. Bei Xian looked at each other in disbelief. Master, are you serious about running so fast? Buzz. The crackling sound of the purple heavenly divine thunder condensing pulled Bei Xian back to reality. He looked down at the turtle shell in his hand and a feeling of blood connection roamed his heart. This is... As the crowd watched Nie Yun just leave, a yellow light steeply enveloped Bei Xian's body, and a giant Xian turtle silhouette could be seen appearing above Bei Xian's head. Is that a meritocracy? No, how could this son have so much power of merit? It doesn't make sense. Instead, the saint stared wide-eyed at the Xian turtle's shadow above Bei Xian's head. A North Sea Xian turtle? How is that possible? Wasn't it decapitated by Emperor Jun and its limbs used to hold up the sky? How did it come to be reincarnated as the human race's Bei Xian? Nie Yun was also dumbfounded. Isn't this the North Sea basilisk turtle? This disciple is the reincarnation of the North Sea Xian turtle? North Xian. North Xian. North Sea Xian turtle? Something's not right. 9 out of 10. Nie Yun remembers clearly that when the Xian turtle of the North Sea held up the heavens, Ho-Tu hadn't yet set up reincarnation, and there was no place for reincarnation in the flood. Emperor Jun did not destroy its spirit, but also wait until the reincarnation appeared, send the North Sea turtle reincarnation, otherwise the turtle shell of the North Sea turtle will not appear in the hands of Emperor Jun. Unbelievable. Old Me suspects that the demon emperor, this old denizen, is also a traveler, otherwise it would be too much of a coincidence. He couldn't help but raise his eyes towards Di Jun. It wasn't just Nie Yun, the gazes of the saints were also directed towards Di Jun. The reincarnation of the North Sea Xian turtle was completely beyond their expectations. Chapter 178 is not good, apprentice to backstabbing. The saints thought a lot. The North Sea Genta turtle was reincarnated and also reincarnated into the human race. This is definitely what Di Jun had counted on, with the North Sea Xian turtle as a pawn, plus the North Sea Xian turtle to open up a new cultivation path for the human race. Then in the future, the human race will be completely tied up in the heavenly court. It's impossible to even think about betrayal. Unless the human race wants to go back to the time when they were used as blood food by all races. The Supreme Sage's eyes were filled with gloom. Emperor Jun, I have underestimated him. As long as the Xian turtle of the North Sea succeeded, it would be impossible for the human race to turn around and follow the human sect. But even if it is the reincarnation of the North Sea Xian turtle, it can't block the purple heavenly lightning. This sun is dead. Sage Yuan sure said in a conspiratorial manner, Di Jun, what a deep calculation. But you didn't count on the appearance of the violet heavenly divine thunder even with all your calculations. This son will die today. Death? Emperor June looked as if he was, but his eyes flashed with disdain. That dog has said that the North Sea Shen turtle is a walking bag of merit, more than a dear son in front of the heavenly Tao. Will such a man die? Nia Yun was also secretly pleased that he wasn't worried about Bei Xian's life or death anymore. This guy is the biggest contributor to support the sky. The power of merit and virtue is incomparably thick. It can be said that in terms of a single person, no other living beings in the floodplains. If he was killed by lightning even like this, then he would have to wonder if the heavenly Tao had produced a spirit. Rumble. The purple heavenly divine thunder that had been brewing for a long time finally fell. The terrifying power instantly darkened the entire flooded sky. Everyone's eyes burned as they stared at the yellow figure under that divine thunder. All the saints and great powers of the floodplains lamented, this sun will surely become ashes. No one thought that Bei Xian would be able to dodge it. Fuxi was gloomy, even if Bei Xian fails, he is still a martyr of my people. I shall guide the descendants of the human race to conquer the northern Shen road and open up a cultivation path for the human race that belongs to the human race itself. The human race should strengthen itself. Right at this moment, an arrogant laughter resounded through the flooded earth. Ha ha! Well said. Let it be so with the heavenly emperor of the people. In the void, Bei Xian stood proudly, the back of his back carrying a large tortoise shell, endless chi merit filling the air. The turtle shell was originally the original treasure of the North Sea Shen turtle, and before propping up the sky, the North Sea Shen turtle also integrated his entire cultivation into the turtle shell. Now that the object has returned to its original owner, it can be used directly without having to be sacrificed and refined, and the cultivation left behind in his previous life has also returned in full, including his memories. Feeling the quasi-saint great perfection martial saint aura emanating from Bei Xian's body, all the beings in the flood wasteland fell into silence. Strong. Is too strong. Fuxia's face trembled, couldn't he help but ask, Chang. Succeeded? The three ancestors of the human race were ecstatic and their hands were dancing. Success, Bei Xian has succeeded. My human race finally has its own way of cultivation, and from now on finally has its own path to strength. Bei Xian shall be the ancestor of the human race. Martial ancestor. Bei Xian. When the crowd of the human race heard this, they all bowed in excitement, greetings to martial ancestor. Buzz. The purple thunderclouds dispersed, and above the sea of clouds in the nine heavens, a thick chi merit emerged. The sun rises in the east, the immortal birds are in the air, and the auspiciousness is in the sky. The great Tao of Qi and merit? The way of heaven is private and the way of the world is public. Bei Xian had founded the martial Tao, hardened himself against the nine heavenly tribulations and the purple heavenly thunder, and had already endured enough tests to be considered a success. What the crowd didn't expect was that what they thought was a test dropped by the heavenly Tao, they didn't expect it to be the great Tao. The human martial way, it really wasn't simple. The thick meritocracy fell and went straight into Bei Xian. A portion of this merit flew to the heavenly court, Emperor Jun, Nia Yun, and the human race respectively. The human race's chi soared once again. Originally, Bei Xian's quasi-saint great perfection's aura once again skyrocketed at this moment, and a majestic and holy golden dharma body quickly condensed. The golden body of merit? Sub-St. At this moment, the great powers of the floodplains were all envious. This step is how many quasi-saint powerhouses dream of, but did not expect to witness the success of others, who was not envious and jealous. The Koan Peng stared at Bei Xian in death, his breath unable to calm down for a long time. Styx, on the other hand, spewed out a mouthful of old blood, full of unwillingness. Why? The weak human race is so simple to step out of this step. My Styx was born innately, why is it still a half-step sub-holy? Heaven is unjust. But on second thought, it's the avenue descending. Styx has closed himself off again. The golden body of merit merged into Bei Xian's body, and he opened his eyes, which were filled with vicissitudes. I turned out to be the North Sea Shen turtle. And now I am Bei Xian of the human race, and I have a division. Named Nia Yun, who is the water god of the heavenly court. His gaze gradually cleared. Bei Xian took a step and appeared at the top of Mount Tai. Toward Nia Yun and Emperor Jun, he bowed in worship, Master Teacher, Your Majesty. Di Jun smiled with satisfaction and nodded his head gently. Bei Xian's so chess piece had finally shown the sharpness he deserved. Next it's time to ensure heaven. While Nia Yun looked at Bei Xian, he was a bit embarrassed. The disciple directly took a step to heaven and achieved the sub-saint, but he still called himself a great Luo master. Nya Yun got the feeling that this guy was doing it on purpose, trying to backstab him and embarrass him. Having a background means you can do whatever you want. How come I didn't have an awesome past life? Seeing Nya Yun's lack of interest, Bei Xian didn't care Nya Yun had been like this to him before. Then he turned his head to look at Fu Xi and the three ancestors of the human race, and droned aloud, "From now on, the human race may cultivate the way of martial arts, and may my human race prosper." The cultivators of the human race, everyone is like a dragon. The three ancestors of the human race were in tears. Bei Xian was the one they had watched grow up, and at the moment, that long dormant blood was burning along with them. The cultivators of the human race, everyone is like a dragon. And thousands of human races simultaneously shouted the name of the martial ancestor, moving through the flooded earth. Although Shindu didn't shout along, his heart was still excited. The human race had finally stood up. He glanced at Emperor Jun, full of gratitude. Others only saw Bei Xian's success, but Shindu knew very well that this was Di Jun's scheming, Di Jun's favor to the human race. This is a great favor. Although the Supreme Sage looked indifferent, he indeed did not expect Bei Xian to be able to succeed and really open up a new path for the human race. He gave a little pause, and the holy sound swept over the flooded earth once again. The martial ancestor of the human race, who also traveled to the Fire Cloud Cave to suppress the chief of the human race, shall not be allowed to come out unless there is an infinite amount of culpa. The human race has completely turned its back on the humanist church, and now that it is even opening up a new avenue, the Golden Dan Avenue of the humanist church will inevitably be discarded. The law of the saints was discarded, undoubtedly a slap in the face of the saints. A supreme sage can be inactive and ruthless, but a sage's cheek cannot be unwanted. I, the Western Church, agree. Junti and Jain immediately took a stand. Wanting to control the human race, both Fu Xi and martial ancestor Bei Xian must be placed under house arrest, especially since Bei Xian has crossed over into the sub-saints, which is an extremely destabilizing factor. It could also curb the momentum of the heavenly court, which they were naturally happy to see. In their words, the Western religion will rise greatly, and all those who stand in the way of the great rise of the Western religion need to be universalized and transcended. The primordial sage nodded approvingly. What eldest brother said is very true. For his part, Sage Tongtian was silent, his gaze glancing over at Di Jun intentionally or unintentionally, wanting to see how Di Jun would respond. He wanted to form a permanent alliance with the heavenly court, but if he offended the four saints as a result, then he would have to think twice about it. As for Bei Xian, even though he had entered the sub-saints, he was already the strongest group of people under the saints. But if you don't enter the holy realm, you are ultimately an ant. Chapter 179, Emperor Jun, All Saints, do you want to fight with the heavenly court? Nua's face was a bit unsightly. Ladies and gentlemen, Bei Xian is a member of the heavenly court. The human race was subordinate to the heavenly court, and Bei Xian naturally belonged to the heavenly court as well. Imprisoning Fu Xi, Nua could understand. After all, Fu Xi's karma with her was too deep, and no one wanted Nua to take control of the human race through Fu Xi. For birth to imprison Bei Xian would be more than just not giving face, it would be a direct slap in the face to Nua. The Supreme Sage said in an ancient well, Bei Xian is also of the human race, as the holy mother of the human race, do you want to block the great rise of the human way? Bei Xian shall travel to the Fire Cloud Cave to suppress the human race's chi. Humanity. When Nye Yun heard those two words, he couldn't help but have his pupils shrink. All along, his knowledge of tunnels and human paths had been at the stage of speculation and conjecture, unable to confirm their existence. But now that these two words came out of the mouth of the Supreme Sage, it was nothing less than the best proof. The human path really exists? So the Earth Way also exists? But the saint of the Earth's Way, Ho Tu, was restricted from being reincarnated, and there are no saints in the human way, and Fu Xi's witness to the way is only a quasi-saintly great circle. It is reasonable to say that if the three paths of heaven, earth, and man exist, they are bound to coexist side by side. If the heavenly path can have 7 saints, the earthly path and the human path are bound to have saints as well. Suddenly, Nya Yun thought of a possibility that horrified him beyond measure. Could it be that Nuwa and Taishong are the saints of the human way? Just keep referring to yourself as a heavenly being? Nya Yun didn't dare to think any further. If that was the case, it would definitely be a perishing torrent-like existence for the Floodlands. Because this proved one thing, that the flood world could still accommodate saints, and that there were still holy positions to be fought over. Nuwa was annoyed, but there was nothing she could do. The will of the 4 great saints could not be reversed with her alone. As for the silent sage Tongtian, Nuwa knew very well that he was watching. Even if he pulled it together, it would still be 2 against 4. It's not looking good. She raised her eyes toward T-Jun. D-Jun's expression was incomparably calm, as if he were an onlooker. Only his eyes were locked with Bei Xian, like communicating. Fushi, the 3 ancestors of the human race have already Shindu, hearing that the saints are going to continue to imprison Fushi, and even the martial ancestor Bei Xian, the anger in their hearts is accompanied by more powerlessness. The only person who could change the will of the saints in the entire floodplain was Dao ancestor Hongjun. Not to mention the 4 saints. Even if Nuwa's heart was toward the human race, it wouldn't change the ending. Want to imprison me? Suddenly, Bei Xian let out a cold snort as his aura exploded around him and he shouted up to the sky. The Great Tao is above, my human martial ancestor Bei Xian honors the Great Tao. The Flood Lords and the Saints all looked at Bei Xian in puzzlement. What does he want? The human race has survived in the cracks of all races, and has struggled to survive to this day. Today I would like to use my martial qi to establish a sacred place for the human race's martial Tao. All the ministries of the human race can set up temples to cultivate their clansmen and enter the holy land of martial arts to resonate the human race's qi. The sacred ground of the martial way shall be the backbone of the human race. If the sacred ground is not extinguished, the human race will live forever. Boom! Buzz! The vast ocean of martial qi immediately surged, quickly condensing an illusory palace out of the sea of 7 colored clouds above the 9 heavens. Bold! The Supreme Sage finally surfaced with anger. The Supreme Sage couldn't be clearer about what it meant when the Holy Land of Martial Tao was erected. This was the birth of an existence equivalent to a Qi fortune sect-like existence, adhering to the will of the Great Tao, which could seize the heavenly Qi fortune in merit. From then on, the human race is also a part of the Flood's wrestling field, and the Saints can't tilt it. Unless the human martial arts Holy Land lost in the competition for Qi, just like the Witch Clan. Even if the Taoist ancestor wants to overthrow the witch race, he can only drive the forces of the flood to exterminate them, and he cannot do it himself, or he will be punished by both the heavenly Tao and the great Tao. Nima. You want to be so brave? Nia Yun is about to cry. This disciple is a slap in the face of the saints, pulling hatred for the old man. Naturally, Nia Yun had thought about the matter of establishing a Qi power, and knew that it would prevent the 3 emperors of the human race from being imprisoned. But this is also equal to offend 3 or 4 saints, even if the saints do not dare to take action, but the sects under them can, the human race can resist? It's over, it must have been missed by the saints, what should we do? Nia Yun was panicking, like never before. Just then, Bei Xian let out a cold laugh. Bold? Oh. Bold you haven't seen yet. Nima. Still come? Nia Yun's eyes blanched and he nearly fainted. Sinful disciple, do you think I won't die fast enough? The 3 ancestors of the human race, the Orizuo clan, the Flint clan, and the Zi clan, shall be admitted to the Holy Land of Martial Arts. As Bei Xian's words fell, the 3 ancestors immediately understood and announced immediately. I, the Swearing clan, the Yushao clan, and the Zi clan, am willing to enter the Holy Land of Martial Tao and suppress the human race's qi. Bei Xian spoke once more, the 3 emperors and 5 emperors, when they enter the Holy Land of Martial Tao. Heavenly Emperor Fushi immediately responded, I, Heavenly Emperor Fushi, would like to enter the Holy Land of Martial Tao. The Holy Land will not be destroyed, and the human race will live forever. The 4 saints all burst into a rage, how dare you? They had just said that the 3 emperors and 5 emperors must be imprisoned in the Fire Cloud Cave, and now that Bei Xian had established a Holy Land to receive the 3 emperors and 5 emperors, wasn't that rubbing their faces on the ground? Good spirit, I have not misjudged the man. Bei Xian, receive the treasure. Emperor Jun laughed aloud and threw the Kongdong seal to Bei Xian. When Bei Xian held the Kongdong seal, he felt that the entire human race's qi was in one palm, and he even felt that he was able to dissolve the relationship between the Supreme Sage and Nuwa in the human race. This Kongdong seal is so powerful? Bei Xian was incomparably horrified, but with the 4 saints eyeing him, he didn't dare to think too much. Bei Xian, use the Kongdong seal to suppress the human race's qi. If the Holy Land is not destroyed, the human race will live forever. Boom! The human race's qi cloud sea tumbled, and the illusory palace that had coalesced abruptly emerged with the word Holy Land, hanging high above the 9 heavens in the sea of qi clouds. Avenue acknowledged it. The will of the saints is not recognized by the Great Way. When the 3 emperors and the 5 emperors entered the Holy Land of Martial Arts, it was not the Fire Cloud Cave. Fire rose at the bottom of the Supreme Sage's eyes. Good. Very good. I'd like to see how your human martial arts holy land can gain a foothold in the flood.
Sage Yuanshire snorted coldly. Jade Qing's decree, the human martial arts holy land disrespects heaven and earth and disrespects saints, it should be destroyed. I, the Western sect, have also adhered to the will of the heavenly Tao, and together we will destroy the human race's sacred place of martial arts.
Junta and receiver take a stand.
Sage Tongtian let out a dark sigh and followed suit. The interceptor sect should intercept a ray of life for the flood, and not allow any newborn chi sects to affect the heavenly chi. No one wanted the birth of yet another chi sect. The flood was just so big that newbies were not welcome. The holy land of martial Tao had just been established when it was directly declared war by the 5 great saints. The human race was famous, and since the beginning of time, no one except the witch race had been treated like this. The human race is also over, powerless. Nia Yun looked at Bei Xian breathlessly, wanting to grab this sinful apprentice and whack him. Well now, the 4 major powers have declared war, what are you going to top that with? Take the head? Poor old me is going to get caught in the crossfire. As for the heavenly court, Nia Yun didn't dare to think about it, nor would he. As long as Di Jun wasn't stupid, he wouldn't have stepped in. The heavenly court was strong, no doubt, but facing the 4 great saint sects, everyone was terrified. Right at this moment, an icy voice resounded throughout the top of Mount Tai. Saints, are you planning to engage in a firefight with my heavenly court? Chapter 180. The Northern Emperor of Heaven, you're asking the wrong person. The saints were all stunned, not expecting Di Jun to dare to step forward. Even Nuwa couldn't help but transmit her voice to Di Jun. Emperor Jun, the human race has already touched the bottom line of the saints. Give up on the human race. Give up? Just kidding. It was so hard to get the human race onto the heavenly courtship. This is the future of the heavenly court and the demon race, and you're just going to give up when you say you're giving up? Di Jun somewhat understands why Nuwa didn't set up her own sect. Compared to other saints, Nuwa is too lacking in big picture vision and foresight. The 3 ancestors of the human race in Fushi are all touched by the crisis. The human race had indeed been right in choosing the heavenly court. Just because Di Jun dared to make an enemy of the 4 saints in regards to the human race should follow the heavenly court without hesitation. Yuan Shi's eyes revealed a cold light. Di Jun, what do you mean by that? The corner of Di Jun's mouth twisted as he coldly said, I would like to ask you all what you mean. The human race is a part of my heavenly court. Are you all declaring war towards the human race because you want to go to war with the heavenly court? Moreover, the holy land of martial Tao was established by my northern emperor of heavenly court, so if you say you want to exterminate it, do you really think I don't exist? The northern emperor? Where did the northern emperor come from in heaven? Since Fushi's fall and reincarnation as the heavenly queen of the human race, isn't there only one eastern emperor left among the 4 emperors of the heavenly court? My humble servant, Bei Xian, pays homage to His Majesty the heavenly emperor. Bei Xian suddenly half kneeled in the void and bowed respectfully towards Di Jun. It's the courtesy of a king and a minister. The pupils of the saints shrank. The northern emperor Xian Turtle was the northern emperor of the heavenly court? When did this happen? How do you not know that yourself? Di Jun took out the Hout-En mirror. I have sworn by the heavenly Tao in the past that if you, the Xian Turtle of the North Sea, are willing to give up your body to support the heavens and create the flood, you will be honored with the position of the North Emperor, one of the 4 emperors of the heavenly court. Today, I shall grant you the covenant to be the northern emperor of the heavenly court, and the heavenly Tao will recognize it. Buzz. A huge Xian Turtle Dharma phase coalesced in the heavenly court's Chi Yunhai. Thank you, Your Majesty the heavenly emperor. Bei Xian was thrilled and at the same time immensely relieved. Emperor Jun was indeed a man of honor. Even though he was facing such a predicament, he was willing to keep his promise, not hesitating to make an enemy of the saints. Following such a heavenly emperor was definitely not a loss. Greetings to the Northern Emperor. The heavenly court immortals and gods, including the 9 demon saints, saluted in unison. A sub-holy Northern Emperor, the strength of the heavenly court has skyrocketed again. East Emperor Taichi laughed lightly. Fellow Taoist Bei Xian, when we return to the heavenly court, I will host a banquet in the East Emperor's residence to celebrate for you. Yes. Being the same as the 4 emperors and sitting on an equal footing, there was naturally not much in the way of formalities. The saints looked at each other and chose to remain silent. Who would have thought that Di Jun and the North Sea Xian Turtle would have such an agreement? If it was the Northern Emperor that Di Jun was now edicting, they would still be able to pressure Nuwa to stand by and watch. But Di Jun can't even move the heavenly Tao oath, wanting Di Jun to stand by and watch, unless the heavenly court changes the heavenly emperor. Nuwa is not capable of such a thing, and the demon race will not serve.
What's more, Di Jun was deeply favored by Dao Father Hongjun, and his old man would be even less likely to agree. Di Jun swept a glance at the saints. My heavenly court's northern emperor has established the Holy Land of martial Dao, and the great Dao recognizes it. The cause and effect of this situation, my heavenly court takes it on with one force. Anyone who has a problem with that can come and speak to me. The big deal is that I don't want the heavenly court anymore, so let's all smash the flood and let heaven and earth restart. Bossy and fearless. A lot of people watching are beginning to be enamored with the heavenly court. In order to protect one of their own, even the saints dared to just. Who wouldn't want to go to such a heaven? Cultivation journey, who is smooth sailing, there is such a big backer who protects the calf, who does not want? The saints and the great powers of the flood were all speechless, and this guy Di Jun wanted to lift the table and stop playing again. The strength of the heavenly court was horrifyingly incomparable, and if the four great sects went to war against the heavenly court, it would almost be equal to the annihilation war of the flood. Saints cannot personally take action, then the result is basically the flood of all the souls fell, back to the beginning of the heavens and earth desolate time. Can heaven say yes? When the time comes, the heavenly Dao did not look for the trouble of the saints. I am afraid that the ancestors of the Dao first jumped out to give them a good look. Hongjun is the first person responsible for the flood. Very well, I will see how long you, Di Jun, can protect the human race. The supreme sage flung his long sleeves and rode the green ox to break through the air. Xian Du smiled bitterly as he clasped his fists at Di Jun and turned to follow. He was grateful to Di Jun, but he couldn't leave the human sect either, and only by firmly occupying the status of a great disciple of the human sect would he be able to seek more benefits for the human race. If the great disciple of the human sect were to change, then the days of the human race would not be easy. Yuan sure didn't say anything and directly drove the 9 dragons sinking incense whisk away. Infinite Life Buddha. I and my senior brother, Receiver, will preach for all souls on Spirit Mountain in 10 years' time to promote Buddhism and universalize all beings, so anyone who is interested may go. Oh. By the way, my Western religion has gained a new spirit vein, no longer barren. After Junti finished speaking, he and Jiayin climbed the clouds and left. All of the great powers of the floodplains secretly poo-pooed it. Shameless. Trick the dog into going in to kill it. Who doesn't know that your Western religion is good at transforming? Going and coming back? Jiayin was also speechless. This guy hadn't forgotten to play a wave of advertisements on his way out. Did you pay for the ads? Di Jun, come to Golden Ao Island sometime to catch up. After the Tongtian sage finished speaking, his gaze fell on Jiayin. Heavenly Water God, you are always welcome in my interceptor sect. After saying that, he rode away on the Kueyu ox. Yun Xiao and the other 10,000 immortals of the interceptor sect followed suit. Amount. Jiayin's eyes were glowing. A personal invitation from the Tongtian sage? Should we run? Di Jun couldn't help but curse in his heart when he saw Jiayin leaping to his feet. Dog, you want a fart eat. However, Tongtian personally invited, and Di Jun also smelled a wave of goodwill. Perhaps he could pull the interceptors into the heavenly court camp. Nuwa looked deeply at Di Jun and said nothing as she stepped on the phoenix and left. She understood that Di Jun was not what he used to be, and that in the future, she, the ancestor of the demon race and the holy mother of the human race. I'm afraid it will all be vanity. Both the human and demon races obeyed Di Jun more than she, Nuwa. Since then all the saints had left, and Di Jun had hardened himself against the 4 saints for the sake of the human race and for the sake of Beixian. I'm afraid that the word will soon spread across the floodplains, and many great powers will have the intention of defecting to the heavenly court. It wouldn't be long before the heavenly court would see a wave of even greater strength. This wave of heaven has made a lot of money. Your Majesty, the heavenly emperor, may I ask why your heavenly grand warlord has not come? Daoist Sihong flew forward with a slightly disappointed expression. She searched the entire heavenly court for people to come and found no sign of that person. It shouldn't be. As the Grand Military Counselor of the Heavenly Court, how could he be absent from such an important event? It's not possible that he was suppressed by the Heavenly Emperor, is it? When this statement was made, the Heavenly Court Demon Sage and the Eastern Emperor both revealed smiles. They naturally knew about the fact that the Grand Military Master had saved Daoist Siihang, and looking at Daoist Siihang, it seemed like she had a bit of an interest in the Grand Military Master. Only the Qin Yuan Demon Saint stared at Jiayin and gnashed his teeth. This shameless man, he even cheated Sihong, it's simply detestable. No, he must not be allowed to succeed. Di Jun glanced at Jiayin, also extremely upset. This dog thing has even hooked up with Daoist Sihong, count yourself ruthless. I can't imagine that this dog's peach blossom luck is so prosperous. Should I let White Zephyr and Shan Yan utilize the art of deduction to give him a peach blossom chop? If this goes on, my princess will have to steal husbands from all the women in the floodplains. Before Di Jun could speak, he heard the Qin Yuan demon saint say in a conspiratorial manner. Taoist Sihon, you're asking the wrong person if you're asking the Grand Warlord. The water god of heaven is a bosom friend of his, so I'm afraid I know better. Wouldn't you say so? Lord Water God? The people in the heavenly court were puzzled. The great warlord and the water god were bosom friends? How come you haven't heard of it yourself? Nia Yun was already depressed at the moment, but he didn't expect this long leg to add fuel to the fire. Nappy. Helped you so much for nothing. Taoist Sihon's eyes lit up and he immediately flew to Nia Yun. Fellow Taoist water god, I don't know. Looking at this holy and absolutely beautiful fairy, if she was truly interested in herself, Nia Yun would naturally be happy to see it happen. But who understands? Leave the hot guy alone and have to have that mediocre doppelganger. Thankfully, he died and came to himself, his own being, to inquire about the lover boy. Who understands? Who the knows? Nia Yun revealed a smile that was worse than crying and said, that Grand Military Master is in seclusion, and I don't know when it's over, so why don't you add a ball number? Bah! Leave a summoning jade slip, I'll notify you when his seclusion is over. Chapter 181, Robbing Me, Are You Serious? Really? Taoist Sihon was overjoyed and hurriedly pulled out a jade slip and handed it to Nia Yun. Troublesome fellow water god Taoist. I won't let you help for nothing, this is my Hierophant's jade clearance stand, so I'll take it as a reward for you, Taoist water god. Jade Clear Pill as a phone bill? You're really giving it up. Although the Jade Clear Pill was inferior to the Nine Turns Golden Pill, it was still a first-class sacred medicine for healing wounds. You're welcome, Taoist Sihon. As he watched Taoist Sihon leave, Nia Yun's autistic mood elevated to the extreme. It's too big of a ing blow. The Qin Yuan demon saint was furious as he watched Nia Yun still have the cheek to accept Taoist Sihon's Jade Clearance Pill. Shameless, so shameless. Never seen this shameless person make a diversion to cheat people even if, but also receive people things to send a message. Pissed off, shameless man, when we return to the heavenly court we will definitely make you look good. Master, apprentice. Bei Xian ran over with gusto, having restored the memories of the Xian turtle of the North Sea himself, and also sitting on the position of the four emperors of the heavenly court. It's reasonable to say that Nia Yun is no longer enough to be his master. However, Bei Xian had long since identified with Nia Yun, and it was Nia Yun who was truly responsible for his ability to step out on a cultivation path for the human race. This master, he identified. Stop. Nia Yun's old face darkened, making Bei Xian uncertain. Master, what's wrong? You have just come before the master, which foot came first? Left foot, right? For the teacher on the body of the heavenly way, have some enlightenment, left foot first to my front disciple, master and disciple karma has been exhausted, you are expelled from the division. After Nia Yun finished speaking, he turned around and left. This disciple is too able to cause trouble, continue to be his master is sure to die, or hurry to sweep out the door. I'd like to live a few more years. Saints! I've already expelled Bei Xian from the division, how he offended you is none of my business. There's a head for the grievances, if you have a grudge you look for Bei Xian, look for the northern emperor of the heavenly court, but don't think of me. Kitsujin was dumbfounded. That's expelled from the division? Master, where did the apprentice do wrong, can't I change? Master, wait for me. Bei Xian hurriedly went after him. Emperor Jun, the Eastern Emperor, Fu Shi, and the others were first stunned when they heard Nia Yun expel Bei Xian from his master's school, but then they smiled heartily. This water god is a wonderful person. And now Bei Xian wasn't just a sub-saint powerhouse, the northern emperor of the celestial court, but also the martial ancestor of the human race. Nia Yun was no longer qualified to be his master, whether it was in terms of cultivation or status, and it wouldn't look good to spread the word to either the celestial court or the human race. But the reason for taking the left foot first is really good for him to think of. This dog thing obviously knows everything, understands everything, and prefers to pretend to be stupid to fish in the water. This time I directly set the princess, see if you still give the heavenly court. Di Jun thought darkly, raising his eyes to scan the human race. This is done, the rest of you are on your own. Those who belong to the heavenly court, return to the heavenly court with me. Fu Shi and the three ancestors of the human race bowed respectfully. Greetings to the heavenly emperor. Fu Shi said to Lai Shan beside him, My brother, from now on, the burden of the human race will be entrusted to you. I will wait for you at the holy land of the martial way. Lai Shan's eyes showed determination. I won't let you down, and I won't let the human race down. I will lead the human race to prosperity, so that everyone being like a dragon is not an empty word. Fu Shi and the three ancestors of the human race smiled in relief. Nia Yun followed the heavenly court army back to the heavenly court, and Bei Xian's attempt to follow him was rejected outright. You've been expelled and you still want to go to Mount Somaru? Dream on. By the way, the qualification of Bei Xian to enter and exit the Sumeru Mountain Grand Formation has been cancelled, and in the future, I will sever my ties with you. Go back and go into seclusion, make sure to raise your cultivation as soon as possible. Even though I expelled the sinful disciple from the division, who knows if the saints will still hold a grudge, just waiting for me to go out and squat me. You have to at least break through quasi-saint before you can go out. Nia Yun made up his mind and quickly flew towards his Mount Sumeru. Just as he approached Mount Sumeru, a gunshot shadow suddenly rushed out from the side, blocking Nia Yun's path into the mountain. Who dares to attack a heavenly court official? Simply don't want to live. This god will immediately mobilize 1,000,000 heavenly soldiers to come over and take you. Nia Yun was dumbfounded when he saw the two stunningly beautiful figures blocking his way before he finished speaking. Big question marks popped up in his head. Put us what? Go on. Princess Lingyue held the Vanguard Evergreen gun in her hand and was smug. Don't say it, do you? Then it's my turn to talk. Princess Lingyue put her gun across, like a bandit leader bursting out. Catch that little thief, this mountain is opened by me, this tree is planted by me. If you want to pass from here, leave your storage bag. Nia Yun's head was filled with black lines. Who brought this on? Robbing me? Are you serious? If it was before, Nia Yun would have been a trifle wary after all. Princess Lingyue had already set foot on the Tao Lord, and she was no match. But now. Stop it, princess, I'm still busy. Who's kidding you about not paying, right? Look at the gun. The Vanguard Evergreen lance stabbed out directly at Nia Yun. Nia Yun raised an eyebrow as he gazed at Princess Duan Yu next to him. Princess Duan Yu, as a sister, do you also let her fool around like this? Princess Duan Yu clasped her hands, her face expressionless. If you want to marry the princess, you have to have the strength to defeat her. Otherwise, even with the Heavenly Emperor's decree, we will not agree. The last time he lost to Nia Yun, Duan Yu had always held a grudge. When she broke through the Great Luo, this guy hid in Mount Sumeru and did not come out, wanting to take revenge. She has not been able to find the opportunity. How could she accept that? Now that I've caught this opportunity with great difficulty, how can I not take revenge? Nia Yun cursed. Who's marrying you? I don't even want it for nothing. Seeing Princess Ing Yu's attack approaching, Nia Yun no longer hid it. A cutthroat golden wheel flew out and crashed into the ancient evergreen gun. Boring. The golden wheel of death flew back, causing Princess Yu to be shaken out. What? You actually managed to block my shot with a single golden wheel? Princess Lingyue was not shocked but excited. Ha ha. You really are hiding your strength. Take out all 12 of your golden wheels. This princess wants to see how strong you really are. The power of the great Tao erupted, and the terrifying sharpness pressed directly towards Nia Yun. Gun Wei. Aoyoma. Nia Yun was angry and speechless, even using the power of the great Tao, bullying an honest man, are you? It's a pity that Nia is not what he used to be. The golden light shimmered. The 12 cut-off golden wheels formed golden discs and fiercely met the ancient evergreen gun. Boom! The shockwave of the impact swept through the white clouds and shook the surrounding mountains. Princess Lingyue's spear path was once again bounced out, surprisingly unable to break Nia Yun's cutting world golden wheel. How is that possible? You're only at the golden immortal cultivation level, how can you resist the power of the great Tao of your moon? Princess Duan Yu's face was filled with disbelief. A golden immortal fighting a Tao Lord, and they're still on equal footing? Are you kidding me? Nia Yun glanced at his mouth. What's impossible? I'm also a Dala, okay. Princess Lingyue, how about stopping here? Fighting in the heavenly court without authorization is against the rules of heaven, and if His Majesty pursues the matter, it won't do anyone any good. Mostly, it's a pointless fight with no benefits. Princess Lingyue's battle spirit was so high that she didn't hear Nia Yun's words in the slightest. I must defeat you today. Big sexy wolf, you really are hiding deep. Originally I didn't want to rely on my realm to bully you, but I didn't expect you to be so strong. I'm going to start getting serious. Chapter 182 Demon Saint? Chop it up. Seriously? Serious hammer.
Nyayun stopped pretending, and 24 cutting world golden wheels flew out in unison, instantly forming a two-tiered stacked disc in the void.
No.
It would be more appropriately called a grinder. The 24 death-defying golden wheels combined to form the millstone had once again undergone a qualitative change. Within the golden light that was originally emitted, a layer of black breath covered coalesced, and a terrifying destructive power spread out to the 8 directions.
What? Instead of 12 golden wheels, you have 24?
Princess Lingyue was shocked. Feeling the destructive power above the grinding wheel formed by the golden wheel, she felt the aura of death for the first time.
No good. Second sister, I'll help you.
Princess Duanyu also lost her color. The aura emanating from this magic treasure was too terrifying, and Lingyu absolutely could not block it.
Princess Duanyu immediately took out her immortal beheading gourd. Please baby, turn around.
The ancient evergreen gun in Princess Lingyu's hand erupted with terrifying green light, instantly condensing a huge green fox silhouette.
Gun way. Soul condensation. Rumble.
The two innate supreme treasures, driven by the two Downlord Gold Immortals, clashed with Nyayun's 24 cut-off golden wheels. The Dala Dharma power escaped in all directions, instantly turning the surrounding mountains into pieces. Only Mount Sumeru was protected by the formation and was not affected. Buzz. The grinding wheel composed of golden wheels violently smashed into the Vanguard Evergreen Lance and the Immortal Cutting Flying Blade, and the two notably powerful innate supreme treasures were directly smashed into the air, emitting bursts of wailing. The two sisters, Duanyu and Lingyu, even spat blood out of their mouths and flew backwards, their faces full of horror.
How is that possible? In a 1-on-2 situation, the two of them were still easily suppressed? And it's still 2 Downlords against 1 Golden Immortal, can it get any more outrageous?
At this moment, even Princess Lingyue with a bit of foolishness came back to her senses. No wonder father was so impressed with this guy that he would make him the first prince consort of the heavenly court.
This kind of battle power, this kind of natural talent. It's the saints who have to look sideways.
Not to mention them, Nyayun himself was shocked.
24 cutting world golden wheels were combined into a magic treasure that was surprisingly terrifying in its power.
This was completely the power of a top innate supreme treasure.
The system master is awesome.
Nyayun roared furiously in his heart as he raised his hand to put away the cutting world golden wheel.
I squinted at Tuanyu and Lingyu. Princesses, still fighting?
This force must be installed. Being bullied by these two oddballs for so long, now I can finally raise my eyebrows for once.
I, Mr. Nya, also have dignity.
Princess Lingyue's silver teeth clenched as she angrily shouted, Big sexy wolf, don't be arrogant, this palace's ancient evergreen lance hasn't been fully refined yet. When I do, I'll make sure to beat you to death.
Nyayun was rather disdainful. Refining the ancient evergreen lance? Are you serious?
The great Luo Golden Immortals were able to completely refine the innate spiritual treasures, while the innate supreme treasures, at least, all required the cultivation of a quasi-saint to be able to do so. To refine the ancient evergreen gun, I am afraid that without a few tens of thousands of years do not want to think, then I have long been a quasi-saint, you are the same not a rival. Princess Duanyu stared at Nyayun in death, her eyes covered in disbelief as her mouth murmured.
How is that possible? How come? At the golden immortal cultivation level, she could accept being defeated by Nyayun. Now that he had broken through to the Downlords, and had even joined forces with a Downlord, he had even been easily suppressed by Nyayun. His own pride had been shattered by Nyayun twice in a row. She was beginning to wonder if her qualifications were too mediocre, that she couldn't even defeat a golden immortal. Nyayun said viciously, You've destroyed the feng shui around Mount Sumeru, turning my Mount Sumeru into the lone peak here, so I'll need at least 2 innate spiritual treasures to make up for my loss. Or I'll beat you up every time I see you from now on. 2 innate spiritual treasures, bring them. I've been stuck here for so long, I'm almost mentally disoriented, so it's not too much to ask for moral damages, is it? When the two women heard this, they were furious. Where did we destroy the feng shui of Mount Sumeru? It was obviously the power of your magic treasure that escaped and destroyed the surrounding mountains, and now you're blaming it all on us. Can't you have any more face?
Big pervert, you're shameless.
Nyayun hemmed and hawed, shameless?
Kid, a big fist is the only thing that counts, and politics comes out of the barrel of a gun.
Right. Oh, This one doesn't count. I advise you to obediently hand over the compensation, or don't blame Nya for not being martial. Gah! Cool. It's no wonder there are so many people who enjoy being a villain. The gratitude is almost like a bite of peppercorn, numb from head to heels kind of thing. Again, it's like a massage with Thai massage. It's so smooth, even the people are a little bit smarter. The two women greeted Nyayun's unsuspecting eyes and turned pale with fear. This asshole doesn't really want to. Shameless. How dare you intend to misbehave with the princess, you seek death. A voice filled with anger resounded through the void. Nyayun hastily turned his head to see a monstrous green palm print pouring down, its terrifying pressure shaking the earth. The sound of my nymphette. Long legs? She's going to cut the old man? A demon saint. It was still a paragon saint who had decimated one corpse striking out, and this was the crushing of a great realm. To help you so much, but you still want to cut the old man. It's true that only the villain and the woman are hard to raise. So what if it's a demon saint? Chop as usual. The paragon's sudden strike no longer allowed Nyayun time to conjure up the cutting world golden will to fend it off. He raised his right hand and muttered with his middle finger up. Today is your first face-to-face. Sage Sword Dao, don't let me down. In an instant, Nyayun's Dao of the sword erupted, standing proudly in the void, as if it were an ancient sword drawn from the scabbard of the long river of time. Mysterious and vast, the sword aura rushed to the sky. He is a big Luo? He cultivates the way of the sword? Tuan Yu and Ling Yu were wide-eyed and shocked beyond words. Nyayun had suppressed the two of them without using his true sword Dao cultivation. Didn't that mean the two of them weren't even qualified to fight him head-on? It's too much of a blow. The two women shut themselves down in unison. A sword through the sky. Nyayun's voice was like an ancient void flowing to this day as a terrifying sword aura cut across the void. The void shattered layer by layer as the sword chi passed through. The green giant palm steeply collapsed the moment it merely touched the sword chi. The Paramount Saint's mana scattered all around, and space shook. Renuki was dumbfounded. Tuan Yu was dumbfounded. The Qin Yuan Demon Saint was also dumbfounded. A single sword from a great Luo Golden Immortal shatters the mana of a Paramount Saint. Are you sure you're not joking? And it hadn't even used a magic weapon, just his bare hands. That one overwhelming sword aura echoed in the minds of the three of them, domineering and overwhelming, unable to dissipate from their minds for a long time. Strong. Is too strong. The Qin Yuan Demon Saint was shocked at Nyayun's strength when he suddenly saw a stream of light rushing toward Mount Sumeru and snapped back to his senses. Shameless man, stop right there. Unfortunately, Nyayun didn't even dare to linger as he directly disappeared into the clouds of Mount Sumeru. Think you can rest easy by hiding in Mount Sumeru? You definitely won't be able to run away today. The Qin Yuan Demon Saint charged towards Mount Sumeru. Originally, having Lingyue and Duanyue come to squat on Nyayun was a way to get out of the way and get revenge on this guy for slighting himself and pitting his own magical treasures and genius earth treasures. Yet that sword just now gave her one more reason to do so. This sun was like a mystery that set off her curiosity and she couldn't help but try to figure it out. Watching the Qin Yuan Demon Saint about to rush into Mount Sumeru, Duanyu and Lingyu also came back to their senses. Big surprise. Sister Qinwan, don't. Stop it. Chapter 183 All Numb, Letter from Ma. The Qin Yuan Demon Saint abruptly stopped in his tracks, his eyes looking suspiciously at Princess Lingyue and Princess Duanyue. The two women flew to the front of the Qin Yuan Demon Saint and breathed a great sigh of relief. It's a good thing my sister didn't rush into Mount Sumeru, otherwise she would have suffered. Phew. That was close. The Qinwan Demon Saint was puzzled. What's wrong with this Mount Sumeru? Could it still stop me? He himself was not what he used to be, and now he was already in the middle stage of the Paragon who had chopped off a corpse, and the district Sumeru Mountain, the arrival of a Dao Lord Golden Immortal, could still not be a threat to him? Duanyu took a deep breath. Sister doesn't know, there are extremely powerful formations on this Mount Sumeru. Once you go in you won't be able to get out. Great formation? The Qin Yuan Demon Saint was rather disdainful. No matter how powerful a great formation set up by a great Luo Golden Immortal was, would it still be able to pose a threat to an associate saint? Princess Lingyue went him 2 times. I heard Xiao X reveal that the last time the Interceptors Taoist duo Bao came, they were all trapped in Mount Sumeru and couldn't get out, and in the end, it was only after that big pervert withdrew the array that they came out. Otherwise I'd have rushed in and beat the bastard to a pulp. Towards the end, Princess Lingyue's voice lowered a few points. She was no longer confident.
After seeing Nia Yun's terror, she realized that this guy used to give in to her, or else she would have been beaten into a twist long ago.
Abominable. What? The Qin Yuan demon saint is numb, and Taoist duo Bao is trapped? That is a long famous quasi-saint late-stage powerhouse. Chopping 2 corpses has been a few yuan will, this kind of great power even by the Mount Sumeru formation trapped? No wonder. No wonder Sage Tong Tian and Mother Pingxin took the initiative to recruit him. This guy is surprisingly scary. She thought back to the scene on the summit of Mount Tai, where the 5 great saints had all thrown olive branches toward Nia Yun. Before, she couldn't understand how such a shameless person could be favored by a saint. Now she seemed to understand. Terrifying natural talent, terrifying formation cultivation, and powerful battle prowess. How could a sage not look sideways at such a heavenly figure? What? Sister Qinwen, you're saying that the sage personally recruited him?
The 2 women's eyes were glazed over. The Qin Yuan demon saint spoke about what had happened at the top of Mount Tai. The news hadn't spread yet, so they didn't know what had happened at the top of Mount Tai yet.
5 great saints soliciting? Master Northern Emperor of Heaven? Yu and Tuan Yu were completely numb. Was this still the same guy who had been blocked in Mount Sumeru by himself and was too scared to go out? No. I don't believe it. Even the Heavenly Emperor doesn't have the treatment of the 5 great saints standing in person. How does he, a mere demon wolf, qualify? You must have lied to me. I'll go find the Heavenly Emperor and ask for clarification. Princess Duan Yu flashed away and went straight to the Demon Emperor Hall. At this moment, all of her pride was all but shattered by Nia Yun. Can't beat it in force. Qualification-wise it's even more thrown to the wind. Even the identity of the Princess of Heaven is no longer half as noble as it was under the saint's solicitation. Thinking about how condescending he had once been in front of Nia Yun, it seemed incredibly ironic at the moment. She couldn't accept it and couldn't believe it. Princess Lingyue's eyes were filled with light. Sister Qin Yuan, is that big pervert really that powerful? Are you sure you're not lying to me? She then felt that there would be a fight later. Nia Yun was so ferocious, he must find him to fight every day in the future. The Qin Yuan demon saint laughed bitterly. The matter of Taishan Mountain is known to all the great powers of the Flood Wasteland, and in a few days it will spread throughout the Flood Wasteland. Does it make sense for me to lie to you? Princess Lingyue immediately said indignantly, since Sister Qin Yuan knows that this guy is so powerful, why did you still ask my sister and I to come and rob him and snatch all his things? The Qin Yuan demon saint was incredibly embarrassed and suffocated at the same time. Do you believe me when I say I don't know? Who knows? The whole celestial court people thought that this guy was the traitorous luck that His Majesty was looking at. Who knew his natural strength was so terrifying? I can't imagine that the big colorful wolf is so fierce. No. I want to fight with him again. I'll go find little Ten right away and ask him to take me into Mount Sumeru. Just now, Princess Lingyue had a face of indignation, which instantly turned into excitement and agitation. She couldn't wait a moment longer. Shinera Demon Saint jaws drop, this face becomes. She was kind of tempted to lift up Rinzuki's canopy to see how her brain grew. This brain circuit has no one. Just then, the Heavenly Emperor's voice appeared in the ears of the Qin Yuan Demon Saint. Qin Yuan, come to the Demon Emperor Hall. Janeo Island, Bio Palace. Tong Tian snapped his eyes open, his brows furrowed. Weird. Just now I actually sensed my Tong Tian sword Dao appearing in the Heavenly Court? Interceptor disciples countless, but the inheritance of his sword road is one of the people are not, and Tong Tian's sword road is still in the creation stage, and did not consummate, did not pass on at all. How could anyone in the flood but himself? When my interceptor sect hitched a ride on the Heavenly Court, it was unbeatable. But once it leaves the Heavenly Court camp, it becomes restricted in every way. And now my sword Dao is astonished in heaven. This may be a warning from the great Dao, showing the path to the interceptors. Sage Tongtian closed his eyes once more. He had already sent an invitation to Di Jun and was now just waiting for him to come to his door. Mount Sumeru in heaven, in the belly of the mountain. Nia Yun was only relieved when he saw the 3 women of the Qin Yuan Demon Saint leave. He was really afraid that the Qin Yuan Demon Saint would kill him. Even though he had the 10 Jedi formation and the 2 dimensions microdust formation covering Mount Sumeru, even if the Qin Yuan Demon Saint was at the middle stage of quasi-saint cultivation, he was not afraid. But once the Qin Yuan Demon Saint is trapped in Mount Sumeru is known to everyone, then he will be exposed. Big long legs is so unmartialized that he's looking for someone to rob me and rob me blind? Toxic. Is simply too toxic.
Worthy of practicing the avenue of poison.
Nya Yun is indignant. Isn't it just pitting you against Phoenix Wutong Wood and 5-colored plume feather?
I was taking your money to do a favor for you, and you felt shortchanged instead.
Bah!
It's true that the prettier a woman is, the more deceitful and ruthless she is. I'll never do business with you again. Nya Yun's favorability towards the Qin Yuan demon saint had greatly diminished, so in the future, he'd better exclusively powder the Cloud Fairy. Karen is not bad, at least it's better than big long legs. It's a good thing that old me is skillful, or else I would have planted myself today. The Tontian sword Dao is truly ferocious, capable of chopping apart even quasi-saintly mana. Doesn't that mean that by executing the complete Tontian sword Dao, any Deluo golden immortal perfection can battle? Although he had chopped away the Qin Yuan demon saint's mana, Nya Yun didn't think he could arm wrestle with a paragon anymore. The strength of a quasi-saint was not only in terms of mana, but also in terms of magical treasures and control over the power of the great Dao. If the paramount saint really wanted to kill him, his chances of escaping were slim even if he exerted all his means and hidden treasures, let alone battle. We still have to practice hard. The Tongtian sword Dao has already been comprehended, and after the chaotic Dharma phase art condenses the first Dharma phase, it can't be improved, so we can only wait until the realm is elevated. It is a pity that the chi luck distributed at the time of the apprentice brother establishment of the human martial Dao was not much, not enough to raise a small realm. Then comprehend the 5-colored divine light. There's also the cauldron of creation that can be utilized as well. I wonder if the grass people can level up through the cauldron of creation. Nya Yun first took out his 5-colored plume, intending to comprehend the divine ability to improve his strength before doing so. Suddenly, a jade slip flew into his hand. That's what he left for Akajiri Horse Monkey. This guy sent a message back. Could it be that he has found the reincarnation of Pig Gang Lai? Chapter 184, She doesn't love him, she loves him, she wants to chop him up. Nya Yun's divine sense probed into the jade slip and read the contents. Great God, Pig Gang Lai's reincarnated body has been found, but he is being hunted down and killed, and the other party has Tai Golden Immortal experts, so I can't hold my own. Essence flashed across the bottom of Nya Yun's eyes. Porky Pig is being hunted? Wouldn't that be the perfect opportunity to show grace? Although the top of Mount Tai, the 5 saints threw an olive branch. However, Nya Yun was well aware that the interceptors were looking at Yun Zhao's face, and the other saints were all peacemakers. Just like in the previous life when jeans just emerged, many people also do not know whether wearing jeans is good or not, only know that everyone is pursuing, and also follow the pursuit. Only Hotu's solicitation was sincere. Unfortunately, Hotu was going to be rigid with the heavenly Dao, so Nya Yun didn't dare to go. That's why it's still necessary to pull strings and plant undercover agents in the 3 religions and the Western religion. Golden Immortal? Pig Gang Lai has a supreme sage watching over him, so he definitely won't die, and I'll definitely be able to rake in the goodwill if I go. But will the sage send an expert to squat me? But Nya Yun thought for a second. Nappy. Afraid of a hammer. It's not like I'm going in my real body, I'm just sending my strawman doppelganger forward, so it won't matter if I die. With that in mind, Nya Yun put away the 5-colored plume, and he planned to refine the strawman's doppelganger with the creation cauldron first to see if he could break through the heavenly immortal's cultivation limit. Anyway, Pig Gang Lai can't die, he doesn't care about this moment. The cauldron of creation was a chaotic spiritual treasure, and Nya Yun still couldn't refine it with his Daelord's cultivation, but he could use his mana to initially drive it into use. Heavenly Court, Demon Emperor Hall. Di Jun had been keeping an eye on Mount Sumeru with his divine thoughts, and when Nya Yun and Ling Yu went to war, he had directly covered Mount Sumeru with the river map Luo book. Naturally, he was clear about what was happening on Mount Sumeru. It was only now, after learning from the Qin Yuan demon saint's mouth the reason why she had struck out at Nya Yun, that Di Jun was extremely speechless. This guy's anonymous Taoist doppelganger had actually been discovered by the Qin Yuan demon saint, and he had also borrowed the doppelganger to molest Qin Yuan before. Good guts, even Qin Yuan dared to molest him and got caught with his little tail. Aren't you afraid that Qin Yuan will cut him into pieces and feed him to the king's bastard? Qin Yuan demon saint is not an ordinary origin, this is the Phoenix old mother sent over, representing the face of the Phoenix clan. If Qin Yuan was wronged, he, Di Jun, might not even be able to protect Nya Yun. Ahem. Qinwan, the water goddess just loved to fool around and have fun, but in reality, there is no bad intention. Can you look at my face, spare him this time? The Qin Yuan demon saint frowned,
Your Majesty has known for a long time that the Grand Warlord and the Water God are the same person? Jun was even more embarrassed. What should I say? That the dog's every move is under his watch? Or that he can read his diary? None of them work, and if the Phoenix clan is also onto this dog, it'll be a big problem. Jun nodded his head and sighed. The Water God has great talent, but unfortunately his cultivation is not good. I was afraid that someone with a heart of gold would scheme against him, which is why I had him create the alter ego of the Great Warlord to come out and serve the Heavenly Court. The Grand Warlord is a diversion? Xin Yuan was stunned. She had always thought that the Grand Warlord was the main body. After all this time the one on Mount Sumeru was the main body. This shameless man, he really knows how to fish out of water. He's fooled himself. Xin Yuan paused and said, "Since your Majesty opened his mouth, I can naturally spare him the sin of disrespect and not pursue him for cheating me out of the Phoenix Wutong wood and the 5-colored plume feathers." What the hell? That dog still cheated you out of your Phoenix Wutong wood and 5-colored plumes? How did he do it? I don't see him writing about it in his diary. Emperor Jun was shocked. Nappy. This dog is really a talent, even Shinhara can be fooled. It's not a good idea to be unconvinced. But there is someone I would like to see for a moment, and I would ask your Majesty's permission. Meet someone? Emperor Jun didn't care much and casually asked, "Who?" Nameless Taoist. He has saved the life of a micro-miner, and the micro-miner wants to thank him in person. The Water God said that Taoist Nameless was sent by His Majesty to study formations in a small world, and that the humble servant only wants to see him once. Is that not too much to ask? Don't worry, Your Majesty, I can swear to keep my mouth shut regarding the matter of the small world and the formation. Jun met the Qin Yuan demon saint's hopeful gaze and was completely numb, his mind buzzing. Is Qinwan looking at the nameless Taoist? Wait. Run through it first. When Qin Yuan looked at the nameless Taoist, the unknown Taoist made light of him, so he went to the body Nyeyen's trouble in a rage, and the nameless Taoist was also Nyeyen's doppelganger. Isn't this love and wanting to cut to death? She loves him, he doesn't love her, she loves another him and she wants to cut him and the other one up? This relationship. Jun for the first time felt that his brain was not enough. What the is this Dogs are so good at fixing jobs. I'm afraid this will work. That formation is incredibly important. Once Taoist Nameless appears in the celestial court, it could be projected by the saints. Leads to a loss of merit. Jun found a reason to excuse himself. There was no way out. Where am I going to find the nameless Taoist and bring that dog over to you? So did you cut him up or did you like him? You are difficult. I am also difficult now. This. The Qin Yuan demon saint revealed a disappointed look. Surely it still doesn't work? Looks like we'll have to wait 1,000 years. Then when the nameless Taoist returns to the heavenly court, could your Majesty inform me first? Could be. As he watched the Qin Yuan demon saint leave, Jun rubbed his temples in a fit of giddiness. Dog, you're so good at this. I can't imagine that the sword cultivation Daolord who caught a glimpse of me some time ago was you, causing me to secretly send people to investigate for so long. But that sword Dao, it's very much like Sage Tongtian's sword Dao. Could it be that this son has already received Tongtian's secret preaching? Jun's face sank. Was this Tongtian setting his sights on Nyayun? Recalling that on the summit of Mount Tai, Tongtian was the first to jump out and recruit Nyayun, Jun was even more panicked in his heart. No, this dog can't be abducted by the interceptor. You and Duan, you are hopeless. We need to hurry up and get you in contact with him. The interceptor sex side also needs to make a trip over there as soon as possible to figure out the relationship between Tongtian and Nyayun, as well as Tongtian's true intentions. Jun is a little regretful. Had he known that this dog was targeted by Tongtian, he should not have pretended to be at the top of Taishan Mountain, and he could not let this guy run to the top of Taishan Mountain to watch the fun. Now it's just a matter of trying to hide it. Western teachings, under the Bodhi tree. Golden Cicada Sun and Koan Pang respectfully saluted towards the two saints. All of them were quite apprehensive in their hearts, not knowing what the second saint had summoned them for. Junti spoke, I called you all here today because there is something for you to do. At the command of the sage. Please command, ancestor. Go and find a chance to kill the heavenly water god. This son has a mysterious origin, extraordinary qualifications, very much valued by Emperor Jun, and will become a great danger to the heart of the Western sect in the future. The Golden Cicada and Koan Pang were shocked in unison. The water god of heaven? The emperor's son-in-law? Reception suddenly spoke, this matter will be led by the Golden Cicada, Koenping, select some bodhisattvas with notable combat power to follow the Golden Cicada. We will cover up the heavenly chances and block the rest of the heavenly court for you, don't worry about it. Nima. Golden Cicada Z wanted to swear, who go, do not know that the old me are by the water god, that guy out of the shadow of the psyche? I can't even hide, and I'm going to kill him? Koenping's eyes flickered as he pondered whether or not to reveal this matter to the nameless Taoist. Kunlun, Jade Palace. Sage Yuanshi recruited the South Pole immortal Wang to his heels and opened the door. Nanji, go kill one. Chapter 185, Flood Consensus, chopping the water god to death. Nanji immortal Wang gave a slight lurch and asked tentatively. The person that teacher is talking about, is he the heavenly water god Nyayun? Watching the primordial sage nod his head, the Nanji immortal Wang secretly said that it was true. The top of Taishan Mountain was indeed a bright moment for the human race, but no matter how bright it was also the rise and fall of the flood races. But the water god of the heavenly court has led Tong Tian and Ho Tu to personally fight for him, and in the past, Di Jun hid this sun too deeply, resulting in not many people in the flood knowing about him. But this time, even though the crowd still didn't understand Nyayun, they knew that this was definitely a character. Teacher, if the disciple were to strike out personally, it would easily cause the heavenly court to notice. Disciple recommends that my seated child, White Crane, do it. He has just stepped into the Great Luo, and it shouldn't be difficult to kill the sun. Available. Yuanshi closed his eyes again. 2 Boundary Mountain, 8 Scenic Palaces. The Supreme Sage summoned Xian Du and said bluntly. Xian Du, find a chance to exterminate the heavenly water god. Xian Du was shocked. The heavenly water god is the master of martial ancestor Bei Xian, and is greatly appreciated by Ho Tu and Tong Tian, and is the emperor's son-in-law of the heavenly court. If this person was alive, he would be the connecting hub of a vast network of relationships for the human race. Teacher, why did you kill him? The Supreme Sage showed a slight look of dissatisfaction. This sun's origin is strange and mysterious. I have projected that this sun will become a variable that stirs up the chaos of the flood in the future, and even the flood will be destroyed as a result. If this sun does not die, the flood will not be peaceful. Xian Du clenched his teeth and said nothing. Projections? Now that the human race's calamity has risen, the heavenly Tao has long since stirred up the heavenly mysteries, and the saints can only project the outlines, so how can they project to the heavenly water god? Must be jealous of the relationship of the water god in heaven, so that the interceptor sect, reincarnation, and heaven are united together. Then who else in the entire floodplains is their opponent? What to do? Should we quietly inform Emperor Jun? Meanwhile, quite a few forces in the floodplain were plotting to exterminate Nyayun, and there was no one who wasn't scandalized by the appearance of such a figure in the celestial court. The heavenly court was rising too fast, and too many people had the desire to curb the development of the heavenly court, and naturally didn't want the heavenly court to still get involved with other saints, or even allied saints. The forces with ambitions in the entire floodplains all tacitly reached an agreement at this moment. Cut down the water god. If Nyayun knew that the entire floodplain had murderous intentions towards him, he'd be afraid to die of fear. In the belly of Mount Sumeru. Nyayun looked at the freshly baked straw man in his hands with fiery delight. Success, it really broke the cultivation barrier of the straw man's detachment, directly refining a straw man's detachment at the early golden immortal stage. Originally, I thought that by utilizing the creation cauldron to refine it, not to say that it would be able to break through the cultivation limitations of the early stage of the heavenly immortal, but at least it would be able to refine a Tai Shenxian immortal straw man. I didn't expect to directly refine a Taipei golden immortal straw man doppelganger. It must be because of the phoenix sycamore wood. I just slightly added a small piece of wood shavings to join the refining, and I directly broke through to the golden immortal. It's worthy of being the Phoenix clan's genius treasure. Nyayun couldn't help but think of the Bodhi root. Last time, the Western sect had given the 5-inch Bodhi root to Demon Emperor Lao Dang as compensation. Should we find a way to get it over to refine the straw man? Bodhi root plus Phoenix sycamore wood, if you can break the dollar limit. One shot is hundreds or thousands of Deluo Jin Xian, even a quasi-saint would have to turn his head away when he sees it. Nappy. There's something add up. But the item is in the hands of Demon Emperor Lao Dang, how can we ask for it? As for the Western sect's sage paramount, Nyayun didn't even have the thought of thinking about it. Thinking about a saint's treasure, unless he was tired of living. This matter is to be planned out slowly. First refine a few more golden immortal realm straw men, and then we can go to the Ori kingdom in the Eastern Victory Divine Prefecture. Half a year later, the southern heavenly gate of the heavenly court.
A young man in white clothes with snow standing proudly in the void, with a sword on his back, just like a sword fairy temperament. The youth had a face like a crown of jade, sword brows, and starry eyes, and was exceptionally handsome. A gangly grin hung at the corner of his mouth, giving the impression of cynicism and unrestrained debauchery. From today onwards, you'll be called Easily. Taoist name, Easy Sword Immortal. He raised his middle finger and the sword flew out behind him, then he stepped on the sword in a dashing manner. However, just after this person had left, in the void thousands of miles away from the southern heavenly gate, a youth with perfect looks and even at a demonic level slowly revealed himself, but the youth was clad in a robe and was still bald, with 9 ring bars dotted above his bald head. The son of the Buddha of the Western Church, the Golden Cicada. As the Golden Cicada appeared, 6 monks in monks' robes appeared one after another. Each one exuded the aura of a Tai Golden Immortal. One of the strongest of them had clearly reached Golden Immortal perfection. Lingji Buddha, the Western Church has just emerged in the pride, less than 5,000 years will be certified Golden Immortal consummation, is expected to 10,000 years within the achievement of the Great Luo, highly valued. Buddha-chan, have you found anything? Golden Cicada Z sniffed, and hastily collected the Bodhi seed that was glowing with green light in his hand, and did not move. No, keep hiding. Stunned, Lingji couldn't help but say, Buddha-ji, we all saw the Bodhi glitter. You're the one with the best eyes in the ING world. The Golden Cicada cursed. The Bodhi in his hand was bestowed by Sage Junti, saying that it could detect the scent of the heavenly water god, and as long as the heavenly water god went out of the heavenly court, it would definitely be detected. But the Golden Cicada really didn't want to go. It was a pity that the saint had ordered him to come. The Golden Cicada coughed lightly. Oh. Is it bright yet? Didn't notice. Fumble fumble. Go, 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 go after them. So they dropped to the ground and literally walked after them. Lingji and the other 5 Buddhas followed behind Golden Cicada's son, looking at each other in dismay, but not daring to disobey. Golden Cicada's son, but the son of Buddha, the highest ranking being in the Western sect besides the Buddha and the saints. Aside from the Golden Cicada son of the Western sect and the others, as Nyayun's doppelganger stepped out of the heavenly court. 5 or 6 sets of mysterious people appeared in every direction, all of them pursuing the footsteps of Nyayun's doppelganger. On Mount Sumeru. Nyayun didn't know that he had been squatted. It was very satisfying to watch his doppelganger leave. With the experience of his previous failures and self-absorption, Nyayun felt that there was something very wrong with the aesthetics of the fairies of the Floodlands. White-bearded grandpas want it, so do mediocre ones, and in contrast, handsome men turn a blind eye to it. So this time, directly let the split frame the face of a stunningly handsome man, this time it will not be overturned, right? Next it's time to comprehend the 5-colored divine light. This powerful divine ability is bound to be a killer existence once mastered. When he thought of the time of the god-sealing cataclysm, the god of slayers Kong Xian had brushed the sage Junti with 5-colored divine light and staggered him, his heart surged. Must be mastered. This avatar is too powerful. I almost forgot, I haven't done my homework today. Nyayun pulled out his journal and began to complete today's journaling task. Mana surged, and a small row of words immediately surfaced on the journal. Celestial Court is getting farther and farther down the road of death. It must be a 1-button trifecta. Trying my best. Can't be saved. Waiting to die. Chapter 186, Enemy of the Flood? Emperor Jun is a bit panicked. Hall of the Demon Emperor. When Emperor Jun sensed the diary update, he took it out and watched it at the first opportunity. It's not even curiosity and anticipation anymore, it's become a habit. If there was a day when Nyayun didn't keep a diary, Jun would feel uncomfortable. Just after seeing the first line on the diary, Jun was so angry that his teeth chattered. Dogs, cursing heaven again. Nowadays, the heavenly court can be considered the strongest force in the flood, so how come it's a death wish? Who can exterminate? Who dares to destroy? Jun was furious, feeling like he was experiencing an old father's sense of honor when the child he had worked so hard to bring up got into Qingbei. Yet some people yet still say the kid is no good and only worthy of screwing like. I really didn't think the Demon Emperor Lao Dang would have such a great scheme in the North Sea Shin Turtle. The Northern Emperor of the Heavenly Court, brightening up my titanium alloy dog's eyes. The corners of Jun's mouth twisted. The dog has some insight. If I don't have this calculation, how can I be the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Court?
It seems like it was this dog's idea to get the North Sea Xian turtle into the heavenly court. Doesn't matter, it's all mine anyway. If Bei Xian were to reincarnate in heaven, it would be a great thing, a walking bag of merit. Manhwa reincarnated into the human race and also became a human martial ancestor, which is a double-edged sword. Double-edged sword? Di Jun frowned. Wouldn't this be a better way to integrate with the human race and bring them closer together? Moreover, Bei Xian still became the Northern Emperor of the Heavenly Court. It should be killing two birds with one stone. How did it become a double-edged sword? He hastened to look down. The Heavenly Court stood up for Bei Xian in the human race, offending almost all the saintly sections. But in the calamity of the human race, Ho-Tu is preparing to bring the witch race back to the flood. Once the sorcerer race and the human race get into a fight, those saintly sects will surely fall on their sword, or even directly join the war, forcing the Heavenly Court to come down in person. Results. Di Jun was not calm. What's the result? That was bound to be a head-to-head battle between the Heavenly Court and the Great Saint sects, an unprecedented existence not inferior to the witch-demon battle. It's not right. It's impossible for the witch race to return to the flood. Neither the Tao ancestor nor the heavenly Tao will allow it. And the saints, they would never allow it. Di Jun believed that even if Ho-Tu really dared to do this, the battle would be a battle to exterminate the power of the witch race and would never involve the heavenly court in it. Demon Emperor Lao Deng definitely believes that it is impossible for the sorcerer race to reappear, and not only him, but also the great powers and saints of the flood would not believe it. It is impossible for the witch race to appear directly, but what if the witch race is reincarnated into the human race? At that time the witches were the people, and the people were the witches. I'll ask you if you're afraid. Barta. Di Jun shuddered and the diary in his hand fell to the ground, his face filled with horror. Witches reincarnated as human beings. It's communion, following in the footsteps of the ancients. And the Empress Dowager also masters reincarnation, making the reincarnation of the witch race into the human race a matter of faith. Emperor Jun finally panicked. If this was true, even the heavenly Tao could only acquiesce. Then it will be a civil war in the human race. The gang of reincarnated witches will surely fight for the control of the human race in the body of the human race, and the saints, who are already eyeing the heavenly court, will surely support the witches' side in taking power. Once the sorcerer race takes control of the human race, it will certainly no longer be a subsidiary of the heavenly court, and will even become an enemy of the heavenly court. It is impossible for the heavenly court to sit back and do nothing. If you do that math, what is that if not a great war between the heavenly court and the great saintly sects? It was true that the heavenly court was very strong, but if the sage sect was twisted together, the strength would also be extremely terrifying. Even if the saints couldn't personally intervene in the Battle of Qi, it would still be enough to cripple the heavenly court. The key saints don't die and don't perish, and the forces under their command can be cultivated continuously, and the heavenly court will be exhausted. The most frightening thing is that there is also an additional reincarnation sage Ho-Tu as an enemy. At that time, when the reincarnation of the After-Earth intervened, the reincarnation of the living beings of the demon race who died in the war could not be reincarnated into the demon race, which was equal to the extinction of the inheritance of the demon race from the root. It's not too much to say that the demon race will obliterate the flood. Now that the situation has been finalized, even if I wanted to save heaven, there's nothing I can do. Can't be saved. Can't be saved. Prepare to run. Seeing that there was nothing more to the diary, Di Jun silently closed it. This time, he was out of his element and wasn't angered by Nieyun's attempt to run away, because if that was the case, the destruction of the heavenly court would be a matter of time. It was only human for Nieyun to want to leave. If he were in his place, he would want to run as well. Who would be stupid enough to wait for death in heaven? Have I really done wrong? Shouldn't we have let Bei Xian reincarnate into the human race to sow the seeds of trouble? We should have reincarnated into the demon race and directly sealed the Northern Emperor? Di Jun regretted it. Had I known that I would have applied a set of Nieyun's words and figured out how Bei Xian should be reincarnated, I shouldn't have been so presumptuous as to allow it to reincarnate into the human race, leading to the dangerous situation it was in now. No. Not true, this has not happened yet. How can I worry about it? Even if it really comes to that, I can still pull the Interceptor sect over as a helper. With the Interceptor sect at its back, the Celestial Court is not without a fighting chance. There's also Nieyun, he was able to foretell this matter. I don't believe he has no plan in mind. As long as we bind him to death in the Heavenly Court will have a chance of survival. In an instant, Di Jun's thoughts were clear. Seeing the light. The matter is undecided. but it is a matter of the rise and fall of the celestial court, so I need to save for a rainy day. He took one step and appeared in the Demon Empress palace of the Taiyin planet. The Demon Empress Shiha immediately rose to greet her, delighted. Your Majesty, what brings you here? Di Jun's expression was cold. Inu is back, isn't she? Call her over, I have something to explain. Ha? Sensing an unusual aura, Shiha tentatively asked, Your Majesty, has Inu gotten into trouble? Don't ask too many questions, I don't have much time, I still have to rush to make a trip to the Interceptor sect. Go get Inu. Mount Sumeru. Nya Yun put down the diary, rather despondent. Ti Jun has narrowed the path. There's nothing he can do about it. The heavenly court has come to this point, then we can only fight for a wave of humane chi, and as long as we can last until the god-sealing cataclysm, we can wrestle for the saintly fruit position. It's a shame that Ti Jun couldn't have known, and I'm not the heavenly emperor. If the earth's way can produce Ho-Tu, a saint, then the human way will surely be able to become a saint as well. It is only the unfolding of humanity that needs to wait for the time of the great tribulation of the seal of the gods before the great Tao will send down the tribulation of the test. The test of humanity in his previous life had failed, resulting in no more human emperors after Emperor Xin. Since then, the common lord of the human race is no longer the 9 supreme beings, but the Son of Heaven, the 9 supreme beings. Overthink it. The matter of humanity is not entirely clear to me now. But it's possible to secretly investigate. If humanity can really become a saint, then I can use my relationship with Ho-Tu to reincarnate into one of the emperors of the Shang dynasty at that time, or even reincarnate as DXAN, and go for a fight. Now it's better to think about where it's safer. Nya Yun sighed and put away the diary. When he was about to think about where he should go, the moon gold wheel suddenly vibrated. Did this guy Kunlun call? He hurriedly took out the moon gold wheel and his divine sense probed into it. As soon as they met, Koan Peng said eagerly. Fellow Daoist Nameless, the Western sect has sent someone to kill the heavenly water god. What? The moon gold wheel in Nya Yun's hand fell straight to the ground when he couldn't hold it steady. Chapter 187, All come to screw me? Let's make a formation first to suppress the shock. The thing Nya Yun was most worried about had still happened. The Western sect had actually sent someone to kill him. Nima. Laozi has already expelled Bei Xian, the sinful disciple, how can he still hold on to me? If you're not happy, go find Bei Xian. What do you want with me? Are you being reasonable? Fellow Taoist, what's wrong with you? Seeing that Nya Yun was speechless for a long time, Koan Peng couldn't help but ask. Oh. Alright, how many people did the Western Church send to kill the water god? The Buddha's son, the Golden Cicada, along with the Golden Immortal Perfection Lingji Bodhisattva and 4 Golden Immortal Level Bodhisattvas, 6 in all. The first thought that popped into Nya Yun's head when he heard the lineup was just this? This Golden Cicada guy is only a Golden Immortal at most, 6 Golden Immortals to cut me? I'm a big Luo. Who are you looking down on? Wait. Could it be that the saints didn't see the matter of me using the tripod of creation to conceal my cultivation at the top of Mount Tai? Aren't the saints omnipresent and omnipotent? Still can't see through the concealment of the chaotic spiritual treasure? There's something fishy about this matter. We have to find the demon emperor Lao Deng to get a word in edgewise. Nya Yun breathed a sigh of relief. He'd thought that the Western sect had sent strong men to infiltrate the heavenly court to do themselves in, but it turned out that they'd sent a few golden immortal bodhisattvas to wait outside to squat on themselves. He immediately called back to Kunsight. I am aware of this matter, is there anything else? Nope, right. The water god is the heavenly court's son-in-law. After you report this news to Emperor Jun, the Golden Cicada and the others will surely be in for a disaster. When the heavenly court takes action at that time, remember to notify me, and I'll go fish for the Golden Cicada. This guy is very much valued by the 2 saints of the West, and his nature is also to my liking. I plan to develop the Golden Cicada into my downline. Developing a downline? Are you working on a subpoena? Nya Yun spat in his heart, but one thing is for sure, the Golden Cicada Z guy is indeed a talent, following the 6 Dharma bodies of the 2 saints of the West through the Witch Demon War, the Heavenly Court Siege, the Battle of Witch Buddha, and so on. 6 Dharma bodies have been broken 3 or 4, this guy hard skin did not break a little, every time can escape, turn the danger into a safe. Once or twice might be luck, but to be able to get out of the vortex and defend yourself so many times is ability. No problem, when the time comes, I'll plead with the Heavenly Emperor to intentionally let the Golden Cicada know and give you a chance to rescue him. Fellow Daoist has done a proper job, and in the future, if I take control of the Western sect, I will leave you the position of Buddha. Just you? Nia Yun directly snuffed out the connection, drawing a big pie all the way to my head?
If you dare to show dissimilarity, Junti and Jain will teach you how to be a human being in minutes.
This 250, too ambitious, too dangerous.
When I find a suitable undercover agent in the Western sect, I'll use all of Demon Speech Thin's vitality to curse this guy, and I'll feel relieved as soon as I get him killed. This kind of 250, if one day the two saints of the West knew that he was an undercover agent, he would definitely give himself up. Then the two saints of the West will really be up for killing. A few Karami, not enough to fear. I'm afraid I can't even deal with my straw man doppelganger, so don't worry about it for now. Nia Yun got up and just left the door of the straw hut, ready to go to the Demon Emperor Hall. A jade slip then broke through the air and fell into Nia Yun's hands.
HM? A summoning jade slip from Taoist Sihong?
He had a bad feeling in his heart and hurriedly probed his divine sense into the jade slip. A short while later, Nia Yun exploded into a foul mouth.
Nappy! Yuan Sure, you treacherous man, why do you want to kill Lao Zi too? Did I steal your concubine, or did I eat your rice? The message from Taoist Sihong was simple, just a few short sentences.
Nanji Immortal Wang was ordered by his master to kill the heavenly water god. Nanji Immortal Wang sent his sitting white crane boy has gone to squat. The white crane boy is the early stage of the Dala Golden Immortal cultivation, so that he can be careful.
Nia Yun was a bit flustered. Both the Western sect and the hierarchy wanted to mess with him. What about the human sect? Definitely screw him too. Even the interceptors had this idea. He was not willing to go to the interceptor himself, and if he could not get it, he would destroy it. Now that they had sent out experts at the level of Great Luo Golden Immortals, if they returned in defeat, they would surely send out even more powerful experts to kill him in the future. Quasi-saints? Sub-saints?
No, just the 10 extinction formation and the 2 elemental microdust formation aren't enough insurance. Set up another 5 elements formation to guard Mount Sumeru. In the previous generation of the Flood, the 5 elements array was only a conceptual level array, and no one had set it out, so it was not as famous as the Immortal Execution Sword array, the 10,000 Immortals array, the Perimeter Star Dipper array, and so on. As for Nia Yun, who had obtained the complete book of Flood formation Dao from the system, the 5 elements formation was ranked first, and it wouldn't be too much of a stretch to say that it was the number 1 formation in the Flood. The power of the 5 elements formation was described in the Formation Dao book in just one sentence. The formation could trap 5 saints. Even the Immortal Execution Sword formation, only 3 saints cannot be defeated. This shows the terror of the 5 elements formation. However, the complete 5 elements formation was extremely harsh to set up, and one had to get the chaotic spiritual treasure 5 square flag to set it up. The 5 square flags were all in the hands of saints, especially the vegetative cloud realm flag, which was in the hands of Hongjun, and it was as difficult as heaven to gather this epic magic treasure. But it wasn't that you couldn't set up a 5 elements formation without a 5 square flag. As long as it's 5 pieces of magic treasures with 5 attributes, you can initially set up a 5 element formation. The 3 innate spiritual treasures sent by the Dragon Clan have 2 attributes of wood and water, plus my cutting world golden will is metallic, and then I'll look for 2 more innate spiritual treasures with the attributes of fire and earth, and then I can initially set up a 5 element formation out of it. Trapping saints is something I don't dare to think about, but as long as a quasi-saint dares to go in, he can definitely be trapped, and then with the power of the 10 extinction formation, he can even grind the other side to death. Even though Mount Sumeru was in heaven, Nia Yun wouldn't run out. But what if? What if a paragon powerhouse sneaks into the heavenly court to kill him? Had to be defended. For fire attribute magic treasures, the flame gun used by the violent woman before is it, so you can try to borrow it. As for the earth attribute innate spiritual treasures? Nia Yun paused and took out a summoning jade slip out that was Yun Zhao's. Didn't Xiong Xiao use an innate spiritual treasure to find the trace of the nameless Taoist? I hope this Luo Xian guy hasn't gone to claim his reward yet. Otherwise, he could only lick his face and find Demon Emperor Lao Deng to borrow it. After sending a message to Yun Xiao, Nia Yun conjured up a strawman doppelganger to leave Mount Sumeru and head straight for the Taiyin planet. As for the main body, it continued to return to the belly of the mountain to cultivate. If it was just the Western sect dealing with him, he would have dared to use his real body to hang out in the heavenly court. However, all 3 religions might want to mess with him. Who knows if there are any hidden doppelgangers in the heavenly court? If he waited for himself to come out of Mount Sumeru and made a direct sneak attack, then he would have no tears to cry. Split first, safety first. Nia Yun went to the Demon Emperor Hall first, and after learning that Di Jun wasn't at home, he didn't think much of it and headed straight for the Taiyin Star.
The planet Tyene was in the great backwaters of the heavenly court and belonged to Jun's private domain. It was quite a bit like an emperor's harem, the difference being that Emperor Jun's harem, Tyene Star, was a planet that lurked behind a sea of heavenly chi clouds. Come on man, stop. Nyayun had just approached the Tyene Star's 100,000-mile position when a group of celestial soldiers suddenly killed and blocked his path. These celestial soldiers were all female cultivators, each with a cultivation level above that of a golden immortal, and the leading female cultivator among them had an even greater aura of a great Luo golden immortal. Nyayun arched his hand and saluted. I'm Nyayun, the water god, and I would like to request an audience with the demon empress. Could you please inform me? Chapter 188 Wine shakes the devil god, Princess Ingyu. Water god? The emperor's son-in-law? The lead female cultivator immediately bowed respectfully. Meet the emperor's son-in-law. Wait a moment, I'll go report to the demon empress right away. With pleasure. The lead female cultivator had just turned around when a loud and clear phoenix sound abruptly sounded. Only a golden phoenix flew out from the direction of the Tyene Star, covered in flames, and wherever it passed, the void was all illuminated. How can there be a phoenix in Tyene? Nyayun was puzzled in his heart. The phoenix arrived in an instant and landed in the void not far from Nyayun, transforming into a woman dressed in a flaming golden robe. The woman's face was stunning, her expression was extremely cold, and there was a domineering, unquestionable air in that cold temperament. Nyayun's first feeling about this woman was female emperor. Yes, this woman matched the empress he had imagined. Beautiful, powerful, dominant. Oh. The legs are long too, no less than the Chinwan demon saint. This was the first time Nyayun had seen a beautiful woman without paying attention to the legs first. This woman's temperament is overwhelming. Greetings, third princess. That leading female cultivator and the crowd of heavenly soldiers all bowed in unison towards this woman. What the hell? Nyayun's pupils shrank. The third princess? The most mysterious third princess of heaven is her? That's not right. She's obviously from the Phoenix clan, how could she be the princess of heaven? Shouldn't the princess of heaven be the golden crow? Princess Ingyu's face was expressionless as her gaze fell on Nyayun. You're Nyayun, the heavenly emperor's chosen emperor's son-in-law? The tone was light and condescending. Exactly, greetings to the third princess. Nyayun saluted, his heart extremely confused. I wonder what this mysterious third princess is looking for. Great. Princess Ingyu's jade hand violently slapped toward the void, and an enormous flaming palm print appeared above Nyayun, steeply pressing down. What's the deal with my nifty? Meat and me? A huge question mark popped up in Nyayun's head, but he didn't dare to slack off. Raising his hand and slashing out of thin air, a sword chi rushed out and chopped at the flaming palm print. Click! The sword chi collapsed, and the flaming palm print was not damaged in the slightest. Oof! To use the power of a golden immortal to catalyze sword chi, and also want to break the power of this palace's great Tao of fire, you have not looked down on this palace too much, have you? Nyayun was tempted to spit out his words. Old me, this doppelganger only has a golden immortal cultivation, so I don't have any stronger mana if I wanted to use it. Moreover, he came out in a hurry and didn't even take a single protective magic treasure from his own body. What can I do? Princess Ingyu clasped her hands and said icily, if you can't even receive a single blow from this palace, then you are not qualified to be the emperor's son-in-law of the heavenly court, much less have the need to live. Who the? Wants to be the emperor's son-in-law? If I wasn't afraid that your father would cut me down, I would have retired the emperor's son-in-law in a minute. Make it sound like who wants to be. How about damaging a split? No, the detachment will turn into a straw man if it's crushed. Big long legs is so close to Princess Duanyu and the girls, won't it be exposed if it reaches her ears? It seems that we can only use this method. Nyayun was extremely upset, who knew that just because he wanted to borrow something from a violent woman, he'd be dragged into a fight by the mysterious third princess. I should have checked the calendar when I went out today. Nappy. That said, does the flood have a yellow calendar? Whatever. Nyayun pinched his hand, and his entire body's mana followed suit, rushing out of his body and instantly transforming into a 100-foot giant. Giant head and body double horns, face fierce horror, just appeared on the invocation of the wind avenue revealed, invisible pressure crushed to the four sides. The wind shakes the devil god. This was the first demon god coalesced by Nyayun's chaotic Dharma phase technique, the wind-shaking demon god, one of the 3,000 demon gods that controlled the great Tao of wind.
The golden immortal doppelganger definitely couldn't do Princess Yingyu's job by executing the Tongtian sword Dao, and since he didn't have any magical treasures to resist, he had no choice but to execute this technique. The wind-shaking demon god raised his hand and swept it, and the palm containing the great Dao of wind instantly shattered. The crowd of heavenly soldiers were horrified, especially the leading female cultivator. Even though she was a great Luo golden immortal, she felt that she couldn't block this giant slap.
It's too strong. What? Princess Yingyu's pupils shrank. Didn't mother say that this guy cultivated the Dao of the sword? How did it become the Dao of wind? Could it be practicing two avenues?
There was also this technique of phallic appearance, which one had never heard of.
But the power is undeniable. That's more like it, not bad.
You have the qualifications to make this palace use its magic treasures. Princess Yingyu raised her hand and a golden circle smashed over towards Niayun. At the same time, a red diamond stretched out from beneath her feet like a red dragon, winding its way toward Niayun. Without saying a word, Niayun instantly disappeared from his spot, then appeared behind Yingyu and threw a punch.
The speed is outrageous.
Although the wind-shaking demon god that he had condensed was only borrowing a portion of the demon god's power, and it was impossible to grasp the power of the great Dao of wind, the speed that the great Dao of wind added to it was unparalleled.
Bang!
Niayun slammed his fist down, and Princess Yingyu was sent flying dozens of miles, a layer of dense air emerging from her golden robe at some point, covering her entire body.
Is that the power of merit? No, it's a merit defense treasure. Niayun immediately recognized the golden robe on Princess Yingyu.
Merit magic treasure was a very special type of magic treasure, refined with the power of merit. It could be considered quite extravagant. Only saints who mastered the Chi Fortune sect could refine it, and its power was extremely extraordinary. A more crucial point is that this object represents the face of a saint.
In other words, those who were able to take out a merit dharma treasure were covered by saints.
I can't imagine that this mysterious third princess would have a saint behind her. No wonder she hasn't been showing her face in the heavenly court. She's probably all practicing in the saint's dojo. Niayun was just thinking about whether or not he should her again when he saw a green light break through the air, transforming into a graceful woman who stood between the two of them.
Demon Queen Shiha. Stop it.
Princess Yingyu flew to Shia's side and raised her hand to recall her own magical treasure, her expression still cool and unchanged, and the look in her eyes toward Niayun didn't budge in the slightest. Niayun also hurriedly put away his wind-shaking demon god Dharma phase and respectfully saluted towards the demon empress.
Greetings to the demon queen.
Shiha looked at Niayun in surprise. I never would have imagined that you would not only master the Dao of the sword, but also the Dao of the wind. Your natural talent is truly formidable. No wonder His Majesty was so impressed with you that he chose you to be the Emperor's son-in-law. The power of the great Dao was the supreme power of heaven and earth, and the great Dao had its own majesty. It was extremely rare for two Dao powers to appear on a cultivator at the same time, and they would repel each other, so very few people were able to master both Dao powers. Of course, it's just that there are very few, and it's not that there aren't any. It's just that this kind of person is extremely rare, similar to a giant panda. Niayun laughed. The demon empress is mistaken. The micromanager hasn't mastered the two great Dao paths. He's just cultivating a rather special Dharma phase that's capable of tugging on a trace of the wind Dao path's power, and hasn't mastered it. Princess Yingyu coldly said, you don't need to be modest. To be able to break the palace's Deluo perfection mana barrier with a single punch, forcing the palace to have to use a defensive supreme treasure to resist, it's clear that your strength is not bad. It seems that the heavenly emperor has a good eye. You have the qualifications to marry this palace.
Ha? Niayun was confused. Having the qualifications to marry you? What kind of tiger wolf talk is that? I didn't say I'd marry you. Wait a minute. Did she just say that she is a great Luo perfect?
Niayun couldn't help but look at Princess Yingyu one more time, having thought that Princess Duanyu and Princess Lingyu, who had broken through to the great Luo, were the cultivation ceilings amongst Emperor Jun's children. I didn't expect this third princess to quietly reach great Luo perfection.
It's a little something. Chapter 189, Please call me Phoenix Emperor, thank you.
The corners of the demon empress Shiha's mouth twitched, itching to find a crack in the ground.
What has this third daughter of his learned from Sage Nuwa? Ahem. Niayun, you don't mind.
She means to approve of your son-in-law status, nothing more. Yingyu has been practicing with the saints and rarely walks the floodplains, so she doesn't know much about the human world.
Collegiate? Fresh out of college?
Niayun came to a realization. No wonder he always felt that this Princess Yingyu was a bit of a middle child. Demon Empress Mother is overstating things. Princess Ingyu is true to her nature and straightforward and bold. If it were not for my humble rank, I would have wanted to be close friends with the third princess. The implication is that we're not a good fit, so let's just be friends. Don't you dare think anything of me. As expected, one could not expect too much from Demon Emperor Lao Dang. 3 daughters, one more odd than the other. It's also just a little more normal for the 10th prince. Nyayun wanted to personally ask Emperor Jun, how did you raise 3 oddballs? Princess Ingyu frowned slightly and said with slight displeasure, calling this palace third princess here, this palace will not pick your manners. When you run into each other outside in the future, please call me Phoenix Emperor. Thanks. Nyayun froze. The Phoenix Emperor? Why don't you call it the unbeatable pretty girl of the universe? Where did you learn all that? Wait. Why does that sound so familiar? Like I've heard it somewhere before. Cece covered her face, wanting to stuff this daughter back in her stomach and go back to the drawing board. Can't really afford to be ashamed of this. She hastily sidetracked the topic and asked, Nyayun, what is it that you've come here to pay me a visit about? Nyayun came back to his senses. The micro-minister seeks to see the Empress because he wishes to pay a visit to Princess Lunar. I have occasionally gained enlightenment in the Tao of formation in recent times, and I would like to borrow a fire attribute spiritual treasure to enlighten myself for a moment, so I would like to ask your highness to fulfill my request. Looking for Lingyue? Does this kid have something on Lingyue? Cece laughed at once. Looking for a fire attribute spirit treasure, right? Why do you need to look for second sister? This palace will just give it to you. As he spoke, a red diamond flew out and landed in Nyayun's hand. This item is called the Mixed Sky Aya, a top innate spiritual treasure, trapping and defending, with a defense comparable to that of an ordinary innate supreme treasure. Shihi's smile froze, the jade hand under her long skirt clenched into a fist and trembled slightly. What are you messing with? This was an opportunity for Nyayun and Lingyu to have more than good contact, and if the two of them got along for a long time, it wouldn't be impossible for them to develop a love for each other over time. How many things are you giving away directly? Are you trying to pry your sister away? Shiha was then furious, while her resentment towards Sage Nyua reached an extreme. I leave my daughter in your hands, and this is what you teach me? Nyayun was also a bit short of a reaction. It was really Princess Ingyu's bravado that scared him a bit. The innate spiritual treasure is just dumped. I'm afraid it's not a loser, right? Wait a minute. Mixed Sky Aya? Nyayun thought of the golden-colored circle file that Princess Ingyu had just flung out when she fought him, so he cautiously tried to ask. Princess, is the gold circle you just took out called the Qiankuan circle? Princess Ingyu was slightly surprised, you know? Not bad, it is precisely the Qiankuan circle, and like the Mixed Sky Aya, these two treasures are innate spiritual treasures given by Mother Nyua. That's true. Nyayun looked at him in disbelief. Wasn't this the magic weapon of Neza, one of the 3 great rebels of the Heavenly Court in his previous life? The Qiankuan circle, the Mixed Sky Aya, and the flame gun. Nyayun was 100% certain that the third prince of heaven, who had previously been ed to death by the pretentious dragon's son, was Neja of the latter days. Dare I say that after the destruction of the Heavenly Court of the Demon Clan in the previous life, all of these magic treasures were taken away by Mother Nyua and later given to Neza. Is Nyua giving, then taking it back and giving it again? Waste and use? That said, now that the Demon Heavenly Court is not destroyed, will there still be Neza? There must be. Neza is the one who answers the calamity in the Great God Sealing Calamity, and is an indispensable part of the Great God Sealing Calamity. With the Heavenly Tao's urbane nature, it will never change this quantum figure easily. Only it probably won't be as ill-fated as Neza in his previous life. This is the seed of the Demon Emperor Lao Dang. As long as the Demon Emperor doesn't die, who would dare to put difficulty on his son? Nyayun hurriedly thanked him. Thank you for your generosity, Princess. When I find a suitable magic treasure to replace it, I will immediately come back to return the Mixed Sky Aya. Princess Ingyu gave a soft hmm. In that case, then the micro-minister will take his leave. Nyayun had just turned around and walked out a few steps when he heard Princess Ingyu's voice enter his ears. Remember, next time call me Phoenix Emperor. Nyayun nearly stumbled as he stepped on a foot, then hastily accelerated away. He was afraid that Princess Ingyu would grab him and ask him to play Ultraman with her. This middle-aged princess, better stay away. Otherwise he was afraid his IQ would be blitzed. Upon returning to Mount Sumeru, Nyayun immediately began to set up the 5 elements grand formation, and although an earth attribute innate spiritual treasure was still missing, he could do all the preliminary work first and just sit back and wait for Cheung Xiao to come to his door.
He didn't believe that the huge interceptor sect couldn't find an Earth-attributed innate spiritual treasure. Dongsheng Shenzhou. A sword immortal wrote on his sword with an ethereal and immortal aura. It was none other than Nie Yun's strawman doppelganger. Nie Yun's divine sense scanned the surroundings, muttering in his heart. Weird. Why haven't the people from the Western sect and the hierarchy come yet? Didn't they come to cut me? Did they all go and grind? Nie Yun wasn't worried about the people sent out by the Western sect and the hierarchy. The strength of this incarnation of his was at the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal, and if he combined it with the Tongtian Sword Dao, he could even arm wrestle with the Delo, and the District Golden Immortal was no threat at all. As for the Hierophant's White Crane Child, according to the news sent out by Taoist Sihon, that had only just broken into the Great Luo Golden Immortal not long ago, and the threat wasn't very great either. Nie Yun was waiting for them to come to his door before playing a big game for the Western sect and the hierarchy. You want to cut me? Then be aware of being cut. Fellow Daoist, stop. While Nie Yun was confused, a Daoist suddenly flashed out and blocked Nie Yun's path. This person was dressed in a Taoist robe, with a light temperament and floating dust in his hand, rather like a hermit immortal in the mountains. His breath was thick, and he was not a vulgar person at first glance. Golden Immortal Cultivator? Nie Yun gazed at this Taoist, mainly because this person gave him a strange feeling there was no such person among the immortals of the three religions that he knew of. Where did this come from? Who are you, fellow Taoist? Why are you blocking my way? The Taoist laughed lightly. The poor Taoist comes from the nine-topped Rakshasa mountain, 8 treasures golden light cave, Taoist named Dur. Do you recognize it? 9-topped Rakshasa mountain, 8 treasures golden cave? Where is this? The Taoist master? Who is this? Nie Yun hadn't heard of it at all. Could it be a reclusive loose immortal somewhere? However, just to be on the safe side, he still opened his mouth and asked, fellow Taoist is a disciple of the 3 sects? The ferryman's face suddenly turned cold, and he hummed coldly, are there no cultivators in the world besides the 3 religions? Although I am not a member of the 3 sects, my divine abilities and techniques may not be inferior to those of the disciples of the 3 sects. Ignorant juniors, arrogant people. IING. If it's not, then it's not. What's with the sudden rush? Have you been poked and prodded? Chapter 192 Qi in the Orifices, the real man of Wu Air. Could it be that this guy was rejected by the 3 religions before, and that's why he became a loose immortal? Quite possibly. Otherwise, when the 3 religions were mentioned, why did this guy suddenly get anxious? Nie Yun secretly disdained it, can't even enter the threshold of the 3 teachings, and you're still running up to me and pretending to be a bully, looking down on who? I'm the one who even a saint would want to cut. You're qualified? Nie Yun didn't bother with nonsense. If you have nothing to do, the poor Taoist is still busy rushing, so I'm sorry to have to get out of the way. The remaining fury of the ferryman had not yet subsided. You're Nie Yun, the water god of heaven, right? The poor Taoist has been entrusted with your life and has come to take it. Ha? To kill me? Shouldn't it be the golden cicada and the white crane child? Who is this guy? Nie Yun said without a blush, fellow Taoist has recognized the wrong person, poor Taoist Li Easy, Taoist name Easy Sword Immortal. Not some heavenly water god. If you want to find the heavenly water god, you should go to the heavenly court to look for him. What's the point of wandering around blindly in this Eastern Victory Divine Prefecture? After Nie Yun finished speaking, he directly crossed over to the dazed and confused real person of Duoyue and headed off. Not even a disciple of the 3 teachings, this kind of shrimp he wasn't interested in making a move at all. As he watched Nie Yun's distant back, realist Duoyue had a puzzled look on his face. No? Didn't elders say that the person who passes through from here is the water god of heaven? How could it not be? He hurriedly transmitted his voice. Elder, didn't you say that the one who passed by from here on was the water god of heaven? How is it that there are others who have shown up since then? What exactly are the characteristics of this heavenly water god? Immediately, an exasperated voice entered the ears of the ferryman. Rubbish, the one who just passed was the heavenly water god Nie Yun. This son specializes in the art of change and trickery, you've been tricked by him. What? The Duo realm instantly burst into a rage, having been deceived. Thieves don't go. Nie Yun was wondering who the hell had invited such a strange person to kill himself, his brain was a bit less than sharp. Suddenly, he saw the Duoyu real person catching up and once again stopping on the way to the road, roaring in anger. Cunning person, how dare you deceive the poor Taoist? The heavenly court water god is actually a coward who doesn't even dare to recognize his own identity, simply disgracing the heavenly court. Nia Yun was incomparably confused by this flurry of righteous ideological education from the Duoyue realist. Calling lousy cunning when you've been tricked? And you say it in such a righteous way, is this the legendary standing on the moral high ground to discharge the gun? Why doesn't this guy go to the Western Church, where your specialty can be utilized? Real ferryman, I've told you that my name is Liu. I'm not some heavenly water god. Why are you still so strung out? Do you really think Li is afraid of you? Realist Duoyue stared angrily at Nia Yun. Still trying to trick me? Indeed, they are cunning villains. Today the poor Taoist will do justice to heaven. What Senior said is definitely not wrong. This guy is definitely the heavenly water god. Villain, suffer death. The ferryman's mana surged and he opened his mouth to spit out 2 words. Humph. Ha! Only 2 streams of white chi erupted from his nose, and a stream of yellow chi emerged from the mouth of the Duoi realm, as the 3 streams of chi whistled and instantly surrounded Nia Yun. Nia Yun only felt as if his body was bound by an invisible force, slowing his movements, and even on his divine soul there was a feeling that it was going to be sucked and ripped out. Is this one the second heir in the trick? Nia Yun was startled. This divine ability was quite poisonous. Once struck, one would almost end up with the annihilation of one's soul, and would not even have a chance to reincarnate. The way of the sword. In an instant, the power of the great Tao manifested behind Nia Yun, and that yellow and white chi didn't even have a chance to resist under the power of the great Tao of the sword, and was instantly crushed. What? The power of the way? You're a Dalek golden immortal? The ferryman was shocked when his divine ability was broken. Didn't elders say that this person is at most a golden immortal? How could he be a Dala powerhouse? Damn, cheated. The Duo Wuzhen panicked and twisted his head to run. The difference between a golden immortal and a Dala was a world of difference. The Dala golden immortal's power of the great Tao, that was the supreme means of crushing everything under the Dala. Unless one possessed a supreme magic treasure, one could not resist it at all. You just want to leave now? Late. A sword through the sky. Nia Yun gripped his sword intent locking onto the Duo realist as his terrifying sword chi swung out. This sword chi is not good. Die. The Duoyue real person panicked. This sword chi's terrifying. He felt that even if he was a great Luo golden immortal, he would have to die on the spot, not to mention the golden immortal cultivation. This son clearly had a golden immortal cultivation level, but he was able to execute the power of the great Tao of the sword, an absolute wizard of the Tao of the sword. He was incomparably regretful that he had come to kill such a powerful person. Wasn't he tired of living? What's the difference between that and getting killed? Elder, save me! The Duo realist hurriedly shouted out. Right at this moment, a yellow light suddenly flashed out from the void and violently rolled up the Duoyue real person and disappeared in place. Nia Yun could see clearly that the yellow light was a yellow flag. He hurriedly utilized his divine sense to scan his surroundings, but he could no longer find the figure of realist ferryman. Run away? That fast? His divine sense can sweep thousands of miles in a radius, instantly spanning a distance of 1,000 miles. That yellow flag, could it be the Wuji apricot yellow flag, one of the 5 square flags of the innate heaven? Nia Yun's pupils shrank, and the Wuji apricot yellow flag was a first-class innate treasure, also known as the central Wuji flag. The key was that this was part of the 5 square flags of the innate heaven, which had been in the hands of the hierarchy's saint, Yuan Shi Tianzun. The E-hex apricot yellow flag will have the role of shuttle space. Body protection can be extremely horrible, known as the law is not broken, the evil spirits are not easy. If it's really the Wuji apricot and yellow flag of the 5 directions of the innate heaven, then the one who instructed real person Duoer to come and kill me must be the white crane child. This guy is very cautious, sending a ferrying realist to test me first. Nia Yun remembered very clearly that in his previous life, the first sage had given the eternal apricot and yellow flag to the South Pole immortal wing to use, and since the white crane child was the South Pole immortal wing seeded child, it made sense that the white crane child would come to assassinate himself with the eternal apricot and yellow flag. E-hex apricot yellow flag, if we can get it, then the complete 5 elements grand formation can be 1/5 successful. Let's figure it out first. There aren't many chances for this kind of capture of the E apricot and yellow flag. Opportunity knocks. Yin wanted it too much. As long as he got his hands on the E-hex apricot and yellow flag, the 5 elements grand formation, even though it hadn't been perfected yet, was bound to increase in power so much that it probably wouldn't even be a dream to lock down a sub-saint. But Wada sees the E apricot and yellow flag. White Crane boy, he does not care. The main thing is the beginning of the saint how to pass. He has to think of a foolproof method to do. With that in mind, Yin put away his sword and continued to ride his sword towards the Uri kingdom. The speed is obviously much lower than before though. He's fishing. If he ran too fast, the hierarchy and the Western sect wouldn't be able to find a chance. As for the rollover? Doesn't matter, a rollover is a rollover. It's just a straw man diversion, isn't it? The big deal was to go back to the Qin Yuan Demon Saint to gather some Phoenix Wutong wood and refine another one. Nothing hangs. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away on top of a mountain, a flag broke through the air and landed in the hands of a white-faced Taoist. The white-faced Taoist held the flag and shook it, and the duo vision rolled out of the flag. Seniors. Chapter 191 The Water God, I don't care to fight. Waste. Duo Yue real person hastily defended, Senior, that Li is not. The Water God is a great Luo golden immortal Waste. That sword Senior also saw, if not. Waste. The duo Wuzhinshin was so angry. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't beat this White Crane who claimed to be the 3rd generation of the hierarchy's first disciple, he would have wanted to make a move. Calling me a loser, why don't you make a move? Go ahead and try it. White Crane's eyes were filled with boredom as he looked at the duo Wuzhin. If it wasn't for the fear of this matter spreading out and tarnishing the great righteous reputation of the hierarchy, he wouldn't have saved real Master Duo Yue. It's just a waste. For a golden immortal perfection like you, who can't even beat an early golden immortal cultivator, and you still want to join my interceptor sect, it's simply delusional. Get the hell out of here or I'll send you to reincarnation. The face of the duo you real person changed drastically, and his heart was incomparably stifled. When he was looking for himself, he called Taoist friend with a loud voice, and said that he would let himself worship the Nanji immortal Wang as his teacher, and it was not impossible for him to even personally worship the first sage. And now you're calling yourself a loser and telling you to get lost? The hierarchy is just a bunch of hypocrites, a sect of saints, humph. The dodo realist climbed to his feet and walked away in a state of gray. He was really afraid that the White Crane child would kill him. As soon as the ferryman had left, the White Crane child said indifferently, fellow Taoist of the Western sect, after watching for so long, aren't you going to come out and meet? Brush up. 6 figures flashed out, and the person at the head was none other than the golden cicada. Greetings to fellow Taoist White Crane. White Crane said with a slight hint of mockery, a Buddhist son of the Western sect? He. It seems that the Western sect has also gotten up to killing the heavenly water god and sent you here. The golden cicada was non-committal. The water god is too much of a threat, and there are many people throughout the flood who want him dead. But it looks like White Crane Taoist has returned in defeat. TSK. Hierophant 3 generations of disciple chiefs have failed to assassinate. It seems that this heavenly water god is missed by so many people, not without reason. White Crane's old face was a little embarrassed. What crippling defeat, the poor Taoist is merely going to try his strength and whether or not he is qualified to let the poor Taoist personally make a move. Heavenly water god, piker, I don't care to make a move. Pretend to be your father. Do you think I don't know that you tricked the duo Wuzhin to kill Yin? You're still afraid of flipping the car? Golden Cicada Z smiled faintly. What you say is very true, the water god of the early golden immortal stage of the district, but it is just a matter of faith. It would be too much of a drop for us to make a move. It's just a bit of natural talent, thinking that he's self-righteous because he's a golden immortal cultivator comprehending the power of the great Tao, but it's just a piker. White Crane froze. Why didn't this guy follow the rules? It was reasonable to say that this guy had found this place and definitely knew about the failure of the assassination of the duo real person. Shouldn't he have mocked a few words? Why are you attached to it instead? Golden Cicada Z suddenly laughed. Fellow Taoist White Crane, do you think the 5 golden immortals can kill the water god? White Crane glanced over the 6 people behind Golden Cicada, revealing a playful expression. Killable. This son's cultivation is at the early golden immortal stage. Even if he can drive the power of the great Tao, at most he can battle 3 experts of the same realm, and 5 golden immortals are enough to thwart him. Golden Toad Z's smile grew even wider. I think so too. Ling Ji Bodhisattva, you and the others have heard it, right? I'll leave the task of exterminating the water god to you, so I won't intervene to steal your credit. The 5 Lingji bodhisattvas were stunned. What did it mean? You're the leader, and you're just gonna quit? Buddha's son, the master is. I'm going to discuss the Tao with fellow Taoist White Crane and talk about the union of the Western sect and the hierarchy in the meantime. Go! I trust you. Lingji and the others changed their colors. The Western sect and the hierarchy are joining forces? Could it be that assassinating the water god is a lie, and secretly sending Buddhist children to negotiate with the hierarchy is the real thing? Yes. The 5 left immediately, not daring to delay. White Crane said suspiciously, the Western saints want to ally with the hierarchy? No. So you just... I'm too afraid of death to go. Ha? The White Cranes looked at each other in disbelief. Is this even possible? And to say it so casually, is this guy too thick-skinned, or does he just not have this thing? Golden Cicada Z, however, did not care and slowly said, fellow Taoist White Crane, the heavenly water god is not easy to deal with, and it is not easy to kill him. I suggest that you and I join forces and perhaps have a better chance of winning. I wonder what you think. White Crane was silent. He'd seen Nye Yun strike. His strength was no less than his own, and it was enough to threaten a Tao Lord. The key is that there may still be strong heavenly court members lurking around. After all, the water god is the heavenly court's extra horse harnessed by the side of a team, so how could Dijun let him come out alone and not send an escort? He pondered for a little while and felt that joining forces with the Golden Cicada was not a bad idea. After all, the goal was the same. What do you want to do? Golden Cicada Z laughed softly. Use the name of your hierarchy in my Western Sage sect to lure those who want to kill the water god to unite, so that they can go out and let them do it, and we can just stealthily maneuver behind the scenes. I'm sure there are plenty of people who would like to be our swords, don't you think? White Crane narrowed his eyes slightly, a smile creeping up his cheeks. The Buddhist son is so cautious. Don't you, Taoist? The two of them smiled at each other with a sense of sympathy. So we're all treacherous people. On the other hand, Nye Yun ran all the way to the Ori kingdom. There were quite a few people attacking on the road, all sorts of people, from all sizes of forces. All of them are small shrimps, and the strongest are only 2 late golden immortal experts. Under Nye Yun's heavenly sword Tao, he didn't even have a chance to resist, directly adding 2 living souls to the wheel of reincarnation. But none of the experts from the 3 sects and the Western sect appeared. Not cutting me? Where are the people? Nye Yun was speechless. Come one ferrying realist and lay down? It doesn't make sense. The White Crane child is at least a Tao Lord. Why don't you come and show your face? Aren't you afraid to go back and get hung up and beaten by the first sage? If you don't come out, how can I grab the Ehe apricot and yellow flag? Nye Yun was now kind of wanting to carry a big flag with the word seeking to be cut written on it. But it's a surprise that this fellow, the duo or realist, has appeared here. Before, he hadn't remembered who the duo Wuzhen was, but now he finally came back to his senses. This person is precisely one of the scattered immortals in the great god-sealing catastrophe, and has not appeared much. When breaking the 10 desperate formations, the Duoyu Zhenya had once contributed the wind-setting pearl to the Hierophant's great master Lingbao, and then disappeared without a trace. But his disciples, however, are known to many. That would be the 2 humbugs, and Li Jing, the generalissimo of the Chentang Pass, both disciples of the Duoyu Zenith. Humming 2 generals watchword trick in 2 air. Oh. Is humming. It is inherited from the Taoist master. Rumor has it that this person has a great relationship with the 3 religions, and there are even more who say that realist Duo Yue is the 3rd disciple of the human religion hidden by the Supreme Sage. This matter has to be explored properly. If the ferryman is really a loose cultivator, it is possible to pull it together. In his previous life, Nye Yun had once read a post that took stock of the scattered immortals of the Floodlands, and the Duo Yue realist was ranked in the top 5 positions. In other words, the current Golden Immortal Realms ferryman had the potential of being able to become a great power, and if he was truly a loose immortal and pulled together, he would be a notable fighting force in the future. As Nye Yun pondered, he had already arrived at the borderlands of the Ori Kingdom. Chapter 192, Dragon Lady, Second Senior Brother. This is when the main character? Until Nye Yun stepped into the territory of the Ori Kingdom, he hadn't seen anyone from the Western sect or the hierarchy appear. Looks like it won't be coming for a while. Should be holding back a big wave. Giving up is impossible. Who dares to disobey a saint's order? The great god. The great god. You're finally here. A figure sped up, a green armor with a red head and hairy face. Red-headed monkey? Ahem. Red Shiri horse monkey. He had long since received a summons from Nye Yun and had waited at the border of this Ari kingdom early on. Ha! Not bad, pony. Both have broken through to half-step golden immortals. Nye Yun was quite pleased. It seemed like this guy hadn't slacked off during his time hibernating in the Ari kingdom. The red shiri horse monkey hemmed and hawed, if I don't work hard, won't I even be unqualified to work for the great god in the future? Don't worry, great spirit, in 100 years at the most, my little one will definitely break through to golden immortal. Ouch. This awareness. Nye Yun smiled in satisfaction. I'm now called easily, call me Surly from now on, got it? I understand. It wasn't the first day that the red shiri horse monkey had been with Nye Yun, so naturally, he was well aware that Nye Yun didn't like to show his face, and immediately nodded his head in response. Tell me about it. What was it you said earlier about Inu Gangioliev being hunted down? Who's after him? Hotu said that Inu Gang Lai reincarnated into the Tai Ching sect of the Ao Lai kingdom, which was the Taoist lineage of the supreme sage. Isn't this in your own home still being rushed in and educated by others? It's a bit outrageous. The supreme sage doesn't want to lose face? Red shiri horse monkey said with an odd expression on his face, it's a long story, it's the dragon clan that's after him. Dragons? Nye Yun was flabbergasted. How did the dragon race get dragged into this? As red shiri horse monkey recounted the story, Nye Yun finally understood what was going on. It turns out that 100 years ago, Pig Ganglai was reincarnated into the son of the patriarch of the Taiching sect of the Ari kingdom, Donghua Shangren, named Tianpeng. Tianpeng, the reincarnation of Pig Ganglai, was born with purple energy and qi instilled in his body. He entered the Dao at the age of 3 and crossed over to the Jindan Avenue at the age of 10. At the age of 30, he was certified as a human immortal, and is expected to be certified as Tai Yi within 1,000 years, and is known as the first pride of the Taiching sect. However, things do not go against our wishes. After certified human immortal canopy suddenly cultivation stops, and every once in a while began to cultivation regression, and then 70 years of time, fell directly from the human immortal, back to the refining of God to return to the realm of emptiness. It made this genius fall into the abyss at once, becoming a big laughingstock of the Taiching sect. Unable to bear the humiliation, Tianpeng resolved to travel abroad to find the reason for his regression in cultivation. Once by chance, he entered the middle of the East China Sea, and for some unknown reason, he touched the middle of the Dragon Palace of the East China Sea. I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but I was lucky enough to crash into a dragon lady bathing, which was a big trouble. The dragons were furious and immediately chased after the canopy. This guy also panicked and ran straight to the Taiching sect to hide. Dragon power descends on the Taiching clan, although it is the human religion Saint Taoism, but this matter is the canopy is at fault. Donghua Shangren is not good to harbor, but that is always their son, and cannot look at him to die and disappear. Therefore, an agreement was reached with the Dragon clan that the Taiching clan would not help, but the person from the Dragon clan who chased and killed the canopy could not exceed the golden immortal cultivation level. It's worth mentioning that since Tianpeng crashed the dragon lady's bath, it was as if the two veins of the caprices had been opened. Not only did his cultivation not continue to retreat. Instead, he also exploded, and his cultivation level soared in just a few years, directly breaking through to the Earth Immortal Great Circle. But relative to the Dragon clan's pursuing experts, the Earth Immortal Great Circle was far from enough, and the canopy had to flee in all directions. Nye Yun's face followed suit after listening to the red shiri horse monkey's narration. Canopy? Is it coming out now? There was also the dragoness, and in his previous life, it seemed that this second brother had also had an emotional affair with the dragoness, but that was after he had been reborn in a pig's fetus and after the journey to the West Quantum Revelation had ended. There's one thing to be said for second senior brother, this birth and experience, a proper protagonist template. According to the general pissiness of the protagonist's growth, this time when he's being hunted down, not only will he not die, he'll also explode in cultivation, and even end up with a dragon lady who will grow to love out of hatred and embrace a beautiful woman. In the end, he even went all the way to the top, with countless opportunities for beautiful women, and proved to be a saint. Ahem. Overthinking it. This is the world of the flood. There aren't that many unexplained chances, and it's not a world where protagonists can explode. Even if there is, the saints are omnipotent and will snuff it out for you in a minute. To say that Pig Ganglai this fate is not taught to operate in the dark, Nye Yun 100 do not believe. But why did the human cult mess up so much? A little more life experience for Inu Gangri? Suddenly, two words popped into Nye Yun's head: love havoc. In his previous life, Pig Konglai's cultivation was already a perfect golden immortal, Could it be that the human sect wants to take this opportunity to let Pig Kong Lai experience a love calamity to prove the great Luo? Nia Yun, who was familiar with this second senior brother from his previous life, knew very well that Pig Kong Lai's greatest calamity was the love calamity. So it is. Nia Yun cupped his chin. It seemed like the supreme sage wanted to focus on cultivating this second disciple. Could it be that he was displeased with Shindu? Want to practice your trumpet? Pony, where is the Pig Gang Lai? Oh. Canopy now? Did you know? The red shiri horse monkey's face became even more odd as he sniffed. Nia Yun was curious. You don't know? Know that it's... Just what? It's a bit outrageous. He crashed into the Fox Clan's territory some time ago, and crashed through another bathing fox girl, then he was captured by the Fox Clan's strongest men, and is now being escorted to the Fox Clan's ancestral land, Xingqiu. Nia Yun looked at the red shiri horse monkey as if to say, "You're not kidding, are you?" Akajiri horse monkey cried and laughed. He also felt like he was joking. Da! Oh! Dukely, this matter is now almost spread all over the Ari kingdom, and I have personally gone to investigate the Fox Clan team that escorted Pig Gang Lai. Indeed. Nia Yun held back his red face for a long time before spitting out two words. Awesome. He wondered if the Supreme Sage had some kind of fetish. Even if you were going to give your second disciple the boot, couldn't you do it in a different way? Specializing in crashing beautiful women's showers? Started popping seeds after the crash? Ahem. There is one thing to say, Nia Yun also wants to hang like this, but unfortunately he doesn't have a saintly old man to love him. Nappy. I seriously doubt that the fact that second senior brother is so horny in his later life is the work of the Supreme Sage. That said, if this guy regains his memories of his past life, will he have a psychological shadow? As the second disciple of the human sect, always bumping into beautiful women taking a bath, no one would believe him if he wanted to say he wasn't a pervert. The second disciple of the Church of Man was crowned with the title of Colorful Wolf by the entire flood, and everywhere he went, he was avoided by those fairies who pointed their fingers at him. Who can stand that? How about making it harder for him? But it would be troublesome if the Supreme Sage were to keep an eye on him. He could be exposed if he's not careful. Wait. I'm afraid of a hammer. I'm just a splitter, and with the double buff of the main body's usurping life derivation technique and the heavenly way of stirring up the heaven, the saints can't figure out where I came from. If this is done well, Gang Lai. Pooh. Canopy will be the most loyal undercover agent of mine. Yes, someone. And a loss? Chapter 193, Poor Second Senior Brother, How Can You Get Down? Dongsheng Shenzhou. In a place with clear mountains and beautiful water, 7 or 8 foxes with human body and fox head were walking on the mountain path. The cultivation levels of these fox clans were generally not high. Most of them were heaven immortal and earth immortal cultivators, and the leading one was only a Tai Shenxian immortal. In the middle of the group, there was also a youth who was tied up. His cultivation had been sealed by a special spell, as if he were a normal person. The youth had sword brows and starry eyes, and his face was like a jade. In the words of the present, the young man looks more handsome. How are you, Mr. Canopy? Are you tired? Do you want us to rest for a while? The leading Fox clan had a concerned look on their faces, their eyes flushed with peach blossoms from time to time, and they even tried to touch the canopy with their hands as they spoke. That is a white as jade hand, just that fox head. How to see how to violate. You stay away. Canopy hastily took a few steps back, a look of fear on his face. Phew. Still shy? All running off to peek at Slave's bath. Your mind, Slave understands. Wait until we reach Qingqiu, Slave will serve you well. Foxhead throws an eyebrow. Canopy immediately felt his stomach turn over and his face was as hard as if he had eaten a fly. What kind of fairy did I offend? Why is my luck so bad? I wanted to run and hide in the Fox clan territory, but I didn't expect to run into a female fox taking a bath. Okay. The transformed Fox clan is actually also nationally beautiful, and the floodplains are well known. But this fox bloodline is low. The transformation can only be half of the transformation. The fox head cannot fade. Cultivation to Tai Shenxian immortal is the end. It's just as well that the fair beauty with the fox head on top stinks of fox. The dignified earth immortal great perfection Canopy was smoked out at the time, which was how he was captured by the Fox clan. Above the void. Nia Yun and the red-shirted horse monkey watched this and stared at each other. My lord, listening to them, it seems like the fox that Canopy crashed the bath was her. This Canopy has really unusual taste. Akajiri horse monkey admired it,
although he also liked to keep his monkey head after transforming, not that it was himself. This was if he was looking at a beautiful woman, he still felt that a beautiful woman who had taken the form of a human was more attractive. Tastes so damn heavy. How did you get off on this fox head? Nye spat in his heart. How can you say that this flesh body of yours is also considered a handsome man, handsome and beautiful? Finding a few beautiful women is completely at your fingertips. Do you need to peek at people bathing? And is a Thai fox. Second brother is so pathetic. My lord, are we really going to save Canopy? I feel it's not quite right. Their cultivation is all above earth immortal, they can completely fly in the clouds, and now they are still relying on walking. It always feels like there's a fraud. Akajiri horse monkey was worried. Nya glanced away. What's with the feeling? The Fox clan this water are almost put all over the four seas. Obviously they also know the Canopy come, but the Fox clan also cannot lose face, so only send a few small minions to escort the Canopy, but also on the road to grind. It goes without saying, wait for someone to come and save you. That way the foxes don't lose face. No harm done. Go! The duo dropped to the ground and stopped the Fox clan's group on their way. Who dares to stop my Fox clan from doing its job? Nya and his duo had just shown up, immediately causing the Fox clan's crowd to go on alert. The red Shiri horse monkey took the lead, and his half-step golden immortal aura erupted out, pressuring the people of the Fox clan to retreat in unison. My son has his eye on this kid, so get lost. Ha! The people of the Fox clan looked at each other in disbelief, and Tianping even blanched and couldn't help but clench his legs. I Nima. It's not enough that there's an undeveloped Thai fox craving for me all day long, and then there's a robber who's in love with a dragon and a man? Jesus, are you kidding me? Nyeon's old face darkened as he directly kicked the red Shiri horse monkey dozens of meters away, cursing, "You're the one who has eyes for him, your entire family has eyes for him." The red Shiri horse monkey climbed up in aggravation, his eyes filled with resentment. Did I say something wrong? But that's what all those demonic mountain kings say. Fellow Fox clan Taoists, I am the free sword immortal, and I have an old relationship with this Tianping's father. Could you give me the benefit of the doubt and release the Canopy? The leading Fox woman frowned. Tianping has violated the rules of the Fox clan and is about to be escorted to Qingqiu for punishment. Although your cultivation is not bad, my Fox clan is not one to be messed with. I advise you not to make any mistakes. Leave immediately and I'll pretend nothing happened. Swish! The long sword behind Nyeon's back abruptly flew out and was held in his hand as monstrous sword intent erupted. Since the Fox clan is unwilling to give Mr. Lee this face, then Mr. Lee can only be offended. Mr. Lee will only make one sword strike. If you guys are able to block it, I will twist my head and leave. A sword she chopped out, and a terrifying aura instantly enveloped the crowd of the Fox clan. When the crowd faced this sword chi, they had the feeling of facing the might of heaven, and they simply couldn't afford to resist. Not good, go. The leading Fox woman's face changed drastically. This person's sword cultivation was too terrifying. It was simply not something that he and the others could withstand. The 8 foxes immediately exploded their full cultivation and turned around to run, without any hesitation at all, only their speed was too slow. Buzz boom! The sword chi instantly swept through the 8 fox clans, chopping all of them, flying out and crashing into the mountain wall to land, spitting blood from their mouths. Even that leading Tai Shanxian Fox clan member wouldn't be able to block Nyeon's sword. Canopy also froze. This person was so strong. When was there such a powerful character among father's close friends? Looks like you guys can't stop it. Nyeon put away his sword and stood, looking disdainfully out of the corner of his eye, just like a proud sword immortal. Well, sword fairy pretending seems to be like this. One cannot discredit the sword fairy's awe. You guys go. I'll take the Canopy with me. If the Fox clan has any grievances, feel free to come to Mr. Lee. It's a full set. Besides, he was not prepared to kill these foxes. People are also under orders to do the job. It is okay to injure, so that he can go back to deliver. Each gets the best of both worlds. Anyway, the Fox clan was escorting Tianping and waiting for the human sect to come to their rescue. The people of the Fox clan watched Nyeon walk toward Canopy, glaring angrily at him, but they dared not speak. This man is too strong. Right at this moment, a cold humming sound came out, shaking the void. No good. It's Oro. Nyeon's face changed drastically. That voice just now had clearly triggered the power of the Great Tao, and for him who had crossed over into the Great Luo, he was extremely sensitive to the power of the Great Tao, and he definitely wouldn't be able to sense it wrongly.
I can't imagine that a great master of the human sect would defy his status and bully my Fox clan's descendants. Could it be that the teachings of the human sect have been changed to bullying the small with the great? An icy voice resounded through the void. I saw a swarm of pink butterflies coming from the sky, and they were right in front of me. Those butterflies fluttered in the air as if they were condensing a pink butterfly avenue in the void. A woman in a pink dress came in style, walking on the butterfly avenue of the void, as if shrinking into a foot, and arrived in an instant. Nyayun, Canopy, and Red Shiri Horse Monkey couldn't help but lose their minds slightly as they watched this woman's appearance. Because this woman's face was too beautiful. There is something about the ghostly work on the face that makes heaven and earth lose their color. The pink romper adds flirtation and outlines a shapely figure. Moreover, this woman has a kind of innate charm, as if she was born as a charm, which makes people unconsciously indulge into it. However, this charm is not the kind of explicit charm, but for the cultivator's soul charm. Charming avenue? Nyayun's heart trembled as he hastily activated the power of the great Tao of the sword before he was able to free himself from the effects of the power of charm. Red Shiri Horse Monkey and Tianpeng, on the other hand, had a piggy face and looked at this woman with burning eyes, as if they were caught in some kind of illusion. Chapter 194, The Four Departments of the Fox Clan, with Su Daji. Fox Strongman. A little overly pretty though, no wonder gags like Vixen were bandied about in later generations, not without reason. Nyayun had the intention of admiring such a special creature, but the other party was too strong and also practiced the Tao of seduction. This seductive avenue can be tricked and mesmerized if you are not careful. He wouldn't dare relax. Who is the Taoist friend? The woman said coldly, Xingqiu has a Su division, and there is Su Daji. Even his voice carried seduction, worthy of practicing the avenue of seduction, unconvincing. Ha? You're Suda? Nyayun's eyes went wide as he reacted. Is this person in front of you the vixen who compelled Emperor Xin to destroy his country? Is she the one synonymous with the scourge of the nation and the people? He kind of understood why Xin obeyed and favored Su Daji. Not to mention her stunning appearance, she also possessed the avenue of seduction, and perhaps her various techniques had even won various championships within the Fox clan. What man can stand up to that? Those Fox clansmen sniffed and bowed in a hurry. Greetings, Princess Daji. The Fox clan has always been hidden above the Green Hills, however, the Fox clan also has its own forces. The Fox clan of Xingqiu is divided into 4 divisions, the White clan, the Tushan clan, the Arisu clan, and the Pure Fox clan. They are ruled by the Fox King and control the 4 divisions. Those with the purest bloodline among the 4 divisions are called princesses. Arisu Daji is the princess of the Arisu clan. There was Su Daji's embroidered brows slightly knitted as she said in warm anger, Great Master Shendu, are you teasing this palace? Suda? His own name was Arisu Daji, and Arisu was a family name, so it was indeed an insult to pronounce someone's family name separately. Nyayun also reacted and hurriedly explained, ahem. Get used to it, it's just a misunderstanding. The name Su Daji came about when she was recruited by Manhwa from the tomb of Regulus and possessed the daughter of Su Gu of the Shang dynasty, and now people's family name is Arisu. No, in the latter days Manhwa was recruiting Daji's soul to break out from the Xian Yuan grave. So Daji died before? Who's so cruel as to cut up such a beautiful woman? Wasteful. Simply wasteful. You can raise her even if you lose her cultivation. Aren't you afraid of the wrath of God for killing? Nyayun was indignant in his heart. Misunderstanding? Ha! Is it also a misunderstanding that Grand Master Shendu is still changing his appearance, not daring to show his true face, and injuring so many of my Fox clan's juniors? There was Suda's eye in mockery. You think I'm a Gendo illusion? It seems to be true that there are only 2 disciples in the human sect, and it is impossible for the Supreme Sage to come in person, so the only one who can come to the rescue of the canopy is Shendu. Nyayun intended to pretend that it was best not to recognize it. Princess Daji recognized the wrong person, I'm Li Easy. You're the one who made Shendu take the blame, and even if Shendu pursues the matter, it's none of my business. Easy Li? There was Suda's mocking color that intensified. Sure enough, the 3 religions are all a bunch of hypocrites full of benevolence and morality, with a belly full of male thieves and female prostitutes. Well. Li Easy right. My Fox clan has not done anything to Tianpeng, yet you have struck out to injure a member of my Fox clan. What kind of reasoning is that? Even if you're a sage disciple, you still have to give my Fox clan an explanation. I have said that my name is Li Yi. You want to explain to go to the saint disciples, go to find Shen Dua. What do you want with me? This is a misunderstanding. I only wanted your Fox clan to leave, I didn't intend to kill them. You still want to kill my Fox clan?
There was Suda's voice rising steeply, anger rising.
Deception.
Very well, even if you're a long famous powerhouse, I'll still have to learn the high tricks of your human teachings.
What the hell? Can I show you my tricks? You want to charm me with the avenue of charms? Can that? Make a request, I want to take my clothes off kind of thing.
Nia Yun thought nastily, and just as he wanted to flirt a bit, he saw that there was a palm strike from Sudaji. The terrifying palm print was wrapped in terrifying might, instantly crushing into his body.
This palm print. Splitting heaven god palm?
Nia Yun had seen this kind of palm imprint before, and when he was on top of the East Sea, that mysterious Mr. Beaver had used this kind of palm imprint to crack the pretentious dragon open.
Is Mr. Beaver from the Fox clan?
Nia Yun's face changed drastically. The strength of this spell was so strong that even the pretentious dragon couldn't carry it off, and even if the one who was a Dowlord had Sudaji casting it, he wouldn't dare to be careless. A sword through the sky. Nia Yun exploded his entire golden immortal cultivation, not daring to leave any of his mana behind.
Mostly, it was too much of a shadow for the heaven-splitting god palm. Boom!
The sword chi swept out and crashed into the heaven-splitting god palm.
Terrifying shockwaves flattened the surrounding mountains, the earth shook, and smoke rose in all directions.
There was Suda flying back, pulling out a pink residue in the void.
Her frown tightened. This sword chi. Killing chi is too heavy.
Although the Supreme Sage is also a strong practitioner of the sword Dao, the sword he cultivates is the sword of morality. How can Xian Du cultivate the sword of killing? And the power doesn't look like it was emitted by a quasi-saint powerhouse. She raised her eyes toward the direction where Nia Yun was, only to find that it had long since been empty. Where was anyone else? Princess, it's bad, they ran off with Canopy.
A Fox clan member shouted in a hurry.
There was Sudaji who sniffed and twisted her head to see that the Canopy had indeed disappeared, and even that red-headed monkey had disappeared.
Damn! You can't run away from the monk.
There was Sudaji gritting her teeth and flashing towards the Two Realms mountain.
You're a good runner, aren't you, Gendo? You're trying to pass off someone else as a fisheye, aren't you?
I'll go to the humanist dojo myself and see how you'll account for it then. On the other hand, Nia Yun had run for thousands of miles with Tianping and Red Shiri Horse Monkey, realizing that there was a Sudaji who hadn't chased after him, before stopping with a sigh of relief.
What a bad point, wasting the mana of one of Laozi's doppelgangers for nothing.
Nia Yun cursed and pulled out a straw man from his storage pouch to replace it. Although this substitute straw man had golden immortal cultivation, the mana was all infused into it by Nia Yun, and it was a disposable item. With Nia Yun's cultivation at the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage, he was only able to imbue 5 straw man diversions, so wasting one naturally hurt a bit. The point is that this one has Suda not know where to come out of nowhere, purely a confused fight, no benefit at all.
It's a real loss.
After replacing the splitter, Nia Yun then looked over at Red Shiri Horse Monkey and Tianping, who were still indulging in the power of the seductive avenue at this point, with harangues dripping out of the corners of their mouths, wondering what kind of beautiful dreams they were having. The charming avenue is so terrifying, even Xianxian immortals like Ma have no power to resist and are directly brought into the illusionary realm to be slaughtered. If you put it on the battlefield like this, then for cultivators under the Great Luo, isn't it still a one-sided slaughter? Nia Yun secretly wondered if he should go back and give Demon Emperor Lao Deng some slanderous advice and go to Qingqiu to snatch some vixens back. Ahem. Overthinking it. Mr. Civet, that kind of saintly old monster is guarding Qingqiu. Even if Emperor Jun has the intention to rob, he has to be afraid of 3 times. Nia Yun cast aside his distractions and prepared to utilize the power of the great Tao of the sword to dispel the power of seduction from Tianping and Akajiri Horse Monkey. Only just as his hand landed on the canopy, Nia Yun stopped. Wait, this is an opportunity. Why don't I, add something to second brother while I'm at it? With that in mind, Nia Yun pointed a finger above his own brow and sucked out a cluster of memory chi, shooting it into the center of Tianping's brow. Chapter 195, Canopy blows up, I'm destined to be a pig in the future? 2 Boundary Mountain, 8 Scenic Palaces. Xian Du was sitting under a big tree to cultivate, when he was suddenly a bit distracted. He opened his eyes and pinched his fingers. Weird. I can't even calculate anything. Are the heavenly chances so badly disturbed by the heavenly Tao? As a quasi-saintly powerhouse, he would not be unsettled for no reason, there must be a reason. He got up with the intention of meeting his teacher.
There is Su Daji in Xingqiu, seeking an audience with the supreme sage.
Xian Du frowned and disappeared in place.
Outside the two-boundary mountain, there was Su Daji, who looked at the one who came out as Xian Du and couldn't help but taunt. Should I call you Grandmaster Xian Du, or should I call you Li Yi?
Xian Du raised an eyebrow.
What Li Easy? Ha!
Pretend, continue to pretend. The Hall of Humanism Grandmaster is actually dare to do not dare to do generation. I would like to let the entire flood wasteland to see, you Xian Du Grandmaster in the end is what kind of person?
Xian Du felt more and more outrageous. What was wrong with this Princess Qingqiu? Why is she so angry when she sees herself? You don't have a grudge against her, do you? Princess, could it be that my senior brother has gotten into trouble again in the Fox clan?
Xian Du was naturally clear about the matter of Tian Peng being captured by the Fox clan. It was only that the Supreme Sage didn't let him care much, and although Xian Du didn't understand it either, he didn't dare to disobey the sage's orders.
Still pretending?
There was Su Daji, who said in exasperation, you just fought me in a battle, but now you're pretending that nothing happened. You think I'm a little cutie?
No? Very well, then let's continue the unfinished battle.
Looking at the fact that there was a surge of Su Daji's Daya Dharma power, Xian Du's face coldened with some displeasure.
Who gave you the courage to challenge a paragon?
District Dala also dared to act recklessly here, not to mention that this is the doorway of the Saint's dojo. Even if he himself, a quasi-saint powerhouse, act recklessly in front of him, that is also a great disrespect.
Hoof. Is this how the Fox clan teaches their offspring?
Xian Du's words contained infinite power, and even imprisoned Su Daji, so that she couldn't even mobilize her magic power.
A Dao Lord was defenseless before a paragon powerhouse. What?
There's Suda's flowery face. This script isn't right.
Wasn't this guy still fighting with himself before? Also did not feel how strong, how? Fellow Taoist Xian Du, have mercy.
A misty voice came out, only to see a green-robed Taoist breaking through the air.
Humph, Mr. Beaver, what is the reasoning behind your Fox clan scion ranting about the Saint's dojo? Could it be that you, the Fox clan, are displeased with my human sect?
The person who came was none other than the Fox clan's saint, Mr. Beaver.
Fellow Taoist Xian Du is mistaken.
It is I who have been negligent in my discipline, and I hope that you, fellow Taoist, will forgive me. Mr. Sivat bowed deeply towards the Two Realms Mountain. The Supreme Sage forgives me. I will go back and discipline Daji properly. A holy voice came out from the Two Realms Mountain. There has been a change in this matter, and the person who saved the canopy was not Xian Du.
Xian Du and Mr. Beaver were shocked in unison. Canopy was rescued? Who saved it? There was Suda dumbfounded. That person wasn't Xian Du? Then who is it? The saints have spoken, surely they won't lie. But who else would save the canopy besides the humanist church? This is the end of what was agreed upon with the Fox clan before. Ergo, go back.
Mr. Beaver sighed slightly. Before the human sect reached an agreement with the Fox clan to give Tianping a chance to enter the Fox clan's ancestral land to wash and refine in exchange for a favor from the Supreme Sage. Now that Canopy had been rescued by the mysterious man, it was a huge loss for the Fox clan. Niayan had actually thought wrong, thinking that the Fox clan had dispatched a few small shrimps to escort Tianping and was waiting for the people of the human sect to rescue them. In fact, both sides have reached an agreement that no one will be rescued at all, and the Fox clan is only symbolically sending a few clansmen for show. After all, this was the disciple of the Supreme Sage, who would have the guts to mess things up. But no one expected that there were really bold ones out to stir up trouble. Mr. Raccoon, harboring anger in his heart, bowed and inquired, "Dare I ask the sage, is this variant of the human religion?"
"None.
This variant has a supreme treasure to cover it up, and I can only count one of his bilocations, namely EE. As to where he comes from and what he intends to do, I cannot calculate for the moment."
A saint can't even count? Sure enough, someone is up to something. It looks like someone doesn't want the Fox clan to have a good time.
Killing intent surged from the bottom of Mr. Beaver's eyes.
Thanks for informing the sage, we will leave.
Mr. Beaver waved his sleeve and rolled up their Suda and quickly left. Inside the Hakiai Palace,
Xian Du respectfully knelt before the Supreme Sage.
"Xian Du, it seems that someone wants to make a move on your senior brother, so immediately make a trip to the Tai Ching Sect's Orai Kingdom. Find out the cause and effect of this."
Xian Du hesitantly asked, "Does the teacher know which saint did this? Who dares to countenance the human sect except the saints? Who is so capable that even a teacher cannot calculate karma? Must be a saint. The Taishang said blandly, I don't know, it's all possible. The Taishang pointed towards the void, and his mana condensed into the form of a Taoist. When you travel to the Ori kingdom, you may seek out this person. I have calculated that this person has a destiny with the human sect. That Taoist appearance was clearly the ferryman. Yes. After Xian Du saluted, he got up and left. Green Hill. In the middle of a palace, Mr. Beaver's face grew colder and colder after listening to what there was of Suda. According to you, the other party is a sword cultivation Tao Lord? The Supreme Sage has already said, that is a split body, although it is a golden immortal cultivation, but to be able to catch of Sudaji a poem to leave unharmed, the main body is bound to be the great Luo golden immortal. Bastard, how dare you spoil my fox clan? Sage, let me go out and find this person and capture him back to Qingqiu to thwart him. There was Sudaji gritting her teeth. This bastard caused her to misunderstand that it was Shindu, and almost made a scene at the Saint's dojo. It was simply hateful. For a moment, there was Suda's hatred for Nyayan soaring to full stars. A cold light flashed in Mr. Beaver's eyes. You take the 4 white-robed guardians of the mountain with you, and make sure you find this person's true body and capture him. Whoever dares to scheme against the Fox clan, I will make him know the consequences of offending the Fox clan. At this point, Nyayan didn't know that his saving of Tianping had caused the Fox clan to want to hack him to death. He was in front of a cave, smug. TSK. The art of usurping life derivation is awesome, it's worthy of being given by the system. Ever since he saved the canopy, he had used the art of usurping life derivation to cover up the 3 of them, and until now he had hard not encountered a single enemy looking for him. Obviously, no one else can count where they are. Gongzi, look at him. Akajiri Horse Monkey pointed to Canopy, who was sitting not far away, and whispered a reminder. Canopy had woken up and was leaning against the wall of the cave, disoriented, his eyes lifeless and muttering under his breath. How is that possible? How? I'm actually a pig in the future? Nyayan punched all of the memories of the second elder brother from the future period of the journey to the West Quantum Revelation into Tianping's mind, incidentally awakening the memories of his past life for Tianping as well. From the heavenly puff marshal drunkenly molesting Chang'e, to being relegated to the mortal world and thrown into a pig's womb, he finally traveled to the West to become a purifying messenger of the Buddhist sect. After reading this, Canopy completely blew up. My future turns out to be a pig? And that's all, but the final destination is just a small pure altar apostle of the Western religion? Didn't even get mixed up with a Buddha or a Bodhisattva. The second disciple of a saint, an existence whose status is comparable to that of the Buddha of the Western religion, ended up mixed up like this? How can he take it? Chapter 196, Canopy, my life is in the hands of God, let's swing for the fences. Nyayan walked over and sat beside Tianping. You believe me? Canopy's face was bitter. I don't want to believe it. But I'm not a cutie, you offered to save me and show me that memory. To say that you are trying to borrow my hand to have ill intentions towards the human sect, you don't have the ability or the guts to do so. Say what you want in me, I know myself, and there is nothing for you to miss. Is this the same master of sneaky, occasionally iron naive dislike? Come to think of it, if he was really a brainless one, could the Supreme Sage take him as a disciple? So what are your plans? Canopy took a deep breath as he gazed straight at Nyayan. Why are you telling me this? Nyayan shrugged. I just want to leave one more way back, to avoid becoming someone else's pawn in this complicated flood, where life and death are not my own. Just as you see those, as a second disciple of the human religion, but threw himself into the body and became a pawn, and finally mixed into that kind of man who was not human and not a ghost. I don't want to be someone else's pawn and have to save for a rainy day. Canopy's eyes flashed with brilliance. Do you want me to take your favor, so that if you are robbed in the future, you can obtain refuge in the human sect through my connections? Nice. But you projected my future, and I will be a pawn in my own body, so I'm afraid I may not be able to help you. Nyayan smiled mysteriously. The saints play chess, but the saints are not the heavens. The reason why they are pawns is because they are too good, and as the saying goes, if the wood is good, the wind will blow. But what if you were a little grass? Canopy's pupils shrank. Right. Saints all want to save face, and one only needs to turn into one to appear and make the saint lose face. How dare that saint ask himself to go on an errand? I'm afraid I'd hate to never show up. Wouldn't that make you a pawn in the hands of the saints? He excitedly gripped Nyayan's hands. Fellow Daoist woke up the dreamer with a single word. Not bad, Inu Gonglia's life when in my own control, no one can think of me as a pawn. My destiny is mine and not God's. Nappy.
You don't steal lines, that's the standard motto of the Triple Crown Prince.
Plagiarism is not a good habit. However, Nya Yun was satisfied that second senior brother was awakening. Then won't the second brother be gone during the Western Quantum of Solace? Will it put Jendo on top? Ahem. Overthinking it. But that was a matter for the humanist church. What did it have to do with himself? Nya Yun smiled and asked, "You know what to do?" Canopy grunted coldly and stood up, looking up at the sky.
An invisible aura emanated from itself, as if a teenager with a heart higher than the sky was determined to compete with the heavenly public.
I've decided. Swing for the fences.
Nya Yun and Red Shirley Horsemonkey, who were waiting for Canopy's bold words, nearly fell to the ground.
With that aura just now, I thought you were going to charge the humanist dojo. And that's it? I've got my pants off and this is what you're showing me?
Canopy turned to look at Nya Yun with a smile on his face and cupped his fists in obeisance, saying, "Canopy remembers the kindness of Dao Yuli, and in the future, if there's a need, I'll do my best to help."
Let's leave it at that.
I disappeared for so long, the human sect and my father's side should be anxious. I have to go back as soon as possible so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. Indeed, the canopy was a trumpet that the Supreme Sage was going to practice, and this was going to disappear for too long, which would make the Supreme Sage suspicious. That's fine, but you have to be careful, the Dragon Clan is still after you, so don't let them capture you and roast you.
Nya Yun joked. Ha ha. Canopy laughed a few times and said confidently,
I plan to go to the Dragon Clan to propose marriage after I will Tai Ching's sect and prepare the bride price.
Can the Dragon Clan still kill their own aunt? Ha ha. Nya Yun and Red Shiri Horse Monkey were confused, going to the Dragon Clan to propose marriage? What's this? Akajiri Horse Monkey reminded, can the dragon say yes, Tianping? Tianping grunted, do not agree? I am the second disciple of the human religion, not worthy of his East China Sea Dragon Princess Hao.
If I don't agree, I'll go around spreading rumors that the dragon race looks down on the Supreme Sage.
My human sect is invincible in the world, who dares not give face?
Red Shiri Horse Monkey stayed, this guy.
Serious? If she doesn't marry you, you're a saint and a bully? Why does it feel a bit like those second-generation people in the mundane world who bully others? Nya Yun suddenly reacted and couldn't help himself. Good, haha. Then I'll wait for your wedding wine. Must drop. After the two exchanged transmission jade slips, Canopy quickly left.
Nya Yun let out a long breath, the relationship with the canopy was sort of done. Although this guy will die in the future, so that the Supreme Sage does not treat him well, but this undercover agent is very stable, and in the future, using the canopy to control the movements of the human religion, there is absolutely no problem. My lord, I received a message back from my men earlier. Nya Yun returned to his senses and asked curiously as he looked at the Red Shiri Horse Monkey's desire to speak.
Underlings? Those heavenly soldiers you brought from heaven?
Previously, when he'd allowed the Red Shiri Horse Monkey to come to the Ari Kingdom, Nya Yun had asked Lu Press to dispatch 500 heavenly soldiers for the Red Shiri Horse Monkey to take away in order for him to act conveniently. No, it's an intelligence-gathering force that my little one set up in the Ari Kingdom. Oh. It's just like when the ancestral land of the human race was looking for treasures, but the backbone of the force is rather those 500 heavenly soldiers.
Ha!
Nya Yun carefully sized up the Red Shiri Horse Monkey. This guy even set up an intelligence agency in the Ao Lai Kingdom?
It's okay.
I can't imagine that this tiger pussy has this ability, but I have underestimated him.
If a powerful intelligence agency was set up to cover the entire floodplain, wouldn't nothing escape one's ears and eyes? Saints can count, can't they?
Although Lao Tzu is not as capable as a sage, he can be omniscient. Nya Yun sprouted this great idea, but it was certainly not possible now.
Not bad, this great god has not misjudged you, do well. By the way, what message did you just say you received?
Red Shiri Horse Monkey hurriedly said, according to the information that came from my subordinates, a few days ago, a god-killing alliance suddenly appeared in Ari country, attracting many cultivators to join, and in a short period of time it has expanded to thousands.
The League of Slayers? Nya Yun was startled. Weren't all the gods in the entire Floodlands in the Heavenly Court? This is an anti-Heavenly Court force? Who came up with the God-killing alliance? Is this a preparation to hunt down heavenly immortal gods? It seems that certain people have drifted a bit after not having been beaten by the Heavenly Court.
Nya Yun had made up his mind that he would go back and report the God-killer alliance,
so that they could feel the fear of being dominated by the heavenly court. Red Shiri Horse Monkey stammered, "Your Excellency has misunderstood. It is true that they are hunting heavenly court immortal gods, but however, they are only targeting one heavenly court immortal god." Nyayan suddenly had a bad feeling, and his lips trembled slightly as he gazed at the Red Shiri Horse Monkey. No. Wouldn't be me, would it? As he watched the Red Shiri Horse Monkey nod his head with a bitter smile, Nyayan instantly felt the urge to curse. Chapter 197, Don't want me to feel bad? Then let's be sad together. It is rumored that this god-killing alliance is hitting the Western sect and the hierarchy in a big way, with the goal of killing you, great god. You'd better return to the heavenly court as soon as possible. It's too unsafe here. It's rumored that there are scattered Dowlords who have joined the god-slaying alliance in order to curry favor with the Western sect and the Elucidation sect. Westernism and hierarchy. Nyayan instantly understood that it should be that after he had repelled the duo realist, the Golden Cicada and White Crane Child were too afraid of their own strength to make a move themselves. Therefore, they came up with this god-killer alliance out of the blue, and a bunch of people came to themselves. Damn, this must be the Golden Cicada's idea. This guy has a belly full of bad water. Don't want to make it easy for me, do you? Then everyone don't pass. Playing dirty? Nya hasn't been afraid of anyone yet. Nyayan pondered for a little while and said to Red Shiri Horse Monkey, "Little horse, immediately mobilize your men to search for news, especially news like the reincarnation of someone from the hierarchy, and report it as soon as you find it." Give me something to do, huh? Then I'll find something for you to do too. There's still fire in the mud. Yes. Tai Ching sect. Lord Donghua's worried eyebrows fell on Xiandu, who was drinking tea across from him. Grand Master, even the Taishan cannot figure out where my son is? Xiandu glanced at him. With his status, Shangren Donghua was not qualified to share a second seat at the same table with him. The Taiching sect was a humanistic Taoist system, and Shangren Donghua was only the head of a sect. It was reasonable to say that Xiandu was an old ancestor-like existence in front of Shangren Donghua. However, Shangren Donghua was from an extraordinary background, and Xiandu could not hold himself in front of Shangren Donghua. Just be lenient, the canopy can teach the second disciple. Even if other saints, it is not necessary to offend the teachers. Because of this, it won't be long before the canopy will return. Shangren Donghua forced a smile, but he had his own calculations in his heart. Looks like it's time to take a trip to my mother and ask her to step in and find her grandson. He doesn't really believe in humanism. Patriarch, the young patriarch has returned. An eager voice came through the door. Shangren Donghua and Xiandu exchanged glances and flashed away in unison. In the great hall of the Tai Ching sect, Canopy looked at Xiandu. A flash of displeasure flashed under his eyes, but did not show it. My child pays his respects to his father. Meet senior brother Xuandu. Xiandu frowned. You recovered your memories of your past life? Canopy nodded. By chance, I awakened the memories of my past life. When I was reincarnated, I had to thank senior brother for looking after me. Senior brother here thanks me. Xiandu frowned even more tightly. According to what his teacher had said, Tian Peng had to reach the cultivation level of his previous life before he would awaken the memories of his previous life, unless someone utilized the power of the great Tao to forcefully awaken him. It looks like the mystery man who saved him did it. Elder brother speaks highly of himself. You and I are from the same sect, we should protect each other. Shangren Donghua hurriedly asked, Tian Peng, who was the person who saved you? He didn't do anything to you, did he? Thank you, father, for worrying. My child is fine. That one is a senior of the Dragon Clan, who is more appreciative of the child's character and qualifications, and even told the child to hurry to the Dragon Clan to propose marriage. Speaking here, Tianping once again bowed. I also ask father to help prepare a bride price for my child. Senior brother Xiandu, could I trouble you to also make a trip in this matter to help senior brother go to the Dragon Clan to propose marriage? Shangren Donghua was confused. Xiandu was also confused. Someone from the Dragon Clan rescued Canopy? And he even let Canopy go to the Dragon Clan to propose marriage? What the hell? Didn't the dragons cry foul some time ago? Xiandu's frown tightened. If it's the Dragon Clan, it would make sense. The dragon race was inherited from the Dragon Han's initial calamity. There are some powerful spells to cover it up, and it's normal for saints not to be able to project it. But what is the dragon race doing this for? Do they want to use this to befriend the human sect? He always felt that something was wrong. I will not be involved in this matter. I have been ordered by my teacher to come and check on you, and I must return to resume my duties. By the way, teacher also asked me to pass on a divine ability to you. Shen Du pointed towards Tian Peng, and a white light didn't enter Tian Peng's brow. 36 changes of the Big Dipper. What a strong divine ability.
After receiving the cultivation method of the 36 changes of the Big Dipper, Tianpeng couldn't help but be horrified in his heart. This divine power can be cultivated by taking the essence blood of the thing to be changed, and the image conjured up possesses part of its own power and divine power. In other words, if one could get hold of the golden crow's essence blood, one could use it to master the true fire of the sun. When cultivated to great completion, one could even completely grasp the strength of the other party's divine ability, which was terrifying beyond compare. Passing on such divine abilities to me, I'm afraid I'm waiting to be fattened up before killing.
Canopy grunted inwardly. I'm determined to swing for the fences, so don't even think about using me as a pawn again.
By the time he opened his eyes, Xian Du had already left.
Lord Donghua asked, Tianpeng, what's going on? Are you really going to the Dragon Clan to propose marriage? Canopy's eyes showed determination.
Father, this is a very involved matter, so you should stay out of it to avoid getting you involved.
When Shangren Donghua heard this, how could he not know what Tianpeng meant by his words?
I'm afraid that this involves a great plot by the sages and the dragon race.
With his status strength, he really wasn't qualified to participate. He looked deeply at Canopy. Now that you have recovered your memory and know your past life, do you still recognize me as your father? Canopy knelt down and bowed down towards Shangren Donghua.
Father, my child would like to meet his grandmother. Shangren Donghua revealed a smile, and these words had already fully indicated Tianpeng's attitude.
Good. I will send a message to her, old man. Heavenly Court, Demon Emperor Hall.
Emperor Jun was perched majestically on top of the nine-dragon square heavenly chair, his gaze sweeping over the demon saints and the immortal gods below. The East Emperor Tai was also there, but there was no need for the North Emperor Bei Xian to be there. Ever since Bei Xian had been swept away by Nie Yun and taken away the Mount Sumeru Gate access card, he would go sit in the Holy Land of the human martial Dao. However, there was one more person in the Demon Emperor's hall today, a stunning fairy.
Interceptor Qiong Xiao. I have gathered you all here today to make a great announcement. My Heavenly Court and the Interceptor sect are formally allied as of this date. In and out together.
As soon as Di Jun said this, the hall was in an uproar, and everyone showed disbelief.
How did the Interceptors suddenly ally with the Heavenly Court?
East Emperor Taichi laughed out loud and said, "This is a great fortune for the Heavenly Court. In the future, even if we face saints, the Heavenly Court will have the courage to fight."
The Heavenly Court is greatly prospering and dominating the flood.
The immortal gods and demon saints reacted and followed in unison in a pilgrimage.
The Heavenly Court is greatly prospering and dominating the flood. Di Jun's face contained a smile and he was in an extremely good mood.
This go to see the Tongtian Saint, the interception of religion to pull to the camp of the Heavenly Court, for the Heavenly Court is a great help, in the future will not need to take too much account of the other saints, there is Tongtian top. This matter is told to you so that you will have a clear picture in your hearts, lest there be any misunderstanding with the Interceptor sect. We currently need to keep the matter of the Heavenly Court joining forces with the Interceptor sect a secret, so as not to arouse the scruples of the hierarchy, the human sect, and the Western sect. In the future, Immortal Qiong Xiao will be based in the Heavenly Court, and if you have any matters regarding the Interceptor sect, you can pass them on to the Interceptor sect through Immortal Qiong Xiao.
Di Jun glanced at Qiong Xiao. Chapter 198, Shock. Even a 5-year-old girl won't be spared. Qiong Xiao owed a bow.
Fellow Taoists of the Heavenly Court, from now on I will be in charge of the Interceptor sect's affairs in the Heavenly Court, so please take care of them. Fairy Qiong Xiao is polite. The gods and goddesses were polite.
In the crowd, the flatulent Grand Master was slightly taken aback. Qiong Xiao is sitting as the head of the Interceptor's office in heaven? It's a little something. It seems like Sage Tongtian is going to focus on cultivating her, and I don't know what Sage Tongtian was stimulated by.
In his previous life, although the three skies did not have a low status in the Intercept sect, they were not like this now. One became Tongtian's 5th true disciple, and one became the diplomatic ambassador of the Intercept sect.
It's not right, 9 out of 10. How in the world did Demon Emperor Lao Dang trick the Interceptor sect into coming here? Forget it, it's none of my business. Just feel the fish honestly and wait for the court to break up and go home. Emperor Jun watched Qiong Xiao get acquainted with the immortals and gods and asked, "Do you all have something to report? If you have nothing to do, then retire." Meng heard the words, stepped out a step and said, "Your Majesty, the matter of sending troops to the dragon race, at present there are already 100,000 heavenly soldiers arriving at the shore of the East China Sea. The micro-minister is prepared to add another 100,000 heavenly soldiers after 5 years. I wonder what your Majesty thinks?" Di Jun subconsciously glanced at Nia Yun, who was napping while touching the fish, and was quite upset. This dog just knows how to muddle along all day long and doesn't give a damn about the heavenly court. This position of Grand Master of War was given for nothing. What do you think, Grand Master? Ha? What? Ooh-hoo. It is not a good sign that the nappy groping fish is caught by the big boss. Xiong Xiao is also quite interested in looking at him, the heavenly court Grand Master of War she has heard of. It is said that this person has a mysterious origin, deeply valued by Emperor Jun, although low profile, but in the heavenly court, even the 9 great demon saints are extremely admired. Nia Yun coughed falsely. In my humble opinion, Demon Saint Meng might as well be a bit bolder and transfer all of the heavenly soldiers and generals under your command to the human race. Since war has been declared, we should make a show of it, or else others will think that the heavenly court is afraid of the dragon clan. Meng sniffed and cast a grateful gaze toward Nia Yun. Now the human race is still very weak, coupled with the matter of Taishan Fengshan, many people are beginning to be afraid of the human race, and secret tricks abound. If there were a few million celestial soldiers guarding the human race, it would undoubtedly be a huge security guarantee. Nia Yun was naturally going to accept this favor from Meng. Emperor Jun pondered for a little while and nodded. That makes sense, then we'll do as the Grand Military Counselor says. By the law of the Heavenly Emperor. Just then, the demon Saint Shan Yang stepped forward. Your Majesty, a force has recently appeared in the Orai Kingdom of the Eastern Victory Divine Prefecture, named the God-Killing Alliance. They are incomparably arrogant, clamoring to exterminate my heavenly court's extra horse harnessed by the side of a team, the water god Nia Yun. I beg your Majesty to send heavenly soldiers and generals to exterminate it. The Majesty of the Heavenly Emperor's extra horse harnessed by the side of a team is not to be offended. Nia Yun froze. Did the news travel that fast? Xiong Xiao snorted coldly. I've also heard about this matter. These people are just jealous of the water god's talent and ability, and are afraid that the heavenly court will get the water god's help. The water god is on good terms with my interceptor sect, so how can he stand by and watch? This matter counts as part of the interceptor sect. A cold light glowed in Di Jun's eyes. Nia Yun was his scales, and for someone to make a big deal out of organizing forces to try and kill Nia Yun, they were simply tired of living. What kind of person was behind the manipulation? Di Jun didn't need to think about it. Good thing too, since the interceptors have the heart to do it, then. Your Majesty. Nia Yun immediately stepped forward, and with the Heavenly Court stepping in to exterminate the God-Killer Alliance, he was naturally happy to see it happen. But the God-Killing Alliance was created by the Golden Cicada and the White Crane Child, and the people from the Heavenly Court went over, and at most, they would exterminate the people from the God-Killing Alliance, and the Golden Cicada and the White Crane Child would definitely not dare to move. The identity of the two was unusual, and if they were killed, it would be easy to cause mad retaliation from the Western sect and the Elucidation sect. All must be let go in the end. Di Jun frowned. What is the opinion of the Grand Warlord? Nia Yun slowly said, for the matter of annihilating the God-Killer Alliance, I suggest that it would be more appropriate to have a Taoist friend of the Interceptor sect take the lead. The Interceptor sect sends out 2 or 3 people to lead them, and the rest are sent out by the Heavenly Court for them to lead. I've heard that the Water God is on good terms with Zhao Gongming and Luo Xin of the Interceptor sect, so why don't we just let them go, and outwardly declare that this is the Water God herself asking for the help of the Interceptor sect, which will prevent the matter of the alliance between the Heavenly Court and the Interceptor sect from leaking out. The Heavenly Court did not dare to hit the Golden Cicada and the White Crane Child, but the Interceptor disciples were not afraid. Who stood behind them was not a saint? As long as you don't kill them, then it's fine. I don't dare to mess with the dead, but I still have no problem messing with their blood. These 2 bastards screwed me, how can I let you have a good time? Merchant Sheep gave a slight lurch, then smiled knowingly. Your Majesty, I feel that what the Grand Warlord has said is very reasonable. I second the motion. The crowd of immortal gods were not little darlings either. Immediately understood that the Grand Military Master was using a saint's disciple against a saint's disciple, and also exempted the Heavenly Court from the possibility of being directly targeted by the saints. The immortal gods lamented in their hearts. Not bad for a Grand Warlord. As always, Een. Di Jun's face showed a smile. That's right. Worthy of my good son-in-law. Okay, since that's okay with everyone. Fairy Xiong Xiao, then I'll trouble you to invite Zhao Gongming and Luo Xian both.
Xiong Xiao slightly owed her body, a part of the job. After everyone exited the Demon Emperor Hall, Di Jun slowly took out his diary.
The dog thing has been updated with new content again. I wonder if there will be any surprises this time.
Although Nya Yun had been in water days for a while now, one of Di Jun's articles hadn't been spared either. What if one day this dog has a whim and writes out the chance of witnessing and he happens to miss it? Wouldn't that be a big loss? It's like a certain poisonous milk powder lottery system. Knowing that the plus 13 weapon vouchers can't be drawn, many warriors are still happy to do so.
What if you happen to be the O'Hare, the one in a million dogtrotter?
Hierophant, Western sect, you've narrowed your path. Since you're targeting me so much, don't blame someone named Nya for being merciless. I declare that the two of you, the White Crane Child and the Golden Cicada Child, will be counted as losers if they can further their cultivation in the future. Emperor Jun looked at the clouds. The White Crane Child and the Golden Cicada Son, he knew, in their respective sects, are not low status. That Kill God Alliance should be these two people to get up.
But how did Nya Yun know?
In the Western sect, that Koan Peng fellow has a private connection with Nya Yun, so it's not surprising that he knows about the Golden Cicada.
But the hierarchy sent out the man who was.
Emperor Jun suddenly remembered that, when Taishan sealed the Zen, Sihang Taoist had looked for Nya Yun. Could it be? This dog, without realizing it, has already put his hand into several sage sections.
Rather underestimated him. Ti Jun laughed with relief.
He'd been afraid that Nya Yun was all intellect and no means, but now it seemed completely superfluous.
This dog's handling is old and thorough, and he will certainly be able to become the top pillar of the heavenly court in the future.
Projecting by time, the Western Church should be going to the human race to make things happen.
Shocked. Occidentalism doesn't even spare 5-year-old girls. And poo-pooing, I'm just meh.
Chapter 199, go to the Dragon Nation first to cheat some treasures, and then give them to the Western Church.
Di Jun's brows furrowed. The Western cult wants to go to the human race again to cause trouble? What do they want?
This is something that Di Jun does not doubt. There are too many people who want to make things happen in the human race right now, not just one from the Western sect. It was just that Nya Yun's comment about a 5-year-old girl fascinated him.
What can the Western religion gain from a little girl of a few years old?
Besides, it was at least a saintly sect. Even if the Western sect was shameless, it wouldn't be so lowly as to reach out to a child, right? Lai Shan's youngest daughter, Jingwei, is soft and cuddly and cute. How could those assholes do that? They let them drown in the East China Sea and turned into birds carrying stones to fill up the East China Sea every day.
Doesn't your conscience hurt?
Even if you chop up Lai Shan and throw him to the Dragon Palace in the East Sea, setting off a great war between the dragon and human races, I will respect you as a man.
What?
Di Jun's face changed several times in a row. If the daughter of the human race's co-owner Lai Shan drowned in the East China Sea, then the human-dragon war was bound to be drawn out. It seems that the Western sect is looking at the delay in the start of the battle between the Heavenly Court and the Dragon race and wants to push the envelope to speed up the process of the war. Wolves. Emperor Jun has always been proud of himself, and the use of troops against the Dragon race was decided a long time ago, but he will never allow anyone to use himself as a gun. Only he was still skeptical that the Western cult was really so shameless as to make a move towards a child of a few years old.
Should I tell the Demon Emperor Lao Deng about this? The one who went to screw up this time was Junta.
If Demon Emperor Lao Deng is able to notify the Tongtian sage to go over in advance, and then expose Junti's cover-up at that time, then the Western sect will be famous.
Shocked.
Demented man touched into the room of a 5-year-old girl late at night. Is it the degeneration of morality or the distortion of human nature?
Emperor Jun sipped the agar jelly while watching the diary. Couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of wine when I saw it. Dumbstruck.
If Saint Junti really did this, he was still exposed on the spot by Saint Tongtian. The saints attest to the absolute authority of authenticity.
No doubt about it. Then, will Junti still have the face to come out to meet people in the future? Along with it, the entire Western Church would be discredited, and it was feared that not many people would be willing to join the Western Church anymore.
Nappy. This dog is so damn mean. And you keep saying that Styx is a treacherous person. I see that you are the real treacherous person. Emperor Jun felt the back of the cold. Fortunately, this dog is the people of the heavenly court, otherwise the suffering can be their own.
Ahem.
Or forget it, it's not clear.
I'd better send an alter ego to the Dragon Clan to cheat some treasures. I'm not so good at bullying.
By the way, to the west to teach on the intensity of the point, but also sad, I guess someone is not so good to bully.
This is the end of the diary. Jun put away his journal and fell into deep thought. His heart was moved. If this matter would really be done by Junti, it would be a great opportunity to strike a blow against the Western sect. It's not difficult to invite the Tontian sage, but what if this matter hadn't happened? Isn't that just a wobbly saint? It's a small thing, but it can make a saint's heart sick. Jun was in a tangle, something so explosive that even if he didn't know if it was true or not, he wanted to go and see the action. But how do you find a reason to invite Tonto? That's a problem. Mount Sumeru. After Nyayun put away the diary, he dashed to the hut. When Lupress heard the door open, he immediately got up to welcome him, looking at Nyayun like a demented man seeing a beautiful woman in an ultra-short skirt. What are your orders, Great Spirit? Lupressure, however, knows very well that Nyayun doesn't come out of seclusion easily, and as long as he does, something is bound to happen. It seems that this prince's credit has come. Nyayun swept a glance at Lupress. Little golden bird, your downlord fruit is solidified? Lupress quickly patted his chest and said, don't worry, great god, my realm has long been stabilized, you have something to do, despite the command is, absolutely help you do it properly. That's good. Nyayun took out a jade slip and a storage bag and handed it to Lupress. You send this jade slip to the Holy Land of Human Martial Dao and give it to Heavenly Emperor Fushi. This time, on the other hand, the storage bag is just a matter of finding a random place to place it after arriving at the human ancestral land. Delivering a letter? Lupress was greatly disappointed, and thought that there was another big credit, but it turned out to be just a letter delivery. But still, he honestly accepted the jade slip. Understood, I'll be right there. Wait. Nyayun called out to Lupress and whispered, after delivering the letter, don't rush back. Human Lord Ko-Lord Laishan has a young daughter named Jingwei. You secretly informed the demon Saint K-Meng who was stationed in the human race to protect Jingwei. You might be able to get a big credit. Really? Lu Zhi's eyes were glowing. He knew that what the Great Spirit commanded was definitely not simple. If it was simple to send a letter, why would he need to make a trip? Sure enough, guarding Mount Sumeru was the most correct choice. Great God, then should I bring my 50,000 heavenly soldiers forward? No, just go ahead. Your 50,000 celestial soldiers top the hammer. Those are saints. Not to mention 50,000, even 500 million won't help. Okay, I'll be right there. Looking at Lupress's distant back, Nyayun's mouth curled into a smile. When his own detachment made another trip to the Dragon Clan, and both the Human Clan and the Dragon Clan were prepared, could Jingwei still drown in the East Sea? I'm afraid the sea water would have to vaporize itself at the sight of her. Humph, trying to me? Come on then. Heard each other. Just then, an indistinct voice came from outside Mount Sumeru. Fellow Daiwas Nya, Interceptor Cheong Shao seeks an audience. Nyayun froze, then revealed a joyful expression. Immediately flashing out of Mount Sumeru, seeing the small, gentle, and virtuous Cheong Shao, Nyayun seemed to see the figure of a courier in his previous life. Your Earth attribute innate spiritual treasure has been delivered, please check. Ahem. Isn't it a bit unethical to think that way? Mostly, the courier wasn't this pretty. Meet fellow Taoist Cheong Shao. Nyayun greeted him warmly. Cheong Shao smiled and arched her hand. Dao friend Nia's transmission, my little sister has already received it, just. Nyayun suddenly had a bad feeling. Could it be that Luo Xian guy jumped the gun? Damn. This guy is too shameless, obviously I found it first, this guy even shortcuts me, can you still have some morals? No, fairy, where is this Luo Xian guy? I'll go find him right away. Nima. I am waiting for the Earth attribute spiritual treasure to come to make up the 5 element array, how dare you spoil my good thing. The next time I see this Luo Xian guy, I will have to strip down his underwear to compensate him. In a flash, Nyayun's hatred for Luo Xian soared to full stars. Cheong Shao looked at the jumping Nyayun and hid her mouth as she snickered. Suddenly I found this water god quite interesting. You're afraid you'll have a hard time finding him. Luo Xian has been hanging out with my big brother for a while now, and he can't be found for 3 days, and he's secretive all day long, and he doesn't know what he's doing. By the way, Senior Sister Golden Light said that they went to get rich under your guidance, so when you ask in detail, Senior Sister Golden Light won't say anything. Do you know what's going on? I instruct them to get rich? What a joke. Nyayun was about to spit out a few sentences when he suddenly seemed to think of something, and his eyes snapped open. Did. Chapter 200, This Bully, How to Be a Little Likeable. These two guys aren't going to touch the porcelain, are they?
The last time he brought Luo Xian to touch Wen Shu Tianzuan, he felt at the time that Luo Xian's eyes were not right.
Shouldn't he have earned the jade clear pill and the binding rope of immortality at the hands of Manjushu? They've made a fortune out of bumper cars, haven't they? Nya Yun could imagine a paragon and a Tao Lord
bumping around on the flooded earth, or a disciple of a saint.
There are basically not many people who can resist. Wouldn't that be a scourge on the entire flood? It won't.
Luo Xian, that guy is ridiculously cautious, he shouldn't easily go to cause trouble.
Zhao Gongming is a possibility. You can't die even if you go bumper to bumper.
Luo Xian's ability to shake people is not blowing. If you give him the opportunity, Tong Tian saints are able to shake out.
It's hard as hell to kill them.
Nya Yun coughed falsely. Don't slander people, fairy, I didn't instruct them on what to do, it has nothing to do with me.
Are you kidding me? Those two are getting rich and I'm taking the blame? Really think I'm a pot seller? Yes?
Xiong Xiao revealed a skeptical look. How she looked at it, she felt that Nya Yun had taught Luo Xian and Zhao Gongming to be bad. Nya Yun was a little weak from Xiong Xiao's look, and hurriedly changed the subject. Since fairy already knows the trail of the nameless Taoist, I don't know what's here. Xiong Xiao returned to her senses and took out the dark yellow beads from her storage bag. This is the earth-splitting bead. My sister knew that you wanted an earth attribute magic treasure, so she asked me to bring it to you.
From Cloudy?
The happiness came so suddenly that he was a bit overwhelmed. He had already thought about going to Demon Emperor Lao Deng to ask for an earth attribute magic treasure, and he didn't expect Yun Xiao to be so knowledgeable.
Is it really for me?
Xiong Xiao squinted her eyes and said meaningfully, my sister is rarely this attached to a man, so you should treasure it.
What do you mean? Cloudy is interested in me?
Nia Yun was instantly enraptured, and his mind couldn't help but recall Yun Xiao's pretty appearance and those longer-than-life legs.
Is this my lucky day?
Nia Yun assured, don't worry, fairy, I understand. I'll personally make a trip to the 3 immortal islands after a while and pay a personal visit to immortal Yun Xiao.
Zhang Zhao's smile intensified as she sniffed and handed the earth-splitting bead to Nia Yun.
Right at this moment, a ray of light suddenly shot from the side eye and accurately struck the earth-splitting bead, knocking it to the ground.
Who?
Nia Yun burst into a rage. Who the hell dares to hit the love token that Yun Xiao gave me? Can you afford to pay for it if it's broken? He hurriedly picked up the earth-splitting bead, saw that the bead was not damaged, and carefully wiped off the dirt on it, before he raised his head aggressively, intending to settle the score with the murderer. Just seeing the person who had struck, Nia Yun froze.
The third princess? The person who came was none other than Princess Yingyu.
She stood proudly above the void, her hands behind her back, and her domineering aura was not angry.
Nia Yun, could it be that you didn't remember what this palace said last time? Please call me the Phoenix Emperor. ING. The corner of Nia Yun's mouth twitched.
Xiong Zhao's embroidered brows were slightly furrowed, slightly displeased.
Is this the third princess of heaven?
Disrespectful.
It's just that the third princess is being too reasonable when she knocks down the magic treasures that I sent out, isn't she? Princess Yingyu looked down at Xiong Xiao and faintly said, unreasonable? Oh. Nia Yun is the husband of this palace, and you, an unclear woman, sent my husband a magic treasure, so tell me what kind of reasoning is this?
Although my heavenly court is not a saintly sect, I still have magic treasures.
Nia Yun was in a hurry. Who's your husband? Don't you slander me.
Although the demon emperor Lao Deng sealed to be the emperor's son-in-law of the heavenly court, but who to marry has not yet been decided, and besides, I do not intend to marry the princess.
3. Well. Phoenix Emperor, don't talk nonsense, I'm not your husband.
Fairy Xiong Xiao, don't misunderstand, I only have a one-sided relationship with her, not at all.
Nima.
You just got the favor of Cloud Fairy and you come to stir up trouble, believe it or not I'll hang you up and beat you. Xiong Xiao let out a light laugh. It seems that certain people are making fools of themselves.
Fellow Taoist Nia just likes the magic treasure given by my sister, what can you do? Yingyu lightly hummed, isn't it just an earth attribute magic treasure? This palace is not lacking.
Said threw out a small earth-colored sword, small sword on top of a few cracks, but the dense gas on it shows that the grade of this treasure is not extraordinary. This object is an earth mantle, an innate treasure. There's some damage, but it's enough to top 10 rift beads.
Geomancy? Nia Yun was startled. Wasn't this magic treasure the ancestral witch Jumong's?
Oh. It may be that when the witch and demon war was fought, Jumong was killed, and this magic treasure of the earth Mang was put away by Di Jun and given to Princess Yingyu.
Enough? I have more if it's not enough.
With a flip of Princess Ingyu's hand, a deep yellow bead, a small tripod, and a small yellow bottle floated in her hand, all of them emitting a rich earth attribute aura.
Nya Yun's eyes went straight. It seemed like Ingyu hadn't been able to reap a lot of benefits from following Sage Nuwa's cultivation. It is true that the saints are the true wealthy. Princess Ingyu glanced at Xiong Xiao, revealing a provocative color. Husband, return someone else's things. These are yours. With that, he directly tossed those 3 magic treasures into Nya Yun's hands. Nappy. 3 are all innate spiritual treasures. Are all the disciples of saints so bold and overbearing? But there's one thing to be said for how this kind of bullying is a little bit of a favorite. Well, better come up with more. Without further ado, let's put it away. The magic treasure has been delivered to your hands, how can you return it? What a joke. Xiong Xiao was furious. You think you're great just because you've got a few innate spiritual treasures, don't you? Nya Yun is Big Sister's favorite, so how can you lose Big Sister's face? Heh. My interceptor sex magic treasures may not be inferior to yours. Swish swish swish. 5 pieces of magic treasures that emanated a rich dense aura surfaced in Xiong Xiao's palm, the lowest of which was at the level of innate spiritual treasure. Nya Yun stared at one of the golden scissors with a dragon's head, his eyes glowing. The innate treasure, the golden scissors. One of the 3 heavens' famous magic weapons. Phoenix Emperor, I love you to death. Nya Yun roared inwardly, not realizing that Xiong Xiao had been turned on by Princess Ingyu, and had even taken out her family's treasure. Am I collecting? Or do we collect? Life is precious, love is more expensive. How could I have the idea of taking advantage of the opportunity to take someone's magic treasure, lower head man? Bah! Nya Yun cursed himself for not being a thing in his heart, but his actions were honest. That? Fairy, are these for me? How is that good? He said he was going to reach for it. Xiong Zhao's dismayed color flickered. Why was this Nya Yun not acting according to common sense? Shouldn't he be mediating the conflict between himself and Princess Ingyu right now? Why are you running for the magic bullet? She just took it out to piss off Princess Ingyu, but she didn't want to give it to Nya Yun. He hastily put it away and smiled sarcastically. No, I just took it out to bask in the sun. She was a bit overwhelmed when she met such a cheeky one. Xiong Xiao was not the type of person who swelled his face. Ha! But. The first sound came from Nya Yun, while the burst of laughter in the back was Princess Ingyu. Nya Yun had a face of remorse. He should have shot faster just now, lest Xiong Xiao change her mind. It hurts to lose hundreds of millions of dollars. I'm afraid I'm going to be heartbroken for years. Chapter 201, do you think this is an idle drama? Princess Ingyu was smug as if she was a victorious rooster. Don't pretend to be strong if you don't have the strength, or you'll add to the joke. Nya Yun, in the future, whenever you want a magic treasure, you can come to me anytime. Unlike some people. TSK. Xiong Xiao was furious, and before she could speak, she heard Nya Yun's voice. Okay, don't pretend. I want the river map and Luo book, the mountain river and Jigji map, and the chaos bell. Can you get them? 5 magic treasures were lost, and Nya Yun was extremely unhappy in his heart. Ha! Princess Ingyu awkwardly stopped, secretly hated in her heart. How did this guy have the courage to open his mouth? Even Xiong Xiao felt that Nya Yun had gone too far. Nya Yun glanced at his mouth. All of them are old monsters who have lived for at least hundreds or thousands of years, and have seen several crops of changes in the vicissitudes of the world, and are still here to act out the drama of competing for favor and fighting. Are you guys shooting an idolater here? Whose intelligence is being insulted? You guys take your time acting, and I'll move you little gold men as prizes in the morning. After Nya Yun finished speaking, he didn't care about the dumbfounded 2 women as he turned around and entered Mount Sumeru. Play me? With your fire, you're not even close. The 2 women reacted only after half a day, their faces both slightly embarrassed, unable to imagine that Nya Yun would be as insightful as he was. Their fights may seem childish, but they each have a deeper meaning. Interceptor and Heavenly Court alliance, but both sides are high-minded and proud generation, who will be willing to fall into the other side of the object of the drive. But there has to be someone in charge, someone to talk to, or else there won't be chaos? Therefore, the disciples of both sides are secretly competing, of course. This is also allowed by Emperor Jun and Tongtian saints, within a controllable range. Third princess, it seems like you can't get your magic treasure back. It was only after Cheung Xiao said this that Princess Ingyu reacted to the fact that all 4 of her magical treasures had been taken away by Nya Yun, and that she had been inexplicably criticized. Is this a lost cause? It couldn't be that this asshole ran so fast just because he was afraid that he would react and ask for the magic treasure back, right? The more Princess Ingyu thought about it, the angrier she became. Bastard, Nya Yun. Get your ass out here. Give me back my treasure. Xiao Xiao looked at the exasperated Princess Ingyu and laughed so hard that she couldn't straighten up, her eyes flashed with a different color. This water god, great wisdom. Very interesting. But this cheek. All the benefits have been gained, and in the end, they also counted out a meal, which is simply purely eaten and cleaned up and scolded. I'm afraid that the entire floodplain is so shameless and unique. I'll have to go back and give my big sister a heads up, so she doesn't get fooled by this guy. The belly of the mountain. Nya Yun listened to Princess Ingyu's yelling and cursing, then looked at the 5 magic treasures he had picked up for nothing in front of him. Do you really think I'm going to jump out and maintain a righteous protagonist when I'm provoked? Or do you think I'm one of those retards who doesn't have any pussy in his heart and is so self-righteous as to think that 2 fairies are fighting over me in a big fight? You'd put that plot in a web novel from a previous life and the dogs wouldn't even read it. However, Nya Yun could also see that the matter of the alliance between the Interceptor sect and the Celestial Court appeared to be a good thing on the surface, but in reality, there were hidden variables, and with a little bit of poor control, he was afraid that it would turn into an enemy. Plus, the hierarchy and the Western sect were both born playing conspiracy, so doing something like this couldn't be easier. Demon Emperor Lao Dang is taking things for granted. This hand of the Alliance Interceptor sect is beautiful, but it is ill-considered. If I were to do it, I would directly set up the Heavenly Court Offerings Hall, and all the Interceptor experts would enter the Offerings Hall, listening to the tone but not the announcement, which would give face to the Interceptor Church and avoid the secret friction between the Heavenly Court's immortal deities and the Interceptor Church's disciples. Old Deng still hasn't woken up to what centralization means. Nya Yin shook his head and thought no more about it. These things were not his turn to have a headache. He put away the rest of his magic treasures, leaving only the earth-splitting bead, and flashed out of the mountain belly to begin perfecting the 5 elements formation. Ancestral land of the human race. In the middle of a forest, a storage bag placed on a tree branch fell down. The storage bag had not yet landed. A youth appeared steeply, reached out to catch the storage bag and hang it on his waist. The whole process was flowing. No one's going to jump out and cut me this time, are they? This was none other than the strawman doppelganger that Nya Yun had asked Lu Press to bring out, and when he had disguised himself as Li Prowler earlier to go to the Arai Kingdom, he had wondered how those enemies had discovered him and tracked him with precision. Thinking about it, there is only one explanation. That's when the saints took his breath. Therefore, this time, Nya Yun had learned his lesson, and when he utilized the Cauldron of Creation to refine the Grassman, he directly used the Cauldron of Creation to conceal his own aura, so that unless the other party took a chaotic spiritual treasure to erase the power of the Cauldron of Creation from the Grassman's body, he wouldn't be able to peek at the Grassman's body's original aura. It's still not quite safe. We have to coalesce the future body derived from the usurped life as soon as possible. When that time comes, the strawman's mana will be infused by the future body, and that will be even more secure. I'll see who can still break my split when the time comes. Well, the past body has already succeeded in reincarnation, and when the past body is certified, it will also be able to use the mana of the past body. Perfect. Nya Yun smiled in satisfaction as he quickly dashed toward the Eastern Sea. Western Teachings. A tiger's whistle resounded through Spirit Mountain. Reception smiled, Fu, with great perseverance and great fortune, today you are certified as a Tai Golden Immortal, congratulations. The barren Western sect, since stealing the spiritual vein of the witch race, a group of disciples finally got rid of the pain of barren aura. Some time ago there was a disciple who had broken through to golden immortality and was named Dragon Bending Luohan. Now another disciple has broken through. Reception sensed that the great rise of the Western religion was finally gaining momentum. Junti, however, was not happy and had a saddened look on his face. It's hard. Too hard. When the human race establishes a holy place, there is a sub-saint, and my Western sect has only produced 2 golden immortals after struggling for so long. Ugh. People are more angry than people. Originally, he and Jane had discussed that even if the human race subsumed the Heavenly Court, the Western Church could still secretly transform the human race. Can Heavenly Court still come to Spirit Mountain to rob people? But with the emergence of the human martial arts Holy Land and the human race finding the path of cultivation, it would be even harder to compel the human race to join the Western sect. Reception sniffed and pondered. Countless celestial soldiers of the heavenly court are stationed in the human race and are tightly defended. The human martial Tao is in its infancy, and the human race is just as weak. We still have a chance. As long as we distract the heavenly court, then our chance will come. Junti's eyes lit up and he hurriedly pursued the question. What makes you say that, senior brother? Reception smiled brightly and pointed to a dry pool not far away. I have had a slight realization, and have taken a name for this pool, but I would like to ask my senior brother to taste it. With a wave of his raised hand, several large characters were slowly outlined with sage mana on the rockery stones in the pool. The 8 heavenly dragon pools. Junti's pupils shrank, and he instantly understood. Senior brother is so calculating, senior brother is not as good. This matter will be handled by senior brother. He shifted and transformed into an old Taoist with kind brows and an immortal face. The poor Taoist is the Bodhi Taoist, who became a Taoist in the spiritual platform Square Inch Mountain, the 3-star slanting moon cave. What has it to do with Taoist paramount? Chapter 202, Second Senior Brother stands up, so arrogant. The receiver smiled broadly. If senior brother succeeds in this trip, the human race's chi will definitely return to the Western sect. Then the Western religion is still not flourishing? Never. When Junti heard this, his blood rushed up, as if he had seen the grandeur of the 10,000 paths towards Buddha. Shifu goes too. Senior brother and wait for my good news. Junti said, tearing the void. In the meantime. Beneath the East Sea, Nyayan looked at the imposing dragon palace that stood under the water, resplendent and domineering. That sense of majesty and grandeur, surprisingly he unnaturally compared it to the heavenly palace in heaven. It's worthy of being a powerful race of the Dragon Han primordial revelation. Even after falling to the present day, the depths are still not to be underestimated. He quickly headed towards the East Sea Dragon Palace, and just as he reached a position 10 miles from the Dragon Palace gate, he noticed that there was still a group of people in front of the East Sea Dragon Palace gate. Indeed, it was a festive procession of people clad in big red and purple. The 2 people in the lead were also old acquaintances of Nya-yun. Lord Donghua and his son, Tianpeng. It was just that at this moment, Shangren Donghua did not look too good, intentionally or unintentionally revealing half of the side of his face, as if he was intentionally avoiding something. And the canopy is a fur velvet robe, hair only stay atop braid, although the appearance does not change, still not lose the flood handsome boy. But the aura is fierce and domineering. It was as if it was not related to the spirited and handsome fluttering gentleman from before. Is that how this guy swings? Nya-yun was greatly surprised, carefully sizing up canopy. This change was a bit radical. It's a tough guy. At the entrance of the Dragon Palace, Crown Prince Ao Guang and Ao Zhang stared angrily at Tianpeng and his party, looking furious. Tianpeng, we have already said that it is impossible for the Dragon Clan to agree to this marriage. You'd better go back where you came from. Ao Guang was secretly annoyed and wondered if Tianpeng had fallen and broken his brain. Some time ago, the Dragon Tribe is still chasing after the canopy, but now the canopy is running to the door to propose marriage. The turn of the span is so large that the Dragon Tribe are unable to touch the defense. The key Dragon Tribe's pursuit of Tianpeng was originally a play put on by the Dragon Tribe and the human sect so that Tianpeng could get through the love tribulation and cross over to the Great Luo. Later, the dragons also arranged a sadistic love affair between the Dragon Lady and Tianpeng, intending to let Tianpeng in the Sea of Love to achieve great enlightenment and explode, and certify the Great Tao of the Great Luo. I didn't expect this guy to go out of his way to propose marriage directly to the door. If this is agreed, then won't the love affair turn into a duo of Canopy and Dragon Lady? Canopy's eyes were sinister and his smile was filled with evil. What? I, Canopy, am not worthy of your dragon princess? I am the second disciple of the human sect, and in terms of status, I am enough to be on par with the Dragon King. In terms of cultivation, with the sage at my back, I will become a great power in the flood in the future. Are you and the others looking down on the human sect and my human sect saints by prevaricating like this? Oh, Guang's face changed. He didn't dare to take this pot. Canopy, don't talk nonsense. I have yet to settle the score with you, you denizen, for insulting my sister. And now you're licking your face to come to the door to propose marriage. I've never seen a shameless man like you before. If you're sensible, get lost or don't blame my Dragon Clan for being unsympathetic. Canopy threw back his head and laughed, his eyes filled with sarcasm. I, Tianpeng, am in love with Princess Shangshang, but you and others are trying to beat them up. Well, well, well. Look down on the human sect and look down on me, Canopy, right? Then for the sake of Xiang Xiang, how about killing the dragon clan today to snatch her out? Canopy turned toward the crowd behind him and drank. Everyone, follow me to kill the dragon clan. I'd like to see who dares to stand in my way, if he, the dragon clan, dares to bully the small with his power. I shall go to the master and ask him to make a decision for me. Kill. That gang of Tai Ching sect disciples were all boiling with fervor, with a saint backing them up, then they were still afraid of a hammer. All of a sudden, they took out their magic treasures and rushed towards the Dragon Palace gate along with Tianping. Canopy, you're crazy. Guang was angry and furious, never expecting that Tianping would dare to make a direct move. Crazy? If you can't even protect your own woman, what face is there to live in the world? Even though you are Xiang Xiang's brother, if you dare to stop me, I will kill you. Swish. The blade light flashed, and a curved blade magic treasure slashed directly towards Guang. You seek death. Guang was also enraged and took out his magic treasure to meet him. Nia Yun, who was in the distance, saw this, but his jaw dropped. Canopy the sky. Exploded? When I saw him some time ago, his cultivation was only earth immortal perfection, and now he's actually able to fight the golden immortal perfection Guang? To be outrageous? Nia Yun hastily rubbed his eyes, thinking he had misread the situation. The fact that the great Luo Golden Immortal doubted whether his eyes were misreading it showed how shocking this matter was to Nia Yun. What made Nia Yun's even more puzzled was that the Donghua Supreme being on the side didn't even try to stop it, but instead was filled with a bitter smile. Your son has gone to punch the Dragon Palace in the East China Sea, and you still can't watch? It's not right, 9 out of 10. He paused, dodged, and landed beside Shangren Donghua, clasping his fists and saluting. Greetings to Lord Donghua. Shangren Donghua looked at this unfamiliar youth and showed slight surprise. The dog is. I'm Nia Yun, the water god of the heavenly court. For this visit to the East Sea Dragon Palace, Nia Yun had used his original appearance after all. There were quite a few people in the Dragon Clan who had seen his real face, so there was no need to come to the Dragon Clan under any other identity. The water god of heaven. Donghua Shangren eyes flashed a flash of gravity, this heavenly court water god but recently in the flood wasteland fame, the peak of Mount Tai all the saints competing for the water god Nia Yun, everyone knows. Meet the water god. Nia Yun nodded with a wry smile, you don't care? Could it be that your Tai Ching sect wants to go to war with the Dragon Clan? Shangren Donghua's bitter smile intensified. The poor Taoist can't control it, nor dare he. Oh? Why? Aren't you his father? This sinful son has the backing of his family's mother. Heir? And the master's? Mother? It's second brother's grandmother. That said, who is second brother's grandmother? Nia Yun searched through his entire past life memory and couldn't find any information about Granny Piggy. Could it be a sow? Ahem. Thought wrongly, Canopy is not in the pig's fetus now. Just you want to stop me? Canopy's arrogant voice came out, and Nia Yun hastily raised his eyes to look. Only to see the golden immortal perfection Guang, at this moment, was covering his chest in half lying on the ground, spitting out blood, and next to him there was a long spear that had been chopped off. Second senior brother so fierce? Guang can't even beat him? Nia Yun's eyes widened as a thought popped into his head. I'm afraid this guy's not a hangman, is he? Not afraid of being blocked? Tianping glanced contemptuously at Guang, his scimitar was slung over his shoulder, and he let out his words in a domineering manner. People of the Dragon Clan listen, I will marry Princess Xiang Xiang today. Who's in favor? Who's against it? Arrogant, so arrogant. Second brother, this is standing up It was just that the doubts in Nia Yun's heart had grown even heavier. The nature and strength that Tianping had suddenly revealed was simply a far cry from the Tianping he'd seen before. TSK. Eastern Hua Shangren, you have a good son. How could Shangren Donghua not hear Nia Yun's words, and could only smile bitterly? The poor Taoist can't help it, the canopy is highly valued by the family mother. And there's nothing to do but listen. It's Tianping's grandmother again. Could it be that all of Tianping's changes were made by his grandmother? Nia Yun got curious, what kind of character was this one? Right at this moment, an angry voice rang out from the depths of the Dragon Palace. Unbridled. Chapter 203 Dum Yuanjun and the Shadow Pig. The dragon's might was so great that it shook the entire East Sea with it. Here comes the dragon bigwig. It was only when Nia Yun saw the visitor that his brows couldn't help but furrow. Ao Tianfeng, a Dragon Clan ancestor level figure. He also thought it was pretending to be a dragon out of it. After all, the canopy again how to make a mess, that is also a thing between the juniors, at best, can also startle the East China Sea Dragon King Ao Chin this level out. I did not expect the Ao Tian phone directly out of it. What Niayan didn't know was that Ao Chin hadn't even recovered from having his dragon body shattered by Mr. Beaver, who then cursed him causing it to collapse again. Greetings, old ancestor. The crowd of the dragon clan knelt in unison. Ao Tianfeng looked at the injured Aoguan. The color of surprise flashed in his eyes, then he coldly gazed at Tianpeng. Junior, don't go too far, or don't blame me for personally taking action to suppress you. Canopy's eyes showed scorn. Although he was arrogant and cocky, he was not stupid. Ao Tianfeng was an unparalleled power. Even if there was someone behind him, it was not something that a junior like him could mess with. Senior, it's not that the late generation is excessive, but that your dragon clan is unreasonable. The late generation and Princess Xiang Xiang are in love with each other and have made a private commitment. And you, the dragon clan, are in the way, even meeting with swords. What is the rationale? Are you looking down on my Tai Ching sect, or are you looking down on the human sect? Or is not able to look at my master, the supreme sage, and is not worthy of your dragon clan? Ao Tianfeng's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard this. Other people are not clear about the origin of the Tai Ching sect, but he is clear. Alone the one standing behind the Tai Ching sect, the dragon clan would not dare to easily mess with it, not to mention there is also a terrifying Taishang sage. Yeah? You and Xiang Xiang are in love? Why is it that all I know of you is that you are morally bankrupt and peeped into Xiang Xiang's boudoir? Canopy was full of concern. Those are all rumors. I was invited by Xiang Xiang. If you don't believe me, let me go and meet Shannon and I'll make Shannon tell you the truth herself. Nappy. Second brother, this eloquence can A denizen's voyeurism was hardened and almost described as a metaphysical novel. Shouldn't the dragons go all out to break it up next, and then this guy will come back with a line about the east of the river for 30 years and the west of the river for 30 years? Niayan secretly brainstormed. Ao Tianfeng sank and did not make a reply, but instead looked at Shangren Donghua. Is that what she meant? Lord Donghua nodded with a bitter smile. The sinful son is arrogant, please bear with senior. My mother has said that what the sinful son does is what she wants. Ao Tianfeng's surprise flickered. It seems that this matter is not as simple as it seems on the surface, and that person has acquiesced. She is afraid that she will not be hidden anymore. In that case, go invite Princess Xiang Xiang. If they are truly in love, what harm is there in my dragon clan fulfilling you? Everyone, go ahead and rest for a moment in the side hall. With a wave of Ao Tianfeng's hand, the crowd of dragons retreated, introducing Tianpan, Niayun, and the others into one of the dragon palace's side halls. Canopy, how did you get like this? Niayun quietly transmitted his voice to Tianpeng. Canopy froze slightly and looked toward Niayun. It's me, the one who gave you your future memories. Fellow Daoist Li. Canopy surprised. This matter is the only one who knows, only him and Li Yiqiao. Since he can say this matter, it is bound to be Li Yiqiao undoubtedly. There's no need to make a sound. I came here in illusion and just happened to run into you. What the hell is going on? I remember that you were only at the Earth Immortal Great Perfection before. How come even Ao Guang, who was at the Golden Immortal Perfection, was just crippled by you? You wouldn't have practiced some kind of evil magic, would you? This is what Niayun is most perplexed about. Didn't this guy say he was going to swing for the fences? Is that how it's set up? Tianpeng said, have you ever heard of such a divine ability as the 36 changes of the Big Dipper? Niayun's face changed slightly. How come you haven't heard of it? Isn't it your old pig's specialty? No. The Big Dipper 36 changes is so fierce? I paid homage to my grandmother, Dim Yuanjun, before, and she passed on to me a divine skill that allows me to train my shadow into a doppelganger that is indistinguishable from my main body, and this body of mine is actually the main body's shadow. Grandmother also gave me a portion of ancient ferocious beast essence blood to help me practice the Heavenly Dipper 36 transformations, which enabled me to have today's battle power with the help of some of the ancient ferocious beast's power and aptitude. Niayan's surface was light and breezy, but in his heart, he was sending shockwaves through the air. He wasn't appalled by the power of the 36 changes of the Big Dipper, but by a name. Dong Yuanjun. While others didn't know the origins of Dong Yuanjun, Niayan had learned about it in his previous life. This was a figure that could be called Mother Goddess in general.
It was rumored that Dum Yuanjun was a figure from the time of the Dragon Han's initial catastrophe, an existence even older than even the saints, a contemporary of great powers such as Tao Ancestor Hongjun, Demon Ancestor Luo Huan, Ancestral Dragon Ancestral Phoenix, and so on. After the destruction of the heavenly court of the demon race, the Taoist ancestor re-established the heavenly court with the sitting child Haotian and the heavenly emperor, Yaoqi, as the queen mother. It was at that time that Dum Yuanjun set foot in the floodplains. Among the fourth-level great emperors of the Haotian heavenly court, 2 of them were the sons of Dum Yuanjun. The second son, Ziwei the Great, and the eldest son, Gochun the Great. The 7 stars under it, Greedy Wolf, Juman, Luchun, Wanxiu, Lianjun, Wuxiu, and Baojun, are also the sons of Dum Yuanjun. It can be said that many of the combatants of the heavenly court of Haotian are under Dum Yuanjun, who can be regarded as another heavenly emperor hidden in the heavenly court. I can't imagine that it's too early for such characters to start entering the world now, is it?
Nope. Niayun hurriedly asked, "Are you saying that Dum Yuanjun is your grandmother?"
As far as I know, Dum Yuanjun doesn't have your father among her heirs.
Niayun was 100% certain that there was absolutely no such figure as Lord Donghua among the Dum Yuanjun's heirs.
Fellow Daiwas Li even knows about my grandmother, so it seems that you really do come from an extraordinary background. That's right, my father, Shangren Donghua, is not grandmother's biological son. My father was born in Bihai Sangling. It was grandmother who enlightened and named him Donghua. Grandmother felt that my father was destined to her old man, so she recognized my father as her righteous son. So it's the righteous son. No wonder that in his previous life, he hadn't heard of the figure of Donghua Shangren, but he had heard of Emperor Donghua, one of the 4 great emperors of the heavenly court, but it shouldn't be this Donghua Shangren.
I can't imagine you have this chance.
Shadows practicing to become doppelgangers, this divine ability is truly remarkable.
So are you called Shadow Pig now?
Ha ha. Upon hearing Niayun's jab, Tenping's old face flushed, and his hatred for the human sect grew a few more points in his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Easy had allowed himself to see the future, he might have really become a pig. I'll just use this shadow doppelganger to keep swinging for the fences and keep causing trouble for the human religion.
Let's see how long the humanist church can withstand it.
He was just about to continue communicating with Niayun when he realized that Niayun didn't know what he was thinking and had an incredulous look on his face.
The sound was not transmitted to Niayun.
At this moment, Niayun was being dismayed by a name that had suddenly burst out of his mouth. Shadow pigs? I think I saw in some TV show in my previous life, the second elder brother Shadow ran out by himself and took the name Shadow Pig. It's not like the made-up TV show is real, is it? This is outrageous. While Niayun was lost in thought, Aoguang had already walked into the grand hall with a dragoness of heavenly color.